I'd been reborn, but the timing couldn't be worse. The icy campus beauty lies in my bathroom attempting suicide by slitting her wrists. In my past life she died, triggering my mother's heart attack. To save them both now, I must resort to any means necessary. I smashed open the door lock but deliberately took on a rogue demeanor, whispering in her ear, "Classmate Annie, your death would be such a waste. How about, please, invite me in first for a round with you?" Her face turned deathly pale, her eyes brimming with fear and hatred. Whether my mother survives tonight depends entirely on whether I can redeem this girl, now backed into a corner. My name is Chen Nan, once the top student at Jiliang City No. 1 High School, but later I became a notorious troublemaker. It's now 10:50 p.m., I'm standing in my living room, staring at the bathroom door. My mind was overwhelmed by a flood of memories. Have I been reborn? Time flashed back 10 years ago, to my senior year of high school, also the darkest and most cringeworthy chapter of my life, a phase of being a slacker. A loser guy, a simp, chasing after the troublemaker girl Nan Yen. I became the epitome of a wannabe tough guy, only to end up scammed out of 500,000 by her. At the height of my success, I found myself reborn with regrets, only to realize I'd returned to an utterly awkward moment. In the second semester of my senior year of high school, I was being coerced by Nan Yen to bully Annie, the school beauty who lived in our house. Now, Annie is hiding in the bathroom with the door locked from the inside. Her phone fell to the ground, her face drained of color as she sat in the bathtub, a gash on her wrist. She was attempting suicide. I remember, in my past life, Annie committed suicide in my bathroom that very night. Although the police confirmed I wasn't involved, it became the trigger. My mother witnessed the horrific scene and died of a sudden heart attack. This remains an unremovable thorn in my heart. My mother had only rented the room to Annie to make ends meet. She was my only family. I've been reborn just to seek redemption? No matter what, I must stop Annie from taking her own life. Saving her is also saving my mother. The bathroom door was locked from the inside, I couldn't open it. On the door, there's a small hole I made earlier to peek at Annie taking a shower. Shame made my toes curl enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment, but right now I could only watch her through a tiny hole. Annie, dressed in a school uniform, lay supine in the bathtub, her skin so pale it seemed to reflect light. Her delicate features carried a sickly, pitiable charm. She lifted her head, her gaze swiftly shifting from confusion to icy defensiveness, staring at me as if I were an enemy. My old face flushed red, but what was worse, I had to stop her immediately. I slapped my forehead and came up with a bold, even rogue idea, though it would make me seem utterly despicable. But it could immediately catch her attention, buying time to deter her from thoughts of suicide. I deliberately put on an impatient look, pouted, and said, "Comrade Annie, don't you think your death is a bit wasteful?" The corner of my mouth twisted into an even more crooked smile. Then before that, "You absolutely must invite me into the bathroom, let's play around first." Is this guy crazy? The comfort in the bathroom, just as I had anticipated, was startled and stopped the act of contemplating suicide. My phone rang, it was Nan Yen calling. "Hey, did you freaking get it done?" "No," I replied. Nan Yan's younger brother, Big Mouth, butted in to stir trouble, and I shut him down with a sharp retort. "Got a problem with that?" Nan Yan made another unreasonable demand. "Chen Nan, I want dumplings for breakfast tomorrow. Can your mom make some for me?" Suppressing my anger, I said with a dark expression, "Fine, then don't you dare eat breakfast. Wait till I bring you dumplings. By the way, buy me a bottle of my dong tomorrow, I want to drink it in the morning." "Okay." I hung up the phone, muttered dumbass, then turned my gaze back to Annie in the bathroom. Her face turned pale as she widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "You're disgusting." My goal was already achieved, the tempo was now in my control. To completely crush any idea she might have, I decided to act even more shamelessly. "Classmate Annie, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not some creep. I'm thinking about it all the time because I really like you." I tried to persuade her using the same tactics I used to manipulate employees in my previous life. As expected, she fell silent, pressing her hand against the bleeding wound on her wrist. I continued playing the emotional card. In this world, so many breathtaking views await us, mountains and rivers stretching far and wide. If you truly give up on life, not only will you miss these beautiful sights, but you'll also miss me. You're lying to me. Her voice was faint as she let go, blood starting to seep from her wrist again, wearing an expression that begged for death. The conciliatory approach failed, it seemed she couldn't be fooled. I thought to myself, it's time to pull out the trump card. I sighed helplessly, smirking even more roguishly, my gaze unwavering. "You don't actually think I was joking with you, do you? Do you really believe that just because you die in my bathroom, I won't be able to have my way with you afterward? Ha, it'll just be a different kind of experience. I wouldn't mind at all. Annie, if you really dare to take your own life, even if you beg me now, I won't let you off later." I'm throwing caution to the wind. I heard that if a girl who's had this done to her doesn't clean herself properly, she'll only be reborn as a prostitute in her next life. Just think, how tragic is that? Percent it worked. Annie quickly gripped her wrist, her chest heaving violently. She dared not die, as a surge of survival instinct erupted within her. Innocence outweighed all else, and this was absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to end her life tonight. Seeing that Annie had completely abandoned thoughts of suicide, I wanted to stand up from the bathtub and open the door. Her feet slipped, and with a sharp slap, she fell to the ground too weak from blood loss to get up. Please, beg you. I immediately ran to the living room, grabbed a hammer, and with a loud bang, smashed the door handle, then forced my way in with my body. I used scissors to cut a piece of fabric from her school uniform and wrapped it around her wound. Annie couldn't understand why someone as wretched as me suddenly became so kind, even bandaging her wound. For some reason, she didn't dislike this feeling at all. In fact, it made her feel very safe. I rushed to the kitchen, drained the bathtub, and poured in white vinegar and dish soap to clean away the bloodstains. I don't want my mom who's about to come home to see this and trigger her heart condition. Come on, climb onto my back. I looked at her. Thank you, but no need. She shook her head vigorously with well-mannered restraint. I rushed forward in a flash, pulling her onto my back, and pointed to the bed in the room. What? Don't know what's good for you? It's just the two of us in this room. Don't want to go to the clinic? Really thinking of heading there with me for a quick one? Her face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to snap back, I cut her off. Enough nonsense. Get up here now. I'll take you to disinfect the wound and get some blood supplementing medicine. And you call yourself a top student? Can't even recognize a good heart when you see one. If I really wanted to do that, do you think you could stop me? I was just messing with you. And E was taken aback, feeling there was some logic to it. With a determined grit, he climbed onto my back, muttering, "Then you better hold tight to both my sides, don't drop me." I obediently complied, but she was heavy, and the water made her slip downward. I had no choice but to heave her up to steady her. That unintentional jolt brought an unexpected realization. Inside the school uniform just now, what were those two things that bumped against me? Chapter 3, Carrying my dog is no different. That thing just pounding me up and down was... Chen Nan's face flushed, then he bounced up and down again. You know what? You're actually right. After experiencing it again, he found the back-pounding sensation quite pleasant. And E, who kept swinging the hammer, blushed. To stop the swaying, she pressed herself closer. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Nan carried an E out the door, heavy footsteps echoing in the stairwell. And E's long hair cascaded down, droplets of water trickling through it and soaking Chen Nan's clothes. He reached for a tissue to wipe her off. But when he felt inside his pants pocket, cleaner than his face, he discovered there wasn't even a single tissue? Damn it! 18 years old and still doesn't carry tissues? A real man should always have a few tissues in his pocket, right? Chen Nan wiped the water from his face with one hand, growing more puzzled by the second. Had something major happened at Annie's home? But in such a simple era, what could possibly drive a cold, aloof school beauty and top student to contemplate suicide? Lost in thought, the two rode the elevator downstairs. I'm sorry, Chen Nan, for putting you through this trouble. And he suddenly apologized, head bowed. Her hair strands hid her flushed cheeks, and her voice reached Chen Nan's ears as soft and delicate as a kitten's. See? Even after taking advantage of her, she still has to thank me. Chen Nan felt thoroughly satisfied. He'd long suspected Annie was a stubborn little goody two-shoes, the type who felt compelled to apologize the moment she did anything slightly wrong. But hearing it still felt incredibly satisfying. Chen Nan was a different story. Damn it, how the hell are you driving? Did your parents run a wholesale business, or are you in a hurry to be reborn? Some reckless driver in the neighborhood wasn't paying attention and nearly plowed into him at a turn. Chen Nan cursed without hesitation. If not for Annie being there, he'd have laid down on the spot and demanded 500,000 yuan. While Chen Nan ranted and raved, and he kept his head down, not uttering a single word. Neither admiring nor disliking. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding the car's headlights, burying his face deep into Chen Nan's back. You dare hit me? Just wait. Next time we meet, we'll see if I don't take you down. After setting off again, whether it was because of the earlier incident or not, Chen Nan felt that Annie didn't seem to dislike him as much as before. What's more, whenever Chen Nan tried to bounce her, she'd actively cooperate, wrapping her arms around his neck to make it easier for him. Once we're out of the residential complex, the clinic is just ahead. Chen Nan neither sped up nor slowed down deliberately, maintaining a steady pace toward the clinic. But just then, suddenly, Annie lifted her face from Chen Nan's back, gently rubbing his earlobe with her finger as she whispered softly. Chen Nan, what you said outside the bathroom door earlier, was it true? What the hell? Chen Nan was panting from exhaustion, feeling the girl's weight on his back. You know, when you said, you like me. Annie stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh, I was just kidding. Then I might as well die. Annie froze, tears welling up as she struggled to get off Chen Nan's back. Hey, don't kill yourself. I was just joking with you earlier. That last line was the lie. Chen Nan turned his head and flashed a handsome smile. He thought to himself, you absolutely can't die. If you die, my mom might as well be gone too. If my mom were gone, wouldn't my rebirth have been for nothing? Then can you protect me? No matter what my parents say later, stand in front of me. Don't let them take me home. Chen Nan, I'm begging you. If you help me with this, I'll do anything you ask. Really, I'm begging you. Wait, where are your parents? Why haven't I seen them? Chen Nan couldn't follow her train of thought, but he latched onto her last sentence. Anything? Feeling the warmth radiating from the girl's body, Chen Nan smiled. Well, it seemed he had no choice but to help her out. However, the moment he delivered an E to the clinic, Chen Nan spotted the middle-aged couple he de-scolded earlier driving up in pursuit. They jumped out and hurried over. Damn it, they're here for revenge, right? But before Chen Nan could roll up his sleeves and exchange pleasantries with their ancestors, and he finished bandaging her wound, looked up and called out, "Mom, why are you here? Holy crap! What the hell?" Chen Nan dropped his fists, scratched his head, and felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could sink into a hole. The shark dick he'd just cursed at was actually Yi's parents? Yi's mother, Sun Fengxia, was probably in her 40s. She had a naturally submissive demeanor but looked remarkably young. One could still see traces of her former beauty. The man beside her was likely Yi's father, though his hair had turned white, suggesting he was at least 50. But he looked pretty well off. Chen Nan recognized the car he drove, a new Cadillac hailed as the king of foot massage parlors, worth at least several $100,000. Otherwise, Chen Nan wouldn't have considered lying on the ground to extort him. The two men exchanged glances, first looking at Yi, then turning to Chen Nan. After a long pause, they finally asked, "Yi, what happened to your wrist? Yeah, you didn't answer my call earlier. Did something happen?" The first question came from Yi's mother, the second from his father. Yi hung her head dejectedly, clutching her school uniform sleeve tightly. She struggled to come up with an explanation. The usually aloof, top student school beauty instantly crumbled before her mother, trembling like a wilted eggplant. Chen Nan, who had weathered many storms, knew the parents must have misunderstood. Their daughter was soaking wet, her wrist wrapped in bandages, and worst of all, the guy beside her was dressed in a trendy, hole-ridden outfit, clearly not the type of student they wanted to see. What parent wouldn't be worried? Since he'd decided to handle this, he had to see it through. As a man, he had to grit his teeth and face it head-on. He ran a hand through his buzzcut, adopting a polite demeanor. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Yi's landlord and also her classmate. What a coincidence." And he accidentally slipped in the bathroom and cut her wrist. "I carried her to the clinic for treatment. I'm truly sorry for worrying you." After listening to Chen Nan's rambling explanation, the wariness in Sun Fengxia's eyes finally began to fade. She turned to look at Yi, her expression softening instantly. "Yi, is what he said true?" Yi steeled herself and nodded. "Yes, it's true." She kept her head down, her face drained of color. And Minglei studied Yi for a moment before shifting his gaze to Chen Nan. After sizing him up, he plastered on a smile and said, "It's good for classmates to help each other, but next time be careful not to fall again. And keep your phone with you at all times, spare your mom and me the worry." His words sounded kind, but the way he looked at Yi felt off, like, well, definitely not the gaze of a father caring for his daughter. Chen Nan didn't miss a beat. Remembering Yi's plea from earlier, he stood ramrod straight, shedding his usual cocky demeanor. Apart from his slightly flashy outfit, he actually looked like a studious, well-behaved student. And his aura seemed more substantial than even in Minglei's, who drove a Cadillac. "Alright then, young man, thank you. How about we treat you to a meal now?" Sun Fengxia said politely to Chen Nan. "You're too kind, but I really can't stay for dinner. I need to hurry home, otherwise, my mom will beat me with a broomstick if she sees I'm not there." This made Sun Fengxia laugh, and she didn't press the matter. "In that case, Yi, why don't you come stay with us?" And Minglei turned, staring at Yi's retreating figure as he pleaded earnestly. Sun Fengxia chimed in, "Yes, dear, listen to your father. Come home to stay." Then she suddenly added, "If it weren't for your dad, we wouldn't have nice clothes to wear, good food to eat, or a comfortable life. And Yi, just listen to your dad." "No, I'm going with him." And Yi replied through gritted teeth. Her lips pressed tightly together, she offered no explanation, her stubbornness making her seem almost unwell. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, she took Chen Nan's hand and declared, "I think he's perfectly fine. He's decent and more reliable than most people." "Ha? Me? Proper?" Chen Nan pointed at himself, nearly choking on those two words. A guy who got into fights at the school gate every other day, chased after troublemaker girls, and ended up with a gangster girlfriend known throughout the entire school? How does that even connect to the word well-behaved? Still, Chen Nan chose to stand before Yi, letting her push him out of the infirmary. Because Chen Nan could clearly see that Minglei intended to forcibly take Yi away. No wonder she had spoken to him that way earlier. But with his lean, muscular build, sharp buzzcut, and stylish ripped jeans, anyone would flinch at the sight, let alone some old fart in his 50s. Hey! I haven't paid yet." Chen Nan maintained his composure, flashing a dazzling smile. He exchanged another glance with Minglei before turning and striding into the deep night, his face etched with confusion. Soon, he had Yi on his back again, but one question kept nagging at him. Why would Yi choose to rent from a thug like him instead of returning home? What had happened to her? Could it be that her parents were even more terrifying than him? What kind of monsters would they be? Thanks for tonight, Chen Nan, and E murmured, pinching his earlobe. It's really comfortable on your back. No big deal. Carrying my dog is the same thing. That summer, I lost the dog I'd raised for over a decade. Chen Nan perked up at the mention of this, excitedly recounting the old story as they walked. N.E. Soon after, Chen Nan brought N.E. back home. The moment he pushed open the door, a familiar yet faintly disoriented voice boomed from inside. You little brat. Where've you been running off to? It's pitch dark outside and you're just getting home. Hearing this, Chen Nan's nose suddenly twitched and his eyes stung. He sucked in a sharp breath, fighting back the tears welling up in his eyes, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Mom, you're still alive? N.E. Wait, has he always been this articulate? Chapter 4, She's living in a dream world. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Nothing, I'm just happy, I'm glad Mom isn't dead. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Huh, weird. Why does that sound so off? Chen Nan clasped her hands on her hips, scratched her head, and felt she really needed to study harder. Otherwise, he couldn't even express himself clearly. It took Annie stepping in to untangle his words. Auntie, what Chen Nan meant to say is, it's so good to see you again. She missed you. Chen Nan gave her a thumbs up, thinking to herself, this girl is my mouthpiece. Once I make it big, I'm hiring her as my personal secretary. Wasn't she 1,000 times better than Nanyan? He must have been blind as a bat back then to fall for a girl like that, ruining the first half of his life. What nonsense! That little brat spouts this rubbish day after day? Just like his heartless father. Though his mom cursed harshly, Chen Nan knew that behind her sharp tongue lay nothing but concern. Seeing his mom again, alive and well, made Chen Nan genuinely happy. The clatter of pots and pans drifting from the kitchen told him everything. No matter how much she complained, deep down, she loved him more than words could say. Clink 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 cl. 2 white porcelain bowls clattered onto the dining table. The frail middle-aged woman frowned, scrutinizing him with obvious disdain. Have you eaten yet? Looking at his mother, her spine bent by life's burdens, Chen Nan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The bitter and sweet memories of his past life surged to the surface. Not yet. The words barely left his mouth before his stomach growled loudly. Then sit down and eat your noodles. Mom Wang Yanan gently urged, come on, sit down. You can join us too. She turned to leave. Mom! Chen Nan quickly grabbed her mother's hand. What is it now? Wang Yanan glared, her face brimming with impatience. Chen Nan stared at the silver strands just beginning to show in his mother's hair. His nose stung, and suddenly he pulled her into his arms, his voice muffled as he said, Mom, I really missed you. Wang Yanan's nose suddenly stung too, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. But the next second, her expression changed. You little brat. Did you get into another fight? Did you beat someone up badly, or what? Why aren't you answering? Did you actually break the law? Wang Yanan fired off a barrage of questions, all centered on fighting and hurting people. Day after day, she feared he'd get himself into serious trouble. Seeing his mother's worried expression, Chen Nan's eyes welled up as he explained. Mom, I really didn't get into trouble. I just missed you so much and wanted a hug. Looking at his mother's frail face, Chen Nan felt a mix of emotions. Some people, some things only when they're lost do we realize their value. Only after they're gone do we regret it deeply. Back when he was chasing Nan Yan and getting mixed up in the underworld, Chen Nan had done countless foolish things. He'd only made things worse for his already struggling family. His mother followed behind, cleaning up the messes he made while helplessly watching him sink deeper into trouble. Watching his hopeless state day after day, her hair turned noticeably grayer with worry. So it was me who was the thief stealing away Mom's life bit by bit. Chen Nan let go of his mother and wiped away his tears. Having been given a second chance at life, he swore never again to pursue foolish paths like chasing after delinquent girls or becoming a street thug himself. Oh, stop being so sappy. Go eat with an E. I made your favorite tomato and egg noodles. Mom complained loudly, but as she turned away, Wang Yanan couldn't hide the smile spreading across her face. This feeling gave Chen Nan a profound sense of security. This was the true taste of home. Unlike his previous life, what good was success and fame? Left utterly alone in this world, no matter how much money you made, you'd never know how to spend it meaningfully. Mom, do we have any cilantro left? In the fridge. Great. Do you eat cilantro? Yeah. Slurp slurp. Lifting the large bowl, Chen Nan devoured it in a whirlwind of slurping. In just 3 minutes, he polished off the entire bowl of noodles. You eat like a pig. Want more? I'll make you another bowl. No more, no more. I'll get fat as a ball if I eat more. Mom, you go rest first. I'll clear the table and wash the dishes tonight. Hey, Mom, why are you touching me? Wang Yanan first touched her own head, then touched his. You don't have a fever. Why are you acting like you're sick? Annie, do you think this kid is different from before? A bit. Annie took small bites of noodles, blowing on them as he ate, much more civilized than Chen Nan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You little rascal, are you short on cash again? Honestly, I'm not. Chen Nan waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't even remember the last time money had been a worry for him. Wang Yanan's eyes turned cold as she watched him. Don't tell me it's that Nan Yan again? I'm telling you. Mom, cut it out. Seeing her son's reaction, Wang Yanan was about to sigh when Chen Nan continued. Mom, don't jump to conclusions. I'll never do anything foolish like that again. I have absolutely nothing to do with her anymore. Though she'd heard this promise from Chen Nan over a dozen times before, Wang Yanan chose to believe him. You mean it? I mean it. Mom, I'll make good on my word. If I don't, you and Annie can hang me from a street lamp. Alright. Stop talking nonsense. Annie smiled faintly beside them, finishing the last of her noodle soup. Mom, I'll wash the dishes. I'm going to bed now, got class tomorrow. Chen Nan pushed his mother into the bedroom, urging her to rest. Alright, you little rascal. You get some sleep too. Got it. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. You little brat. After his mom entered the room, Chen Nan took Annie's bowl to the kitchen, humming a tune as he washed the dishes. Annie, you should go to bed too. But here's the deal, no more suicide attempts. Otherwise, I'll take advantage of you while you're still hot. Chen Nan placed the chopsticks into the chopstick holder, thinking this threat would surely scare her off. To successfully navigate this night that had once been so dark in his previous life, Chen Nan just wanted an E to obey and live well. He had no other ulterior motives whatsoever. Sure enough, Annie flushed crimson at Chen Nan's gesture and promptly scurried off to her room. Not a single suicidal thought dared to surface. After finishing washing the bowls, Chen Nan returned to his room. His phone lit up on the bed. In 2011, smartphones already existed, but genuine Apple devices were prohibitively expensive. Counterfeit versions were unreliable. Chen Nan had a semi-smart model that could run a few simple games and use mobile QQ for chatting. Data was pricey, though 80 megabytes cost 10 yuan, but it didn't consume much. Chen Nan glanced at the message from Nan Yen. Chen Nan, meet me at the usual spot. We need to settle up. Me and the guys are starving. The dumplings are ready, bring us 2 pounds right now. Holy. 2 pounds of dumplings? Are you a pig? Seeing this message, Chen Nan's previously good mood instantly soured. The usual spot referred to a billiards hall. After high school senior year classes ended, Nan Yan often brought her crew there to play until midnight. He thought to himself, if this had happened before, he would have happily rushed over to settle the bill. He'd have to cook up a batch of dumplings and rush over to deliver them piping hot. Then, once he arrived at the pool hall, he'd undoubtedly get roasted by Nan Yan and her crew. That kind of thing happened all the time in his past life. Chen Nan shook his head, ignoring it completely. He tossed his phone aside, stripped off his clothes, and jumped into the shower. Standing before the steamy bathroom mirror, he stared at his younger self. Damn, he was handsome. He flexed his arm's solid muscle. He could probably take down a ying monster with one punch. Youth is great, just a bit broke, he thought. His pockets were emptier than his wallet. If he hadn't run into Annie's gullible parents at the clinic today, Chen Nan figured he wouldn't have had the cash to pay the bill. But the strangest thing was that when he and Annie returned, they didn't even try to stop them? That was truly bizarre. Lying on the bed, inhaling the comforting scent of baked dust mites in the quilt, Chen Nan felt utterly content. He couldn't wrap his head around Annie's suicide attempt. Staring at his phone screen, Chen Nan couldn't be bothered with Nan Yan's gang of troublemakers. Instead, he started scheming about how to make money. In his previous life, he'd scraped together his wedding funds by selling property. After getting swindled out of $500,000, the remaining hundreds of thousands became his first pot of gold for starting a business. This time around, Chen Nan wouldn't make that mistake, otherwise, his mom would have chased him with a broom and a cleaver. But how could he earn that initial start-up capital? Just as he pondered this, his phone buzzed again, another message from Nan Yen. Chen Nan, what are you doing? Playing LU by yourself? How many times have you played? Reply ASAP. After reading the message, Chen Nan shook his head. Was this really something a woman should say? How had he ever been so bewitched? Falling for such a tight piece of work. No rush. Let's play along. Ha. I'm on my way now, didn't have time to reply. Hold on, I'll be there soon. Hurry up. Dumplings alone won't cut it. Go to the store and buy us 5 bottles of Coke, 1 each. Got it. Then grab me a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, I prefer slim ones, and a windproof lighter too. FCK buying your mom's, manually deleted. Heh, no problem. Leave it all to me. After sending the message, Chen Nan sneered coldly, deliver dumplings, buy Coke, buy cigarettes? And damn it, go settle the bill at the pool hall? She's got some nerve. Then he decisively silenced his phone, rolled over, and went to sleep. Chapter 5, Nan Yen, furious and frustrated. While Chen Nan slept soundly with his phone on silent, the old place billiards hall was buzzing with activity. Nan Yen raised her cue, smacking the ball hard with a loud thwack. She raised an eyebrow at her henchman beside her and said smugly, "Pretty awesome, huh? Just one word from me, and Chen Nan'll be here on his ghost fire in a flash. You guys just sit tight for your coke and dumplings. Probably took his sweet time bullying Annie, filming the whole thing, then making his mom whip up dumplings on the spot. The gang of punks shared a single cigarette, taking turns puffing. By the time it reached Big Mouth, only a scorching stub remained. He thought, Chen Nan must be blind as hell to chase after you, you stupid asshole. Can't even afford a pack of smokes. Whatever. Let's hang out a bit longer. Anyway, brother Chen, no, the big sucker will pick up the tab, haha. Everyone laughed. Exactly. With brother Chen looking out for sister Nan, we all get to ride his coattails. Among these underlings were both men and women. Though Nan Yen couldn't hear what the chatty girls were saying, she understood perfectly well. They were definitely jealous that she had Chen Nan wrapped around her finger. Chen Nan was handsome and had once been known as a top student. The few spirited girls beside her all liked him. Otherwise, why would Chen Nan be called a jerk? She was the one who spread that rumor. But Nan Yen relished this feeling, being adored while others could only watch and envy. That's why, even though she genuinely liked Zhang Lin, now ranked 10th in their grade, she kept stringing Chen Nan along day after day. She relished that sense of superiority, standing high above everyone else. But it was Zhang Lin who had encouraged her to pursue Chen Nan in the first place, instructing her to deliberately turn him into a troublemaker. Naturally, with her relentless pursuit, she succeeded in ruining Chen Nan's reputation. Then that jerk Zhang Lin went and started chasing Annie. That's exactly why she wanted Chen Nan to make a move on Annie. This thought dampened Nan Yan's spirits, and she resumed playing pool with the guys. After each game, the guys would clap enthusiastically, mostly because they all wanted to eat the dumplings Chen Nan had brought. Chen Nan's mom's dumplings were absolutely delicious, and everyone loved them. But as more games of pool were played and more applause rang out, Nan Yan's expression grew increasingly sullen. She'd finished 3 games already, yet Chen Nan was nowhere to be seen and hadn't replied to her messages. The others huddled together, covering their mouths to stifle their whispers, occasionally bursting into suppressed laughter. Nan Yan's face flushed crimson with anger. Damn it! She snatched up the semi-smartphone Chen Nan had bought her by scrimping and saving, clenched her teeth, opened her contacts, and found his name. Wrong, it's my fault. Why didn't you say anything when we were madly in love? My fault, why didn't you say anything when we were madly in love? The familiar ringtone echoed from her hand. Nan Yen had called over a dozen times, but all she heard was the ringtone. No one answered. Could he not have come? Is he lying to me? But then she thought again and something felt off. Back then, a single QQ message from her could make Chen Nan follow her every command. If she told him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. If she told him to chase a dog, he wouldn't dare touch a chicken. How could he possibly stand her up today? It was already past 12:30 a.m. His buddies were calling home, threatening to break their legs if they didn't get back soon. Sis Nan, if I don't leave now, my dad'll beat me to death. Gotta bail. Yeah, gotta be up at 6 tomorrow. What the hell? He promised dumplings, coke, and cigarettes, but after waiting this long, nothing. Brother Chen's definitely not coming. Big Mouth complained in a sarcastic tone. Nan Yen exploded on the spot, flinging her cue stick aside. Bull. Like he'd dare. Her outburst made the girls flinch. Fine. You wait here then. We're outta here. Watching the shadowy figures of the girls slinging their arms around each other's shoulders disappear, Nan Yan's face alternated between pale and flushed with fury, so enraged that her pearl earrings nearly fell out. Gritting her teeth, she opened her designer Chanel bag and stormed over to the counter to pay. Pool for an hour and a half, 30. Drinks, 32. A pack of cigarettes, 20. Total is 82. Just give me 80. Compared to when she'd brought her own crew here before, this wasn't much at all. But a sharp ringing echoed in Nan Yan's head. 80. Where could she possibly get that much money? Her purse held only 52 yuan in loose change, leftovers from the last time Chen Nan had paid her bill. Before, Chen Nan would always ask his mom for money to cover the bill. Now, he was nowhere to be found, as if he'd vanished into thin air. She couldn't find him, and he wasn't answering his phone. At checkout, she tried calling Chen Nan twice more, but still no answer. Asking her biological parents for money was even more out of the question. They'd severed ties long ago. Even if she died out there, it wouldn't concern them in the slightest. With no other options, she found Zhang Lin's number and dialed it immediately. Zhang Lin, can you lend me $80 right now? Come to the usual spot, the pool hall, to help me out? Then the phone went dead. Before Nan Yan could finish her sentence, the phone emitted a series of beep 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 sounds. Her hand trembled as she clutched the device. She tried again. This time, it went straight to voicemail. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Nan Yan froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Before, whenever she needed Chen Nan, he'd always be there at a moment's notice. Now, forget Chen Nan, even Zhang Lin ignored her when she needed him most. As she stood there dazed, the cashier at the counter, looking utterly sleepy, snapped, "Hurry up and pay. We need to close. Don't you see what time it is? Still playing around?" Fuming, Nan Yan stamped her foot, her face flushing crimson. She humbled herself, saying, "Can I get credit? I'll have someone named Chen Nan come pay tomorrow." The cashier shook her head impatiently. No way. We don't do credit here. You need to pay right now. But I don't have that much cash on me. Then call your parents or your friends. Can't even pay 80 yuan? Is that acceptable? The auntie's tone had shifted from anger to sarcasm. To Nan Yan's ears, it felt like tiny insects crawling over her skin. When had she ever endured such treatment? Nan Yan's chest heaved as she turned her face away in a huff, snapping at the woman. What are you pretending? You think I won't find someone to? The old woman, having seen her share of the world, remained unruffled by Nan Yan's anger. She grinned and said, Go ahead, call someone. If you've got the guts, bring them here to deal with me. Then I'll just lie down on the ground and extort 500,000 yuan from each of you. Next life, I'll live in a nursing home. Hand over the money now, or I'll have you arrested. It takes a villain to tame a villain. The old woman's words carried a distinct aura of kindred spirits. Nan Yan was completely stumped, with no counterargument left. Plus, she genuinely feared being detained by the hat-wearing officer. Gritting her teeth, she slammed the Chanel bag Zhang Lin had given her onto the table. I'll use this as collateral for now. I'll find someone to bring the money tomorrow to redeem it. Back then, Zhang Lin had splurged on this designer bag worth tens of thousands specifically to bribe Nan Yan into corrupting Chen Nan. Unexpectedly, the old lady glanced at the bag and rolled her eyes at Nan Yan. Fake. These sell for 100 or 2 on the street, but the cost is only a few dozen. To confirm, the woman picked it up again. Definitely a knockoff from the night market. I've got several of these myself. Nan Yan froze in place, wishing she could sink through the floor. This bag was a gift from Zhang Lin, a genuine designer piece. How could it suddenly become counterfeit? And it wasn't even worth 80 yuan? Her eyes stung with tears, and she dropped a small pearl. She could only pull out her ID card to leave as collateral. I'll give you 50 now, plus this ID. Tomorrow, I'll definitely have someone bring the rest of the money. Is that okay? The shopkeeper glanced at Nan Yan, who was crying from fright, and her expression softened slightly. Oh, that'll work. I'll cover it for now. Leave your ID as collateral and come back tomorrow to redeem it with the money. With tear-streaked cheeks, Nan Yan snatched the bag and stumbled out without looking back. Today, she'd lost all face. Fuming, she stood by the roadside, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. She slammed the bag hard onto the ground. Still not satisfied, she kicked the green belt only to find herself and her shoe flung inside. Chen Nan, you dare stand me up? You've got me so furious I could die. How despicable. He must be punished. Just you wait, I'm banning you from bringing me breakfast, buying me gifts, or getting me cigarettes for a whole week. Chapter 6, Brother Chen, what kind of couple watch do you want? Early the next morning, Chen Nan suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't the alarm clock ringing, he simply wanted to check if an E and his mom were still there. He genuinely feared the previous events might have been a dream. You little rascal, why are you up so early today? His mom, Wang Yanan, was bustling about in the kitchen. She was cooking plain congee, serving steamed buns, and the only side dish was pickled vegetables. But even this simple breakfast was something Chen Nan hadn't eaten in years in his previous life. Morning, Annie. Chen Nan greeted her. She looked adorable in her pink pajamas, her sleepy eyes still half closed. Morning, Chen Nan. They exchanged a quick greeting before each began their morning routine. This was the advantage of having 2 bathrooms in the house. It allowed for separation between men and women, and also between landlord and tenant. Only when the clear congee and pickles touched his tongue did Chen Nan finally believe it was all real. Is it not tasty, Annie? Did Auntie treat you poorly? Only pickles and porridge for breakfast? Wang Yanan watched Annie, head bowed, clutching a bowl of porridge and slurping noisily, unable to take another bite. No, it's just been so long since I've had a meal this heartwarming. Annie said, wiping away tears. When Annie first rented a room here, her mother Wang Yanan had offered, if she didn't mind the taste of her cooking, she could eat breakfast for free. How could a dutiful daughter take advantage of that? She promptly started paying for breakfast. Later, Chen Nan used the money from his mom, plus his own saved allowance, to buy Nan Yan a new phone. He genuinely wanted to slap his past self senseless. Spending money on a girl like Nan Yan? That was just plain stupid. Soon after finishing his meal, Chen Nan began his daily weightlifting routine. To be fair, he was still in decent shape at this point. After all, he was young and hot-blooded, getting into fights every other day. He was lean and muscular, though his abs weren't quite six-pack perfect yet. Even if he caught a cold, he could tough it out without medicine. His body was in perfect shape, completely healthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry Annie all the way from home to the clinic outside the neighborhood last night, then carry her back again. By the time he finished his workout, it was already 6 in the morning. He looked over and saw Wow. Annie already dressed in her school uniform, backpack slung over her shoulder, sitting on the living room sofa. However, the top half of her uniform had been cut by him, looking like it had been chewed by a dog, hanging loosely on her frame. Chen Nan opened his mouth, but the words died on his lips. Previously, the two had no morning interactions at all. Usually, after eating breakfast, Annie would head off to school alone with her backpack. Today, she was acting unusually, yet despite sitting so close, neither of them said a word. After finishing his weight training, Chen Nan hurried to take a quick shower. Standing before the mirror, he marveled once more at his own perfect physique. Chen Nan, do you still stand by what you said last night? As soon as Annie saw Chen Nan emerge from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, she immediately stood up and hurriedly asked. What did I say? Chen Nan scratched his head. He felt like he'd said so much last night, how could he possibly know what Annie was referring to? The part where you said you liked me. FF for real? Yeah, for real. As long as you don't try to kill yourself at my place, I'll definitely like you. Chen Nan quickly pulled on his school uniform, grabbed his sneakers, and roughly dried his hair with a towel. Then can you turn me into a bad girl? Like Nan Yen, that kind of bad girl? I can dye my hair yellow too. Hearing this, Chen Nan froze. Holy crap. Has this girl lost her mind? A goody two-shoes wanting to go bad? She must be reading too many romance novels. Get lost. You think being a bad girl is just about dyeing your hair yellow? You gotta learn how to ride ghost fire. Being a bad girl isn't something just anyone can pull off. Annie, forget it. You're not cut out for this. Soon, on the way to Jiliang City First High School, a ghost fire shot forward. Riding it with more spirit than any young guy. Passers-by started cursing under their breath. But then they rubbed their eyes and realized the rider was an incredibly sweet-looking girl? Holy crap. Holy crap. Easy there, slow down. Trying to kill me? Chen Nan thought, I finally got a second chance at life, and this girl is trying to send me to the grave. Am I a bad girl now? Annie parked the bike at the school gate, her chest heaving up and down as she gasped for breath. Yeah, you totally are. Chen Nan glanced at her, nearly throwing out the breakfast he'd eaten, his hair blown wildly out of place. He thought to himself, starting today, I'm calling you sister in. Compared to Nan Yen, that idiot who taught her for half a month yet still crashed the moment she activated Ghostfire, Annie's innate talent as a human was simply off the charts. She picked it up instantly and could even carry passengers. Alright, Annie, you want to be a bad girl, huh? From now on, you call me Brother Chen and I'll call you Sister in. We'll each stick to our own thing. But here's the deal, I'll let you be a bad girl, but your grades can't suffer. Didn't you say yesterday that after I helped you, you'd do anything I asked? Well, starting today, I demand you never even think about giving up. Study hard and get into a good university. Chen Nan parked his ghost fire by the roadside, his newly recruited little brother trailing behind him looking as cool as could be. Even passing dogs gave him double takes. Brother Chen, does this mean we're officially a couple now? Suddenly, Annie flashed a mischievous grin, catching Chen Nan off guard. Had she actually taken his offhand lie from yesterday seriously? She really was a goody two-shoes, so gullible could he really just sweet-talk her and bring her home? A couple. I guess if you say so, then we are. Then do we need matching couple watches? Annie glanced at the one on Chen Nan's wrist, then waved her bare wrist. Whoa. Annie, no, Sisson, you're absolutely right. Let me see where I can get you a watch. Can't you just buy me a new one? Like I have money? Chen Nan protested, acting like he was broke as a joke. Liar. Didn't you buy Nan Yen a watch before? And a phone? Clothes? You even treat her to lunch. Annie had heard the rumors circulating around school. Besides, she was in the same class as Chen Nan and knew everything. Chen Nan. A few minutes later, as soon as he stepped into the senior high building, Chen Nan spotted several eye-catching red banners plastered on the hallway wall. Strive for the Gaokao, live without regrets. Today's sweat, tomorrow's reward? The outcome remains uncertain, we could all be dark horses. Chen Nan stared at the slogans, breaking out in a cold sweat. The outcome remains uncertain, and we're all dark horses? At his current level, he'd probably only manage to write his name and randomly scribble on the answer sheet in the exam hall. He sighed, leading the fiercely determined Annie toward the classroom while deep in thought. Given the current situation, if I don't start a business now, I'll end up worse off than in my previous life. After the college entrance exams, I'll just get into a vocational college to kill time, and after that, I'll end up working as a security guard. Honestly, skipping 40 years of detours sounded pretty sweet. But as soon as Chen Nan entered the classroom, he overheard a few classmates whispering. Did you hear? Annie's staying at Chen Nan's place now. What? Are you serious? I saw it with my own eyes this morning. Annie riding her ghost fire scooter, with Chen Nan sitting behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. What's going on? Could it be early romance? Isn't Chen Nan paired with Nan Yen? Is that all your imagination can come up with? Young love? Maybe the girl you can't let go of has already let someone else in. The speaker, Feng Xiaoyu, was chuckling smugly when she suddenly froze mid-laugh. The classroom had fallen into an eerie silence. She looked up to find several classmates staring at her as if they'd seen a ghost, all lowering their heads in unison to pretend they were reciting their lessons. Feng Xiaoyu belatedly turned around, instantly feeling a chill run down her spine. Chen Nan, no, Brother Chen, you came so early today. Feng Xiaoyu glanced behind Chen Nan. The school beauty, Annie, stood beside him, her face radiating admiration. What had started as a joke now felt like it had suddenly come true. Terrified, he buried his head, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Please go easy on me. Chen Nan was speechless. He thought about it, he hadn't really done anything to him before, had he? His reputation preceded him. Few at Jilian First High School didn't fear Chen Nan. What's this about going easy? I don't understand what you're saying. Would I, Chen Nan, bully my classmates? Don't judge a gentleman by your own petty standards. Chen Nan patted Feng Xiaoyu's shoulder and strode back to his seat, just tidying up his messy desk. He flipped open his textbook to the first page when a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Nan Yen burst into the classroom, panting heavily with a dark expression on her face. Chen Nan, where the hell were you last night? Didn't we agree to meet at the usual spot to settle up? I bought you the Mijia drink. Where are the dumplings you promised me? Nan Yen had rushed over first thing in the morning just to vent her anger at Chen Nan, hoping to use this chance to get him to settle the bill at the pool hall. And maybe squeeze a few extra bucks out of him while she was at it. But she hadn't counted on Chen Nan no longer being the same person. Scratching his head, he said, what old spot? I don't know what you're talking about. He snatched the Mijia drink from her hand, his expression cracking as he said, stop being unreasonable, Nan Yen. I'm a good student, how could I possibly go to the pool hall to hang out with you? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Nan Yen stomped her foot in anger, her face flushing instantly. Studying? A model student? Put. What are you pretending to be, Chen Nan? Do you really think you're still some academic genius who can get into top-tier universities? She pulled out her phone and flung it into Chen Nan's hands, demanding he see yesterday's QQ chat history. Chen Nan snatched the phone. Holy crap, this was all the rent he had paid, and the money he'd saved by scrimping and saving. Then he disassembled the phone, tossing only the SIM card back to Nan Yen. I gave you this phone. Now I'm taking it back. No objections, right? Then Chen Nan quickly added, keep your objections to yourself. Thanks for returning the phone to its rightful owner. Giving something away only to take it back? What kind of saint was this guy? Not only were the classmates in the class shocked, but Nan Yen herself was inwardly puzzled. What exactly did he do last night? Could it be he found out about me and Zhang Lin and is using this to deliberately rub it in? Fuming, she threatened, Chen Nan, keep playing dumb, and don't expect me to speak to you again. Chen Nan shot her a dismissive glance and took the phone without a second thought. Ignore me? Fine by me. Nan Yen, from this moment on, we're nothing. Now get lost. The classroom fell completely silent in an instant. The two just glared at each other, the quiet so thick you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, after a brief silence, just as Nan Yen was about to turn and leave in tears, a soft voice piped up. What couple watches? Shengo, what couple watches do you want? The speaker was an E. Chen Nan shot a glance at an E, then turned back to Nan Yen, who had just turned away but now turned back. Furious, he flung the couple watch ED given her right back at her. He thought to himself. I never said I wanted her couple watch. Chapter 7, En Yi's Testimony. When she heard the words, what do you want with a couple watch? Nan Yen was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, a barrage of question marks popping up in her mind. What the heck? She stared intently at Chen Nan in front of her. She had turned away to play hard to get, but it backfired spectacularly. Give it back. Taking back something you gave someone? Who wants it anyway? Nan Yen roared wildly in the classroom. Back then, Chen Nan treated her like she was made of glass, afraid to let her out of his sight. The slightest tantrum from her would send him into a panic. But now? She deliberately threw a tantrum, and not only did Chen Nan refuse to placate her, he took her phone and actually demanded back their couple watch? Nan Yan's chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth to suppress her rage. Chen Nan, have you lost your mind? Chen Nan shot a glance at an E, who was clearly enjoying stirring the pot, then shrugged indifferently, his lips curling into a dismissive smirk. Even brothers keep clear accounts. We're cutting ties. I won't ask for the money I spent on you before, but you're leaving the phone and watch behind. If you don't want them, plenty of others do. Yunan Yen was about to explode when she saw their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yuan, striding into the classroom. His black suit pants were baggy, keys jingling loudly at his waist, his face cold. He called out from the doorway, his expression stern, Chen Nan, step outside with me. Nan Yen stole a glance at Zhou Yuan. Good grief, his face was as dark as a storm cloud. She quickly shut her mouth and slipped out the back door, tail between her legs. Who among the students didn't know Zhou Yuan had a temper? If he caught her skipping class, no matter which class she belonged to, she'd be in for a scolding. But even in the hallway, her eyes never left Chen Nan. She watched as Chen Nan slowly put his phone away, then casually handed it to an E as he walked out of the classroom. He asked her to put his things away for him. Otherwise, if Zhou Yuan searched his desk, a phone was practically guaranteed to be found. That would mean an immediate trip home for reflection. In the office, Zhou Yuan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Without a word, he sat at his desk, sipping tea while glaring fixedly at Chen Nan. In the past, Chen Nan might have been so scared he'd confess without prompting. But things were different now. He scratched his head, looking innocent. Old Joe, what's up? You don't know what's going on? Zhou Yuan nearly choked on his tea. What the hell, Old Joe? Who do you think you are calling me Old Joe? Ha? Teacher, I gave you a calendar last semester. Does that mean I should get you a better one this semester? Zhou Yuan. Honestly, Chen Nan's words had Zhou Yuan stumped. He'd intended to teach Chen Nan a lesson, but instead got caught red-handed. His entire momentum deflated. Chen Nan knew that homeroom teacher Zhou Yuan had not only accepted the wall calendar he gave him but also received other gifts from some students' parents. Deep down, he felt a bit uneasy about it. If this got exposed, he'd be in big trouble. Still, Zhou Yuan took a gulp of tea before asking with a stern expression. Chen Nan, tell me what exactly did you do this morning? What had he been doing this morning? Chen Nan knew exactly what had happened, but he feigned surprise, puffing out his chest. I woke up, ate breakfast, hit the gym, went to school, got ready for class, and then got called to the office. What's up, Teacher Zhou? Chen Nan was determined not to mention riding the Ghostfire to school with an E. As long as he kept quiet about that, it wouldn't be a big deal. Teacher Zhou nearly choked on his tea. Study? With your grades and that lazy attitude, what exactly were you studying? Chen Nan immediately adopted a look of grievance. Teacher, who says underachievers aren't worthy of studying? Zhou Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. This kid's mouth was tougher than the baguette he'd eaten that morning. Seeing him put on this act, Zhou Yuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and laid it out. Enough. You know that's not what I'm asking about. Someone already told me about this morning. What? Who said that? I don't get it at all. Chen Nan blinked innocently, his face screaming, I'm more innocent than Doi. Forget who said it. Someone saw you riding a ghost train with an E this morning, bullying her and even laying hands on her. Is that true? Oh. Who the hell is spreading these rumors? Chen Nan felt a bit dazed. Clearly, it was an E who insisted on learning to ride the ghost train, dragging him along at full speed. He had no choice but to wrap his arms around her waist. How did that turn into groping? But it was true, they were riding the ghost train together. As Zhou Lao's precious daughter, a surefire 985 university candidate aiming for Tsinghua or Peking, he'd never tolerate some street thug corrupting her. If he admitted to this, no matter the truth, he'd be damned if he could clear his name. In his past life, he'd given up and let things slide, but now it was different. Chen Nan was determined to get into a proper university. Mainly, he'd heard college students were cheap and reliable. You could hire them for a day's work for just $50. They were efficient and durable, too. Even when you squeezed every penny out of them, they'd still thank you at the end. At this thought, Chen Nan immediately adopted a look of deep regret, nearly beating his chest in anguish, mainly regretting not getting into university in his past life to gain access to cheap labor. Teacher Zhou. I'm being framed. This never happened. Annie is such a top student, and she even offered to help me study. Why would I ever harm her? Someone is deliberately setting me up. Would I, Chen Nan, ever bully anyone? Every student knows I'm the most helpful person around. Chen Nan shouted at the top of his lungs, his face twisted with indignation. Seeing her stubborn denial, Zhou Yuan's expression darkened. He sternly admonished, still trying to wriggle out of it? Chen Nan, let me tell you, I know everything about your schemes. Helping others? You're choking someone while claiming to be helpful, huh? Chen Nan thought old Zhou had a bit of a sense of humor, but he still insisted it was absolutely untrue. After all, old Zhou hadn't seen it himself, so there was no proof. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep asking. He didn't have any real proof, he was just trying to bluff Chen Nan. Chen Nan had long seen through this ploy, so he continued playing innocent, raising his voice in protest. Old Zhou, why won't you believe me? Just because my grades suck? Does that make me less than human? Does it mean I deserve to be framed? I really am trying to study hard, turn over a new leaf, and become a better person. Zhou Yuan crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, his tone icy. There isn't even a pen on your desk. What exactly are you going to study with? Spill it now, and I'll go easy on you. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Nan's expression froze. He couldn't squeeze out a single word for ages. Damn it. After all that talk, old Zhou hadn't fallen for a single word. At the end of the day, his past reputation was too tarnished. No one would believe him, even if he told the truth. Damn it. Looks like his rebirth was doomed from the start. He'd fail miserably at Zhou's hands before achieving anything. Zhou Yuan leaned back smugly in his chair, took a tactical sip of water, and scanned Chen Nan with eyes like searchlights. It's not just today. Several students have reported you smoking in the bathroom, fighting at the school gate, and peeking at the English teacher's stockings during class. If you can't explain yourself today, disciplinary action is inevitable. Prepare to go home and reflect. But if you come clean voluntarily, write a self-criticism, and stand in the classroom for a day, I'll let it slide. Old Zhou, a seasoned teacher well past middle age, knew how to intimidate. Even the current Chen Nan, let alone his former self, was startled, feeling a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't known this was just a bluff, he might have fallen for it. Chen Nan still wore that innocent expression. Teacher, someone must be jealous of me, can't stand seeing me do well, and deliberately set me up. Who could be so mean? Why are you asking who reported you? Address your own issues. Old Zhou glared, slamming his water cup onto the desk. Chen Nan quickly turned his face away. My problem? I don't have a problem. Old Zhou, I used to be a top student, okay? I just went astray. This is called realizing the error of my ways before straying too far. I genuinely planned to study hard and get into a better university. Right, still not admitting it? Then find someone to vouch for you and see if you're lying. Old Zhou lost his temper. The water cup on the table smashed onto the floor with a loud crack. He always used this tactic with stubborn students like Chen Nan. Usually, after the crash, the student would be scared into confessing. But Chen Nan thought to himself, what are you so angry about? I'm still holding back. This is clearly someone making false accusations. He wondered which unscrupulous person had been spreading rumors about him to Old Zhou. Old Zhou had never liked him, and now that he had a reason, he'd probably make things difficult for him. Got nothing to say now, huh? Come on, follow me to the senior department. If I can't handle you, someone else can. Old Zhou's eyes were red as he grabbed Chen Nan by the collar. But after 3 tugs, he couldn't budge him. Just as Old Zhou was about to explode again, 2 knocks sounded at the door. Then came a soft, sweet voice, Teacher, I can vouch for him. Chen Nan really didn't ride the ghost fire with me this morning. Then, she added obediently, I was the one riding it with him. In the office, Old Zhou wasn't the only teacher present. Hearing this, everyone turned in unison, stunned. There stood a slender figure at the doorway, her face cool and clean-cut, her appearance innocent and well-behaved, always keeping her head bowed. The key detail? A piece of her school uniform was missing, making it incredibly conspicuous. Old Zhou's jaw nearly dropped at those words. The other teachers found it utterly unbelievable. The girl who consistently ranked in the top 3 academically, and was also exceptionally beautiful, had ridden a ghost bike to school that morning with a delinquent? Who would believe such a story? Even Chen Nan herself froze in place, her mind racing with disbelief. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Chapter 8, Studying? Forget it. Better figure out how to make money. Old Zhou was stomping his feet in frustration, nearly wearing out his dress shoes. Easy, are you being forced into this? Tell us the truth, we'll back you up. Chen Nan stood nearby, thinking to himself, man, being a good student sure comes with perks, even the troublemakers don't dare mess with you. But he also wondered, why didn't he come here? There was no need for her to get involved in this mess. How bad would this look for her? Yet an E, wearing white sneakers, slowly walked into the office. She lifted her head and said earnestly, Teacher Zhou, please don't misunderstand. No one forced me. I recently rented a room at Chen Nan's place, so we ride together to school in the mornings. And since I overslept this morning, I asked Chen Nan if I could ride his Ghostfire scooter to school with him. Someone is definitely framing Chen Nan for this. Teachers usually trust good students. But after hearing An Yi's explanation, Old Zhou's frown deepened and he sighed heavily. Alright. N.E. I can't interfere in your personal affairs, and I don't know why you're staying at Chen Nan's place. But if you feel wronged in any way, you must tell the teachers promptly. He shot Chen Nan a sidelong glance. And remember, with the college entrance exams just over 3 months away, don't get led astray by the wrong crowd and ruin your future prospects. I'm only looking out for your best interests. N.E. nodded. Teacher. I'll be going now. With witnesses, I'm off the hook, right? Old Zhou, I'm outta here. I'll beat you to death. Old Zhou? You dare call me that? You little brat. Before Old Zhou could grab his teaching stick, Chen Nan took off running. Catching up in the hallway, Chen Nan trailed behind An E, dragging his feet. Sisson, you're awesome. Thanks for clearing things up for me today. You're welcome. An E extended her hand toward Chen Nan. What? The couple watches. I got them back from Nan Yen for you, so they should be mine. An Yi's face remained as cool as ever, but her words didn't match her usual good girl image. Was she really trying to become a bad girl? That would be such a drastic change. Fine, you can have them. Chen Nan slipped the watch onto An Yi's wrist right there in the hallway. Honestly, it looked pretty good on her. On An E, the watch carried a scholarly coolness that Nan Yen never had. It made you want to look twice. Hey, is your ex-girlfriend tracking us? As the two descended the stairs toward the classroom, An E suddenly turned his head deliberately, flashed Nan Yen a smile, and gave the watch a little shake. Nan Yen instantly flew off the handle. Seeing Chen Nan give An E the couple watch and then deliberately flaunt it, she shot up and ran, shrieking. Chen Nan! What the hell are you playing at? Chen Nan shot her a withering glance over his shoulder. Crazy lady, ignore her. By the time Nan Yen tried to catch up, Old Zhou had already emerged from his office, scaring her off completely. Who didn't know An E was Old Zhou's favorite? If she dared mess with that girl, she'd be dead meat. And because of that morning incident, rumors were already flying everywhere. When the whole class saw an E and Chen Nan walk into the classroom together again, everyone's eyes were glued to them. Chen Nan knew full well how high school rumors work. The more trivial the incident, the more outrageous the exaggerations. Yesterday, rumors had already spread that the two had slept together. Today, the story had evolved. It probably even involved a child by now. Hey, Bert, they slept together last night? You bet. Who knows what happened? No way. Stop spreading rumors. Ask someone else if you don't believe me. You know so much. Did you crawl under their bed to eavesdrop? Feng Xiaoyu, the one stirring up trouble, was still spitting fire when she looked up and saw Chen Nan standing right in front of her, his face dark. A chill instantly shot up the back of her neck. It's pretty cool out today. Are you feeling weak? Why are you sweating so much? Chen Gu. You should be thankful I'm trying to turn over a new leaf lately. Otherwise. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Remember this, speak your mind to my face. Stop gossiping behind my back. Chen Nan clenched his fist and waved it threateningly. Feng Xiaoyu flinched, ducking her head immediately, not daring to meet his gaze. His words weren't just meant to intimidate Feng Xiaoyu, they were also a warning to whoever had reported him. Deep down, Chen Nan knew Feng Xiaoyu harbored a youthful crush on an E, but an E had never given him the time of day. Ever since, his affection had turned sour, fueling his obsession with spreading rumors and hatching schemes. There were plenty more like him in the class. In the past, Chen Nan would have been completely in the dark, unaware of what these bastards were scheming. But now? 3 words echoed in his mind them. Turning back to his seat, Chen Nan actually opened his pristine textbook and began reading it word by word. But the pages were pristine, with no highlighted notes. Instead, it was covered in doodles of crossfire guns, classic lines from League of Legends, and sappy love confessions to Nan Yan. Chen Nan stared at it and sighed. It's so easy to give up studying, but getting back into it is really hard. Seeing the blank exam paper tucked inside his book, he instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all motivation to do anything. There are only 2 things I don't know in this book, this one and that one. He gritted his teeth and turned the page, a headache coming on. Forget it. I'll just have to grit my teeth and study hard. I promised myself I would. But I must be sick. The knowledge is right in front of me, yet my brain refuses to let it in. Truth be told, Chen Nan had set his sights high. Times change, and fortune favors the bold. Reborn once, he had to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. 985, 211. First tier, second tier, third tier. In the end, he realized he might genuinely only be able to get into a junior college. And without any academic cheat codes, it was pure torture. After grinding through books all day, his head felt like it was filled with lead, buzzing incessantly. By the time the 4th period of the afternoon finally dragged on, he staggered groggily to the cafeteria to queue for lunch, deliberately buying 2 duck legs to nourish his brain. Senior year is hell. And why does it feel like the harder I study, the farther my dreams slip away? Forget it. Better focus on how to make money. Just as he was muttering to himself, a loud clatter from the table made him jump. Chen Nan looked up. Holy cow, sitting across from him was a gorgeous girl and she hadn't bought a thing. Looking closer, he saw an E in her school uniform, unapologetically digging into his meal with her chopsticks. Why are you eating my legs? Chen Nan's eyes widened in defense. One of the 2 duck legs had already been snatched away, and an E deliberately licked it with her tongue to ensure Chen Nan couldn't take it back. I can only say you overestimate my morals. You think licking it makes it off limits? It just tastes better, okay? Well, if you like it so much, give me the other leg. Let me lick it too. And he didn't even look up, her voice cold as ice shards. If he hadn't seen how deliciously she devoured his duck leg, Chen Nan never would have imagined a model student like an E capable of such behavior. See? Food tastes better when someone else buys it. No wonder Nan Yan always makes you treat her to meals. With that, an E grew even more enthusiastic. Now let me try your chicken rice bowl. Before he could respond, she snatched his tray and shoveled food into her mouth with a spoon. She nodded. Brother Chen, listen up. I'm sticking with you now. You're responsible for my 3 meals a day. And he glanced up at Chen Nan's fierce expression, yet felt no fear. She remained silent, focused solely on eating. Damn it! What kind of heartless bastard pushed a good girl like an E to this point? Chen Nan clenched his fists. Mainly, he was heartbroken over his own duck leg and chicken rice bowl. As the 2 fought over the food on the tray, a group of younger brothers gathered around, chattering excitedly. Brother Chen. Is this your new sister-in-law? Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Hey, you look kinda familiar? Holy crap, I saw her on the school honor roll. An E? Big sis came in 2nd place in the whole school on the last exam. In an instant, all the underlings Chen Nan had recruited froze in place. Brother Chen. I bought this braised pork with rice. You take the meat, I'll just have some rice. No way, Brother Chen. I've got braised pork here, take a few pieces. Bro, wanna hit up the gaming center after school tonight? We've got 5 seats reserved, my treat. Mainly, they wanted to ask Chen Nan for tips on how to land the school's top student and most beautiful girl. Then, Chen Nan ate their food while bragging nonstop. Annie silently shifted her chair aside, keeping her head down and eating without a word. The moment the guys saw the watch on her wrist, they knew for sure this girl was definitely Chen's girlfriend. They were puzzled though just yesterday Brother Chen had been all lovey-dovey with Nan Yan, promising to buy her an iPhone 4S in the fall. How could he dump her in the blink of an eye and get a new girlfriend? Sure enough, what a scumbag. Still, they dared not pry further. Besides, this was clearly a good thing. Didn't they know exactly what kind of person Nan Yan was? She was just a spoiled brat, the kind with a terrible temper, a sharp tongue, and no one liked her. How could she compare to having the school beauty as a girlfriend to show off? Chen Nan didn't hold back either. Though he and Annie weren't actually dating, that didn't stop him from bragging. He leaned casually against the wall pillar beside the dining table and raised an eyebrow at his closest buddy, Chen Zhu. Alright, tonight I'll play ADC, you take support. We'll sit together and watch me get a pentakill on the enemy team. I'll use that pentakill as my farewell to gaming cafes in the scene. From now on, I'm retiring from the game. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding crew fell silent. Chen Zhu asked in surprise, "Bro, don't scare us. If you don't carry us in our 5-man squad, how are we supposed to play this game from now on?" "Yeah, why are you quitting, Brother Chen? Aren't we living pretty comfortably like this?" Chen Zhu had been inseparable from Chen Nan since childhood. When Chen Nan started his business in a previous life, Chen Zhu had been right by his side. The key thing was, he was a straightforward guy. Though Chen Nan never claimed to be a saint, he made it on his own and was willing to lend a hand to friends. The few people by his side had all passed his screening. They might not be the brightest, but they all respected him. Whatever he asked them to do, they never hesitated. In his previous life, these associates, though not particularly capable, all held cushy positions in his company. The pay wasn't great, but it covered their daily needs. Crucially, Chen Nan even found jobs for some of his buddies' dogs, securing them positions guarding the gates at his company's factory. After his rebirth, Chen Nan still wanted to do the same thing, mainly because he was a man of honor. Besides, starting a business required either money or manpower, and these ready-made workers were free labor he might as well utilize. After sorting through these thoughts, Chen Nan tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention. "Chen Zhu, Tangwen, Zhang Wenjun, what do you think will become of us if we just coast through school every day? After graduation, we'll just be couch potatoes. At best, we'll spend our evenings listening to lectures and studying, only to sink back into endless emptiness and loneliness. Have any of you ever considered joining me to do something big?" Chapter 9, When the Wind Blows, Even Pigs Can Fly. Do something big together? What big thing could people like us possibly do? Heh, Brother Chen, is the big thing you want to do any more satisfying than being lectured into studying at night? Zhang Wenjun chuckled, his smile making his jiggly fat cheeks tremble. At school, he hung around with Chen Nan at home, he was just a couch potato. After speaking, Chen Nan gave him a light slap on the head, disappointed in his lack of ambition. "Why do you only think about this kind of thing? Can't you aspire to something better?" The others had thought Chen Nan was joking, but it seemed he was dead serious. Chen Zhu gazed at Chen Nan with admiration. "Brother Chen is just different from us, his thinking is on another level." Chen Zhu sighed again. "I get what Brother Chen means. Everyone else is studying hard, and us just wasting our days at school really is pretty lame. My dad talked to me about it too. He said with my grades, I couldn't even get into a vocational college. Might as well just get my high school diploma and follow him to operate excavators." Tangwen was a lanky guy, standing at 1.9 meters tall, looking as thin as a chopstick. "After high school, I want to be a chef. I heard you can make good money, a few thousand a month. Enough to buy the latest iPhone. I'm going to Japan to audition for adult films." Zhang Wenjun patted his greasy belly, his words as off-kilter as his personality. Hearing this, Chen Nan's gaze grew distant. Though these guys were entertaining to listen to, this was the harsh reality for the underachievers in their school. Without family connections, money, or a company to inherit, they'd likely become unemployed drifters after graduation. They'd spend their days aimlessly playing games and scrolling through videos, then cruise the streets after midnight with their headlights on full beam. In the end, they'd have no choice but to settle for ordinary jobs in society. While top students usually deleted all their QQ contacts after graduation, becoming strangers to each other forever. But Chen Nan and this bunch of guys here were actually pretty loyal to each other, always keeping in touch. In his previous life, it was Chen Nan who made it big and returned to Jiliang City to pull these friends up with him. "Guys, don't be so pessimistic. You're only 18, what's the rush?" Chen Nan urged them. "Brother Chen, you don't get it. We're like people who died at 18 but won't be buried until 80. Chen Zhu shook his head and sighed, having read some bleak coming-of-age literature somewhere. "What's the point of living a life of poverty, Brother Chen? Do you think our lives have any meaning?" Tangwen followed up gloomily. Then Chen Nan slapped each of them across the face, delivering a wake-up call. "Are you guys stupid? What the hell are you doing reading this crap? Think you're philosophers or something? Young people should be full of vitality. Reading all this gloomy stuff day in and day out will make you sick for real. Brother Chen, why'd you hit me? I wasn't even reading it, Zhang Wenjun whined, clutching his buzz cut. Then what were you looking at? I like the Time Stands Still series. Chen Nan. Alright, I get it now. Every one of you has some special talent. I won't say more. If you trust me, listen to me. I'll take you on a big job. The moment Brother Chen gave an order, Chen Zhu immediately straightened his back. Brother Chen, you're being too formal. Just say what you need. If you want to take care of someone at school, Chen Zhu, won't even blink an eye. The two other guys chimed in. Exactly, Brother Chen. We used to be like punching bags, getting bullied all the time. It was you who told us to follow you, and that's how we've managed to get by peacefully until now. Otherwise, who knows how many beatings we'd have taken. Brother Chen, you're being too polite. We feel awkward about this. If you need a fight, just say the word. We'll handle rounding up the crew, no questions asked. Chen Nan was momentarily speechless, nodding silently. Though his previous life had been miserable, even getting swindled out of $500,000 by Nan Yen, having these loyal buddies was no small blessing. Looking at it this way, even without a golden finger after rebirth, starting his own business wasn't entirely without advantages. Their willingness to stick with him stemmed from genuine loyalty. They remembered how he'd stood up for them when they were bullied back then. But seriously, what era were they living in, still talking about hanging out? Chen Nan gently tapped each of their heads with his hand. Are you guys stupid? You're all adults now. If you mess up again, do you think it'll be like before? Despite his gruff tone and the slight sting of the tap, Chen Zhu and the others took it in stride. They knew he genuinely cared about them. That alone was enough to earn their respect. Not a fight? Then, Brother Chen, what exactly do you want us to do? What big thing could the few of us possibly pull off? Hearing this, even an E perked up with interest. He habitually flashed his gentle, slightly shy smile, his clear, innocent eyes fixed on Chen Nan with sincere, harmless earnestness. Chen Nan scraped a few bites of rice from an Yi's plate, barely filling his stomach, then spoke slowly. You all know how to open a browser on a computer, right? Don't think I don't know you guys use incognito mode every single day. Of course. I'm a total pro with computers. Chen Nan rolled his eyes at them, finally finding some redeeming qualities in these underachievers. In those days, few households had computers, so everyone had to go to internet cafes to get online. The studious types had never been to one, so getting them to use a computer or register for QQ was a real struggle. But the guys hanging around him were different. They were regulars at the internet cafes. While their studies might have suffered, their computer skills were top-notch. They could fix any computer glitch without needing to call the tech support. Alright, I told you guys each have your own special skills. Handling this task will be a piece of cake for you. Brother Chen, just tell us what to do. Chen Zhu, guarantee it when it comes to anything outside of studying, I can handle it better than anyone. Yeah, same here. Just because we're not good at studying doesn't mean we can't handle other things. Chen Nan finished scraping the last bits from his plate, pleased with his friend's responses. This won't be hard for you guys. Head to the internet cafe, it'll take just minutes to handle. Listen up. Starting now, each of you register for every single personal social media account available online. Then standardize your personas: seductive older women, campus beauties, cute girls, cat girls, whatever creeps like, you name it. Next, make sure your IDs, bios, profile pictures, and daily outfit posts all match your fake persona. Find this stuff online. For you guys who spend all day scouring the web for resources, this should be a piece of cake, right? Easy enough, but after Chen Nan finished speaking, his crew was completely dumbfounded. Bro Chen, what big operation are we pulling off here? Making money. This will make us money? Absolutely. Chen Nan declared with unwavering certainty. At that, the group fell silent. Even an E waited with eager eyes, curious to hear more. A fountain can only rise as high as its source. Similarly, people can only earn within the bounds of their own understanding. To them, Chen Nan's words were too far ahead of their time, utterly incomprehensible. Crossing his legs and folding his arms like a seasoned boss, Chen Nan declared, this is 2011. The iPhone 4S hasn't even launched yet. The truly crazy era is just beginning. What I want you to do is the simplest way to profit from the battles between those big companies up top will be the ones grabbing the money below. And that's the real opportunity in this society. Chen Zhu grasped only fragments of the explanation, but the words making money instantly captured his interest. So how do we seize this opportunity? By registering accounts to scam those old perverts out of their money? Exactly. When it comes to the fastest way to drive traffic, nothing beats using women to attract men. I think you guys should know that all too well. Once you build up your accounts and gain a follower base, I can help you monetize immediately. Cut the crap. Making 10 or 20,000 a day is no problem at all. Chen Zhu sat up straight instantly, and the other guys perked up too. Brother Chen, you mean selling that stuff? Don't worry, I've got hundreds of gigabytes of resources, more than enough. Zhang Wenjun patted his chest, guaranteeing it. Chen Nan shot him a fierce glare. Are you out of your mind? Doing something like that, aren't you afraid they'll arrest you? Chen Nan's outburst deflated everyone. They had genuinely thought that at first, but Chen Nan had told them otherwise. I want you to build personas, attract followers, and refine that audience. Then we can sell targeted products to them. In Chen Nan's eyes, these registered accounts were the influencer hosts he'd need in the future. Moreover, they could seize the current wave of opportunity by tapping into Alibaba and Taobao affiliates. After all, in the years following 2011, Boss Ma was the undisputed king of this era. Having been reborn, he naturally intended to return to his old trade, delivering perks to fellow men. Selling all kinds of daily necessities favored by old perverts. The key was that these items had incredibly low costs, incredibly high prices, and incredibly high profit margins. After all, everyone knows that when a horny guy gets carried away, he'll even splurge on webpage memberships on his phone at night. And when it comes to splurging for a woman he adores, he'll wave his hand and buy her all sorts of sensual clothing and daily necessities. When the wind blows, even pigs can fly. Why couldn't Chen Nan soar? Armed with the success of his past life, he'd soar even faster. Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, and Zhang Wenjun's pupils contracted slightly. Their gaze toward Brother Chen suddenly grew more earnest. At first, they'd dismissed Chen Nan's words as mere bragging. But the more they listened, the more unsettled they felt. The more they listened, the more hooked they became. Even the top student, An, found Chen Nan's ideas plausible. Moreover, it seemed to predict the future trajectory of society at least a decade or more ahead. What stunned An was that even some business tycoons couldn't grasp these concepts. How could a schoolyard troublemaker possibly know them? An opened his cherry-red mouth to take a bite of duck meat, and for a moment, he found himself unable to quite figure out Chen Nan across from him. Chapter 10, Mess with me, and you're messing with cotton. Chen Nan spelled it out clearly, breaking down his future plans for the group. But Chen Zhu and the others were still completely baffled. Chen Nan didn't bother explaining further, telling them to just get started and learn as they went. Truthfully, he had plenty of other money-making schemes in mind. But as a student with no capital backing from home, for now, these zero-cost methods that only required time and effort were more suitable for him. Things like stock trading, buying real estate to become a property tycoon, or chasing stardom in showbiz with a hit song, those were unrealistic for him. Mainly, he just wasn't interested. He hadn't traded stocks in his previous life, but an older brother who'd mentored him in entrepreneurship once said it was just a tool for fleecing the masses, something ordinary people should steer clear of. Buying property or acquiring land requires both money and influence. It's not something you can just decide to do. To make a name for yourself locally, you absolutely need backing from the big shots in the area. Did they really think a few schoolyard fights made them tough guys? Once they entered society, they were nothing. In this day and age, they could rally 100 people in minutes to block your demolition. For ordinary folks, breaking into showbiz is even more unrealistic. Writing a few songs to make money is already the limit for someone reborn. If you truly want to play in the entertainment industry, you must first be capital. Only then can you see how deep the waters really run. It's not about being played by others, but playing others. Compared to the niche money-making schemes favored by the other reborn individuals, Chen Nan, having been a hands-on entrepreneur in his previous life, still planned to return to his old trade. The tasks he assigned to Chen Zhu and the others not only generated some initial affiliate marketing income but also laid the groundwork for transitioning into live streaming influencers by leveraging the accumulated traffic from their accounts. He even envisioned establishing a dedicated live streaming company to take on product promotion contracts. After all, their personas and fanbase had already been refined. When the time came, they wouldn't need to appear on camera themselves. They could simply recruit attractive college students to stream for them. Unlike his previous life, this time all societal opportunities were mapped out in Chen Nan's mind, allowing him to start laying the groundwork immediately. For a company to turn a profit, two departments are indispensable. One is the production department, and the other is the sales department. The sales department was already taken care of by Chen Zhu and his team. What Chen Nan needed to do was find quality suppliers, list the products on Taobao, and provide monetizable goods for the traffic these guys were generating. Finding quality suppliers wasn't difficult either. For small quantities, there was no need to meet people in person to negotiate deals. Simply log onto the website Alibaba, which serves as the supply source for many merchants behind Taobao. It also served as the supply source for many live streamers in the following years. The process was straightforward. Clicking the one-click listing button automatically added factory products from Alibaba to one's Taobao account. This approach remains viable even as late as 2025. Simply set your pricing above the factory's original cost plus shipping fees to capture the profit margin. When a purchase is made, select drop shipping to have the Alibaba factory ship directly to the buyer. You effectively operate without inventory or upfront costs, acting solely as the seller while the factory bears all risks. This inventory-free business model is incredibly easy to operate. Once you drive traffic and get your products selling, you don't need to worry about anything else. Once this system is up and running and you've earned enough capital, you can move beyond drop shipping. He could open his own factory, supply his own goods, and drive costs down to even more absurd levels. And rake in even more cash from those horny old pervs. Just then, Shinju piped up, "Bro Chen, do those horny old pervs who love girls actually have the cash to splurge?" Chen Nan patted Tang Wenjun on the shoulder. "Ask him, does he have a Xuanlei membership? For some old perverts, it's Xuanlei now and Quark later." "Brother Chen, how did you know?" Tang Wenjun patted his belly, instantly flushing with embarrassment. "It's the same principle. People pay for memberships that speed up video downloads. If we sell those sexy outfits, the old perverts will pay for them too. Like bunny suits, swimwear, kimonos, chonsams. If you had girlfriends, wouldn't you buy these for them?" After listening to Chen Nan's passionate speech, the others nodded in agreement. "Brother Chen, you're absolutely right." After dinner, Chen Nan didn't leave but continued giving them instructions. "You must establish a solid persona. Your ID, bio, daily photos, and captions must all align with the image you initially crafted for your account. Only by specializing in a niche can you attract precise customers and traffic. In about 2 to 3 weeks, once your account has a solid follower base, create a QQ group or WeChat group. Then you can monetize these old perverts." Chen Zhu and the others understood about half of it, nodding. "Don't worry, Brother Chen. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for us. Alright, class is about to start. But don't waste your time studying, get to work on this as soon as you get back. You'll all get your cut when the money rolls in." After his underlings left, Chen Nan massaged his temples and sighed inwardly. "Sigh, starting a business with no capital really is the hardest part. Not only do you lack funds, but you also have to train people from scratch, step by step. Hey, Annie, why are you eating so fast? Can't you save some for me?" Chen Nan had barely finished speaking when Annie had already polished off the entire plate. She polished off the entire plate. "Holy crap, this girl has a huge appetite. Annie, how long do you expect me to keep treating you to meals? You're not coming with me tomorrow, I'm broke as hell." Chen Nan protested, unable to afford her voracious appetite. Before he could even earn any money, she'd already cleaned him out. "How could you possibly not have money?" Annie asked matter-of-factly. "Here's an idea, return the phone you got back from Nanyan to the store. Say it's a refund for a minor. If they refuse, report them." Chen Nan. He realized this girl was sticking to him like glue. So after reincarnating and saving someone, he ended up with a problem, someone who'd be freeloading off him every day? The two walked out of the restaurant, keeping a meter apart. The wind rustled the tree branches, making a crackling sound. "Chen Nan, that emotional outfit you mentioned earlier, do you think you'd buy it for me?" "No way." "Why not? Aren't I a bad girl? Aren't I your girlfriend now?" Annie flashed a rebellious look and waved the matching couple's watch on her wrist. "I don't have the money." Chen Nan shot her a withering look. Truth be told, if this girl had a killer figure, curvy in all the right places, slim where it counted, those clothes would definitely look stunning on her. But he had no intention of getting involved with her. Chen Nan wasn't a bad person at heart. "Annie, focus on your studies. Stop daydreaming about all this nonsense." Chen Nan shot her a speechless look. If it weren't for the worry that losing her might devastate his mother, he couldn't care less about her, let her do whatever she wanted. But after returning to class following lunch, Chen Nan genuinely felt a headache coming on. Reclaiming lost knowledge inevitably meant enduring a painful process. He obediently opened his textbook, reading slowly and absorbing the concepts bit by bit. It wasn't that he'd suddenly developed a love for studying. It was simply that after tasting life's hardships, he understood that for ordinary people, the college entrance exam was the simplest shortcut to climbing the social ladder. Pushing hard now might mean fewer detours later. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the drive to reach better earning platforms and seize more opportunities for profit. Returning to his seat, Chen Nan seemed like a different person, bowing his head to study the material with intense focus. Though he hadn't studied in ages, he had been the top student in his freshman year. Even in his senior year, he could still scrape by in the lower middle range of the school's science scores on regular exams, relying on the foundational knowledge he'd acquired earlier. He always believed his mind worked quite well. While some concepts were tricky to grasp, once understood, they stuck. Even lectures he'd only half listened to before came flooding back with just a little review. This feeling of rediscovering his old abilities was genuinely exhilarating. But his unusual diligence soon caught the attention of some people. Feng Xiaoyu kept stealing glances at him. She checked the sun, it wasn't rising in the west, after all. Zhang Lin, the study committee member in charge of maintaining discipline during evening self-study sessions, had always been jealous of Chen Nan. That was precisely why he had deliberately sent Nan Yan to pursue him back then. He planned to turn Chen Nan into a slacker and then flaunt his own grades to rub superiority in his face. Now, seeing him studying, his heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was completely focused on finding something to pin on him. But Chen Nan had no time to pay them any mind. The high school curriculum was overwhelmingly dense. Though his foundation was solid and his mind sharp, grasping it all demanded immense time, sustained focus, and constant thought and comprehension. So, after such intense studying, it was only natural to unwind a little, right? The moment the evening study session bell rang, Chen Nan bolted out of the classroom empty-handed. According to Jiliang City's senior high regulations, after the 9:50 p.m. dismissal, students could voluntarily attend an extra evening study session until 10:50 p.m. Of course, everyone understood that voluntary was really just another word for mandatory. Chen Nan's attempt to bolt made it clear he had no intention of voluntarily attending this session. Mainly, his brain was genuinely exhausted and he wanted to play some games and rest. Science works like this: it's not about spending more time studying to get better results. It's about who grasps knowledge faster and more accurately, whose mind works better, and who ultimately achieves higher scores. But just as he reached the door, Zhang Lin jumped out to block him. Chen Nan, stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Where else would I be going? To play online games. Chen Nan replied nonchalantly. To everyone's surprise, Yi had already packed his bag and was walking toward Chen Nan. Brother Chen, take me with you. I can be your free driver. A murmur rippled through the classroom. What's going on? Am I dreaming? No idea. Isn't he actually going to skip class with Chen Nan to surf the web? While skipping class to surf the web was practically routine for Chen Nan, and everyone understood that, why would Yi want to tag along? This was a complete reversal of her goody two-shoes image. Zhang Lin wore an expression of disbelief, shaking his head and sighing. Yi, I won't let you go. There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance exams. How can you skip class to go online now? You'll pick up bad habits from Chen Nan. He even tried to push Yi back. On one hand, he genuinely didn't want Chen Nan to disrupt her studies. On the other, jealousy played a role. After all, Zhang Lin had once pursued Yi himself, only to be rejected in front of the entire class. Now, seeing Yi getting close to Chen Nan, the very person he'd once envied while remaining indifferent toward him, felt like swallowing a fly's excrement. Yet he was powerless to stop them. Chen Nan was also taken aback by Yi's actions. A good girl suddenly wanting to become a bad girl? Hanging out with him, eating his meals, wearing matching watches? Now she even wanted to skip class with him to surf the web? It just didn't seem right. But Chen Nan had long disliked Zhang Lin. That jerk never missed a chance to flaunt his top grades in front of him. Back in freshman year, he'd held him back for a whole year. Later, when my grades slipped, the monkey ruled the jungle. Zhang Lin scored 10th in the grade and 3rd in the class on his last exam. And boy, did he act like he owned the place. Fine. What the hell business is it of yours if we go online? Chen Nan shoved Zhang Lin straight to the ground with one slap. A loud thud echoed. Zhang Lin scrambled to his feet, weak as a chick. You've pissed me off, he snarled, eyes fixed on Chen Nan. Pissed me off? I haven't even settled the score with you for snitching on old Zhou last time. Now you're pulling another stunt. How did I piss you off? Chen Nan gave him zero face. He shoved Zhang Lin hard against the wall corner. I meant. Zhang Lin, pinned against the wall by Chen Nan, his lips trembling, cowered in the corner, too scared to move. I meant, messing with me is like messing with cotton. That was actually kind of funny. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh at the remark. Then get a clue and get lost, will you? Chapter 11, You teach me games, I teach you studies. Chen Nan stood by the wall, shoving Zhang Lin hard with his body. Seeing the guy's pathetic state, he didn't plan to make things difficult for him. He knew this guy was a coward. Besides snitching to teachers, he had no other skills. But now that Yi was involved, even if Zhang Lin resented him inwardly, he wouldn't dare report him to the teacher. It was like having a protective charm. Then, with a cool turn of his head, Chen Nan called out to Yi. The two figures swiftly disappeared down the hallway. Behind them, Zhang Lin's face flushed crimson with fury, but he was powerless against Chen Nan. Amidst the classmates' laughter, he gritted his teeth and dared not utter another word. He muttered to himself, just wait. When I graduate and get into a top-tier university, you'll see how I humiliate him. Guys like Chen Nan will end up as deadbeats in society sooner or later. Worse, he's corrupting Yi. You all better not follow his example. Let's get back to our 4th evening study session. Senior year was suffocating, and it was rare to find any amusement. As soon as Zhang Lin finished speaking, a buzz of chatter erupted around them. I knew it. Chen Nan wouldn't suddenly start studying hard. Probably just a passing phase. Feng Xiaoyu sighed in relief, though her feelings were complicated. It was the classic fear of classmates not studying, yet also dreading them actually excelling. Ha! A slacker like him? You seriously think 3 months of cramming will get him into Tsinghua or Peking? If he makes it into a vocational college, that'd be a miracle. Seriously, Zhang Lin is such a wimp. He loves his cushy life, but Chen Nan totally humiliated him. And look at how scared he was just now, he probably almost peed his pants. Why aren't those two fighting? If one of them got hurt, we wouldn't have to attend evening study sessions anymore. Meanwhile, Nan Yen, who already planned to skip class, stood at the classroom door. Watching Chen Nan and Yi walk away, she stomped her feet in frustration, her face frozen in disbelief. He just walked away? After leaving me hanging all day, he doesn't even bother to comfort me? Is he deliberately trying to toy with me? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Her phone was gone, her couple watch was gone, and her ID was still stashed at the old pool hall. As for an E, she was absolutely thrilled, telling Chen Nan this was the first time in its life it had ever skipped class. She felt a tinge of fear, yet also a surge of excitement. I'm warning you, don't ride so fast this time, or you won't get any food tomorrow, Chen Nan said from behind her, still feeling a bit scared. Bro Chen's got it made. He hasn't even made any money yet, and he's already got a driver. Chen Zhu shouted from the back of the ghost fire bike. What driver? That's called a secretary. Tang Wen squealed enviously. Ha? The kind of shady secretary I'm thinking of? Ha! Zhang Wenjun, an old pervert, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild at the sight. Soon, Chen Nan led his buddies straight to the Wanjia internet cafe. Each grabbed a computer, filling the 5 adjacent seats. Each seat had a bottle of ice-cold black tea. Let's make a deal, no smoking tonight, the boss's wife is here. Chen Zhu was sharp as a tack, no wonder he'd been the closest to Chen Nan in their past lives. You're the one who smokes the most, yet here you are crying foul. Want to duel in crossfire later? Bring it on. Who's scared of who? Transport ship, 100 kills. The guys beside them started bickering. Chen Nan hadn't played CF in ages, the game had fallen out of favor, overrun with cheaters. But back in that era, CF was the hottest online game in internet cafes, even outshining League of Legends in popularity. The turning point came in 2012 when CF introduced the legendary Fire Qilin weapon. From then on, it spiraled out of control. That's precisely when Chen Nan lost interest in playing. Seeing his friends all playing CF, he felt the urge too strong to resist. He decided to start a bomb defusal match himself, selecting the New Year Square map. But just as he reached the central door, planning to hide and ambush enemies, he realized the enemy had a screen spying dog that reported his position. He was taken out mid-run by a single Barrett shot. Damn it! Is this game even playable anymore? Fuming, Chen Nan quit the room and decided to stop playing altogether. He turned around to find An E staring at him nervously. This game, how do you even register? Chen Nan almost forgot An E had never touched an online game before. At most, he could turn on a computer and log into QQ. Registration is easy. Come on, I'll show you. Chen Nan thought that despite An E's seemingly obedient and clueless exterior, she had a genuine talent for picking things up quickly. It just goes to show, slackers think they're naturally gifted at gaming, but that's only because the overachievers aren't competing in that arena. If everyone played the same thing for the same amount of time, the ones who ended up dominating would still be the same group. Wait, what's even fun about this game? Here, let me set up a League of Legends account for you. We'll queue up for a 5-man team match together. Perfect with An E, they now had 5 players. I'll pick first top lane. Chen Zhu winked at Chen Nan, reneging on their agreement that he'd play support. Big sis, you play Sona. Protect my bro Chen's Teemo is marksman is killer. That's right, team fights can be lost, but Teemo must die. The 3 of them laughed heartily before quickly selecting their champions and entering the game. Ready, set, go. Teemo braced himself for the beating. Don't underestimate the power of Scout's Oath. Size isn't everything. Though small, he could draw fire from 5 opponents. Be swift. My Teemo darted into the brush where 5 Hulks lurked. Captain Teemo is committing suicide. Top lane and jungle were running rampant, while mid lane kept looking for chances to chip away. Bot lane, 1 dead, 1 fed. Holy crap. Chen, this isn't like you at all. It's fine, I can carry. Chen Nan's face flushed red, but there was nothing he could do, his awareness had plummeted. Yet his mouth refused to admit defeat. Support, why didn't you cast your skill again? Why didn't you place wards? Hey, why are you standing behind me? Then, another death and a feed. Then, the nexus exploded. The kicker was that An E looked at Chen Nan with pure innocence. He wanted to curse him out but couldn't bring himself to do it. Chen Nan could only put on a brave front. What's the big deal? Just wait, I'll show you guys my signature move. I'm playing Xin Zhao. Half an hour later. The internet cafe erupted in a storm of curses. Chen Nan's mouth was like honey, and after the game ended, he used the chat box to trade insults with the opposing 5-man team. His fingers danced furiously across the keyboard as he inwardly groaned. Back in his old life, he'd at least reached master tier. How had he ended up reborn only to struggle even against bronze players? Chen Zhu and the others quietly gathered behind him, handing Chen Nan a drink. Seeing how furious the game had made him, they dared not speak loudly. Bro, chill out. Those BYD guys are clearly pros who queue up together just to troll noobs. The truth was, the 3 of them weren't strong either. Add in An E, who was new to the game, and whenever they ran into a slightly stronger squad, they got utterly crushed. The first match was manageable, they could tell the opponents were only bronze or silver tier. But in the second game, Chen Nan's team got utterly crushed. None of the 3 dared to guarantee they could turn the tide. An E was a given, she only knew one thing, shadowing Chen Nan's Xin Zhao like a shadow. Wherever he went, she followed. Chen Nan took a deep breath, turned to see them, suppressed his anger, and put on that calm, seasoned player expression again. I was just venting earlier, not cursing anyone. You guys get that, right? Gaming can really make you lose your cool. Ugh, losing this kind of game is the most frustrating. The others nodded quickly. We get it, Chin. Have a drink. Forget it. Tonight we're playing Kingdom of Lock. Let's catch some pets. These grandma defending games just aren't for old-timers like me anymore. Not long after. Who would have thought 4 grown men and a cool as ice female scholar would get hooked on this elementary school kid game until 11:30 p.m. Moreover, Anyi's water blue successfully evolved into Holy Water Guardian, and they began raiding bosses in the wild. Of course, this wasn't manual grinding, it was all thanks to Chen Nan's tornado cheat power, instantly turning the tables. Only when they stepped out of the internet cafe did Chen Nan vaguely realize that the thrill and excitement he felt playing games in his youth had vanished forever. Watching the young people in the internet cafe, full of youthful energy and laughter, he shook his head inside. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, but year after year, the people change. So many things today, yet none resemble the old feelings. Over the next few days, Chen Nan occasionally took an to the internet cafe for an hour in the evenings, spending most of his time studying. As for Qinzhu, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun, there was no hope of turning their fortunes around through studying. So Chen Nan had them pour all their energy into managing accounts and crafting personas, and they threw themselves into it with great enthusiasm. Though academically underwhelming, these guys showed surprising drive when tinkering with such projects. During this period, Nan Yan showed up at the classroom door several times, only to be scolded away by Chen Nan each time. As for Zhang Lin, he only saw Nan Yan as a tool to exploit. In an instant, Nan Yan, who had been idolized, fell from grace. What hurt even more was that without Chen Nan's protection, she lost her little brothers too, leaving her so furious she stomped her feet. Period 1, hydrogen, helium. Period 2, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Chen Nan approached his studies differently from others. He never resorted to rote memorization or forced learning, overtaxing his brain. Instead, he sought shortcuts within his studies, using the fastest and most efficient methods to grasp and clarify those key concepts. But even shortcuts required taking each step in sequence, mastering concepts one by one. Certain concepts proved particularly troublesome. After struggling for ages with no solution, Chen Nan tapped his head with his pen, deciding to visit the office after class to ask the teacher. But his reputation was too poor. The mere thought of entering the office filled him with dread. He knew he'd be subjected to verbal scoldings from the teachers. The thought made him reconsider. As he pondered this, the large classroom emptied after class. A girl in her school uniform, hands behind her back, was already walking over. What the heck is she doing? Who knows? Could she really be dating Chen Nan? It's actually possible. I heard old Zhou picked a fight with Chen Nan the other day, and it was an who saved him. Damn it, I'm not approving this match. The classroom erupted in an instant, every pair of eyes glued to an She casually pulled over a chair, plopped down in front of Chen Nan with a carefree air, and flashed a sly smile across her usually composed, cool face. Chen Nan glanced up at her, then quietly set aside the difficult problem he was working on. But could such a small gesture escape Anyi's notice? But she said nothing, instead unfolding the physics exam paper and pointing at a question. Is it this final physics problem you can't solve? Chen Nan froze for several seconds, his eyebrows nearly knotting into a pretzel as he tried to figure out what she was up to. And he sat up straight, took the pen from his hand, and said with flushed ears, "Don't feel embarrassed about asking for help. I only just figured this one out myself. You teach me how to play games, I teach you how to study. I won't charge you money, just feed me." Chen Nan frowned briefly before relaxing his expression. Could it really be that simple? Private tutoring sessions outside now cost 200 yuan per hour. Alright, go ahead and explain. I'm listening. But I didn't eat enough yesterday. I need to have 2 duck legs for lunch today. Is that okay? Chen Nan. Wow, isn't he really this good at eating? Chapter 12, What the hell? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? In Chen Nan's memory, Annie wasn't a greedy eater. She was the type whose clothes were always perfectly pressed and ironed, with zippers pulled up to her neck. Even when she occasionally wore a skirt, the hem was always below the knees. A model student. Her hair was combed sleek and smooth every day, her ponytail neat and bouncy, her nails trimmed round and clean. She carried a faint scent of laundry detergent or flowers, but never perfume. Chen Nan was allergic to it. Yet Chen Nan found her scent comforting, especially when she helped him with his homework. That faint, permeating fragrance made Chen Nan feel less like he was in school and more like he was standing on a field of fresh grass. However, upon getting closer, Chen Nan noticed something unexpected. Hidden among Anyi's neatly pressed school uniform were several doodled kittens, the sort of rebellious act typically associated with mischievous children. As shown in the diagram, a uniform groove of mass M rests on a smooth horizontal surface. Inside the groove lies a smooth, semi-elliptical track. Annie wasted no words, diving straight into the subject. When she explained problems, she was completely composed, radiating the gentle patience she usually displayed. It was as if she carried a certain aura, one that made Chen Nan unable to look away. The Nan Yan he'd known before was all brash and loud. At first glance, she seemed cool and fierce, possessing a natural magnetism for studious students. But upon closer inspection, it was all nonsense. It was actually girls like this quiet type who, despite looking average in middle and high school, once they hit college, they learned how to dress themselves up. Not only did their looks improve, but their aura blew those rowdy girls out of the water. Their future lives would be worlds apart. After finishing the explanation, he looked up and asked, "That's one of the most basic solutions. Did you get it?" Chen Nan cleared his throat awkwardly, his ears turning red as he stammered, Not really. He'd been zoning out earlier, only catching half of it, but he'd already formed a rough solution in his mind. He sighed softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Those 2 duck legs sure are hard to earn. No worries, I'll explain it again. Listen carefully this time." Chen Nan replied, finally pulling his focus back. The knowledge flooded back into his mind. Under Yi's guidance, understanding this challenging physics final problem didn't seem so daunting after all. "Oh, I see. Then explain the chemistry to me too." Chen Nan pulled out his chemistry exam paper, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He realized he was one step closer to becoming a top student again. "Alright, then tomorrow I want braised pork belly, a huge bowl of it." She gestured with her delicate, white-knuckled hand. "No problem." If someone had claimed Yi was explaining problems to Chen Nan back in the day, everyone would have laughed it off as a joke. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, Chen Nan actually seemed to understand. The entire class was stunned into silence. "Dude, am I dreaming? Chen Nan is actually studying hard?" "I've seen Chen Nan study hard before. He was top of the school in freshman year, same class as me." "But Yi actually teaching him personally? Quick, slap me to prove this isn't a dream." "Whoa. Seriously? You're gonna do it?" someone shouted in disbelief. "Damn, that hurt. This isn't a dream." Lately Chen Nan hasn't been paying much attention to Nan Yen. Could it be? And Yi's stealing her away? Steal him away? Could that even happen? You gotta know, with the right tool, there's no wall that can't be breached. Chen Nan paid no mind to these idle whispers, letting them go in one ear and out the other. But Yi had grown surprisingly thick-skinned, even taking pride in these rumors. She felt like she'd finally become a bad girl. Suddenly, she lectured faster and with greater intensity. It seemed every good girl harbored a wild desire to be bad. The more flawless her appearance and impeccable her manners, the more they contrasted with the intense longing and suppressed pain within her heart. Chen Nan hesitated, considering stopping there to give his brain a break. But just then, Nan Yan stormed into the classroom, slamming her hand down on the test papers. "Chen Nan! What the hell are you playing at? Is it because I haven't paid attention to you lately that you're deliberately finding some girl to show off around school?" In her mind, there was no way Chen Nan had suddenly become serious about studying. Getting the top student to tutor him? It was clearly meant to provoke her, to grab her attention. Chen Nan glanced back at her, rolled his eyes, and muttered under his breath, "Brainworm." He turned back and noticed many people around him staring at him with puzzled expressions. Especially Zhang Lin. The hatred in her eyes was palpable. "I'm baffled. All I did was study seriously. How did that get under someone's skin? They're all acting like they stepped in dog poop or got a flat tire, jumping up and down like madmen. Seriously, the world's this big, why do you care if others study or not? What else? Jealousy." Someone finally spoke up with a fair comment, instantly making some people feel ashamed. He lifted her head, her clear eyes briefly meeting Chen Nan's before glancing at Nan Yen, who stood nearby, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Truthfully, she had no opinion on the matter whatsoever. She was simply pondering how delicious the duck leg would be at lunch. But Chen Nan's words had deeply wounded Nan Yen. With such a beautiful, academically gifted girl standing beside her, what could she possibly compare to? Without uttering a word, it was as if she had staked her claim. Without speaking, it felt like she had won everything. This time, Nan Yen felt utterly humiliated. She glanced at Zhang Lin, who stood by doing nothing, and burst into tears, running straight out of the classroom. "She's so pitiful," said Yi. "Then do you think the duck you ate was pitiful?" "Not at all." "Then that's that," Chen Nan said, grabbing Yi's arm and pulling her back down to continue explaining the problem. The more others envied his studies, the more he insisted on showing them what he could do. From then on, Chen Nan embarked on a monotonous routine, paying close attention during class and having Yi explain problems during breaks. Finally, lunchtime rolled around again. "What do you feel like eating?" Chen Nan asked casually. Yi looked up, pointing and gesturing. "Can we get one dish from every window in the cafeteria?" Seriously, Chen Nan thought inwardly, asking was pointless. He simply strode over to his favorite food stalls with Yi and let her choose for herself. "Auntie, first give me 4 duck legs, 1 order of fried mushrooms, 1 order of stir-fried king oyster mushrooms, 1 order of radish balls. And add a bowl of wontons. Big bowl or small bowl for the wontons? Make it an extra large bowl." She drooled while ordering, and Chen Nan obliged her every request, thinking, "Fine, you asked for one of everything. Let's see how much you can actually eat." Besides, Chen Nan wasn't losing out. If you went by market rates, getting a top student like an E for one-on-one tutoring would easily cost at least 200 yuan per hour. Sure, an E might eat a lot, but Chen Nan wasn't losing out at all. Soon after, the two found a corner in the restaurant and plopped down on the stools. Yay, let's dig in. Seeing the table piled high with food, Chen Nan expected an E to politely say something like, "There's too much, I can't finish it all." Instead, she just muttered a quiet thanks, grabbed a duck leg in one hand and a spoonful of wontons in the other, and dove right in. There was none of Nan Yan's manner of pretending to be refined while eating, even when she clearly wasn't. "I told you selling that phone you gave Nan Yan would give us enough to treat me to dinner." An E gloated triumphantly over her meal. Chen Nan shot her a disapproving look before diving into her own meal. The meal made Chen Nan feel increasingly flustered. Halfway through, he was stuffed to the point of no return. But when he looked up, an E across from him was still shoveling food into her mouth without pause. Chen Nan couldn't help but wonder, no wonder an E is so well developed. Who'd have thought such a seemingly demure girl could actually eat like a horse? When only the duck bones remained on the table, an E stole a glance at Chen Nan. Fortunately, Chen Nan had anticipated this and, with considerable composure, lowered his head as if deep in thought about the day's lessons. Only then did she relax, burying her head to continue wolfing down her food. Throughout the entire meal, not a single word passed between them until their plates were empty. "I'm done," an E declared proudly. "Don't leave right after eating." "Solve another math problem for me," Chen Nan said, pulling out the math worksheets he carried with him and unfolding them on the table. An E sat up straight, knowing she hadn't earned those two duck legs for nothing. And so, the two began studying right there in the dining hall. Thanks to An Yi's help, Chen Nan's learning pace accelerated at least threefold throughout the entire day. Truthfully, he could have mastered those concepts on his own. But with An Yi's explanations, the process was drastically shortened, and nothing was overlooked. Chen Nan and An Yi, the seemingly mismatched pair of academic underachiever and top student, astonished many with their intense focus once they buried themselves in the problems. Even some of the weaker students in the class, who had been pushed by Chen Nan, began studying diligently. Recently, old Zhou hadn't given Chen Nan much trouble either, even publicly praising him several times. Even Nan Yan, who usually coasted through her days, couldn't sit still anymore. She came to Zhang Lin, "How about we study together too?" Zhang Lin didn't even lift an eyelid as he flatly refused. During evening study hall, Zhang Lin walked straight over to Chen Nan and An Yi's desk and deliberately raised his voice. "Chen Nan, I know how to solve this problem. Want me to explain it to you? With your grades, I'd be more than qualified to teach you. After all, you're only ranked 321st from the bottom in the entire school, while I'm 10th in our grade. Our respective statuses speak for themselves. Let's not disturb An Yi's studies." Holy crap! Here comes trouble? Chen Nan already had a short fuse, and just as An Yi was getting him into the groove of studying, someone came along and disrupted his train of thought. And this guy clearly had ulterior motives. Under the guise of explaining problems, he was constantly flaunting his grades to put Chen Nan down. The goal was to crush his confidence, make him give up on An Yi's tutoring, and ensure he'd never rise academically again. Chen Nan saw right through his malicious intent and wanted to slap him right then and there, to make Zhang Lin realize just how thick his skin was. But just as his hand instinctively moved to strike, his peripheral vision caught sight of An Yi's pure, unblemished cheek. Like an iceberg, it melted away most of his anger. Over the past 2 days, Chen Nan had also discovered a secret. Whenever An Yi sat beside him, his mind grew unusually calm. It felt like he'd suddenly rediscovered the sensation of being a top student again. Now, Chen Nan glanced at Nan Yan, who stood by the classroom door with puffed-up cheeks, then at Zhang Lin, the study committee member frozen in place. "Would you kindly leave?" he said, then smiled and added in a polite, gentle tone. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Chapter 13, New Discovery: An Yi doesn't have a dad? Zhang Lin was instantly dumbfounded. Lately, Chen Nan had been different from before. Even his insults had become so gentle. Yet he still couldn't figure it out. Why had Chen Nan suddenly given up his troublemaking ways and decided to study? Was he planning a comeback? He hated it when a guy in his class outperformed him academically. Back in freshman year, Chen Nan had consistently outperformed him, which was why he schemed to sabotage him. Now in senior year, Zhang Lin didn't believe Chen Nan could pull off a comeback. But for some reason, whenever he saw Chen Nan studying, it made him feel uneasy, like bugs crawling on his skin. "We're classmates, do we really need to be like this? I tattled on you before just to push you to study harder. Why are you treating me like this?" Zhang Lin whined, looking utterly aggrieved. Damn, what a drama queen. He really was asking for it. Chen Nan inwardly scoffed. How could this guy be so mysteriously confident? And he had a hint of that green tea vibe. He suppressed the urge to punch him and ignored the idiot, but Zhang Lin wouldn't let it go. "I don't think I'm any worse than An Yi at teaching people to study, right? Why are you distracting her from her studies? If Teacher Zhou sees this, what do you think he'll think?" Chen Nan thought this guy was disgusting, but since he asked, he wouldn't hold back. "She's top of her class, second in the grade. What are you, some random nobody? Isn't that obvious enough?" Nan Yan, who'd been listening at the classroom door for a while, seized the moment when Chen Nan and Zhang Lin started arguing and quickly chimed in. Zhang Lin, look how well Chen Nan and an E work together. If you get involved, you'll just mess things up. Why don't we team up instead? You can tutor me, and we can keep each other on track with our studies. Zhang Lin was already seething with jealousy, convinced that even though he failed to win an E over before, he still had a chance to pursue her. But now, the girl he desperately wanted was tutoring the boy he envied most? At Nan Yan's words, Zhang Lin exploded. What teamwork? Are you blind? Nan Yan's face flushed red then drained white under his glare. The surrounding students, more gossipy than village aunties, craned their necks to watch the spectacle. Chen Nan grew impatient too, waving his hand dismissively at the two do-gooders. You two, cut it out. You're both equally useless. Whoever's headed back to Gotham, get back to Gotham. Whoever's destined to be the poker king, go be the poker king. Stop blocking the way. Move it. We're studying here. Zhang Lin couldn't make sense of the cryptic metaphor, but he knew anything coming out of Chen Nan's mouth couldn't be good. Chen Nan, can you stop acting like a jerk? I don't want to make a big deal out of this, and I don't want you disrupting Yi's studies. You're not taking the college entrance exam, but what about everyone else? He sounded like he was about to cry. In the past, Chen Nan would have shoved him over with one shoulder, but now, I've seen people try to break up couples and get them back together, but this is the first time I've seen someone try to stop someone from studying. Are you secretly hoping I fail? Chen Nan. Get lost. You're distracting me from my studies, you know? Chen Nan's outburst made Zhang Lin flinch and take a step back. Nan Yan tried to step forward to steady him, only to be shoved away and snapped at. Stay away from me. You disgust me. With that, Zhang Lin turned and stormed out of the classroom. Nan Yan stood frozen in place, her expression shifting between shock and anger. In an instant, she went from holding cherished red roses to feeling like a mosquito bite no one wanted. Finally, the farce ended, and the classroom fell silent. Chen Nan and an E continued their study routine, drawing envy from many classmates. Unnoticed, they had lifted the entire class's academic atmosphere. The most awkward figure, however, was undoubtedly the study committee member, Zhang Lin. He looked like nothing more than a clown. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Chen Nan. In front of this person, his title meant nothing. He simply couldn't hold his own. He had no way to deal with Chen Nan directly, but what if he tried a different approach? His gaze fixed on an E. Zhang Lin's eyes darkened with a sinister glint. That day, Chen Nan and an E studied as usual. After dinner that evening, he told an E to head back to the classroom and wait for him. He went to sort out some matters with Chen Zhu and the others. On his way back, he stopped by the school store and bought several bags of Shanghao snacks. He planned to give them to an E as a reward for her hard work during the extra lessons. But when he returned to the classroom, her seat was empty. Chen Nan figured she might have gone to the bathroom, so he sat down to wait. Then he overheard someone whispering nearby. Did you hear? An Yi's real dad died long ago. The guy she calls dad now is her stepfather. Then why doesn't she take her real dad's surname instead of her stepdad's? Who knows? Anyway, that stepdad must be loaded. Rumor has it An Yi's mom clung to him relentlessly, breaking up his original family to get her way. Holy crap, really? Holy crap. This totally shatters my image of an E. I thought she was the school beauty, but her mom is actually that kind of person? A mistress. No wonder I never understood her. Hanging out with Chen Nan all the time. Now it all makes sense. Guess an E takes after her mom. Chen Nan shot to his feet, instantly silencing the gossiping group. He walked up to one of them, wearing a smile on his face while seething inside. Who started this rumor? I heard it from someone else. Who exactly? Chen Nan moved closer, his knuckles cracking as he pressed further. I heard it from someone else too. Why don't you ask them yourself, Chen Nan? After questioning several more people in succession, Chen Nan finally learned from Feng Xiaoyu it was the study committee member who started it. Zhang Lin? Me. Without another word, Chen Nan stormed out of the classroom. He searched the entire senior high building but couldn't find an E anywhere. To speed up the search, he even asked the girls who used to hang around Nan Yan to check the girls' restroom. Over the past few days, he'd noticed that although an E seemed quiet and well-behaved qualities he found endearing, she was actually incredibly sensitive. Especially regarding her family matters, she hadn't uttered a single word about them, clearly showing how deeply she cared about those things. What if she heard all this gossip and ended up repeating what happened that night in the bathroom? Chen Nan couldn't explain why, but his heart ached terribly, and he felt like his entire being was shattering. Just as he was searching, he bumped into someone head-on. And who should it be but the ever-leisurely Zhang Lin? Chen Nan forced down his anger and demanded, "Where's an E?" Zhang Lin put on an act. How should I know? Probably out grabbing a bite. Hey, Chen Nan, don't think you're anything special. An E might look innocent, but she's got a wild streak. Being with you? Probably just playing games. Right now, she's probably off dating some other guy. I just saw her head over to the new teaching building alone. At this, he shot Chen Nan a smug glance. But Chen Nan knew the hallway had surveillance cameras, making it inconvenient to act. Besides, his mind was completely occupied by An. Hearing she'd gone to the new teaching building, his heart skipped a beat. He knew An's personality all too well. She appeared docile, but that was merely a surface-level facade. In truth, An was fragile, otherwise she wouldn't have attempted suicide. This girl wasn't some indestructible cockroach at all, she was more like a delicate flower that could be crushed with a single tap, incredibly fragile. That's why, during this period, whether it was eating or studying, Chen Nan was actually treading carefully to protect her emotions. He feared that any wrong word or misstep might trigger her suicidal thoughts again. Beyond wanting to make up for the regrets of his past life, Chen Nan simply couldn't bear to see this girl suffer any more harm. Zhang Lin's provocation made Chen Nan's eyes widen in fury. He pointed at the other boy's disgusting face and shouted, "Zhang Lin, I swear if anything happens to An, you're dead, me too." Zhang Lin froze in fear, but tried to wield school rules as leverage. "Chen Nan, there are school regulations. If you touch me, you'll get expelled for sure." "Expelled? Then you can kiss your college entrance exam goodbye. Get out of my sight, you piece of trash." With that curse, Chen Nan turned and sprinted toward the new academic building, his urgency palpable. This was a newly constructed school building, already topped out but off limits to students. Chen Nan glanced at the ground, no bloodstains. He figured there was still time. He scrambled up the stairs toward the roof, crawling and climbing. Fortunately, his stamina held up. After scrambling up 6 flights of stairs, he gasped for breath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill wind swept through. Chen Nan instinctively looked up. The rooftop was empty. Holy, did something really happen? Chen Nan cursed under his breath as he raced back down. Only upon reaching the 3rd floor did he notice a girl in a school uniform leaning against the railing, staring blankly at the ground below. Her silhouette was both demure and beautiful. The wind blew her hair, making her look like a fairy. On any other day, Chen Nan would have rushed over to strike up a conversation, but now his heart was pounding. What if he couldn't stop her? What if she jumped? So he tiptoed to a spot 5 meters away, holding his breath. It was the usually quiet An who spoke first, turning her tear-filled eyes toward him. "Chen Nan. Tell me, will you hate me like the other students in class?" Chen Nan sensed something off in her tone and asked cautiously. "An, why are you suddenly saying this? What happened?" "Don't worry, I'll never dislike you. Shall we go back to the classroom together? Can you stay here with me for a while?" "Stay until the sun sets," An said, then suddenly lowered her head and wiped away her tears. "Do you have snacks in your pocket? It's bulging. Give me some." "Chen Nan?" He couldn't help but chuckle. With things having escalated this far, this girl was still thinking about filling her stomach? Especially since she'd just eaten braised pork not long ago. But still, the fact that she could even think about snacks meant she wasn't completely hopeless. "Alright, hold on. I'll get it for you." With that, Chen Nan walked over, his steps light and quick. Chapter 14, I'll be your daddy. After speaking, Chen Nan pulled out a bag of Shanghai snacks from his school uniform pocket, tore it open, and placed it in her hand. Crunch, crunch. An turned her head, nibbling the snack quietly while staring intently at Chen Nan. This was the first time, as the sun dipped below the horizon, that she had willingly met his gaze. An's exterior was cool and aloof, but her gaze burned like fire, making one's heart flutter. Her expression clearly signaled she was waiting for Chen Nan to speak first. Chen Nan, however, didn't rush to respond. He stared back at her intently, his heart pounding. Something was off about An. He sensed a mix of despair toward life and yet a glimmer of hope. "An, you really want to die? Aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you while you're still hot?" He tried to threaten her again, but the effect was negligible. After all, the same trick could only be used once. "You're not that kind of person. I can tell." An smiled, swallowed a mouthful of snacks, and answered crisply. "Besides, if I jump from here in front of all these people at school, you won't get the chance." Chen Nan took a deep breath, knowing her words were true. On this topic, Chen Nan decisively dropped it, not pressing further about the reason behind An's suicide attempt. After all, she really had died in her previous life. Whether it had anything to do with him remained unknown. But after hearing An's words, Chen Nan paused briefly before a new idea formed in his mind. While he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to talk her down, at the very least, it should have some effect. Last time, he had played the threat card. Now, he decided to try a different approach. "An, I'm sorry. I was lying to you just now. I actually know why you came here today. Someone said you don't have a father and said some things that upset you. But there's something I want to tell you." "What?" An finished her Shanghai snack, lifted her head, and tipped the bag over her mouth to shake out the crumbs. Chen Nan tore open another bag in his hand before speaking. "You don't have a dad. Neither do I. I can actually understand some of how you feel. We're both unlucky kids, longing for someone to love us, but we might never find it in our entire lives." An opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She couldn't help but wonder. Is this person really the same reckless troublemaker from before? His words actually make sense. Are you trying to talk me out of it? No. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with you. Besides, I don't believe you'd actually go through with dying. Tomorrow's duck leg, the day after's tilefish, the day after that sweet and sour pork, and the day after that spicy chicken. If you die, you'll never get to eat them. And you know what you're missing? What am I missing? You're missing genuine fatherly love. At those words, a flicker of light suddenly appeared in Annie's eyes, only to fade away just as quickly. She lowered her head, her voice icy. You know very well I haven't had a real father for a long time. Chen Nan stood up and walked to the edge of the rooftop, letting the wind toss his hair wildly. Suddenly, he grinned. He knew all too well that when Annie slipped back into this gloomy mood, it actually meant she was fine. Annie felt uneasy at his grin. What are you laughing at? Chen Nan flashed a mouthful of pearly whites, his expression begging to be punched. Nothing. I mean, if you're willing, I could be your. You know, I've always liked you, Annie. Hearing him speak so awkwardly, Annie felt this was the real Chen Nan, not the petty thug he'd been before. So you're saying you've always liked me, and now you want to be my. Yes, I'll be your father. You can call me Dad from now on. Just then, a cold wind swept through, plunging the entire new teaching building into an endless silence. N.E. Thanks. I know you're just trying to comfort me. I feel a little better now. I'm not joking. Call me Dad, and I'll give you allowance. Besides, I'll be making money soon. Supporting one daughter is well within my means, Chen Nan said. I really would appreciate it, but no thanks. Annie shouted, her face flushing crimson. But Chen Nan knew he had an E firmly in his grasp. The more she resisted, the more excited he became. Of course, this wasn't due to any psychological perversion. It was because he knew he'd once again stirred Annie's emotions, pulling her back from the brink of death. So he pressed on. So you don't want to eat tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the day after that? Don't think I can't see it, you're having trouble at home, right? Your allowance got cut off? You probably can't even afford next month's rent, huh? If you just call me Dad, I can fix all these problems for you. And if you find something you love doing in college, or someone you love, I wouldn't mind having another son-in-law. College, someone I like. Annie's previously docile face suddenly hardened with stubbornness as she muttered to herself. Annie, who had been soothed into submission moments before, spun around with a sharp turn at those words, her eyes blazing with fury. You're absolutely insane. A pervert and an idiot. After the outburst, she snatched the remaining bag of Shanghajia snacks from Chen Nan's hand and stormed off. Chen Nan stood there dumbfounded. I don't think I said anything wrong, did I? Oh well, at least I achieved my goal. As long as she's okay. As for making her call him Dad, Chen Nan had only provoked her on purpose. How else could he divert Annie's attention? Of course, if she'd been willing to call him that, he probably wouldn't have minded at all. After all, who could resist such a beautiful, studious, and well-behaved daughter? Still, Chen Nan couldn't figure out why Annie had gotten angry in the end, even though she'd been persuaded by him. Soon, the commotion died down. Chen Nan hurried downstairs and walked beside Annie, thinking that since she was upset, he might as well take her to the convenience store to cheer her up. All he got in return was a cold, I'm not going. Chen Nan knew she was just being stubborn. He grabbed a few bags of puffed snacks and tossed them at her. Still mad? Is it really worth it? Yes, it is. You're so annoying. With that, she snatched the snacks, clutched them to her chest, and strode off into the classroom with her long legs. Talk's cheap, but your body's telling the truth, huh? Chen Nan shook his head. Fine, the easy part was done. Time to deal with that troublemaker first. He strode into the classroom, face cold, heading straight for Zhang Lin. The entire class fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at his back, anticipating a show. Some even thought Zhang Lin was a real piece of work, exposing Annie's private matters and nearly driving her to suicide. This guy deserved to be promoted like this. Zhang Lin managed to squeeze out, Chen Nan, you, before being grabbed and dragged like a dead dog toward the men's restroom. After several thuds from inside the stall, Zhang Lin emerged with a swollen face bearing a clear handprint. Spill it. Did you instigate Nan Yen to pursue me? Not talking to me? Then go talk to the toilet. Yes, it was me. Zhang Lin whined, his face contorted in misery as he spoke into Chen Nan's phone, his confession recorded. Chen Nan took a deep breath, grabbed his collar, and gritted her teeth in fury. And today? Exposing that woman's peaceful family, nearly driving her to suicide, was that you too? It was me. Why? Seeing no response, Chen Nan slapped his palm across Zhang Lin's face again, leaving a red mark. Zhang Lin clutched his stinging cheek, tears welling up. Dealing with scum like this, Chen Nan felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he felt like a living Buddha delivering a wake-up call. The boys who'd come to the bathroom to watch the show were stunned. It was the first time they'd seen Chen Nan so furious. But not a single one went to tattle to the teacher. In fact, they all sided with Chen Nan, volunteering to stand guard at the door for him. I'm jealous of your grades. I was scared you'd outscore me, so I did this on purpose. Zhang Lin finally confessed. Before he could finish, Feng Xiaoyu outside couldn't take it anymore and stormed in, declaring she'd beat him to a pulp. This guy was just too despicable. If you're jealous of Chen Nan, just study harder yourself. If you really had the guts, you could have fought him again. Instead, he resorted to dirty tricks behind his back and nearly got an E killed. Hold it. The college entrance exams are coming up. I don't want to drag you guys down. I'll handle this. Chen Nan never backed down from trouble like this. He always took the heat, which was why he had a few good buddies. Don't worry, brother Chen. We'll all vouch for you later. That Zhang guy really disgusts us. He's worse than an animal. I mean, you get the point. Feng Xiaoyu gestured wildly. Only now did Zhang Lin realize how blind he'd been. He'd assumed Chen Nan had mellowed out by studying hard, forgetting this guy had a verified 1v8 brawl record right outside the school gates, a reputation earned through real-world action, though he toned it down recently. Chen Nan crouched down, played the phone recording for him, his eyes cold as ice. Got it? Easy life. I've got her covered. Stay away from her from now on. Got it? Or you know what happens. Zhang Lin nodded frantically, too scared to even breathe. Soon, everyone returned to the classroom, where the atmosphere was thick with tension. Only then did the classmates realize that recent studies hadn't softened Chen Nan's ruthlessness. Instead, it had transformed him into an educated thug. Where he once might have just beaten someone up, now he not only crushed their spirit but had also learned to keep evidence. Crucially, he had the moral high ground. Not a single classmate spoke ill of him. During evening study hall, their homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, suddenly appeared beside Zhang Lin. He was puzzled. How had this kid's face swollen up like a pig's head in just a few hours? He beckoned to Zhang Lin, "Come with me to the office." Zhang Lin eyed Old Zhou, a new thought forming in his mind. If I just report Chen Nan hard enough, Old Zhou will definitely deal with him and give him a major disciplinary warning. But a cold wind whistled in through the open window. As he met the fierce stares of the entire class, he snapped back to reality. If he dared to snitch, forget about Chen Nan and his minions. Even the other boys in class probably wouldn't let him off the hook. And with the college entrance exams just around the corner, if anything happened to him, it would spell big trouble. And then there was that recording. If Chen Nan handed it over, given Old Zhou's obvious favoritism toward an E, Chen Nan might not be the one getting kicked out, he might be the one getting the boot first. So, what happened to your face? It's nothing, Teacher Zhou. I accidentally bumped into a tree on the playground. Zhang Lin forced himself to say. Old Zhou leaned in for a closer look. Holy cow, there was a clear handprint on his face. Are you sure your face hit the tree? Or maybe the tree hit my face? Zhang Lin shot Zhou a glance. The teacher clearly didn't buy it, continuing to sit there obliviously. This really has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhang Lin insisted through gritted teeth, essentially hinting that Zhou should figure it out himself. That way, Old Zhou's punishment of Chen Nan wouldn't involve him. Old Zhou did sense something was off. He turned around, took Zhang Lin back to the classroom, and asked the other students. Come on, does anyone know what really happened to Zhang Lin's injury? Chapter 15, the entire class testifies. Old Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, eyes bloodshot, questioning each student in turn. Not a single one spoke up. On one hand, everyone felt that while Zhang Lin was a decent student academically, his character was utterly despicable. He was generally disliked, wielding his position as study committee member like a feathered scepter to bully classmates. This time, he'd nearly killed poor An. Who would stand up for someone like that? Of course, it couldn't be denied that birds of a feather flock together. Even rotten eggs had their friends. Zhang Lin does have classmates he gets along with. But right now, all the seniors were frantically cramming for the college entrance exams. Who would want to mess with Chen Nan? That'd be asking for trouble. What if his henchmen caught you before the exams? You'd end up with injuries, stuck in the hospital for 10 days or even a month. Missing the exam would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Any student with half a brain understood it wasn't worth provoking Chen Nan at this critical juncture. Why risk your future over a piece of trash? Plus, Zhang Lin loved to show off even in front of friends. He wasn't tall, but he was obnoxiously cocky and thought himself clever. He couldn't take the slightest loss himself, yet loved taking advantage of others. He'd already isolated himself from the entire class. Why isn't anyone speaking? Have you all gone mute? The classroom atmosphere was thick enough to suffocate. Old Zhou scanned the room, growing increasingly irritated. Finally, he pointed at a student. Zhao Yuhao, you tell me what exactly happened to Zhang Lin's injuries? Zhao Yuhao scratched his head, looking innocent. Teacher, I don't know. Probably just fell down or something? Old Zhou frowned and pointed to someone else, hoping to find an obedient girl who might tell the truth. Lu Ruerue, you tell me. Lu Rue, who usually hung out with An, knew the whole story and couldn't wait to see Zhang Lin get his comeuppance. Teacher, he was just being a smartass and fell on his own. Zhang Lin was talking nonsense? Class representative for Chinese, Sun Xin, tell me exactly what happened. You must tell me the truth. As Old Zhou spoke, he deliberately glanced at Chen Nan, his suspicious gaze lingering on him. Teacher, I don't know either. It was my turn to clean today. I just went downstairs to take out the trash, and when I came back to the classroom, Zhang Lin was already like this. His lies sounded convincing, his face blank with confusion. After questioning over a dozen students without getting the answer he wanted, old Joe finally lost his temper. He slammed his pointer onto the desk with a loud thud. Fine. Playing dumb, are you? Then we'll just wait it out until someone speaks up. I'm not letting this drop today. If no one comes clean, you won't be attending evening study session, and you won't be going home either. Our class cannot tolerate such a troublemaker. I'm sending someone to check the surveillance footage right now to see what happened. If we still can't find out, I'll personally invite each of your parents to school to see how Zhang Lin got these injuries. This was clearly aimed at Chen Nan. Fundamentally, he never believed Chen Nan could change for the better. Plus, Zhang Lin was one of the top 3 students in the class and ranked 10th in the entire grade, a major feather in his cap as homeroom teacher. As for Chen Nan? A troublemaker who only dragged down the class average, useless to him and the school. If public high schools didn't strictly prohibit expelling students, he would have kicked Chen Nan out long ago. Truth be told, Chen Nan had long suspected old Joe of being downright selfish. Regardless of his character, he clearly favored the top students. Those who struggled academically were suppressed. When trouble arose, he'd fly off the handle without asking questions. If he wronged someone, he'd just laugh it off as if nothing happened. But Chen Nan wasn't like him. People like that had their limits, and it wasn't worth getting worked up over. He sighed inwardly. He'd have to take responsibility for his own actions and couldn't drag the whole class down with him. But doing so meant his chances of getting into a decent university through normal means were likely gone. No choice. This lifetime would be spent grinding away to make a fortune, becoming a billionaire. In 10 years, when he revisited this place, he'd sigh, the school really had no vision. Otherwise, they could have built at least 2 or 3 more teaching buildings here. What's the big deal? Just as Chen Nan was about to stand up, Annie, who had been stealing glances at him, shot up first. She even stumbled from standing up too abruptly, nearly falling. Teacher Zhang Lin fell on his own. I saw it clearly. Old Joe froze in shock. Chen Nan's eyes widened, and the entire class nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Being stared at by dozens of eyes felt uncomfortable, but today, Annie was braver than usual. Annie, what nonsense are you spouting? Old Joe was both furious and alarmed. Annie's tone remained light and airy, still maintaining that obedient demeanor. It's true, Teacher Zhou. Don't you even believe me? No, what's going on? Old Zhou's eyes were red. Teacher, I saw it too. Zhang Lin fell on his own. Feng Xiaoyu stood up, her voice trembling yet firm. Old Zhou? Soon, not just Feng Xiaoyu, but everyone in the class except Zhang Lin and Chen Nan stood up. Teacher, Zhang Lin fell on his own. We all saw it. Yeah, not only did he fall on the ground, but he also slapped his own face, saying he'd done something shameful and couldn't face anyone. Ha ha! The whole class burst into laughter. At that moment, old Zhou's face turned pale, while Zhang Lin's flushed crimson. No one could have imagined the entire class would band together to cover up the incident. Such a situation had never happened before, and likely never would again. You, all of you, you've gone mad. Absolutely mad. Old Zhou's chest heaved with fury, yet he couldn't find a single word to retort. After all, the one who spoke up first was Annie. He was the student old Zhou valued most. If Annie performed to his potential, he truly had the ability to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Every year, this school produced 2 or 3 students who got into Peking or Tsinghua, and Annie's grades were right in that range. His original intention was to use this opportunity to separate Chen Nan from Annie. He didn't want Chen Nan to corrupt such promising talent. Now look at this mess. Annie had just led the charge to slap him in the face. Old Joe couldn't save face, so he stormed out with a dark expression. I'm going to check the surveillance footage right now. On the way to the surveillance room, old Joe grew increasingly furious, determined to get to the bottom of this. Such a promising Tsinghua Peking University prospect, and now that good-for-nothing Chen Nan has corrupted him. This won't do. I need to find an opportunity to invite her parents in for a serious talk. She can't be allowed to go down this path. The classroom atmosphere felt off, and even Chen Nan looked completely bewildered. He hadn't expected just Annie to speak up for him. The entire class had rallied behind him. Hey, did I look cool standing up just now? Holy crap, you were totally badass, right? This is the first time I've seen old Joe get so thoroughly humiliated. And the kicker is, he didn't even respond? He always favors the smart kids and discriminates against us underachievers. I've had it with him for ages. But still, Annie totally owned it. That move was so bold. She's definitely my goddess. After this incident, only Zhang Lin's world remained intact. He became the class pariah, shunned and despised by everyone. In the days that followed, old Joe spotted some clues in the surveillance footage and kept picking on Chen Nan. But without any witnesses, he couldn't do anything about it, only managing to get himself worked up into a rage every day. Yet during every break, Chen Nan continued his usual routine, having the class goddess, Annie, gather close to explain problems to him. While classmates envied them, the rumors died down. Instead, a wave of romantic relationships began to blossom in the class. Time flew by when one was truly immersed in studying. Before they knew it, it was Sunday afternoon. Although Jiliang No. 1 High School only had 2 days off per month, every Sunday afternoon and evening offered a small break. It served as a brief respite in the high-pressure academic environment, allowing students some time to relax. Chen, come with me to my place. I need to grab some clean clothes. At the school gate, Annie rode her ghost fire scooter, not giving Chen Nan a chance to refuse. The bike sped along, and by the time they reached the entrance of Annie's spacious apartment, Chen Nan finally realized just how wealthy this girl's family was. Chen Gu, come on in. Later, put your gift of gab to good use. Ha? Oh, okay. Chen Nan scratched his head, realizing he was standing at her doorstep like a wooden post, looking like a complete fool. Come on in. It's fine, I won't eat you. Annie urged him again, her gaze toward the house betraying a hint of fear. Alright. Though Chen Nan possessed the composure of an adult, visiting Annie's home for the first time still made him feel awkward. All traces of his usual boldness vanished instantly. So why would Annie, who lived in a spacious apartment, deign to rent a room in his place? This made Chen Nan feel even more intrigued. Walking down the living room hallway, the two stopped before a door plastered with various anime character stickers. The wooden door bore a sign reading "No Entry." And he reached into his pocket, pulled out a key, and gently pushed the door open. The moment they stepped inside, Chen Nan caught a whiff of a fresh, clean scent, exactly the same fragrance that always lingered on Annie. The room was quite large, divided into 2 sections. The outer room contained bookshelves, various clothes, and a large pile of stuffed dolls. The inner room contained only a large bed, its covers neatly folded, evidence that someone had tidied it recently. Without hesitation, Annie set down her backpack and began rummaging through the wardrobe for light, thin clothing. Chen Nan took a deep breath, feeling flustered and unsure what to do, so he simply leaned against the doorway and waited. Perhaps hearing the commotion, footsteps approached from outside. Sun Fingxia entered wearing a sensual nightgown. It had to be said, besides her good looks, her figure was just as curvaceous as Annie's. Are you Chen Nan? The one from the other night? She studied Chen Nan, her tone soft and gentle, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. Chen Nan quickly plastered on a smile. It's me, Auntie. I'm here to help Annie pick up something today. Oh. Her face clearly showed displeasure. Up close, Chen Nan also noticed faint bruises on Sun Fengxia's already wrinkled face. Red marks were visible on her shoulders. It seemed Annie's stepfather was quite the playboy? Still going strong in his 50s. Mom, I'm leaving. Annie suddenly cut in, hastily grabbing a few clothes and tossing her backpack into Chen Nan's hands. You're really leaving? How could you be so heartless, never caring about Mom again? I won't compromise. Besides, I have a new dad now. Sun Fengxia. Yes, him. He'll support me from now on. Annie scooped up a life-sized rag doll and started to leave. Chen Nan stood by helplessly, suddenly realizing there wasn't even a crack in Annie's room he couldn't squeeze in even if he wanted to. Damn it, I should never have said that. My mouth is just too big. Chen Nan now wanted to slap himself twice. Why did you have to open your mouth? I'm sorry, young man, please pay. It's fine, Auntie, I don't mind. What exactly are you not bothered by? You don't mind becoming Annie's dad? Then doesn't that make you my? Chen Nan scratched his head, watching Sun Fengxia's face turn from pale to crimson as Chen Nan's words left her reeling. Hearing this, Annie's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth turned up. Then, he quietly reached behind his back and gave Chen Nan a thumbs up. It was his way of saying, "You're still too smooth with your words, kid." But the more Chen Nan thought about it, the more off it felt. The way the mother and daughter spoke to each other carried an inexplicable awkwardness. Chapter 16, Work Hard for the Boss. The more Chen Nan observed them, the more he sensed something deeply off about their relationship, like they were sworn enemies. But standing there was incredibly awkward for him. Especially since his earlier words had made him seem like he had ulterior motives towards Sun Fengxia. Even he found that idea absurd. Though the woman did look quite alluring. Let's go. Annie gave Chen Nan a playful pinch on the arm, shot him a reproachful glance, and didn't let him continue his act. Mother and daughter just stared at each other, locked in a silent standoff, the air so thick you could hear a heartbeat. After a long moment, Sun Fengxia sighed, crossed her arms over her chest, and said, "Then go ahead and leave. But starting now, you won't get a single penny in pocket money. And forget about celebrating your birthday today. All you had to do was take one small step. It would have made life so much better for both of us. What's the big deal?" Annie replied with unwavering resolve, "No. If I can't celebrate my birthday, so be it. I'd rather die than do something like that." The riddle master, huh? Watching the tense standoff, Chen Nan's heart pounded. He couldn't figure out what role he was supposed to play in all this. Surely he couldn't really be Annie's new father? Fortunately, the standoff didn't last long. After glaring at both Annie and Chen Nan, Sun Fengxia sashayed away. "Thanks, Mom," Annie murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't thank me. Just hope you don't end up like me, spending your whole life with 2 unreliable men." Sun Fengxia said without turning back, her voice cold as ice, and proceeded to open the door herself. Even if Chen Nan was slow on the uptake, he should have figured it out by now. There was definitely something hidden between this mother and daughter and that 50-year-old man. Thinking this, the reason for Yi's suicide in her past life seemed even more baffling. Chen Nan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had thought his own life story was already tragic enough. But in truth, every family had its own set of problems. Just as they were about to leave, Sun Fengxia suddenly called out to Chen Nan, "Young man, wait a moment." "Auntie, what is it?" As he spoke, Chen Nan could feel Yi staring intently at him, her entire body radiating tension. "Before you go, take these with you. We happen to have 2 helmets at home. Ride carefully on the road." Sun Fengxia fetched 2 cardboard boxes from the entryway. "Don't worry, Auntie. And Yi's a steady rider. I won't get killed in a fall." These few words made Sun Fengxia's eyes flicker again. However, the exchange seemed to ease Yi's mind. She urged, "Chen Nan, let's go." Once outside, he kept his head down the entire way, not uttering a word. Though she was usually quiet and seemed like a pushover, today she was noticeably more subdued. Chen Nan didn't dare make small talk either. When they reached the community gate, he hopped on the ghost train, pulled a helmet from the box, and put it on. "Try it on. Does it fit?" It was obvious the helmet wasn't new, it looked old, like something from a decade or 2 ago. But likely because it was regularly taken out for maintenance, Chen Nan felt no discomfort wearing it overall. Once both had their helmets on, Chen Nan finally asked, "Sweetheart, what do you want for dinner tonight?" "Let's grab some stuff from the supermarket, and Daddy will cook it for you." "Put." Yi turned her head, shot him a withering glare, and rode her ghostfire straight toward a large supermarket. Even when she was being fierce, she looked so beautiful. Chen Nan wrapped his arm around Yi's waist. As the ghostfire revved up, the wind whipped fiercely against their faces. This girl was definitely going to start speeding again. But at this moment, whether it was Chen Nan or Yi, after what had happened, both felt an unusual sensation in their hearts. Along the way, Yi deliberately braked suddenly at intervals, forcing Chen Nan to cling tightly to her body each time. It made him feel like he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Finally, they made it to the supermarket and bought a raw chicken, 2 pounds of mushrooms, and some fried chicken legs. Sitting in the back seat like a human coat rack, Chen Nan carried her clothes, food, and stuffed animals. Only after arriving home did he exhale a huge sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa. He stashed the groceries in the fridge first. Soon after, both of them took quick showers. Yi then proactively slipped into her pajamas and headed to Chen Nan's room to go over her homework. Determined to get Chen Nan to cook her chicken stew with mushrooms that night, she pulled out her 5-3 workbook and dove right in. It had to be said, Yi truly lived up to her reputation as a top student. Under her explanation, those complex concepts in the books became as easy as eating and drinking. With her step-by-step guidance, it would be strange if anyone couldn't grasp the material. Of course, this was also thanks to Chen Nan's sharp mind and quick comprehension. Most people simply couldn't keep up with a top student's train of thought. When explaining problems to Chen Nan, Yi became completely absorbed, as if she'd discovered something she truly loved. Chen Nan sat up straight, watching the slightly bent figure of Yi with earnest attention, feeling he had truly gained a lot. Under teacher Yi's guidance, he'd even mastered the art of multitasking. The two buried themselves in studying all afternoon, and before they knew it, evening rolled around and it was time for dinner. Chen Nan headed to the kitchen, rinsing the raw chicken pieces several times before prepping the scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves, and angelica root. Yi was tasked with tearing the mushrooms, but she approached it with the same meticulous precision as solving math problems. By the time he'd added the chicken to the pot, he still hadn't finished shredding the mushrooms. Clearly, he'd never done this kind of work before. With no other option, Chen Nan finished the task himself. After simmering over medium heat for 25 minutes, he added the mushrooms. Then, he turned up the heat to high and simmered it for another 5 to 10 minutes to reduce the sauce. The dish was finally ready. The moment he lifted the lid, the aroma hit him, a true testament to his mom Wang Yanan's cooking legacy. But just as they sat down, Yi, who'd been quietly eating, suddenly piped up. "Chen Nan, about that business you mentioned earlier, I want to join too." This caught Chen Nan off guard, though he could guess why she wanted in. Her family wasn't giving her living expenses, and she felt awkward about always eating at others' expense. She just wanted to earn some money herself. Chen Nan thought about it. Teaching her was certainly possible. He'd even managed to teach his less than bright buddies before. What could possibly go wrong with teaching Yi? But the real issue was there was no need for it. With Yi's academic prowess, her future was crystal clear. She'd get into Tsinghua or Peking University, or another top-tier 985 institution, then pursue a master's and a PhD. She could choose a promising specialty, graduate to become a doctor at a top hospital, land a stable lab position at a research institute, or even teach at a university. Her life wouldn't be extravagant, but she'd certainly enter the upper middle class. Money would never be a concern for her. With good luck and her attractive looks, she could even marry a man from the same social circle. That would mean she'd achieved a complete ascent within her social class. For Chinju, Tangwon, and the others, these shortcuts and schemes would undoubtedly be hugely profitable. But for an E, it was pure time wasting. It consumed both time and energy. Fiddling with these things day after day would inevitably drag down her grades. In short, it's not worth it. But how could he possibly explain this to her now? Chen Nan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, yet no words came out for a long while. Seeing Chen Nan remain silent for so long, and he gently bit her lip and slowly lowered her head again, picking at her fingernail. Actually, I could model for you. Didn't you mention wanting to start that emotional clothing business? I'm sure you'll need attractive promotional photos. I think I could handle it. Chen Nan scrutinized an E from head to toe. You'd be perfect, he thought. And your figure would look absolutely stunning in those outfits. But he stuck to his original stance. It wasn't worth sacrificing a promising future for a petty gain right now. With that thought, Chen Nan suddenly spoke up. Here's the deal, I can bring you into our startup team, but you won't be doing hands-on work. Instead, you'll serve as my secretary and driver. You know what a secretary and driver do, right? Just handle some daily tasks for me, give me extra lessons when needed, and drive me around every day. For each day. I'll pay you 100 yuan. Mainly because you're not professionally trained, no secretary certification, and your driving isn't steady. I can't really bump up the rate. 100 yuan a day is already generous. You won't find that elsewhere. Finally, Chen Nan tentatively added, that way, you'd make 3,000 yuan a month. How about it? Not bad, right? Wait. And E jolted awake, waving her hands to interrupt. But I'm already doing these things every day. You're not just pitying me, are you? Well, she's not stupid after all. Chen Nan thought to himself, thank goodness, as long as you don't kill yourself and drag my mom down with you, that's good enough. He wasn't demanding anything else. If he wanted to give her some money, fine. It wasn't a huge amount for Chen Nan anyway. Besides, he was getting a pretty sweet deal, right? Otherwise, just in Yi's daily tutoring fees alone would cost more than this. Don't think you're getting the better of me either. Everything starts small. Don't think your good grades mean you can handle everything effortlessly. Having you serve as my secretary and driver is training for you so you can take on more important roles later. Ah, you understand, right? People shouldn't be ungrateful. Oh, that makes perfect sense. And E was completely taken in by Chen Nan's words, nodding in agreement. After all, with her limited social experience, how could she possibly match up against Chen Nan? The more she listened, the more convinced she became that he was right, and she started to feel uneasy inside. She even began to feel that working herself to the bone at 2 jobs for a measly 3,000 yuan a month was already an enormous favor she was doing him. Chen Nan folded his arms, tilted his head back in a strategic gesture, and continued. Ah, see? That's the right attitude, and E. It shows you're a malleable talent. Follow me, and you'll definitely make it big. Start as a secretary now, and later you'll be the boss's secretary. Monthly salary, at least 30 or 40,000 minimum. The pie he painted was big enough, sweet enough, and intoxicating enough to cloud Yi's judgment. She sat silently on the stool, picturing her glorious future, before a faint, mosquito-like murmur escaped her lips. Yes, boss. I understand. I'll work hard for you later. Chapter 17, when a woman says no, she means yes. Seeing her pouty, aggrieved expression, Chen Nan's resolve melted instantly. Smiling, he rose to pour her a cup of complimentary warm water and placed it on the table. His tone softened as well. All right, finish your meal. Secretary and E, once you're full, you'll have to work hard for me. And E murmured softly in response, then resumed devouring her meal, muttering under her breath. Don't worry, boss. Once I'm full, I'll make sure you're satisfied. As she spoke, she polished off half a chicken all by herself. Chen Nan served himself a portion, placed it in the refrigerator, and ate only a few mushrooms and steamed buns. Lately, spending time with E had softened Chen Nan's former rowdy, hot-tempered ways. Most of the time, he was gentle and mild-mannered. Like today when he visited Yi's home in his school uniform, polite and well-mannered throughout, looking every bit the model student. Even Sun Fengxia genuinely thought he must be a good student, though perhaps a bit intimidating looking. But the Chen Nan she saw just now made E feel inexplicably uncomfortable, his aura suffocating her. He was nothing like the ordinary classmates in the class. Instead, he resembled a teacher of immense authority. His words not only lifted spirits but commanded deep respect. No, he might even be more intimidating than a teacher even old Zhou couldn't compare to Chen Nan just now. Later that night, as she continued reviewing, E kept drifting off. Though she was supposed to be focusing on the problems, her eyes kept drifting toward Chen Nan. At exactly 9 p.m., Chen Nan closed his science exam paper. Secretary and E, take a break. Studying non-stop is exhausting. This is more exhausting than grinding for experience in some games. Chen Nan pulled out his phone, intending to browse some of his favorite songs, only to find they hadn't been released yet in this era. Chen Nan simply picked up a pen and scribbled the lyrics onto a piece of paper. After humming a few lines, he realized they were completely out of sync with the current era's aesthetic. Still, if he performed such a song, it might just make him a minor sensation. Though his singing was nothing special, whether it would make money was another matter. In the internet age, it could at least attract a crowd of curious onlookers. Wow, boss, that was amazing. What song is that? Annie glanced at the lyrics, realizing she'd never seen them before. She guessed they must be Chen Nan's original composition. How had she never noticed before that this guy was so talented? Lone Warrior, it's not my original work. A friend wrote it. I thought it sounded pretty good, so I copied it down on paper when I had nothing better to do. Mainly, Chen Nan couldn't get past his own moral barrier. Copying other people's songs to make money after reincarnating felt too unethical. Even though he was pretty unscrupulous himself, he still had some principles. The main concern was that if the original songwriter ever found out they were living in someone else's shadow and stirred up a social media storm, that wouldn't be fun at all. Wow, you're amazing, you can cook and write songs too. And he genuinely thought the song was beautiful. After a long day, listening to music did help ease her frayed nerves. At that moment, she chose to relax while clearly writing down the solution steps for several difficult problems on paper. Though her explanations were already quite clear. Writing them down was to prevent Chen Nan from forgetting them later, even if he understood them at the moment. Many people fall into this trap. Including herself. When she first started learning, she'd grasp a formula in class only to forget a crucial step in solving problems after class. For a senior high school student aiming for a comeback, it sounded simple, but it was far from easy in practice. Therefore, Annie planned to rewrite on paper the problem-solving methods Chen Nan hadn't fully grasped yet. After explaining them, she also simplified all the relevant knowledge points covered in the problems to help Chen Nan grasp the concepts more easily and apply them to similar situations, saving her study time. But sometimes, she felt Chen Nan seemed quite bright, while at other times she appeared clumsy. Like, never mind. But really, was Chen Nan that slow? Annie stole another glance at him. Each went back to their own work, neither speaking again. After the break, Chen Nan simply couldn't study anymore. His head felt like it was being assaulted by knowledge, filled with resistance and pain. Annie shook out her arms, writing out so many problem-solving steps had left her wrists aching. Still, helping Chen Nan study served as a unique form of review for her. In fact, she found herself more focused than during her usual solo study sessions. Suddenly, Chen Nan patted her shoulder. I can't do this anymore. Let's take a break and try again later. Alright, got it. I'll wait for you. Forget it. Let's call it a day for today. I'll take you out for a walk. Oh, okay. And he felt Chen Nan was like a dog. He needed to be taken out for a walk every day, or he'd get restless and go a bit crazy. Once she got on the ghost fire, and he realized writing it herself felt completely different from sitting behind someone. Plus, Chen Nan definitely wrote it more steadily than she did. Soon, Chen Nan was speeding straight toward a large shopping mall that hadn't closed yet. Is there anything fun here? Of course there is, Chen Nan replied casually. Annie was skeptical, but they got off the bike and walked inside, one in front, one behind. Then, Chen Nan spent some money on game tokens and left Annie in the arcade to play basketball toss, fish catch, car racing, duck shooting, crane games. I'm going out to use the restroom. You can play by yourself for a bit. Then I won't play either. I'll wait here for you. Chen Nan glanced at her, smiled, and said nothing. He took the elevator down to the first floor. Time ticked by as Annie stood guard at the arcade entrance, frowning. Why is he taking so long in the bathroom? Could he have ditched her and snuck off? Or maybe he got stuck inside? Was he chatting up a girl he liked? Or sneaking a smoke? In any case, the girl's mind was racing with possibilities. Just as she was about to go look for him herself, craning her neck to scan the distance, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by. Annie quickly withdrew her gaze, straightened her posture, and returned to the arcade entrance. Tired of waiting? No. Annie's words were stubborn, but her eyes were soft and gentle. Chen Nan tossed a black gift box into her hands. Here, it's for you. The moment Annie saw the box, a faint premonition stirred in her heart. But when she spotted the lipstick inside, she blushed and waved it away hastily. No way. Boss, I can't possibly accept something this expensive. Expecting her refusal and knowing women often mean the opposite of what they say, Chen Nan remained unfazed. It's not expensive. Didn't cost much. Take it, Secretary Annie. It's a company perk and my birthday gift to you. Annie took it with some skepticism, wondering if company perks were really this generous, even covering birthday celebrations. Seeing her skeptical expression, Chen Nan cited examples of Chenju, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun. He assured her that when their birthdays came around, they'd each receive a proper gift too. But this? Annie felt a bit awkward, but her well-trained, obedient nature made her shake her head and say, lipstick is too expensive. You should save it for your family. Chen Nan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean for my family? Is this lipstick for me to use, or for my mom? Seeing Annie remain silent, Chen Nan realized this girl only appeared docile on the surface. Inside, she was stubborn as a mule. Once she made up her mind, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. But girls like this usually respond better to kindness than force. Rubbing his temples, Chen Nan softened his tone. Don't think you're taking advantage of me. You help me review so much homework every day, a lipstick could never repay that. I'm giving it to you. Just take it. Oh. Annie's head dropped so low it nearly touched her chest, her ears burning bright red. She remained silent for a long while, only tightening her grip on the lipstick case. So, do I count as family to you too? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Nan didn't catch her words. On the way back, Annie insisted on riding her Ghostfire motorcycle, acting as Chen Nan's driver. The moment they stepped inside, Wang Yanan turned and noticed something different about Annie's complexion today. Her lips were a vivid red, standing out strikingly against her clean-cut, innocent-looking face. Then she noticed the items in Chen Nan's hands. She merely smiled and didn't ask any further questions. You're back. Still hungry tonight? We've already eaten. I stewed chicken with mushrooms. Mom, I'll warm it up for you. Go on, I wasn't asking you. Wang Yanan's gaze was fixed on Annie. The sudden question caught Chen Nan off guard, and she instinctively looked toward Annie. She was staring back at him with equal confusion, though her expression remained as calm as ever, just not quite as aloof as usual. Auntie, I'm hungry. I want tomato and egg noodles. Alright, I'll make it for you. You little rascal, come help me. Shooting a speechless glance at Annie, who'd clearly just eaten but was still complaining of hunger, Chen Nan reluctantly headed toward the kitchen. Honestly, Mom really favored her over her own son. In the kitchen, Chen Nan was tasked with washing a few bunches of baby bok choy, then blanching the tomatoes in hot water to peel them before dicing them finely. Wang Yanan chopped the scallions, heated the pan with cold oil, added the scallions, and sautéed them until fragrant. Then she added the tomatoes and stir-fried them until they released their juices. Pour in boiling water, bring to a boil, and add the noodles. Finally, she added a few tender baby bok choy leaves. Before long, 3 bowls of tomato noodles were served. Wang Yanan served herself a portion and sat quietly at the side of the table, watching the two of them eat. Tomato and egg noodles may look simple, but when done right, they actually taste really good. Chen Nan and Annie both ate with great enjoyment. But Wang Yanan was unusually quiet today. Throughout the meal, she couldn't help but keep glancing at Chen Nan and Annie. Her gaze held an inexplicable meaning. After the meal, Annie offered to help Chen Nan clear the dishes and tidy the kitchen, but Chen Nan waved her off. Annie, go take a shower and get some sleep. Once Annie had left, Chen Nan whispered, Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Nan was sharp enough to see right away that his mom, Wang Yanan, was holding back something she wanted to say. Your homeroom teacher called me. What happened? What did he say? Wang Yanan fixed her gaze on Chen Nan, her voice muffled. Your homeroom teacher told me that besides getting into fights at school, you've recently been dating someone and distracting others from their studies. Dating? Who? Nan Yan and I broke up ages ago. Chen Nan froze mid-motion, thinking this was pure slander. Your homeroom teacher said it's Annie. Wang Yanan paused, then leaned closer to Chen Nan, staring intently into his eyes as she asked earnestly. Xiao Nan, tell Mom the truth. Is there something going on between you and Annie? Are you two dating? Chapter 18, The day the broken sword is forged anew, the night returns. Dating? What dating? Wang Yanan stared at Chen Nan, pressing her finger against his forehead. She repeated what she had told Chen Nan earlier. Annie is clearly such a good kid. I like him the moment I see him. But you? Forget it. You're always slacking off. You're not good enough for him. Mom, is that any way to talk to your son? Chen Nan protested indignantly. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Though Wang Yanan only had a junior high education, she was a sensible woman who spoke with conviction. Son, listen to your mother's advice. If you were a capable person, pursuing Annie would be perfectly natural. But if you're good for nothing, just cruising around town on your beat-up motorcycle acting like a little punk, don't even think about it. Not only would her teacher disapprove, but your own mother wouldn't want it either. Don't waste Annie's time. Hearing his mother speak with such seriousness for the first time, Chen Nan felt a bit puzzled, yet deep down, he found himself agreeing wholeheartedly. He replied, Mom, you're right. Good. It's good you understand these things. If you mess up your own life, that's your problem. But if you ruin someone else's? That's a whole different story. I'll talk to your teacher. Don't worry. If you really want to spare your mother from enduring the teacher's criticism every day, you'll have to earn some respect for yourself. Thanks, Mom. You know what, son? That chicken stew of yours is actually pretty tasty. Meanwhile, late at night, when old Joe called Sun Fingxia to tell her about dating someone at school, all he got in return was a cold reply, okay, I know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The boy she's dating is a troublemaker, a class delinquent. And Yi's mother, aren't you going to do anything about this? A troublemaker? What's his name? Chen Nan Chen with an ear-shaped character, Nan with a wood radical. And Yi's mother, you really need to take this seriously. It's fine. I trust Annie can handle it herself. You don't understand our family situation. She's better off out than cooped up at home. That's all, Teacher Zhou. Please don't be too strict with her. I'm sorry I haven't given her a better environment. Old Joe. At first, he thought he'd misheard. But then he realized he hadn't. Annie's mother made her position crystal clear. She didn't want to manage her daughter, and she didn't want old Joe to either. She wanted Annie to make her own decisions and go wherever she pleased from now on. What's going on here? After decades as a homeroom teacher, this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. His mind felt a bit foggy. The next day, after returning to school, Chen Nan's life gradually fell back into place. He still woke up early for breakfast and exercise every day. During the school day, he buried himself in his Wuzansen workbooks. At mealtimes, he brought along Annie. The girl clung to him like glue, impossible to shake off. After school, he'd meet up with Chen Zhu and the others first, head to the internet cafe for a while, discuss how to proceed with their upcoming ventures. They also tackled problems encountered while managing their accounts. Some tasks were beyond the three of them and required Chen Nan's expertise, which was starting to give him a headache. He couldn't help but think that if the other two were as quick-witted as Annie, grasping things instantly, he wouldn't have to exert so much effort. But he had to admit, people really were different. Only Chen Zhu could independently solve problems, knowing to search online for solutions when encountering difficulties. Only when absolutely stuck would he come bother Chen Nan. Though he was often a bother, the more problems they solved meant they were getting closer to the day they'd start making money. After some time, all three of their account operations had gained momentum. Meanwhile, Chen Nan's studies were also progressing steadily. At first glance, Chen Nan's life seemed unchanged from before. He appeared busy every day. But upon closer inspection, everything felt different. Before, it was just aimless busyness, a huge waste of time. Chen Nan hadn't even known what he was doing day after day. Now, with clear goals, his busyness served a purpose to reach his objectives faster, and he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. During this time, his mother paid a visit to the school. Chen Nan felt uneasy, fearing something serious might come up. But everything turned out fine, and old Joe didn't say much to him either. Regarding Zhang Lin's case, old Joe still lacked concrete evidence. Crucially, Zhang Lin himself felt guilty and dared not name the culprit. Soon, the matter was swept under the rug. Anyway, Chen Nan felt quite content these days, fulfilled and accomplished. After studying with an E every day, he suddenly realized that learning could actually be this enjoyable. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the first mock exam of his senior year arrived. During the second semester of senior year, there were 3 mock exams in total. The first one was the most challenging and closely resembled the actual college entrance exam. For many seniors, the results of this exam essentially equated to their actual college entrance exam scores. The second and third mock exams served mainly to identify and address weaknesses, helping students adapt to the pace of the actual college entrance exam. They were generally not considered as references for college entrance exam results. As for Chen Nan's last exam results, they were truly dismal. Relying on what he learned in freshman year, he breezed through the questions he knew how to solve. For the rest, he randomly guessed on all the multiple choice questions and left the essay questions blank. His scores consistently landed him between the bottom 200 and 300 in the grade, though he occasionally managed to climb a few spots with better luck. Of course, this still placed him far above the bottom students in his class. But with grades like his, he was only good enough for a junior college. And if he was truly set on attending a vocational college, he might as well go through the vocational college entrance exam directly. At least he could enjoy an extra half year of leisure. Yet the arrival of this mock exam unexpectedly stirred something in Chen Nan, rekindling that long-lost feeling of being an academic star. After a period of focused study, his mindset was rock solid, a bit tense, but not overly so. His main goal was to test the results of his recent studies. After all, Chen Nan's foundation from his freshman year was absurdly solid. Add to that the intensive tutoring Annie had been giving him daily lately, and his brain was packed full of knowledge. Before the exam, he was certain he'd make significant progress. The only question was how well he would actually perform. The day the broken sword is reforged is the day the knight returns. Chen Nan glanced at his previous bottom-ranked scores, shook his head, and waited quietly in the exam hall for the test to begin. Soon, 2 days later, this grand mock exam came to an end. As usual, before the scores were released, the subject teachers would first review the questions. When the teacher asked the class which questions they found difficult, the students pointed to specific problems, prompting the teacher to re-explain them. But as he went on, Chen Nan sensed something was off. How could it be? Why did it feel like, aside from topics not yet covered in review, he seemed to have solved every single problem correctly? And those problems that seemed incredibly difficult to his classmates? To him, the solution just popped into his head the moment he glanced at them. It wasn't until 7 days after the mock exam, on his way to grab a bite, he saw a teacher posting the senior class report cards on the school bulletin board. Students swarmed over, jostling to get a look. Some even had their glasses knocked off in the rush. Ironically, it was the average students who were most eager to join the commotion. Ironically, the top students and the worst performers seemed least interested. Hey, make way. Chen Nan sent Annie ahead to the cafeteria to buy lunch, planning to join him later and get in on the commotion himself. The crowd immediately flinched at the sight of Chen Nan approaching, instinctively parting to make way for him. As usual, Chen Nan scanned the list starting from the bottom of the grade rankings. There were over 1,100 science students in the senior class, divided across 10 sheets of paper. Why haven't I seen it yet? He flipped through the next 7 sheets of paper, but still couldn't find his name. Until the very end of the 3rd sheet. Chen Nan, rank 299. Only 299th? Well, there was nothing he could do about it. A moment's effort couldn't possibly match someone else's 3 years of accumulated work. Chen Nan had actually anticipated this result and wasn't discouraged. Last time he ranked over 800th in his grade, and this time he jumped 500 spots, though he still felt his progress was too slow. But to his classmates, this pace of improvement felt like he'd been riding a rocket. What did 299th place at first high school mean? Historically, such a ranking would secure admission to a Tier 1 university, and with luck, even a bottom Tier 211 institution. Considering that just a month ago, Chen Nan had been coasting through school, such a leap was nothing short of astonishing. Not bad. Chen Nan's words sounded casual, but before leaving, he couldn't resist glancing at the names of the top 2 students in the grade. The current top student was his female deskmate from freshman year. Chen Nan felt a pang of emotion. He never imagined that a girl who was only average back then would become a sure bet for Tsinghua or Peking University by senior year. The second-place finisher was an E. She had moved up 1 spot since last time, yet her score now surpassed the third-place student by 15 points. At this point, she was only 5 points behind the top spot. When the two finished dinner and walked into the classroom, he and an E instantly became the center of attention for the entire class. One was the student who had made the most significant leap in the class rankings, while the other held the top spot. It was impossible not to draw attention. Scores were the most direct indicator of superiority in high school. A single point could crush someone's spirit. Those who had once used their grades to belittle him now had nothing to say. No sooner had Chen Nan settled into his seat than he overheard whispers. Holy crap, Chen Nan is making a comeback as the top student. Ranked 299th in the grade? 14th in the class? I thought I was seeing things. It's true. He even beat me by 3 points. I saw it clearly downstairs just now. Last time he was over 300th from the bottom in the whole school, and now he's shot up to nearly 300th? That's insane. You know, maybe he cheated. Cut the sour grapes. His academic foundation was solid to begin with, and he's been putting in serious effort lately. Everyone saw it. Yeah, I'm so jealous an E tutors him. With that kind of help, it'd be hard for his grades not to improve. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Before, people would gossip about which fights Chen Nan got into next, but now almost all the talk was about his grades. While many believed hard work paid off, plenty remained skeptical. But Chen Nan didn't let others' words bother him. In fact, he even enjoyed this long-forgotten feeling of being widely discussed and noticed in class. Before long, old Joe walked in before evening study began, holding several report cards. The classroom instantly fell silent. Eyes widened with curiosity as heads craned forward. Just like when grades were announced before. Old Joe first looked at an E, gave her a nod, and his smiling eyes brimmed with pride. Last exam, an E ranked 3rd in the entire grade. This time, she was 2nd. Could next time be? In short, aside from her growing closeness with Chen Nan, Mr. Joe couldn't find a single flaw in an E. In the face of such achievements, matters like early romance or hanging out with troublemakers simply didn't matter. Next, old Joe turned his gaze to Chen Nan. Holding the report card, his eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Chapter 19, An Unexpected Confession to Chen Nan. In this mock exam, our class still ranks 1st overall in the grade, and an E remains our top student. Let's give her a round of applause. After the applause died down, old Joe pressed his hands together and continued. Well, as before, for major exams like this, the school will give each top performer a symbolic 100 yuan bonus. Moving forward, everyone should learn from an E. When the college entrance exams come around, I expect you all to make me proud. As usual, the top 3 students in each class, along with the student who showed the most improvement, would receive specially prepared rewards from the school. Certificates, if for notebooks, fountain pens, and an extra 100 yuan bonus for each person. Previously, this policy hadn't been an issue, but this time, the student with the most improvement happened to be Chen Nan. Ahem. Now that the top 3 awards have been distributed, we move on to the most improved award. Chen Nan, though I admit I've been biased toward you, I've noticed your recent efforts. Keep up the good work. Old Joe finished his speech hastily. After distributing the prizes, he offered no further remarks, gave a couple of brief instructions, and then had the class monitor oversee the self-study session. He hurried out of the classroom, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Phew. Finally, class is over. What score did you get this time? What? My score was lower than yours? No way. I'll become a study nerd and secretly cram until I crush you. The moment the bell rang for the end of self-study period, the entire classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter, all centered around discussing their scores. Chen Nan gazed at the few awards on his desk, stretched lazily, and drew several envious glances. And since his grades improved, Chen Nan noticed that many girls in class were looking at him differently. A student council member who could hold his own in a fight, had a tough demeanor, decent looks, and solid grades. In middle school, that pretty much guarantees you'll be a heartthrob in the eyes of some girls. Just like during previous breaks, and he proactively moved a chair and sat beside Chen Nan. But just then, a tall figure in a school uniform flashed past the classroom door. The girl had delicate features and a rather pretty face. She was at least 1.8 meters tall, yet very slender. Her thighs and calves were as slender as bamboo poles. Though she couldn't match the beauty of campus queens like an E, she was still considered quite attractive among ordinary girls. She rushed into the classroom looking flustered, her cheeks slightly flushed, and approached Chen Nan with a hint of embarrassment. First, she handed him a box of exquisitely packaged chocolates, followed by a folded piece of paper. "Chen Nan, do you remember who I am? This is for you." Chen Nan's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. He opened his mouth, utterly stunned that his freshman year deskmate, now the top student in their senior class, had suddenly given him a gift and a love letter. The folded paper held a drawing of a heart. Not just Chen Nan, but the entire class was stunned. What? The second-ranked student tutored you, and now the top student sends you a love letter? What kind of crazy situation is this? Truth be told, Chen Nan wasn't bad-looking. Even when he was slacking off and doing poorly in school, girls still liked him. But times had changed. Since his rebirth, his grades had skyrocketed. Combined with his naturally good looks, he now attracted girls who were top students themselves. Right now, his female deskmate was staring at him expectantly. Seeing him take no action for ages, she grew flustered, her face flushing red. "Chen Nan." Smack! A sharp crack echoed as the gift the girl had just handed over was suddenly struck. Chen Nan looked up, his brow furrowing. The person approaching was Nan Yan, who hadn't bothered him in ages. "Who let you into our class? Get out!" Chen Nan's tone was icy. The words sent a chill through Nan Yan's heart. She instinctively wanted to resort to her usual coaxing, but seeing Chen Nan's impatient glare, she reconsidered. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Chen Nan, I still like you. Why don't we both compromise? Let's go back to dating like before and just coast through school." "You're the ultimate hypocrite for saying that. I suggest you check yourself into a hospital. And I suggest you check in with Zhang Lin." Chen Nan's words were sharp, striking Nan Yan right where it hurt. The mention of Zhang Lin made Nan Yan's face go pale in an instant. "I was deceived by him before. I didn't mean to hurt you. There's really nothing between us. I don't want to hear any more of this. Get out." Chen Nan's words were like knives, cutting into Nan Yan's eyes until they stung, and tears began to fall like tiny pearls. Ever since Chen Nan had completely distanced himself from her, Nan Yan had been in a daze. No more good morning or good night messages on QQ. No one invited her to dinner, bought her clothes, or took her out for nighttime rides on their ghost fire scooters. Even her own little gang had stopped acknowledging her. She always thought Chen Nan was easy to push around, but now that he was gone, Nan Yan realized how utterly boring life had become. Looking back, she'd been genuinely happy with Chen Nan. Now, without him, it felt like losing half her soul. Her heart felt hollow, aching like a knife cutting through her. Nan Yan cried, stomping her feet in frustration. "Chen Nan! Who was it who swore to stay with me forever, never leaving my side? Have you forgotten all those promises?" Chen Nan shot her a dismissive glance, his eyebrows twitching. "Never leave or abandon? What a joke. I don't want to bring up the past. The little head controls the big head, and that's not me talking, it's my second brother. Wake up, Nan Yan. The old Chen Nan died one night. Now I just want to study in peace. Get the hell out of my face. Or I'll really slap you." As he spoke, Chen Nan deliberately raised his hand. But Nan Yan hysterically grabbed his arm. "No. You have to explain yourself. How dare you like me for so long and then suddenly stop?" Chen Nan's temper flared instantly. He hadn't meant to bring it up, but now all the stupid things he'd done for Nan Yan came flooding back. He reached out to shake her off. But Nan Yan stubbornly clung to him, clinging so tightly that Chen Nan nearly lost his temper and actually hit her. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a cold voice cut through the air. "Sit down. Study." The words froze all three of them in their tracks. Usually, an E appeared cold and aloof, always well-behaved and obedient. Was the sun rising in the west today? She was actually upset about this. Glancing over, An Yi's face was as icy as frozen ice. Nan Yan instinctively let go. Seizing the chance to pull her arm back, Chen Nan immediately put on a smile. "All right, you sit down first. We'll start studying right away." As An Yi settled into her seat, the girl who had earlier delivered gifts and love letters to Chen Nan timidly called out, "Chen Nan. I think I'm late." Her words reminded Chen Nan of this matter. Seeing the girl's flushed cheeks, the irritation stirred up by Nan Yan instantly faded by half. Adding to that, they had been deskmates for their entire freshman year. Chen Nan's gaze softened involuntarily. Chen Nan took a deep breath and pointed at the items in her hands. "Shin Feifei, what's this?" She paused, her gaze sincere. I know I'm late, but I still want to thank you for walking through my entire youth. Back then, if you hadn't helped and encouraged me in freshman year, I wouldn't have become the confident person I am today. Chen Nan, I like you. Just plain and simple. I know I'm not good enough for you. You're handsome, you have a great figure, everything about you is perfect. So, I don't need you to accept my confession. I just came today to let you know that when you liked another girl and got rejected, there was another girl who liked you from afar. You must study hard. You were top of the class back then, but you're not anymore. I've been holding that spot for you. Now, hurry up and take it back. Too bad I wasn't braver. If only I'd come forward sooner. She watched in Yi's retreating figure, her rosy cheeks clouded with disappointment. After speaking, Shen Feifei gave Chen Nan a clean, bright smile, placed her things on his desk, and turned to leave. This straightforward yet subtle confession was far more sophisticated than Nan Yan's fishing tactics back then. The onlookers couldn't help but smack their lips in reaction, some with regret, others with envy. This confession from the top student in the entire grade felt both beautiful and tinged with a little regret. This was the essence of the second semester of senior year. Nan Yan stood nearby, her face flushing crimson as she listened to Shen Feifei's words. Recalling her own past attitude toward Chen Nan, then looking at Shen Feifei setting aside everything else, that single box of chocolates alone must have cost over 100 yuan. Here she was, acting all dramatic, looking like a complete clown. Just as she considered offering a more subtle farewell, she heard Chen Nan ask someone else, "Want some?" Clearly not directed at her, Nan Yan could only watch helplessly as Chen Nan unwrapped the chocolate box, carefully peeled the wrapper off a piece, and handed it to an E. The words on the tip of her tongue vanished back into her throat. After Nan Yan left, Chen Nan exhaled a long breath and flattered an E with a smile, "Thanks to you. Otherwise, today's situation would have been a real headache." Chewing the chocolate, and he patted his chest and replied nonchalantly, "No big deal." After evening study hall ended, Annie rode his Ghostfire motorcycle, eating the chocolate another woman had given Chen Nan, revving his engine as he sped down the road. Back home, they each took a shower before studying together. Strangely, they didn't exchange as many words as usual. After finishing their review, Chen Nan pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to an E. "Secretary An E, here's your salary. Take it." Ever since their last conversation about business, An E hadn't mentioned her salary again, nor had Chen Nan offered it in advance. The main reason was that after a month of account management, although Taobao and Alibaba hadn't started yet, the Taobao affiliate program had already started turning a profit. For Chen Nan, this was essentially his first pot of gold since his rebirth. In just a few days, Chen Zhu alone had earned over 40,000 yuan solely from Taobao affiliate commissions. Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun earned slightly less, but each still brought in around 30,000 yuan. They were so thrilled they practically wanted to adopt Chen Nan as their godfather. And this was merely the beginning. After collecting his share from the three of them, Chen Nan's first move was to pay An E her wages. This money was rightfully hers for the month of hard work tutoring him, and Chen Nan felt it was only fair to pay her. An E stared blankly at the small pile of cash, muttering as she accepted it, "I just casually explained some problems to you. It wasn't that much effort. Stop pretending. You weren't this shy when you ate my chocolate. This is your hard-earned money, don't be polite." Chen Nan tucked away the love letter Shen Feifei had given him. Inside were memories of their past together, truly a precious treasure. Somehow, despite getting paid and eating chocolate worth 10 yuan for 100, he should have been happy. And he watched Chen Nan's actions, but a knot formed in his chest. Even though their review session had ended, and he lingered in Chen Nan's room for ages before finally leaving. During this time, she was as silent as a mute, not uttering a single word. Back in her own room, she tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. Her legs kept tapping the footboard rhythmically. Unable to resist, she grabbed her phone and opened QQ, staring at the chat window with Chen Nan for a long time. Then she remembered all the chocolate she'd eaten that night. Her fingers trembled slightly before she finally typed 2 lines. "Chen Nan, are you free tomorrow? I'd like you to come home with me, and I also want to ask you to go shopping with me. Tomorrow's Saturday. Can you spare the time?" Chapter 20, An Yi's Jealousy. Having just undressed and prepared for bed, Chen Nan habitually picked up her phone to scroll through it. Suddenly, she saw this QQ message and instantly widened her eyes. He checked it over and over. This message was actually from An E? Seriously, why didn't she say this while we were messing around in the room? What a waste of data. If it had been any other girl, Chen Nan would have snapped at her in an instant. But because it was An E, he suddenly felt flustered and didn't know how to respond. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, his fingers hovered over the 9-key pad for ages, unsure where to start typing. He muttered to himself. "Tomorrow's Saturday, shouldn't we go to school for self-study? Wait, no. I've been so caught up in practice problems I've lost track. This weekend's actually a double holiday. How should I reply to show I care about her without being too obvious?" Meanwhile, An E lay on her bed, counting the money Chen Nan had given her, her eyes fixed on the bills glinting in her hand. But after counting 3 times in a row, Chen Nan still hadn't replied. Thinking of that box of chocolates and the page of love letter Chen Nan had carefully preserved, her heart began to race. She'd known Shin Feifei for a long time. They'd always been in the same exam hall during tests. Compared to her, Annie was considered short at 5 feet 7 inches, her figure was chubby, and her family background was average. Even academically, she was overshadowed by Shin Feifei. Crucially, she had been Chen Nan's deskmate in freshman year. She even claimed that it was only because of Chen Nan's encouragement back then that she could maintain her position as the top student in the entire grade now. Wait, what exactly does that even mean? In Annie's eyes, there was definitely some untold story between the two of them. A whole 10,000 yuan? The stack of cash in her hands was nothing like the monthly salary Chen Nan had told her about back then. A full 100 red bills. In all her life, Annie had never seen so much cash. She thought, with this much money, maybe she could finally free her mother from suffering? As the thought crossed her mind, her eyes stung with warmth. Lost in thought, her phone screen suddenly lit up. Annie quickly tapped it. It was Chen Nan's reply, "Alright." That single word made Annie clasp her phone to her chest, a smile spreading across her face. Already wide awake, she was now too excited to sleep at all. Her two slender, shapely legs swung back and forth at the edge of the bed like a playful fish. All the wild thoughts she'd been having about Chen Nan seemed to vanish with that single word. After all, the past was the past, and the present was the present. Proximity brings opportunity. She was practically living in Chen Nan's house now, separated only by the living room hallway. Who could be closer than her? What was worse, he'd already seen her completely naked, yet pretended every day as if he knew nothing. Meanwhile, in Chen Nan's room, he sat on his bed, waiting for Annie's reply, his heart aching like it was being clawed by a cat. Recalling how she'd been so distracted and hesitant tonight, he knew she was definitely overthinking things. There was nothing inappropriate between him and Shin Feifei. They hadn't even held hands. They were just former classmates who'd been casual acquaintances. Chen Nan never imagined she would suddenly confess her feelings. He remembered when Shin Feifei first entered high school, she ranked around 200th in the entire grade. She was always depressed, like a walking punching bag. Chen Nan felt sorry for her back then, so he'd occasionally help her with homework and offer encouragement. Little did he know she possessed such remarkable talent. Within just half a year, she propelled her grades into the top 10 in the entire school. Later, when Chen Nan drifted into a life of petty mischief, Shin Feifei surged to become the top student in the entire school, a position she's maintained ever since. Guess that was one of the few genuinely good deeds I ever did. Chen Nan shook his head. The past was like smoke, too painful to look back on. Only Shin Feifei could still bring him some pleasant memories. As for what that love letter said? Chen Nan had read it once and didn't feel like dwelling on it. Anyway, it's not as good as an E. Lost in thought, Chen Nan's phone lit up. It was a reply from an E. Got it. I'll call you tomorrow. And so, both believed the other had fallen asleep, yet each lay awake, the night passing without a word. Early the next morning, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Nan, just waking up, opened the door with a yawn only to be startled awake by the girl standing before him. He almost didn't recognize her. Standing at the door was none other than an E. But today she wasn't wearing her school uniform. Instead, she sported a casual denim shirt and shorts. A small blue cap perched on her head. At school, she always wore her uniform because it was mandatory under the school rules. But today was different. Annie felt that since she had invited Chen Nan out herself, she had to make a special effort to look her best. She wanted to leave a good impression on him. Chen Nan thought Annie looked absolutely stunning and youthful right now. Last night Shin Feifei was perhaps 7/10 as pretty as her, while Nan Yan, in Chen Nan's eyes, couldn't hold a candle to even a single strand of Annie's hair. Do I look pretty today? Under Chen Nan's gaze, Annie's face flushed bright red, her hands not knowing where to rest. They say clothes make the man, and today Annie embodied it all: her aura, her outfit, her demeanor. She truly lived up to her reputation as the campus beauty. You look great. Wait for me, we'll head out soon. Chen Nan invited her inside first. His own clothes were comparatively plain. Growing up poor, his family couldn't afford nice outfits. Most of his wardrobe consisted of those hole-ridden pants with skulls on them, as tacky as could be. The only thing presentable today, besides his uniform, was a black casual top and pants he'd bought in his freshman year. But 2 years later, the clothes had shrunk considerably. Fortunately, he still had a decent build, and with the aura he carried over from his previous life, he could pull off a decent look with a little effort. Let's go, Chen Nan. My place first. Yeah, sure. Their conversations were always this straightforward, but they both preferred this simple way of communicating. And he opened his backpack, took out 60 red bills, and carefully tucked them into a hidden compartment. He hung it around his neck and clutched it tightly. Even on the way home, he had Chen Nan ride the bike, terrified the money might fall out along the way. The moment she entered the house, and he first confirmed in Minglei wasn't home. Without a word, she pulled out the money and handed it to Sun Fingxia. Here. Sun Fingxia stared at the money, stunned. Where did you get this? Of course I earned it through my work. And he shot Chen Nan a proud glance and explained bluntly. Sun Fingxia frowned. You didn't do that kind of. What? Why do you always assume the worst about me? This is a month's salary from working for Chen Nan. She then briefly explained how she tutored Chen Nan. Watching her daughter place the money in her hand and then reluctantly say a few more words, a pang of bitterness welled up in Sun Fengxia's heart. Ever since that incident at home, the mother-daughter relationship had grown increasingly distant. The fact that it had escalated to this point, her daughter running away, was entirely her own doing. Sun Fengxia longed to mend their bond, but every time she tried to speak, she found herself at a loss for words. The real concern was leaving an E at home. What if something happened? What if that beast in Minglei? Sun Fengxia felt terribly guilty about it. It wasn't until that day, when she saw the slacker punk Chen Nan appear, that things slowly began to turn around. How wonderful, E, you've changed so much. Sun Fengxia invited Chen Nan to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Regardless, E had gained his freedom. He smiled more than usual and spoke more than before. The once cold child now smiled occasionally, and her whole demeanor had become much livelier and more cheerful. All of this was because of this boy. So she smiled at E and said, so it was all thanks to Chen Nan's help. You'd better treat him well and stop throwing your little tantrums all the time. E pouted. Mind your own business. What about you? Still not planning to divorce him? Sun Fengxia reached out to stroke her daughter's hair, not responding, her heart filled with warmth. Never mind. As long as you found someone to lean on, I'm content. I don't have the energy to fight anymore. This exchange went on for 5 or 6 minutes, and Chen Nan couldn't make heads or tails of it. But he guessed that Yi's suicide attempt must have been related to Minglei. You should go now. He goes to the foot massage parlor every evening. Judging by the time, he should be coming back soon. You really don't plan to divorce him? E asked again. No. I'll just endure it. E, I'm sorry for ever persuading you back then. Don't bring up the past. E abruptly turned, grabbed Chen Nan, and didn't even bother mentioning the disgusting things Sun Fengxia had once said to her. Soon, she stormed out. Watching them leave through the closed door, Sun Fengxia guessed just by her daughter's outfit that they might have been on a date today. A faint smile touched her lips. She no longer cared. Staying here with that old man was fine by her, as long as her daughter's future grew brighter. Besides, Chen Nan seemed like someone she could truly trust. Chen Nan and E rode slowly along the road on the ghost fire. He asked nothing, and the girl said nothing. All the answers would surface naturally when the time was right. Pushing too soon might only upset E, and Chen Nan wasn't about to invite trouble. Next, the two headed to the commercial district. Unexpectedly, Yi's outfit today ended up backfiring on this date. To ensure their first outing together became a cherished memory, E had stayed up half the night carefully selecting this outfit. That morning, she'd applied lipstick and a light, barely noticeable makeup. But look at Chen Nan. Although he deliberately avoided wearing his usual sharp young guy outfits to match E, opting instead for a relatively normal and clean old shirt. Still, he ended up looking a bit dowdy. Standing next to the beautiful and elegant E, Chen Nan instantly became the country bumpkin. Maybe we should skip shopping today, another time. Chen Nan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He felt his outfit wasn't worthy of E. He wasn't exactly feeling inferior, but it wouldn't hurt to buy some new clothes before going out again. But just as he started to make a move to leave, a sharp pain shot through his arm and E had pinched his hand. Fortunately, it was only a light pinch. If she'd used any force, Chen Nan would have been in real trouble. Ouch. Why pinch me? That hurts. I just want to pinch you. E cut him off, grabbing Chen Nan's hand and deliberately grinning. What are you doing? I don't look down on you. Besides, when you accepted that chocolate and love letter from Shen Feifei, why didn't you seem embarrassed then? Oh, and Nan Yen. Everyone knows you used to be so patient with her. When you went shopping, you carried her bags and paid for everything. What? Now that I'm paying you to go shopping with me, you want to run away? Do you hate me? I don't. Hearing this, Chen Nan scratched his head awkwardly. Besides, given the implication in her words, how could Chen Nan, having lived 2 lifetimes, still not understand what she was thinking? E is jealous. Chapter 21, Saturday's Sweet Date. With money in her pocket, E's words carried an unexpected boldness. She dragged him along, leaving no room for refusal. Even passers-by on the street couldn't help but smile and glance their way. Look, a young couple having a fight. Wow, what a handsome guy and beautiful girl. They're probably just starting out. It's normal. He clearly heard their words, yet she didn't react at all, as if she were tacitly agreeing. She accepted their relationship and accepted that today's shopping trip was, in fact, a date. Alright, let's start shopping. Chen Nan ruffled her hair. Truth be told, he felt a bit awkward about tugging at her like that. He wasn't some rich woman or a weirdo. Seeing Chen Nan comply, she immediately let go. Seeing Chen Nan's resistant demeanor a stark contrast to his usual self and glancing at his attire, she instantly understood what was going on. Men value their pride above all else. Even Chen Nan, who'd once been a street thug, was no exception. But then again, clothes make the man. No matter how handsome someone is, they need a good haircut and decent clothes to really stand out. Chen Nan's plain, outdated clothes paired with his short hair hid 7/10 of his good looks. He looked just like one of those poor students who couldn't hold their own in high school, completely unremarkable on the street. "Chen Nan, look at me, do I look like a bad girl now?" And he deliberately struck a dramatic pose in front of the full-length mirror inside the mall. "You really do look different now." "How am I different?" "Everything. You're like a different person, talkative and much more cheerful." Chen Nan didn't dare stand in front of the mirror, afraid to see his own dowdy reflection. "Oh, actually, I think the biggest change is in you. You're the one who's different in every way compared to before." And he bent down, winked at her reflection, and snapped a selfie. "How about I buy you some clothes?" This left Chen Nan completely dumbfounded, his eyes widening in surprise. Spend money on clothes for himself? Was he short on cash? With the few pennies in Yi's pocket which she'd actually earned from him, she was now implying she'd support him? Her logic was utterly bizarre. But in a way, it made him realize just how kind-hearted Yi truly was. Back when he used to go shopping with Nan Yen, this cheapskate wouldn't spend a single penny of his own money. Back then, he'd been broke but still tried to act generous. Now look at him, he's got money, and suddenly a girl's spending hers on him? When it comes to kindness and good looks, it's hard to say they're unrelated. And Yi is a prime example. And he touched up her lipstick again, pondered for a moment, then blurted out, "Chen Nan, do you have an idol complex? Like, are you super concerned about how you look? Do you always make sure your clothes are perfectly put together?" Chen Nan turned his head away, refusing to engage. He thought to himself, what kind of question is that? Who doesn't care about their appearance? Anyone who claims otherwise is just putting on a brave face. Most of the time, silence speaks volumes. And Yi understood this well. Knowing that anything she said now would be futile, she simply grabbed his sleeve. "If you really care about appearances, come shopping with me." Chen Nan froze slightly, unable to resist glancing down at her. "I can make you look exceptionally handsome, exceptionally manly. You'll turn every head on the street." "As if I care about that," Chen Nan retorted, clearing his throat. "Fine, let's go." But the moment the words left his mouth, Chen Nan regretted them. He felt he'd been too obvious. Didn't that make him sound like a freeloader? "Well, if we're shopping for clothes, I'll pick out a couple for you too," Chen Nan said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was the first time he'd ever felt like he was dating someone. Thinking about it, Chen Nan realized how foolish he'd been with Nan Yen before all that money wasted on her. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Yi thought to herself, this guy finally got the hint. He seemed so mature, yet he was completely clueless about matters of the heart. And Yi-san felt a flutter in her heart. So the two of them hopped back on the ghost train and rode over to a hair salon in the neighboring shopping district. Her motivation wasn't merely curiosity about how Chen Nan would look with a new hairstyle. More importantly, Yi had longed for the chance to go out together. So sweet. Really sweet. Young couples are so much more interesting to listen to. Us old married couples barely feel anything anymore. Bull. You don't feel anything at night? That's a different story altogether. Hearing the echoes of their conversation drifting over, Chen Nan glanced at the people around them. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no! The words they'd just exchanged, along with their actions, had undoubtedly been overheard and witnessed by passers-by. Hold on tight. And Yi twisted the throttle, and the ghost train shot forward, carrying Chen Nan as they vanished with a whoosh at the end of the commercial street. By the time they reached the neighboring commercial street, it was barely past 8 in the morning, and the streets were still relatively empty. On any other day, they'd be stuck in class at this hour, buried in worksheets. But today was different. It was Saturday, a rare day off for the students of First Middle School. We're here. And he pulled the bike to a stop by the roadside. Where is this? Chen Nan stared at the imposing mall and the high-end styling salon at its entrance, his brow furrowed deeply. After a decade of changes to this area, he barely recognized it anymore. This is a hair salon I used to frequent. It's still early, so we don't need to rush shopping. Let's go in first and get you a new hairstyle. All right. Chen Nan ran his fingers through his slightly overgrown hair, doubting there was much he could do with it. But he didn't want to disappoint in Yi's kind gesture. That hairstyle's way too aggressive. You're going to college soon, you really need to change it. College life? Chen Nan had occasionally thought about it, but he hadn't really given it much serious thought. Right now, his mind was consumed with studying, leaving little room for yearning about college life. People tend to fantasize about things they expect to be unattainable while accepting with contentment what they believe is within reach. But now, listening to Yi talk about college, watching her stand in the sunlight looking so beautiful and captivating, Chen Nan suddenly felt a tingle of excitement, finding himself unexpectedly looking forward to future college life. All right. Chen Nan agreed, always feeling that when it came to shopping, women were the ones who called the shots. Men just needed to listen and follow along. Chen Nan followed behind Yi as she pushed open the door to Liang Wan Hair Design. The scent of shampoo wafted out from inside. The shop wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. 3 or 4 apprentices with dyed yellow hair were busy washing customers' hair. Prices were tiered. The apprentices were the cheapest at 10 yuan. The shop managers, design directors, and technical advisors charged a minimum of 30 yuan per head, with prices skyrocketing up to 200 yuan. Who knows if my hair is made of gold flakes or something, but it sure is expensive. But Annie says the stylists here are reliable, especially that makeup-wearing, long-legged, stocking-clad beauty who runs the place. She has excellent taste, incredibly gentle hands, and best of all, she gives you a massage before cutting your hair. Alright, she's the one. Chen Nan made his choice instantly, no more hesitation. Sis Weiwei, you've got a customer, the staff member called up to the second floor. And it's a handsome guy, another staff member added. Alright, I'll be right up. Just so you know, it's 200 bucks per head, no exceptions, regardless of gender or style, came a soft, melodious female voice from upstairs. Just as Annie had described, the woman was indeed very attractive, dressed in a very sexy outfit. She was slim, wearing white stockings and red high heels. 200 bucks? That's actually acceptable. As the manager of any hair salon, one generally has some skills. After 10 years in the business, you couldn't hire a manager to cut hair for less than 500 or 600. This price was actually on the cheaper side. Standing beside Chen Nan, Annie directed the female manager with a series of instructions. Please style his hair, keep it simple and handsome, don't cut too much off, it's already short. Just focus on the styling, after the cut, blow dry it thoroughly. No flyaways. We're heading out shopping later. Chen Nan felt Annie was even more chatty than his own mom. Or maybe women were just like that. Just as they were talking, Sister Weiwei approached Chen Nan, who had just finished washing his hair. The moment she saw Chen Nan, her eyes lit up. Sparse, short hair, a few quick snips and done. 200 yuan earned with ease. But Annie's appearance made her reconsider. When a man came in alone for a haircut, whether it turned out well or poorly, he'd usually just pay and leave. But with a girlfriend tagging along, she'd have to think carefully and put in some effort. If the cut turned out poorly, the girl would definitely make her pay. Nice hair texture, handsome. What style are you going for? Sister Weiwei gently massaged his forehead, sending waves of pleasure through him. The person in the mirror looked good too. Those stockings, those high heels, if Annie wore something like this, she'd be stunning. Chen Nan didn't beat around the bush. He'd already decided on the way over, give me a bullet cut, but not too sharp, keep it soft. He gestured as he spoke. A bullet cut? Sis Weiwei looked surprised that hairstyle wasn't popular yet. Chen Nan had to explain the general shape, desired length, and how the stylist should design it. Sister Wei grew increasingly excited as she listened, thinking this young man really knew his stuff. She'd have to give him an extra careful cut. Got it. Handsome, I'll give it a shot right now. Who knows, maybe we'll start a new trend. Annie glanced at Chen Nan with some trepidation. She had no idea what a bullet cut was, but seeing his confidence, she finally agreed. Alright. Just make sure you cut it well for him. He's spending this much money. If it looks bad, I won't let you off the hook. Annie stood beside Chen Nan like a protective little tiger, watching Sister Weiwei cut his hair with a fierce glare. Chapter 22, Annie in lightly mature attire. Snip, snip, snip. If the salon was styling a girl's hair, it was far more complicated than doing a guy's. It involved washing, cutting, and styling even without coloring. The whole process took at least an hour. But with guys, it was different. Even the most intricate hairstyle could be finished in under half an hour. Hey, sweetie, see how handsome your boyfriend looks now? Sister Weiwei gave the young couple a flirtatious glance. Judging by their relationship, despite Annie being the more talkative one, the quieter boy was clearly the one calling the shots. So while she addressed Annie, she was really asking Chen Nan for his approval. Not bad, it's pretty good. Chen Nan brushed stray hairs off his shoulders, glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and was quite satisfied with the new look. And Yi's 200 yuan hadn't been wasted after all. The shop owner's skill was superior to others. Just describing it to her was enough to get a pretty accurate cut. As long as you're happy. And Yi obediently paid, feeling a twinge of regret. But seeing Chen Nan looking slightly handsome, she decided it was money well spent. The clothes, however, were nothing special. If it weren't for his figure carrying them off, they'd be utterly unremarkable. There's a clothing store over there, let's go check it out. And Yi tugged Chen Nan's arm and jogged along, radiating pure joy. Chen Nan thought this might be the real Annie, not the aloof, model student she'd been in high school. But just as Annie wanted to check out the street stalls first, Chen Nan pulled her straight into a boutique inside the mall. Sister Weiwei hadn't been mistaken in their relationship. Chen Nan was the one calling the shots. But when it came to shopping, Chen Nan was admittedly not very skilled, which was why he followed Annie as they wandered aimlessly. Let's go. The moment they entered the mall, Chen Nan tugged the slightly dazed Annie straight toward the women's clothing boutique. This display left her no chance to refuse. Fortunately, the prices inside were moderately priced, with most items around 200 yuan. It wasn't enough to make Annie hesitate. Chen Nan, we agreed I'd buy you clothes. But honestly, I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for pulling me out of the mud. So don't worry about me spending money on you. And Yi's voice regained that obedient tone as she spoke. She seemed to be trying to change herself, but the transformation wasn't quite complete. But Chen Nan's thoughts were worlds apart from Yi's. He simply wanted to buy her a few pieces of clothing and have her pick out a few for his mom while he was at it. When it came to buying clothes for women, women were the experts. 188 for a little skirt, 200 for a short sleeve top. And he flipped through the price tags on the clothes, her heart growing uneasy. Chen Nan, are we really going to buy clothes here? This is so expensive, she whispered into Chen Nan's ear, her voice barely audible, afraid someone might overhear. Though Annie agreed the clothes here were nice and would look stunning on her. But the problem was, she was now completely cut off from that family. Not only could she not take money from home, but she also couldn't help giving some of her earnings to Sun Fengxia. Sometimes Annie felt foolish about it. Sun Fengxia had been complicit back then, yet she still couldn't bring herself to completely let go. It's okay, I've got a little extra cash lately. Chen Nan ran her fingers over a few garments, finding them quite comfortable. The clothes here aren't expensive, the designs are nice, and there are so many styles. You'll look great in any of them. Not expensive. And Yi's mind began to wander. She deliberately brought 1500 yuan today, thinking it would be enough for shopping, meals, and buying something for Chen Nan to express her gratitude. But if she spent it all on clothes here, she couldn't bear to think about it, her head drooping lower and lower. Yet she didn't want to be outshone by that Shin Fei from yesterday. That girl had given Chen Nan a box of designer chocolates without batting an eye, and everything she wore and carried was Nike or Adidas. How could she possibly compete without giving something? But now that Chen Nan was buying her such expensive clothes, she couldn't possibly give something cheap in return. What if she couldn't afford it? While she hesitated, Chen Nan had already started picking out clothes with great enthusiasm. His eyes darted swiftly, scanning row after row of hangers with rapid movements. In no time, he'd gathered a pile of items that caught his eye. He then carefully selected a few more from the pile. This one, and this one, bring them all out for her to try on. Chen Nan instructed the young sales clerk behind him. The sales assistant clearly looked like a recent high school graduate, her movements still a bit clumsy. Annie blinked her big eyes. You really want me to try these on? What else? If you don't try them, are you going to give them to me? But. Stop dawdling. Trying them on doesn't cost anything. Hurry up, go change, and come back out so I can take a look. Chen Nan, of course, had her own little scheme. She deliberately picked out a white mini skirt that made Annie's legs look extra long and shoved it into her hands. Ignoring her hesitant gaze, he shoved her straight into the fitting room. Hey, do you have any clothes for women in their 40s? She's about 5 feet 1 inch tall, weighs 18 pounds, and usually prefers casual, loose-fitting styles. Sure thing, bro, the saleswoman replied, taking advantage of Annie changing to help Chen Nan pick out several everyday women's outfits. But they were all in dull shades of gray and black. No way, these are way too old-fashioned. Just as Chen Nan was still browsing, Annie suddenly emerged wearing an exceptionally flattering skirt. Without the bulk of her school uniform, her snow-white skin and long legs were fully revealed. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, accentuating her stunning figure and exquisite features. Chen Nan's eyes were filled with admiration. You look gorgeous. Really? You're just biased toward me. I think this skirt is just okay. Ask this girl if you don't believe me. It looks great. When this lady wears it, she looks just like a TV star. The waitress said with envy in her eyes. With such a stunning figure, beauty, and grace, paired with this skirt that hit just above the knee, it made Annie look like a goddess descended from heaven. Finally, the girl, eager to boost her sales, added awkwardly, Bro, your girlfriend is gorgeous. You're handsome too, and so thoughtful buying clothes for your mom. I noticed you didn't have anything suitable for your date today. Would you like me to recommend a few pieces? The men's section next door is also part of our store. No, we're not actually dating yet. Seeing Annie blush shyly, Chen Nan quickly added, we're classmates, really not a couple. The young waitress grinned with obvious curiosity but didn't press further. Sales targets came first. Oh, sorry about that. Shall I have this lady try on the other 2 pieces? Sure. And want to try something else? Ah, sure. With the first try under her belt, Annie started to feel more at ease. Partly because she was starting to look forward to seeing herself in these outfits, and partly because Chen Nan had a killer eye. Everything she picked looked amazing. She eagerly slipped into the second outfit. A white and blue jacket paired with matching loose sweatpants, her hair pulled into a ponytail adorned with a purple ribbon, casual yet versatile. Next came the third outfit, white low-heeled shoes paired with a white, narrow-waisted long skirt. The moment she slipped it on, she radiated the same commanding presence as Chen Nan's English teacher, a perfect embodiment of the sweet, senior sister vibe. These 3 outfits perfectly highlighted Annie's great figure and aura, and she grew more satisfied with each try. But when Chen Nan moved on to the next selection, she refused to change. These outfits leaned into a more mature aesthetic, a sheer tank top that exposed her back and navel, paired with black shorts. They fully embodied the admirable quality of I wear less, I'm proud, I save fabric for the nation. She stared at the outfit for a long moment before finally asking, isn't this a bit too revealing? Are you sure you like it? Everyone loves beauty, right? Just try it on. You might look amazing in it. Chen Nan said this with deadpan seriousness, his expression earnest. Annie ran her fingers over the fabric. It felt luxurious, flawless in every way. Plus, the clothes Chen Nan had picked out for her earlier really did flatter her. After a moment's thought, Annie stepped into the fitting room. So, should I try it on? Sure, go ahead. Chen Nan waved his hand, pretending not to care, though his smile stretched almost to his ears. He had also asked the sales assistant to pack the outfit he'd picked out for his mom and directed her to take him next door to see if there were any suitable men's clothes for himself. Strangely, even though this outfit had the least fabric, it took her the longest to change. By the time Chen Nan had changed into a white tracksuit and returned, he waited quite a while before she finally emerged from the fitting room, face flushed, hand pressed over her chest, shuffling slowly and cautiously. Chen Nan, you're so mean. Look at this outfit, it's practically like going out wrapped in 2 pieces of cloth. After waiting half a minute with no response, Annie looked up to find Chen Nan staring intently at her. That gaze was completely different from usual, making her feel uneasy. Chen Nan, what are you looking at? I'm admiring the most beautiful thing in the world. Ahem, just trying on clothes, nothing to see here. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Going out wearing so little really isn't appropriate, it's practically indecent. Chen Nan didn't want anyone else to see Annie like this. He was the only one allowed to. Annie felt a twinge of confusion. Given the way Chen Nan had been staring earlier, completely transfixed, how could he now claim it was inappropriate? Could it really be because it wasn't attractive? She glanced down at her ample chest and murmured, it does affect the look a bit now that I've grown. I think I'll pass on this one. But when she looked at Chen Nan, she saw he'd changed into a well-fitted outfit that actually looked quite good on him. Combined with his freshly styled hair worth 200 yuan, he looked like a handsome guy straight out of a TV idol drama. Pondering this, she pursed her lips and slipped back into the dressing room to change out of the outfit. While Annie was changing, Chen Nan had already settled the bill with the waitress. 2 sets for me, 3 for her, and 3 for my mom. He handed over the payment without hesitation. When Annie emerged from the fitting room, she saw Chen Nan waiting for her, dressed in his new outfit and holding the shopping bags. Chen Nan, how much did you spend? Mind your own business. I didn't buy them just for you. My 2 sets, plus my mom's, it just hit the 1,000 yuan mark for the 10% discount. Annie felt the money in her purse and knew it wouldn't quite cover it, a twinge of regret stinging her. Let's go then. Annie looked at Chen Nan, only to find his gaze fixed on another store. Alright. We've got your outerwear. I noticed your underwear was a bit tight the other day, let's go pick out a few more pieces for you. Ahem, you don't mind, do you? At those words, Annie froze in place. Chapter 23, Clothes with a Milky Scent. Buying underwear. Annie didn't know when Chen Nan had noticed, and she instinctively shrank back. But Chen Nan was right, her underwear was a bit too small, uncomfortable to wear, and felt constricting, making it hard to breathe. The main reason was her rapid growth lately. But she had no other underwear to change into, so she'd just have to endure it for now. She hadn't expected Chen Nan to discover this secret. I remember there's a lingerie shop on the 4th floor. Let's go take a look. If you find something that fits, buy a couple of pieces. At first, Annie hesitated, but then she remembered how kind Chen Nan had been to her. Plus, they were in this complicated, hard-to-define relationship, and he had saved her life. Slowly, her heart settled. All right. Once they reached the women's lingerie store on the 4th floor, Chen Nan first pulled Annie aside, pressing his body tightly against hers. Annie was a bit confused. What are you doing? Shoo, keep your voice down. Her usual obedient nature made Annie sit down without protest. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Chen Nan's gaze right now. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was off, perhaps it was just a woman's intuition? What are you trying to do to me? What wouldn't I want to do? Staring at Annie's soft, yielding expression, Chen Nan fought the urge to tease her and replied with deadpan seriousness. You know, Annie? A lot of times, guys can really like a girl even if she's not conventionally pretty. You know why? Why? Annie stammered. In that moment, all traces of her usual cheerfulness and brightness seemed to vanish, leaving her looking sweetly innocent and naive. Only she knew that being a good girl was her true nature. That sassy, bad girl persona she put on in public was merely a longing deep within her heart. No matter how convincing the act, it wasn't real. Now, cornered by Chen Nan, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. What difference was there between this and having her underwear exposed? Why? Because every girl has her own unique charm. Some have beautiful feet, some have long, straight legs, some may be flat-chested but possess an innocent yet alluring aura, and others. Chen Nan trailed off, glancing down at Annie's full, rounded chest. Annie frowned at him. And some have what? Some have faces that are beautiful, legs that are long and straight, feet that are wonderfully delicate, and figures that are also top-notch. Tell me, how old are you? Annie's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Though she'd braced herself mentally, Chen Nan's roundabout way of speaking was still too much. It left her heart pounding. ADD. The blush and shyness on her face weren't signs of reluctance, just a little hesitation typical of a young girl. Annie didn't hesitate long before telling Chen Nan her size, though her tone was soft and gentle. Chen Nan's attention fixated on the words ADD, mingling with memories from the past, causing him to swallow hard. I asked your age, not that. Teased like this, and he instantly flew into a rage, wanting to bite the naughty man in front of her to death. No teen sizes, I want plus size adult. Chen Nan walked into the store and directly asked the saleswoman to help him find a few suitable bras. Though the saleswoman herself was only an A-cup, she handled all kinds of bust sizes daily and was well versed in such matters. Sir, are you buying a gift for your mom? These mature style designs are quite nice. The saleswoman thought to herself that this handsome guy was quite filial, and he was also very good looking. Hearing this, Chen Nan's face flushed even redder. What do you mean mom-style lingerie? She's still in her senior year of high school. Chen Nan smiled slightly, glancing at the styles the saleswoman recommended available in various colors. The simplest was a pink low-cut bra. If Annie wore it, Chen Nan could catch a glimpse of the view whenever he looked down while they studied together at night. But it was too mature, not quite fitting for Annie's good girl style. In Chen Nan's eyes, this girl hadn't fundamentally changed, but certain events had made her crave being a bad girl. So sometimes, she could be quite the contrast. Take these two, the white one and this purple one. Let her try them on first. Chen Nan said. The saleswoman froze in surprise. She hadn't expected the demure-looking girl beside her to have such an exaggerated figure. That's an ADD cup. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had such a mature figure. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? And Eve felt like she was about to melt. Having Chen Nan announce her cup size like that, bragging about it like a child showing off a toy, with such pride in his voice. She felt utterly mortified. Chen Nan, help me take off my coat. And Eve decided to just go for it. Blushing, she stepped into the fitting room, only to find nowhere to place her outerwear. So she had no choice but to reopen the fitting room door and hand the coat to Chen Nan. Good heavens, that glimpse through the crack had been like a lifetime. Honestly, Chen Nan thought sometimes clothes looked better off than on, adding a tantalizing hint of mystery. Holding the coat in his hand, Chen Nan brought it to his nose and caught a whiff of that uniquely pleasant scent of a young girl. It was fresh, with a faint, invigorating scent, all wrapped up inside the garment. Especially where it covered her chest, that hint of milky sweetness hidden within the freshness quietly tugged at Chen Nan's throat. He couldn't help but inhale deeply a few more times. Damn, it smells good, so good. It stirred some strange thoughts in his mind. The moment she opened the fitting room door and saw Chen Nan's gaze practically glued to her, and he felt even more embarrassed. Do you like it? Of course. Do you think my taste is bad? Here, let me hold the one you took off. Try the other one on. How can you be so bold? And E was utterly speechless. The outfit she'd just taken off had been worn all day and surely had an odor. She was sure Chen Nan wouldn't dare to smell it. After that thought crossed her mind, and he said nothing. She silently took off the underwear she had been wearing and placed it in Chen Nan's hands. I just love this scent. It carried a tangy hint of sweat mixed with a faint, delicate milky scent utterly irresistible, making him want to inhale again and again. This scent, not bad, not bad. It's like eating Wingsy mini buns. Even without perfume, it wasn't the slightest bit unpleasant. No doubt about it, what lay beneath was bound to be like two exquisite works of art. Chen Nan took several deep breaths. Even with his worldly experience, his heart started racing a little. Would this look good on me? The fitting room door opened again, revealing a purple lingerie set that hugged her ample, perfectly rounded breasts. Though not a single inch of skin was exposed, it looked even more stunning than if it had been utterly breathtaking. Seeing Chen Nan's slightly dazed expression, a hint of pride flashed across Yi's face for the first time. The old Chen Nan had been too composed, always seeming to have everything under control, making her feel like a child in his presence. This rare moment of disarray finally made her realize Chen Nan was just her peer after all. Help me check this. After putting it on, Yi spun around in front of Chen Nan. Chen Nan offered genuine praise, a work of art. Really nice. Are you talking about me? MHM. Those few simple words made Yi feel incredibly pleased, lifting her spirits considerably. But this good mood lasted only until Chen Nan went to pay. She only bought 2 styles of lingerie. There were too few options for younger women, and some colors in the mature mom styles didn't quite suit her. After much deliberation, Chen Nan felt these 2 were the most suitable options. But even these 2 pieces together came to 500 yuan. 2 pieces of fabric cost more than those full outfits? This situation mirrored the business Chen Nan was about to launch. Those feminine dresses were essentially just a piece of fabric, with production costs barely exceeding $1. Yet they sell for tens of yuan? That wasn't just a huge markup, it was outright robbery. How else did he get rich in his past life? All thanks to the world being full of horny bastards. It just goes to show, the easiest money to make in this world is from women. The second easiest money to make comes from the lecherous men in the male population. Once they get carried away, they'll throw money around without batting an eye. Back to the present, these 2 pieces of lingerie were indeed pricey, and Yi only had 1,500 on her. She's probably debating whether to buy them. Seeing Yi frown, Chen Nan immediately caught on, guessing the girl hadn't brought enough cash. Chen Nan desperately wanted to offer to buy her a few pieces himself. But he knew her temperament all too well. She looked docile, but she was stubborn as a mule. He'd already paid for things before, so buying these 2 pieces of lingerie would definitely be on her dime. She wasn't one to take advantage of him. So Chen Nan couldn't think of a good solution either. He could only advise. Don't worry about it, and don't overthink it. The money I gave you gave it to your mom this morning. If you spend all the remaining money now, that definitely won't work. How about this? Consider the money for these bras as an advance on next month's salary. Chen Nan thought he'd phrased it as tactfully as possible, but after pondering for a moment, he still shook her head. No, we agreed on 3,000 a month, but you gave me 10,000. Chen Nan, you don't need to say these things to me. I know you care about me. And I know you only treat me this way. At that moment, a rare sense of relief washed over her face. Though she was still wearing the same clothes, in that moment, it seemed as if she had suddenly shed some heavy burden. Walking in the sunlight, she radiated a brilliant, solitary beauty. What about the white moonlight? The red rose? All pale in comparison to peace of mind. You? Chen Nan froze for a moment, unable to speak. Was Annie finally making her own decisions? Since that was the case, he didn't press further. This was a good thing for her. Perhaps she'd never attempt suicide in secret again. But even after paying, Annie didn't leave. Instead, she began browsing again inside. Go ahead and look around. I'll take a walk outside. Chen Nan didn't actually enjoy shopping or malls. In fact, no man really did. You could tell that from when we accompanied our moms shopping as kids. Who would willingly spend an entire morning in a mall unless it was to buy a toy or grab something to eat or drink? After one last glance at Annie, who looked more and more beautiful, Chen Nan stepped out of the lingerie store and stood at the 4th floor railing, looking down. What once seemed like a great height now appeared incredibly low to him, reborn into this new life. To live again, this life is not in vain. Chen Nan's current state of mind was quite peculiar. It was as if he had discovered a piece of rough jade that was about to shatter, and through his careful nurturing, it had slowly regained its luster. That was the feeling Annie gave her. This should have been a good thing. The problem was, this raw jade was simply too dazzling. So dazzling that even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't suppress the faint flutter in his heart. That's why he stepped outside to gaze at the distant figures, to look down at the lower levels, to try and calm himself. But once outside, Chen Nan realized he couldn't calm down at all. Her image kept surfacing in his mind, and his heart felt chaotic, a state he hadn't anticipated. Chen Nan had always believed that having weathered so many storms, he could remain composed no matter what came his way. His relationship with Annie was merely born out of past mistakes and guilt, coupled with the desire to spare his mother a heart attack. That was why he cherished her so. Damn it, am I actually falling for her? No way. Seriously, no way. Chen Nan, don't be such a loser. Thump thump thump. Chen Nan stamped his foot, regaining his composure as he smoothed out his pants. This brand new outfit he'd just bought really did look sharp. Just as he finished mentally complimenting himself, a voice he found rather annoying came from behind. Chen Nan, you're shopping too? All alone and lonely? Chen Nan turned to see the speaker, a guy he genuinely disliked, both in his past life and now. Zhang Lin, the one he'd once taken down. Chapter 24, Annie gives Chen Nan a gift. Regardless of what others thought, Chen Nan personally believed Zhang Lin was no good. He'd even publicly pursued Annie before, only to be rejected outright in front of their entire class. And now this guy was still clinging on? It was utterly disgusting. And since he couldn't get what he wanted, he'd probably become twisted inside. Last time, he deliberately tried to disgust Annie and nearly got her killed. This guy was born to be a pest. But honestly, from an outsider's perspective, especially a girl's, Zhang Lin isn't all bad. He's smart, decent looking, and comes from a moderately well-off family. Though his looks might fall slightly short of Chen Nan's. But in every other aspect, based on what he's shown so far, he completely outshines him. He'll likely be the most sought-after catch during future matchmaking events, with girls and parents alike scrambling to marry him off. No wonder he's so cocky. Unlike Chen Nan, in this society where connections matter, he's got a solid family to fall back on. No wonder the guy was so cocky. Anyway, Chen Nan gets annoyed whenever he sees Zhang Lin. So why is he coming over to greet him now? What's more, Zhang Lin's tone was exaggerated, deliberately emphasizing that Chen Nan was alone. Truthfully, he wasn't comfortable associating with a troublemaker like Chen Nan. With the college entrance exams approaching, it wouldn't be worth the risk if Chen Nan lost his temper and lashed out again. But after bumping into Chen Nan, Zhang Lin couldn't suppress the urge for revenge. He just wanted to show off in front of Chen Nan, show off the person by his side, Nan Yen. Today, he was out shopping with Nan Yen. He knew all about Chen Nan's past, of course. After all, he was the one who'd orchestrated it all. He'd dragged him straight from the pedestal into the mud. If only Chen Nan were still pursuing Nan Yen. That would perfectly satisfy his dark desires. The woman Chen Nan once pursued but couldn't have? She was just a little fan of his. She'd deliberately strung Chen Nan along back then, determined to ruin his life by any means necessary. But now, she was his girlfriend. She might even go to the guest house with him tonight. What good would fighting do? In today's society, it's all about who can make more money. And even if Chen Nan's grades improved, so what? Can grades put food on the table? Can grades be spent like cash? In this world, whoever has money is king. Without it, you're nothing. Plus, his dad said that as long as he gets into college, he'll immediately use connections there to become class president upon enrollment. And being class president isn't the end of it. He'll go on to become student council president, build up his credentials, and land a job at a company straight out of school. That's his perfect life. But what about Chen Nan? What could he possibly have? Just thinking about how all this would hurt Chen Nan made Zhang Lin feel incredibly satisfied. But why the hell didn't Chen Nan go after Nan Yen? What a waste. Otherwise, he'd be feeling even more satisfied right now. Nan Yen froze when she saw Chen Nan. His recent silence had left her feeling genuinely hurt. In an effort to win him back, she hadn't contacted Zhang Lin for quite some time, yet Chen Nan still showed no interest in her. When Zhang Lin invited her out today, she'd hoped to clear her head, never expecting to run into Chen Nan here. Well, if these two can be together, it's a blessing for this lifetime. No wonder Zhang Lin's grades had dropped. He must have been up to no good lately. How ironic. Ha! Chen Nan looked at Zhang Lin with a slow, lingering gaze before quietly greeting the pair. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah, quite the coincidence, Zhang Lin replied with a smile. Chen Nan, I actually. Nan Yen tried to explain why she was shopping with Zhang Lin. But hanging from her arm was 100 yuan plus blouse Zhang Lin had bought her. Some things were simply impossible to explain. Just then, her gaze suddenly froze. Chen Nan sensed someone approaching from behind him. Then, a small, soft, white hand extended toward him. Here, I bought you some underwear. I didn't know your size, but I figured this should fit. What's your size? Which size are you asking about? Chen Nan sensed a hidden meaning in Yi's words, just like how he had teased her moments ago. Didn't expect such a goody two-shoes to pick things up so fast? You know what I'm asking. Yi's cheeks flushed, yet to outsiders, her every movement seemed perfectly natural. The two of them looked like a couple who'd been together for years. XL will do. Then I wasn't mistaken, it really is small. Chen Nan sensed the girl had misunderstood something. Besides, no man could accept being called small by a woman. You're playing word games with me, aren't you? I learned it from you. I'm really not small. Not small? If you're not small, then show me tonight. He had both an innocent side and a mischievous one, like ice and fire coexisting. She had Chen Nan feeling all jittery inside. Was she teasing him? Fine, Ni. You asked for this. Don't say I didn't warn you when you see it. Ni shot Chen Nan a look, signaling she was ready anytime, and made a gesture. Okay, no problem. Chen Nan was completely speechless. This girl was changing so fast, one moment sweet, the next mischievous. It felt like he was dating two girls at once. But considering she'd bought him underwear, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, in his entire life, aside from his own mother, only this girl had ever bought him underwear. He was thrilled beyond words. Ni, thank you, he said, the gratitude genuine. Ni smiled, shot Nan Yen a glance, then hooked her arm through Chen Nan's and asked, Brother Chen Nan, where should we go next? Ni's voice was soothing to the ear, just like her name suggested. Feeling the soft warmth of her small hand wrap around his arm and her body press close, Chen Nan's lips curved into a faint smile. His hand holding the underwear grew excited. After all, Ni had bought them for him. The sensation felt different now. Let's go. We'll grab a bite on the 5th floor, then catch a movie afterward. What do you want to see? Whatever you say. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? As long as I'm eating with you, I'll love whatever it is. Chen Nan pulled the girl into his arms, growing increasingly intoxicated by the moment. Yi's two simple sentences sent him over the edge. Alright, let's wait just a little longer. Chen Nan didn't explain why they had to wait. Truthfully, he just wanted to see the stunned expressions on Zhang Lin and Nan Yan's faces. That look of disbelief and stunned silence made Chen Nan feel more satisfied than he ever had before. You're Ni? Zhang Lin stammered. As a classmate, he'd definitely seen Ni before. But he knew exactly what Ni was usually like. She wore her school uniform tightly, concealing her figure completely. She always kept her head down, and no one had ever noticed her undeniably good figure. Add to that her reclusive nature, and despite her reputation as the school beauty, it remained confined within the school grounds. To put it plainly, at least 50% of Ni's natural beauty was hidden away. Yet even that hidden half was something Nan Yen could never hope to match. And now? She wore clothes radiating youthful energy, her long hair tied in a ponytail, with a hint of pale red on her lips. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one who delights in her beauty. It could be said that today, after carefully primping herself this morning to go shopping with Chen Nan, Ni's hidden beauty had been fully unleashed. She no longer resembled a high schooler, but rather one of those beautiful college girls. Youthful yet mature, captivating enough to make anyone stare. Standing nearby, Nan Yen felt like nothing more than a clown. Compared to Zhang Lin's stunned expression, Nan Yan's face had even turned slightly pale. Compared to an E, she fell short in both academics and figure. Now, even her sole confidence, her mature style had been utterly crushed. Back when an E always played the good girl, Nan Yan had already seen the potential in her. She'd focused solely on her studies, paying little attention to her appearance. But if she ever decided to dress up, she could easily captivate more people. But today, the meticulously dressed an E seemed to radiate light from head to toe. It made Nan Yan feel downright inadequate. An E, is that really you? An E leaned closer to Chen Nan, turned her head with a smile, but her voice was icy as she asked. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Chapter 25. Having Chen Nan to lean on is truly super happy. At that moment, an E gripped Chen Nan's arm as if it gave her immense confidence. She no longer seemed as reserved as usual. Facing the gazes of Zhang Lin and Nan Yan, her eyes were calm and distant. This composed, indifferent facade pretending not to know them added a touch of aloofness to her demeanor. But only Chen Nan knew she was clutching his arm so tightly her palms were drenched in sweat. Honestly, an E was nervous as hell, wasn't she? She sure can put on a show. Chen Nan thought to himself, though his face betrayed no particular emotion. Like an E, he too wore a calm and composed expression. You two came here together. Zhang Lin couldn't finish the sentence, his heart aching terribly. It felt like swallowing a fly. Yeah, after the mock exams, and he said she wanted to take me out for fun. Since I had time, I just came along for a walk. Chen Nan replied with a polite smile. This demeanor, both mature and charming, completely overshadowed Zhang Lin's authority. And that remark was quite telling. Chen Nan deliberately emphasized that it was an E who invited him shopping, subtly hinting at their relationship. The word stung Zhang Lin deeply. The woman he'd longed for but could never have was now inviting someone else out to hang out? And an E was even arm in arm with Chen Nan? How outrageous was that? Living together as they did, such intimate gestures were bound to spark speculation. So that's how it is. An E, she looks truly beautiful today. Zhang Lin's gaze on an E felt off. UING, looking for a beating? Chen Nan raised his hand, and Zhang Lin reflexively covered his face. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? In Chen Nan's view, scum like this shouldn't be allowed to live, they'd be better off back where they came from. He was nothing but a nuisance. Chen Nan, could you please control your temper? This is a civilized society, after all, Nan Yan interjected. Now she was playing the Good Samaritan? If he could, Chen Nan would have fired her too. As Mr. Lusun so aptly put it, those who damage others' teeth and eyes, yet oppose retaliation and advocate tolerance never associate with them. Unlike some made-up nonsense, Lusun really did say that. Why should Zhang Lin be allowed to harm him without retaliation? Anyone who opposes that is either a fool or a super-duper fool. But he didn't want to solve his problems with force right now. After all, this was a civilized society. Doing something like that would probably land him in jail. It would be nothing but a waste of his prime youth. Yeah, I was just complimenting an E on her looks. Nothing else. Zhang Lin was terrified, hiding behind a woman, looking anything but manly. Just then, Chen Nan grabbed an E by the wrist, pulling her in front of him to shield her from Zhang Lin's uncomfortable stare. No need for compliments. An E has always been beautiful. An E paused upon hearing this, feeling his grip on her hand tighten slightly. The demure-looking girl turned her head slightly, hiding behind Chen Nan, unwilling to let anyone see her emotions. Only the corners of her mouth lifted in a quiet smile. Nan Yan watched the two standing together and suddenly realized she was the joke. In every other scenario, men protected women, so why was it reversed in her case? How could Zhang Lin be so spineless? Watching them stand together, Nan Yan felt that perfect match vibe described in books wash over her, making her feel utterly unworthy of Chen Nan. Everything that had come before felt like an empty illusion, a dream that had never truly existed. A wave of unbearable pain instantly flooded her entire body. Nan Yan bit her originally rosy lips until they turned white. Even when Chen Nan and an E had been inseparable before, practically glued together day after day, Nan Yan hadn't suspected anything special between them. She'd always seen Chen Nan as a slacker, while an E was a top student, consistently ranking in the top 3 in their grade. The two were worlds apart. But then one day, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, Chen Nan stopped paying attention to her and suddenly took a liking to studying. He'd returned to the life of a top student. Only then did Nan Yan realize it was she who belonged to a different world from Chen Nan. She had been reaching too high all along. That's why the fall felt so heavy. And only today, standing before an E, did she truly grasp the meaning of the gap between them. No way. Chen Nan used to like me so much. The worse things get, the more I can't back down. Nan Yan's heart ached, but to avoid making a fool of herself, she quickly composed herself. But her freshly done manicure dug into her palm. The sharp pain gradually calmed her heart. Truthfully, she and Chen Nan had had their share of disagreements before, arguments, even brief breakups. But those were just minor squabbles. There must still be a chance to make things right. At that moment, she released Zhang Lin's hand. Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Lin spoke first. Brother Chen, I know you hate me. How about we grab a meal together to make things right? That new seafood place on the 5th floor of the mall heard it's pretty good. Why don't we go together? Zhang Lin's tone was gentle, as if he were addressing Chen Nan, but his eyes kept drifting toward an E. This guy is so disgusting. An E turned her head away. Zhang Lin's sycophantic demeanor, his insincere words, and the way he looked at her all made her feel sick. As for Nan Yan, that woman was nothing but pure annoyance to her. All she wanted today was to shop with Chen Nan, buy clothes, and grab a bite to eat. As for the rest of them? Nothing but annoying troublemakers, green-headed flies, and buzzing mosquitoes. She wished none of them existed, none of them followed her. She said nothing, just stared at Chen Nan. That was just her nature, quiet and obedient, never vying for attention. But her expression betrayed her thoughts. Seeing her sullen, pouting expression, Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle softly and ask, "Are you coming? If not, the two of us can leave right now." Annie was about to refuse outright, but the moment she saw Nan Yan's gaze fixed on Chen Nan and remembered their past, she suddenly hesitated to refuse outright. Mainly, she desperately wanted to use this chance to erase all of Nan Yan's negative thoughts about Chen Nan. Otherwise, trouble would surely follow. Chen Nan belonged solely to her. And E was a selfish person who absolutely refused to share. But as she clutched her thin wallet, fearing she couldn't afford an expensive meal, an inexplicable wave of irritation washed over her. She knew she used to be a timid girl who dared not do anything, someone who wouldn't fight back when bullied, a useless person who only thought about suicide. But now, she desperately wanted to change. She wanted to stop living so awkwardly, to be as carefree and unrestrained as the boy before her. She wanted to speak her mind, do what she pleased, not deliberately pretend to be a bad girl. But money was money. If she really went out to eat with those two, wouldn't it be terrible if she couldn't pay the bill? After all, Zhang Lin's family was loaded. Chen Nan's family, on the other hand, was poor. Although he'd been making money lately through some business ventures, and he didn't want Chen Nan to spend money for nothing. No one's money grows on trees. There was no need to compete with some rich kid like that. She wanted to save it for more important things. But she also didn't want Zhang Lin pressing her so relentlessly, didn't want Chen Nan to be humiliated, and didn't want him to lose face. For a moment, she was torn. Just then, Chen Nan seemed to read her mind. He suddenly tugged at her slender arm, snapping her out of her thoughts. Then, turning to the two of them with a smile, he said, "Seafood restaurant? No problem, we can eat together. White Dragon Bay. Wow, that new place looks pretty fancy. Must cost a few hundred per person, right? It's average. I think the main draw is the nice setting. They have a dining hall, private rooms, and even a big pond where they catch fish and shrimp fresh." Zhang Lin mimicked his father's mannerisms, hands in his pockets, exuding a streetwise vibe. But this act was so ridiculous that only he thought he looked cool. And he didn't even give him a proper glance. Even Nan Yan thought Zhang Lin was being overly dramatic. Chen Nan just chuckled indifferently, recalling that this place would still be open 10 years later. He and his buddies had dined here before. For 4 people eating without splurging, the bill would come to around 600 or 700 yuan. Currently, Chen Nan's income was average. He temporarily relied on affiliate marketing through Taobao to earn quick cash. With a small following, he could still make tens of thousands a month. Once he amassed a larger following, monthly earnings of over 100,000 yuan would be commonplace, though this method of making money wasn't sustainable. But right now, treating an E to a seafood feast was no problem. He didn't feel the pinch whether he spent a lot or a little. After all, he hadn't lifted a finger for it. But this Zhang Lin clearly had ulterior motives. He was definitely up to no good. Fine, let's do it here. Some things need to be made clear. Chen Nan, returning to this place after a long absence, effortlessly found a private room and sat down. He remembered the food here was genuinely delicious, and since it was already noon, Chen Nan genuinely looked forward to what he might get to eat. As he sat down, he casually wiped the seat with a tissue for an E. "An E, sit down." Watching Chen Nan act so at ease, Nan Yan was slightly surprised. This mature demeanor was incredibly appealing to girls. She couldn't help but wonder, when Chen Nan said he needed to clarify things, did he mean he wanted to win her back? Or was he trying to distance himself from an E? "If Chen Nan is willing to humble himself before me, I'll forgive him and completely cut ties with Zhang Lin," Nan Yan mused, a faint smile even appearing on her face. Zhang Lin, however, believed that while Chen Nan might be the tough guy on campus, outside of school, this was a society ruled by money. Whoever had the money was the boss. Plus, this was his chance to impress an E. Who knows? Maybe he could even get lucky? After the four sat down, Chen Nan flashed him a grin. Zhang Lin instantly felt his face burn with embarrassment. His own petty thoughts were laid bare, exposed for all to see by Chen Nan. "Thinking about money? I only have less than 1,000 yuan left." And he feared she might end up unable to pay and embarrass herself. Chen Nan understood perfectly this girl was only looking out for him. So, under the table, he reached out and gently squeezed her soft little hand. "It's fine. I'll cover it. Don't try to be a hero." Hearing Chen Nan's reassurance, Annie nodded and let out a quiet sigh of relief. She glanced down at the hand Chen Nan was holding. Outwardly, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor, appearing no different from any other day. But she knew deep down, her ears flushed crimson, that having Chen Nan to lean on made her incredibly happy. Chapter 26, Main Course? Eating king crab can fill you up too. Shall we look at the menu first? Chen Nan gently withdrew his hand from hers, his movements as soft and gentle as a true gentleman. The menu boasted over 40 dishes, ranging from stir-fried prawns in soy sauce to abalone, shrimp, and clam noodles, everything imaginable. Essentially, it covered all the seasonal seafood. Do they have hairy crabs? Nan Yan suddenly asked. But no one paid any attention to her question. Annie smiled. Though she hadn't eaten here before, she knew hairy crabs were freshwater creatures. How could a seafood restaurant possibly have them? Besides, it wasn't even the season for them. Try this instead? It's delicious. Steamed scallops with garlic and glass noodles. Don't let the plain appearance fool you, the flavor is incredible. Truthfully, Annie didn't know much about which seafood was tasty. It was only thanks to Chen Nan's quiet, gentle guidance beside her that she avoided making a fool of herself. Chen Nan seemed different from his usual self all of a sudden. He appeared much more composed, and his words and demeanor were incredibly gentle. And he wasn't the only one who noticed this tenderness. Nan Yan across from them felt it too, her face flushing with embarrassment. How could she not even know that hairy crabs weren't seafood? How embarrassing. Had Zhang Lin never corrected her? If this were the old Chen Nan, he'd probably treat her the same way he was treating Annie now. At the very least, he wouldn't have left her feeling so utterly flustered here. Though she couldn't tell where Chen Nan had picked up this air of nonchalance, the gentleness ingrained in his very bones had always been a part of him. Turns out Chen Nan never changed. The only thing that had changed was the girl by his side. After the recent embarrassing incident, neither girl spoke again. Zhang Lin noticed this and shot Nan Yan a disapproving look. Without a word, she scanned the menu with shifting eyes. How about this? The dishes here look decent. Why don't the four of us play a game? We write every dish on a piece of paper, draw one at random, order it, and eat it. Then we split the bill evenly among the four of us. Of course, I'll cover Nanyan's share, and Brother Chen can take care of Ani's. After saying this, Zhang Lin deliberately fixed his gaze on Annie. Hearing this, Annie's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Lin was doing this on purpose. He knew full well that Chen Nan came from a poor family, so he was deliberately flaunting his wealth here, acting like some big shot. Just eat a meal, why play some stupid game? It was disgusting. Without waiting for anyone else's agreement, Zhang Lin asked the waiter for paper and pen. He wrote down every dish on the paper, folded it twice, and waved it over the table. I'll pick first. Dish number 1, caviar-topped frozen Australian lobster. Zhang Lin glanced at the price. Thankfully, it was within his budget, under 1,000. Nan Yan tried drawing one too. When she unfolded hers, it read braised pufferfish fillets. Zhang Lin chuckled darkly, thinking she truly had no taste. Not only was she uncultured, but even the dish she drew was so cheap. When it was Annie's turn, perhaps because this girl had always been lucky, she drew her favorite dish, garlic fried shrimp. The crispy, crunchy texture, at least in Annie's opinion, tasted far superior to any lobster or hairtail. But just these 3 dishes alone, Annie glanced at the prices and knew they'd already surpassed 1,000 yuan. Can you believe it? That plate of braised hairtail only had 8 pieces, and they had the nerve to charge 88 yuan? If they kept ordering, the bill would be far beyond what she could afford. Spotting the panic in Annie's eyes, Zhang Lin's lips immediately curled upward more sharply than the upturned mouth of a river fish. Yes, he was doing it on purpose. Zhang Lin just wanted to see Annie and Chen Nan panic. What were his family's circumstances? What were theirs? The two were simply incomparable. There was no way Annie and Chen Nan could cover this meal. When it came time to split the bill, if Chen Nan put on airs and tried to cover Annie's share only to fail, it would be the perfect chance for him to flaunt his own cash power. No matter how you looked at it, he'd come out on top. Annie stared at Chen Nan, her fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. Such an expensive meal left her feeling completely at a loss. At that moment, Chen Nan pressed his leg firmly against hers under the table, meeting her gaze and reassuring her. Somehow, this simple reassurance from Chen Nan instantly calmed Annie's nerves. Their legs pressed together, quietly and tightly. Chen Nan glanced up at Zhang Lin, thinking to tease him a bit. She deliberately frowned and said, "Wow, just 3 dishes and it's already over 1,000? What if we run out of money later?" Put. Zhang Lin considered himself upper-class society and looked down on penniless losers like Chen Nan from the bottom of his heart. But outwardly, he feigned surprise and innocence, spreading his hands and saying, "It's not that much money. Besides, whether the food's good or bad, we're all eating together. I'll split the bill with you at the end, so no one loses out. You wouldn't be too broke to treat Annie to dinner, would you? If you can't afford it, I'll cover it." At this point, Zhang Lin's true colors were showing. "Fine, since that's the case, can I skip the lottery and just pick a few dishes myself?" Chen Nan chuckled. "Like you said, whether the dishes are good or bad, we'll all eat together. At the end, I'll split the bill with you. No one loses out. No problem, just don't order those cheap ones." People might think Brother Chen can't afford to eat. As Chen Nan and Zhang Lin talked, and Yi's expression grew increasingly sour. The more she glanced at Zhang Lin, the more despicable he seemed. She flashed a similar look once before the night Shen Feifei confessed, when she backed Chen Nan against Nan Yen. Now, here they were, teaming up. And the contempt in Zhang Lin's eyes just now was blatantly obvious. She'd seen that look countless times at home, there was no mistaking it. It was the look of someone who felt entitled by their wealth, basking in that sense of superiority. And Yi wasn't stupid. She knew Zhang Lin was deliberately trying to disgust Chen Nan, and by extension, mock her too. In this world, it seemed only Chen Nan had never mocked her. Not only had he saved her life, but he'd consistently treated her well without expecting anything in return. Sure, he'd occasionally sneak glances at her chest while studying, but as long as it was Chen Nan, it didn't matter. Chen Nan, what's your 100-meter dash time? Since the food hadn't arrived yet, it didn't matter. She was just worried that as a guy, Chen Nan might feel embarrassed. 13 seconds? Not entirely sure. 13 seconds was pretty fast. She clocked in at 17 seconds. Thinking this, and Yi quietly reached out and tugged at Chen Nan's shirt hem without drawing attention. Chen Nan felt her subtle gesture and asked while glancing at the menu, "What would you like to eat?" And Yi tightened her grip on his shirt. Chen Nan looked up at her, catching her lips parting slightly. But meeting Chen Nan's reassuring gaze, she decided to abandon her plan to run away with him. And Yi thought to herself that she couldn't let Chen Nan foot the entire bill alone, she'd feel too guilty. But since Chen Nan didn't want to leave now, he must have his own reasons. She absolutely couldn't back down at this moment. "And Yi, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Chen Nan asked again. "I don't know." Noticing Yi's slight displeasure, Chen Nan deliberately held the menu in front of him and said, "Then let's start with a small cold appetizer, a serving of clams. And one of these raw marinated dishes too. Oh, and I remember they have steamed sea stars here. You probably haven't tried them, so let's get a serving of those too. The texture's nothing special, but it's novel. The portion's small, perfect for filling up without feeling stuffed. They have grilled squid here? Let's start with 20 skewers. When done right, it's seriously fragrant." Chen Nan spoke quickly and steadily, his hand never stopping as he ordered. Watching the bill climb rapidly, and Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom Chen Nan's reasoning. She could only watch helplessly as he ordered several dishes that were cheap to buy elsewhere but expensive here. Across the table, Zhang Lin chuckled, assuming Chen Nan hadn't tasted fine dining before. Why order street food when dining out? But soon, Chen Nan selected something special. "Waiter, please bring us the premium service. We'll need it later." Zhang Lin was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that, coming to a restaurant like this, Chen Nan was either genuinely clueless or pretending to be. He actually ordered a service? Typically, high-end restaurants added a 15% service charge to the total bill. That meant spending 1,000 yuan would cost them an extra 150 yuan for the servers. Unless there were special dishes requiring the chef's on-site preparation, the service charge felt like money down the drain. The higher the bill, the more money wasted. Even he would feel the pinch. What on earth was Chen Nan thinking? Nan Yen, sitting beside him, opened her mouth to speak, "Chen Nan," but was met with a fierce glare from Zhang Lin. That look was darker than anything Nan Yen had ever seen. The Zhang Lin before her now felt like a stranger. "Brother Chen wants service, we can't stop him, right? Go ahead and order." Having been glared at, Nan Yen suddenly felt irritated and decided to stay silent. What the heck was going on? They were all high school students, how could anyone afford to eat here? While Nan Yen was lost in thought, Chen Nan was already beaming as he waved down the waiter again. "Here. Sir, is there anything else you'd like to order? Have your manager bring it over, that king crab by the entrance. I feel like we have a connection." "Sir, the dishes you've ordered are already enough for 4 people. Are you sure you want to order more?" Chen Nan turned to look at an Yi, thinking to himself, who needs all this food? And Yi could polish it all off by herself. So all that high-end service earlier was just to handle the king crab? Zhang Lin had assumed Chen Nan was just ordering randomly, but upon hearing this remark, he froze in place. After all, the current market price for a pound of king crab was over 200 yuan. And the waiter had explicitly stated that their head waiter weighed a full 10 jin. But Zhang Lin couldn't back down now. "No problem, we'll just take the leftovers home." The server paused, then nodded. "Certainly, sir. Would you like any sides?" Based on his earlier observations, the server had already confirmed that the man ordering the king crab was the main guest at this dinner. Therefore, any request should be directed to him first. "Main course? No thanks. King crab alone will fill us up." Chen Nan shook his head, declining the server's kind offer. Then, gazing at the others, he wore the insufferable smugness of a nouveau riche, as if ordering king crab were the most casual thing in the world. Chapter 27, "We came to eat, so why are you grabbing the manager?" Chen Nan's behavior surprised both an Yi and Nan Yen, leaving them inwardly wondering. Does he eat king crab all the time? Compared to them, Zhang Lin's expression darkened considerably. Not only did Chen Nan order a small pile of expensive yet ordinary dishes in premium service, but he also requested a 10-pound king crab. Altogether, it would cost several thousand yuan. What was he thinking? This bill was painful for him, mainly because he'd have to split the cost evenly with Chen Nan. That meant losing several thousand yuan himself. That was enough to cover his pocket money for 2 months. Brother Chen, isn't a 10-pound king crab a bit too big? Should we get a smaller one instead? Big ones taste better, small ones are pointless. Honestly, the king crab here is just average. If you really want seafood, you should go on a cruise ship and have the chefs cook it fresh off the boat. You know how it is, some sea fish die if they lose moisture, so you have to eat them quickly. Zhang Lin's expression at that moment was priceless. Bull, right? If you think king crab is just average, why order it at all? Can't you just let the manager do his job properly? Just then, the chef assigned to their table arrived. Before them stood a small cart bearing a 10-pound king crab. Sir, would you like something to drink? To Chen Nan's surprise, this service team even included a bartender? He remembered that such roles had disappeared a decade later. I'm the general manager here. Since it's a new opening and not too busy, we'd like to treat you to a complimentary cocktail experience. Wow, this was the real deal, a genuine FB manager. Faced with this service, whether it was Nan Yan or Zhang Lin, they all felt genuinely intimidated. Mainly because none of them knew what mixology even was, let alone how to mix drinks or how much it would cost. Only Chen Nan smiled, snapped his fingers, and said, I'll have a Lamborghini. Get this lady a fruit margarita. The rest is up to them. The bartender turned manager knew the moment he heard those two names that this young man knew his stuff. He'd probably had his fair share. Then he turned his gaze to Nan Yan and Zhang Lin. Same as those two, please. Zhang Lin said awkwardly, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Glancing at the prices of these two drinks, they weren't exorbitant, but the main issue was that he had no idea what they tasted like. But in such an awkward situation, he couldn't bring himself to ask directly. After all, he, Zhang Lin, couldn't afford to lose face. Then I'll have another martini, an old-fashioned, and a gin and tonic. Let's all try these drinks. Compared to the first two cocktails he'd ordered, these three were more popular choices among regular bar patrons. The bartender didn't waste words. It was rare to encounter someone who made him enjoy mixing drinks since leaving the bar. But looking at Chen Nan, he seemed like just a high schooler. How could he possibly know about these things? Bro, why are you ordering so many drinks? Chen Nan pouted at Zhang Lin's question, looking slightly aggrieved. I've never tried any of these before, so I wanted to sample them. Besides, you two can order some too. Seriously, he was playing the victim now? Zhang Lin took a deep breath to quell his rising irritation before addressing the bartender. Then we'll take the same 3 drinks as before. Right, clearly they don't know what they're talking about. The manager was sharp. He loaded up the ingredients generously for Chen Nan's drink. But Zhang Lin's drink had too many ice cubes and was too light in color, clearly a half-hearted effort. But there was nothing to be done. Zhang Lin couldn't tell the difference. Not knowing the ropes meant getting taken advantage of without even realizing it. You've got some skill mixing drinks. Been at it for years, I bet? Chen Nan took a sip and said to the manager. 5 years in bars. Couldn't make it work, so I switched to being a restaurant manager. He was a well-built man and surprisingly handsome. Chen Nan thought he recognized the guy. He bore a striking resemblance to the owner he'd meet 10 years later, though back then he was a bit heavier. Hadn't he also married the original owner's daughter? Things will work out for you, like marrying your boss's daughter. Chen Nan teased as he sipped his drink. His manner showed no trace of immaturity. Instead, he came across as a steady adult conversing with another adult, radiating a refreshing warmth. Easy there, and just sip a little of each. Don't overdo it. Leave the rest for me, Chen Nan said gently. By this point, Zhang Lin was nearly dumbfounded. Before coming here to eat, he had expected Chen Nan to play tricks or pull some fast ones on him. But he never imagined Chen Nan would pull something like this. And the kicker? He pulled it off flawlessly. By now, the chef had nearly finished preparing the king crab, deftly separating the meat with swift, precise motions. Seeing Chen Nan and already digging in, Zhang Lin steeled himself and forced himself to keep eating. King crab tastes pretty good. After holding back for so long, that was all he could muster. The other dishes arrived swiftly. The waitstaff carried trays, methodically arranging each dish on the table. The raw marinated dish was just okay, a bit too salty. And he tasted it and, unusually, showed a look of dislike. Her favorite was undoubtedly the garlic fried shrimp. While the others were still holding back, carefully trying to appear refined, and he had already begun to dig in heartily. Delicious, so delicious. The king crab is amazing. The chef's skills are incredible. The mixed drinks are delicious, too sweet and smooth, making my throat feel silky. The caviar and Australian lobster are also great. Just one more bite. These side dishes, meh. Fine, I'll eat them for Chen Nan's sake. We're splitting the bill anyway, might as well eat them. Eating them is a bargain, not eating them is a total loss. But what truly left raving was the grilled squid skewers Chen Nan specifically ordered. They were fragrant and springy, filling her mouth with flavor. The dining atmosphere felt a bit stifling for Zhang Lin and Nan Yan. But Yi felt perfectly content. He was famished and didn't say a word, grabbing whatever he could get his hands on. Chen Nan, don't just keep serving me, eat some yourself. Sure. We have special condiments here. Help yourselves 2 to 8 sauce, spicy sauce, mustard sauce, oyster sauce, light soy sauce. Chen Nan didn't feel awkward at all with Zhang Lin and Nan Yan present. He ate and drank heartily, thoroughly enjoying his meal. He mixed a bowl of sauce for himself and made one for Yi too. Chen Nan's sauce turned out pretty good, spicy, numbing, salty, and savory. Yi practically dunked the king crab meat, such a high-end ingredient, right into the sauce, making it utterly delicious. This girl certainly ate with gusto. The combined appetites of both Chen Nans probably equaled just one Yi. She'd eaten plenty of seafood before, but devouring a 10-pound king crab like this was a first. The best part was having a chef on hand to serve her, ensuring not a single shred of crab meat went to waste. As for Zhang Lin and Nan Yan, their faces alternated between pale and flushed, but Yi couldn't care less. Her mind was focused on how to eat more and get the best deal. Besides, Chen Nan had even proactively handed the other person a glass of mixed liquor that was more than enough to save face. Watching Chen Nan and Yi wolf down that enormous, exorbitantly priced king crab as if it were free steamed buns. His heart was bleeding. The thought of his wallet being emptied dry today made the meal instantly lose its appeal. Even after one king crab had been completely devoured, and Chen Nan dismissed the chef and manager, Zhang Lin still felt like he was eating wax. Seeing Yi pouring water for Chen Nan, chatting and laughing, he was like a different person compared to his demeanor at school. Already seething with anger, Zhang Lin suddenly let out a strange chuckle. He turned to Nan Yan, who had remained silent beside him, and remarked in a strange, mocking tone. Look at her service skills. Now look at you. And Yi's so adept at serving tea and water must have been well trained by her exes, huh? Clang. A pair of chopsticks slammed onto the table, then flew apart, clattering loudly on the floor. Chen Nan's eyes turned cold. Only then did Zhang Lin realize his mistake. His anger had clouded his judgment, and he suddenly remembered the incident where Nan Yan had been promoted ahead of him. Nan Yan hadn't expected Zhang Lin to be this foolish. The worst part was that he'd dragged her into this mess too. Now she was stuck. Saying anything felt wrong, but staying silent felt just as bad. Meanwhile, Yi, who had just poured water for Chen Nan, didn't pause. The clear remained clear, the muddy remained muddy. The person she loved in this life, the first person she ever loved, and the last person she would ever love, there was only one. No matter what Zhang Lin said, her conscience remained clear. We're all civilized people here, we should speak civilly. But even when you go to the bathroom, you know to check if anyone's inside first. How come during dinner, you just start pulling out your hook and getting ready to go? What? That tone sounded exactly like Chen Nan's, but how did it come out of Yi's mouth? What? Did I teach you mouth to mouth? Is that not okay? Chen Nan laughed at Yi's sharpness. Zhang Lin, if you miss your mom, just light an incense stick. No need for all this roundabout nonsense. Chen Nan wasn't about to indulge Zhang Lin's antics. The way he was posturing, it felt like if Zhang Lin kept talking, he'd be pulled dry on the spot. Zhang Lin was completely cornered now. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Nan Yan, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward. Alright, it's no big deal, Chen Nan. The voices in the room gradually died down. Chen Nan completely ignored Nan Yan, leaving her feeling awkward. He glanced at Yi beside him. Finished eating? Yep, finished everything I could eat. Good. After checking on Yi, Chen Nan wiped his hands with a tissue, smacked his lips, and shrugged his shoulders repeatedly. This seamless sequence of actions left Zhang Lin baffled. But Nan Yan understood perfectly this was clearly Chen Nan's impatient way of signaling he was ready to get down to business. Especially when that chopstick snapped in Chen Nan's hand with a sharp crack as if he'd just snapped someone's spine. Shun. What are you doing? Chen Nan, don't push it too far. Nan Yan also looked over nervously. Even now, Nan Yan still spoke with that self-righteous tone. Chen Nan found it utterly tiresome. I invited you both to dinner today to tell you something. I'll just lay it out plainly. Nan Yan, I'm telling you this officially, there's absolutely nothing between us anymore. Stop overacting. I couldn't care less. And you, Zhang Lin. You deliberately brought her here to disgust me? You're capable of such bull? You're a scumbag. The sight of you makes me sick like maggots. Stay far away from Yi if you don't want to get beaten. Got that? Zhang Lin stared at the fierce glint in Chen Nan's eyes, trembling with rage, yet dared not utter a word. He was terrified of ending up with a bloody mess like last time. And he pushed back his chair and picked up the clothes he'd bought earlier. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Lin finally snapped out of it. About this meal. I'll cover half with Yi. The rest is up to you two. Don't tell me you dared come here to eat but won't pay the bill? With that, Chen Nan headed to the front desk to settle the bill, then sauntered out the door. Even after Chen Nan had paid and left, Zhang Lin remained frozen in shock, utterly flustered. Nan Yan, meanwhile, felt a hollow emptiness in her chest. She shot Zhang Lin a glare. What about their share of the bill? Chapter 28. Beauty doesn't enchant, but people enchant themselves. Nan Yan stood frozen in place. In the past, Chen Nan had always paid for both of them whenever they ate out. But now, she was no longer by his side and Yi had taken her place. They had drawn a clear line between them. So, were Chen Nan and an Yi truly together? Not just ordinary classmates? What about her? The memory of Chen Nan's icy demeanor toward her moments ago, contrasted with his gentle words to an Yi, felt like a knife twisting in her heart. A month ago, it hadn't been like this at all. Was it really over? She still felt dazed. Standing at her desk, Nan Yan suddenly froze in thought. She was terrified Chen Nan, who had always been so kind to her, had completely abandoned her. The tenderness in his eyes toward an Yi was undeniably genuine. The man who had once cherished only her, who had always held her in the palm of his hand as his one true love, was now lost to her. Heartbroken, salty tears welled up in Nan Yan's eyes and spilled over. Stop crying. You paid for one. Nan Yan whipped her head around to glare at Zhang Lin, her intense stare making him squirm. Like I have money? Besides, why should I pay for you? She unleashed a torrent of shouts and sobs, venting her fury at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was genuinely startled. We agreed you'd treat me to this meal. How could you go back on your word? Look at Chen Nan over there, then look at yourself. No wonder you can't measure up to him. And he doesn't think much of you, you're just a petty jerk and a bastard. Hearing this, Zhang Lin felt a pang of guilt. But the truth was undeniable, he had made that promise himself, agreeing to cover Nan Yan's share. He'd intended to trick Chen Nan, to make him feel uncomfortable. Little did he know the other guy didn't care about money at all. And he seemed like a real playboy, ordering with such flair, and it was all so expensive. The kicker was that over half of that 10-pound king crab ended up in their mouths. He even regretted not fighting for more. Now, paying the bill meant he'd have to pretend to be wealthy, and he didn't quite have enough cash on him. So Zhang Lin still planned to ask Nan Yan for some cash to cover the bill. If you have money, just chip in. Stop dithering. Those words made Nan Yan furious. Damn it, what business is my money any of yours? Not only is my money none of your business, but I'm none of your business either. Don't think I don't know you dragged me out here just to show off how rich you are. And now you've gone and screwed it all up? You picked the place, you picked the dishes, you didn't dare eat your fill, and now you can't even pay the bill? That bag you gave me was fake too, cost you tens of thousands, but it wasn't even worth $80. You're disgusting. Nan Yan's words were harsh, but not a single one was untrue. With that, she grabbed her bag and ran off. Zhang Lin thought, run all you want, let's see who's faster. But as soon as he stepped outside, the floor manager who'd been supervising the bar staff had someone block him. Having worked in bars for years, he was no stranger to deadbeats. He grabbed Zhang Lin and pinned him down. Sir, you haven't paid the other half, you still owe 3,589 yuan. Caught off guard, Zhang Lin flicked his hair back, his face flushing red. But he knew he was in the wrong, so he couldn't muster any harsh words. Besides, he didn't have enough cash in his pocket to cover the bill. Dad, send me money. Finally, under the intimidating stares of the crowd, he reluctantly dialed his father's number. Over 3,000 yuan was a fortune for a high school student, but for an adult, especially Zhang Lin's father, it was peanuts. The money was paid, but Zhang Lin couldn't escape a stern lecture. Meanwhile, Chen Nan and an Yi were happily pushing Ghostfire home. Having had a few mixed drinks, neither could ride their bikes. Chen Nan pushed while an Yi walked alongside. The girl's cheeks were flushed from the alcohol. Her cheeks flushed, her body swaying slightly. Chen Nan was suddenly called out by an Yi. Chen Nan. Are you happy? Of course, and you? I'm incredibly happy. An Yi smiled foolishly, flapping her arms like a bird ready to take flight. Chen Nan, I'm so sorry. I wanted you to come shopping with me, but I ended up spending so much money. You bought me clothes and underwear. You're so kind. You treat me better than my own mother did. An Yi had known happiness in her childhood, but after her father passed away, life grew difficult. Later, her mother found her a wealthy stepfather, and the days of financial struggle gradually faded. Yet an Yi never felt truly happy. It wasn't until she met Chen Nan that she realized someone in this world could truly be so kind to her without expecting anything in return. And he actually spent money on her? And he actually cared quite a bit about money, because in her stepfather's eyes, everything could be measured by it. Including her mother and her. And he often wondered if only she were richer than her stepfather. Then one day, she could help her mother escape this old man. But today, just one meal cost thousands of yuan, completely shattering her worldview. It turns out people in this world really are different. After all, in this day and age, a steamer basket of Xiaolongbao outside the school gates only cost 4 yuan. By comparison, spending thousands on a single meal was nothing short of astronomical. And this incident was, to some extent, connected to her. After all, it was she who had asked Chen Nan to accompany her shopping. Had Chen Nan not come, she would never have encountered Zhang Lin. And without meeting Zhang Lin, this meal never would have happened. So right now, an Yi felt pretty guilty. Sorry, Chen Nan, I made you spend money. It's fine. I got to eat too, right? Plus, the chef here is really skilled, the bartender is super professional, and the king crab was delicious. Having fun is what matters most. How about you treat me to another round at the barbecue place near the community entrance tonight? And he paused for a moment, then nodded. The king crab was delicious, but purely in terms of taste, not price. The barbecue was clearly superior. Then why are we going home now? To study? Let's just rest today. We only get 2 days off a month. Clear our heads and hit the books again tomorrow. For the barbecue tonight, I'll bring along my 3 troublemaking buddies. Everyone's busy. It's been ages since we last got together. And he let out a soft oh. She felt a bit tipsy. Suddenly, she felt different, her mood, even going home. After all, it was Chen Nan's place. Staying at his house. Oh dear. Why was her face flushing? A crimson flush spread across Yi's cheeks. What's wrong with you? She cupped her face with both hands, forcing an embarrassed expression as her voice softened. Chen Nan, can I wear the clothes you bought me tonight? Sure, no problem. Why not change your underwear too? Huh? Yi's mouth fell slightly open, surprised by Chen Nan's unexpected concern. Remembering how he'd tasted her earlier that day, her cheeks flushed even redder. Why did your face suddenly turn red? Maybe it's the alcohol. Not the drink that intoxicates, but the person who gets drunk. It's not the lust that blinds, but the person who's blinded. Chen Nan gazed at the adorable Yi, paused his ghostfire, and took her to the internet cafe to play for a while longer. He tried his hand at Crossfire, Dungeon Fighter, QQ Speed, and League of Legends, but none of the games clicked for him. After his rebirth, Chen Nan's gaming skills had deteriorated significantly. His mind was filled only with money-making schemes. Ironically, he found himself most at ease playing Kingdom of Lock. Catching pets, using cheats, leveling up, heading to the Greenfield Arena even though most players were kids. But it was genuinely fun. By the time they left the internet cafe, it was already around 6 in the evening, and both of them had sobered up. Walking down the street, he glanced back at Chen Nan pushing the ghost fire cart. The gloom in his heart vanished completely. A wave of joy spread around them. After all these years, he finally understood what it meant to feel steadily happy. But she didn't know how to express it. By the time they got home, showered, changed clothes, and headed to the barbecue stall, Chen Nan's buddies had already staked out a spot at dusk and were sitting together, bragging about their monthly earnings. Hey, big shots, chatting away here? Chen Nan tossed each of them a pack of white General cigarettes. This stuff packs a punch, it's a local bestseller. Chen Nan himself had quit smoking cold turkey after being swindled out of $500,000 by Nan Yen in his previous life. He de-smoked all night then, never touched another cigarette since. Only the toughest could kick the habit. And he followed close behind Chen Nan, wearing the black clothes Chen Nan had bought for himself, looking incredibly flashy. The two maintained a distance of about half a step between them. Chen Nan never made any inappropriate advances toward her. Truthfully, sometimes Yi wished Chen Nan would take her hand, but he never did. Chen Nan had truly changed completely. Remember, he used to sneak peeks while she showered. In short, Yi felt Chen Nan was utterly different from before. Yet when their shadows merged as they leaned together, Yi felt a deep sense of joy. Spotting Chen Nan and Yi approaching, the three immediately made room and greeted him with broad smiles. Brother Chen. What brother Chen? He's my godfather. Damn it, nobody's taking him from me, I claimed him first. Hearing their address for Chen Nan, Yi visibly paused, then smiled at them. Then he grabbed the menu, circling items with a ballpoint pen as he ordered. Meanwhile, Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, and Zhang Wenjun huddled together, chattering away as if plotting something. Occasionally, they'd glance at Yi, almost instinctively flicking their cigarettes onto the ground and stomping them out. Brother Chen. Chen Zhu looked at Yi, finding the girl vaguely familiar, and signaled to Chen Nan with his eyes. Chen Nan smiled, ordered a few skewers himself, tossed the menu back to the three of them, and explained directly. Just so you know, Yi's treating us to this meal. Everyone, take it easy. She's my secretary now. I need her by my side wherever I go. That's the nature of her position. Chen Zhu recalled seeing Yi dining with Brother Chen at the restaurant. But he never imagined that for her sake, Nan Yen would be cast aside by Brother Chen. Had this girl really stolen someone else's girlfriend? A woman this smart, this pretty, and this scheming? She's clearly trouble waiting to happen. Only Brother Chen could handle her. Most people wouldn't stand a chance. Hello, stepmother. Chen Zhu hurriedly called out first. Hearing this, Yi froze in place. Chapter 29, The Clever Yi. Stepmother? What? I'm not. Yi hastily waved her hands in denial. Chen Nan, standing nearby, chuckled and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Chen Zhu, stop shouting nonsense. Oh, okay. Chen Zhu was a bit puzzled. Had she misread the situation? It seemed unlikely. This barbecue joint was their exclusive dining spot, a symbol of their unshakable revolutionary friendship. After all, back then, even Nan Yen hadn't been allowed to eat here. If these two weren't that kind of relationship, how could Chen Nan bring Yi here? But seeing how both of them flatly denied it, Chen Zhu had no choice but to rephrase. Hello, N.E. Nice to meet you. N.E. immediately responded with good-natured politeness, nice to meet you too. Chen Zhu even threw in some more English, prompting Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun to awkwardly stumble through the phrase themselves. As academic underachievers, those were the only two English phrases they knew. N.E. greeted each of them in turn, offering no further explanation about her relationship with Chen Nan. Instead, she turned her attention to the cold dishes the owner had brought over. Don't be shy, everyone, just dig in. Though Chen Nan seemed to be addressing the whole group, N.E. knew he was really talking to her. So N.E. unapologetically dug in, shelling edamame and peeling boiled peanuts with her hands. Chen Nan chatted with Chen Zhu and the others about their recent account management work, answering their questions along the way and sharing their visions for the future. Brother Chen, I'm seriously impressed. I've already made tens of thousands in just 1 month. Tang Wen gushed, eating soybeans as he spoke, his energy sky high. Here's to Brother Chen. Zhang Wenjun, who had quietly earned the most, understood the veteran's mindset all too well. His account also had the most precise positioning. According to Chen Nan's perspective, someone like Zhang Wenjun would be perfectly suited for product operations roles in the future. Tang Wen, with his steadier temperament, was better suited for management roles. Chen Zhu was his childhood friend, reliable and capable. Having him manage the company while I was in college was a solid choice. Bro, I've got a question. We've got the accounts up and running, but we're only making money from promotion fees. It doesn't feel sustainable. Chen Zhu took a sip of beer and said earnestly. Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun hadn't considered this issue, showing slightly less foresight than Chen Zhu. Chen Nan nodded. Taobao affiliate commissions were a hot trend, but treating it as a lifelong career would be downright foolish. It's true that pigs can fly in a wind tunnel, but if the wind stops, they're still just pigs and they'll crash to the ground. What one should truly do is leverage the wind to gain altitude, accumulate capital, and build a sustainable business for long-term monetization. You're right. Affiliate marketing might still exist 10 years from now, but it won't be the goldmine it is today. So we're riding the donkey while reading the script. We'll see how it plays out. Chen Nan gave a mysterious smile, keeping his plans to himself. Brother Chen thinks way ahead of me. Chen Zhu said admiringly. Still, based on what the three of us think, Brother Chen should take a bigger cut of the commissions from these promoted products. Chen Zhu couldn't fathom why Brother Chen was so generous with them. Most of the profits went to them. What about himself? After all, it was Chen Nan who taught them every trick of the trade, the techniques for driving traffic, the sales pitches, and how to craft their personas. Frankly, without Chen Nan, the three of them would still be drifters, heading straight to vocational colleges after graduation to wait for factory jobs. As Chen Nan's closest buddies, neither Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, nor Zhang Wenjun wanted him to lose out because of brotherly loyalty. Brother Chen, it's only been the first month, and our 3 accounts combined have already brought in over 100,000 yuan. As our follower base grows and we expand, our income will only keep climbing. In the next few years, we might not hit tens of millions, but several million should be no problem. You really don't want to share any of it? Over 100,000 a month? Hearing that figure, N.E. was momentarily speechless. Before, when she received her monthly salary of 10,000 yuan from Chen Nan, she'd been over the moon. Now it made perfect sense why he'd been so unfazed during lunch, even appearing completely at ease. A few thousand yuan could expose a poser like Zhang Lin for what he truly was, but spending it on Chen Nan probably wouldn't even make him blink. Chen Nan reveled in the astonishment in N.E.'s eyes. Truthfully, to feel a sense of accomplishment, one doesn't need a crowd of admirers. It's enough that the people who matter to you, and those who care about you, know. Besides, everything Chen Zhu said was true. In the past, many people capitalized on promotional fees, riding that wave to make millions and build their fortunes. Just like the later live streaming sales boom, all opportunities of their time. But they all shared one common trait: their explosive popularity lasted only a few short years. A wave of traffic could make people rich overnight. Once that wave receded, it was over. When you try to make money afterward, small profits seem insignificant, big gains are out of reach, and you end up stuck in an awkward predicament. Don't worry, I won't lose out. And I'm not talking about some brotherly loyalty here, this is all part of the plan. Facing the trio's puzzled looks, Chen Nan offered another enigmatic smile. In his eyes, these 3 stood apart from the rest of the world. They were friends worthy of trust. Even if they were currently inexperienced, short-sighted, and limited in ability. But this precious friendship and their dependable character were already invaluable. Any other shortcomings could be cultivated over time, and the money earned would serve as the motivation to nurture them. Besides, Chen Nan wasn't taking everything, he was simply claiming his fair share. For now, however, none of them were cut out for business, so there was no need to expose them to his work just yet. They should focus on mastering their current roles first. Once they become proficient, Chen Nan will bring them into his ventures. The barbecue at this place was absolutely delicious. They chatted and ate. They reminisced about the past, shared some tall tales, and casually mentioned the girls each had crushes on back in the day. After downing 10 pounds of beer, the other 3 were getting pretty tipsy, but Chen Nan had always been a heavy drinker. He could down 2 pounds of baijiu without flinching, and beer was practically water to him. Fortunately, though these three buddies were a bit woozy, they weren't completely out of it. Each hailed a cab home. Only then did Chen Nan stagger home, feeling a bit lightheaded. Easy, you're going home tonight. Still studying? I've already learned everything. No need. And he supported Chen Nan with one arm while carrying the takeout skewers in the other, his gaze gentle as he looked at him. Right, you're a top student. Impressive. So, do you know what my next plan is? No idea. Guess. Chen Nan's face flushed as he led an E into the elevator, suddenly noticing how genuinely beautiful this girl was. And he opened the door, fetched 2 cups of water from the dispenser, handed one to Chen Nan and kept one for herself, gulping it down in one go. The skewers were tasty, but a bit salty. Taking a deep breath, Annie forced herself to stay calm, because this version of Chen Nan was utterly captivating to her. First off, I think you're pretty smart. You understand that friends matter more than business partners. You didn't give them much money to preserve your friendship, to avoid complaints and defections over unequal shares. I understand the commission for promoting products. The key lies in the information gap. They've already learned the ropes. They can make money just fine without you. So taking only a portion of their earnings now is reasonable. And I can tell you never really cared about those promotion fees. Chapter 30, a reborn individual bullying a little girl? You look down on these commissions because your goal is to build a high-quality account and turn it into a channel for monetizing traffic. You've told me this before, but I suspect it's not your true objective either. Your real goal is product transformation, shifting from seller to producer. For now, due to limited funds, I might temporarily partner with existing manufacturers to sell products. Later on, you'll establish your own factory and company, cultivating a complete production to sales pipeline. And these guys of yours, if they're capable enough, will become your right-hand men. Hearing Annie speak to this point, the slightly tipsy Chen Nan felt a shock so profound it defied description. All he could say was, no wonder he's an academic star. Annie, your mind really works well. I underestimated you. Flattered by Chen Nan's praise, Annie shyly lowered his head. The last time he'd spoken like this, it was to compliment her figure. This time, it inevitably sparked many thoughts in her mind, making her feel even more confident. Whether it was her looks, her figure, or her studies, she excelled in every aspect. But soon, Annie couldn't stay happy. My family situation is too unique. Even so, I can't live as freely as others do. I wish I could just live freely. Chen Nan understood her feelings. After Zhang Lin had spread rumors damaging to Annie, he had discreetly investigated. It was true Annie's mother had moral shortcomings. Moreover, while her aunt's family appeared well off, Annie actually had access to very few resources. On top of that, there were other things Chen Nan didn't know about. For instance, why did Annie choose to take her own life? Why would Annie prefer living with a gangster over returning to her own home? There must have been reasons unknown to others. Even someone as exceptional as Annie couldn't escape the wounds inflicted by her family of origin. But in reality, these were merely troubles viewed through the lens of a student's mindset. Once you truly enter society, all these problems cease to be problems. The prerequisite? Money. In Chen Nan's view, Annie possessed an outstanding and meticulous business mindset, one that wasn't much inferior to his own. It can only be said that academically gifted individuals possess a natural advantage over others in any field they pursue. They're sharp. Chen Nan took a sip of water, looking at Annie with newfound respect. Whether as a friend in life or a rival in business, she deserved his admiration. Annie, are you thinking of getting involved to get a piece of the pie? Annie had expressed similar thoughts before, but Chen Nan had refused her. Now, hearing those words again, delivered with a hint of sternness, Annie lowered her already bowed head even further. She wondered, why is Chen Nan being so harsh? Did I say something wrong? Did I do something wrong? That tone, it was just like a teacher, no, exactly how her mother or adoptive father spoke to her at home. It felt as if she herself had done something wrong. Annie nervously twisted her fingers into the fabric of her clothes. She had intended to be a bad girl, to interact with others boldly and freely. But now, her innate good girl nature had her caught in a psychological knot. Chen Nan was such a great person, handsome, wealthy, and now excelling in his studies. How could she possibly be worthy of him? She was just a secretary, called him boss, and took his salary. How could she possibly be worthy of him? Annie, you. Chen Nan felt a pang of guilt, realizing his tone had been off. He leaned closer to look again. Good heavens, Annie had started crying. 2 streams of tears slid down her nose, her face a picture of hurt and helplessness. Her face, like a pear blossom in the rain, conveyed emotion through her eyes and brows truly more beautiful than any ancient beauty in paintings. Then again, she had essentially run away from home, and he'd been so harsh with her just now. It was like a boss scolding a disobedient subordinate. He'd hurt her feelings in an instant. Chen Nan felt flustered, unsure what to do. He was skilled at hitting people and scolding them, but comforting a girl? This was truly his first time. In the past, when Nan Yin cried like this, he'd ignore her completely and walk away. He never expected Annie to be so fragile she couldn't even handle a few words. Truly the perfect little girl. Annie, you look beautiful when you cry. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Annie's sobs only grew louder, her voice choked with tears. She couldn't explain why when she had no one to lean on, she couldn't cry, but the moment someone was there for her, tears would spill uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Chen Nan. It's my fault. I'm just too fragile. But I really want to change this situation. I can't go on like this anymore. Annie's eyes, though wet with tears, shone with an intense brightness. She remembered how she'd smoked all night, and when she looked in the mirror the next day, her eyes had held the same look. Resolute. Determined to make a change. Annie desperately wanted to change herself, transform her living conditions, and improve her mother's circumstances. But before meeting him, she had only empty aspirations. She couldn't achieve any of it. No matter how brilliant one was in school or how sharp their mind, without guidance in business, it was difficult to truly break into the field. Upon learning what Chen Nan did, she quickly realized all her ideas suddenly seemed achievable. Following Chen Nan meant making money. Annie's ambition wasn't merely to be Chen Nan's secretary or a decorative figurehead. She wanted to be someone who could genuinely participate in business operations. Chen Nan understood her intentions. Annie didn't want to be a mere worker. She wanted to be a participant and collaborator in business operations. With her intelligence, she had no desire to merely trail behind others and reap the rewards. But Chen Nan harbored different thoughts. As he looked at Annie, a quiet possessiveness began to grow within him. He knew Annie was exceptionally capable. He also knew that despite appearing like a good girl on the surface, her inner world was far from tranquil. He feared this feather might one day fly too high, beyond his reach. It was human nature to harbor selfish desires, to want to possess the best things entirely, to make them one's own exclusive property. But why have I become so insecure? No matter how capable Annie was, could she possibly surpass the reborn version of himself? It was all the work of selfish thoughts. Chen Nan resolved to change. Meanwhile, watching Chen Nan's hesitation, Annie wiped her tears with the back of her hand, feeling a pang of guilt. She understood that asking others to help her make money was extremely impolite. Why should they share their hard-earned methods with you? The odds of rejection were too high. Chen Nan, maybe we should just forget it. But Chen Nan, who had been hesitant, had come to terms with it. All his previous worries vanished, and instead, he found himself hoping Annie would choose the same path as him. That way, they'd have so much more in common. No problem, I can guide you. Really? Annie, who had already given up hope, felt her heart warm instantly at Chen Nan's words. She stared at the smiling Ji-Foam, her eyes filled with astonishment. Are you sure? No problem. It's actually a hassle for me to handle things alone. Bringing you along is mainly so you can help me out. As the words left his mouth, Chen Nan felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if his entire perspective on life had shifted to a higher level. He knew he'd harbored selfish thoughts before, wanting to keep the obedient Annie by his side forever. But now he realized that breaking free from that mindset was the key to a world of possibilities. Annie was merely a brilliant scholar, clever, yet lacking in real-world experience. Bullying her a little and making her work for him to earn money would be easy enough. After all, with her intelligence, she must be eager to prove herself, right? Thinking this way, Chen Nan actually felt a bit embarrassed. Hey, a reincarnated guy bullying a little girl? That's pretty shameless. Wait, no, it's actually kind of fun, right? Chen Nan shook his head, revealing a row of neat teeth and a smile. Chapter 31, Annie's shock. Chen Nan, thank you. But gratitude was secondary. Right now, Annie's heart was filled with guilt. In her eyes, ever since that night she attempted suicide, Chen Nan had consistently helped her, encouraged her, stood up for her, and even willingly spent money on her. A boy with striking looks and an equally admirable character had treated her with such care. It was impossible for Annie not to feel moved. Yet she couldn't shake a lingering sense of inadequacy. Without her family as a shield, she felt insignificant, like a speck of dust in the vast ocean of the world. Chen Nan seemed perfect in every way. He was like the male leads in contemporary urban dramas, offering the female protagonist kindness without expecting anything in return. Yet Annie knew this world didn't work that way. Good looks and top grades didn't guarantee smooth sailing or others' unconditional compliance. Although she tutored Chen Nan and helped improve his grades, Annie couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely his way of placating her. To keep her from contemplating suicide. But, how dare she exploit Chen Nan's affection for her to blackmail him into bringing her into his business? Wasn't this pushing her luck, asking too much? Annie, how could you do this? Why are you still acting like a child? Do you really think he's your father, that you can just act spoiled with him? The thought made Annie feel even more guilty. Yet, after this incident, Chen Nan's heart grew more mature. He felt a thrilling sense of having transcended life's limitations. He didn't know what Annie was thinking, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this girl took great pleasure in beating herself up mentally. Put simply, she looked down on herself, felt inferior, believed she was worse than others, and thus often sank into negative emotions. Chen Nan ruffled her hair like a caring father to his daughter. All right, dear, since you want to learn, I'll reluctantly teach you. What is this? Annie's cheeks flushed instantly. However, due to the guilt in her heart, she didn't argue against being called daughter. The tension in the room gradually eased. Chen Nan let an E into his room, turned on the computer, and logged into the Alibaba platform. He began explaining his next steps to her. The night was deep, illuminated only by the desk lamp. This scene bore a certain resemblance to the past, only now their roles had reversed. Chen Nan had become the one explaining the concept to an E. Chen Nan clicked through the website with his mouse. I've already explained the basic principles of this profit model to you before. Producers and sellers are indispensable components in any profit model. The sellers, needless to say, are the personas created by Qinzhu, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun, three individuals who built their accounts to form exclusive private traffic pools. Now we're engaging with the producers, the factories on the Alibaba platform. They can provide cheaper production resources. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Perhaps due to a recent misunderstanding with Chen Nan, and he now seemed timid, stammering and hesitant, afraid to speak loudly. This business model is actually quite simple. Its original sales channel should run from Alibaba to the Taobao platform, one as the manufacturer, the other as the sales platform. It's just like a small shop buying goods to resell. Then do you understand why I still had Qinzhu and the others focus on building private domain traffic? Seeing Yi's blank expression, Chen Nan continued with a sense of accomplishment. In theory, Alibaba's business model is incredibly successful. Doesn't it sound idealistic? Chen Nan's demeanor and gestures now resembled a big boss addressing subordinates in a meeting, his voice slow yet commanding. And he didn't even dare to meet his gaze. Noticing her lowered gaze, Chen Nan gently ruffled her hair. And what are you thinking about? I was thinking it must be related to some rules on the Taobao platform for selling things, right? And Yi's cheeks flushed bright red, all the way to her ears. Usually the model student, she now resembled a timid kitten, listening quietly to Chen Nan's words. Exactly, and you're really smart. Chen Nan nodded, looking at the girl. What kind of rules? And shook her head, her beautiful eyes widening. Even with her sharp mind, she couldn't break free from her existing understanding. Seeing the confusion on Yi's face, Chen Nan cut to the chase. The rule on Taobao is simple: whoever sells more gets to top the sales charts. For example, if I log into Taobao and search for women's tops, dozens of options will appear. Which one would you choose to buy? Staring at the dazzling array of products on the computer screen, Yi felt torn. Scrolling from the first to the last, she noticed their materials, styles, and prices were all quite similar. In the end, she chose the first one. So do you know why this particular top ranks number one, even though they all seem so similar? Yi was naturally sharp, and after Chen Nan's hint, it clicked instantly. Because it has the highest sales volume. Buyers unconsciously trust it more. Even if it comes from the same place as other products, they'll choose it first. Exactly. That's the advantage of private domain traffic. It's a simple principle: all traffic on the Taobao platform belongs to public domain traffic, which automatically ranks products based on sales volume. The product with the best sales ranks first on the recommendation list. The higher it ranks in recommendations, the higher its sales become, creating a virtuous cycle. So cultivating private domain traffic is about securing the top spot on public domain sales charts? Hearing this, he finally grasped the underlying logic. What Chen Nan was truly focusing on now was the Taobao platform itself. He needed Qinzhu and the others to help boost sales, propelling his own products to the top of the product rankings. This would allow him to firmly hold on to that prime position. Do others play the game this way too? He asked, frowning. Pretty much. Where there's profit, there's competition. So most merchants offer high commissions to those promoting their goods, sacrificing a portion of their profit to gain a larger one. Promoters earn their income from these commissions. But once merchants truly rely on public domain traffic to achieve a virtuous cycle, commissions for promoting products will decrease. After hearing Chen Nan explain it this way, he finally understood completely. Why is it said that money earned through promotions is only quick cash? It's merely an opportunity of the time, something that can make a lot of money in the short term, but it simply can't last. Business competition is truly brutal. Yi reflected, arriving at this conclusion. Chen Nan smiled. He chuckled at how naive Yi was, just like he had once been. When you peel back a corner of society's true nature, it feels like stepping back into the jungle age. Survival of the fittest. Whoever controls traffic and exposure controls the money. It wasn't just Taobao's product rankings. Other business models, like the promotional coupons that emerged in the food delivery wars, bike sharing wars, and ride-hailing wars that erupted in subsequent years, all had someone profiting behind the scenes. When users consumed using platform coupons, a portion of the rebates went to promoters. The more consumption occurs, the larger the platform's user base grows, leading to higher rankings among similar apps. This, in turn, attracts more organic customers. This creates a positive feedback loop. The platform gradually reduces promotional spending, reaps substantial profits from its customer base, and recoups all previous promotional costs in one go. This will be the dominant business model in the coming years. But right now, Chen Nan is nowhere near competing with these big money players. His only current strength lies in deceiving those lecherous old men to artificially inflate sales across a dozen product lines. Even so, it had earned him a substantial amount of money. And he continued to ponder and digest this information. Chen Nan remained silent, instead opening his Taobao account backend on his computer. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Then, upon seeing the sales figures displayed, Yi's eyes widened instantly. Monthly sales, 162,509. With such high monthly sales, what about the profit? Although Yi knew Chen Nan's profit margin was at least 50%, she still wanted to see it confirmed with her own eyes. Moreover, Yi couldn't understand why would Chen Nan's monthly sales volume be so high? Chapter 32, A Matter of Scale. Yi was utterly stunned. She never imagined that Chen Nan, who appeared to be studying normally every day, was secretly undertaking such a major endeavor on his own. The key point was that he had mentioned this from the very beginning, but neither she nor Chen Nan's friends had paid it any mind. Now, seeing what Chen Nan had accomplished, she was utterly bowled over by the man before her. So, with sales this high, how much profit did you actually make? Yi asked curiously. She looked at Chen Nan, a hint of something unusual flickering in her eyes. The profit margin is just okay. I used Alibaba's single item shipping, and after subtracting costs from the sales price I set, the profit was only 50%. Then after deducting the 5% commission for Taobao affiliates, the profit margin was only 45%. What? He thinks 45% profit is too low? Yi felt like she could bite Chen Nan to death right then. That's no way to brag. He was making over 70,000 yuan a month and still thought that was too little? But in Chen Nan's eyes, that was indeed too little. The business was just getting started, and Chen Zhu's private domain traffic was only beginning to take shape. He'd only started making money recently. Brother Chen Nan, take me along too. Yi. So, what's the price? Chen Nan teased playfully. Whatever brother Chen Nan says goes. Yi's cheeks flushed, her clothes neat and tidy. Her stunning figure was faintly visible under the dim lighting. Yi was truly beautiful. The price is this: I teach you how to make money, and you give me a 10-minute back and shoulder massage every day. Chen Nan glanced at Yi's delicate, pale hands, imagining how wonderfully soft they must feel to the touch. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one had to pay a certain price. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She'd feared it might be something excessive, turns out it was just shoulder massages. But she also wondered if Chen Nan truly wanted her, how would she choose? Accept or refuse? In any case, it was an answer without complications, and Chen Nan never asked her to do such a thing. This only deepened Yi's trust in Chen Nan, for he was absolutely not the kind of bad person. So she carefully positioned herself behind him and began gently kneading his shoulder blades. Then, Yi continued, but I just thought of something: since your online sales using the manufacturer's products squeeze your profit margins too much, why don't we negotiate with them offline? That way, we could not only get a better price and boost our profits, but also avoid a lot of hassle, right? You've got the sales volume to back you up. Those factories will treat you like royalty. We'll definitely be able to negotiate the cost down. Yi spoke softly as she massaged him. What she was suggesting had already crossed Chen Nan's mind. His thoughts, however, were already focused on the next step. You're absolutely right, this approach would boost profits. But I'd rather go all in, build our own factory and scale up our operations directly. Right now, Chen Nan relied on Taobao and its platform advantages. But society was changing too fast. E-commerce might reign supreme now, but in just a few short years, live stream shopping would dominate. The sales channel had evolved from a single line connecting manufacturer, Taobao, and customer to a new model linking manufacturer, live streamer, and customer. This not only cuts costs and boosts profits but also significantly reduces competitive pressure from peers. The prerequisite for all this is acquiring massive private traffic, building fan communities, cultivating million-follower live streamer accounts, and so on. In other words, starting now, Chen Nan has already begun laying the groundwork for the future. But he couldn't share these thoughts with Yi. Instead, he maintained a perfectly measured silence. Yi didn't press him either. She sensed Chen Nan had everything under control, with his own plans in motion. This gave her an inexplicable sense of security. That evening, after discussing these matters, the two of them still couldn't resist studying for a while. Truthfully, if you genuinely treated learning as a hobby, it could become addictive. But Yi's gaze kept drifting, her mind wasn't on her studies. Instead, she kept stealing glances at Chen Nan's cheeks. Her complexion kept shifting between flushed and pale. Beyond explaining concepts, the best way to learn was to study and practice problems, understanding different question types and problem-solving approaches. This was a path both arts and science students had to take. And this process of mastering new question patterns through practice problems left both of them feeling quite fulfilled. Hey, Chen Nan, did you forget what you promised me earlier today? What? You really did forget, didn't you? Chen Nan. He hadn't forgotten, he simply couldn't recall what he'd promised her. There was definitely something he couldn't remember. It's about the size issue. Yi said, her face flushing. At that moment, Chen Nan finally remembered. Damn, she still remembered this? What? You want to take a peek? Chen Nan asked with a lecherous grin. No way. I told you, just one look and I'll get pregnant, and he said, her cheeks flushed. Then she picked up a ruler from the desk and placed it in front of Chen Nan. Whoa. How could Chen Nan possibly blurt out the truth about something like this? Besides, he hadn't measured it himself. So he just made up a number on the spot. Don't ask. The ruler is 18 centimeters long. And he nodded. Whatever crossed her mind made her blush even deeper than before. After all, the distance from her front waist to her lower back was probably about the length of that ruler, right? How was that possible? Anyway, she couldn't wrap her head around it. And in the time it took to exchange those few words, Chen Nan had already put an E at ease, telling her not to let her young mind wander. Some things would reveal themselves when the time was right. Dwelling on them was pointless. Oh, okay. When an E looked at Chen Nan again, he seemed to be bathed in a special glow. Hearing Chen Nan speak like that, she promptly reverted to being the obedient girl she was. An E was smart and quick-witted, but she just seemed indecisive. The moment Chen Nan spoke, she became as docile as a kitten. Of course, Chen Nan didn't think this was an absolute rule. He'd need to observe her more to be sure. Chen Nan! Chen Nan! Where'd that little rascal run off to? Hurry up and open the door for your mom. I forgot my keys. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Wang Yanan, just back from work, walked into the house exhausted. She set down her handbag and looked up to see an E emerging from Chen Nan's room. He even took a moment to smooth out his clothes, his face flushed. You two weren't. I'll beat you to a pulp, you little brat. Mom, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Explain what? An E just came out of your room looking all upset. I won't believe a word you say. We really didn't do anything. And he raised his hand to speak, but realized the more he explained, the more tangled it would get. His ears flushed crimson as he turned and retreated to his room. It wasn't until after a wild chase through the living room that Chen Nan finally managed to explain everything to his mom, including his recent money-making ventures and his improved grades. Wang Yanan was skeptical at first. But when Chen Nan produced his report card and recent sales figures, she finally believed him. Then Wang Yanan declared it impossible. Son, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Mom, do I look like that kind of person? With that, Chen Nan went straight back to his room, grabbed 10,000 yuan in cash, and placed it in his mother's hands. Mom, take this. It's just a drop in the bucket of what I've earned, Chen Nan boasted proudly. Mom, quit your factory job tomorrow. I don't want you working that crappy shift another day. I feel so sorry for you. In Chen Nan's memory, his mother had actually been quite beautiful in her youth, no less attractive than an E. Of course, that might just be the rose-tinted glasses of childhood. But at least her skin was flawless, her fingers soft and delicate, and her hair jet black and lustrous. But to support herself, she had no choice but to take on exhausting work. Years later, not only was she plagued by illness, but she looked like she'd aged a decade or more. Her fingers were worn down to the point where her fingerprints had vanished. In Chen Nan's heart, he always felt guilty toward his mother. During his thoughtless youth, she toiled endlessly for him, sacrificing so much without receiving anything in return. By the time he finally came to his senses, it was too late for regrets. The tree longs for stillness, but the wind won't cease. The child wishes to care for his parents, but they are no longer there. This age-old dilemma that had troubled humanity for millennia now presented itself once more. After his rebirth, Chen Nan refused to repeat the mistakes of his past life. He wanted to give his mother a large sum of money so she could quit her job and enjoy life like the wives of wealthy families. Now, he was steadily moving toward that goal, perhaps within reach in the near future. Son, take the money back. I don't want it. Wang Yanan placed it back in Chen Nan's hand. I think my job is just fine. My boss treats me well. He knows how tough life is for us, so he pays overtime wages the same day. We'll talk about this when you become a millionaire, or even a billionaire. With that, Wang Yanan walked back to her room. Chen Nan wiped the tears from his eyes, watching his mother's busy figure, momentarily speechless with emotion. He microwaved the skewers he'd brought home today for 3 minutes and urged his mother to eat. Wang Yanan ate with great satisfaction. That night, Chen Nan felt deeply moved. He never imagined it would take so many years to truly grasp the depth of his mother's love for him. Watching her slightly stooped figure, he silently vowed to himself, it's just money, I'll earn it. Never before had Chen Nan felt such calmness and serenity in his thoughts, nor had he been so filled with hope for life. Wang Yanan felt the same way. Returning to her room alone, she sat on the bed, staring at Chen Nan's report card. She cried several times, then smiled several times. Even in her sleep, she dreamed of Chen Nan turning over a new leaf, getting into a good university, marrying well, and living a peaceful, happy life forever. Chen Nan, why aren't you asleep yet? You're not asleep either, are you? Chen Nan and an E met in the living room, both feeling a bit awkward. For an E, every single thing that happened today was a wonderful memory. From her morning dressing routine, to shopping in the afternoon, lunch with Nan Yen and the others, and dinner with Chen Nan's friends that evening. Finally, after returning home and spending time alone together, their tense yet passionate conversation was interrupted by Chen Nan's mother walking in. Both felt tangled and confused, unsure what to say upon meeting again. Annie stared at Chen Nan, now mere inches away, her heart suddenly racing wildly. Chen Nan's gaze fixed on Annie's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. The night fell silent. Just as they were about to leave separately, they collided with each other in an unexpected yet perfect moment of understanding. Ouch! Chen Nan jolted in surprise, his jaw colliding solidly with Annie's head, stinging with pain. But the pounding in his heart was so intense, it seemed to numb even the physical pain. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Chen Nan whispered softly. And no. Annie replied timidly. Their eyes locked, and both flushed simultaneously. In each other's gaze, unspoken emotions flickered. Yet neither dared to break the ice. Moments later, they shifted their feet and hurriedly put distance between them. Chapter 33, the story goes on. After their encounter in the living room, Annie returned to her room past 11 at night. Her heart was still racing when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up with her right hand, still wearing their matching couple watches, frowned at the word mom on the screen, and tapped to answer. The moment she answered, a drunken tirade erupted from the other end, a woman's sobs and the crash of a glass shattering on the floor. Sun Fingxia, I know you seduced me just for my money. And I know you look down on me, think I'm too old, deliberately refusing to let me touch you. You want money, don't you? I've got it. The voice on the phone belonged to her stepfather. Filled with laughter, shouts, contemptuous remarks, and what sounded like the thud of blows. The sound of thump, thump, thump kept echoing. Here we go again. Such scenes were commonplace in Annie's long, unhappy life. For a moment, she felt dazed. It happened so often. Her mother endured her stepfather's abuse outside the door, while she crouched on the floor of her bedroom, covering her ears, convinced that if she did this, she could pretend nothing was happening. But reality was far from that. Countless times, her stepfather, drunk, tried to force his way into her room. How many times had her mother tried to convince herself, what's the big deal about giving you to your stepfather? It's just your virtue. You'll lose it sooner or later anyway. Better to trade it now for money, for the deed to this house, than let some lowlife on the street take advantage of her. Thinking about these things, the pressure from both men made her peaceful head ache. She instinctively crouched to the floor, her face ashen. Memories surfaced one by one in her mind. She'd endured this nightmare for years, until the day she broke down and fled home, seeking refuge in the house of the school's most notorious troublemaker. She believed this would allow her to fight fire with fire and escape her stepfather's clutches. But at first, Chen Nan offered her no help whatsoever. He continued threatening her with every means possible, forcing her to return home. He even beat her mother while on the phone. It was after witnessing this very scene that she turned off her phone in the bathroom, dropped it on the floor, and chose to end her miserable life. Had it not been for Chen Nan, she might have found release by now. But Chen Nan's appearance changed everything. The older one's a whore, the younger one's a whore too. So young and already seducing men at school, even staying at their place? Who knows how many times she's been used? What? It's okay for others to play with you, but not me? And Minglei's eyes were bloodshot, his palms crimson from the force of his grip. Sun Fingxia lay face down on the floor, utterly silent. After the call connected, neither spoke first. Annie felt like a child who'd done something wrong, waiting helplessly for the dreaded moment to arrive. Sometimes, having too good a memory was a curse. Those painful childhood experiences were deeply etched into his recollections. Both his mother and stepfather had inflicted irreparable damage upon his soul. N.E. 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 A low, raspy voice came through the phone. Annie, why don't you just give in? Sun Fingxia pleaded once more, as she always did. Like a drowning ghost desperately searching for a substitute to pull down and take her place in enduring this inhuman torment. She chose Annie because from the very beginning, and Minglei had harbored sinister intentions toward his own daughter. No! Annie bit her lip. Not a single tear fell from her eyes, for the tears that should have flowed had long since dried up. Tears proved useless in solving anything. Besides, it wasn't that she neglected her mother, she had clearly given her money earlier that day. Why couldn't she just move out? Why couldn't she just stand up and fight back? Why must she forever be like a lamb, allowing herself to be bullied while trying to convince others to endure the same suffering? Then, Annie hung up the phone. Her mother's cries seemed to echo from her hand, but all Annie heard was silence. Like a house cat escaping for the first time, she wandered aimlessly through the city streets, unsure where to go or what to do. Finally, staring blankly at the couple's watch on her wrist, she stood motionless. It felt as though she was the only person left in the entire world. She wondered, if she wanted to die, who would she most want to speak to one last time? She instinctively pulled out her phone, opened QQ, and found Chen Nan's contact information. At that moment, the tears Annie had held back for so long finally fell, landing on the chat history between the two of them. Without Chen Nan's appearance, death seemed like her only outcome. But now, she couldn't bear to die. She feared the pain, dreaded the darkness, and worried that those who cared about her would never find her. Sniffling softly, she typed slowly. Her slender fingers quickly filled half the phone screen with a long message. But after reading it several times, she suddenly felt it was too sentimental. So she read and deleted as she went. In the end, having deleted too much, she felt the remaining words were too few to accurately convey her meaning. So, 1,000 words condensed into just 2. Are you asleep? Not yet. Staring at Chen Nan's message, her sobs grew louder, yet she had no idea what to say next. Yi lay on the bed like a boiled shrimp, staring helplessly at the chat window in agony. What's wrong? You want to talk? The message appeared again, making Yi's heart leap with a thud. It seemed that the more she cared about someone, the harder it was to speak her mind. Can you come over? Sure, I'm right at the door. Chen Nan's message jolted Yi awake. She quickly wiped away her tears and walked over to open the door. You? Chen Nan, hold me tight. The girl stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Chen Nan's body, and buried her face in his chest. Tears welled in her eyes once more, yet the ache in her heart vanished instantly. It turned out there truly was a better way to heal herself than taking her own life. Thank you, Chen Nan, for appearing in my world at just the right moment. Chen Nan gazed at the trembling tears glistening on her face. Words of comfort felt inadequate now. He quietly stepped inside, closed the door, and lifted her into his arms. No, Yi, I thank you for coming into my world too. In the gentle night, the girl lowered her head, cheeks flushed, letting Chen Nan lay her on the bed. But the violation she had anticipated never came. Instead, a soft voice whispered in her ear. Yi, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Can you tell me your story? But it's a long story. It's okay. I'll stay by your side and listen slowly. Chapter 34, Believing Everything in Tomorrow Will Be Better. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Nan tiptoed out of Yi's room. Having barely slept all night, he looked tired but was generally energized. After learning about Yi's past, he desperately wanted to do something but didn't know exactly what. In short, that old bastard in Minglei truly deserved to die. It was only last night that he finally understood why Yi had chosen to live with him, a lowlife, rather than return to her own family. And during his interactions with Minglei back then, he had indeed noticed that the man's gaze toward Yi seemed off. But he'd never dared to think in that direction. I never imagined Yi's upbringing could be so complicated, burdened by so much pressure. But what was most unbearable for Chen Nan was that he never imagined even Yi's own mother would be an accomplice to that old bastard. And that she had been persuading Yi to compromise and give up fighting? Now he finally understood why Yi had such an odd personality. When even your own mother isn't on your side, who wouldn't have their mental state collapse? Perhaps because she'd poured out all her secrets last night, and he felt relaxed and didn't get up until 7 in the morning. Wang Yanan happened to be off work today due to matters at the factory, so the three of them had a rare breakfast together at 7. On the surface, Yi and Chen Nan ate silently, each focused on their own plate, as if they were strangers. But beneath the table, their eyes met and their feet brushed together. They moved and swayed together. It was just like last night in Yi's room, when Chen Nan held her in bed, coaxing her to tell those stories. And Yi's face was flushed, more beautiful than the morning sun outside. After the meal, Yi slipped quietly back to her room before Wang Yanan spoke up. Son, I called your homeroom teacher this morning. You really weren't lying to me. Chen Nan knew deep down that given his past behavior as a troublemaker, it would be hard for others to accept his sudden change. That Wang Yanan had checked with his homeroom teacher didn't surprise him at all. Mom, would I lie to you about this? Of course it's true. I'm the explosive type. Once I figure something out, my grades shoot up fast. When the time comes, I plan to attend a university in the capital city and experience its beautiful scenery. Wang Yanan didn't rush to dismiss her son's dream. But this idea seemed a bit too ambitious, didn't it? Your homeroom teacher said that with your current ranking, getting into a top-tier university in our province is doable, but a 211 university is a stretch. No worries, I'll keep improving. Your homeroom teacher said time is running out, and your best possible score might only get you into a 211 university. Chen Nan grew impatient. What does he know? Mom, trust me, I'm confident I can push myself to climb higher in the remaining time. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chen Nan spoke with unwavering confidence. So confident? Son, are you feeling okay? Wang Yanan gently ruffled his hair. Mom, I'm serious. Wang Yanan pursed her lips. Mom believes your grades can definitely improve. What I meant was, why did your attitude toward that Nanyan suddenly change so drastically? Even now, the memory left Wang Yanan feeling uneasy. But when this woman was mentioned, Chen Nan instinctively felt she was completely unrelated to him now. Like a complete stranger. Son, have you truly cut all ties with her? Not playing those games where you break up today and get back together tomorrow? Didn't I tell you before? It's definitely for real. Chen Nan said earnestly. Wang Yanan suddenly remembered something. You didn't give up on Nanyan only to fall for another girl, did you? This. Chen Nan was sipping soup when this hit a nerve, nearly making him spit it out. Cough cough, Mom, that's not happening. What do you mean it's nothing? Don't think I don't know, men are all the same. Today they like this one, tomorrow that one. They just can't stop. I swear it's nothing. I don't believe you don't have feelings for an E. If you don't, then why did you sneak into his room last night? Whoa. Chen Nan sucked in a sharp breath. How did Mom find out? Look at you, your expression gives you away. Oh, Mom, just leave it alone. An E came in second in the whole school on her last exam. She'll definitely get into Tsinghua or Peking University. I'll be lucky to get into a 985 or 211 university in the capital. It's basically impossible. Wang Yanan rolled her eyes and tapped his forehead with her finger. Look at you, so hopeless. Fine, do whatever you want. Just don't waste your life. As long as you get into a good university and land a decent job after graduation, you'll have a future. Chen Nan and Wang Yanan chatted some more while scrubbing pots and washing dishes in the kitchen. Chen Nan cracked a few jokes, making his mom laugh for a while before he sat down in the living room to watch TV. He could sense his mother's genuine happiness at his newfound resolve. After all, his rebirth was meant to make up for all the regrets of the past. Not only did he want his mother to live a healthy and happy life, but he also wanted to live a truly remarkable one himself. He believed everything would get better tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Nan, lying on the sofa watching TV, suddenly received 2 QQ messages on his phone. Chen Nan, wanna hang out sometime? I've only been away from you for a moment and I already miss you. The first message was from Nan Yen, the second from an E. What a coincidence, as if they'd coordinated, sending messages at the same time. Chen Nan chose to reply to Nan Yen first. Opening the chat window, he couldn't help but smile. Back in his past life when he was pursuing Nan Yen, he used to send messages like this all the time. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, their roles would be reversed? No time. Chen Nan replied bluntly. I know you're still mad at me, but I've made it clear to Zhang Lin. You're the one I truly like and I'll never have anything to do with him again. Chen Nan chuckled. Was Nan Yen still daydreaming? What, did she want to be his lapdog? You misunderstand. Actually, I kinda wanted to see you two together. Nan Yen, who had been hoping Chen Nan would forgive her, shook her head, realizing she hadn't misread the situation. Didn't you read my message clearly? I said I'm done with Zhang Lin for good. I saw it clearly. I said I don't want to deal with you anymore. I've got things to do. Nan Yen already had a fiery temper, and seeing Chen Nan's message pushed her over the edge. Are you on a date with an E? Yes. Why not me? She's a good girl, you're a bad girl. Any sane person knows which one to choose, right? After sending the message, Chen Nan had intended to chat with an E, but Nan Yan's words left her completely stunned. So what if I'm the bad girl? Don't waste your breath. Chen Nan? Chapter 35, What? What are you doing? Chen Nan stared at his phone screen, genuinely wanting to laugh. What a classic line, don't let good girls down, and don't waste bad girls. The thing is, Nan Yen really is a proper bad girl. He just felt a pang of regret. Why is Zhang Lin such a loser? He can't even handle someone like Nan Yen? What about his money power? What about his handsome looks? He thought Zhang Lin was someone special, but here he is, acting like a pig with a green onion up its nose, pretending to be an elephant? Chen Nan, I'm truly sorry. I regret it. Yesterday's events have finally shown me Zhang Lin's true colors. I must have been blind not to cherish you properly before. Can we go back to how things were? Chen Nan was speechless. She clearly didn't expect him to improve even a little. He knew all too well how terrible he used to be. This new version of himself was exactly who he wanted to be. Chen Nan, please talk to me. I beg you. I truly know I was wrong. Seeing Nan Yen only uttered these few meaningless words, Chen Nan lost all interest in continuing this back and forth. Bye. Chen Nan paused for a moment, then found the option to delete her from his contacts and tapped it decisively. Some people are destined to drift apart along life's path. There's no need to linger. On the other end of the phone, staring at the undelivered QQ message, Nan Yen scratched her head with her fingers. 2 trails of tears slid down her cheeks. I heard a girl misses me? In Chen Nan's room, a man and a woman sat close together. An E lowered her head shyly. Just like before, An E wore neat, tidy clothes as she sat beside Chen Nan, explaining a problem to him. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary scene, An Yi's heart raced wildly. Her earlier words, I miss you, weren't just a phrase, they were the truest feelings in her heart. It must be Nan Yen missing you. An E teased. Well, that's great. Chen Nan took a sip of water, peering at An E from beneath the covers with a look that held a certain charm. After we finish studying, what are your plans for the weekend? What do you think? Chen Nan asked. I just want to lie quietly in bed at home, rest, and have a good dream, hoping that someone will be with me in that dream too. An Yi's words trailed off, but Chen Nan already understood she probably harbored those kinds of feelings for him. So he reached out and touched her hair. Seeing no resistance, he touched her cheek. Seeing still no resistance, he touched her neck. But by then, An Yi's face was flushed bright red, and she reached out to stop Chen Nan's next move. What are you doing? The word what was soft and sweet, tinged with An Yi's pleading, nearly melting Chen Nan's heart. You look so cute, I just wanted to touch your head. To be fair, you can touch mine too. Anyway, you're the one getting all the advantages, right? And he shot Chen Nan a playful glare. Yet, she showed no sign of disdain for his words or actions. Speaking of getting the upper hand, Chen Nan, did you put a little peephole in the bathroom door? The air grew heavy with silence. Chen Nan hadn't expected an E to have discovered this secret all alone. But why hadn't she stopped him? When did you find out? From the very first day. Hearing an E say this, Chen Nan grew even more confused. If she knew, why hadn't she spoken up? Then you. It sounds strange, but I don't dislike you doing this, an E murmured, lowering her gaze slightly. So, what part of me do you find attractive? Well, I think you're beautiful all over. Chen Nan replied with considerable tact. But it wasn't entirely untrue. Deep down, every inch of an E was beautiful to him. Her slender neck, her long, straight legs, and so many other places that made him linger endlessly. Pfft, you pervert. You really want to, huh? Of course I do. Who told you to be so gorgeous? Amidst the intense pressure of their senior year, their exchanges and subtle affection became their sole source of solace. Then, they resumed their studies. However, an E deliberately slowed down their pace, as Chen Nan's foundation was weaker and not as solid as his own. Chen Nan, I never expected you'd made such progress lately. Not only have you broken through your bottleneck, but your learning pace is incredibly fast. Of course. Who do you think I am? I was once a top student, after all. The joy of learning lifted their spirits, especially when studying alongside someone they cared about. Judging by Annie's demeanor, she seemed to have moved past the past. Though she didn't say much, it made Chen Nan feel much lighter. They spent the entire day together, starting with just touching each other's hair, and later holding hands. But that was all. After all, the beauty and intense emotions within Annie needed to be explored by Chen Nan step by step. Rushing in too quickly might backfire. The next morning, after breakfast, they walked through the campus gates together. Chen Nan, why is everyone staring at you? Annie stood obediently a short distance away from Chen Nan, suddenly noticing that many eyes within the campus were fixed on him. Maybe I suddenly got handsome? Pfft, you're so full of yourself. And he retorted, then added, but honestly, I think you are pretty handsome. Truthfully, Chen Nan knew exactly why he was drawing so much attention. After all, just as adults measure a person's status in society by money. For a student, academic performance was the most conspicuous marker. His improvement in the first mock exam of senior year was enough to make Chen Nan the focus of attention for some. This attention carried both respect for an academic underdog and a hint of apprehension toward Chen Nan. Upon entering the classroom, this atmosphere intensified, erupting into a chorus of gasps. Holy crap! Holy crap, who are these two? Chen Nan? And E? Holy crap, Chen Nan got even better looking? This is just insane. And E suddenly looks better too, it's the lipstick. She's wearing lipstick today. I think Chen Nan looks way hotter than Zhan Lin today. Totally agree, no doubt about it. It wasn't just an E drawing attention for her looks. After sprucing himself up, Chen Nan sported a new hairstyle and trendy shoes. Though still in his school uniform, he now carried an air of confidence. This calm, steady presence was something others his age simply didn't possess. And in E? Though she seemed dressed much like usual, she simply looked better than before. Like a bird caged for so long, suddenly set free. Her clean uniform now radiated a vibrant, youthful energy. Truthfully, simply shifting one's mindset can make a world of difference. The arrival of the two caused a stir that only subsided when their homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, entered the classroom. Chen Nan, your progress this time is remarkable. Well done, you truly live up to the promising talent I saw in you. He sat beside Chen Nan, smiling warmly, instantly drawing the attention of many others. Chapter 36, Comfort Zone, Seat Change? Me and Chen Nan as deskmates. Teacher Zhou looked at Chen Nan and continued. Just the other day over lunch, your freshman homeroom teacher mentioned how you were a promising student back then, but unfortunately went down the wrong path. Now you've found your way back. It's a bit late, but it's never too late. Old Zhou delivered a heartfelt lecture to Chen Nan. Surprisingly, it actually worked on students his age. Chen Nan felt a warm glow in his heart. But what made him feel a bit ashamed was that he had indeed failed to live up to the expectations of that freshman homeroom teacher. He never imagined that even now, in his senior year, the teacher still remembered him. Recognizing that one has not strayed too far from the path, realizing that today's choices are right and yesterday's were wrong. The words of the ancients truly hold no falsehood. Chen Nan sighed with deep emotion, then threw himself into even more diligent study. Old Zhou's visit to the class wasn't just to praise Chen Nan. Mainly, after the exams and the release of the results, it was time to reassign seats in the classroom. As before, top performers would choose seats first, followed by descending order of academic performance. Thus, the topic of seat reassignments once again stirred up a huge commotion in the classroom. Hey, Chen Nan, do you want some snacks? Thanks, but no thanks. Chen Nan, how did you suddenly become so good at studying? Any secrets? Sure. Just work hard. Chen Nan was indeed drawing a lot of attention today, with many girls gathering around to chat with him. But even so, Chen Nan would only exchange a few casual words before moving on. He seemed to maintain a subtle, almost imperceptible distance from everyone. Soon enough, the others stopped bothering him. Noticing Chen Nan's change, the classmate sitting next to An whispered, "An, look at Chen Nan. Now that he's popular, he doesn't even acknowledge you anymore." The implication was clear: if she wanted to date him, she needed to keep him in line. That's how things worked at school. At first, An thought she'd misheard. After all, Chen Nan's reputation had been downright terrible. Even if others respected him, it was only because Chen Nan was a troublemaker they dared not provoke. Now, it seemed like he'd suddenly become a different person. "It's fine. I'm not afraid of him being liked," An said confidently. Only insecure women would try to control the boy they liked, but An believed she didn't need to. Her deskmate's thinking was just too naive. Soon after morning self-study ended, old Joe walked straight over holding the report cards. Same as before, go outside the classroom first. Line up by your grades. When I call your name, come in and choose a seat. First place. An No one objected to this choice. As the second highest scorer in the entire grade, she deserved first pick. Yet when Mr. Joe called her name, she turned to look at Chen Nan. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she walked all the way from the front row to a corner seat at the back of the classroom. She then selected her seat. The entire classroom corridor fell silent. Holy crap, and he actually chose to sit with Chen Nan? That's unbelievable. No wonder she wasn't worried. She must have planned this all along, a girl exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Old Joe was pretty surprised too. But he merely cleared his throat softly before calling out the name of the class's second-place student. Lately, he'd seen Chen Nan and An sitting together often on the surveillance feed. He'd considered storming into the classroom to stop it. But upon realizing they were discussing homework problems, he decided to let it be. After all, the results spoke for themselves. Chen Nan's grades had soared dramatically, and An's had also seen a breakthrough. Perhaps sitting together really did spark some kind of chemistry between them? As the names were called one by one, finally, Chen Nan's name appeared. Finally, it's my turn. Chen Nan stepped out from the crowd and, unsurprisingly, took the seat next to An. During this time, Zhang Lin had actually wanted to sit next to An, but she had firmly refused him. In an instant, he felt like a complete fool. "Hello, An. Congratulations on becoming my desk partner." Same here, same here. "Want some snacks? I've got some in my desk." "Yes. But I'm afraid the teacher will see." "No worries, I'll shield you. He won't see." Chen Nan skillfully turned her body sideways, allowing An to enjoy the snacks freely. She loved eating. And Chen Nan had plenty of snacks. Crunch crunch. Potato chips, Shanghai snacks, scallion sticks, crispy chicken nuggets. Every kind of snack imaginable. As she munched, An thought to herself, coming here was absolutely the right choice. Chen Nan was practically like Doraemon. Whatever she craved, it was right here. But, An, Chen Nan. Stop goofing off. What are you doing? Despite their thrilling cover, old Joe caught them anyway. He grabbed one by the arm and lifted them up. "You two, stand there all morning." Chen Nan didn't mind he had thick skin, but An couldn't handle it. It was her first time being punished to stand. Standing at her desk, she looked like a snail, and it was quite heartbreaking. Old Joe let An sit down. "I'll stand in her place all day long." Chen Nan patted his chest, offering his guarantee. Ever since Chen Nan turned over a new leaf, old Joe's attitude toward him had changed completely. He smiled and agreed to the proposal. Teachers are human too, homeroom teachers are human too, and humans have their youth. Perhaps Chen Nan's actions today reminded old Joe of scenes from his own youth. As he walked away, old Joe could hear him humming the line, "Year after year, the flowers remain the same year after year, the people change." Chen Nan was actually quite adept at slacking off. Even though he was being punished by standing, as soon as the homeroom teacher left, he would sit down for 10 or 15 minutes before standing up again to continue. In truth, he didn't stand for very long, nor was it particularly tiring. "I'm sorry, Chen Nan. I've caused you trouble." And he shot him an apologetic look, but she still clutched her snacks in her hand, showing not a shred of remorse. "How can you be so greedy?" Chen Nan covered his cheeks in exasperation, realizing for the first time that An wasn't just a big eater. When it came to snacks, she simply wouldn't let go, otherwise, old Joe wouldn't have caught her. "What can I say? It's just how I am. Besides, who told you to buy so many snacks to tempt me?" An wore her most innocent expression while saying the most exasperating words. "So you're blaming me? What else?" An chuckled. Though she maintained an aloof demeanor at school, once she returned home at night, An revealed her softer side. "Since you've been standing all day, I'll give you a full body massage." An laughed as she pushed Chen Nan onto the bed, using a phrase she'd picked up somewhere. "What kind of massage? Is your technique even legit?" 3 seconds later. The room was filled with screams like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 37, not long until An wears sensual clothes. Chen Nan endured Yi's relentless kneading and rubbing, from his neck down to his calves no spot was spared. Though it hurt at first, soon afterward, Chen Nan's body felt unusually relaxed and comfortable. Next, Chen Nan began teaching Yi how to earn money like he did a promise made earlier. For Yi, these tasks proved surprisingly easy. A single glance and a few practice runs were all it took for her to grasp it. Sure enough, a studious ox is something else entirely. Chen Nan could almost envision his life after heading off to university. The place was teeming with talent. The finest factory for producing top-tier students. After getting familiar with this basic money-making process, Yi didn't want to strike out on her own. Instead, she joined Chen Nan's venture. She took on the burden of alleviating Chen Nan's workload, handling product selection, listing and delisting items, and managing various other tasks. After all, with school being so demanding these days, two people working together get things done much faster than one person alone. Chen Nan, would anyone actually want to wear these clothes? Yi pointed at a crude red bunny girl outfit. It was barely a few scraps of fabric, yet priced at dozens of yuan. This was clearly daylight robbery. No wonder Chen Nan was raking in the profits. Sales don't lie. This outfit ranks second in our store. You tell me, doesn't that prove people like it? Chen Nan proceeded to show Yi the rest of the outfits. The cheaper ones were just plain white or black full body stockings. They had holes cut into them. The material was inferior to regular stockings, lowering costs while meeting customer demand. The main selling point? They tear apart easily. Slightly pricier options featured roleplay themes, stepmother dresses, pure yet tempting schoolgirl uniforms, full flight attendant outfits. These products also sold well. But the real hits are the high-quality, themed outfits like cute bunny girls, Black Widow cosplay, or Little Days kimonos. The highest profit comes from Zaya Rise's kimono line. Even seasoned perverts buy it under the guise of patriotism. So embarrassing. Yi stared at the clothing images, her face flushing crimson. She wondered what she'd look like wearing them herself. Yet, she felt a tiny spark of curiosity, a desire to try these things herself. She thought to herself, my figure's pretty good, I'd look great in one of these, right? Would Chen Nan develop any special thoughts about her if he saw her in them? And come to think of it, there were actually a few unpacked samples lying in the corner of Chen Nan's room. Chen Nan also thought Yi's figure was truly flawless. If the manufacturer sent clothes and let her try them on each time, the selection process would probably be much more effective. But such thoughts could only stay hidden. Unless Yi volunteered to wear them, he wouldn't force the issue. And so, the days of copy-pasting flew by. As deskmates, the two commuted together daily, ate together, and worked together. Occasionally, they'd both get punished for standing in class because Yi had sneaked snacks. It seemed like Yi was dragging Chen Nan down. But at least now, when Chen Nan dozed off in class, he finally had someone to keep watch for him. But whenever the homeroom teacher or subject instructor came down, Yi would jab him in the ribs. That was just too awkward. Come evening, Yi would still give Chen Nan his massage. It had to be said, her technique was getting more and more professional. During this time, Chen Nan also noticed that Yi seemed to have a certain interest in those sensual outfits, always giving them extra glances whenever she entered his room. Take that bunny outfit, for instance. Besides the stockings, it came with a short little rabbit tail. It won't be long before she wears it. Chen Nan wrote in his diary. Chen Nan and Yi are definitely dating. You're telling me? Even a blind person could see it. I'm jealous. What's there to be jealous of? Chen Nan isn't even as good looking as you. And I heard he made a fortune recently. You mean when he treated Yi to king crab? A classmate had happened to witness the scene while shopping at the mall. Then the story spread like wildfire across the entire school. Chen Nan couldn't care less about such trivial matters, but Zhang Lin was practically losing his mind, mainly because the incident had humiliated him so badly. He'd intended to suppress Chen Nan, but ended up getting the short end of the stick. Just wait. They're so lovey-dovey, their grades are bound to drop. In our class, there was never a shortage of people hoping others would fail. In this world, it seems that aside from parents and those who love you, no one truly wishes for your success. But when the second mock exam concluded, everyone was stunned. This time, Yi's scores matched the top student in the entire grade, marking a significant leap forward. As for Chen Nan, his grades hadn't hit a plateau and stalled like many predicted. The numbers on the report card weren't the point. What mattered was that Chen Nan's ranking had now entered the top 100 in the entire school. Based on past experience, students ranked in the top 100 at first high were virtually guaranteed admission to a 211 university, barring a major performance dip. And with a bit of effort, they could even aim for a top-tier 985 university. Both teachers and classmates valued nothing more than school rankings and test scores. Once these credentials are presented, all skepticism quietly dissipates like water seeping into the earth. In student life, grades reign supreme. When results speak for themselves, doubts gradually fade away. 2 stellar report cards silenced everyone. From then on, no one interfered with their daily interactions anymore. Some even began to speculate that romance didn't hinder studies, it actually boosted academic progress. Even some teachers began to think this way, feeling they had been too narrow-minded before. But after these events unfolded, more girls began confessing their feelings to Chen Nan and handing him love letters. If you bloom, the butterflies will come. A person striving to improve becomes more attractive than ever, and for a moment, this made an E feel a bit uneasy. To those who never liked Chen Nan, he seemed unchanged, merely more polished in appearance, more accomplished academically, and more refined in character. But for the girls who confessed to Chen Nan or secretly admired him, the current Chen Nan would become the most unforgettable memory of their high school years. His lean, muscular build far surpassed Zhang Lin's, he was handsome, and his grades had skyrocketed recently. Unnoticed, Chen Nan had already displaced others in the hearts of some girls. He'd even been privately crowned their god-tier guy. Yet Chen Nan remained unusually low-key. Aside from studying with an E, he never got involved with any other girls. And E was equally low-key. Even when she occasionally saw another girl rush into class to confess to Chen Nan, she would simply sit quietly at her own desk. She'd open her books and wait for Chen Nan to return so they could continue studying. Chapter 38, When an E Wears Sensual Clothes. As senior year drew near, both boys and girls were determined to leave no regrets. They longed to make a grand confession to the person they secretly admired. An E, of course, had many admirers, but all kept their feelings buried out of fear of Chen Nan. The girls who confessed to Chen Nan, however, discovered that the boy once labeled a troublemaker showed no trace of rudeness. He carried himself with impeccable manners. Even when rejecting them, he made sure these girls felt no discomfort whatsoever. Then, Chen Nan would accept their gifts, only to give them to an E. They read love letters together, brought flowers home to care for together, and shared snacks together. Even though Chen Nan was already doing his best. Seeing how close he was with an E still wounded the naive hearts of many young girls. But when they confessed, they knew deep down they weren't seeking his acceptance, only their own peace of mind. Every boy has his own white moonlight girl. But in truth, girls also carry the memory of the first boy they ever loved, and once that spark ignites, it often burns for a lifetime. Yet the first person they fell for. Unreachable, yet unforgettable. All Chen Nan had to do was stand on the playground, and the girls who liked him would spot him instantly, a heart-fluttering moment unique to young girls. It just really rubbed people the wrong way. During gym class, Chen Nan felt eyes on him, not just from girls, but also from a bunch of guys. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet it felt like he'd stolen their beloved girls away. They looked like they wanted to gang up on him, a pretty helpless feeling. But that very helplessness was youth itself, the very essence of those unforgettable high school days. Years later, perhaps on a quiet, rainy night, someone might recall the person they once loved. Wondering where they work now, in which city they live, and recalling this moment, pure, unspoken affection and heart-fluttering excitement. And no other time's heart flutter could ever match the warmth and nostalgia of high school. Shortly after beginning work with Chen Nan, an E had already taken over most of his responsibilities, formally becoming his dedicated secretary. And Yi's competence was undeniable. With her assistance, Chen Nan no longer had to expend energy alone dealing with difficult clients. He only needed to keep a general grasp on the progress and direction of matters, and an E would handle the rest. During a particularly busy period when business boomed, an E even independently managed outsourced tasks, hiring 3 professionals to handle customer service. This freed up not only Chen Nan but also an E herself, with the total cost amounting to just around 10,000 yuan in salaries. The increased revenue far outweighed the expenses. It was safe to say Chen Nan felt completely reliant on an E. Her exceptional work capacity was the primary reason she could single-handedly match the productivity of several people. Compared to the secretaries and employees from Chen Nan's previous life, the gap was undeniably vast. Chen Nan gazed at an E with admiration as she calculated this month's net profit. After deducting employee costs, daily meal expenses, product costs, and promotional expenses, our net profit comes down to this amount. An E presented the figure to Chen Nan with wide eyes, a hint of nervousness visible. This month's net profit was 290,000 yuan. Yet the figure that astonished an E seemed merely adequate to Chen Nan. There was no way around it. Without their own factory or contract manufacturers, they couldn't control costs directly. Making this much was already quite an achievement. Calculate your own salary. Unlike last month, Chen Nan set an Yi's base salary at 10,000 yuan. Additionally, she received a 5% operational profit share and a 5% management profit share. With a series of additional subsidies, an E ended up with 42,000 yuan. Staring at that number, an E felt a bit dazed. She never imagined she could earn this much in a single month. How long had Chen Nan even been working? In just about 2 months, he'd grown the business to this scale? And don't feel guilty about taking this salary. You earn a lot, but I earn even more than you. And tapped her fingers on the table. Anything else? Chen Nan looked at an E. It was late at night, nearly midnight, yet an E lingered in his room, refusing to leave. The light cast a soft glow on her quiet face, making her look exceptionally beautiful, so much so that one couldn't help but look again. About what we talked last time. Could you give me a few of those clothes? I want to try wearing them. It's for work, you know. Hearing this, Chen Nan froze. What the hell? And E was actually asking to wear those revealing outfits? This. Of course I can give them to you. Where would you like to try them on? Chen Nan generously laid out over a dozen samples before an E. Just the patterns on the outer packaging alone were enough to make one's heart race. They were far too sensual and alluring. Your room is fine too, you've already seen everything anyway. And E took them, her voice shy and flustered. Her entire face flushed crimson, like a ripe cherry. Then, Chen Nan watched as an E gently slipped off her white sneakers and white socks before climbing onto his bed. Her school uniform was gently placed to the side. How do you put on these stockings, Chen Nan? Do you know how? I know exactly how. The next moment, Chen Nan tore open the stocking packaging and carefully slit them onto Ani's feet, from her delicate feet up to her slender, smooth calves. Those legs were so beautiful they were practically a work of art. Only then did Chen Nan realize how incredibly elastic collagen could be in a girl going through puberty. Placing his hand on them felt like touching a peeled egg. So tender and smooth. Do you like it? Ani wore knee-high socks but didn't rush to pull them up further. She seemed to have deliberately worn safety pants for this very moment. It looks beautiful. Chen Nan nodded. Then try tearing it, see if you can rip it. Ani stood on the bed, placing her legs before Chen Nan. By now, she fully understood why men bought these kinds of clothes. They weren't meant to be worn at all, just disposable items. How naive she'd been back then, asking Chen Nan how any woman could possibly like clothes of such poor quality. Back then, Chen Nan had only smiled without saying a word. Now Ani finally understood these clothes weren't meant to be worn, but used. They weren't meant to be seen, they were meant to be torn. You said it yourself. Since that's the case, I'll get started then. Chen Nan spoke, catching an E off guard as he grabbed her and instantly tore a large hole in the stockings on her leg. They practically crumbled at the slightest touch. Passed inspection. Chen Nan chuckled. An experienced player craves that exact texture and sensation. Otherwise, if it doesn't tear apart after a few pulls, it's just a total buzzkill. Then I'll try another one. And Yi's face flushed as she spoke, selecting the little white rabbit set she'd always admired and wanted to try. Chapter 39, an E in the sensual bunny set. Amidst the rustling sounds, Chen Nan stared at an E wearing the sensual bunny outfit and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane." On other girls, it might just look pretty. But on an E, it accentuated every curve, radiating sensuality. Take those legs over a meter long, slender and straight, paired with the pink stockings that came with the set. Wow! Chen Nan thought those legs were ridiculously beautiful. After all, a brother's words might lie, but his reaction never deceives. Chen Nan, why is there a hole in these stockings? Where? Let me see. Chen Nan said with a straight face. Mainly, he wanted to test the product's quality. If it was defective, selling it to customers would be deceitful. Outside the safety panties. An E pointed with her finger. She bent her stocking-clad leg slightly, propping herself up with her hand as she lay back on the bed, gazing at Chen Nan. Holy crap, Chen Nan nearly passed out from the sheer audacity of that move. She was so skilled. Was this girl genuinely unaware, or was she playing dumb? Was it accidental, or was she doing it on purpose? Ahem, don't worry about it, it's just the fabric. Chen Nan ran his fingers over the stockings on Ani's legs. They felt incredibly smooth. What about here? An E pointed to her top. It feels a bit tight, it's digging in. Chen Nan glanced at the spot she indicated, then couldn't tear his eyes away. Life really was absurd sometimes. Just look around on the street, seeing a C cup size already indicates this girl is quite well endowed. Most girls are A or B cups. Therefore, most styles of this sensual bunny outfit were designed to be quite small. This sample size was already generous, a C cup. But there was no helping it, and E felt a bit constricted wearing it, mainly because her figure was too supermodel-like. Once she put it on, it nearly burst at the seams. Can you imagine a girl like this, wearing such sensual clothing, lying back on the bed with a dreamy gaze fixed on you? How much self-control would it take to resist? Chen Nan felt every second was torture. Chen Nan, why aren't you looking at me? Is it not pretty? And E sat on the bed, her tone seemingly questioning but actually brimming with smug satisfaction. She'd always been confident about her figure. She ate so much yet never gained weight at all, went straight to her curves. Besides, this was all thanks to Chen Nan, right? It hadn't been this terrifying before, but lately, she'd been eating Chen Nan's handouts: chicken legs, duck legs, braised pork belly, and suddenly, she'd been fed into a supermodel figure. Since he's the one who nurtured it, it's only fair he gets to see it, and E thought to herself, poking Chen Nan's waist with her finger. Why aren't you saying anything? What could he possibly say? Chen Nan shifted slightly to the side, but even that couldn't mask the frantic pounding of his heart for an E. And E was simply too beautiful. If he could, he'd love to cast her as a model for his clothing line, snap some photos, and upload them to Taobao. That would definitely boost sales by a huge margin. The old Chen Nan, the troublemaker, might have actually done it. But the Chen Nan of today felt a pang of reluctance. Forget about photographing the current and E for Taobao, he couldn't even bear the thought of anyone else seeing her. And E could only be his, and he alone was permitted to see her. Are you doing this on purpose? Chen Nan couldn't hold back any longer. He turned off the light first. Then he took a step forward and embraced but that was all he could manage. Despite weathering countless storms over the years, Chen Nan held back from taking things further. Nestled in his arms like a frightened little rabbit, shrinking back while wrapping her arms around his waist. Under the cover of night, they couldn't see each other's faces, yet both seemed to know the expression on the other's face. Yi's eyes were closed, her face serene. Chen Nan, however, felt a sense of unease. His academic performance simply couldn't get him into Tsinghua or Peking University, while Yi had an 80% chance of attending one of those two prestigious institutions. What would they do then? They wouldn't be attending the same university. Chen Nan had set his goal to rank within the top 30 in the school before the college entrance exams. That was the absolute limit of his effort. Without Yi, he felt his life was perfectly complete. But now, he felt unsatisfied with that. Yet pushing his grades further? Easier said than done. Some things seem simple, but only when you actually try them do you realize how difficult they are. Having started from the bottom of his grade and spent a year and a half without studying, he had managed to break into the top 30 in just half a semester. Perhaps that truly represented the limit of what one person could achieve through sheer effort. Chen Nan sometimes felt pretty impressive about himself, never expecting to pull off something so difficult. Yet reality never denies the diligent only to leave behind a lingering trace of regret after all that effort. Chen Nan, what are you thinking about? Yi lifted her head, her fingers tracing the faint stubble on his chin. In truth, it wasn't just Chen Nan who felt something for her, and Yi's heart was warm too. And it felt like all the strength had drained from her body. Her eyes felt heavy, begging to stay shut. She longed to drift off in Chen Nan's embrace. She knew that the one who brought her this unique feeling could only be Chen Nan. Perhaps this was what couples meant by that sudden flutter of attraction? It's nothing, just feeling a bit down, Chen Nan sighed softly. Uncharacteristically melancholy for someone usually so confident. Oh. Is it because I haven't been good enough? Yi immediately thought it might be her fault. No. Chen Nan released Yi's body, turned the light back on, and motioned for her to change her clothes. Yi glared at him, thinking, what kind of person is this? He looked, touched, held her, got his kicks, and now he's turning his back on her? But sharp-witted as she was, she guessed part of Chen Nan's thoughts. She smiled at him while putting her clothes back on. What are you laughing at? Chen Nan asked. I'm laughing at how silly you are. Don't worry. Work hard, and we'll definitely get into the same university. Chen Nan rolled his eyes at her. How can you be so confident about me? Why? Because you're big enough. Chen Nan? With that, Yi blushed and dashed back to her room under Chen Nan's stunned gaze. In the quiet room, a mess remained to be cleaned up. These replaced sensual clothes are no good, Chen Nan said, holding one up and sniffing it. Whoa. Honestly, they smelled pretty good. Plus, the scent lingering on them from when he'd held Yi earlier was utterly intoxicating. But what did she mean by that last remark? Did she figure out my size? That can't be right? Chen Nan's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that when I held her just now, she sensed it? Chen Nan thought this was the most likely explanation. What's big or small? It's all natural. I was born this way. With that thought, Chen Nan lifted his head confidently, his earlier disappointment completely swept away. Chapter 40, constantly harboring unseemly thoughts toward Chen Nan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi returned to her room with her heart pounding, flopping onto her bed, her face flushed. She couldn't fathom why she'd been so bold tonight, daring to wear those revealing clothes in front of Chen Nan. And changing clothes right in front of him? Hadn't he seen nearly everything? If this had been the old Chen Nan, she was certain he would have made a move on her tonight. After all, she was confident in her figure and charm. But now, she realized Chen Nan was no longer the same man he once was. She was certain nothing would happen to her. And indeed, Chen Nan hadn't lost his head. Instead, he'd shown remarkable restraint. But why didn't he even dare to kiss me? Yi covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, wishing she could go back and do it all over again. But wouldn't going back now be too embarrassing? Forget it. I'll just wait for next time. Thinking this, Yi felt even more shameless, more forward than Chen Nan himself. Where'd your aloofness go? Where'd your aloofness go? Why did it all vanish the moment she saw Chen Nan? Was he some kind of poison? But Chen Nan hadn't lied to her last time. She really did need to buy larger sizes for her underwear. She had indeed just greeted him. But thinking about Chen Nan's disappointed expression just now made Yi unhappy too, and her heart ached intensely. This is what it feels like when you truly love someone. Seeing the person you care about unhappy makes you unhappy too. If you saw someone you cared about suddenly stumble and fall, your heart would clench in sharp pain. Yi knew she was still alive only because of Chen Nan that night. At first, she had mistakenly thought Chen Nan was a freak, but now it seemed Chen Nan was perfectly normal. She was the one who was abnormal. She couldn't stop having those unseemly thoughts about Chen Nan. Getting into the same university seems like it wouldn't be too difficult for the two of us. And E murmured softly, gazing at Chen Nan's QQ avatar on her phone as her expression hardened. Good night. Sweet dreams. Good night. You too. But just as an E and Chen Nan exchanged goodnights on QQ and prepared to sleep, her phone suddenly rang. Her mother called at 12:21 a.m. Hello? And E, are you asleep yet? Asleep? What time is it now? Does she even need to ask? A surge of anger welled up inside an E. If today weren't a special circumstance, would she have been woken up by her mother's call while she was asleep? She knew full well I had to get up early tomorrow, yet she still chose to call at this hour. Clearly, she couldn't care less about my rest time. She could call whenever she wanted. Disturb me whenever she pleased. What is it? And E asked coldly. Just wanted to ask if you got paid this month. Your dad and I talked it over. Since you're leaving this household, we figured you should just pay us back what we've invested in you. Your dad and I calculated it comes to 308,700 yuan. I'll round it up for you. Just repay us 31,000 yuan. The cold numbers rang in Yi's ears. For a split second, she thought she must have misheard. But when she listened carefully, the most unbelievable thing dawned on her. She had wanted to earn money to free her mother from hardship, yet unbeknownst to her, her mother had been doing everything in her power to drag her down. And now, she was actually demanding child support? Was there such a mother in this world? If this had happened a few months ago, an E might have collapsed. But now, she felt only a faint twinge of pain before all emotion faded. And E, you can't possibly pay it off, right? Since that's the case, why don't you just come home? The two of us, mother and daughter, will take care of your father. Then, and E didn't choose to hear the rest. Instead, she immediately opened her phone and began transferring money to her mother. Chen Nan had given her over 40,000 yuan in wages. Gritting her teeth, she sent the entire sum to her mother. No! I'll pay you back. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. And Yi's voice was calm, as if she were sipping a glass of water, effortless and composed. She was mimicking Chen Nan's everyday tone and mannerisms. Add the 7,000 I gave you earlier, and I've now repaid a total of 47,000. Make sure you remember that clearly, don't let me owe you a single penny less. On the other end of the line, shock spread across both faces almost simultaneously. Where did she get all that money? To come up with 40,000 yuan in one go, even for an adult, let alone a high school student, would require careful consideration. What terrified them even more was the realization that they had mistaken an E for a minor threat. And E was truly slipping beyond their control? Why? Because of that boy by her side? But he was just a high schooler too. How could he afford to give an E that much money every month? Where did he get it? Originally, after beating Sun Fingxia senseless, and Minglei thought he could force an E back by making her owe him money. But he never imagined. In just 2 short months, an E seemed like a completely different person. She was no longer the an E who blindly followed others' opinions. She now had her own thoughts and convictions. Sun Fingxia couldn't fathom what had triggered this transformation in an E. Sometimes she wanted an E to leave this home, yet other times she couldn't bear the thought of being alone here. Why should an E, her own daughter, be entitled to a wonderful life while she herself was forced to live under someone else's roof? Sun Fingxia was a woman torn by such contradictions. She believed herself neither wicked nor at fault. But in Yi's eyes, her mother resembled a butterfly trapped in a spider's web, already imprisoned, yet still unaware she should struggle free. Instead of seeking escape, she now dared to drag her daughter into this? It could only be said that those who are pitiful must also be detestable. After voicing these thoughts, an E didn't feel the anguish she'd anticipated. Instead, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over her. An E? What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Fingxia knew that her former daughter would have obediently returned and argued fiercely with her if threatened like this. But this time, an E was uncharacteristically calm. So calm it sent a chill through her mother's heart. Still, she decided to try one more time. An E, I'm telling you, over 30,000 isn't a small sum. Many people can't save that much in years. You'd better come back home. An E immediately cut her mother off. This line of reasoning no longer had any effect on her. They could no longer restrict her freedom. Mom, this might be the last time I ever call you that. Don't say anything now. Just listen to me. It was only in the past 2 months that I realized a truth: not every word parents say must be obeyed, and not every word a child speaks is wrong. To embrace the life you truly want, you must strive for it yourself, not just stand still and let fate decide your fate. No road is too long for your feet, no mountain too high for you to climb. As long as you pursue it, you will reach it someday. So I'm going to try. I'm going to love who I want to love, do what I want to do, and see just how big this world is. Sun Fingxia and An Minglei stared at her in astonishment. They exchanged glances, not quite grasping the meaning behind An Yi's words. Yet they sensed the unwavering resolve in her tone. Sun Fingxia's fingers trembled as her voice cracked with tears. An E, why have you suddenly come up with all these ideas? Because I'm 18. I'm an adult now. An Yi's tone was calm, just like Chen Nan's usual way of speaking, a tone that often carried a persuasive weight. She felt no sadness. Saying these words felt like drawing a perfect full stop to a chapter of her life. Just as Chen Nan often said, only when you achieve true financial independence can you genuinely discuss independence with your parents. Without money to back it up, all grand talk is empty. Now, she possessed that capability. Over 40,000 yuan a month, more than enough to live freely. And all those painful experiences from the past seemed to fade away with the wind, thanks to Chen Nan's presence. The next moment, she hung up the phone herself, lay quietly in bed, and drifted off to sleep, preparing to greet the new day. What? She actually hung up on me? Sun Fengxia stared at the ringing tone, her fingers trembling, eyes wide with disbelief. The Annie she knew used to be so obedient, doing whatever she said. But now, she seemed like a completely different person. Chapter 41, Couple Nicknames in the Class Chat. Meanwhile, after saying those words, Annie slept better than she ever had before. When she woke up in the morning, she even chose to exercise with Chen Nan. Chen Nan could clearly sense that Annie had finally shed some heavy burden weighing on her heart. The past events felt like yesterday's birth and yesterday's death. The present, however, depended on the future of today and tomorrow. Not only did she become more open in her interactions with Chen Nan. In class, Annie began raising her hand to answer questions proactively, no longer constrained by her former timidity and shyness. When female classmates spoke to her, she no longer avoided them but tried to engage in conversation. Your smile is truly beautiful. Chen Nan watched Annie's transformation, and a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. Once, this girl had been so consumed by despair that she contemplated suicide. But now, through his companionship, her mindset had been completely transformed. In other words, after his rebirth, he had changed himself and, in turn, changed those around him. For Chen Nan, this sense of accomplishment and fulfillment was beyond words. How about going for all-you-can-eat barbecue this Sunday afternoon? My treat. Annie took Chen Nan's hand proactively. The old Annie would never have taken the initiative to show affection toward Chen Nan, let alone engage in such playful tugging on the way home from school. But now, the cheerful, smiling Annie had taken the initiative in pursuing him romantically. Why are you? Chen Nan was puzzled but accepted her gesture. He clasped her hand firmly in return. Such a wonderful opportunity, how could he possibly refuse? Yet he couldn't help but wonder, why had Annie changed so dramatically overnight? Could it be? Chen Nan, don't worry. I'm not sick and I haven't gone mad. The person I am now belongs entirely to me. I have the right to decide who I love. Life is about finding joy, Chen Nan. Don't you agree? Annie lifted her head slightly, meeting Chen Nan's gaze. Perhaps because she'd been deprived of love since childhood, she actually yearned deeply for romance, for a pair of arms that could protect her, that could hold her close. In the past, her mother, Sun Fengxia, couldn't do that. Not only was she incapable, but she even treated her like a commodity, trading her away for personal gain. But now, Chen Nan's presence felt like a pair of strong wings, shielding her securely. How could Annie not feel it? Thank you, Chen Nan. Thank you for appearing in my world. Once again, Annie spoke these words. Only this time, she whispered it softly while nestled in Chen Nan's embrace. No, I should be thanking you for appearing in mine, Chen Nan murmured, gently embracing her. After his rebirth, Chen Nan had initially felt a bit lost. It was Annie who gave him a short-term goal, helping him adjust to this rebirth period while resolving the question of how he should live his life. A vibrant youth, a campus beauty as his girlfriend, a wealthy and free future, and the companionship of family and friends. For the reborn him, not a single one of these things could be missing. However, even though Annie had offered to treat him to a meal, Chen Nan's mind was set on further improving his grades. He had hit a plateau. He could grasp many problems at a glance, yet during actual exams, his scores always fell just short of others. When every subject fell short by a little, it added up to a significant gap. Now, finding and filling those gaps was becoming increasingly difficult. After all, the time left before the college entrance exams was running out. In the end, the two didn't have that meal together. They postponed it until after the college entrance exams. During the second semester of senior year, before the actual exam, there are 3 mock tests. The first mock exam is the most challenging, closely mirroring the actual college entrance exam. The second mock exam is slightly easier and serves as practice before the actual exam. The third mock exam, however, featured extremely easy questions. Teachers grading these exams adopt a relaxed approach, awarding points generously where possible and even granting extra credit where appropriate. The primary purpose is to boost students' confidence before the actual exam. Amidst these ordinary days, the third mock exam concluded swiftly. So swiftly that one scarcely has time to react. Ding dong. Anyone there? A handsome guy just popped into our class group chat. How'd everyone do on this mock exam? What do you think? Easy. Not just easy, super easy. The class group chat never lacks for show-offs, and their motives aren't driven by personal desire. They do it hoping the person they like will see. At Nan Yuan. Chen Nan, do you think the questions are hard? Suddenly, a girl tagged Chen Nan, hoping to make herself noticed. But even after finishing the exam, Chen Nan didn't relax. He was still reviewing and filling in gaps. The sheer volume of senior year material was overwhelming. Just covering everything once in such a short time was challenging enough. Trying to pinpoint his own oversights within this sea of information was making his head spin. Chen Nan, someone tagged you in the group chat. Annie, sitting right beside him, leaned her head against his shoulder, idly staring at her phone screen. I'm busy. You reply for me. Just say it's okay, average. The questions weren't too difficult. Oh. Annie opened her mouth slightly. Chen Nan asked me to tell you he thought the questions were easy, someone with the username Northwill said in the QQ group. Then, everyone exploded. In the class group, Annie wasn't friends with anyone on QQ, so her ID could only be her online name. Moreover, Annie had never spoken a single word in the class group chat. South Chariot? North Wheel. Holy crap, those are couple nicknames. See? I told you they were secretly dating. Now they've even changed their QQ names. Tell us something we don't already know. Wait, why didn't he answer for Chen Nan when he was asked? It's clearly 11:30 p.m. now, which means everyone's minds were racing with even more speculation. Including, but not limited to, the possibility that the two were already lying together in bed. This speculation caused countless boys in the class to ache, go mad, and shriek in frustration. The girls fell silent in an instant, immediately launching into gossip about just how far Chen Nan and Annie had taken things. Just kill me already, this is so blatant. How is this any different from shoving dog food down my throat? If I'd known, I would have dated someone too. Not only would it not interfere with my studies, but we could have improved together. At all members. Ahem. Certain students, mind your behavior. Class advisor old Zhou, who'd been quietly lurking, suddenly issued a warning. However, since Annie was now the top student in the entire school, the teacher was too busy showering him with favor to even consider punishment. As for Chen Nan, though the kid had been a real pain before, causing plenty of trouble. But times had changed. A reformed rogue was worth his weight in gold, and now he was the student with the most potential for improvement in the class. Previously, Zhou had assumed Chen Nan's grades would plateau somewhere between 100th and 200th place schoolwide. But these recent exams had made him look at Chen Nan with new respect, giving him the feeling that a dark horse had emerged. He was actually looking forward to seeing where Chen Nan would rank in the third mock exam. Could he possibly break into the top 30? Teacher, if you have something to say, just spit it out already. Yeah, don't keep us from continuing our gossip. Chapter 42, JK or wedding dress? But just as the group was buzzing with messages, a peculiar message suddenly appeared. Old Zhou, it's Chen Nan. After the break, I'm going to you. As soon as old Zhou, the homeroom teacher, arrived, some lurked, some asked directly, and others sent anonymous messages. The key point was this anonymous person was impersonating Chen Nan? Chen Nan couldn't hold back any longer. Whoever's impersonating me tonight will have their whole family die. Finally, Chen Nan stepped out to confront the imposter, his message blunt and to the point. Damn, that's my big bro Chen for you, he sure knows how to talk. Awesome. Support the anonymous person's whole family dying. Exactly. Impersonate Chen Nan? Your whole family dies. And he chimed in right behind him. The crowd loved the drama and started stoking the fire. Teacher, expose him and take him down. We gotta crush him hard. But this guy's anonymous, how do we even find him? I remember there are methods online for tracking down anonymous users, but I've forgotten. Truth be told, old Zhou had a pretty good idea who this message sender was. After all, the only person in the class who didn't get along with Chen Nan was Zhang Lin. Just thinking about him made old Zhou furious. Once a solid top 3 student in the class in 10th in the grade, he'd now plummeted to over 100th place. What on earth was going through his head? And now he's impersonating someone else to insult me? Old Zhou couldn't stand it anymore and tagged Zhang Lin directly. Was that you sending the message just now? No way. Zhang Lin shot back immediately. Then, after a minute or two, old Zhou logged into the older web version of the QQ group and saw the anonymous user's display name. This was the simplest way to identify anonymous users in the group. He then snapped a photo with his phone and posted it directly in the group. Zhang Lin, still saying it wasn't you? Do you think I play QQ for nothing? The QQ group was flooded with question marks, while Zhang Lin remained silent, his face flushed red. He felt like banging his head against the wall. He never imagined that old Zhou, though middle-aged, was a hardcore internet addict. Come to my office tomorrow morning. Bring your parents too. Caught red-handed by old Zhou, Zhang Lin could only resign himself to his fate. Ahem. Students, you must never follow the example of troublemakers like Zhang Lin. Insulting teachers will definitely come at a cost. 666. Old Zhou is wise. I wholeheartedly support sending Zhang Lin to the guillotine. Alright, I have an announcement to make. Old Zhou immediately tagged all members again, halting everyone's messages. After the third mock exam, you'll be graduating soon. I'd like you to take your graduation photos early. Now, who among you has a camera at home? I do. Feng Xiaoyu immediately chimed in, adding that she enjoyed photography and could handle the role of photographer. Chen Nan vaguely recalled that years later, after graduating from university, Feng Xiaoyu became a travel blogger. She spent her days posting on short video platforms about which country she'd visited, what landscapes she captured, and what unique local customs she'd encountered. She was definitely reliable for photography and videography. Alright, you're in charge of photography. Also, when we take pictures, everyone can ditch the school uniforms, just wear whatever you want. Old Joe messaged back. Guys, get your hair trimmed. Girls can put on a little makeup. Before Joe could finish, the class group chat exploded again. Damn, Joe, you're a genius. On photo day, I'm definitely wearing my sharpest suit. What's so cool about a suit? I'm cosplaying Naruto. Wearing cosplay, will anyone even recognize you later? Good thing they won't recognize me. I'll come quietly, leave quietly, wave goodbye, bring nothing, take nothing. Graduation's coming so soon, it's kind of sad, isn't it? A girl's message stood out from the crowd. But it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. After all, in this season of impending graduation, melancholy is hard to hide. Regardless of how close we were before, after graduation, we might never see each other again in this lifetime. All grievances and entanglements were laid to rest. For old Joe, this class was the most academically accomplished group he'd ever taught since becoming a teacher. 10 of the top 100 students in the entire school were in his class, including the top student in the entire grade. It's highly likely that after these students leave, he'll never encounter such an exceptional class again. Such good fortune might only come once in a lifetime. Like some of his students, he felt a quiet sadness. Good night, everyone. On the other end of the line, old Joe, rarely seen shedding tears, wiped his eyes and set the phone down with a sigh. After all, no matter how deep the sadness, time flows relentlessly like water. Those destined to leave will eventually depart. And those who must graduate will graduate. Graduation so soon. Chen Nan stared at those two characters, a strange wave of emotion washing over him. He had experienced it once before, yet held no special memories of it. Because in this class, there was no one he truly cared about. He hadn't left his mark in any of the classes either. Yet after rebirth, he suddenly realized this high school campus held countless cherished memories for him. The paths he'd walked with an E, the sunsets and nights they'd shared all remained vivid in his memory. Chen Nan, do you think we'll still remember who our classmates were 10 years from now? An E gently stroked Chen Nan's cheek, smooth and soft, incredibly comforting. Probably just one or two people, right? Chen Nan, with his wealth of life experience, understood that people were different and their thoughts changed over time. For instance, graduation brought intense melancholy, with the belief that 10 years later, everyone's feelings would remain as strong as they were now. But reality wasn't like that. 10 years later, everyone's lives diverged. Some prospered, others struggled, creating a certain distance between them. It becomes virtually impossible to laugh, play, eat, and brag together like we do now. Even after graduating from high school, the class group chat remains silent, not even a single new message rings out. Still, right now, Chen Nan feels quite emotional. Everyone was feeling sentimental about graduation, and he couldn't escape it either. Only remember one or two people? And E nodded. Chen Nan's words were always spot on. Yeah, maybe not even one or two. We'll meet better friends in the next chapter. Chen Nan paused his pen, paying no mind to the messages flooding the class group chat, nothing but sentimental dribble about springtime melancholy. What occupied his mind now was what outfit would look best on an E for the graduation photos. Then, Chen Nan fixed his gaze on an E, scanning her from head to toe. The next moment, his eyes flashed with the gleam of a lecherous old man as he excitedly pulled up two images on his phone. An E, do you want to wear a JK uniform or a white wedding dress? Chapter 43, whatever Chen Nan buys, that's what I'll wear. An E, do you want to wear a JK uniform or a wedding dress? On Chen Nan's phone were two different outfit images. One was a youthful JK uniform set, while the other was a white wedding dress. Of course, both were sized for the largest possible fit. Anything smaller, and an E wouldn't be able to fit into it. Chen Nan now knew her measurements inside out. Currently a D cup, I wonder if she'll develop further. He had previously discussed this profound question over dinner with Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, and Zhang Wenjun. Their unanimous conclusion was, based on unscientific research, if a girl experiences male stimulation during her teenage years, there's a chance she might grow larger. Would they really get bigger? Of course, Chen Nan pondered this, but such talk was merely for amusement. After all, he hadn't had the chance to test it out himself, so he couldn't say for sure. But what if it were true? It's already quite large. How much bigger could it possibly get? Chen Nan gazed at an E, admiring her graceful figure, wondering if it would actually grow larger once he got his hands on it. Chen Nan, about the school uniform versus wedding dress thing, did you actually think this through beforehand? And he watched Chen Nan deep in thought, assuming he was studying or pondering some profound truth. After all, this was Chen Nan. He could afford to pay her over 40,000 yuan a month, and he'd even paved the way for her future business ventures. She was merely a bit better at studying in every other aspect, she couldn't compare to Chen Nan at all. Truthfully, in Chen Nan's presence, and he still felt a hint of inferiority, or perhaps it was more accurately described as fear. She feared that one day Chen Nan might suddenly tire of her and cast her aside. If that happened, she'd have nothing left. Chen Nan keeps staring at me. Probably thinking about selecting products for Taba, right? That slight pang of inferiority flared up. And he felt Chen Nan was always preoccupied with big matters and surely wasn't paying attention to her. It'd be nice to try it if the chance came up. And he had no idea that Chen Nan was already deep down the path of becoming a total pervert. Besides, how could anyone be thinking about big things all the time? Take the boss sitting in his office, for instance. Beyond planning the company's future, he spends most of his time goofing off. Chen Nan used to do that all the time. He'd even play games with his pretty secretary in the office. Which do you think looks better, a school uniform or a wedding dress? Chen Nan asked. The wedding dress, of course. And Yi's eyes lingered on the white wedding dress. Every girl yearned for a gown like this, dreaming of the day she'd wear it to marry the man she loved most in the world. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. What surprised her most, though, was that Chen Nan had already started preparing for their graduation photos. Earlier, when classmates discussed it in the group chat, Chen Nan hadn't reacted at all. She had assumed Chen Nan simply didn't care, and felt a little hurt. Now she realized it wasn't indifference at all. He'd anticipated everything in advance and even planned what she should wear. No wonder she was merely a secretary and employee. In terms of mental acuity, she truly couldn't compare to Chen Nan. And he felt a pang of disappointment at her own clumsiness, but quickly felt happy about Chen Nan's meticulousness. She couldn't quite explain why she felt happy, but that was simply how it was. When Chen Nan was happy, she was happy too. When Chen Nan was unhappy, she felt down as well. But isn't wearing a wedding dress for graduation photos a bit too flashy? Ani felt an impulse to take a few beautiful photos with Chen Nan, capturing their youth to cherish in the future. Her main concern was the impact. After all, in the entire history of First High School, no one had ever dared to wear a wedding dress for graduation photos during graduation season, right? Chen Nan, however, felt it was no big deal. A wedding dress is proper attire, okay? Those cosplayers are the ones the school should be criticizing. Go ahead and wear it. It'll be totally fine. Having lived another lifetime, Chen Nan no longer cared about such mundane opinions. She felt detached and calm, like watching ants move house from a great height. As for the chatter in the QQ group, he couldn't care less. It was all just entertainment to him. When it's time for graduation photos, I'm going to shave my head bald. Dude, are you out of your mind? Why? Because I want the girl I like to spot me instantly whenever I walk through campus. That deep? I think he's just a dumbass. You have a crush on someone but won't go tell her? What the hell are you playing at? Because if I don't confess, we might still be friends. But if I do, we might not even be able to stay friends. 666. 666. The QQ class group fell into a moment of silence. At 17 and 18, teenagers are at their most awkward and psychologically immature. Though barely teenagers, they convinced themselves they could see the future as if they already knew what lay beyond death. Little did they know that the future held nothing like what they imagined. Confessing before graduation might be futile, but at least it prevents a lifetime of regret. What if it actually worked out? If it worked out, even if they broke up later, there'd be no regrets. If it doesn't, you can channel that heartbreak into motivation for the college entrance exams. You might even perform beyond expectations. Either way, you'd definitely come out ahead. Chen Nan shook his head, thinking these classmates were indeed naive. He couldn't help but type. Bro, seize the day, pluck the flower while it blooms, lest you pluck bare branches when it's gone. Stop shaving that bald head, you're just a clown fooling yourself. With all that time, couldn't you just get a decent haircut and some nice clothes? This barrage of comments left the guy completely dumbfounded. Damn, that's harsh. Damn, that's harsh. Brother Chen's words may be harsh, but he's absolutely right. Brother Chen is truly a life coach. Bro, could you give me some advice too? I'm feeling lonely, bored, and empty tonight. What should I watch to cheer myself up? Send me the pickup code. Hey, there are girls in this group too. Damn it, are you guys trying to get this group kicked off? After another wave of messages flooded the QQ group, the girls shifted their discussion to what to wear for graduation photos. The guys, meanwhile, launched into their counseling session. Why don't a few of us order the same outfit together? Which do you think looks better, white dresses or those JK uniforms? JK uniforms, obviously, an anonymous guy chimed in. I think that white shirt with shorts is pretty nice too. Hey Annie, what are you wearing that day? A girl who usually got along with her tagged her. Want to join us in ordering the same style? Group buying gets us a better price. But without hesitation, Annie declined their offer, typing softly. Thanks, but no thanks. On graduation photo day, whatever clothes Chen Nan buys for me, that's what I'll wear. In an instant, the entire QQ group fell silent once more. Chapter 44, Annie wants to talk some sense into Chen Nan. Damn it, they're showing off their love again. This dog food hit me out of nowhere. Suggest Chen Gu and Annie lock it down immediately. Suggest Chan and Annie get married right here. After sending the message, Annie didn't feel anything was amiss. After all, it was Chen Nan who bought her the clothes. There was nothing wrong with that statement, so why were her classmates reacting so strongly? Chen Nan, do you think none of them have ever dated before? Sometimes Chen Nan thought Yi's remarks were quite amusing. Her tone carried not a hint of sarcasm, yet to others, it felt like a direct hit to the hurt-o-meter. The kicker was, she was actually right. In the entire senior class, some had dated, but not many. Most were stuck in unrequited crushes, loving without being loved back, leaving lifelong regrets. If she hadn't been muttering to herself but had posted this in the class group chat instead, it would have sparked an absolute firestorm. People's joys and sorrows don't connect. Stop messing around on QQ and go to sleep. Okay. Chen Nan, I'll listen to you. After that, neither of them spoke again. It was already late. And and Chen Nan exchanged goodnights and prepared to leave. But one question still puzzled her. Chen Nan, what did they mean by counseling just now? And blinked her innocent, wide eyes at Chen Nan. Chen Nan paused, taken aback. Persuasion? It means exactly what it says. Like, if someone hates studying but keeps hanging around school, what's the point? They'd be better off going home, lying in bed, and letting the teacher give them a little counseling to blow off some steam. That'd be way more satisfying. Anyway, this is a deep topic. You're not a guy, so you wouldn't get it. Watching Yi's pensive expression, Chen Nan struggled to keep a straight face, afraid he might burst out laughing. The kicker was, the girl actually bought it. She then turned to Chen Nan with a solemn expression and said, Chen Nan, you've been working so hard lately. If I give you some guidance now, wouldn't that help relieve your stress too? Tell me, what should I do? Chen Nan. He was utterly speechless. This girl was beyond clueless. Help me talk things through? Chen Nan, I just looked it up on Baidu. It says some use their hands, some use their mouths. What does that even mean? And he held a new smartphone, her face filled with confusion as she asked. Mainly, she hadn't been exposed to this kind of knowledge before, so even when she saw it, she didn't quite understand. And she genuinely wanted to help Chen Nan relieve some stress. He was working himself to the bone studying, planning his business strategy, barely getting any rest since the moment he woke up. If she could persuade Chen Nan to relax a bit, she'd be more than willing. But Chen Nan grabbed her phone, couldn't help but laugh, and gently patted her head. Easy going, I know you can be a bit silly sometimes, but I never imagined you could be this silly. Go back now. If I really need you, I'll call you. As Chen Nan pushed her out the door, and he insisted earnestly. Then promise me if you need me later, you absolutely have to call me. Yeah, sure. Chen Nan closed the door and took a deep breath. Earlier, he touched Yi's hand plump and soft. Honestly, it felt surprisingly pleasant. If he ever got to use it. At that thought, Chen Nan couldn't help but let a handsome smile spread across his face. School days seemed to drag on, but looking back, one realized those 3 years could vanish in the blink of an eye. And don't even get him started on the week between the third mock exam and the college entrance exam. You could count the days on your fingers. At this point, nearly everyone felt restless. Even regular classes feel pointless now. Teachers' explanations feel like wasted effort. By now, the outcome is already decided. Everyone knows there's little point in studying further. So why bother? Just listen to the rustling of pages, catch some sleep, and quietly wait for the exams to begin. Old Joe said we're taking graduation photos after third period this morning. Have you guys got your outfits ready? Of course. In my backpack? What did you order? Can I take a peek? Damn it, that's a secret, okay? Inside the classroom, during a break between classes, some female students were applying makeup. Though it wasn't done very well, just a simple layer of white powder slapped on their faces. It still helped those who weren't naturally pretty. Unlike who was naturally beautiful and didn't need makeup to look good. Even so, she still chose to look into her small mirror, her fingertips gripping the cherry red lipstick as she twisted out half an inch of the product, slightly pouting her lips. She traced her lip line carefully, then filled in the peaks and corners with the creamy texture. Finally, she pressed her lips together to blend the color evenly. Chen Nan realized that lipstick truly did brighten a girl's complexion. And Yi's previously plain face suddenly gained a vibrant focal point, even her eyes taking on a sweet, bright glow. Damn, Yi looks gorgeous, one of the boys in class exclaimed enviously. But everyone knew Yi belonged to Chen Nan. So those who admired her could only stand afar and admire. Chen Nan, however, was different. He pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of Yi right in front of the classroom surveillance camera. With the college entrance exams approaching, old Joe had largely given up. Even if he saw students with phones, he turned a blind eye. Let's take a couple of photos together, Yi murmured, pursing her translucent lips. She tugged Chen Nan closer, and the two sat side by side. Wait, I feel like something's missing. Why don't we bring the score reports from the last mock exams too? Forget it, bring the first and second mock exam results too. Yi handled all the arrangements. Chen Nan just had to enjoy the moment, striking a natural, handsome pose. Click, click, click. The phone snapped a series of photos, producing 16 shots. These scores will be our future memories, proof that we once worked hard together for our future. and he carefully selected the best-looking pictures from the batch. But she found every single one looked great. Chen Nan was incredibly photogenic. Even without any makeup, the photos made her look even better than she did in real life. After a brief flurry of activity, the girls and boys streamed toward the restroom to change into the prepared outfits. Soon, the girls appeared before Chen Nan and the boys in their school uniforms, white long skirts and various mature-style outfits. A chorus of whistles erupted. However, Chen Nan wasn't interested in these outfits. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the end of the hallway. He himself had already changed into a smart gray student blazer, exuding a slightly mature aura. Now, he stood in the hallway holding a bouquet of red roses. All that was missing was an E appearing in a white wedding dress. Chapter 45, Wedding Dress and Suit, a unique graduation photo. Echoes of students' shouts drifted intermittently from the far end of the classroom building corridor. Naive male students tried their hand at chatting up female classmates, complimenting their dresses and custom-made outfits. They transformed into pure suck-ups, flattering the girls until they were abnormally excited. Occasionally, the girls would compliment some of the boys on their looks too. Of course, it was all just polite chatter. Chen Nan had overheard the girls discussing privately how none of the boys in their class were good-looking, not a single handsome guy among them. Whispers like, "Chen Nan has decent looks, but he's such a slacker." It wasn't until recently that his reputation took a turn. The moon is always rounder abroad, and the handsome guys are always more appealing in other classes. That was pretty much the prevailing mindset among the girls in his class. Of course, Zhang Lin was different from the other boys. Zhang Lin stood with his hands on his hips, looking down on every girl in the class besides an E, finding them all too vulgar. They thought slathering on a layer of powder would make them beautiful, but in reality, it was no different than whitewashing a tree. But now he'd become the class outcast. Not only did no girls speak to him, but even old Zhou refused to acknowledge this guy who seemed like a model student but was actually full of tricks. "Brother Chen, what are you doing with those roses?" a nosy male classmate approached to ask. They gathered around Chen Nan, arms slung over his shoulders, their expressions filled with confusion. Just as the group was puzzling over it, the answer became clear in the next instant. "That's an E." Zhang Lin was the first to spot her and blurted it out. But before he could finish, Chen Nan shoved him aside with a shoulder, nearly sending him tumbling to the floor. Then, everyone saw Chen Nan and an E walking toward each other down the hallway. An E is wearing a wedding dress? Oh my god. Every girl covered her mouth. They closed their mouths in disbelief, staring at the breathtaking scene before them, forgetting to speak and forgetting the compliments the boys had paid them earlier. There they were, one holding a bouquet of roses, the other in a white wedding gown emerging as if from the surface of a lotus pond, appearing before everyone's eyes. In an instant, all the noise vanished. Holy, that's pretty damn impressive. Faced with such a scene, some classmates, lacking the vocabulary to express their astonishment, could only utter "holy crap. No way, how could he pull off something this outrageous? I don't buy it." Some male classmates who'd harbored feelings for an E approached cautiously, only to realize it really was her. Their hearts sank. Their worldviews felt shattered. Before this, many had seen an E as the perfect girl, a quiet, studious nerd who'd never do anything so outrageous. Let alone wearing a wedding dress on campus. What kind of romantic soul could even conceive of such an idea? But such fantasies were just that, fantasies. Who would dare to actually pull it off? In Chen Nan's eyes, an E wasn't the girl everyone saw her as. She simply wasn't good at, or didn't want to, interact with people. When she was with me, her ability to express herself was no worse than anyone else's. Her behavior and style weren't conservative at all, quite the opposite, actually. She was quite bold. Who could have guessed this girl wore lace lingerie? Who could have guessed this girl dared to change into sensual clothes in front of him at night? An E, you look stunning. Chen Nan had thought of many things to say, but they all felt awkward, so in the end, he blurted out something even more cliché. The pearl white lace trim of her mermaid-style wedding dress shimmered softly as she stood bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, looking more ethereal than a fairy. Then, the fairy extended her arm, and the veil fell from her bun, half concealing her flushed cheeks. "Chen Nan, you look handsome today too. I like you so much." In the eyes of her classmates and teachers, Annie had never once openly expressed her feelings toward any man. This might be tied to the shadow that had always followed her. So much so that many assumed Annie would never fall in love or marry a perfect white moonlight. But now, Annie's actions had left everyone utterly stunned. She actually, openly expressed her feelings for Chen Nan? Holy crap, what did Annie just say? What she said doesn't matter, what matters is that my heart is breaking. Me too. This is Annie? My goddess, my white moonlight, now she's wearing a wedding dress and running off with the one she loves. Truthfully, back when Annie and Chen Nan were deskmates, everyone knew something was going on between them. But some people clung to the fantasy that Chen Nan was just playing around, and once he got bored, he'd dump Annie. Then they could play the hero, rescuing the damsel in distress and comforting the heartbroken girl, all while increasing their chances of winning her affection. Some people's minds are twisted like that. When the goddess is too high and unreachable, they want to drag her down into the mud, thinking that might give them a chance to be with her. The legend of the coward and weaver girl is proof of this very mindset. But Chen Nan isn't like that. When he likes a girl, he lifts her up from low places to great heights. He never worries that the girl he lifts up will leave, because he himself stands at that height. Man, Chen's doing this? He's killing a dog in public. Yeah, killing you. What, you're not part of it? I don't know about me, but Zhang Lin definitely is. That guy's probably going crazy. The classmates attacked and cursed each other. Chen Nan witnessed the scene and silently acknowledged that An Yi's remark had caught him off guard. When this girl didn't speak, it was one thing, but when she did, she scared the hell out of everyone. And when did she learn to be so direct? Chen Nan felt that since An Yi had spoken up, it wouldn't be right for him to stay silent now. Hey, what are you all blocking the way for? Come on, let's go take pictures on the field. Look at all of you, someone might think you're all jealous to death. If I hadn't helped her earlier, An Yi would have been screwed. If it weren't for An Yi tutoring me, would I be where I am today? Stop being so jealous. This is us helping each other, working together to get where we are today. Go on, go on. What do you know anyway? Chen Nan's words were like a barrage of fire, hitting everyone around him. All I can say is, it's all about fate. What do you know? This is called protecting your wife, right, brother Chen? Chen Nan gave him a thumbs up. Soon, while everyone else was in class, old Zhou dedicated one of his periods to taking commemorative photos for the class. Feng Xiaoyu proved quite professional, ensuring everyone was included in the shot. She even got old Zhou to join in, resulting in a uniquely charming photograph. In it were Chen Nan and An Yi in a suit and wedding dress, holding roses, a male classmate cosplaying as Naruto. Female classmates with their hair pulled back, wearing white long dresses. A special group of guys had custom-made Taoist robes and posed together. Even old Zhou donned a suit he rarely wore, maybe once every 6 months. Chapter 46, The Gaokao, a Turning Point in Life. After taking group photos, many chose to wander off in small groups to special corners of campus, capturing these precious moments with their phones. After all, this might be their last time walking through these campus grounds. Chen Nan and An Yi also snapped a few shots, walking hand in hand down the path of the sports field, as if heading toward a wedding aisle. Countless admiring eyes gathered around them. But for the two of them, only each other existed in their eyes. Everyone else faded into the scenery of their memories. Chen Nan, good luck on your college entrance exams. You too. Chen Nan held An Yi's hand, feeling a touch of melancholy. Back in the day, young lovers would climb high towers, forcing themselves to feel sorrow just to write a few pretentious lines. Now, words lingered on the tip of his tongue, hesitant to be spoken. Hesitant to be spoken. Chen Nan worried that his grades might not match up to An Yi's, and he was genuinely troubled by it. After all, there was still a noticeable gap between them. But this gap couldn't be bridged in less than 2 or 3 months. Chen Nan, they said there's a class reunion after the college entrance exams. Are you going? Well, I could go, or I could skip it. Chen Nan forced a smile, his heart trembling with anxiety. Could he and An Yi possibly get into the same university? He knew most things about the future. Only An Yi and himself remained variables in this world, he couldn't be certain about them. But this reunion, let's be honest, was just a show-off and bragging session. He'd attended one in his previous life. It happened to be the day the college entrance exam results came out. Man, that reunion turned into a massive show-off session. After that, everyone went their separate ways and barely kept in touch. That's why Chen Nan said it didn't matter whether he went or not. I think we should go. After all, it's our last chance to see everyone. Plus, I heard the venue is the buffet restaurant in Longhainu City, and he said, licking his lips as he spoke. The first part didn't register, but Chen Nan caught the last bit. And he wasn't interested in emotional bonding, she was just looking for an excuse to stuff her face. Alright, let's go together then. In the days that followed, the entire campus knew that An Yi had dressed Chen Nan in a wedding gown. Within just a few days, An Yi had become the envy of every girl on campus. As for Chen Nan, he became the envy of every guy on campus. After all, An Yi was so beautiful, so accomplished, the school's most sought-after beauty. How had Chen Nan managed to win her over? Whoever heard of such a thing couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Time flowed like water, ticking away like clockwork, and the college entrance exams seemed to arrive in the blink of an eye. Some felt like they had only just started high school yesterday. They closed their eyes at night, and when they opened them again, suddenly it was exam time. Some were thrilled at the prospect of escaping the drudgery of high school, while others, struggling academically, felt anxious and uncertain. But no matter what, everyone had to go through this ordeal before heading off to different places and starting new lives. Son, stay calm during the exam. Don't be nervous, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat it like any other exam. At breakfast, Wang Yinan had taken the day off specifically to cook a proper meal for her 2 students. She offered her motherly blessings. At this pivotal moment in their lives, the parents were more nervous than the students themselves, who remained surprisingly calm. After all, throughout their entire high school years, they had tackled countless practice exams. Especially Chen Nan, as someone who had traveled through time, this minor hurdle was insignificant to him. What truly mattered to him was whether he could gain admission to a prestigious university to prove himself worthy to his mother and to himself. Still, in Chen Nan's mind, even if he didn't achieve his goal, it wouldn't prevent him from living a fulfilling life. With countless future opportunities stored in his mind, any one of them could sustain him for half a lifetime. Going to university was mainly about experiencing life and casually hiring some cheap labor on the side. On this very day, An Yi's mother, Sun Fingxia, also called her daughter. Though they had severed all ties, Sun Fingxia still offered her daughter blessings without uttering a single unkind word. Only now, the hierarchy between mother and daughter no longer existed. If any hierarchy remained, it was An Yi who held the higher position. After all, in this harsh reality, respect flows only to those with money. And with Chen Nan's support, An Yi had now attained that enviable status. An Yi, good luck on your exams. She replied softly. Coincidentally, when Chen Nan checked his exam room and seat number, he discovered he was assigned to the same classroom as An Yi. The only difference was that Chen Nan's seat number was 1, while An Yi's was the very last one. Just like usual, they could commute to and from school together and eat meals side by side, a situation that made their envious classmates want to punch someone. What incredible luck Chen Nan and An Yi have. I wish I could be in the same exam room as the person I like. Instead, my crush got assigned to second high school. Not getting assigned to third high is lucky enough. I heard their desks are terrible. Outside the classroom, chatter filled the air while many still flipped through textbooks reviewing. Chen Nan and An Yi stood side by side, leaning against the railing and gazing into the distance. They waited quietly until half an hour before the exam before entering the classroom together. We've got to give it our all. Yeah, we promised. We'll meet again at a higher place. The first exam was Chinese. For this appetizer of an exam, most students performed reasonably well. High school Chinese was the most balanced subject. It was rare to see exceptionally high scores, and equally uncommon to find the lowest marks. Mathematics was tested in the afternoon. For many, math was the clear divider between strength and weakness. Some could score 145 points, while others barely scraped by with a 90, just barely passing. After finishing the exam, Chen Nan checked his answers and realized he'd only solved half of the final, most challenging problem correctly. The rest went smoothly, though, and he estimated he'd score at least 140 points. Whether it was Chinese or math, the exam went exceptionally smoothly for Chen Nan. He hadn't encountered any of those stubbornly difficult problems he couldn't crack. For this, he owed a huge debt of gratitude to An Yi. Had it not been for her intensive review sessions over the past few months, with her meticulous explanations covering every detail, he would never have achieved such efficiency in solving problems. At the time, it seemed ordinary, but during the exam, he realized just how thorough An Yi had been. Moreover, the gap in their abilities was not just a little bit. The gap between 99 and 100 points wasn't just 1 point, it was vast. Unsurprisingly, An Yi had even cracked the final, most challenging math problem. When it comes to studying, An Yi really is the best. Chen Nan could only sigh helplessly. Let's go home for dinner together. After finishing the first day of exams, An Yi and Chen Nan returned home that evening. While eating dinner, they checked their phones. The moment they opened QQ, a flood of messages with 99+ scores appeared. What's going on? Why is the QQ group blowing up like this? Upon entering the group, Chen Nan discovered that someone had already posted the answers to the Chinese and math exams in the class group. This guy is seriously not human. Holy crap, Feng Xiaoyu, you're messing with our heads. I was feeling good, and now you go and post the damn answers. Exactly. Delete it fast, or I'll lose my mind. Oh no, I just glanced at the math answers and already noticed a bunch don't match up. Damn it, I'm screwed. Damn you, Feng Xiaoyu, just die already. At Chen Nan, how'd your exam go? Suddenly, Zhang Lin tagged Chen Nan in the group chat. Clearly, this math exam wasn't easy, and Zhang Lin was trying to gain some sense of accomplishment through his strongest subject. Then he tagged him again. At Chen Nan, how did you do on math? Chapter 47, Business After the College Entrance Exam. At Chen Nan, how did you do on the math exam? Just looking at the QQ message, anyone unaware might think it was sent by some girl with a crush on Chen Nan. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhang Lin. Chen Nan stared at his phone, thinking it didn't matter now that graduation was over. After finishing the last 2 exams, everyone would go their separate ways. They'd likely pass each other on the street without so much as a nod. Generosity works with good people, but with petty or bad ones, it only encourages them to push their luck. I should have done a bit better than you. Chen Nan showed not a shred of modesty. Modesty was something reserved for those who knew their own worth. When dealing with someone like Zhang Lin, who clearly has no clue, the only way to handle him is to go all out. Once I check my answers, I'll have at least 143 points. If your math score beats mine, I'll call you Dad. If your score's lower than mine, you call me Dad. Got it, son. Chen Nan agreed quickly. But suddenly, something felt off. A scumbag like Zhang Lin? He wasn't worthy of being my son. Chen Nan, keep pretending. Just wait until the college entrance exam results come out. I'll see what you do then. Zhang Lin continued his incessant chatter, irritating not just Chen Nan but the entire class. Of course, some students, impressed by Zhang Lin's math skills, asked him one question: were the math questions difficult this year? To which this jerk replied, easy. This year's math was a breeze. Anyone scoring below 120 must be an idiot. One sentence and he shattered everyone else's defenses. What a gem, he manages to make enemies everywhere he goes. Chen Nan glanced at his phone one last time before setting it down. Could you have saved me a little bit? Then he noticed that while Chen Nan was looking at his phone, Yi had eaten his portion of food too. Regardless of Yi's past personality, when it came to eating, he wasn't about to let anyone else have a bite. Maybe it was because he used to be so quiet and withdrawn that he could only bury his head in his food and wolf it down. Either way, Chen Nan knew that without his reminder, Yi would most likely have polished off his entire portion. It was all down to Yi's nature. Watching Yi eat with such intense focus, Chen Nan couldn't help but let a faint smile creep onto his face. Chen Nan, what are you laughing at? That's a pretty creepy grin. I'm laughing at you. Oh, well then, you look really pretty when you smile. With that, both of them burst into laughter, sweet and cloying. On the second day of the college entrance exams, the morning session was the science comprehensive test, and the afternoon session was English. Compared to other subjects, the science comprehensive exam alone was worth a full 300 points. Yi had put in a lot of hard work with Chen Nan on this front, staying up late every night to tutor him. Now, it seemed the effort had paid off handsomely. Except for the final questions in each subject and the deliberately tricky problems set by the examiners, Chen Nan had a clear approach to most of them. After the exam, he overheard classmates grumbling about how impossibly difficult this year's science comprehensive had been. This is in the bag. Chen Nan smiled confidently. The afternoon English exam was even easier. Like Chinese, as long as you recognized the characters and understood the reading comprehension, a high score was practically guaranteed. In Chen Nan's view, English and Chinese were equally easy subjects to master. Senior year felt like an eternity, yet the college entrance exams were over in a flash so fleeting that, looking back a decade later, he had no recollection of them whatsoever, as if he'd never taken them at all. A strange thought suddenly crossed Chen Nan's mind. Past memories felt like a blur, as if they were fictional stories woven from his imagination. Only the present moment felt real. The moment the exam ended, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. This signaled the complete end of their 3-year high school journey. These memories would be buried in the passage of time, recalled only faintly by a handful in the future. Brother Chen, how'd you do? Chen Zhu and Tang Wen approached, having run into him on their way. Hello, sister-in-law. Tang Wen greeted her with a polite smile. Ahem. Not too bad. Chen Nan replied modestly. After all, saying he knew practically all the answers would be a bit too discouraging for others. How about you guys? Chen Nan asked. Me? Chen Shu pointed at himself and burst out laughing. Same as Tang Wen, she declared. I guessed on every multiple choice question and couldn't solve a single problem on the essay section. Well, I guess I'm just as I always am. Tang Wen nodded in deep agreement. Like Zhang Wenjun, both of them were the type who slept through classes instead of studying designated candidates for vocational college. Their poor grades were a foregone conclusion. No worries. You guys made the right call not focusing on studying. Actually, I need to talk to you about something. The day after tomorrow. Get Zhang Wenjun too. The 5 of us are going to discuss a business deal. Remember this: get your haircuts looking normal and change into clean, comfortable clothes. After the college entrance exams, we're going to make a big score too. Chen Nan finished with a smile, shooting the two of them a knowing look. Chen Zhu immediately led Tang Wen away. After all, he had some sense of tact, unlike Tang Wen, who still didn't understand why they were leaving. Yi, meanwhile, held Chen Nan's hand. Dressed in her pristine, pretty school uniform, she couldn't help but smile as she faced the sunlight. This might be her last time wearing her high school uniform, and she felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of taking it off. This opening is still here? Chen Nan touched the gap in the back of Yi's uniform, recalling what he'd done the night he reincarnated. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Back then, to save Yi, he'd been forced to resort to special measures, scaring her so badly she'd abandoned her suicidal thoughts. Looking back now, he realized just how perilous that moment had been. Had he not acted on the spur of the moment, a precious life would have been lost and neither he nor Yi would have their present. But man, being the bad guy felt damn satisfying. Like being able to toy with Yi at will, scaring her into obeying like a little rabbit. Of course, Yi was quite obedient now, which made Chen Nan feel incredibly pleased and fond of her. It's all your fault for cutting my uniform. You could have used a towel to bandage the wound just fine. Yi shot Chen Nan a playful glare, holding no real blame. In fact, she felt a hint of secret delight. Instead, she was intrigued by what he'd just done. What did you tell Chen Zhu and the others about what we're doing the day after tomorrow? Yi asked curiously. Nothing much, just going to discuss a business deal. Chen Nan stretched lazily, gazing at the rare sense of relaxation and exhaustion at the school gate. Relaxed because the college entrance exams were over. Exhausted, also because the college entrance exams were over. But regardless, the final summer vacation of high school had arrived, and he finally had time to properly rest. I bet you're planning to team up with the factory owner to drive down the cost of the goods we sell, right? And he rested her hand on her chin, gently massaging it. She quickly arrived at her conclusion. However, knowing Chen Nan as well as she did, and he was certain his plans weren't that straightforward. Perhaps there was some other scheme at play that she wasn't privy to. That was Chen Nan for you, impossible to figure out. Chapter 48. Wherever Chen Nan goes, I follow. After the exam, while it was still early evening, Chen Nan returned home but felt no desire to do anything. He tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto the sofa, pretending to be dead. He was utterly exhausted. For over 3 months straight, he'd been juggling intense studying with business matters. He was under immense pressure. Yet this immense pressure had also yielded rich rewards. Not only had his academic performance made a huge leap forward, but he had also earned a considerable amount of money. Simply having an E by his side made Chen Nan feel his efforts were well worth it. As the saying goes, money is easy to earn, but a good partner is hard to find. Chen Nan was already deeply satisfied to have met such a wonderful girl in his lifetime. Are you tired? An E sat beside Chen Nan, gently massaging his forehead with her fingers, her tenderness reminiscent of both a mother and an older sister. Keep massaging, and I won't be tired anymore. Alright, I'll rub it some more then. In this quiet moment, neither of them wanted to speak, afraid of breaking the harmony and tranquility between them. Just then, while enjoying the massage, Chen Nan picked up his phone and saw his buddies chatting again in the QQ group. Guys, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm actually the son of the richest man in the country. Right after I finished my college entrance exams, my biological dad sent 10 Rolls Royces to pick me up. You're ing crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy. The exams drove me nuts. Who made this year's questions so damn hard? He wasn't the only one venting this frustration. Many classmates echoed the same sentiment. This year's science comprehensive and English exams were particularly tough. This undoubtedly left some feeling utterly hopeless. My original goal was a 211 university, but now I'll probably only make it into a first-tier university. I'm even worse off. My grades weren't great to begin with, and this time I did even worse. Getting into a second-tier university would be a miracle. Some lamented the difficulty of the exams, while others discussed which universities to apply to. Others say they'll just go abroad for the summer to have fun and relax. Then, after relaxing, come back to resume classes. Wait, if you do poorly, you're seriously planning to come back and repeat the year? That'll waste a whole year. So what? I think getting into a good university is more important than wasting a year. Chen Nan read through everyone's messages without chiming in. He felt they were all somewhat trapped by their current circumstances, unable to break free. Truth is, for many people, getting into a good university isn't as important as finding a good major. A good major, one with strong job prospects, can help students succeed in society even if the university itself is average. Conversely, even the most prestigious university becomes a burden if you're assigned to a major with poor job prospects. But 18-year-old boys and girls are simply too young, and no one guides them in the right direction. So they end up floundering around like headless flies. In this era, the business of college admissions counseling could actually be viable. Chen Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. But people can only choose one path to follow. The college application consulting business might be profitable, but he knew nothing about it. It required pouring immense energy into research, far less effortless and carefree than sticking to the tried-and-true path he'd used to earn money before. Just then, an unfamiliar QQ friend suddenly sent Chen Nan a string of messages. Chen Nan, I saw an E in her wedding dress the other day. She looked so beautiful. I envy her for being with you. Unlike me, who didn't know how to cherish the person right in front of me. I've been thinking a lot lately and realized I'm a real piece of work. I let you down. Chen Nan, I'm leaving. I'm heading to Shanghai to make my way, staying with an older sister from my relative's family. If we ever meet again, I hope we can be friends. I'm sorry, so sorry for all you gave me. I deserve to be abandoned by you. Nan Yan sent Chen Nan a string of messages from her secondary QQ account, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. But then it hit him, it seemed his very existence hadn't just altered in Yi's fate. Had he altered Nan Yan's destiny as well? Well then, good luck to you. Chen Nan felt a sense of accomplishment, as if saving a life had earned him more merit than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. So he sent this message in front of an E. She glanced at it but said nothing more. Undoubtedly, she was the victor in this romance. But the victor in this love story wasn't decided by her or Nan Yan, it was determined by Chen Nan's choice. Given that, why should she interfere? Wishing me luck, ha! Nan Yan's face was streaked with tears as she stared at the QQ message on her phone, a profound ache welling up inside her. Chen Nan's reply was simple, devoid of any emotion, as if spoken to a stranger. Her tears fell at the entrance of the station bound for the metropolis, then vanished completely along the way. After the college entrance exams, the vast world lay before them. Yet due to differing family backgrounds, experiences, and academic achievements, each person's world ultimately took on a distinct shape. Picture, BMW. Suddenly, a distinctive message appeared in the QQ group. Zhang Lin immediately posted a selfie. But the selfie wasn't the point, the BMW beside him was the star. My dad bought it for me. How awesome is that? Anyone up for a drive this summer? Nee 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 nee. Nee 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 nee. Nee 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 nee. Some male classmates were deliberately messing around below, sending disruptive messages. Hey, who asked you guys? I was asking the girls. Who goes out with a bunch of stinky old men? Zhang Lin sent a disdainful emoji. The group chat erupted with sarcastic remarks. Is Zhang Lin's family that rich? Heard his dad runs a company that makes hundreds of thousands a year, sometimes even over $1 million. How'd you find that out? You didn't know? That local chain store Pingyu Clothing, his dad owns it. I've even bought clothes there myself. Chen Nan watched the discussion unfold in the group chat, flashing a contemptuous smile at Zhang Lin. He felt sure the kid wouldn't be able to keep acting cocky for much longer. Because the era of e-commerce had already begun and brick-and-mortar stores would face massive disruption. He was undoubtedly riding the wave of this new trend. And the other guy's family? They were just an outdated business model about to be blown away by the wind. In every way, Zhang Lin couldn't hold a candle to him. 111. At that moment, Chen Nan casually placed a bet, instantly catching Zhang Lin's attention. He thought to himself, others joining in is one thing, but what are you doing here, Chen Nan? Don't you know we've got beef? I'd give anyone a ride, but not you. Then, and he also scored 11-11. This baffled Zhang Lin even more. What are these two up to? Seriously, are they making fun of Zhang Lin? That's just not treating Zhang Lin like a human being. Making him their BMW driver. Ha 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 ha. And are you totally smitten with Chen Nan? A classmate joked. But the girl actually replied. Yep, wherever Chen Nan goes, I'm following. Chapter 49, Dreaming of Walking into a Hotel with an E. That's right. Wherever Chen Nan goes, I'll follow. To an it seemed like just an ordinary statement. But posted in the class group chat, its impact on the young boys and girls was devastating. The main reason was in Yi's extraordinary status. Not only was she the school beauty of first high, but she also held the top academic ranking, carrying a certain special aura in many people's eyes. But now, why was she acting like she'd follow Chen Nan's lead no matter what? It left many people feeling utterly disheartened. Please, stop showing off. At Zhang Lin, seriously, why are you picking a fight with them? Holy crap, I'm about to lose it. Show off your love, die fast. Oh my goodness, the lemon tree's bearing fruit. Zhang Lin stared at the flood of QQ group messages. As everyone's attention shifted from him to Chen Nan and an he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Oh man, seriously? Why? Why is an so utterly devoted to Chen Nan? This is just too damn jealousy-inducing. Zhang Lin glanced at himself in the mirror and realized he truly looked like a sourpuss, practically dripping with envy. At Chen Nan. Are you rich? Ever driven a BMW? Do you know how awesome it feels to cruise around in a BMW, listening to music while touring other cities? Zhang Lin was at a loss. After some thought, he realized the only things he could really show off were his family's wealth and his own BMW. He'd even gotten his driver's license early last winter break just for this day. Well, earned might be a stretch. Some smaller driving schools back then weren't that strict. A little cash and a token effort were enough to pass. But regardless of how he got it, the fact remained, he could drive now, and Chen Nan couldn't. He had more money now, and Chen Nan didn't. He seriously suspected Chen Nan had been putting on airs during their last meal out. Combined with the fact that he hadn't brought much cash with him then, it had made him look like a fool. After all, given Chen Nan's family background, it was simply impossible for him to have money. 6,666. Young Master Zhang sure knows how to put on a show. It was obvious to everyone that Zhang Lin was deliberately targeting Chen Nan, using such words to mock him. Whether it stemmed from jealousy or some other motive, the guy was clearly restless. And it wasn't just Chen Nan, several other classmates had endured similar taunts from him. Zhang Lin constantly flaunted his family's wealth, as if afraid people wouldn't notice. He'd constantly drop lines like, "My family has a few small goals. Young Master Zhang is loaded, he'll be footing the bill for our class reunion. I'm all for it. I'll add 1,000 more votes. Let young Master Zhang bring enough cash so we can just focus on having fun." Many deliberately teased Zhang Lin, but it was also a way of looking out for Chen Nan. After all, not just in their class, but in the entire school, there were few families as wealthy as Zhang Lin's. This guy really is a rich kid. Only Annie didn't care about Zhang Lin's remarks. In her view, if what Chen Nan had said back then was correct, meaning that in the near future, online business models would gradually replace a portion of offline ones, the industry would undergo a major shakeup. The Zhang family's business wouldn't necessarily be immune to this shakeup. In that case, Zhang Lin's family business, though seemingly substantial, was actually like a bubble about to burst. What was there for him to be proud of? Celebrating his own bankruptcy prematurely? Facing Zhang Lin's provocation, Chen Nan merely smiled dismissively, paying him no mind. To him, Zhang Lin was merely a passing figure. Once their senior year was over, they would have nothing more to do with each other. What's past is like yesterday's birth and yesterday's death. Putting down his phone, Chen Nan felt genuinely exhausted, wanting nothing more than a good night's sleep. Beside him, Annie gently massaged Chen Nan's shoulders with her fingers, as if she were caring for her own husband so earnestly, so meticulously. She feared applying too much pressure might wake him. But if she used too little force, it wouldn't be effective. You look so beautiful. Annie gazed at Chen Nan's face, her own cheeks flushing red as her thoughts drifted off to who knows where. Chen Nan, however, was a different story. He was utterly exhausted and collapsed into sleep. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy, as if he hadn't slept in lifetimes, refusing to stay open. He even dreamt of riding ghostly flames around with Annie, playing until they ended up in a hotel. Wait, what the hell was I thinking? After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a door opening echoed through the dark room. Chen Nan jolted awake from his dream. His vision shifted from darkness to light as the living room lamp flickered on, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. How long have I been asleep? Chen Nan rubbed his head, feeling sore all over. Sleeping on the sofa was always like this, never comfortable. Son, what are you doing sleeping here? Wang Yinan walked in from the doorway and immediately spotted Chen Nan, who had just woken up, looking completely dazed. What time is it? Past 11 p.m., I just got home from work. I slept that long? What a waste. After sleeping for so long, he and Annie had only made it as far as entering a hotel in his dreams. He remembered them just stepping into the room, passionately kissing each other, then Annie being pinned down on the bed, eyes closed, motionless. Just as they were about to take the next step, Chen Nan suddenly woke up from his dream. Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. But he quickly realized his mom had gone back to work. He had clearly told her she could quit her job and rest at home. Mom, didn't you say you were going to quit your job? Why would I quit a good job? Besides, I can't sit still at home. Earning extra money has its benefits. You're about to start college, there'll be plenty of expenses ahead. There's no way around it. You're different from other students, you don't have a dad to fall back on. We have to work hard together, just the two of us, to save up. I remember there's a student in your class named Zhang Lin. His family is pretty well off. Today at the factory, I overheard your classmate's mom saying Zhang Lin's dad bought him a BMW and they're going on an overseas trip. Sigh, mom's useless. I can't help you with anything. Wang Yinan muttered to herself while changing clothes. Chen Nan had heard these words countless times before. Her mother, Wang Yinan, always felt saddened by her inability to provide a better life for her. She desperately wanted to give her a better life, but with her limited means, it was simply impossible. Even when she saw her own earnings, she knew deep down that a few 100,000 yuan wasn't enough to transform a family's circumstances. That's why Wang Yinan would rather push herself harder to earn more money. Poverty brings sorrow to a couple in every way. In a poor family, hardships stemming from money are everywhere. Chen Nan shook her head vigorously, stood up, and yawned, finally clearing her mind. Mom, would you be interested in becoming a factory owner? The question caught Wang Yinan completely off guard. Chapter 50, Stirring Emotions. Though Wang Yinan found Chen Nan's words incomprehensible, assuming her son was joking. For Chen Nan, however, having his mother run a factory wasn't a difficult task. She already worked at a garment factory and had ample experience in that field. Besides, being the factory owner was merely a title. All she needed to do was hire a few capable people to assist her, and there wouldn't be any problems at all. Son, have you lost your mind? Wang Yinan was startled. But considering Chen Nan's transformation over the past few months, this idea suddenly seemed perfectly ordinary. But starting a factory wasn't something you could just decide on a whim. Setting aside the issue of hiring workers, just the cost of purchasing all the equipment for the factory would be astronomical. Then there was the factory location, a whole science in itself. She might not understand it, but she'd heard the boss talk about it before. For instance, the farther from the city center, the lower the construction costs. And you'd have to deal with pollution control to meet standards. Otherwise, you'd face fines and shutdowns. In any case, these matters weren't something one could easily grasp. But Chen Nan was different. Starting a factory was child's play for him. He was well versed in all the procedures. With sufficient capital and a market, he could get a factory up and running in no time. Mom, I won't ask about anything else. I just want to know, would you be willing to be the factory owner? Chen Nan poured his mother a glass of water and handed it to her. He noticed her fingers had grown incredibly rough, covered in cracks, and felt a pang of heartache. Who wouldn't want to be the boss? Wang Yinan said cheerfully, taking a few sips of water. Suddenly, she realized she'd been exhausted all day. Working in a garment factory was no easy task. Every day involved repeating the exact same motions, like a machine, with no room for any other thoughts. Even taking a sip of water during work felt like a luxury. It'd be nice to be the boss. Wang Yinan couldn't help but sigh. But can anyone just become a boss whenever they want? As the saying goes, if you want to be the boss, you need money first. and you have to bear the cost of failure. For families like theirs, even if they had the money to start a business, their lack of experience would likely lead to failure. So Wang Yanan found herself offering advice instead. Son, don't rush into business ventures. If you make money, save it immediately. Otherwise, you're not starting a business, you're just doing charity work for others. The reason poor families struggle to break free from poverty is partly due to insufficient capital, but also because the people in those families lack the necessary knowledge. One can never earn beyond the limits of one's own understanding. Wang Yanan's words held truth. She genuinely cared for Chen Nan, fearing he might be deceived and squander the hard-earned money he'd worked so hard to obtain. But she didn't know that Chen Nan was a time traveler. In his previous life, his business had already reached the pinnacle of the industry. This life was merely a replication of his past model paths already traversed, pitfalls already navigated. His rise in this lifetime would only be faster. Alright, Mom, I've got it. With that, Chen Nan saw no need to elaborate further. The more he talked, the less motivated he felt to act. Moreover, when pursuing important life goals, whether starting a business, preparing for graduate school exams, or navigating career paths, one should avoid sharing details with irrelevant parties. Because in this world, aside from parents and those who love you, no one truly wishes for your success. Once word spreads, unnecessary obstacles often arise, leading to failure. Mom was certainly trustworthy, but telling her meant the entire factory workforce would know. He planned to wait until the day after tomorrow, get things settled, and then simply tell his mom he was taking over as factory manager. Chen Nan, are you awake? Just as Chen Nan was about to head back inside, Yi's door creaked open. She peeked her head in, looking utterly perplexed. Still awake? Chen Nan bent slightly, glancing at his mother in the living room watching TV, then beckoned Yi over with a subtle wave of his hand. The next moment, Yi understood immediately. Smiling, she quietly closed her own door and dashed straight into Chen Nan's room, her movements flowing seamlessly. The moment she entered, Yi flopped onto Chen Nan's bed with unabashed familiarity, sprawling out in a sprawling heap, not a trace of ladylike grace in sight. Perhaps this was the real Yi. Mind your manners, you've messed up my bed, Chen Nan shot her a disapproving glance. He noticed Yi was dressed unusually lightly today. She wore a simple white shirt paired with black shorts, her pale feet clad only in white slippers. As she sprawled on his bed, she hooked one slipper onto her toe while the other foot remained bare. Chen Nan noticed something else, her toenails were painted red. It reminded him of that dream he'd had before. The hotel, the passionate kisses, the king-size bed. The atmosphere grew intensely romantic for a moment. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Nan stared at Yi's face, unable to speak. At that moment, Yi remained silent too, rolling over onto her back and gazing up at Chen Nan. That's how young love is, even without words. The atmosphere felt wonderfully magical. Chen Nan, could you massage my feet? I just washed them, and I even painted my nails specially. Do you like this color? Yi's expression seemed slightly nervous. But Chen Nan was even more nervous than Yi. He noticed that Yi had actually brought her legs together and placed a pair of delicate feet right before his eyes for him to admire. The thing was, it wasn't just any pair of women's feet, they were adorned with 10 red toenails. Just as red-soled high heels could boost attack speed, the red nail polish on the girl's feet could also stack. Just one glance made Chen Nan's heart flutter, let alone the moment his hand touched them. The sensation felt like caressing a piece of white jade. Yi's instep was silky smooth, like solidified cream. Her feet weren't large, but rather petite and delicate. Combined with the slight inward curve of her calves and the way her feet kept rubbing against each other, Chen Nan's heart raced the moment he saw them. Even Chen Nan's younger brother acknowledged that these jade-like feet were irresistible. Feels good? Chen Nan's fingers gently kneaded Yi's toes, then slowly slid his nails up her foot. So good, like an electric current. Yi bit her lip hard, struggling to stifle any sound. Truthfully, her mind was completely foggy. Soon, Chen Nan noticed something was off with Yi. Why had her face suddenly flushed? She lay on the bed with her eyes closed, looking as if she might faint at any moment. Her feet lay there, allowing Chen Nan to gently stroke them with his hands. Yi had become unusually docile. It seemed like at this moment, she wouldn't refuse anything he did to her. Could it be? Chen Nan paused, then his eyes widened as he suddenly realized. Drawing on his extensive experience from his previous life, Chen Nan concluded that Yi's current behavior pointed to one shocking possibility. She's fallen for me. Chapter 51, Playing with Jade Feet, Discussing Business. Yi lay motionless on the bed, eyes closed. She felt as though she were drowning, utterly submerged in Chen Nan's gentle caresses. Does that feel good? Hearing Chen Nan's voice, Yi slowly opened her eyes. She didn't know what was happening to her. Staring at Chen Nan, her heart pounded wildly, and her whole body felt hot. She had originally intended to ask what Chen Nan planned to take them to do the day after tomorrow, but now she suddenly found herself unable to speak. Ugh. How could you be so obsessed with men? Besides, coming to Chen Nan's room late at night, aren't you afraid he might do something to you? Yi felt strangely unsettled. Her rational mind told her that coming alone to Chen Nan's room at night was extremely dangerous. Yet another voice inside her made her feel strangely pleased. Painting your nails, wearing this hot outfit, you just want him to see you, don't you? Now you've achieved your goal. Not only did he enjoy looking, but he even touched both your feet. In ancient times, touching a woman's feet meant she was destined to marry him. So, rounding up, it meant Chen Nan had accepted her affection and would marry her in the future. At this thought, Annie's cheeks flushed with warmth. Then she realized Chen Nan was completely unaware of it all. She deliberately seduced him to achieve her goal. Annie, you're truly despicable, she thought to herself. But what she didn't know was that Chen Nan was struggling to control himself at that very moment. After all, Annie's legs were slender and long, excessively pale and smooth, with an unexpectedly delightful texture. Under the soft white glow of the room's lighting, her entire complexion glowed with a healthy flush, her eyes reflecting a faint, bashful sheen. It was easy for a man to get the wrong idea. Chen Nan was no saint who could resist temptation. Staring at Annie, he wanted nothing more than to pounce and bite her. The crucial point was, this was his own bed. Annie had come to his bed in the dead of night, tempting him like this. Who wouldn't be tempted? Of course, it could also be a sign of trust. Here you are, a young lady showing you such trust, and you're sitting here with dirty thoughts. Chen Nan, you're truly disgusting. After playing with them for a while longer, Chen Nan reluctantly let go of the pair of jade-like feet. Ahem. Is there something you need? How do you know I definitely need something? What if I just came over to hang out? Play? Chen Nan glanced again at Annie's toes, painted with red nail polish, and felt his heart flutter once more. Indeed, this whole thing was rather fun. But she knew Annie wasn't that kind of person. She must have come to his room for a reason. Spit it out, or I'll finish you off tonight. Chen Nan's words sounded like a joke, but they were actually his true thoughts. A cruel expression flashed across his face. Ah? Then this servant is truly terrified. Annie channeled her inner drama queen, curling her body into a tight ball. This pitifully helpless look only fueled Chen Nan's desire, making him want to take her right then and there. But since you feel that way, young master, I suppose I'll have to do my best to satisfy you. Come on then. Suddenly, just as Chen Nan was struggling to restrain himself, Annie shifted her tone. She spread her limbs willingly, her body going limp as she lay spread-eagled on the bed. Her face flushed crimson, and she was visibly nervous. Even her skin seemed tinged with a faint blush. She voiced her true feelings in a playful manner. Though neither had touched alcohol, at this moment, they both felt as if they were drunk. Their heads felt light and dizzy, and they were feeling quite tipsy. Words they'd never dare utter before were now slipping out. Things they'd never dared to do before now seemed within reach. Hold it, Chen Nan took a deep breath. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still didn't choose to actually lunge forward. To him, Annie's earlier words were clearly just a joke. If he took it seriously, they probably wouldn't even be friends anymore. Fine. Annie slowly sat up, ran her fingers through her hair, and resumed her serious, well-behaved girl persona. But what Chen Nan didn't see was the fleeting hint of regret in her eyes, mixed with a touch of complaint. And a hint of doubt about her own charm. Was she not being proactive enough? Was it that she wasn't pretty enough? Even after applying lipstick, getting her nails done, and letting Chen Nan touch her feet, she still hadn't managed to stir his heart. I'm such a failure. Annie sighed softly to herself, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Nothing. Chen Nan, I came to ask what exactly we're doing the day after tomorrow. Do we need to travel far? I can prepare in advance. Oh, that thing. The moment business came up, Chen Nan instantly lost all special feelings. Money was just too important in today's world. We'll be taking a bus to the neighboring city the day after tomorrow. It's only about a 2-hour trip. Just bring some water and preferably a small backpack. After we sign the contract, you can keep it in your bag. But I suspect the negotiations might be tough, so be prepared to stay there for 1 or 2 days. You might want to pack a few changes of clothes in case we need to stay at a hotel. Leave the rest to me. Chen Nan spoke about these matters with great enthusiasm. Mainly because he'd done this before in his previous life and was very familiar with the process. This trip to the neighboring city was primarily to discuss product costs and contract manufacturing issues with a manufacturer. If they could strike a deal at a reasonable price, that would be ideal. But the real worry was that the other party might dismiss his modest sales volume. If that happened, he'd have to tough it out and grind it out over time. In his previous life, when Chen Nan first started his business as a clueless newbie, he relied solely on sheer persistence to negotiate with the factory owner for 7 days straight. Only then did the factory agree to supply goods at a lower cost. This time around, he didn't know if he'd encounter the same owner he'd met back then. Though businesses like were a place where reason holds little sway, Chen Nan had instantly recognized the man as a decent soul back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to negotiate the price down. And E's concern was clearly different from Chen Nan's. She said in a soft, sticky tone, "We have to stay in a hotel again? It feels so dangerous." And E often heard people say hotels were full of all sorts of people, a mixed crowd, and it was easy for a girl sleeping alone in a room to get into trouble. It's fine. You'll be safe sleeping in the same room with me. Chen Nan had only been joking. He expected an E to refuse immediately. Instead, the expression on her face shifted from disappointment to excitement. After a brief pause. Yes, yes. I want a room with a big bed. Annie suddenly said to Chen Nan, her voice brimming with anticipation. Chapter 52, The Overly Mature Chen Nan. What was going on? When he heard Annie say that, Chen Nan was a bit stunned. He had only meant it as a joke, but now Annie seemed to take it seriously. Did she actually want to sleep in the same big bed with him? Chen Nan's first thought was that this woman had ulterior motives. After all, in his previous life, once he had money, women were practically lining up to climb into his bed. Even during business trips, attractive female colleagues often made suggestive jokes like this. But back then, Chen Nan knew these women weren't joking, they genuinely wanted to climb into his bed. That way, they could drain his gold coins. And now, Chen Nan watched Yi's face grow increasingly flushed. He sensed she wasn't that kind of person, which left only one other possibility. A long silence settled over the room afterward. After the college entrance exams, following a brief day of rest. The day after tomorrow, bright and early, Chen Nan met up with Yi, Shinju, Zhang Wen, and Tang Wenjun at the bus station. Except for Chen Nan, each of them carried a small backpack and wore clothes as extravagant as possible. Shinju, in particular, had even donned a pair of sunglasses. They didn't look like high school graduates at all, more like some rich kid from a wealthy family. But what rich kid travels by bus? Brother Chen, I think we guys really need to buy a car. Yeah, Brother Chen, it's just too inconvenient otherwise. I think that pink sports car the girl just drove is pretty sweet. Earlier, Chen Nan hadn't been paying attention to the window and hadn't caught the make or model of the pink sports car they were talking about. But just hearing about it, the price must be steep. A pink sports car, plus a beauty. It could be a Porsche or a Ferrari. Although he'd made some money lately, he wasn't yet in a position to splurge like that. Buying a car is definitely necessary. Right now, an SUV should be fine, it's mainly about fitting more people. Chen Nan thought it through thoroughly. With 5 of them traveling together, a sedan would be too cramped. Especially Zhang Wenjun, that guy was so big he took up 2 seats all by himself. And Tang Wen? He was just too tall. SUVs might not be the most stylish, but they were practical and could comfortably fit all 5 of them. And Yi knew nothing about cars. She slept the entire bus ride or played Snake on her phone. But she found the scenery outside the window quite interesting. This business trip, negotiating deals, felt more like a vacation to her. Without Chen Nan, even if she hadn't attempted suicide, she probably wouldn't be happy now. Now, she was thoroughly content with her life and felt completely free. Like a bird, she could go wherever she pleased. And the one who truly unlocked her cage was the boy before her. Chen Nan had given her this vibrant life. Time dragged on the bus. Though the journey was only a little over 2 hours, it felt like an entire morning had passed. Driver, take us to the Binjiang Industrial Park. Chen Nan knew the way well. He hailed 2 taxis for the group and headed to Binjiang City's industrial zone for business talks. However, the driver seemed restless. As soon as they got in, he started asking pointed questions, hinting at whether they were locals. We're from. And Yi hadn't finished when Chen Nan cut her off. Why? Because the moment you admit you're from out of town, this driver will take you on a detour and rip you off for an extra 10 or 20 bucks. No one's money grows on trees. When you're away from home, you avoid getting ripped off whenever possible. I just got back from a trip and am taking my girlfriend home, Chen Nan said in a thick local accent. He'd lived here for 2 years and knew the local Binjiang accent inside out. The old cabbie instantly recognized it as genuine. As for why he was traveling? None of your business. Just the accent mattered. 20 minutes later, the 5 of them got out beside a vast, open wasteland. In the distance stood a sprawling cluster of factories. This was already the outskirts of Binjiang City. Factories were built here mainly because the land was cheap. Running a factory, in short, meant cutting costs wherever possible to maximize profits. Brother Chen, how much did you pay just now? Shenju rushed over to ask the moment they stepped out of the cab. What's up? Damn it, that driver clearly wasn't a good guy. He tried to rip us off. What did you do about it? Chen Nan asked. Hey, I told him my uncle owns their taxi company. Shenju grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Not only did we avoid getting ripped off, but he even rounded down the fare for us. Hearing this, the group burst into laughter. Good job, good job. Nice work. Chen Nan knew Shenju had a bit of cunning up his sleeve. If Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun had taken a taxi instead, they'd probably have been scammed without even getting a chance to haggle. They laughed it off. But what surprised Yi was how Chen Nan had picked up that local accent. And ever since arriving here, Chen Nan had been as relaxed and at ease as if he'd come home. Hey, I'm here to talk business with your boss. Chen Nan pulled out a pack of white General cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to the security guard at the entrance. The guard immediately smiled and opened the door for him. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Before coming, Chen Nan had bought several cartons of cigarettes specifically to handle situations like this. Yi was fine with it. She'd known Chen Nan was different from the start. At an age when others were pretending to be mature, he was already fully grown. He seemed to handle everything with effortless ease. Chen Zhu and Tang Wen beside him thought Brother Chen was absolutely badass. The security guard had already flashed an impatient look when he saw the five of them approaching, but Chen Nan's cigarette and a friendly smile instantly melted that expression away. Not only did the irritation vanish, but the guard even smiled and opened the door for them, letting them pass. Brother Chen is a legend. Hey, where's that kid Zhang Wenjun? Chen Nan was also curious. He'd been right behind them just a moment ago, so where had he vanished to? He turned around and spotted the chubby kid, Zhang Wenjun, standing frozen at the factory entrance, too scared to step inside. Mainly, Zhang Wenjun felt that barging into someone else's factory without permission might be illegal. He was naturally timid, and now he was even more hesitant. Well, this just goes to show he can't handle responsibility. Chen Nan shook his head, downgrading Zhang Wenjun's importance in his mind. As a man, how could he be so timid and afraid of trouble? In this world, good people can succeed, bad people can succeed, but timid cowards like this? They'll never make it. Still, Chen Nan didn't press the issue. Instead, he led an E and the other two straight to the factory's office area. The environment here was exactly the same as when he first visited. The office area was essentially a makeshift prefabricated building. Two small black dogs barked at them from the doorway. Just as they approached, the office door suddenly swung open from the inside. Big fortune, little fortune, why are you barking? Chen Nan followed the voice and saw a girl in her 20s emerge from inside. With her hair tied in twin ponytails and dressed in a sharp gray outfit, she first scolded the dogs. And who are you? She asked, turning her gaze to them with a puzzled expression. Chapter 53, Business Talk? No, it's a game of power play. Who are you? Though barely 20, the girl carried herself with surprising maturity. Chen Nan stepped forward. Having lived a lifetime, he was well versed in the process of business negotiations. She seemed mature, but he was even more seasoned than she was. He introduced himself with easy familiarity. My surname is Chen. You can call me Boss Chen. I'm here to do business with your boss. This is my secretary and my 2 employees. Mr. Zhang Fugue, is Mr. Zhang available? An backpack slung over her shoulder trailed behind Chen Nan. At first glance, she genuinely resembled a secretary. Whether he could talk or not didn't matter, looking good was all that counted. After all, a secretary is the face of the boss. The more prestigious the boss, the more stunning the secretary they deserve. With an Yi's looks, Chen Nan looked like a millionaire. But whether it was an Chen Zhu, or Tang Wen, they all seemed a bit too young. At best, they looked like high school graduates, making it easy for others to assume they were uneducated dropouts. For a moment, Zhang Yuyu even considered calling the police. But Chen Nan's demeanor was undeniably that of a company owner, which made Zhang Yuyu look at him with a skeptical expression. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely came to discuss a partnership with your boss. Is Mr. Zhang available? Chen Nan asked politely once more. Mainly, the girl's look of distrust made Chen Nan feel helpless. After all, he was currently just a high school student, no, a soon-to-be freshman. It was no wonder she was suspicious. Fortunately, he looked trustworthy enough that Zhang Yuyu didn't turn him away. Instead, she grew increasingly confident in them. As for why he sought out Zhang Fugue? In his previous life, it was with this very boss that he had struck a deal. Chen Nan believed the man had good character, so he planned to partner with him again in this life. After all, these days, there were few honest businesspeople, each one more shady than the last. Finding a stable partner was crucial. Zhang Fugue? Mr. Zhang? However, upon hearing Chen Nan's words, the girl seemed taken aback. There's no Mr. Zhang here. Zhang Fugue is my second uncle. I'm currently the factory manager. Are you looking for the wrong person? The girl was confused by Chen Nan's words. She shooed the 2 dogs at the door away. Why don't you come inside first? The June weather was already quite warm, and standing outside to talk wasn't ideal. Zhang Yuyu studied Chen Nan carefully. The man before her seemed younger than she was. But he spoke with remarkable composure. That business deal he mentioned earlier might actually be legitimate. Plus, Chen Nan looked quite handsome. She figured handsome men wouldn't lie. Alright, let's discuss it inside then. Chen Nan didn't hesitate to agree. As the client, he naturally should enter first. He stepped right inside. And he followed closely behind. Before arriving, she thought business negotiations would be straightforward. But once she got here, she found herself unable to utter certain words that were right on the tip of her tongue. Forget business negotiations, even exchanging greetings felt awkward. Chen Zhu and Tang Wen also felt a bit awkward. Standing by the doorway behind Chen Nan, they kept smiling awkwardly, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. They feared saying the wrong thing and getting blamed. Chen Nan was different. He carried himself with ease, looking every bit the seasoned business veteran. Come on in, don't just stand there. He could see the tension in the 3 of them, finding it rather pathetic, though he didn't think there was anything wrong with their nervousness. He remembered his own first visit, he'd been just as awkward. It was just a matter of getting used to it. At least they were better than Zhang Wenjun at the factory gate. That guy didn't even dare to step inside. Please sit down. Boss Chen, my place is a bit rough around the edges. You'll have to make do for now. No worries, a cramped room means business is booming, right? Chen Nan chuckled, joking with Zhang Yuyu. But honestly, he wasn't just making that up. It was just like those roadside eateries. The cleaner the shop, the fewer customers it likely has, and the food probably isn't great. Conversely, those greasy-looking establishments often indicate thriving business. The owner is too busy to maintain the place, so the environment suffers, but the food is delicious. The same principle applies to factory businesses. Generally, those with a clean office, especially one with bookshelves, are often unreliable. The room before me looks small, sparsely decorated, with a few cigarette butts scattered on the floor. This suggests many people come here to discuss business. Mr. Chen, you're quite the joker, Zhang Yuyu chuckled at Chen Nan's remark, inviting them to sit down once more. The atmosphere in the room grew remarkably warm and friendly after Chen Nan's joke. Would you like some water? The room contained only a wooden table, 3 chairs, and a sofa. A teapot and several cups sat on the wooden table. Chen Nan noticed the tea inside the pot was a deep, rich color, likely brewed fresh that morning. It seemed someone had been here to discuss business before they arrived. Thanks, but I'm not thirsty. No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Zhang. Are you sure there's no Zhang Fugue, no Mr. Zhang here? After sitting down, this was the question Chen Nan was most curious about. Zhang Fugue is my second uncle. Zhang Yuyu patiently answered Chen Nan's second inquiry while pouring water. Oh, then I might have come too early. Chen Nan nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He moved directly to the purpose of his visit. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce myself first. I'm currently handling Taobao and Alibaba single item shipments. Here's my account, along with the shipping data for the past few months. No problem. Let me show you our daily and monthly sales figures, Mr. Zhang. Then, when Zhang Yuyu saw Chen Nan's account, her eyes widened in shock. An expression of utter disbelief spread across her face. Mr. Chen, you're our factory's benefactor? Benefactor? What do you mean? Chen Nan was a bit baffled by the other person's reaction. He was just selling goods, how did that make him a benefactor? But seeing Zhang Yuyu's reaction, Chen Nan sensed today's deal was likely to close. Is it really you, Mr. Chen? Zhang Yuyu stood up excitedly. You have no idea, if it weren't for you, our factory would have gone under 2 months ago. Chen Nan? This factory originally belonged to my father. He passed away 3 months ago and left it to me. Then, out of nowhere, business just plummeted. All my old customers stopped dealing with me and switched to other suppliers. If it weren't for the sales on your account, I would have gone bankrupt long ago. After hearing Zhang Yuyu's story, Chen Nan had only one thought. So, my seemingly pretentious guesses earlier were all wrong? This factory's business really is struggling. The place looks so shabby they might actually be broke. Then how do we explain the cigarette butt under his feet? Who had been in this room before? Mr. Chen, if you hadn't come today, I was planning to reach out to you myself in the next day or two. My inventory is almost depleted. As for production, I'm unsure how much you'd actually want, so I'm afraid producing too little might leave us short. If I produce too much and you can't sell it, I'll end up losing money. To be honest, it's my fault. If my dad hadn't lost all those clients before, if I'd been able to keep them, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Zhang Yuyu muttered to herself, clearly not cut out for business. He'd come to discuss business, yet she'd laid all her cards on the table. With all the cards on the table, how could they even negotiate the price? If it hadn't been Chen Nan coming today, any seasoned businessperson without a shred of conscience could have driven her original price into the ground. After all, she'd already admitted she had no other clients, only Chen Nan could save this factory. What was there left to negotiate? He might as well have quoted her rock-bottom prices right off the bat. Chapter 54, Chen Nan's Honesty. Ms. Zhang, please calm down. Such issues are common in factories. Let's discuss this further. Chen Nan still had a conscience. He wouldn't bully a poor girl who'd just lost her father. But conscience doesn't make money. Only the unscrupulous rake in the big profits. I want an additional 30% off your current base price per item. Chen Nan fully unleashed his businessperson's shamelessness. In business, having a shred of dignity just won't cut it. What does a 30% reduction per item mean? It was like Chen Nan buying goods from the factory. An item that originally cost 10 yuan now became 7 yuan. That means he'd pocket an extra 3 yuan per item sold. 3 yuan more per item might seem insignificant, but what if he sold 10,000 pieces? That's an extra 30,000 yuan. What if he sells 300,000 pieces? That's an extra 300,000 yuan. And he thought Chen Nan had lost his mind. Chen Zhu and Tang Wen also thought, is this how Chen Nan does business? He's practically robbing us. Brother Chen seems to be a bit weak in math. Isn't this price cut a bit too much to ask? Damn, that's a 30% discount. We only charge 5-10% for promoting others' products. But what baffled them was that after hearing Chen Nan's offer, Zhang Yuyu actually hesitated instead of flat out rejecting it? What was she hesitating about? Hesitating to accept Chen Nan's terms? Ms. Zhang, please don't rush to respond. Consider this carefully. Given your factory's current situation, I'm the only client who can help you move large volumes of inventory. Unlike you, I'm not limited to sourcing from your factory. I can choose other suppliers too. Though not explicitly threatening, Chen Nan's words carried the weight of a threat. Every sentence was the plain truth. Zhang Yuyu understood this clearly. Without Chen Nan, her factory would collapse within a month. So when Chen Nan demanded a 30% price cut on every item, she had no strength left to argue. What if he refused to take the goods? Zhang Yuyu glanced at Chen Nan. She noticed that although this man was young and handsome, his words were ruthlessly sharp. It was as if he had seized her Achilles heel, instantly rendering Zhang Yuyu helpless. Accepting Chen Nan's demand would mean sacrificing too much profit, but refusing would lead to even worse consequences. Chen Nan sipped his tea, showing no sign of urgency. The key was that he had uncovered a secret about this factory, a secret even Zhang Yuyu herself was unaware of. This factory had been set up. Typically, when an old factory director passed away, they'd inevitably lose some clients. But not all of them. Given the rich experience at play, this situation most likely meant someone had poached those clients. It could be another factory. Market competition is common in business. But it could also be someone within the factory itself trying to take over the factory, turning someone else's assets into their own. Never overestimate human nature. People who seem perfectly amiable on the surface may be plotting behind your back. If it was indeed someone from within the factory, the likely sequence of events would be to first stir up trouble and create the illusion that the factory is going bankrupt. Then, they secretly prepare funds to acquire the factory at a bargain price once the owner decides to abandon it. Then, the factory that couldn't turn a profit suddenly becomes profitable under their management. Uninformed observers would credit his skill for reviving the factory, when in reality its underlying profitability was already strong. It was simply that someone had been pulling strings behind the scenes. As Chen Nan listened to the account, he mentally pieced together the timeline. The more he thought about it, the more off the whole situation felt. Based on the events of his previous life, he hadn't started Taobao or Alibaba, so the factory would have gone bankrupt and been bought out by someone else. Then the factory's owner would have changed from Zhang Yuyu to Zhang Fugui? So by this logic, Zhang Fugui was the one shorting the factory, preparing to buy it out? Whoa! Chen Nan sucked in a sharp breath internally. But this had nothing to do with him. Whether Zhang Yu was the owner or Zhang Fugui was the owner, it was all their family's business. His priority now was negotiating the price of goods with Zhang Yuyu. Mr. Zhang, as you can see, the volume from just one of my stores alone keeps your factory afloat. So? Chen Nan didn't state outright, I demand you slash the original price, choosing instead to hint at the matter. Mr. Chen, I've given it careful thought. A 3-point price reduction is simply too steep. I'm sorry, but 2 points is the absolute maximum I can accept. Otherwise, the factory would suffer excessive losses, it just wouldn't be sustainable. Deal. Chen Nan declared immediately. Zhang Yuyu. And he was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, Chen Nan's business negotiation speed is way too fast. The moment the other party countered, he agreed? Chen Zhu stared wide-eyed, thinking to himself, I've learned something. So this is how you negotiate deals. Tang Wen slapped his thigh, only to realize it didn't hurt. Looking down, he saw he'd actually slapped Chen Zhu's leg. But that didn't lessen his astonishment. Look at that, brother. Chen got the price down, and she's acting all apologetic and embarrassed. Clearly they're the ones getting the better deal, right? What kind of skill is this? Damn impressive. Truth be told, on the way here, Chen Nan had mentally prepared himself for a 15% discount that alone would have counted as a successful negotiation. Who knew he could actually get a 20% discount? It was only because Zhang Yuyu had no business experience. Otherwise, no one else would have been so easy to deal with. Still, Chen Nan hadn't taken advantage of her. Given the current situation, if he'd pushed a bit harder, a 25% reduction would have been within reach. He didn't do it for 2 reasons. First, Chen Nan was a decent person who didn't like taking advantage of others. Second, pushing the price down too aggressively would likely upset the factory, potentially compromising product quality, a lose-lose situation for both parties. Getting a 20% reduction had already exceeded Chen Nan's expectations. It was practically a pleasant surprise. Moreover, at this price, Zhang Yuyu was genuinely grateful. Supply issues shouldn't be a problem going forward. Ms. Zhang, since that's settled, let's sign the contract. Here's to a successful partnership. In business, the most important thing is to avoid delays and complications. Once negotiations are concluded, sign the contract promptly. And he was still a bit dazed at this point, not expecting the deal to be wrapped up so quickly and smoothly. This outcome had genuinely surprised everyone. Excitedly, and he pulled the pre-printed contract from his backpack and placed it before them. Alright, sign here, right? Zhang Yuyu merely glanced over it briefly before picking up a pen to sign her name. Chen Nan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, feeling this deal had gone a bit too smoothly. But as he stared at the cigarette butt under his foot, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Could someone within the factory be sabotaging them? Sure enough, just as they finished signing the contract, a middle-aged man whose face looked familiar to Chen Nan hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. It was Zhang Fuguei, exactly as Chen Nan remembered him. Chapter 55, Dining Out. You, who are these gentlemen? Zhang Fuguei rushed in, a pack of cigarettes in hand, looking ready to leave. His hands were covered in cracks, blue veins clearly visible. Guys, want a smoke? Come have one was local slang for want a cigarette? Under An Yi's puzzled gaze, Chen Nan casually took the cigarette but didn't light it immediately. He tucked it into his chest instead. So, one cigarette? Back when Chen Nan was a troublemaker, and he had seen him smoking right at the school gate. But now, Chen Nan had long since quit. Still, since the other man offered, he couldn't refuse. On one hand, it was a matter of respect. On the other, why pass up a free cigarette? He didn't smoke himself, but that didn't mean others didn't. He could always pass the cigarette on to someone else later. Taking something given to him and passing it on to someone else getting something for nothing. Just thinking about it felt like a sweet deal. Soft? That's pretty generous. Chen Nan accepted the cigarette and shook hands with Zhang Fuguei. Chen Zhu and Tang, when each took a cigarette, stood up, lit them with lighters, and began puffing. That's how business deals go in small towns. Basically every guy smokes. Chen Nan was one of the rare exceptions. And since smoking was prohibited in the factory buildings, this office space became a place where everyone could smoke freely. Soon, the room was filled with smoke. Chen Nan glanced down at the cigarette but on the floor, confirming that the previous smoker here had indeed been Zhang Fuguei. But at this point, the contract was signed. The die was cast. Even if Zhang Fuguei wanted to back out after reading it, it was too late. Each item was marked down by 20% from the previously set original price, a truly lucrative deal. Chen Nan was guaranteed to make a fortune. Zhang Yuyu smiled and said, "Second uncle, what brings you here?" She pulled out a chair for Zhang Fuguei. "Oh, I heard from the workers that some young men had come to the office, so I came to take a look." Zhang Fuguei sat down, lit a cigarette, and scanned the room, his eyes lingering on Chen Nan's group. His gaze swept across the room, and he instantly recognized Chen Nan as their leader. Whether it was the pretty girl or the two boys, they all kept glancing his way. But what puzzled him was this: could such young people really be here to discuss business? No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem like it. Who are they? Second uncle, I'm telling you, they're the ones who saved our factory's big client. Zhang Yuyu looked unusually excited as she handed him the contract to look at. Look, I've even signed the contract. Contract? Mr. Chen sure knows how to close a deal. Zhang Fuguei stared at the finalized price on the contract, momentarily stunned. He thought to himself that Zhang Yuyu's business skills were truly beyond words. Signing such a low price, who knows how much profit they'd lose. But the contract was signed and sealed with their factory's stamp, making it legally binding. Chen Nan tapped his teacup lightly and replied indifferently, "It's okay. A win-win situation." And he, standing nearby, admired Chen Nan's unwavering composure most of all. Even in this situation, he showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Mainly, Chen Nan sat steadily on his stool, wanting to quietly watch Zhang Fuguei's performance. Drawing on years of business experience, he instantly recognized that Zhang Fuguei's behavior was highly unusual. Logically, encountering a major client like him should have prompted the other party to treat them like royalty. But the moment Zhang Fuguei heard the word contract, his expression instantly soured. He looked thoroughly reluctant as he flipped through the contract, repeatedly scanning its contents. As if it were his own personal property. Yuyu, why didn't you tell me about such a big matter as signing a contract beforehand? These gentlemen are our honored guests. How about this stay for lunch today? I, old Zhang, will personally take you out to eat. First time strangers, second time friends, right? Please don't refuse. Our factory may not be doing well, but treating you to a meal is more than we can afford. Chen Nan had heard this kind of polite chatter thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of times. His ears were practically calloused from it. Before Zhang Fuguei could continue, Chen Nan nodded immediately, signaling that such a minor matter was no problem at all. What's so complicated about eating? Once at the restaurant, they ate and drank as expected. If business could be discussed, they would discuss it. If not, they would let it go. After all, he'd come here with tourism in mind from the start. The world is so vast, I want to see it. In his previous life, Chen Nan had worked himself to the bone in business. Though he'd achieved modest success, he never truly experienced freedom. Since he was traveling, eating was inevitable. He intended to savor the local cuisine. He remembered savoring many delicious dishes during his previous stay here. When they went to a restaurant, he could order a few dishes for an E to satisfy her cravings. Let's have Ms. Zhang join us too. Besides this contract, I have another matter to discuss with her. Though Chen Nan looked young, his words carried no less weight than anyone else's. Even Zhang Fuguei, a seasoned middle-aged man, found himself unable to gauge Chen Nan's intentions. This was mainly because Chen Nan had dealt with Zhang Fuguei before. At the time, he had seemed exceptionally honest, but looking back now, many things seemed off. Moreover, after experiencing many things, Chen Nan had distilled a profound truth. The more honest someone appears, the more likely they are to deceive. Zhang Fuguei might just be one of those people. Guys, let's go, grab a big meal. Chen Nan waved to an E and the others. The moment food was mentioned, the mood instantly lifted. An E was already a foodie at heart. Following Chen Nan to another city for business meant not only seeing the world but also sampling the local cuisine. The moment he heard someone was treating, he was overjoyed. It was an unexpected treat. Shenzhou and Tangwan weren't exactly foodies, but the prospect of a free meal at a fancy restaurant still got them pretty excited. The key point was, they wouldn't have to pay. After all, material conditions weren't exactly plentiful these days. Getting to eat meat without spending a dime was a real treat. Mr. Chen, let's take this van. Zhang Fuguei had someone drive over a minivan that could seat 9 people. Besides the 4 of them, Zhang Fuguei had also called in 2 factory employees responsible for entertaining clients. Oh, and I've got a buddy waiting at the gate. As the van pulled up to the factory gate, Chen Nan smiled and had Zhang Wenjun picked up too. The guy was crouched by the entrance, looking like a thief. When the van pulled up in front of him and the door clicked open, he thought someone was coming to snatch him off for organ harvesting. Oh my god, please, don't, hey, brother Chen? Chapter 56, Trademark, Wood South Rabbit. Fatso, what are you standing there for? Get in. Shenzhou and Tangwan laughed as they pulled him aboard. The van was packed with 9 passengers plus the driver. Chen Nan and an E sat together, with an E on the inside, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. Though they were clearly going out to eat and discuss business, dining with strangers in an unfamiliar place still made an E a bit nervous. However, with Chen Nan present, her unease dissolved almost entirely. You all look so young, aren't you even older than me? Zhang Yuyu glanced at the 4 of them. Seated inside a 2-story restaurant, each person unwrapped the tea set in front of them. Ms. Zhang, business isn't about age, it's about experience. Chen Nan sat in the seat of honor, calm and composed. Well, Mr. Chen certainly looks like he has a lot of experience, doesn't he? Zhang Yuyu chuckled at her own remark. The stark contrast between Chen Nan's youthful appearance and his words was striking. Not bad. Can't speak for other things, but I'm capable when it comes to business. Chen Nan remained neither humble nor arrogant as he began ordering dishes. As the honored guest, it was only proper for him to order first. 1 lotus leaf steamed fish, 1 spicy braised rabbit, and spicy stir-fried frogs. Chen Nan scanned the menu and ordered 3 dishes directly. Mr. Chen, have you dined here before? Zhang Fuguei knew immediately from Chen Nan's choices that he was a true connoisseur of fine dining. Every dish was a local specialty. Especially that spicy braised rabbit, it was the chef's signature dish, renowned for its exceptional flavor. I've been to this area before and know what's good here, Chen Nan said after placing his order, then handed the menu to Zhang Yuyu. Zhang Yuyu casually selected 2 dishes and handed the menu to Zhang Fuguei. Zhang Fuguei tapped his finger and added 3 more dishes for Chen Zhu and the other 2. And so, after going through the ordering process, a total of 10 dishes ended up on the table. 10 people sharing this much food? They'd never finish it all. Actually, besides the previous business, I have another matter I'd like to discuss with Mr. Zhang. After 5 dishes arrived, Chen Nan found an opening to broach the second business matter of the day. The previous products actually sold quite well, but I have a few better ideas here. For instance, most of your designs are similar to what's already on the market. Some buyers will compare prices after seeing them and easily switch to my products. What I mean is, I want to collaborate with your factory to have you OEM some new designs for me, the kind that men just can't resist. After Chen Nan finished speaking, everyone froze. Mainly because he sounded so professional. For instance, the products manufactured in factories were essentially knockoffs of others' designs. Take the thickness of stockings, for instance. They believed that higher quality would naturally lead to better market response. But Chen Nan told them that wasn't the case. These items weren't meant to be worn, they were meant to be torn. If they can't tear it open after 1 or 2 tries, customers won't buy that style again. Mr. Chen, you don't seem like someone your age, you're so savvy. Zhang Fuguei raised his wine glass and toasted him. Learning by doing, right? Chen Nan chuckled slyly. When Chen Nan said this, the others glanced at an E. They finally grasped the meaning behind his earlier words. Right, these things Mr. Chen and I researched them together, and E remarked casually while eating. She found the 3 dishes Chen Nan had ordered truly delicious. The lotus leaf steamed fish, cooked in genuine lotus leaves, carried a refreshing fragrance and tasted absolutely exquisite. She'd been hesitant to try the frog meat at first, but after taking a bite, she discovered the meat was incredibly tender. Moreover, it was incredibly fragrant. When she got to the spicy braised rabbit, she nearly devoured it in one go. It had more bones than meat, but the flavor had soaked in perfectly. Each bite filled her mouth with savory goodness. Is it good? Chen Nan asked. Delicious. And E replied. She certainly didn't make any disgusting remarks like, rabbits are so cute, why eat them? And E was solely focused on devouring her meal. Half the patrons here were sharp observers who could easily discern the nature of an E and Chen Nan's relationship. And as the saying goes, work with the secretary by day, work on the secretary by night. Chen Nan had already made it clear that an E was his secretary. The contract manufacturing plant is no problem. Zhang Fuguei immediately agreed on Zhang Yuyu's behalf. But Chen Nan remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Zhang Yuyu. Well, Boss Chen, we're all set on our end. Zhang Yuyu's style wasn't trendy, she was just a down-to-earth country girl. Her speech immediately gave away that she had dropped out of junior high. Alright, we've already drafted the contract. We can discuss the specifics later, Chen Nan said, smiling as he ate. The entire dining table seemed to be his domain. Even Zhang Fuguei, usually so slick and smooth, seemed powerless in his presence. He could only stand by with a stiff smile. Essentially, every decision was made by Zhang Yuyu. Damn, Chen Nan is seriously impressive. Zhang Wenjun finished his meal in a daze, then looked up to find the deal had been sealed? That's nothing. You weren't at the factory earlier, but Brother Chen really gets things done efficiently. Chen Zhu looked at Chen Nan with admiration. Mr. Chen, are you really just a high school graduate? Honestly, I feel like I know less than you do, Zhang Yuyu exclaimed in surprise. She felt she'd learned a lot from Chen Nan's explanation. Correction, not a high schooler, but a college-bound student. Chen Nan tucked away the contract Zhang Yuyu had signed and stamped. The gains from this business negotiation were substantial. Oh, and about the contract manufacturing plant, I'll need to leave a few people behind to oversee things. Could you arrange lodging and meals for them, Mr. Zhang? No problem. We have our own apartment building right next to the factory. It hasn't been doing well, and we haven't had any guests staying there lately. It'll be perfect for Mr. Chen's people. All right. Chen Zhu, bring your mom over then, and my mom too. The three of you can stay here. You can leave after summer break. Chen Zhu knew immediately this was a blessing in disguise. Not only would he gain valuable experience, but he could also bring his mother along and earn a salary. All right, Brother Chen, leave it to me. Zhang Yuyu couldn't help but feel envious seeing how decisively Chen Nan handled things and how obediently his subordinates followed his lead. Unlike her, where people often paid lip service but acted otherwise in the factory. Mr. Chen, since this is contract manufacturing, do you have a brand name for your products? Zhang Yuyu suddenly asked. Every product needed its own brand name, it was essential. Chen Nan had already thought it through. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote with a pen, the name? Let's call it Wood South Rabbit. The logo design will feature a rabbit perched atop a wooden stake, simple and memorable. But those with a bit of education had already figured it out. Wood South Rabbit, wasn't that just combining Chen Nan's Nan and Anyi's? This brand name was clearly a combination of Chen Nan and Anyi's names. Moreover, Anyi, being directly involved, instantly grasped the meaning behind the trademark design. A rabbit perched on a wooden stake? Wasn't that exactly the scene when Chen Nan saved her from suicide that night and carried her to the infirmary? Chapter 57, It's okay, I don't dislike you. Wood South Rabbit? Everyone understood the meaning of this trademark without needing to say it aloud. Negotiating over dinner went smoothly. After outlining the basic process, the matter was settled. The main issue was that Zhang Yuyu's factory currently had no other clients besides Chen Nan's company, so everything had to be prioritized for him first. After several rounds of drinks, the deal was sealed. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Boss Zhang, on your fortune. Chen Nan, well fed and well drunk, bowed his hands to Zhang Yuyu with a smile. His gesture mimicked those seen in martial arts dramas, exuding a certain swashbuckling charm. Zhang Yuyu couldn't help but laugh, mirroring the gesture as he replied, and I wish Mr. Chen great wealth too. When there's wealth to be had, it's better if we all prosper together, Chen Nan said. Claiming he was getting a bit tipsy, he began preparing to wrap things up. The whole point of dining out was to get things done. Once business was concluded, the meal was over. So if you were genuinely hungry, you'd better eat quickly. Otherwise, once the business talk ended and everyone put down their chopsticks, the food on the table would be practically gone. Annie didn't understand this logic, but she was hungry. With Chen Nan taking the lead, she said nothing, focusing solely on eating. While eating her own portion, she also secretly used her chopsticks to pile more dishes onto Chen Nan's plate. Chen Zhu thought to herself, are you two showing off your affection while discussing business? Don't you care about anyone else's feelings? If Mr. Chen wants to stay, he can stay at the hotel we run. You can stay as long as you like, absolutely no charge, Zhang Yuyu declared generously. Overjoyed, she downed a glass of baijiu and now swayed drunkenly, tugging at Chen Nan's sleeve and babbling nonsense. As Chen Nan was being tugged along, he couldn't help but notice that Zhang Yuyu actually looked pretty damn good at first glance. Of course, compared to Annie, she was nowhere near as beautiful. Alright, then. I'll be taking you up on your offer to stay here, Ms. Zhang. Chen Nan had planned to stay and enjoy himself for a few days anyway. Since she was offering free lodging, he saw no reason to refuse. Of course, this wasn't about taking advantage, it was about fostering mutual understanding. Chen Nan figured he and Zhang Yuyu would likely collaborate a lot more in the future. There was no need to be overly polite with her. Only one person in the entire room looked displeased. Zhang Fuguei sat with a dark expression, lost in his own thoughts. But for Chen Nan, collaborating with Zhang Fugue or Zhang Yuyu made little difference. The main difference was that the latter was clearly younger and easier to work with. From a partnership standpoint and purely for his own interests, Zhang Yuyu was clearly the better choice at the moment. As for Zhang Fugue? Sorry, don't know him. No big deal. Soon after finishing their meal, Chen Nan and the others were whisked away by the van to Zhang Yuyu's family-run hotel. Though called a hotel, it was actually a restaurant. As for Zhang Yuyu, after exchanging a few more playful remarks with Chen Nan, she turned and left. As she departed, she patted Chen Nan on the shoulder and said, I get it, big brother. Don't worry, I've got everything taken care of for you. She still needed to oversee things at the factory. Chen Nan had ordered quite a lot of goods, so some arrangements would have to be made. With that, she quickly departed. Brother Chen, did we really seal the deal? Chen Shu couldn't believe it. Holy crap, this feels like a dream. What do you mean us? It was clearly Brother Chen who carried us. Tang Wen spoke the plain truth. Hey, why do the three of us get single rooms while Brother Chen gets a double? Zhang Wenjun pointed out a crucial detail. Really? Let me check. Damn. Only now did Chen Nan realize what Zhang Yulin meant when he said, don't worry, everything's taken care of as he left. He'd put him and an E in the same room? I told you an E and Brother Chen have something going on, didn't I? Can you share something we don't know? Brother Chen is seriously impressive. And E is our school's top student in campus beauty and he managed to win her over. Our Brother Chen's no slouch either. He used to be a top student too. Then he got distracted by that Nan Yen girl and his grade slipped. But look, he's back on top now. Not only did he catch up, but he brought us guys into his business. I'm seriously impressed by Brother Chen's skills. The three of them had a few drinks before heading into a room to play cards. While playing, they wondered what Chen Nan was up to. After all, unlike the three of them, Brother Chen always had a secretary accompany him when he went out, and even shared a room with her. Strange, I haven't heard a sound from his room. Zhang Wenjun, with his dirty mind, pressed his ear against the wall. Wait, got it. There's movement next door. At that moment, all three men grew excited, their faces breaking into lecherous grins. Chen Nan, I can't eat this stuff anymore, I'm about to puke. The speaker was an E, and her words nearly shattered the trio's resolve. What are these two up to? While they were still watching romantic movies, Brother Chen had already engaged in real-life action. Damn. That's my bro Chen for you. Then they kept listening. Fine, I won't eat it. Then I'll eat yours. No way, that's gross. It's fine, I don't mind you. Fine then, but just one tiny bite. I've never let anyone eat mine before. Fine. If they'd just been caught off guard before, now all three were completely dumbfounded, their brains struggling to process what was happening. Brother Chen was eating that? What? Where? How? Holy crap. Zhang Wenjun got it instantly. He never imagined Brother Chen was this adventurous. And in broad daylight, man, it's enough to make anyone jealous to death. But soon, they realized they couldn't listen anymore. If they kept hearing this, it might genuinely make them sick. There was nothing they could do, they only had the fifth sister for company. And it wasn't yet nighttime when they could be alone. Wu Girl couldn't make an appearance either. Truth be told, Chen Nan didn't think sharing a room with a woman was all that great. Even using the bathroom required going separately. After Annie finished showering, the floor was covered in hair. They slept in a double bed, sharing one blanket between them, not a bit of freedom. Even snacking required negotiation. Chen Nan, I don't want this anymore, I'm about to throw up. Chen Nan held out a bag of potato chips to Annie, only to find she had no appetite at all after eating too much at lunch. Fine, forget it. Then I'll eat yours. Chen Nan glanced at the snacks beside Annie. She'd brought them in her backpack from home, but the bag had fallen on the floor when she'd just opened it. No way, it's dirty. It's fine, I don't mind. Fine then, but only one tiny bite. I've never let anyone eat my snacks before. Even towards the snacks that had fallen on the floor, Annie displayed possessive gestures, insisting she'd never let anyone eat from her snacks before. Fine. Chen Nan had talked a lot during dinner and eaten little, so she satisfied her hunger with just a few snacks. Wonder when the results will come out. I'm so excited for us to go to the same university. Annie casually sprawled on the bed, kicking off her shoes to reveal a pair of white socks. Then she used her feet to help each other take off the socks. That movement sent a jolt straight through Chen Nan's heart. Alcohol had emboldened him, and Chen Nan was bold by nature to begin with. Seeing this, he couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to grab those delicate feet. Whoa! Those legs, those feet, they were truly Snow White. Chapter 58, Feasting on his younger self. He seized Annie's feet, adorned with red nail polish. He kneaded them until Annie's entire body went limp, lying motionless on the bed. Only then did Chen Nan release her with satisfaction. This woman just begs to be touched. You just love picking on me. Chen Nan opened her dazed eyes, her voice soft and whiny. She looked up at Chen Nan, pouting, convinced this man was utterly wicked. He always wore her out completely before finally letting her go. Don't worry about the college entrance exam results just yet, Chen Nan mused, feeling a pang of melancholy. It was still that same thing he worried his scores were too far behind in Yi's. What if they couldn't attend the same university? The thought made him want to tease Yi even more. Now that we've wrapped up business, let's sign up for driving school once we get back. Best to get that license before the semester starts. Chen Nan wasn't worried about getting his license. He didn't need to pay for a license like Zhang Lin did. He already knew how to drive. Once he signed up, he could just take a cab to the test center. Alright, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Nan had discovered a secret. Whenever Yi fell into this out-of-this-world state, she'd agree to anything he said. It was like she had no brain at all. Then when you sleep at night, you're not allowed to fight me for the blanket. Got it. Before bed tonight, give me a full-body massage. Sure. At night. Chen Nan rattled off more than a dozen demands, and Yi agreed to every single one. So what should we do now? Yi sat up on the bed, her face flushed, glancing shyly at Chen Nan's handsome features. We've both showered, now let's sleep. Chen Nan had a habit. After drinking, he always needed a good night's sleep. Otherwise, it would really mess with his state of mind. Hey, Chen Nan, do you think our future will get better? Yi lay beside Chen Nan, preventing him from sleeping, and asked softly. She let out a soft sigh. Though her current situation seemed incredibly free, who would have guessed that just a few months ago? She had even contemplated suicide. In Yi's eyes, the world she once knew wasn't so wonderful, it was a complete mess. It was Chen Nan who changed her perspective on the world. In other words, Chen Nan had given her a second chance at life. Probably. We'll make a lot of money. We'll travel to all sorts of places and see the world's wonders. We'll all have an easygoing, unforgettable college experience. And each of us will live a uniquely wonderful life. Chen Nan closed his eyes and whispered these heartfelt words. In his view, life itself held no inherent meaning. But people can give meaning to life by making it rich and flavorful. Life is about both the journey and the destination. While alive, one can travel to many places and savor diverse cuisines. Of course, it's best to have someone you love by your side throughout this journey. If, in the end, one can leave behind something useful for the world, that would be even better. Chen Nan had already been reborn once, so he saw life more clearly than Yi. Yi had only spent 18 years in this world. Many things she thought she understood were merely a leaf blocking her view. Take her pessimistic view of life, for instance. It was merely her eyes clouded by the hardships she faced at the time. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Chen Nan gently stroked Yi's hair. It felt soothing and reassuring. There's nothing to be sad about. Think about it, that Zhang Lin guy, didn't he brag about his family's wealth in the QQ group? But what he didn't expect was that when the results came out, at the class reunion, he'd definitely be the one we'd laugh at. He's just rich by birth, while we're rich through our own efforts. We'll be the first generation to build our own wealth, while he's just a second-generation rich kid. We're already a step above him in status. After all that, what I really wanted to tell you is this: no one's life stays the same forever. Even though your early years weren't easy, right now, you're happier than most people in the world. Chen Nan couldn't care less about Zhang Lin. He pinched Yi's cheeks, they were a bit chubby. She was clearly eating well lately. During lunch today, while everyone else was drinking, she'd secretly eaten a lot of the meat dishes. Alright, I'll take a nap too. With that, the two lay down on the large bed and fell fast asleep, their bodies pressed close together. After sleeping through the afternoon, Chen Nan rose at dusk, dressed, and took the guys into town by taxi. Wow, it's just like before. Truth be told, Chen Nan found the feeling of revisiting old haunts quite pleasant. The manufacturing sector here was thriving, with numerous small commodity markets, making the economy more developed than the surrounding districts. Inside the shopping mall, the sheer volume of goods and people was almost overwhelming. But the prices were steep. Luckily, Chen Nan wasn't short on cash. In fact, to show off his current status, he deliberately bought a Zippo diesel lighter. He held the lighter in his right hand, flicked it forcefully to the right, and it made a loud pop. A bright flame appeared before his eyes. If Chen Nan had a cigarette in his mouth at that moment, he would most likely have lit it. But Chen Nan didn't smoke. He bought it purely for the fun of it, mainly to hear that satisfying pop. Selling for several thousand yuan in department stores, it was an item ordinary people could only dream of owning. But to Chen Nan now, it was just a toy. Then they slipped into the arcade. Wanna play Fish Hunter? Let's go. Back when I was broke, I never got to enjoy it properly. Now I'll buy a few hundred yuan worth of credits and max out my cannon. A few hundred? I'll just pull out 2,000 and join you guys for a proper blast. Chen Zhu walked straight over to pay. He handed out a pile of coins to the others. This move left the group of kids completely dumbfounded. They'd seen customers spend a few hundred here before, people who had to address the owner as boss just to meet them. But someone spending 1,000 to play? They barely saw one or two of those all year round. Here, go play. Facing the crowd of children watching, Chen Nan handed each of them a handful of coins. Brother Chen, you. Chen Zhu felt it was completely unnecessary. They were just a bunch of kids. If they gathered around, he could simply shoo them away. No, I'm not pitying them. I'm treating my younger self. When he said this, not only did Chenju, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun freeze, even an E was momentarily stunned. There was no other reason, the remark was simply too profound. Entertaining his younger self? Chenju suddenly recalled when he and Chen Nan used to go to the arcade as kids. Each of them could only afford to play for about 50 cents at most. When their time ran out, they could only watch others play with envy. Back then, they'd fantasized countless times about what it would be like to have unlimited money someday. Then they could buy tons of game tokens. Little did they know that years later, they'd seemingly fulfilled that childhood dream. But even though they now possessed great wealth, they no longer possessed the pure, unadulterated spirit they'd had when playing games as children. Hosting a banquet for their younger selves? Chenju froze for a moment, suddenly feeling like crying. But then he thought better of it. He couldn't embarrass himself in front of so many people. After distributing the coins in his hand to some children, the look he gave Chen Nan once more held nothing but profound admiration. Chapter 59, Clench. Chen Nan weighed the coins in his hand, casually flicking them into the arcade machine with a finger, producing a clatter of coins. A burst of dazzling graphics flashed across the screen. Annie sat transfixed before the machine, eyes glued to the display, chanting win. 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 Clatter. Her hands frantically pounded the controller. To an outsider, it might have looked like she was beating someone up. But things didn't go her way. Soon, she lost this round of arcade showdown. What the heck? I can't even beat an elementary school kid. Annie hung her head in disappointment, ready to try again. A chorus of laughter erupted from the group of kids nearby. In Chen Nan's view, it was no surprise that Annie, who had just started playing this kind of fighting game, couldn't win. But losing to an elementary school kid? That was just too embarrassing. Let me try. Chen Nan patted Annie's shoulder, motioning for her to step behind him. Then she plopped down on the sofa. The last time she'd played a fighting game like this had been years ago. Back then, Chen Nan and Chen Ju often sparred against each other in best-of-5 matches. The loser had to buy a bottle of soda. Chen Nan was almost always the ultimate victor. KO. After a flurry of fast and fierce moves, Annie quickly realized Chen Nan had crushed the elementary school kid with a decisive 3 o'clock victory. Holy crap, Chen, you're awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You're truly my idol. How about it? Still feeling cocky? Chen Ju cheered wildly, clapping his hands like one of the kids. Their banter was so heated, spit flew everywhere. Chen Nan was different. His victory was hardly surprising. This fighting game was different from LOL or CF. Once you develop muscle memory and master combo sequences, you can basically play it effortlessly. Besides, his opponents were just elementary school kids. Their skills couldn't even match Chen Ju's, let alone his own. Chen Nan, you rock. Annie gave him 2 thumbs up. Having successfully avenged her, Annie was overjoyed, nearly throwing herself at Chen Nan for a kiss. Not bad, I guess. Chen Nan felt the victory came too easily, so he refrained from any sarcastic remarks. Mainly, he didn't want to stoop to their level. Back when he was their age, winning a single round of combat would have meant gloating in their faces for days. Each of them played their own games, but now that they were past childhood, the video games they once loved felt utterly dull. Maybe that was the price of graduating high school. Chen Nan, do you know how to play claw machines? Annie tugged at Chen Nan's arm with one hand while pointing at the claw machine in front of her, filled with anime plushies. Chen Nan glanced over and, unsurprisingly, saw several couples playing. The guy's technique was terrible, though he'd used over 30 tokens and hadn't managed to grab a single one. Forget it. This thing's just a money pit. Let's not play. The boy said dejectedly. The girl nodded in agreement. But as they walked away, she kept glancing back at the dolls inside the machine, clearly reluctant to leave. You'll never get any of those toys out of there. You're better off just buying one. Seeing Chen Nan leading Annie over, the girl from the couple seemed quite pleased and advised them not to play the game. I'm just grabbing randomly. Chen Nan was a different story. He arrived radiating confidence. Then, he tossed 2 coins into the claw machine. He prepared to begin his operation. Crane games might be tough for others, but Chen Nan had practiced endlessly before to entertain Nan Yen. Eventually, he could snag plenty of prizes without even needing to alert the staff, all through sheer skill. Of course, he no longer harbored any feelings for that woman from the past, but he had kept the skill. Still, he really was putting on an act. Back when he was a boss, everyone bragged over drinks and meals, loving to act like they were the best. But Chen Nan was the biggest show-off of them all. Honestly, what guy doesn't enjoy bragging and putting on airs? But Chen Nan was different from the rest. His bluster had a refreshingly unpretentious quality, occasionally even tinged with a carefree charm that drew admiration. Unlike some people who blatantly put on airs while pretending they weren't. What's the point of that? It's like taking off your pants to fart. His voice carried, quickly drawing the attention of nearby passers-by. This guy's a real character, isn't he? Loves to show off? Bet he'll get his ass kicked soon. I'm not falling for this. It's pure money grabbing. Anyone who plays is a fool. Didn't that guy just blow over $100 and still didn't get a single doll? How's this guy so confident? At least he tried. You're too scared to even give it a shot. A couple started bickering because of Chen Nan's words, making the atmosphere around them even more entertaining. But Chen Nan had no intention of engaging with them. They weren't on the same level, it was completely unnecessary. Besides, worrying about whether a game is a ripoff? That's just petty. People come out to have fun. As long as you enjoy yourself, you haven't been ripped off. Life is all about the experience. Chen Nan, can you help me catch that little white bear? It looks like a keychain. And Yi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the plush toy. Chen Nan glanced over. The white bear keychain was tucked away in a corner. It was definitely a tough one to get. Still, it was worth a shot. He had more tokens than he could possibly spend. It was like everyone else was an ordinary player, while he was a VIP player. He gripped the joystick and soon the claw moved smoothly with his movements. Then, he adjusted the position and fired the claw. Slowly descending. First hook empty. Been out of practice too long, off target. Chen Nan felt his touch was off. He'd been touching in Yi's feet too much lately. It was definitely interfering with his coordination. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. But the boos didn't come from the amusement park staff. Damn it, these were the same customers who'd just spent several bucks. If they had a bad experience, how could they be expected to come back and spend more? Besides, these dolls weren't expensive. Even if they took them all, the arcade wouldn't lose money. It's okay, Chen Nan. Let's try a few more times. Ignoring the surrounding laughter, Yi took Chen Nan's hand and the two worked together. But how could Chen Nan let someone else take the lead? Usually, he was the one dominating an E, right? But this feeling of being wrapped up by an E, warm, soft, and gentle, was actually pretty damn nice. The thing was, an E seemed nervous, gripping his hand extra tight. She even murmured softly, "Come on, Chen Nan." As a man, if this didn't stir something inside him, there'd definitely be something wrong. Alright, here I go. Chen Nan didn't even know what nonsense he was spouting, but E looked dead serious, clearly oblivious to it all. He even obediently added, "Then I'm coming too." The next moment, without Chen Nan needing to say another word, the two of them began moving in perfect sync. After all, E had grown up and matured. She knew exactly when to use which posture to compliment Chen Nan. A girl like this, she made Chen Nan want to love her so badly. Chapter 60, the day the college entrance exam scores were released. The claw made a clack-clack sound. As they moved in unison, it soon shifted back to the little white bear key fob. E was indeed very cooperative. Her fingers wrapped tightly around Chen Nan's hand, as if afraid the slightest tremor would end the game. "E, you'd better hold on tight." I will." The most amusing part was that Chen Nan had originally intended to tease her, just to see how adorable this girl truly was. But it turned out she was genuinely amusing. Even though he'd taken verbal liberties with her, she remained oblivious, answering his questions with deadpan seriousness. It made Chen Nan feel a bit embarrassed. But why would he feel embarrassed? Not only did he not hold back, he deliberately leaned closer to E. "E, it'll be done soon." I'm ready," E murmured softly, parting her lips slightly. Those alluring red lips made Chen Nan steal a few extra glances. Damn, no exaggeration, they were genuinely stunning. Unlike the common beauties outside, even if they plastered white powder on their faces, they wouldn't be as fair and lovely as E. Damn, she's putting on quite the act. What if she actually wins? If he actually succeeds, I'll eat my own. I heard that. If you don't eat it, then I'll definitely hold your head down for you. A wave of laughter rippled through the crowd, then everyone held their breath in unison. Though they'd found Chen Nan's behavior childish earlier, human curiosity drew their attention to the two's actions. What struck many men, however, was how stunningly beautiful the girl accompanying Chen Nan truly was. She seemed to wear only lipstick, yet her beauty was undeniably natural. What's more, she had a great figure, a kind personality, and was exceptionally good at comforting others. Even when she missed the hook just now, she didn't blame Chen Nan. Instead, she comforted him. What kind of heavenly goddess was this? In an instant, she outshone every girlfriend in the room. What's even more infuriating is that Chen Nan is also incredibly handsome and damn wealthy. It made the rest of them too intimidated to even try hitting on her. "E, here I come." Chen Nan kept teasing E with his words, but she remained oblivious. The next moment, as they moved in unison, the claw inside the claw machine plunged downward. Clank, clank, clank. Strangely enough, the claw, which should have swayed wildly, remained remarkably steady this time. From lowering the claw, to grabbing the prize, to lifting it out to the exit, it all happened in one fluid motion, without a single hitch. Such good luck? Chen Nan thought his technique was pretty solid, but claw machines had predetermined odds. You had to fail a fixed number of times before getting one win. No doubt about it, someone was rigging the game for him. But as for who was helping him cheat, Chen Nan couldn't care less. As long as the prize came out in his hands, it proved he'd successfully grabbed the doll. That alone was enough to make the girl beside him happy. This thing wasn't worth much, probably only 50 cents each if sold separately outside, but it was rare. Though it looked ordinary, it was enough that E liked it. And crucially, no other couples had one yet. That alone was enough to make them feel superior. Here, take it. Wow, I really caught it. Not just Chen Nan, but Annie found it unbelievable too. Who would have thought their collaboration would click so perfectly, succeeding on the very first try? Did this mean they were meant to be together, destined to work as a team for the rest of their lives? Annie pondered this for a moment and thought it was possible. After all, when she was at her most desperate, Chen Nan had appeared in her life like a sun. Since that night, the darkness enveloping her had gradually faded away. She held the doll close to her chest, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Chen Nan. She felt so moved she wanted to burst into tears right there. Don't cry, there are so many people watching, Chen Nan said softly, gently patting Annie's head before whispering in her ear, wait until we get back to the hotel. You can cry in my arms then. Holy cow. If he hadn't just spoken those words himself, Chen Nan wouldn't have believed he could ever become so skilled at comforting a woman. Back in the day, it was always the women who played games with him. Including, but not limited to, facial cleansers and such. But that stuff was just for the momentary thrill, purely physical, no emotional investment. As Chen Nan put it, it's just a fling, as long as it's clean, it doesn't mean much. Now, after meeting Annie, he felt an extraordinary surge of vitality and motivation coursing through him. It felt like having Annie by his side gave him an inner strength to tackle anything. He's no longer fighting alone. Instead, he's striving for a world built for two. Even things he used to find pointless, like grabbing stuffed animals, now feel incredibly meaningful. After that, Chen Nan stayed put and never left. After all, he just graduated from high school and was on summer break with nothing else to do. He had plenty of time to spare. Besides, staying here was mainly so he could discuss the contract manufacturing factory with Zhang Yuyu. While the production itself wasn't difficult, requiring only a few pieces of fabric, many design details needed to be clarified one by one. Crucially, once the designs were finalized, they'd need to bring in models for fittings and take photos to upload. In his previous life, Chen Nan had handled every aspect of this process himself. But now that he had Annie, he had no interest whatsoever in other women. Thus, this honorable yet arduous task fell to Chen Zhu and the others to handle. As Chen Nan put it, he'd seen enough. This line of work still belongs to Brother Chen. The younger brothers all looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Though they'd been here quite a while, none of them felt bored. In fact, they wanted to stay a few more days. The main reason was that among the models, besides local ones, there were also those from Japan, France, and the United States. Each one fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful, and long-legged. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Foreigners are nothing special. They look all flashy, but they're not even as good as our local girls, Chen Nan remarked with an air of world weariness while playing with his Zippo lighter. He was clearly trying to show off his worldly knowledge, implying he wasn't impressed. Chen Zhu and the others couldn't tell if Chen Nan was telling the truth or not, since they hadn't experienced it themselves. But judging from what they'd seen in foreign films, Chen Nan might have a point. After all, visually speaking, they really weren't as nice as the local ones. Brother Chen, you're so knowledgeable. Time flew by. Half a month had passed since arriving here. Zhang Yuyu's side had finally produced the first batch of what Chen Nan needed. They bore the brand name Wood South Rabbit. Each design far surpassed the aesthetics of this era. Just looking at them made Zhang Wenjun, that old lecher, unable to put them down. Coincidentally, this day also marked the release of the college entrance exam results. On the way home, Chen Zhu and the others had already checked their scores. As expected, they barely scraped into junior college. And they'd have to attend private colleges charging tens of thousands in annual tuition. But this was within their expectations. Since they could already earn money now, they didn't care. Brother Chen, did you and Annie check your scores? Hearing this, Chen Nan paused slightly before nervously dialing old Zhou's number to ask him directly. And he also looked over nervously at that moment. Chapter 61, Coercing Annie to Play a Hand. Because internet access was unreliable in those days, checking scores on a mobile website was a hassle. So, those without computers or internet at home usually called their homeroom teacher to check on their behalf. Of course, if Chen Nan had a computer nearby now, it wouldn't be such a hassle. But he didn't. Plus, he genuinely wanted to know his own score right now and Annie's score too. Calling the homeroom teacher to check the scores was the safest bet. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers bloom. After a melodious ringtone, the call first went to the number you have dialed is busy, before finally connecting to old Zhou's phone. May I ask which student's parent you are? Old Zhou here. Before he could finish, a familiar teasing voice chimed in. It's Chen Nan, still so disrespectful. Why didn't you go to the internet cafe to check your scores? In old Zhou's view, Chen Nan was different from those students from average families who didn't frequent internet cafes. Chen Nan was always hanging out at the internet cafe, so checking his scores himself shouldn't be a problem. That's why he teased him just now. Just from old Zhou's tone, Chen Nan knew his grades couldn't be too bad in his eyes. After all, given all the mischief he'd gotten into before, if his grades hadn't been solid, old Zhou would have given him a hard time. Checking scores, huh? Hold on, I'll look them up for you with your ID and exam registration number. Just so we're clear, if you call me, it means you're giving me permission to use your info to check your scores. It's not my personal choice, and I'm not responsible for it. Old Joe had repeated this disclaimer to students countless times. But beneath every absurd rule lay some equally absurd reality. For instance, some parents would call the homeroom teacher asking for help checking their child's college entrance exam results. Then, because their scores were so poor, they falsely accused the homeroom teacher of targeting their child and tampering with the results. That's just plain sick. Moreover, if a homeroom teacher looks up scores using a student's exam ID and ID number without permission, this is a highly risky move that could easily backfire. Without double-checking and recording the call, it could lead to major problems down the line. Chen Nan. Oh my, Chen Nan's college entrance exam results. Let me take a look. As old Joe muttered to himself and the keyboard clattered away, Chen Nan actually felt a bit nervous. After all, his score would directly determine which university he could attend. Whether he could fulfill his lifelong dream of seeing the capital city. Most importantly, he wanted to attend the same university as an E. If that wasn't possible, at least attending university in the same city would be a decent consolation. The internet's a bit slow. Hold on a sec. When old Joe spoke up, Chen Nan instinctively thought the scores had come in, but they hadn't. Instead, it startled him. Chen Nan, I'm a little scared. Annie sat beside Chen Nan, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. She too was trembling with anxiety over Chen Nan's results. Oh, finally. This crappy internet's not lagging anymore. Wow, Chen Nan, you did really well on the exam. You're definitely a student I taught. Old Joe checked the results and started to toot his own horn. The scores on the computer were so astonishing that old Joe couldn't believe them at first. Only after putting on his reading glasses and checking again did he dare believe it. Chen Nan had truly given him a huge surprise. Old Joe, what did I score? Chen Nan's Adam's apple bobbed before he asked in a low voice. 685 points. Not bad. Chen Nan exhaled softly upon hearing the score. It was close to what he'd expected. Even though he'd pushed himself hard in the end, he hadn't managed to break through his final bottleneck, getting stuck around the 680-point mark. What's wrong? You don't sound too happy about it? Old Joe was in a rare good mood and wanted to chat with Chen Nan a bit longer. This student truly had a touch of legend about him. He'd been top of the school in his freshman year, then slumped for an entire sophomore year before finally picking up the pace in his senior year. In just 3 months, he'd elevated his scores to this level. It was almost like he was a genius. The most crucial point was that Chen Nan had spent his entire sophomore year not studying. Had he maintained top honors from freshman to senior year, admission to Peking or Tsinghua would have been guaranteed. Thinking about it that way, it really is a bit of a shame. Still, it was better than Zhang Lin's performance. That kid had decent grades at first, but then he stopped studying for the last 2 months of senior year. His ranking plummeted from the top dozen in the school to over 100. His college entrance exam results were poor too, a complete reversal of Chen Nan's situation. Old Joe now despises him intensely, fuming whenever his name comes up. Old Joe, could you check Yi's scores for me again? She's right here beside me. Chen Nan sighed softly to himself, knowing what had to come would come, then handed his phone to Yi. Hello, Teacher Joe. Unlike Chen Nan, Yi always remained respectful toward old Joe, maintaining her usual well-behaved student demeanor. Ah, it's Yi. Old Joe spoke to Chen Nan with one tone, but when talking to Yi, it was entirely different. After all, Yi's grades were truly worthy of Tsinghua or Peking University. Yi, let me look into it for you. Strangely enough, when searching for Chen Nan, the internet was lagging. But when searching for Yi, the network suddenly sped up. 703 points. That's a solid performance. Yi, let me tell you, with this score, based on past years, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University should be no problem. It's basically a choice between the two. Whichever one you want, you can go to. Old Joe began analyzing the situation seriously for Yi. But Yi wasn't listening. Instead, he gave Chen Nan a somewhat meaningful look. Got it. Teacher Joe, the signal's bad in the car. I'll hang up now. With that, he hung up and handed the phone back to Chen Nan. What did old Joe just tell you? Chen Nan took the phone and asked curiously. Since they were on the bus, Chen Nan hadn't enabled speakerphone. He hadn't caught the conversation between old Joe and Yi earlier. My scores, they're okay, but not as good as I'd hoped. Around 680 points, about the same as yours. We might end up at the same university. The questions were pretty tough this year. Yi said with a laugh. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. Chen Nan nodded, his expression souring. The car bumped along, and neither of them spoke again. But Chinju, that kid, sat in the back seat, chattering away in Chen Nan's ear the whole time. He kept saying how they were both top students, university prospects, and how they'd be attending the same university, showing off their affection, making everyone jealous to death. He even insisted Chen Nan had made the right choice letting Nan Yen go. After all, she was such a poor student with a terrible temper, completely unworthy of him. He kept chattering on and on the whole way. But when Chen Nan finally arrived home, The very first thing he did was shove an E away and pin her against the wall. Chen Nan, what are you doing? She turned her head away, afraid to meet his gaze. But Chen Nan noticed this girl was different from before. She had learned to lie. And she'd even learned to disguise her lies. And E, tell me now, what score did you actually get? Chen Nan's tone turned icy and threatening. Or I'll challenge you to a game right now. Chapter 62, 100 million or Tsinghua, which would you choose? Chen Nan had a pretty good idea about Yi's scores. There was no way she could have scored close to his. His score was definitely over 700. This was his prediction based on Yi's consistent performance. A consistently high-performing student like her was unlikely to make any mistakes. Now, pressed against the wall by him, strangely enough, she offered no resistance. It was as if whatever Chen Nan intended to do to her, she would simply let him. Even the threats that had once been so effective against her seemed to lose their power now. Crucially, he couldn't shake the feeling that E wasn't just unafraid, she seemed to be enjoying this situation. What was going on? Chen Nan, I know you're just trying to scare me. You wouldn't really do this. Bull. I've been craving your body for ages. How can you be so sure I won't lay a finger on you? Chen Nan, provoked by E, felt an urge to subdue her. After all, this desire had been brewing inside him for quite some time. As for that line about craving your body, he was telling the truth. E often tempted him into wanting to play a game wearing provocative clothes, letting him touch her feet, and lately, they'd even been sleeping in the same bed. As Chen Nan put it, they'd seen everything there was to see except for the final step. Especially in that double bed they'd shared before. The bathroom had that kind of glass where you could see everything inside from the outside, but nothing from the inside out. Whenever someone showered inside, the splashing water droplets on the glass allowed Chen Nan to clearly see every movement E made. More thrilling than watching a movie. Even under such circumstances, he didn't lose his composure, which showed just how strong his will was. After all, the first step for a man to succeed is learning to control his own body. Don't get worked up over nothing every single day. Otherwise, if you get played by those women out there, you're in for trouble. But having strong self-control doesn't mean he wouldn't be tempted by comfort. In fact, this kind of docile girl made Chen Nan feel a strong attraction and heart flutter. So he deliberately leaned his face close to Yi's. They were separated by just a finger's width, close enough to hear each other's breath. Yi's long eyebrows were almost brushing against Chen Nan's face. If you've got the guts, just go ahead and kiss me. Anyway, I know you don't like me. You wouldn't even kiss me. Yi murmured softly, her eyes wide open. A faint fragrance wafted toward Chen Nan's nose. Truthfully, she had tested Chen Nan before, trying to see if he harbored any ill intentions toward her. Like one night, when she suddenly pretended to fall asleep and burrowed into Chen Nan's embrace. To see how he would react. Or, after showering, deliberately wrapping only a towel around herself and combing her hair in front of Chen Nan. Testing whether he would be moved by her. At first, Yi was utterly confident in her charm. After all, with her looks and figure, she was undoubtedly top tier among women. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been crowned the campus beauty queen. But to her disappointment, every time Chen Nan would scrutinize her with his eyes, that was all it amounted to. At most, he'd offer a few compliments about her looks, and then the conversation would fizzle out. In fact, to Yi, it seemed Chen Nan valued her less than his brothers like Chen Zhu. Not even as important as Zhang Yuyu, the businesswoman he consulted with on deals. After all, Zhang Yuyu was a business owner, and she spoke with authority. She was also Chen Nan's business partner. No matter how you looked at it, she was far more important than Chen Nan, right? And then there was Nan Yan from before. Yi sometimes found herself thinking about how wonderfully Chen Nan treated Nan Yan back then. He'd bring her water when she was thirsty, massage her shoulders when she was tired, buy her meals, and even give her birthday gifts. And what about her? She felt Chen Nan treated her like nothing more than a secretary, with no emotional connection whatsoever. She felt a tiny pang of jealousy. Now, pinned down by Chen Nan and unable to move, she felt utterly dejected. He must not love her, right? That's why he's being so rough with her. But Yi had once read an article that explained women's hidden desires in plain language. It said that no matter how strong a woman might be, deep down she yearned for a man stronger than herself to dominate her. This subconscious desire was deeply buried in every woman's mind. That's why, back in school, even the top-performing girls would hang out with troublemakers. She hadn't believed it before, but now, being pinned down like this by Chen Nan, Yi felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yi sensed a hint of masochistic tendencies within herself. But the key was that the one holding her down was Chen Nan. Because it was him, she felt safe. With anyone else, it wouldn't work. Asking me my score won't help, I won't tell you. We're definitely going to the same university anyway. Though Yi appeared gentle, she was actually incredibly stubborn. Still, after hearing those words, Chen Nan had a pretty good idea of what was going on in Yi's mind. This girl was so naive. In other words, from the moment she heard her own scores or even before that. Yi had already decided she would attend the same university as him. Could such a girl really exist in this world? After all, we're talking about Tsinghua and Peking University, places where countless people scramble to get in every year. And this girl just says she won't go and doesn't go? It almost made Chen Nan believe in love. And it was only because Chen Nan's college entrance exam scores were decent this time that applying to a 985 university in the capital wasn't a problem. What if he'd only gotten into a 211 or ordinary first-tier university? Given An Yi's laid-back personality, would she have followed suit? Knowing her as he did, the answer was almost certainly yes. There was no helping it, men with such charisma were just like that. And Chen Nan was precisely that kind of man. Look at all the great men throughout history, both past and present. Every successful man, even in his darkest hours before making it big, will have many beautiful women drawn to them, willing to stay by their side. But Chen Nan wasn't the type to waste others' time. Especially not when it came to An Yi, whom he cherished deeply. If she were to give up the chance to attend Tsinghua or Peking University just to go to the same university as him, looking back in the future, even without considering An Yi, Chen Nan alone would find it a pity. So he devised his own approach. A way that wouldn't let An Yi down, wouldn't let himself down, and wouldn't give others any grounds for criticism. An Yi, remember this, I don't need your pity. And I don't need you to follow me to the same university for my sake. Chen Nan took a deep breath before saying, I'll give you a choice. Would you rather attend Tsinghua or receive 100 million yuan in tuition support from me? Now, choose one. Hearing this, An Yi froze for a moment. If this were the past before she'd graduated high school, before she'd met Chen Nan, she would have undoubtedly chosen Tsinghua over the 100 million yuan. But now, An Yi seemed to have no choice. Boss, I choose the 100 million. Please hurry up and throw the money in my face. Thanks. An Yi stretched out her small hand, eager to receive it. Chapter 63, A Wonderful College Life Beckons. An Yi's arms were slender and long. She smiled as she held out her small hand to Chen Nan, like a well-behaved cat begging for food. Her fingernails were painted, though not the same red as her toenails. Instead, they were a purple shade dotted with gold stars. Beyond just her nails, Chen Nan had recently noticed An Yi's newfound love for dressing up, often admiring her own beauty in the mirror. The thing was, with her ethereal beauty, why did she keep complaining to Chen Nan about not being pretty enough? That's why, while shopping at the mall earlier, An Yi had specifically spent money on some cosmetics and sunscreen products. All sorts of things, adding up to several thousand yuan. The most expensive item was that bottle of light luxury perfume. Just 10 milliliters, and it cost over $1,000. Chen Nan did the math. This stuff made more profit than selling all his trendy clothes. It was pure profiteering. Maybe he should just start selling perfume himself. But even though that bottle of perfume was painfully expensive, the scent was truly exquisite. Just as he pinned An Yi against the wall, that subtle fragrance wafted toward him. Unlike those cheap perfumes that made you want to gag, this scent left Chen Nan feeling refreshed and invigorated. He almost wanted to grab An Yi and squeeze her until she was bruised. In a word, it was worth every penny. It truly proved that quality comes at a price. The clothes An Yi wore were also vastly different from before. Both beautiful and fashionable, her aesthetic sense was practically ahead of its time. A fresh denim jacket over a tank top perfectly outlined her figure. Her figure was curvaceous yet slender and straight. Gorgeous, gorgeous, damn gorgeous. A girl this adorable and beautiful was a rare sight, even in Chen Nan's previous life. Chen Nan murmured to himself, sensing that An Yi had changed a lot, yet the one thing that remained unchanged was her attitude toward him. Or rather, it had changed. She had become even more dependent on him. An Yi dependent on Chen Nan? No one would have believed such a thing before. After all, their relationship had been worlds apart. But since his rebirth, things had changed. 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. An Yi danced around the room in sheer delight, all traces of her earlier sadness vanished. Truthfully, many girls are naturally lively and cheerful, but they simply choose not to show it in front of others. Or perhaps, there was simply no one she trusted enough to give her the chance to be that way. The old An Yi lived in the shadows, which is why she always appeared aloof to others. But ever since meeting Chen Nan, things had changed. So, An Yi, call me daddy. Chen Nan grabbed her wrist and pulled her close, holding her tight so she couldn't escape. Ugh, what is this? I won't call you that. Are you going to call me daddy or not? Why? I won't call you that. The two wrestled around in the living room several times before ending up on Chen Nan's bed without realizing it. All previous tension vanished. Chen Nan felt he'd offered too much. He should have started by saying 50 million, but in the heat of the moment, he'd blurted out 100 million. It would take him at least 2 or 3 years to actually afford that kind of money. An Yi lay on the bed, breathing heavily, her body rising and falling with each breath, eyes half open. She didn't seem to care much about when exactly Chen Nan would be able to pay her back the 100 million. Chen Nan, do you think college life will be fun? She asked, her focus shifting to that question. Chen Nan scratched his head awkwardly, thinking for a moment. Truthfully, he didn't know either. After all, in his previous life, his grades were so poor he couldn't even get into a third-tier private university after graduation. Later, through sheer determination and hard work, he'd carved his own path to become the boss he was today. It should be pretty fun. Not attending university was truly a great regret for Chen Nan. Often, it's not the things we never had that leave us feeling regretful. True regret is thinking, I could have done it, but I didn't. After achieving success and fame, Chen Nan occasionally wondered if he had maintained his freshman year grades, what university could he have gotten into? Could he have lived an entirely different, perfect life? Could he have become the model child everyone envies? But fate is an unpredictable force, and he ended up walking a different path in life. I bet it would have been pretty interesting, and he affirmed. Why? Chen Nan asked. Because you're in it, of course. What else could it be? And he replied with a light-hearted tone. Her tone was dead serious. Chen Nan thought to himself, I'm actually kinda touched. After all, how many high school couples break up the moment they enter college? At the start, both promise they'll never change their feelings. Then they meet a stunningly beautiful senior or a handsome, wealthy upperclassman, and they immediately block and delete each other. When asked why, they'd simply say they'd lost interest. Chen Nan had never misjudged anyone. And he was the kind of girl who stuck with one person forever. Once she set her heart on someone, she'd never let go, just like when she ate. Once she set her sights on that chicken drumstick on her plate, no one could take it away. Whether other couples faced such heartbreak or not, Chen Nan was certain she'd never experience it in her lifetime. Then there's the small percentage of couples who stay together from high school through college. Girls who are genuinely beautiful come with built-in partners. Outsiders basically have no chance. Ironically, it's the girls who fall somewhere between attractive and ordinary yet love wearing makeup who are most vulnerable to being won over. Chen Nan, finally, could experience the joys of college life and having a partner of his own. Wouldn't that make a bunch of single folks green with envy? Click. As the two lay in bed fantasizing about their wonderful college life ahead, the door suddenly swung open. Wang Yanan walked in carrying a large bag of groceries. The garment factory where she'd worked for years had gone out of business due to poor sales. Now she had no choice but to quit. She was feeling down at home when Chen Nan called, saying she could take a factory manager position out of town soon. Of course, becoming a factory manager was still premature. It was just Chen Nan's way of reassuring Wang Yanan. His main goal was to get her to come over and learn from Chun Zhu's mother how to oversee quality control at the contract manufacturing plant. This way, she could find her an easy job to gain experience. And also position Wang Yanan to become the factory manager once they had their own facility. Son, have the results come out yet? How many points did you score? The moment Wang Yanan heard the college entrance exam results were out early that morning, she headed out to the mall. She bought spare ribs, fresh chicken, and steak. Though the items didn't seem like much, they still cost her nearly 300 yuan. In the past, she would have been heartbroken by the expense. But now, on one hand, it was a major event like the college entrance exam results. It was okay to splurge occasionally. On the other hand, Chen Nan had found a job that paid well and wasn't too demanding. Mom, I didn't do well on this exam, Chen Nan announced as he stepped out of his room. Behind him, an ES face twisted into a huge question mark. Hearing this, Wang Yanan's heart skipped a beat. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, given Chen Nan's previous troublemaking ways, how much worse could his college entrance exam results possibly be compared to his past performance? Son, if you did poorly, what score did you get? Wang Yanan asked softly, her voice tinged with concern. How did he do compared to old Li's kid? Did he even break 350 points? Hearing this, Chen Nan remained deliberately silent. Then, he shook his head sadly. Chapter 64, Showing Off in the QQ Group. Could it be, he scored lower than old Li's kid? Hearing Chen Nan's words, Wang Yanan sank into a chair, her mind going blank. Old Li was her former co-worker at the factory, a short, dark-skinned woman. The two often joked around together, and Wang Yanan usually called her Old Li. As for Old Li's son, Chen Nan had seen him a few times at school. Out of respect for his mother, he'd even helped smooth things over for him once. The kid was just average at studies. He'd probably only score around 350 on the college entrance exam. That was already the absolute best he could hope for. But Wang Yanan never imagined Chen Nan's score would be even lower than that. Come on, tell me your score. Mom won't get mad, just say it, Wang Yanan said, taking a deep breath. Honestly, given Chen Nan's previous attitude, even if he managed 350 points now, she'd consider it a huge win. She didn't want to think about anything else as long as he could get into a junior college, that would be fine. Mom, I didn't get 350 points. I got 685. Pretty average, really. I'm embarrassed for you, Chen Nan said nonchalantly. It's fine. 685 is good enough. Huh? Wait, you said, how many points did you get just now? Wang Yanan had already prepared words to comfort Chen Nan. But now, it seemed like some kind of accident had happened. And he shot Chen Nan a disapproving look, thinking he was being downright cruel. He knew Aunt Wang had a weak heart, yet he still scared her like that? This kid was just too filial. But she couldn't let it go. Instead, she gently took hold of Wang Yanan's arm, hesitating to speak. Then she shot Chen Nan a fierce glare. You're an honest kid. Tell auntie, how many points do you get on the college entrance exam? Wang Yanan wasn't highly educated and wasn't even sure how many points the college entrance exam was worth. In fact, many parents were unaware of this, and Wang Yanan was one of them. 750 points. Chen Nan was just joking with you. He actually scored 685 points. That's already an exceptionally high score. Not only does it surpass that kid from the Li family, but few students at Jilian No. 1 high school scored higher than him. Hearing this, Wang Yanan's eyes went blank for a moment before widening in shock. She glanced at Chen Nan, then at Ani. Then, her voice trembling, she asked again. Chen Nan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? 685 points? Is this really a score Chen Nan could achieve? Wang Yanan now found it hard to believe Chen Nan and turned to look at Ani instead. Mom, I'm pretty awesome, okay? Now, you should go help me and Ani prepare the bedding and daily necessities we'll need for college. Chen Nan's lips curled into a wide grin. With that, he shoved a wad of cash into his mom's hand. When it came to bragging, even among his old friends, Chen Nan was second to none. While everyone could bluff to some extent, Chen Nan possessed an almost supernatural talent for it. Back when he was broke and his grades sucked, he couldn't show off. But now things were different. Given the chance, he'd flaunt it. Ironically, this very trait made him seem unusually carefree. Besides, why be polite with his own mother? Getting good grades and not showing them off, what's the point? Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. What? You and Ani got similar scores? If Chen Nan's high score had already been enough to excite Wang Yanan, then this news felt like she just swallowed a quick-acting heart pill. Ani blinked and said, "Yep, I got the same score as Chen Nan. We can apply to the same universities." Chen Nan and she exchanged a glance, silently agreeing not to speak. After all, he'd gone all out to give Ani 100 million yuan to buy the chance for them to attend the same university. Psychologically, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Society was changing too fast. Maybe in this day and age, plenty of people still think those who get into Tsinghua or Peking University are super impressive. 100 million? That's nothing. With that elite education, she'd surely earn it back in the future. But in the era Chen Nan lived through, forget 100 million, even 50 million would have been worth trading for. Do the math, if you graduate from Tsinghua or Peking with a $2 million annual salary, and that's already a huge overestimate. Earning 2 million a year would still take 50 years to reach 100 million. What does 50 years even mean? Even if you graduated at 22, you'd be 72 by then, past your prime. Would you rather enjoy the prestige of a top degree or the immediate gratification of cash? Comfortably, I'd choose the latter without hesitation. This is an absolutely correct choice. Upon hearing both pieces of news, Wang Yanan was so overwhelmed she didn't know what to do with herself. After a long while, she finally carried the groceries she'd bought into the kitchen, determined to whip up 2 delicious dishes to treat these 2 kids. Meanwhile, the QQ group erupted once more. What scores did everyone get? Let's see if we can go to the same university. Dude, I got lucky this year, felt like a chicken among cranes. Scored higher than Zhang Lin. You're kidding me, right? Don't believe me? I'll show you the screenshot. Image. Holy, 620 points. Is that for real? Holy, it's real. What's so great about getting a high score? Feng Xiaoyu, you're such a show-off. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? Must have stepped in dog and hit the jackpot, huh? Exactly, it's disgusting. In the QQ group, Feng Xiaoyu was bragging about his scores. Normally, his grades hovered around the middle to upper range in class. But this time, he'd outperformed everyone, even Zhang Lin. That's why he called himself a chicken among cranes. Now he was bragging to everyone in the group. Chen Nan recalled that this guy had done the same thing ages ago back in his previous life. Unbelievably, this lifetime was following the same script. The only difference was that this time, Zhang Lin hadn't done well on the exam. His scores had dropped excessively, barely scraping over 600 points. In just a short while, Feng Xiaoyu had already dragged him down over a dozen times. It was as if his rebirth had sucked all the luck right out of him. If that were truly the case, then all he could say was what a great drain. Chen Nan wished he could drain even more. Back then, if it weren't for this guy sabotaging him behind his back, Chen Nan wouldn't have ended up in that mess. In short, this guy deserved every bit of his current fate. At Chen Nan, what score did you get? Feng Xiaoyu practically tagged every guy in the class, comparing scores one by one. She was truly the class's ultimate show-off. At Chen Nan, at Chen Nan, at Chen Nan. What's up with your dad? Chen Nan didn't give him any face, shouting directly in the QQ group. He didn't feel the least bit pressured, his score was way higher than hers. Feng Xiaoyu probably thought she'd performed exceptionally well, so she felt entitled to lord it over everyone else. Little did he know, the real king of trash talking always lurks in the shadows. Oh my, Chen, what score did you get? Feng Xiaoyu sounded a bit shady, wanting to show off but not quite daring to. He D-crossed Chen Nan before and feared getting beaten up. But since they'd graduated high school, he figured he could flex a little and try to put Chen Nan in his place. How could Chen Nan give him that chance? Ha. You little piece of trash, get down on your knees. Chen Nan finished his act first. Then, he typed his college entrance exam scores directly into the chat box. His finger paused briefly before hitting send. The instant everyone in the class group saw Chen Nan's score, they all froze. Chapter 65, The One in Debt Holds the Power. Many had a rough idea of Chen Nan's Gaokao score. Based on his final ranking in school, he should have scored reasonably well. But what no one expected was that he'd actually score 685 points. No way to diss this, he's seriously awesome. 666. 666. Bro Chen doesn't mess around. After only a year and a half in high school, he still pulled off this score. Makes me feel like a total loser. Some people think Chen Nan's success is all about talent and luck. But only Chen Nan himself knows the immense sacrifices he made. Beyond eating, sleeping, and managing his business, he poured every ounce of energy into studying. It's like a special forces soldier who's been retired for 10 years suddenly returning to his old base and being forced to run 10 kilometers again. At first, it was so grueling it felt like dying. Studying, it turns out, is no simple task. Fortunately, Chen Nan was no ordinary man. With his exceptional endurance, he persevered through that grueling period. After that, life became a smooth and exciting journey. Honestly, that sense of accomplishment felt pretty damn satisfying. But right now, Feng Xiaoyu was suffering. Her earlier bravado had completely deflated after meeting Chen Nan. What the hell is this 685 score? Wait, did Chen Nan really surge that hard? Gotta log off. After sending the message, Feng Xiaoyu went completely silent in the group chat. Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, in the QQ group, besides classmates discussing their college entrance exam scores, others were chatting about the class reunion that night. This had been planned long ago. On the day the results came out, there would be a class reunion that night. As for the organizer? Naturally, it was the ever-show-offy Zhang Lin. Tonight at 7 p.m., top floor of the Run Tower Hotel. Class reunion. Your presence is sincerely requested. Of course, Zhang Lin only handled picking the venue, everyone else would chip in for the bill. That came out to 280 yuan per person. That alone made him seem pretty shady. You pick the place, you show off, choosing a fancy tower for dinner. Then make everyone split the bill? It feels like you're using everyone's money to show off your own wealth. What kind of crappy place did you pick? It's so expensive. I sold all my high school textbooks and still couldn't scrape together 280 bucks. Well, it's Zhang Xiaoyi's loaded. This is called taste, you know? Suggestion, if you can't afford it, don't even bother coming. The wealthy are never short of sycophants, even though Zhang Lin's previous behavior was disgusting. Still, some were willing to throw themselves at him. What can you do? Bees find bees, flowers find flowers, and flies just head for the toilet. Exactly, what's so expensive about it? If you can't even afford this much, how are you going to get a girlfriend when you go to college? If you want a girlfriend, step 1 is spending money on her. Got it, single dogs? After saying all this, Zhang Lin sent 2 more pictures to the group chat. One showed a heavily made-up girl standing beside him, frowning as she planted a kiss on his cheek. The other showed Zhang Lin kissing the girl. Chen Nan felt like he'd just swallowed a mouthful of dust. And honestly, the girl in the picture wasn't exactly stunning. Who knew where Zhang Lin had dug up this girl? See? This is my new girlfriend. 666. 666. After glancing through the QQ group chat logs for a while longer, Chen Nan found it utterly boring. Boring. The conversations were either about grades or girls, completely at odds with his mindset. Even though Chen Nan had been reborn, his mindset remained that of a successful person. He simply couldn't see eye to eye with this group of immature youngsters. Mainly, he now had the grades he wanted, girls by his side, and making money was already on his agenda. He saw no need to say much to others, he only needed to talk to an E. Secretary an E, dress up nicely tonight. I won't tolerate you embarrassing me. Yes, boss, an E replied with a cheerful smile. What could she do? Chen Nan still owed her 100 million yuan. What if upsetting Chen Nan meant he wouldn't repay her? After all, in this society, it's not the lender who's the boss, it's the borrower. Chen Nan was her big shot now, and she had to serve him well. Boss, who are you talking to on the phone? The driving school. Earlier, Chen Nan had spotted a red banner at the community entrance. It read, "Warmly welcome college entrance exam graduates to practice driving at our school." Of course, that wasn't the main point, since all driving schools recruit heavily during summer break. The key point was that it stated, students scoring 650 points or above could receive an 80% tuition discount. Students scoring 700 points or above could train for free. This is youth driving school. May I assist you with enrollment inquiries? No. Then what can I help you with? I'm here to enroll. Staff. To Chen Nan, signing up and inquiring about enrollment details were 2 entirely different things. But to the person handling this, they were one and the same. Just as the staff member rolled her eyes, about to give Chen Nan a piece of her mind, a shocking announcement suddenly interrupted the moment. I scored 685 on the college entrance exam. There's someone else here with over 700 points. Can we both get in for free? Chen Nan tapped his fingers on the wooden table. Without hesitation, the other person said no. Sorry, students scoring over 700 get free tuition, but 685 only qualifies for an 80% discount. Well, that's too bad. We'll just have to sign up at another driving school. After saying this, Chen Nan didn't hang up. He kept tapping the table with his hand, lost in his own thoughts. True negotiation isn't about verbal sparring, you need to play your own strengths. Then, you just wait quietly for things to unfold. Boss, is it okay to say that? And Yi leaned close to Chen Nan's ear and whispered doubtfully. After all, she was still inexperienced and knew nothing about the art of navigating conflicts in this world. Chen Nan wasn't short on money, but on one hand, every penny saved counted. On the other hand, he wanted to teach Yi how to negotiate business deals in the future. First and foremost, she needed to understand that so-called company regulations were rarely set in stone. As long as you offer sufficient benefits, the other party will turn a blind eye. If they refuse, it's not because the rules are unbreakable, but simply because the benefits you offer aren't substantial enough. And right now, Yi was someone who could bring benefits to the driving school. How many people in the entire city of Jiliang have scored over 700 points? Getting such a student enrolled in the driving school is like getting free advertising. How much is a student's tuition fee? At most, it's a mere 3,000 yuan. Does the driving school really need that money? Obviously not. What they crave is the chance to hang a banner, posting a sign at the entrance, "Welcome student X, who scored over 700 points, to our driving school." It instantly grabs people's attention. It draws more people to sign up. Sure enough, just as Yi was feeling uneasy, thinking they might refuse, a middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Probably some junior manager at the driving school. "No problem, come on over. Student, just leave your name and phone number first. I'll handle your registration. When you have time, bring your ID and a screenshot of your test results to come in for verification." Communicating with smart people is just so easy. From the very beginning, Chen Nan never doubted he would succeed. Though he didn't understand human nature, he understood business. Business is about maximizing gains with minimal investment. And he had undoubtedly created a win-win situation for both parties. "It's done." Chen Nan hung up the phone and gently pinched Yi's incredulous cheek. "That's it?" And Yi felt like a whole new world had opened up before her. Chapter 66, The Stylish Chen Nan. What else could it be? Chen Nan shrugged. Back in school, teachers always taught students never to break any rules. This ingrained in students the belief that any rule they encountered was inviolable. In reality, once you step into society, you realize some rules exist solely to restrict the honest. And often, there's that small handful of people who can ignore the shackles of rules. They're the exception. But the prerequisite is knowing how to circumvent the rules. "Boss, you're awesome." And he gave Chen Nan 2 thumbs up, then quickly headed to the kitchen to help Wang Yin cook and serve bowls. The aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Chen Nan stretched lazily, taking a rare moment to relax. He sprawled on the sofa watching TV. Back in the day, there was a period when he had money but still felt life lacked much meaning. He felt content with daily sustenance, free from desires or aspirations. When he wanted a woman, he'd hit up a bar or get a foot massage. If he wanted a car he could afford, he'd buy one. For those luxury cars he couldn't afford, he'd rent one for a few days and drive around cruising. Life was carefree and unburdened. By all accounts, living like this should be considered a success. But Chen Nan felt the opposite. He wasn't as happy back then as he was now. Mom bustles about in the kitchen, cooking her signature dishes. The girl he liked, who also liked him, was helping out in the kitchen. Soon, they would all go off to college together. Though he didn't have much money yet, his sense of happiness felt far stronger than before. "Son, be careful tonight. Don't take any unlicensed taxis." "Got it, Mom." "Alright, keep an eye on Chen Nan and make sure he doesn't drink too much." "Got it, Auntie." "Oh, Mom, you're so naggy," Chen Nan said, leading the freshly made up Yi straight out the door and onto the street outside their residential complex. They were heading to a class reunion. After this reunion, many of them probably wouldn't cross paths again for years, maybe even never again. So there was absolutely no need to hold back. Like Yi, Chen Nan had also changed into new clothes. He'd even bought himself a watch. The brand was Chopard, a name that carried some prestige in the world of mechanical watches. It wasn't expensive, costing just over 50,000 yuan. His choice of brand wasn't about having refined taste. Mainly, he had once seen an online meme, "I'm crying so sadly, playing Chopin in the rain." He found the phrase amusing. So he bought a Chopard watch. Little did he know these two things were completely unrelated. But since he'd already bought it, he couldn't be bothered to return it, so he just wore it. After reincarnating into this life, he still chose a watch from this brand. Whoa, kid, that watch on your wrist must be pretty pricey, huh? The taxi driver instantly recognized that Chen Nan's watch was no ordinary piece. Not bad, bought it at a street stall. Chen Nan replied casually. The kind I wear is from a street vendor. Yours definitely isn't. The driver was quite amusing. While waiting at a red light, he turned his head to show them the watch on his wrist. At first glance, they did share the same design aesthetic. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this counterfeit piece fell short in every way, from its overall appearance to its design and craftsmanship compared to the one on Chen Nan's wrist. Still, Chen Nan didn't argue. Instead, he gave the driver a compliment. You know what? I think both of these watches are genuine. This made the driver chuckle a few times. Truth be told, the driver knew nothing about watches. But judging by Chen Nan's clean, well-tailored clothes, the beautiful girl beside her, and the overall aura radiating from both of them. So young and wealthy, their parents must be prominent figures in Jiliang City, right? This watch is most likely genuine. Evening, just past 6:30. Chen Nan and an arrived at the base of Run Tower. The parking lot was filled exclusively with luxury cars. Those dining here were mostly business people. The economy was booming, and it felt like business owners were everywhere. Whether they were actually making money or not was unclear, but these hotels and lodging establishments were certainly raking in the cash. Commercial complexes like this one could be found 7 in a row along a 3-kilometer stretch. But Chen Nan remembers clearly that just 10 years later, 5 of those 7 buildings went bankrupt. The remaining 2 barely survive. It's a simple truth: whoever keeps pace with the times will make big money. Those who fail to keep pace with the times are destined to be left behind. Chen Nan's arm was wrapped around an while the other was tucked into his pants pocket. His entire outfit billowed in the wind. He looked incredibly handsome. When it came to showing off, Chen Nan never backed down from anyone. At that moment, many classmates not just from their own class began arriving one after another. Chen Nan lifted his head and looked into the distance. Only then did he notice 2 long red banners stretched across the building's entrance. Class reunion catering services, 10% off. Below the banners stood a familiar figure. Holy crap, isn't that Zhang Lin, the young master? Looking pretty stylish today. When did you find a girlfriend? As Zhang Lin stepped out of the car, some people eagerly approached him, trying to butter him up. He wore a suit and leather shoes, holding his girlfriend's hand. He looked every bit the successful man. But only those in the know, like the business owners who knew Zhang Lin's father, understood he was just putting on airs. His family's business had been struggling lately. A lot of goods were stuck in the warehouse, unable to be sold, and funds couldn't be recovered. The cash flow was about to dry up. They were on the verge of being left behind by the times. But none of that stopped Zhang Lin from putting on a show in front of his classmates. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Picking up girls, grabbing meals, those things were still manageable. Xia, my wrist feels a bit off. Could you take a look? Zhang Lin deliberately stood in plain view after getting out of the car, his legs nearly numb from the weight. Not a single person complimented the watch on his wrist. Oh my, isn't that a Longines? Must be expensive, the girl beside him exclaimed with feigned surprise. The watch wasn't Zhang Lin's, it belonged to his father. He'd heard it could fetch 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. For someone of Zhang Lin's status, or even for the average student in his class. The price of this watch was already enough to leave ordinary people in awe. He mainly wanted to show it off. But just then, Chen Nan walked over. Chen. Before he could finish his greeting, he suddenly noticed that Chen Nan was also wearing a watch. Moreover, Zhang Lin instantly recognized the brand and price range of the timepiece. In that moment, all the words he'd prepared were choked back. Then, he gently covered his own watch with his hand. Chapter 67, The Girl with the Beautiful Voice. Oh, Chen Nan's here. So he and an are a couple after all. Such a perfect match. I heard both of them ranked in the top 10 in the entire school on the college entrance exams. So enviable. As Chen Nan walked over, many couldn't help but glance his way. Mainly because he used to be quite famous at school. Though his fame stemmed from fighting, being famous was fame nonetheless. Chen Nan's fame at school even outshone the principal's. Now that he'd scored so high on the exam, Chen Nan hadn't said a word himself, but his homeroom teacher old Zhou was practically announcing it to the whole world. For a moment, many people looked at Chen Nan with newfound respect. But just as Chen Nan approached, the sycophants surrounding Zhang Lin proved unprofessional, bellowing. Young Master Zhang, where's your watch? Yeah, why not show it off? That watch must be pretty expensive, right? No need to ask, it's a Longines. I heard that watch costs 10 to 20,000. Hearing this, Zhang Lin didn't feel particularly impressed. Staring at his own chauffeured watch, he felt an awkwardness wash over him. He'd just been covering it with his hand, but now he took it off and tucked it inside his pants. No kidding. Chen Nan's watch was far more expensive than his own. Wearing it would only make him look like a fool. He felt like he was a step below Chen Nan. But in truth, Chen Nan hadn't even noticed. What business was it of his what kind of watch someone else wore? It was purely a case of his own inferiority complex. Besides, he didn't think much of Zhang Lin anyway. That watch is a Chopard, right? The girl beside him had also noticed the watch on Chen Nan's wrist. Though she didn't know much about watches, it certainly looked more high-end and sophisticated. Both in terms of its pristine condition and likely price tag, it seemed to outshine the one on Zhang Lin's wrist. However, when she tried to greet Chen Nan, he merely gave her a nod before politely ending the interaction. This left Zhang Lin standing awkwardly beside him. He'd brought along a girlfriend to save face, only for her attention to be focused entirely on another man. Why are there only 30-something people here? No idea. Maybe some haven't arrived yet. I was hoping to see someone again, but it's a shame. Who knows when we'll meet next? Just as Chen Nan had anticipated, many classmates didn't show up for the graduation reunion. Some complained the location was too far from home, others found the venue too expensive. Others simply had no interest in attending such gatherings. Many people, in this way, missed out on a lifetime. Chen Nan was different though he actually enjoyed the hustle and bustle. Life's more fun when it's lively and bustling. Brother Chen, wanna sing a song? This place offered both dining and karaoke these days. Restaurants were all about having such amenities. No thanks, my voice is not up to it. Chen Nan flatly refused, his eyes fixed entirely on the food spread before him. Singing? Nothing beats a good meal. All this nonsense. You get what you pay for, and the dishes here were indeed exquisitely prepared. Take the durian pizza he'd just eaten, for instance. Not only did it have a rich durian flavor, it didn't taste like the overripe durians you find on the street. This durian was fresh, carrying a subtle, delicate fragrance. They definitely didn't cut corners. The toppings were generous too, so satisfying to eat that crumbs were all over my mouth. Let me wipe your mouth. Chen Nan reached out and wiped An Yi's mouth with a wet wipe. An Yi turned her head, picked up a piece of garlic clam with glass noodles with her chopsticks, and handed it to Chen Nan. You eat. I heard this stuff is good for your health. Sure. Middle-aged men always need to nourish their bodies, a lesson Chen Nan had etched into his memory, one he wouldn't forget even after rebirth. Oysters were especially potent in that regard. After all, with An Yi being so well-behaved and beautiful, it would be easy for him to wear himself out in the future. Taking preventive measures now was simply foresight. Honestly, I can't take it anymore. Chen Nan flaunts his affection everywhere he goes. It's practically torture. Zhang Lin felt his food lose all flavor. The main issue was that the girlfriend beside him offered him zero emotional support. With her heavy makeup, she ate with extreme caution, using those ridiculous knives and forks to cut her steak, acting like some billionaire. In reality, she was just a girl Zhang Lin had hired from a nightclub for 1,000 yuan. Another quiet evening. Curled up alone in a rocking chair, catching the breeze. Someone showing off their beautiful singing voice, but honestly, it's nothing special. The pitch was practically flying off the charts. Change singers. Change singers. Stop singing. Have mercy on me. Others charge for singing, but you're singing for your life. After shooing away this clueless guy, someone else quickly took the stage to sing. But back in high school, especially in a third-tier city like theirs, few classmates possessed any real talent. Their singing was one off-key note after another. In first-tier cities, kids from wealthier families often enrolled in numerous extracurricular classes. Naturally, such places had more talented students. Just play the original version, Chen Nan muttered, his appetite waning as he listened to the group sing. Unfortunately, he couldn't sing either. Otherwise, he could have used this chance to showcase his heavenly voice. At least he wouldn't be so disgusted. But now it was Zhang Lin's turn to sing. He knew he wasn't up to it, but the person next to him was. Then I'll sing Moonlit Lotus Pond. The girl sang beautifully, hitting every note perfectly. Cut a segment of time, flowing gently by. Flowing into the moonlight, gently rippling. But as Chen Nan listened, why did it have such a nightclub vibe? He'd spent plenty of time in those places before, and he knew that girls who looked good often ended up throwing up. The ones who sang beautifully were the ones who threw up the most. Beautiful. After finishing the song, she earned plenty of praise from the crowd. One more song. One more song. Zhang Xiao is so lucky to have a girlfriend like this. He really hit the jackpot. Zhang Lin grinned smugly, draping his arm over the person beside him. Nah, she's just average. Remember this, everyone, when making friends, it's great to have someone who's good looking, but it's even better if they can sing. Why's that? Think about it, girls who can sing usually have lovely voices. Wouldn't that be nice at night? After Zhang Lin explained it like that, many people immediately understood. They all praised Zhang Lin for his great taste in finding such a fun-loving girlfriend. Chen Nan, wanna sing one? Zhang Lin smugly handed the mic to Chen Nan, clearly taunting him. His girlfriend had just shown off her singing skills, she was clearly talented. If you couldn't sing, wouldn't you be embarrassed? Childishness is a disease, it needs treatment. Chen Nan couldn't be bothered with Zhang Lin. He'd always found the guy disgusting, full of malicious intent. Only the rule of law saved him. If this were the setting of water margin, he'd recommend dragging him straight to Sun Ernyang to be stuffed into a bun. Chen Nan's offhand remark sent Zhang Lin reeling. It felt like Chen Nan wasn't even from the same world as him. But what truly shattered his defenses was this. Just as Chen Nan refused to take the microphone, a hand whiter than jade gently lifted the microphone from the table. She tested the microphone with a soft tap. Ahem. An E cleared her throat softly. How about I sing a song for everyone instead of Chen Nan? Chapter 68, Farewell. I'll sing a song for Chen Nan. I'll sing Invisible Wings. In this era, the concept of traffic hadn't been fully grasped yet, and its impact on the music industry was minimal. Songs that went viral usually had singers with real talent. Unlike the later wave of pop hits, whose sky-high popularity was purely inflated by brainless fans spending money to boost their rankings. Released back in 2006, Invisible Wings remains incredibly popular to this day. In fact, it wouldn't just hold up today. Even in 2025, this song would still be a hit. It hasn't been left behind by the times, remaining firmly in Chen Nan's regular playlist. Every single time. I find strength in wandering through loneliness. Every time. Even when deeply hurt, I won't let tears show. And Yi's voice was naturally quite pleasant. Back in Chinese class, whenever we read aloud from the textbook, she was always the one chosen. This was undeniable. Everyone in the class knew it. But who knew an Yi could sing? And sing so beautifully? What stood out most was how unique her voice was, clear as a mountain spring, carrying a sense of story within its notes. It made one wonder what kind of sorrowful events had unfolded in this girl's life. Among everyone, only Chen Nan understood. Clearly, an Yi had come to see those invisible wings as Chen Nan himself. Meaning it was Chen Nan who helped her overcome that fear in her heart, allowing her to embrace a truly beautiful life. This one feels even better than the last song. It's mainly because it's so heartfelt. Yeah, I don't know why, but it makes me want to cry. Many female classmates were whispering among themselves. Some praised an Yi's beautiful singing voice, while others felt she had star quality. Girls just love gossiping behind people's backs, while guys are way more straightforward. Damn, that was amazing. This song feels like it shattered my kidney stones. An E, give us another one. An E, one more song. The crowd cheered, but when they saw an E remained unmoved, they turned their attention to Chen Nan. If you know it, then sing another one. Chen Nan thought it sounded pretty good too. After getting Chen Nan's approval, an E took a sip of water and prepared to sing another song. The classmates beside him were utterly stunned. This was campus beauty an E, after all. Who would have thought she'd be so obedient to Chen Nan? It felt like their goddess had been utterly defiled. I think we should all sing together Let's Do Days on Beijing East Road. The suggestion quickly gained unanimous approval. As the light, melodious music began to play, waves of youthful, slightly off-key singing filled the air. Even Chen Nan joined in with a few off-key notes. Though not exactly melodious, their voices blended into the music, carrying a touch of melancholy. Ah, who would have thought high school would pass so quickly? As the music faded and the singing died down, sighs filled the air. It truly feels like half my life has passed in the blink of an eye. I feel like I haven't accomplished anything. I didn't study hard enough, never mustered the courage to confess to the person I liked, and then suddenly, one day, it was graduation. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of most. In truth, youth passes swiftly. It's not a full stop, but a comma. Countless sentences still lie ahead to be written. But Chen Nan believes youth is more like the opening verse of a song. At 18, the beautiful years of youth have only just begun. A lifetime is truly very long. And in such a long life, the most important thing is to live it brilliantly. Chen Nan quietly slipped her hand under the table to hold an Yi's. If it's true that everyone needs to spend their life with someone they love, then perhaps he had already made his decision. After everyone finished singing that song, the mood was noticeably low, and no one had an appetite for the food on the table. You really are quite the schemer. Chen Nan watched an E devouring her food, convinced she'd done it on purpose. Deliberately choosing such a melancholy song to make everyone feel miserable and lose their appetite. Then all the good food ended up in her mouth alone. The gathering, which began at 7 p.m., finally started winding down around 9 p.m. Silence was an inevitable part of farewells. Tears were its adornment. This marked the end of a high school era. Chen Nan pulled an E along as they left, bidding farewell to many people. These were people they might not have been close with during the school year. But the bond had reached its limit. Like getting drunk on too much wine, they had to say their goodbyes. Goodbye. Goodbye, my beautiful youth. How could youth ever say goodbye? It's already forever buried in our memories. Thank heaven for granting me a life of extraordinary brilliance. Chen Nan looked up at the sky. It was past 9 p.m. Neon lights illuminated the road as light raindrops fell. Last time, his youth had been incomplete, even rather trashy. But in this life, he made up for the regrets. Once a poor student with dismal grades, he had worked hard and scored 685 points. Though his mother had passed away, leaving him in a state of complacent despair, his family was now happy and whole through his changes. Because of this, he even gained a girlfriend. As for Nan Yan, who had wronged him, she was now nothing more than a passing stranger. They shared not a shred of connection. Though he hasn't formally confessed his feelings to an E yet, their relationship speaks for itself. Chen Nan is fortunate he was granted a second chance. But many others never get such an opportunity. Therefore, you must seize every moment and opportunity before you to forge your own extraordinary life. Chen Nan, when are we going to take driving lessons? Tomorrow. I plan to sign up and take the test right away. An E? Don't you need lessons? That's your problem. I already know how to drive. Chen Nan chuckled. N.E. Come to think of it, compared to academic subjects, practical skills like driving don't fade away even after rebirth. As for the classmates behind him, they were already fading into the night. Whether they'd once clashed, had friction, or were completely unrelated. From this point onward, there would be no further intersections. Yay, finally home. I'm dead tired. After taking a taxi home, and he still casually ran into Chen Nan's room, feeling no awkwardness at all. She flopped straight onto his bed. Exhausted? Are you sure you're not stuffed? Chen Nan was unfazed, though he found Yi's appetite somewhat baffling. This girl could eat like a horse. But then again, hadn't it been her voracious appetite that allowed him to catch her with that restaurant duck leg in the first place? The thought made Chen Nan smile faintly. At that moment, he sat at his desk, turned on the lamp, and began writing in his diary about the wonderful things that had happened today. Like every detail of his time with an E, along with his feelings at the moment. Could someone who keeps a diary be considered a serious person? Clearly, Chen Nan was not. He wasn't deliberately showing off how amazing he was either. He simply wanted to use this method to document the beautiful moments of his life, preserving them for future, cherished recollection. Chapter 69, Special Treatment for Chen Nan's Driving Lessons. It felt like only a blink of an eye had passed since the summer after high school graduation. Several more pages had been added to Chen Nan's diary. Beyond managing their business and strategizing next steps, he and Annie spent most of their time at the driving school. Chen Nan found learning to drive effortless. With the experience from his previous life, it came as naturally as eating and drinking. He even gave his instructor a lesson right off the bat. Claiming it was his first time driving, he shifted into second gear, pressed the accelerator, and breezed through the second driving test in just 3 minutes. The other students who were just starting their lessons were stunned. To the uninitiated, it looked like some driving instructor showing off. But Chen Nan's instructor was no fool. Some people sneakily drive at home before even starting lessons. Students like that were simply there to pad the instructor's performance metrics. Not only did he not receive any strange looks, but the instructor even gave Chen Nan some special perks. Like wearing low-cut tops in the sweltering summer, dragging him into chatting, or treating him to ice cream. When he looked down, he could catch glimpses of hidden areas. While personal attire is a matter of individual freedom, Chen Nan couldn't shake the feeling that this female instructor's gaze toward him was off. Nothing else, it was mainly because he had extensive experience. Women like this in their 30s, curvaceous, divorced with a child, and constantly posting on WeChat moments were the most likely to harbor unhealthy intentions. And if both parties were willing, with needs to fulfill, no money even needed to change hands. Chen Nan actually preferred this kind of arrangement mainly because they were sensible. Clean. A single glance, and she knew exactly what to do. Every position came effortlessly. Anyway, it was basically effortless pure enjoyment from start to finish. As an experienced driver, Chen Nan's biggest takeaway was that automatic transmissions are far more comfortable than manual ones. You could floor the accelerator without worrying about shifting gears. The driving experience was incredibly smooth. I can't recall those high school lessons, but why do I remember this wave of memories so clearly? Sure enough, Chen Nan shook his head, acknowledging the undeniable truth about his lecherous nature. He couldn't recall a single thing from his past life, yet this particular memory was crystal clear. As for Annie, she still has room to grow. But that didn't mean Chen Nan was any less than this female coach. On the contrary, a woman of her age possessed a certain allure. Young girls have smooth, tender skin that's easy on the eyes, with slender arms and legs, and a sweet voice. But when it comes to comfort, you have to wait until she's 30. This age is when a woman reaches the peak of her allure in life. But this time around, Chen Nan won't be fooling around. Living in comfort, any woman before him would seem utterly dull. Heaven favors those in love. If two people start dating at 18, they can fully experience a girl's journey from innocence to awkwardness to maturity. Isn't that a thrilling experience? No, it's far more satisfying than constantly switching partners. Hey, was that your boyfriend just now? The female instructor sat in the passenger seat, teaching Annie how to parallel park while chatting. Yes, the one I'm going to marry. Annie kept her eyes fixed on the window glass. When she looked up again, she saw Chen Nan standing in the shade. Her words declared ownership. In the shade, two women were chatting with him. They appeared to be college freshmen, chatting and laughing together. That dog of a man, always surrounded by women wherever he goes. Annie gritted her teeth and smoothly parked the car. Good job. Nice work. Seeing how quickly Annie picked things up, the female instructor boldly started filming a short video. But what she didn't expect was that Annie had a habit of helping others. Whoever had the nerve to toss an empty Wangzi milk can onto the car seat? She kicked it aside with her foot. Damn it, why is this car going so fast? What the hell? Looks like an Yi's driving it. Just as Chen Nan and the two girls were bragging, a car revved its engine and sped off. If it weren't for the passenger seat having brakes, an E would have wrecked the car today. Road hog. Chen Nan jogged over and grinned as he opened the door. Inside, an E sat frozen, staring blankly ahead, too scared to move. The female instructor was completely dumbfounded. Leaning forward, she gripped the door handles with both hands so tightly her knuckles were turning white. Her foot was planted firmly on the brake pedal, terrified the car might lurch forward. Her heart pounded wildly, her body trembling with fear. According to driving school rules, if an instructor's student caused an accident, the instructor would bear full responsibility. Especially since she was at fault failing to teach driving properly while goofing off at work, scrolling through short videos. It's okay, you did great. The instructor steered the car back to the starting point and let an E continue practicing. Everything was treated as if nothing had happened. But I accidentally hit the gas pedal. That shows you're ambitious. You like driving fast, huh? The female instructor comforted an E as she apologized. With any other student, she might have scolded them. But this student, who scored over 700 on the college entrance exam, was specifically requested by the driving school's management. She couldn't afford to offend someone like that. So the incident was swept under the rug. At most, it became a joke passed around. Right up until an E finally got her license, the female instructor never dared to slack off after an E got in the car. She was terrified that one careless maneuver from an E could cost her job. Chen Nan had originally planned to get his license first, but to accompany an E, he had to take a month off from the driving school. It wasn't until the day an E finished her fourth subject exam that he finally got his license. Fortunately, an E passed the written test, driving skills test, road test, and final theory exam on the first try, saving them time. The two of them managed to get their driver's licenses in just over a month. Hey, handsome, are you free tonight? No. Since the exams are over, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, buffet style. You can eat whatever you want. The female instructor from the second test sent the message on WeChat. Could Chen Nan really not see what she was up to? Dinner? Dinner was just an excuse. She really wanted something else. And judging by her tone, she was genuinely starving. Chen Nan understood. After all, she was at that ravenous age, perfectly normal. But he wasn't going to fall for it. After the exam, he'd delete her WeChat right away. It was a bit of a shame, really. That girl clearly knew how to have fun. Even if she wasn't playing with Chen Nan, she'd be playing with someone else. But Chen Nan resolutely deleted her anyway. And E, once mid-August rolls around, we'll head to campus early. We'll rent a place nearby first, then set up a studio. During their driving lessons, Chen Nan and an E had already applied to universities and received their acceptance letters. What shocked everyone, however, was that an E hadn't chosen Peking or Tsinghua. Instead, she applied to the same 985 university in the capital as Chen Nan. For a moment, everyone was utterly stunned. But an E paid no heed to the gossip. After all, what was a mere admission offer from Peking or Tsinghua worth compared to 100 million yuan? Chapter 70, Trouble at the Factory. Aren't we staying in the dorms? And he asked in surprise upon hearing Chen Nan's words. No, it's too much hassle. The fact that university students could choose not to live in dorms was something Chen Nan had heard from a business acquaintance. At the time, he dismissed it as mere bragging, but it had satisfied his curiosity about college life. Little did he know he'd actually get to use that knowledge now. In short, students with medical conditions could apply to their academic advisors at the start of the semester to live off campus. As for the illness, it's simple, just visit the hospital, get some random tests done, and have the doctor sign a form. Generally, as long as your advisor isn't the nitpicky type, they'll approve it. After all, it's not like he's the first one to pull this stunt. You know how it is. And according to that business acquaintance, he started living with his high school girlfriend right from freshman year. Those days were absolutely amazing. Plus, renting off campus meant avoiding the hassle of sharing a room with all sorts of messy roommates. Some people had absolutely no clue smoking in the guys' dorm was disgusting. Others would play League of Legends on mechanical keyboards past midnight. When they got excited, they'd even turn on their mics to yell a few choice words. If you end up with roommates like that, you're in for a real treat. Moreover, character isn't necessarily tied to academic performance. Some people may not excel academically but still possess admirable character. Others, despite stellar grades, have character and integrity that are utterly lacking. Living in a university dormitory with multiple roommates is like opening a blind box. It all comes down to luck. That's why Chen Nan decided to resolve this uncertainty before even stepping foot on campus. As for the women's dorms at university, 10 girls creating dozens of group chats? That's no exaggeration. If you end up with a roommate who's overly jealous, you're in for a world of trouble. If you got recommended for graduate school, she could report you and get it revoked. While such individuals are a minority compared to normal people, encountering just one could ruin your life. After hearing Chen Nan's words, he nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Then let's rent an apartment. As for the rooms, should we share one or get separate rooms? Chen Nan, what do you think? He asked timidly. She pretended to be hesitant, but deep down, she couldn't wait to share a room with Chen Nan. It should be pretty fun, right? Chen Nan, can we rent a bigger place? Besides just the two of us living there, maybe we could get a cat too. Besides a cat, how about getting a dog too? If we get a dog, a Labrador would be best. Huskies tend to wreck the place. Sure thing. Chen Nan agreed to every one of Yi's requests. He was also looking forward to the wonderful college life. Besides, Yi's requests weren't particularly demanding. A big house would definitely be comfortable. For the two of them, plus a dog and a cat, a place over 120 square meters would be more than enough. Then, he could rent a small office space nearby, hire some affordable college students to handle his business affairs. Thinking about it this way, it really did sound pretty good. Before we go, we need to buy a car, otherwise we won't be able to move everything. Chen Nan patted Yi on the head. He felt this was absolutely necessary. It wasn't just for show, it would make running their business much easier, allowing them to travel all over the country. Constantly taking taxis to the station was too much of a hassle. After passing the written test, Chen Nan and Yi got their licenses. They could even have Chen Nan drive the car home after buying it. You know what? It was surprisingly efficient. The only problem was the photos on their driver's licenses were downright hilarious. Both Chen Nan and Yi are quite good looking, but these photos are genuinely hard to take seriously. They were even worse than the photos on their high school exam IDs. Their faces were blown up so big they looked like they were deliberately bulging out. This is pure cringe-worthy history. I think it's actually kind of cute. Chen Nan slipped her driver's license into Yi's hand, asking her to keep track of it. It was nothing more than a gesture of trust. It was like the head of the household handing over his earnings to his wife after each payday. Yi didn't hesitate either. She took it and placed it with the others. Hey, Brother Chen, there's been an issue at the subcontracting factory. Could you come take a look? Just as Chen Nan was considering buying a car, Chen Zhu called. Lately, Chen Zhu, his mother, and Yi's mother, Wang Yanan, had all been keeping a close eye on the contract manufacturing plant. What's up? Nothing major. Probably something with Zhang Yuyu and her uncle. Chen Nan pondered for a moment, realizing it was likely related to those matters. During their last business meeting, Zhang Fugue had been visibly restless. What Chen Nan hadn't anticipated was that his former business partner from his previous life had now become a stumbling block in this one. Still, he felt no regret. In the business world, there were never any true friends, only interests. Since Zhang Fugue was deliberately trying to hinder his profits, Chen Nan saw no need to hold back. Put the car purchase on hold for now. We'll revisit it after handling matters over there. Chen Nan rubbed his temples. His original plan had been completely derailed by this unexpected turn. So, what could the problem be? Based on Zhang Yuyu's earlier description, this Zhang Fugue must have used some underhanded tactics to drive away the clients from those factories. Or perhaps they'd struck some kind of deal. Either way, the goal was clear: prevent customers from buying their factory's goods, then sit back and wait for them to go under. But this unexpected turn of events actually worked out to Chen Nan's advantage. Not only did he seize the opportunity to drive down prices, but he also secured the contract for contract manufacturing. Having gained such a huge advantage at others' expense, Zhang Yuyu was now indebted to him. As things continued to unfold, Chen Nan even began to feel a sense of I could take their place. After all, running a small factory like this, the real challenge has never been technology or equipment; those can be bought outright. The real challenge lay in reducing costs while maintaining quality and output. And Chen Nan happened to be well versed in precisely that aspect of the business. Under normal circumstances, marrying Zhang Yuyu would likely have allowed him to take over the factory outright. But now, Chen Nan couldn't do that. His plan was to eventually acquire Zhang Yuyu's factory outright. Alternatively, he could start with contract manufacturing, gradually develop a unique production line for his brand, then expand it into a factory and slowly scale up production. But whichever path he chose, it hinged on one crucial fact: keeping Zhang Yuyu firmly in her position as factory director. After all, she was easy to talk to and manipulate. With anyone else, Chen Nan wouldn't have been able to secure it at such a low cost. He was still in the early stages of his venture. Even if his goods were priced just 1 cent higher, the volume discounts would mean he'd earn significantly less overall. Moreover, given Zhang Fugue's shrewdness, who knew how hard he might bite into his profits, that would likely lead to a lose-lose situation, which was precisely what Chen Nan wanted to avoid. He and Yi traveled swiftly, making no delays along the way. They arrived even earlier than Chen Zhu had anticipated. As soon as Chen Nan arrived at the factory gate, Chen Zhu came to meet him. Brother Chen, something's happened. Calm down. What happened? Compared to Chen Zhu's panic, Chen Nan remained relatively composed. He'd weathered far too many storms to let something like this get him worked up. It's Zhang Fugue. He's gathered people and is preventing the factory workers from producing the new product for us. The production line is on strike right now. At our current average sales rate, we won't be able to ship anything in another 2 days. Brother Chen, do you have any ideas? Chapter 71, Transferring Shares. Chen Nan wants to be factory manager. Let's get specific about the problem first. I'll see what I can do, Chen Nan said as he walked toward the factory. The security guard here had accepted his favors and even gave him a nod as he entered. Chen Nan didn't hesitate, handing over another pack of cigarettes. Sometimes, cultivating good relations with these gatekeepers could prove useful in critical moments. He once witnessed a friend who was kept by a wealthy woman get caught when her husband drove into the compound to confront them. But because the guy regularly gave cigarettes to the gatekeeper, he got a heads up in advance and narrowly escaped trouble. These people. Chen Nan frowned, noticing some workers inside the factory building lifting their heads to stare their way. Especially those with tattoos on their arms. Their youthful looks and dim-witted expressions immediately gave them away as local thugs and hoodlums. They were nothing like the honest, hard-working laborers. How could such people possibly settle down to work in a factory? They were clearly planted here to cause trouble. Brother Chen, it's those guys they're always striking. And those over there yesterday they used to fight as an excuse to wreck a machine in the subcontracting factory. Chen Zhu was still young, after all. Facing these local troublemakers, he was completely helpless. These guys were real local toughs. Operating on their turf, they were outnumbered and outmatched. Beyond gradually making concessions, there was little else they could do. What about Boss Zhang? What was her reaction? Didn't she fire those employees? Chen Nan patted Chen Zhu's shoulder, urging him to calm down. When dealing with thugs and scoundrels like these, the more afraid you appear, the worse off you'll be. Even if you have to fake it, you need to project some backbone. Ms. Zhang originally intended to fire those troublemakers, but when she inquired, she discovered she was related to every single one of them. Especially the ringleaders, they're all connected to Zhang Fuguei. That old bastard clearly had ulterior motives. That's exactly why the factory can't operate properly. Some of them even threatened that if anyone dared to produce our products again, they'd beat them up. Chen Nan raised his hand, signaling Chen Zhu to stop speaking. He'd encountered similar situations when he first started his business. And far more complicated than this situation. In this era, succeeding in business without encountering sabotage was impossible. These were people who had dropped out of middle school. They'd graduated ready to emulate the heroes of water margin in their dealings. And they didn't see it as shameful, they took pride in it. It was a defining trait of the era. Alright, I understand. Are my mom and your mom both okay? He wasn't worried about anything else. Chen Nan was mainly afraid something might happen to his mom here. They're fine. As soon as I sensed trouble, I had them stay put at home. They haven't been to the factory in 7 or 8 days. Brother Chen, I'm such a failure. I can't even handle something this simple. By the way, Brother Chen, did you pass your driving test yet? Chen Zhu felt guilty toward Chen Nan. Brother Chen had trusted him, putting him in charge of overseeing the new product line. But now things had come to this. How much of his time had he wasted? The second driving test? Passed it already. Just got my license today. Chen Nan answered casually, as if it were nothing. But to Chen Zhu, those words struck like a bolt from the blue. It's only been a little over a month, and Brother Chen already got his license? That was way too fast. And knowing Chen Nan, and he had probably gotten hers too. These two truly made a perfect match, both equally outstanding. Especially since they were about to attend classes together at a university in the capital. Just imagining that life is wonderful. Unlike him, Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun, who could only attend junior colleges. The crux was this: given the current job market, unless you had connections or influence in your family, it was genuinely tough to land a decent job after graduating from a junior college. Therefore, he had already made up his mind and discussed with Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun to skip college altogether and follow Chen Nan to the capital to make his way in the world. In his view, this wasn't some rash decision. Colleges were just a waste of time anyway. Better to head to the capital, rent a place together, and follow Brother Chen into the world. Perhaps they could truly defy fate and rewrite their destiny. Chen Zhu wasn't academically gifted and hadn't read many books, but he'd once come across a profoundly insightful piece of motivational fluff in Yilan magazine. Effort changes destiny, but choice determines it. He believed his decision was right. Following Brother Chen gave him a glimpse of some kind of future. But before leaving, he had to settle things at the factory first. Otherwise, it would only cause bigger problems later. Yet for the moment, there was no permanent solution in sight. Mr. Chen? What brings you here? Zhang Yuyu rose from her desk as Chen Nan entered the office. A contract lay before her. It seemed this matter had taken a toll on her mental state. Her dark circles were pronounced, and her hair looked greasy, likely unwashed for several days. Just came to check on you. Production should be running smoothly lately, right? Chen Nan sat down casually, with an following suit and settling beside him obediently. In truth, his eyes were already scanning the contract, which detailed the factory's equity distribution. It was much as Chen Nan had anticipated. This Zhang Fugui wasn't the honest man he'd known in his previous life. He was actually quite scheming. He'd employed certain tactics to secure this factory. Mr. Chen, rest assured supply won't be an issue on my end. However, starting tomorrow, this factory will likely be handed over to my uncle. From now on, if you need anything, you'll have to talk to him. By the time Zhang Yuyu finished speaking, she had become utterly distraught, on the verge of tears. This factory was left behind by her father. Back then, he'd kindly hired all the family relatives to work there. He believed this would earn their gratitude. But the outcome had surpassed his expectations, or rather, the terrifying nature of human behavior had surpassed his expectations. Instead of showing gratitude, these relatives began causing all sorts of trouble after joining the factory. Some refused to accept being workers and demanded leadership positions. Others complained the wages were too low and demanded raises. Others resented having to work at all, insisting they should just lounge in the dorms and collect paychecks. In the end, Zhang Yuyu's father took drastic measures, dismissing more than half of these relatives. By the time of his death, only a dozen or so reliable relatives remained. But what Zhang Yuyu never expected was that those who were expelled were, at worst, just petty thieves. Her own uncle, who had always worked diligently, turned out to be the most deceptive of them all. Now he was demanding a majority stake in the factory? If she refused, the factory would never operate again. The thugs and scoundrels within the factory couldn't be driven out. Calling Uncle Hat wouldn't help either. They weren't breaking any laws at worst, they were just slacking off. She'd fought back for so long, but it was useless. Who would have thought that after all that waiting, Chen Nan, this money-making god, would come along and single-handedly revive the factory? And now, this? Just as Zhang Yuyu was about to show Chen Nan the contract, Chen Nan's reaction caught her off guard. Chen Nan stroked his chin and said, "Since we're talking about transferring shares." He smiled and spoke up louder, "Ms. Zhang, why not consider me?" Chapter 72, The Good Guy Chen Nan. "Mr. Chen, what do you mean? You want to buy shares in our factory?" Hearing Chen Nan's words, Zhang Yuyu gaped in surprise. Not only her, but An Yi and Chen Zhu were equally taken aback. Chen Nan had never mentioned to them that he intended to invest in this factory. So, was this a spur-of-the-moment decision, or had he been planning it all along? Chen Zhu suspected the former. After all, before he called Chen Nan over, Chen Nan couldn't possibly have known what was going on inside the factory. The likelihood of it being a spur-of-the-moment decision was higher. But An Yi knew better. Chen Nan's decision was likely the result of careful consideration. He might have had this plan since the moment he first saw the factory. Actually, for Boss Zhang, it wouldn't matter whether he transferred the shares to your uncle or to me, right? Maybe transferring it to me would be a bit better. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so upset and conflicted. You've probably already had a falling out with your uncle. Chen Nan was absolutely right. Zhang Yuyu had indeed fallen out with Zhang Fugui. And he'd already made his demands clear. If she didn't transfer the majority stake in the factory to him, he'd shut it down completely. There was nothing to be done. Zhang Fugui was the local kingpin in this area, and no one could touch him. "Mr. Zhang, is this reluctance?" Chen Nan asked with a smile. "No, it's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just worried that if you take over the shares, he'll make it impossible for you to run the factory too. You have no idea how ruthless he is. He puts on a show normally, but he clearly intends to swallow this factory whole. Frankly, even if you took over the factory, I doubt it would survive. So I don't want to put you, Mr. Chen, in harm's way. I get the feeling you're a good person." A good person? Chen Nan nearly laughed himself silly at that word. Since when did someone like him get called a good person? This world was truly laughable. But compared to others who had no scruples in business and ended up behind bars in the following years, he was indeed law-abiding. As for Zhang Fugui? Did Chen Nan not know this guy's true colors? Let's be honest, any boss who built their empire from scratch is no pushover. And someone like Zhang Fugui, who built his empire by swallowing up other factories, was even more ruthless than the average businessman. So he was already mentally prepared. "It's fine. I have my ways of dealing with scoundrels like him." Chen Nan motioned to An Yi, signaling her to bring out a pen. "This share transfer agreement isn't rigorous enough. Why don't we have a lawyer draft a new one?" Chen Nan had already hovered his pen over the contract, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was one they had drafted themselves. Much of its content was unreasonable. Having signed numerous major contracts before, Chen Nan instantly recognized that signing this one could spell trouble down the road. If someone exploited a loophole in the contract and sued him, that would be a real headache. Better safe than sorry. "Brother Chen, you know about contracts too?" Chen Zhu thought to herself, amazed that her brother seemed to have a knack for everything. The gap between people is just too wide, isn't it? Zhang Yuyu was also thoroughly impressed by Chen Nan's foresight. It felt like they weren't even living in the same world. Could it be possible that this youth before her, younger than she was, might one day become someone many would look up to? "Alright, Boss Chen, I'll follow your lead on this. I can transfer the shares to you and let you be the factory manager. Even if it means going down together, I refuse to let Zhang Fugui get away with this." Zhang Yuyu gritted her teeth, her resolve set. Truthfully, she was deeply reluctant to sell the factory outright. But there was no other way. If she didn't do this, Zhang Fuguei would take the factory. She despised this man now. Weighing the two options, she still felt Chen Nan was more reliable. After all, he was offering real money cash to buy out her shares. As for Zhang Fuguei, not a single honest word came out of his mouth. He claimed he'd pay her the corresponding amount after she agreed to transfer the shares, but such promises were nothing but empty words. A very obvious example. All these years, Zhang Fuguei never even gave Zhang Yuyu a single red envelope during the New Year celebrations. A man this stingy, someone who wouldn't even give a few dozen yuan as New Year's money, would he really liquidate his factory shares for her? Only a fool would believe that. Mr. Chen, I, Zhang Yuyu, am putting everything on the line. From this moment on, you are the boss of our factory. I'm now under your command. Chen Nan nodded, not particularly surprised by Zhang Yuyu's sudden change. As for the factory's troubles, he didn't want to resolve them just yet. Besides, as long as she didn't sign that factory share transfer contract, he wouldn't interfere in any way. He'd simply wait for things to simmer down on their own. After all, he had plenty of experience handling situations like this. Life was full of such examples. When someone is in danger, they'll listen to anything you say. But once they're out of danger, everything said before becomes meaningless. Zhang Yuyu might seem straightforward, but human nature can't withstand the test. To play it safe, Chen Nan merely gave a perfunctory response, acknowledging that the current situation was indeed quite difficult. The thugs and scoundrels Zhang Fuguei had hired were truly a headache. Zhang Yuyu wholeheartedly agreed. Seeing Chen Nan's troubled expression only reinforced her belief that her approach was correct. Chen Nan, are you sure you want to buy this factory? It'll cost over 1 million yuan. An E murmured softly from the side. She actually felt there was no need to push through with this factory partnership. If it came down to it, they could just switch to another supplier. Even if it meant paying a bit more for supplies, it was still far better than having trouble come knocking and the factory going under, right? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chen Nan simply patted Yi's arm and left it at that. It wasn't until that evening, after finding a local lawyer carefully drafting a contract and confirming that Chen Nan was now the factory's owner. Only then did Chen Nan exhale deeply. This move was a total win. What's 1 million or so? Compared to building a factory from scratch, selecting a site, acquiring land, constructing buildings, purchasing machinery, hiring workers, and establishing sales channels. This cost was minuscule. And Yi and Chenju had never personally built a factory before. They always assumed it was incredibly simple, thinking it was just a matter of a few words. But the sheer number of details involved could drive anyone crazy. Chen Nan, having gained an advantage, didn't flaunt it. Instead, in front of Zhang Yuyu, he put on a face of having suffered a great loss, looking gloomy and worried. Just like last time, without Zhang Fugui's assistance, achieving his goal would have been far from easy. Thinking about it, Chen Nan felt as though he'd forcibly snatched Zhang Fugui's fortune. He had intercepted something that rightfully belonged to him. This incident gave Chen Nan a lot to ponder. After all, he had been surrounded by countless business partners back then. Each one of them would brag at the dinner table, boasting about their past experiences, their stories boasting loudly enough to shake the heavens. He couldn't help but wonder what if he'd intercepted them all. Would he have built his business empire outright? Forget it. That's too far ahead. No point dwelling on it now. Now that I'm the factory director, it's best to focus on the immediate tasks at hand. After that, Chen Nan silently led his men back to the factory. Then, under cover of night while the thugs and hoodlums were out causing trouble, he made his way to the factory building where workers were putting in overtime. Inside sat dozens of diligent workers, women, elderly people, and a few middle-aged individuals. There were even 2 or 3 college students working summer jobs here. This cheap labor force truly infiltrates every corner. Of course, they might just be here for internship certificates. Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. Before Chen Nan could speak, Zhang Yuyu clapped her hands. She drew everyone's attention to herself. Chapter 73, Chen Nan's Resolve. Everyone, stop what you're doing and listen to me for a moment. Zhang Yuyu clapped her hands, followed by Chen Nan, and Yi, Chenju, and others. This trip was specifically to resolve the issue of Zhang Fuguei deliberately sending people to cause trouble. On the way, Zhang Yuyu had argued that Chen Nan was underestimating these local thugs. If a direct confrontation erupted, trouble could easily escalate. There had been incidents before in the factory where workers clashed with them and ended up in the hospital. These scumbags were truly inhuman. But Chen Nan remained adamant about coming. He even tipped off the security guard at the gate, tossing him 2 packs of cigarettes and giving him a few instructions. He asked the guard to keep an eye out and call him if Zhang Fuguei and his crew showed up. That way, he'd have time to react. Seeing many eyes turn toward her, Zhang Yuyu continued, from this moment on, the owner of this factory is Mr. Chen Nan. Although many formalities remain unfinished, the contract has been signed. From now on, address all matters to him. Zhang Yuyu pushed Chen Nan forward. Though only 18 years old, Chen Nan already carried himself with remarkable maturity. Many had seen him before and assumed he was just some kid. But who would have guessed this young man was so capable? Mr. Chen, recently a group of people have been preventing us from working during the day, forcing us to sneak in overtime at night. Will you handle this? Yeah. They're nothing but thugs and hoodlums. It's about time someone dealt with them. Since the factory pays a base wage plus piece rate earnings, many locals voluntarily worked night shifts to earn a little extra income. Most of them are women from nearby villages. Without formal education and unable to handle heavy labor, they could only find work at garment factories like this. Their children's education depends entirely on this income. Everyone, rest assured. Starting tomorrow, the factory will resume normal operations, Chen Nan stated firmly. A quick glance told him that the workers here were all impoverished locals. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. The more desperate these people are, the more formidable their potential becomes. As for those petty thugs and scoundrels, the more you fear them, the less effective you become. Running a factory peacefully in this era was no easy feat. Chen Nan had lived through that era. Zhang Fuguei, who only knew how to intimidate with empty threats, was actually one of the better ones. Back then, he even encountered a gang of scoundrels who ambushed his car on a mountain path with over 20 men, demanding 100,000 yuan before letting him pass. Chen Nan specifically asked if there were any surveillance cameras in the area. The thugs, brandishing all sorts of weapons, replied there weren't any. They weren't stupid enough to collect tolls under surveillance cameras. Then, Chen Nan stepped on the gas and plowed right through them. He was certain they wouldn't dare go after Uncle Hat. That's why he went all out, confronting them head-on. No one died, but several of those trying to block the road were injured. He felt not a shred of guilt about it. A bunch of idiots. He wouldn't stoop to their level or pay them off to avoid trouble. Otherwise, the troubles would only multiply. People wouldn't see him as reasonable, they'd just see him as easy prey. They'd just demand more money. Of course, Chen Nan wasn't foolish enough to seek out Uncle Hat at the time. Many who lived through that era knew the moment you stepped outside and explained the situation, the local toll collectors would already know about it. They'd immediately send more people to block the road. So Chen Nan planned to handle this matter with his own skills. For instance, he could ask these workers for their help. I know everyone here is willing to work overtime because life is tough for all of us. But now, someone doesn't want us to live well and is deliberately sending people to cause trouble. Since I've taken over this factory, I want to bring some fresh changes. Like, I'm going to give every single person here some shares. Chen Nan watched their expressions shift from tension to growing astonishment, sensing this was a sure thing. His method for dealing with those thugs was simple. Use the majority of decent locals to counterbalance this small group of troublemakers. Mr. Chen, are you really planning to give away 10% of the shares to these employees? Even Zhang Yuyu was taken aback by this decision. Not only her, but even owners of other nearby factories had never done such a thing. Giving away shares to employees and 10% at that was practically throwing money away. However, since the factory no longer belonged to her, Zhang Yuyu didn't object. Mainly, she genuinely acknowledged that in every aspect, Chen Nan was far more knowledgeable than she was. In Chen Nan's presence, she was nothing more than a novice owner who knew nothing. Let's finalize this. Sign the contract now. If everyone agrees to continue working at this factory for at least 5 years, you'll receive a share of the factory's profits at year-end. Once signed, the contract will be legally binding. Soon, after Chen Nan's thorough explanation, the majority signed the contract except for a few who couldn't guarantee working at the factory for over 5 years. His authority was instantly recognized by many. That's how the relationship between boss and employee works in business. Regardless of your gender or previous status, if you can bring benefits to the group, people will respect you. Chen Nan observed the crowd's reaction with great satisfaction. Excellent. Since you're willing to trust me, from this moment on, this factory belongs to me and to all of you. From this moment on, if any troublemakers dare to enter, you don't need to ask my permission. You all know what to do. Additionally, I'm announcing one thing: Zhang Fuguei, Zhang Bei, Zhang Dashan, Zhang Tianlai, Zhang Hai. Chen Nan pulled out a list, read it aloud, and immediately had security posted outside the factory. The security office was also counted among the factory employees by Chen Nan, entitling them to a portion of the 10% year-end profit share. Next came the task of renaming the factory. The former contract manufacturing plant was now officially transformed into Chen Nan's first wholly owned factory. It also became the first factory under the brand Wood South Rabbit. Chen Nan moved with lightning speed. By the wee hours of the morning, he stood atop the factory roof with Chenju, and Zhang Yuyu. A struggle unfolded below. But Chen Nan had already made his decision. He would cover all medical expenses for the injured. Moreover, anyone injured while protecting the factory would receive a direct cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Zhang Fuguei, who had seen the announcement, along with the original group of troublemakers, had already stormed in, intent on causing trouble for Zhang Yuyu. They demanded to know why she had fired them. Instead, they were met by a group of several dozen people blocking their way. Not a single one managed to set foot inside the factory. Only later did they learn from the employees that, just when they thought everything was settled, the factory's ownership had already changed hands. In the time it took to eat a meal, everything Zhang Fuguo had done had been completely overtaken by Chen Nan. Now, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't. Facing the collective intimidation of the entire factory workforce, they now risked being the ones targeted. A cool breeze drifted across the rooftop, causing Chen Nan's clothes to sway as he stood there, watching the farce come to an end. Mr. Chen, you're really only 18? Zhang Yuyu stared in disbelief at the scene before her. What, Boss Zhang, you want to check my ID? No, I just think you seem more mature than those middle-aged men. He is quite precocious, and he interjected. At that, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 74, Preparing to Depart for the Capital. The matter was essentially resolved. After working through half the night, everyone was exhausted. Come on, after all this work, I'll treat you all to a meal. Chen Nan snapped his fingers and descended the stairs, thoroughly satisfied with how things had turned out. With Zhang Fuguo's situation resolved, he could now head to the capital to attend university with peace of mind. Additionally, to ensure smoother factory operations, he planned to keep Zhang Yuyu as plant manager. Only, it would be an acting position. Zhang Yuyu had never been particularly resilient. She couldn't handle the pressure. As she herself put it, she simply wasn't cut out to be a factory director. Otherwise, in Chen Nan's previous life, Zhang Fuguo wouldn't have been able to seize the factory from her. This time around, however, it had fallen into Chen Nan's lap. It could be said that this was Chen Nan's true first fortune in this lifetime. Moreover, it was like landing a golden goose. The money agreed upon for purchasing the factory shares will be paid off gradually in the second half of the year, as per the contract. It was the same restaurant where they had dined together before. To celebrate this grand victory, Chen Nan specially invited the entire factory crew to a lavish dinner that evening. He even made sure to order 2 bottles of red wine for each table. Congratulations, Boss Chen. Mr. Chen, you're amazing. You came in and drove out all those parasites in the factory. Mr. Chen is so generous, giving away 10% of the shares just like that. How much will each of us get by year end? That's uncertain. Logically, the more the factory earns, the higher the dividends. Well, we'd better work our butts off then. I hear Boss Chen isn't just a business, he was also a top student. Yeah, I'm heading to the capital soon to start university. I'll be leaving things here in Mr. Zhang's capable hands. Chen Nan raised a glass of red wine to Zhang Yuyu. Then I wish Mr. Chen smooth sailing in his business and great success in his studies. Zhang Yuyu stood to toast as well. Cheers! With her burdens lifted and a substantial sum of money soon to be deposited into her account, Zhang Yuyu felt incredibly at ease. She was more than willing to serve as acting factory manager under Chen Nan. After all, she had witnessed Chen Nan's capabilities firsthand. Who knows? She might even reap more benefits down the line. Oh, and when the time comes, I'll have my mom serve as the nominal factory director. As for her salary, don't give her too much. Just pay her 10,000 yuan a month. Chen Nan pondered for a moment. Bringing Wang Yanan here to run the factory was mainly to give her something to do. Many people couldn't stand idleness. The more leisure they had, the more restless they became. So Chen Nan decided to find Wang Yanan a job where she'd just need to lend her name easy, stress-free, and still get paid. Here, Zhang Yuyu kept an eye on things, and the living arrangements were decent. Chen Nan didn't let Zhang Yuyu take this money from the factory's funds. Instead, he deducted it from his own. Though it was essentially money moving from one pocket to another, he believed in keeping accounts separate. He couldn't set an example by eroding the factory's interests. Hello, ma'am? Did you just browse cars on our website? I'm an Audi sales representative. While she was eating, Yi's phone rang. She'd been bored and had browsed some new car models on the mobile site, and now the dealer was calling her directly. Not a beauty, but a handsome guy. Chen Nan snatched the phone right away. I have a budget of 400,000 yuan. Help me pick a suitable one. I'll come pick it up the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, the salesperson on the other end froze. A 400,000 yuan budget. Just the commission on this one car would net him over 1,000 yuan. Sir, may I ask your name? Chen Nan. Eerie's Chen, Wood South Nan. With that, Chen Nan hung up the phone. With that, the car issue was settled. Plus, an Audi was a mid-range brand respectable enough to drive around in without drawing too much attention. Chen Nan still preferred to keep a low profile from time to time. This feels awful. Don't be fooled by the red wine they were drinking. It didn't feel like much going down, but this stuff really hits you hard when you have too much. It was genuinely awful. Chen Nan suspected it was counterfeit wine. Most likely the restaurant had pulled a fast one on them. Brother Chen, is the capital fun? Chen Zhu had drunk quite a bit of red wine. He wasn't much of a drinker to begin with, treating it like grape juice for fun. But he'd already thrown up twice. I've never been to the capital either, so I wouldn't know. Chen Nan could hold his liquor well. Though he felt queasy, he hadn't vomited. In his previous life, he'd only heard about the capital from friends. The most common topic of conversation was how ridiculously expensive housing prices were there. Second, it had many historical sites. But it wasn't quite what Chen Nan had imagined. Not every household in the capital is wealthy. There are affluent areas, and there are poor ones too. Chen Nan shared what little he knew with the others. And he gazed at Chen Nan with eager anticipation, elbows propped on the table as he listened to the fascinating stories. And indeed, they had gained a lot today. During the day, they passed the written test and obtained their driver's licenses. By evening, Chen Nan made a decisive move and secured full ownership of the factory. This meant that from now on, Munanzhou 2 had officially become a brand with its own processing plant. Many products on the market were private label items. The basic profit model involves sourcing contract manufacturers across regions and slapping their own brand labels on the products. As a brand operator, the primary tasks are maintaining quality control and advertising to build brand recognition. But while this OEM approach can generate substantial short-term profits, over time, if others discover that all products under this brand are OEM manufactured without its own production facilities, this would severely damage the brand's image. Chen Nan understood this risk well, so he had long been planning to build his own manufacturing plant. Now, some of his early plans were unexpectedly successful. Of course, all this was thanks to Zhang Fugui. Without his meticulous planning, Chen Nan wouldn't have achieved what he has today. The next day, Chen Nan took An and Wan Yanan out for another meal, then took them sightseeing elsewhere before finally deciding to catch a ride away. Taking taxis all the way to the station is really inconvenient. After weighing his options, Chen Nan concluded that having his own car would be far more convenient. This way, whether heading out for business meetings or traveling, he could go whenever he pleased. Come on, Annie, let's go see our first ride. Sure. Wonder how the new car will handle? The moment they returned to Jiliang City, Chen Nan couldn't wait to take Annie straight to the Audi dealership. Nothing else after wrapping up matters here before heading to the capital. Having a decent ride was absolutely essential for him. Chapter 75, Buying a Nice Car. Hey, sweetheart, any special perks for buying a car from you? In the car showroom, a man in a floral shirt stood crouched in the distance, grinning lecherously at the saleswoman's short skirt. The idea of attractive female car salespeople was practically an industry-wide given. Buy a nice car, and maybe get a little extra service at night. Hey, don't go yet. Let's chat some more. Bro, I've got money. Any car in your lot costing hundreds of thousands? I can buy it if I want. Damn it, you think you're better than me? Following Chen Nan's gaze, the man pursued relentlessly, determined to get his hands on this woman. To Chen Nan, the saleswoman's looks were average, but her figure was undeniably impressive. Crystal clear high heels, sheer stockings, a black mini-skirt business suit, a narrow waist, slender shoulders. The bright lights only accentuated her allure. Sir, this is a legitimate car dealership. Please move along. Do you have any business here? If you're done here, please leave. I have work to do. The saleswoman hurriedly brushed the man aside. Sir, are you Mr. Chin who made an appointment yesterday to view the cars? Would you like me to introduce these models to you? No thanks. Chen Nan and Annie looked around the showroom, but after comparing them all, they still felt the first car they'd seen earlier was the most appealing. As for the attractive saleswoman, Chen Nan wasn't interested. He didn't want to hear her sales pitch either. But what was truly annoying was the persistent buzzing of a fly nearby. That guy in the flowery shirt actually followed them over? Hey, buddy, slow down. Just go home and think it over. Chen Nan wasn't about to indulge this guy, telling him to get lost. This guy was Sun Li Hao. His family had a bit of money, but not enough to buy a car for a woman. He'd been here many times before, but never succeeded. In his mind, he'd enjoy the tender services first, then buy a car. In reality, he was trying to get something for nothing. But the female salespeople here were seasoned veterans. They wouldn't let him get away with anything. No matter how much he talked himself hoarse, he couldn't pull the wool over their eyes. But today, when Chen Nan arrived, he immediately caught the attention of the top salesperson here. Sun Li Hao even felt that this attractive saleswoman was dressing so provocatively just for him. What did you say? That I'm a fly? I never said that. You said it yourself, Chen Nan retorted with a smirk, matching her tone. Just as the two were about to clash, the saleswoman pulled Chen Nan away and turned her back. Sir, don't take it personally. Just pretend he doesn't exist. His dad owns a local chain of supermarkets that's about to go under. He can't even afford a car. The saleswoman clearly knew all about this guy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so cold. Sir, if you need anything, just call me. Here's my personal card. The saleswoman wore a name tag around her neck. Wu Jieja, just 26 years old. A 26-year-old beauty and top salesperson. Even Chen Nan dared not underestimate her. He had dabbled in live streaming before and knew that top female salespeople in live streaming rooms truly earned big money, but it was also incredibly grueling work. Working day shifts followed by night shifts took a toll on many bodies. On the business card he received, a phone number was deliberately written in blue ballpoint pen. 175 85 36. Unlike her work number, this was a personal line, a private mobile number reserved for female sales reps handling major clients. This series of moves left Sun Lihao beside him completely dumbfounded. Something he desperately sought but never obtained, Chen Nan had secured it effortlessly? What's more, this woman was fawning over him more eagerly than he'd seen with those wealthy, boorish bosses he usually encountered. Mainly because Chen Nan looked young and had money. If she really offered some tender services, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Hold on. You're not done insulting me yet, and now you're offending me again. Sun Lihao reached out to block Chen Nan's path, his face twisted into a shameless expression. Go screw yourself. When Chen Nan encountered highway robbers, he'd simply ram them with his car, let alone this scoundrel. He shoved him aside with a single slap. He'd never been one to hold his temper. If someone provoked him, he'd fight back. It might be a bit reckless, but it certainly meant he never got pushed around. And he knew this was Chen Nan holding back. Back in the day, he wouldn't have just shoved him, he'd have punched him square in the face. What do you think you're doing? After being shoved aside by Chen Nan, Sun Lihao naturally refused to back down. He was already 20 years old. Chen Nan, on the other hand, looked like just a high school kid. He felt his family had a bit of money. Back in his private high school, he'd been a bully, and even after getting expelled, he'd never taken any crap. Looking at Chen Nan's outfit, the entire ensemble probably cost no more than 1,000 yuan at most. How could he possibly compare? The girl beside Chen Nan, however, was undeniably beautiful. This stirred a pang of envy and discomfort within him. But just as he was about to scrutinize an further, the two had already started walking toward the car they'd originally set their sights on. They hadn't given him a second glance. Sir, this car is priced at 420,000 yuan. If you buy it through me, I can get it down to 410,000. It's last year's model, not the newest, but it offers exceptional value for the price. Why don't you take a seat and give it a test drive? She was clearly addressing Chen Nan, but in reality, she was inviting an to take a seat and test drive it. When it comes to buying cars, women usually do the selecting, while men make the final purchase decision. Top salesperson Wu Jia clearly understood this dynamic well. Dude, can you even afford this car? Chen Nan had just pushed Sun Lihao away, but before he could catch his breath, the guy was pestering him again. He was the kind of petty troublemaker who looked like he was just asking to be punched. What? Can't afford it? This time, Chen Nan didn't resort to violence. He simply mocked him with words. When someone insulted him, he was quick to fire back. Unlike some people who get insulted and only react after a delay, feeling embarrassed to retaliate. Chen Nan never took such losses lying down. Can't afford it? Can't afford it? Want a beating, huh? Come on then, I'm just itching to take delivery of a new car. Chen Nan laughed at the sheer childishness of the remark. Standing right in front of him, daring him to make a move, Sun Lihao suddenly lost his nerve. Some people are just like that. All bark and no bite. But if he really got scared, that would be trouble. These types bully the weak and fear the strong, always picking on the vulnerable. You see it all the time in school. Fine, you've got some real guts. I don't believe you can actually afford this car. If you're so confident, don't take out a loan, pay cash for it. Sun Lihao really didn't dare to fight back. Mainly because Chen Nan was big and burly, and he feared he wouldn't stand a chance if it came to blows. So he settled for trying to get the upper hand with words instead. But upon hearing this, the sales champion, whose demeanor had been relatively mild, suddenly turned cold. Everyone knows that buying a car is like buying a house. The more you finance, the more money you spend, and the more profit they make. Conversely, when customers paid in full, dealers only earned a fraction of the profit. This only deepened her distaste for Sun Lihao. Chen Nan, I think this car is great. It's very comfortable to sit in. Alright, if you like it, I'll buy it. As someone who had been reborn, Chen Nan knew exactly how comfortable this car was to drive. There's a reason why expensive cars cost what they do. Take a typical car costing over 100,000 yuan. Driving it offers no particularly special experience. Even switching brands doesn't make much difference. But for every additional 100,000 yuan, the driving comfort jumps to a whole new level. For instance, the body feels more stable even when driving over speed bumps. There's only a slight vibration. The seats are ergonomically designed to contour to your body, reducing fatigue during long drives. But more than anything, it's the envious glances from others. Sun Lihao, standing before Chen Nan, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In his view, Chen Nan was younger than him and likely, like himself, a second or third generation wealthy heir. But he himself couldn't possibly afford such an expensive car. Even paying the down payment for the car would require begging his family for a long time. So how could Chen Nan possibly afford it? Chapter 76, not in the same league. He suspected Chen Nan's family might be even wealthier than his own. He had a wealthy father. But the truth was, Chen Nan had never had a father since childhood. It might sound harsh, but that was the truth. Chen Nan and his mother relied solely on each other, living a pitiful existence. He couldn't even bring himself to buy new clothes. This was one reason he later turned to delinquency. Truthfully, most students who turn to delinquency except for a few who genuinely lack brains struggle because of family issues. But precisely because of this, Chen Nan developed his unyielding, fearless personality. In his previous life, Chen Nan often wondered if he'd grown up with both parents and enjoyed a happy childhood, would he have achieved what he did? Of course, he'll never know the answer. But having come this far, Chen Nan proved that in this society where connections matter, even without a father's backing, he could still make a name for himself. Sir, are you paying in full or taking out a loan? Loan it. He wasn't about to let Sun Lihao's provocation sway him from his original plan. In short, Chen Nan didn't give him the time of day. He was no different than a fly buzzing by on the street. When you encounter a fly, do you really listen to its advice? Fall for its provocation? Besides, Chen Nan's funds were genuinely a bit tight right now. Plans just don't keep up with changes. He had intended to pay cash for a car outright, but signing the contract with Zhang Yuyu had suddenly drained his funds. But compared to paying the car company a little extra, securing Zhang Yuyu's factory was far more important. That was a real golden goose. He was confident that as his operations expanded and sales channels multiplied, the profits from this factory would skyrocket. By then, he anticipated this single factory would prove insufficient to meet his needs, necessitating the establishment of branch factories across the country. But that was all for later. You eat one bite at a time, tackle things step by step, and money is earned bit by bit. As for the immediate task at hand, Chen Nan planned to enroll in university to experience something he had never known in his previous life. Mr. Chen, here's the purchase contract. Please keep it safe. The moment Chen Nan handed over the down payment, the top saleswoman immediately changed her address. Working in this field, she wouldn't dare boast about knowing over 1,000 bosses from different industries. But she knew at least several hundred. As for young people with enough money to buy luxury cars, they certainly existed, but they were few and far between. Without exception, their families were wealthy. It was usually the father, mother, or older brother accompanying their son to buy a car. But Chen Nan didn't look like one of those flashy second-generation rich kids. The steady demeanor about him suggested he was a first-generation entrepreneur who had built his own fortune. And when he pulled out the money, he didn't even blink. Even the girl beside him seemed unconcerned about the expense, as if spending it was no big deal. Her gaze remained fixed on the car the entire time. So, can I take this car now? Chen Nan watched Sun Lihao storm off, his tone calm and detached. Seeing Chen Nan ignore him, Sun Lihao felt humiliated and left grudgingly. Mainly, he sensed that he and Chen Nan weren't even in the same league. He couldn't outtalk him, couldn't intimidate him, and on top of that, he was richer? Not worth the effort? Seeing Sun Lihao retreat in defeat, Wu Jia smiled and nodded. Her high heels clicked rhythmically on the white ceramic tiles. Mr. Chen, please make yourself at home. Of course. If you encounter any issues with this vehicle in the future, just give me a call. I'll arrange for a dedicated team to provide you with on-site service. Chen Nan glanced at the top saleswoman and smiled, guessing what she was thinking. It wasn't just a hint, it was practically a direct statement. What impressed Chen Nan, however, was her sense of professional ethics. Logically speaking, since he'd bought the car and paid in full, she'd already earned her commission. Even if she didn't provide any extra favors, it wouldn't have hurt her bottom line. Yet here she was, still smiling sweetly and leaning in close to Chen Nan. Perhaps she believed that although Chen Nan was wealthy, he was still young and couldn't resist the allure of a mature woman like her. So, time and again, she took advantage of an ease in attention to verbally tease Chen Nan. Clearly, her scheme backfired. Chen Nan responded with casual indifference, offering no explicit verbal rejection, yet Wu Jia sensed this time it was truly hopeless. The young man before her showed not the slightest interest in her. Had she aged recently? Or is it that I'm just not charming enough? She glanced at the comfortable interior of the car and suddenly understood. Damn it, this is true love. You wouldn't find many couples like this in the whole society, and here she was, stumbling upon one today. Let's go, Chen Nan. I'll drive on the way just to get a feel for it. And he buckled up excitedly. Chen Nan could only resign himself to the passenger seat. He really didn't want an E to drive. The scene at the driving school that day was still vivid in his mind. Good grief, don't get us wrecked. Unlike before, Chen Nan was genuinely broke now. All the money he'd spent over the past few months had gone back into investments. The next paycheck, tens of thousands of yuan, wouldn't come until the university military training period. Still, despite his worries, the road was relatively safe. Mainly because his car was expensive. Most people, seeing Yi's driving style and skills, kept their distance. They feared colliding with him and facing a hefty compensation bill. There was an unwritten rule on the road: if you had to crash into another car, you'd naturally aim for the cheaper one. No one even tried to pass me on the road. Looks like my driving skills aren't half bad after all. Back at the residential complex, and he proudly slammed the car door shut. Chen Nan thought to himself, that's not because no one dares to overtake you, it's because no one dares to risk it. Yi's driving speed was baffling. Usually hovering around 40, it would suddenly shoot up to 60, then drop back to 40 moments later. Fast one moment, slow the next, no pattern to be found. Such erratic behavior must be driving the cars behind him crazy. Fortunately, the car was expensive enough that most drivers wouldn't bother arguing with an E. But on the drive to the capital, Chen Nan wouldn't dare let her take the wheel. He decided he'd handle the driving for the entire trip. Brother Chen, are we heading to the capital the day after tomorrow? Chen Zhu asked. Yeah, Brother Chen, I haven't had enough fun this summer yet. It's only the 15th now, right? Isn't military training supposed to start on the 23rd? Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun were also confused. But since Brother Chen had made the decision, they had to swallow their complaints. Mainly because Chen Nan was meticulous in his planning and rarely missed a beat. He must have his reasons for doing things this way. Getting there a few days early means we can scout out all the fun spots first. Plus, we can rent a place near our school, there'll be plenty to do. Chen Nan looked up at the sky, filled with anticipation. In his view, preparation was key. Failure often stemmed from lack of planning. Getting there early to prepare was far better than rushing in unprepared. If they delayed a few days and the good apartments got snapped up, he'd find that rather regrettable. After all, a comfortable place to live was still very important. Chapter 77, First Arrival in the Capital. The beauties are truly stunning. The capital. Driving from Jiliang City to the capital without taking the expressway takes a full 6 hours. There was no way around it. Chen Nan and an E had just gotten their driver's licenses and were required to complete a 12-month probationary period. During this period, they were prohibited from driving on the expressway alone. Since Chen Nan didn't have a driver with over 3 years of experience accompanying him, he couldn't drive on the expressway alone. Chen Nan followed the navigation to the university entrance, found a random parking spot, and planned to grab a bite to eat first. The moment he opened the car door, a wave of heat hit him. Late August weather was still quite hot. They had departed from Jiliang City and arrived here at noon, so the heat was to be expected. Still, compared to taking a bus to the station and then a taxi here, this was already quite convenient. Just moments ago, they had seen 3 people get out of a taxi, each handing the driver 20 yuan in cash. In reality, this was a common tactic used by locals to rip off out-of-town students. Normally, only one person would pay for the taxi ride. The entire fare should have been 20 yuan. Instead, they ended up paying 40 yuan extra. Thank goodness Brother Chen bought a car. Otherwise, we'd probably have been ripped off too. Thanks for being so generous, Brother Chen. Back then, there were no shared bikes or ride-hailing apps on the streets. To get from the station to school with luggage, you had no choice but to take a taxi. Even if you didn't want to get ripped off, you'd get ripped off anyway. Locals really rip off outsiders. When the time comes, I'm buying a car too. Me too. You failed the written test twice and you're talking about buying a car like Brother Chen? Chen Zhu passed the written test on his first try with a score of 97, naturally feeling superior. 97 points? That's nothing to brag about. I got 99. Chen Nan immediately showed off. Annie, who scored a perfect 100, nearly smiled faintly, implying everyone present was trash. She pulled on her sun hat and stepped out of the car. She was instantly captivated by the surroundings. It wasn't the towering skyscrapers she'd imagined. Instead, the area around the university had a distinctly old-world charm. Let's go grab a bite to eat first, then find a place to stay. Chen Nan had never been here either. It was completely unfamiliar territory. Fortunately, his past experiences navigating the world still served him well. He wasn't the type to be intimidated by unfamiliar surroundings. We're short on time. Let's grab some local snacks first, then treat you to a proper meal after we're done. Chen Nan bought 5 bowls of fried sauce noodles from a street vendor. That would have to suffice for now. Honestly, this dish really does taste different in every region. Not bad, pretty tasty. The flavor is definitely different from what we have back home. Brother Chen, I see rental listings on the wall over there. Why don't we call and ask? Chen Zhu observed carefully. But Chen Nan dismissed the idea outright. This area won't work. It's all commercial district, way too expensive. We'll look for a place inside the school campus later. Chen Nan took a few bites of his jajangmian, glanced at the time. It was already 1:56 p.m. At this hour, aside from lazybones and night owls who just hit the sack, most people were waking up from their afternoon naps. Zhang Wenjun, what the hell are you staring at? You're the fattest one here and the slowest eater. Tang Wen, a lanky tall guy, loved picking on the chubby kid. He constantly teased him with jabs. Zhang Wenjun wasn't one to back down. He shot back, what am I looking at? Of course I'm checking out the beauties. Just think about our third-tier provincial town back home, then look at the capital city. The beauties walking these streets are just on another level. Those high heels, those sheer stockings, those tiny waists, those short shorts. Above that, it was practically like they weren't wearing anything at all, just a scrap of fabric draped over them. They carried parasols, slung small leather bags over their shoulders, wore big, wavy hairstyles, and sported large dark sunglasses. It perfectly matched Chen Nan's preconceived notions about certain girls in big cities. Dressed avant-garde, open and flirtatious. As long as you had money, smooth talk, and decent looks, these women were guaranteed to fall for you. It was just a matter of time and money. With a woman like that, I'd last 3 minutes tops. Tang Wenjun dropped another jaw-dropping statement. This guy's mind was filled with nothing but unhealthy thoughts. We'll just observe for now. Once you're loaded, these will be the cheapest options. Chen Nan glanced at the woman too. Her figure was undeniably impressive. But her looks were nowhere near as satisfying as a comfortable life. In his eyes, Zhang Wenjun was being pathetically weak-willed. He couldn't tear his eyes away from a decent-looking mature woman. This is a sickness, it needs treatment. The best cure for this affliction is to demystify it. The best way to demystify her was through experience. When the time comes that a stunningly beautiful woman, tall, curvy, dressed in revealing clothes, bows and scrapes before you, offering attentive service for money, most men will finally see the light. It's just a woman, what's the big deal? If even a woman like that can only serve you, what kind of woman can't you find as long as you have money? Brother Chen, is this the school where you'll be teaching? It's huge inside. It's probably dozens of times bigger than Jiliang No. 1 high school? I'd say at least 100 times bigger. Just that artificial lake alone stretches as far as the eye can see. Chen Nan and an E walked ahead together. On the bulletin board, numerous rental listings were posted. Most were for the on-campus family quarters. It turned out that seniors in their final year or graduate students had graduated, so they'd vacated their apartments. The rent was relatively affordable. An 80-square-meter apartment in those older buildings on the edge of campus was going for 9,800 yuan a month. That was 3,000 or 4,000 yuan cheaper than apartments in the commercial districts outside campus. Of course, living in the dorms would be cheaper, but Chen Nan didn't want that option. Chen Nan, nearly 10,000 a month? Isn't that too expensive? And that probably doesn't even include utilities or property management fees. And he felt a pang of regret over the cost. Yeah, Chengge, 9,800 yuan a month? That's more expensive than the latest iPhone 4S. On the way over, Chen Zhu had assumed that with savings exceeding 100,000 yuan each, they'd be considered middle class in Jiliang City. But who knew that in the capital, just the annual rent alone would cost nearly 120,000 yuan. And the place was only 80 square meters in an old building at that. You three, even just the affiliate commissions you get from Taobao now must average at least 50,000 yuan a month, right? Chen Nan knew these guys were definitely loaded. It was just that suddenly moving from a low-cost city to a high-cost one made spending money on anything feel unnatural. Some money is meant to be spent. If it's gone, we'll earn more. Stop being so stingy every single day. When it came to money, Chen Nan's philosophy was simple. The more he spent, the more motivated he felt to earn more. Besides, they'd be here for 4 years. Settling for subpar living conditions would just be inviting misery. Hello, we're here to view the apartments. We're looking to rent 2 units at once. Chen Nan and Annie live together. Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, and Zhang Wenjun shared a place together. Coincidentally, this landlord actually owned 2 apartments both within the school's residential complex? What an incredible coincidence. 5 of you, renting 2 apartments? What's the problem? The landlord was an intellectual woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Every gesture and movement revealed she was far above the common crowd. She might very well be a professor at this university. No problem. Come on in and take a look. These 2 apartments are right across from each other. They're being rented out for the first time this year. Previously, they were occupied by senior professors from the university. Now they've all retired to homes they bought by the sea. They entrusted me with renting these out, essentially asking me to look after their properties for them. Listening to the landlady's introduction, Chen Nan appeared calm on the surface, merely nodding continuously. In truth, his mind was churning with excitement. It sounded like the owners of these properties were quite wealthy. So, maybe there's room to negotiate? Chapter 78, The Surprise Teacher. Sis, 9,800 yuan a month is way too expensive. Before Chen Nan could even think of a bargaining tactic, and he opened her mouth and dropped a bombshell. The key point was that her use of sis was so incredibly affectionate. Judging by the clothes she wore and the aura she exuded, Chen Nan could tell she was probably married. She might even have children. But she maintained her figure so well that after having children, there was no discernible change in her physique. A woman like this, living a life of happiness and fulfillment, lacked nothing except perhaps some spiritual nourishment. For instance, being called sister even in her 30s. You're all freshmen who just enrolled at this university this year, right? The woman smiled, her curious eyes scanning each of the 5 students in turn. Except for Chen Nan, the other 4 all had a clear-eyed foolishness in their gazes. Especially Annie, she looked just like the woman herself in her youth. Pretty, with great skin, and looking very well behaved. She was clearly the type of girl who excelled academically. This price is based on what others pay for rent on campus. Since you think it's too high, what do you consider reasonable? Name your price, and I'll call the professor to ask. There might actually be a chance. Hearing this, Chen Nan perked up. This teacher was clearly the type who'd spend half her life on campus, untouched by the real world, living in an ivory tower. She had no clue how treacherous people could be. Sis, 8,000 a month, do you think that'll work? Chen Nan had just given an E a knowing glance and discreetly flicked his fingers to form the number 8. And E immediately understood. 8,000? Alright, I'll ask around. Neither of these professors is exactly short on cash. Hey, Professor Chen, your housing is sorted. Right, they're both freshmen who just enrolled this year. Would 8,000 a month work? What? You think my price is too high? 6,000 a month is acceptable? Oh, alright then. I'll pass it on to them. Professor Feng's place? Fine, I'll bundle them together for rent. Hanging up the phone, the female teacher spread her hands helplessly. Clearly, these two retired professors weren't short on cash. And they seemed like decent people too. Earlier, Annie had proposed 8,000 yuan a month, thinking it was already low enough, but unexpectedly, they'd cut the price straight down to 6,000. Chen Nan was the type to take a shot in the dark, hoping for a reward. But to his surprise, it actually worked. At 6,000 yuan a month, that's only 72,000 yuan a year, saving nearly 50,000 yuan compared to before. What couldn't he do with that extra 50 grand? It could buy him a whole stack of iPhones. Is that price really not too high? Renting? The female teacher asked Annie. But her gaze lingered on Chen Nan. As a psychology teacher, she could tell at a glance that the other three boys, along with the seemingly well-behaved girl in front of her, all looked to this man for guidance. Alright, let's rent this place then. Chen Nan nodded. He was quite satisfied with the apartment. In that case, let's sign the lease agreement. The old professor's only requirement is that the rent for the entire year be paid in full up front. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Those who could afford to rent an entire apartment in the capital were generally from well-off families. Most graduate school applicants either shared apartments or rented studio flats. Just as the female teacher had assumed, Chen Nan and his group certainly weren't short on cash. Annie signed the contract with a pen, and Chen Nan paid the rent. Of course, since Chen Zhu and the other two were sharing the apartment, each contributed 1/3 of the rent, making it a roommate arrangement. It was relatively economical. Here, take the keys. The female teacher placed the keys on the table and glanced at Chen Nan and Annie. Finally, she couldn't resist asking. What exactly is your relationship? Even the most educated woman couldn't resist a bit of gossip. And with money, free time, and the inclination, their gossiping skills were sharper than the average woman's. She's my girlfriend, and also my secretary. Chen Nan smiled wryly, offering the only plausible explanation. Girlfriend? Secretary? What kind of messy answer was that? And what about those three? The female teacher grew slightly curious about Chen Nan and turned her gaze toward Chen Zhu and the others. They're my classmates, or employees. Chen Nan swiftly paid the bill. Then he jotted down the water meter number, electricity meter number, and gas meter number. He wandered around, checking out the layout of the rooms. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. The space felt surprisingly spacious and airy. He was quite satisfied. He seriously doubted that the advertised 80 square meters even accounted for shared common areas. If calculated using current new home standards, it would likely measure over 100 square meters. In other words, they had actually gotten a pretty good deal. What exactly do you do? The female teacher pressed Chen Nan. Chen Nan's gaze was the only one that didn't carry the clear-eyed naivety. Instead, it gave her a sense of maturity beyond his years. This impression had only intensified during their earlier conversation. I'm a student. And I run a little side business on the side. Chen Nan deliberately avoided specifying the nature of his business. Mainly because he felt embarrassed. How could she possibly recommend those sensual clothes to an intellectual female teacher? That just wouldn't be right. Though human nature is universal, even the most beautiful girls or intellectual women share the same desires as ordinary women. They can't escape it. It might even create a striking contrast. But now really wasn't the time. Perhaps there would be an opportunity later. So, all 3 of you are actually employees accompanying this boss to class, right? The female teacher was quite sharp. She instantly saw through them. Chen Zhu and the others simply didn't look like students from the school. Yes, we're all his little sidekicks. We didn't do well in school, so we're out here making money instead. Brother Chan and Annie are geniuses. One scored 685 on the college entrance exam, and the other got over 700. Chen Zhu declared proudly. He spoke as if he'd earned those scores himself, clearly afraid the teacher might underestimate them. Hearing this, the female teacher grew even more astonished. She turned to Annie and asked, "You scored over 700 points? Logically, you should be at Peking University or Tsinghua over there. Why did you come here? This university is decent enough, but with your scores, you should be pursuing opportunities at a better institution." In the minds of ordinary people, getting into Peking or Tsinghua was a dream come true for countless individuals. Even this teacher had once dreamed of it. So why did this girl choose to give up that better option and come here instead? And Annie smiled without responding. Anyway, she didn't see any downside to it. Chen Nan smiled silently too. Of course, he thought to himself, I owe 100 million. What major from Tsinghua or Peking University could possibly earn 100 million over a lifetime in a regular job? She's clearly made a killing here. Still, the female teacher pondered. Though she wasn't entirely clear on their relationship, she did recognize both Chen Nan and Anyi's status as students. But entrepreneurship, being a boss. Yeah, right. Like I'd believe that? At Chen Nan's age, she was still dreaming of traveling with her boyfriend, going out to eat, and catching movies. Who would be thinking about starting a business? But soon, Chen Nan's phone rang. It was Zhang Yuyu calling. She immediately addressed Chen Nan with great respect, calling her Miss Chen, and explained the situation at the factory. What the hell is this Ms. Chen nonsense? Hearing this, the female teacher froze. Could it be everything he said earlier was true? Chapter 79, The Perks of a Top-Tier University. Mr. Chen, someone came to the factory today to discuss business. They said they want us to do OEM manufacturing for their brand. They're offering a substantial sum. I wanted to get your thoughts. Zhang Yuyu's voice came through the phone. Go ahead and share your thoughts first. Chen Nan had instinctively pressed speakerphone when answering the call. But with an outsider present, he quickly switched it off. The female teacher was that outsider. Mr. Chen, here's what I think. Our current production to sales ratio is 2-to-1, so we could definitely take on some odd jobs. Their contract states the cooperation is for 1 year, renewable upon expiration or subject to termination. I estimate it will take us about a year before our sales volume picks up. Rather than letting excess production sit in the warehouse, it's better to sell it and earn some extra income. After hearing Zhang Yuyu's proposal, Chen Nan expressed his support. This approach would not only alleviate inventory pressure but also ease his current cash flow constraints. As a new entrepreneur, every aspect required investment. Securing this sales channel to boost revenue was indeed a positive development. No problem. Let's do it your way. Chen Nan deliberated for only a few seconds before making the decision. He trusted Zhang Yuyu's capabilities. Oh, and when negotiating the partnership, remember that the factory's existing production line, the standard type commonly found on the market, can be included within the scope of our collaboration. But don't include the products I designed myself in the partnership. Every brand has its own core competitive edge. The explosive success of Chen Nan's Wood South Rabbit brand stemmed not only from product quality but also from its designs that transcended the times. I've already made this point perfectly clear to them. Mr. Chen, leave the factory matters to me. You focus on your work. Zhang Yuyu spoke with a gentle tone and brimming enthusiasm. She waited for Chen Nan to hang up. For some reason, when she was the factory manager herself, she felt overwhelmed by pressure every single day. She couldn't even eat properly. It felt like trouble was lurking around every corner in the factory. Now that Chen Nan had taken over as factory manager, things had suddenly calmed down. All the troubles seemed to have vanished. Business had even started to pick up. Now that he served as Chen Nan's acting factory manager, it might sound harsh, but he was essentially just a lowly employee. But the benefits are real. Not only did he retain his previous status, but he also received a steady paycheck. Plus, daily life is pretty laid back, occasionally playing cards or mahjong with Chen Nan's mom. This life was nothing short of paradise on earth. Of course, when it came to working for Chen Nan, Zhang Yuyu gave it his all. She strives to run the factory as efficiently as possible. After all, only if Chen Nan's side was sufficiently prosperous and successful could she look forward to a good life in the future. And Chen Nan, of course, hoped every employee under him would be like Zhang Yuyu. Smart and hard-working that way, making money would be easier for him. And strive to achieve financial freedom sooner. Mr. Chen? Are you really starting your own business? The moment Chen Nan hung up the phone, the female teacher's expression turned stunned. Wow, are young people these days this driven? Fresh out of high school, and already making money on their own. Yeah, no choice. My family's poor, so I gotta find ways to earn money. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford college. Chen Nan sounded modest, but seeing the teacher's expression, he couldn't help feeling a little pleased with himself. By the way, teacher, is there parking available around here? Chen Nan was quite concerned about this issue. He'd driven here and parked in a free spot near campus. It would be too much trouble to drive all the way to the school entrance every time he needed to go somewhere. The main issue was that the university campus was enormous. From where he currently lived, it took over 20 minutes just to walk to the nearest east gate of the campus. Parking spot? You drove here? Hearing Chen Nan's words, the female teacher was even more surprised. This meant that after graduating from high school, Chen Nan had used his summer break to get his driver's license. And he had driven all the way from home to the capital by himself. That kind of courage alone was truly admirable. There is a parking spot. Right by the roadside in the residential area, number 88. And you're actually benefiting from Professor Chen's generosity. He paid the parking fees all the way through the next decade. You can just use it. The female teacher flicked a strand of hair from her forehead. Looking at Chen Nan, she felt this young man was truly extraordinary. He was far more capable than any other person her age she had ever met. Still, the car he drives is probably just 100 and something thousand yuan model, right? This thought didn't stir any particular emotion in her. Teacher, do you know where the orientation for new students will be held? An who seemed to have hit it off with this teacher, asked in a gentle tone. Although there were still 4 days left until the registration date listed on the acceptance letter, it was better to clarify things in advance. The new student registration location? We haven't received notification for this year yet. Based on previous year's arrangements, it's usually somewhere around here. The female teacher led an to the window and pointed to a massive gymnasium in the distance. See that gymnasium? New student registration is usually held either in front of it or inside. But this year, the sewer's clogged and they're repairing the road. So it might be in front of the entrepreneurship building next door. Instead, it's not too far from here either. Oh, and since you're working on a startup, you can go register it when classes start. If you have a solid business idea, write up a detailed proposal. If it passes review, the school even offers special subsidies for students like you. I remember the minimum was 2,000 yuan a year, and the maximum was 12,000. Either way, it's not a small amount. There are also many studios inside spaces over 20 square meters with meeting tables, air conditioning, free Wi-Fi, and complimentary water dispensers. Our school subsidizes those too. Monthly rent is 1,500 yuan. Chen Nan listened to the female teacher's introduction, his eyes lighting up. He had already decided to rent a studio to help his crew focus on making money. But renting a studio in the commercial district would likely cost more than the school's housing. He hadn't expected the university to offer such a perk. No wonder it was a prestigious 985 university requiring a 685-point Gaokao score to enter. Funding was clearly abundant. They were actually handing out such generous subsidies to students. Chen Nan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. After seeing the female teacher off, he was itching to head straight to the entrepreneurship building to register his information. Chapter 80, The Wonderful University Life. With the apartment rented and a place to stay secured in this unfamiliar city, the rest was straightforward. Chen Zhu, Tang Wen, and Zhang Wengjun each received the keys to their rooms. They headed straight to the mall to buy daily necessities. This place has a pretty good location. The school is right next to the commercial district. Chen Nan first took an to give the room a thorough cleaning, airing out the old house to dispel any lingering mustiness. Then he drove over, retrieved the quilts his mom had packed from the trunk, and carefully laid them out on each bed. Wang Yanan had thoughtfully bought a bright red quilt cover printed with countless double happiness symbols. The entire quilt measured 2.2 meters wide and 2.4 meters long. And it startled Chen Nan. Goodness, this looks like a wedding quilt. Chen Nan, are we really going to sleep in the same room? And he hugged her pillow to her chest, her face flushed as she asked. Lately, Chen Nan had been constantly busy, and the two barely had time to talk. Yet Annie didn't feel neglected in the slightest. On the contrary, she felt deeply content. Chen Nan was doing this for their future. Of course we are. Chen Nan patted Annie's shoulder, snatched the item from her hands, and tossed it onto the desk. That's just how women think. The more they're forced, the more excited they get. Especially the good girls. They look so well behaved, but inside, they're incredibly sultry. Most of the time, when a woman asks a question, she isn't seeking to deny something, she's seeking a man's affirmation. Fine then. Just as Chen Nan had anticipated, his insistence made Annie half reluctant, half willing to comply. After Chen Nan tidied up the room, she stretched out lazily on the bed. Sunlight streamed in from outside, casting a glow on her face. Annie shielded half her face with her hand. Outside the window, tree shadows swayed constantly as leaves rustled in the breeze. It must be said, the surroundings here weren't bad at all. Nestled within the university campus, it was quiet and serene, filled with an atmosphere of scholarly pursuit. Occasionally, students passed by on the paths, radiating youthful energy. In such surroundings, even someone in their 50s could maintain a remarkably youthful mindset. This place is definitely worth the rent. Chen Nan collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. It was pure luck. I just happened to walk past the bulletin board and spotted this rental listing. Annie sat up on the bed and massaged Chen Nan's waist. After driving all morning, it was impossible not to be tired. But what puzzled Annie was this. Why, after signing up together at the driving school and learning together, did Chen Nan's driving skills suddenly resemble those of a seasoned pro? It was as if he'd mastered it the moment he gripped the steering wheel. The most absurd part was during the road test for Subject 3. When navigating those narrow stone-paved roads, the instructor would always slow down first. Chen Nan, however, simply kept the gear engaged, pressed the accelerator, and drove right over it. The instructor handed Chen Nan a cigarette right then and there. Are you stupid? Chen Nan lay with his eyes closed, a pair of small hands gently massaging his waist as he savored the comforting tenderness. Lying beneath the deep red quilt, the girl knelt beside him, caressing him with earnest, gentle strokes. Being called clumsy didn't make her angry. Instead, she found the remark strangely suggestive. What difference was there between this and being married? Chen Nan, let's take a walk along the artificial lake together this evening. Annie gazed out the window with a dreamy look. On the vast artificial lake, waves rippled out in waves, glistening with golden light. Occasionally, couples strolling by passed by, likely senior students from the university. A gentle breeze stirred the air, drawing admiring glances. Some couples, lost in their stroll, would even turn to embrace each other face to face, sharing intimate moments. Is this what college life is like? It seems so interesting. Annie felt a warmth in her heart, yet suddenly grew quiet. Her past life felt like shadows hanging over her head, but now she had finally shaken them off completely. In truth, many of life's difficulties are paper tigers. It's just that many people let temporary setbacks cloud their judgment. Without Chen Nan's appearance, Annie often wondered, had she lost her life that very night? Would she never experience the future again? Sometimes, death is simple, but living is not easy. More often than not, living is a blessing, while death is agony. Therefore, one must never speak lightly of giving up. Perhaps after a momentary hardship, the dawn will break? The scenery on campus is truly beautiful. Annie pressed her hands against the railing of the artificial lake. Chen Nan beside her pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of her. But I think the beauty standing within this scenery is even more breathtaking. It wasn't just Chen Nan who thought Annie was beautiful, even passersby couldn't help but glance at her. Chen Nan felt no jealousy whatsoever. Annie's outfit was simple and well-fitted, with nothing out of place. He accepted without hesitation that his girl was this eye-catching. Truth be told, Annie's beauty indirectly reflected well on Chen Nan. This guy's got some serious luck. Judging by that outfit, she must be a freshman this year. Ah, what can you do? These days everyone seems to bring their significant other to college. The stench of love is killing us single folks with envy. With looks like that, I think our campus beauty Xia Luiying has some competition. When we vote for campus beauty queen this year, I'm definitely casting my ballot for this freshman. Often, when people gossip about others, the subject can hear it all. Chen Nan and Annie heard every word clearly. Chen Nan was naturally bursting with pride. People envied him for having such a beautiful girlfriend. It was like complimenting him on how cool his car looked when he drove it. Annie, however, was more shy. She didn't care about others' opinions, all that mattered was what Chen Nan thought. If he didn't want her to attract so much attention, she'd simply dress more plainly and deliberately make herself look less attractive. After all, she absolutely couldn't let Chen Nan feel unhappy because of her. No need. Just be yourself. Chen Nan saw no need for such caution. He possessed both the capability and the confidence. Even if some jerk tried to steal his girl, it wouldn't work. As a man, lacking even this basic confidence meant he was finished. If someone else has money, find a way to be richer than them. If someone else has power, find a way to be more powerful than them. What is there to fear in this world of boundless life? Chen Nan never feared competition, he feared the absence of it. Because that would mean he'd already reached a certain height, with no room left to grow. Chen Nan didn't come to the capital just to study or fall in love. He came to encounter a more splendid life. 4 days later, on an ordinary morning, Chen Nan was jolted awake by the sound of irritating music. Last night, he and Annie had played video games half the night, leaving him with a sore back. Chen Nan, let's go register for freshmen together? Annie was already dressed, wearing her favorite pink sun hat. She was getting ready to head downstairs. Sometimes, Chen Nan had to admit that women really did have more stamina than men. Alright. Wait for me a sec, I'll just throw on some clothes and be right down. Is the registration spot in front of the entrepreneurship building? Annie glanced at herself in the mirror and obediently replied, yes, I saw from the window that quite a few people are already lining up there. Oh, let me see. Chen Nan stood at the living room window and glanced out. Sure enough, a dense crowd stood in the distance. Among them were students, parents, and school volunteers. Some were selling phone cards, others cold drinks, and the street dance club was even holding a recruitment event there. That music earlier had been coming from them. Damn it, disturbing my peaceful sleep like this. What surprised Chen Nan, however, was that the female teacher who had arranged his rental apartment earlier was actually there supervising several students? She hadn't mentioned handling this kind of work before. Those in the know get it. Looks like this teacher was conscripted by the school. Chapter 81, What Can You Do? That's how specialized students are. Compared to these college students who'd trekked all the way from their dorms to the registration site, sweating buckets under the blazing sun. Chen Nan arrived here with remarkable ease. Stretching lazily, he strolled leisurely for about 200 meters before reaching the registration site. Renting a place on campus was all about convenience. Plus, along the way, he noticed that the rental notices posted on the university bulletin boards had been almost entirely torn down. This meant that the original apartments had all been rented out. Presumably, only the high-priced, subpar units remained, still waiting for tenants. If Chen Nan had foolishly waited until registration day to hunt for a place like most freshmen, could he possibly rent his current place at such a low price? The answer was clearly no. This is the advantage of arriving early. Whoa, so many people? Holy crap, are there girls? All girls? Zhang Wenjun revealed his true lecherous nature again. Guess we're learning a lot from Brother Chen. Holy crap, is this what college is like? If I'd known, I would have studied harder, Chen Zhu said regretfully. Bro, with your brain, studying for 3 years wouldn't match what Brother Chen learned in 3 months. Stop dreaming. Tang Wen delivered a perfectly timed jab. Still, even Tang Wen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret upon seeing this lively scene. Many people are like this. Back in middle school, it wasn't that they didn't want to study, they just didn't know why they should. Only later, when they realized the benefits of learning, did regret set in. Guys, no regrets. Life is about dreams, each of us shines in our own way. Sure, your grades weren't great, but you're making money now. Chen Nan consoled them. He wouldn't have such regrets. After his rebirth, Chen Nan turned over a new leaf. Those scenes that used to haunt his dreams. Could it be that one day, he'd actually make them come true? Chen Nan, our department's registration desk seems to be at the far west end, right next to the entrepreneurship building. And he scanned the distance with a smile and spotted the registration spot for the computer science and technology program. In this era of ever-advancing internet technology, computer science was truly a blue ocean. Alongside civil engineering, it had risen alongside the real estate boom to become one of the 2 most lucrative majors in engineering. At every university, admission scores for these programs were absurdly high. But Chen Nan knew full well that from now on, it would be no more than 7 years at most. Civil engineering students would be crowned civil engineering saints or mortar mixing saints. Regardless of which university they graduated from, all bachelor's degree holders will be sent to construction sites to mix mortar. Computer science graduates, while enjoying slightly longer careers than civil engineers, won't see their hair grow any longer. If you graduate at 22, within a decade, every programmer faces the risk of hair loss. If you're spared the balding crisis, congratulations, you'll be optimized out by age 35. Damn capitalism. Chen Nan finished speaking and laughed at himself, mainly because he was the very embodiment of that capital. Sometimes cursing himself felt like a pretty good joke. As long as you make money, that's all that matters. Still, even though computer science will become a red ocean in the future, it's still quite useful for current students. Chen Nan had his own reasons for choosing this major. For instance, developing software in the future. This field is teeming with talent just waiting for him to tap into. And they're all top-tier professionals in the field. Student, what is your name? Chen Nan. Chen Nan, 685 points. Alright, found it. Just sign here. The person handling new student enrollment for the computer science major was a sophomore senior. She was average looking, but her voice was sweet and pleasant to the ear. My name is an E. Here. An E pointed to her name on the list. Her name was listed first. Then an E starts with A. So whether in high school or college, she was almost always listed first on the class roster. But compared to that, An Yi's academic achievements were far more dazzling. She single-handedly raised the cutoff score for this year's computer science program. Hey, senior, I've got a question. You scored over 700 points, why didn't you go to Tsinghua or Peking University? I came with him. An E pointed at Chen Nan. Soon, several eyes turned to Chen Nan. They wanted to see if he had any special talents. Otherwise, why would such a beautiful girl give up admission to Tsinghua or Peking University to follow him here? What can I say? That's how it is for us special talent students. An E scratched his nose and shrugged indifferently. Handsome guys are meant to be admired. Chen Nan had a touch of narcissism. But if one isn't a bit narcissistic, does that mean they're insecure? At least Chen Nan believed that a person needed this kind of confidence to live better. Wow, there sure are a lot of people here. After registering, Chen Nan strolled around the area with an E. This fresh university life was truly a first for him. Youthful, bustling, and filled with a carefree atmosphere. Perhaps this was the very meaning of learning. The temporary hardships and periods of intense study were all for the sake of pursuing a better life in the future. Chen Zhu and the other 2 didn't follow Chen Nan, they went off to explore on their own. Mainly, they'd heard rumors that the campus beauty might be coming, so they followed the crowd to catch a glimpse of the pretty girl from afar. Those guys aren't half bad at street dancing. Chen Nan watched his buddies showing off their moves, ran over to take a closer look, and realized they actually had some real talent. If I streamed this later, threw in some basketball or something for show, I could definitely make money. Anime club recruitment. Any new friends interested? Any freshmen into ping pong? We've got gorgeous upperclassmen ready to teach you one-on-one. He turned his head and saw several new groups of people nearby, all looking like upperclassmen from this school. They were here during orientation to recruit new members for their clubs. Basketball, play basketball. Hey, bro, you play soccer? Suddenly, a dark-skinned guy with muscular legs grabbed Chen Nan's arm. Bro, you've got the right build for it, you're a natural for soccer. Chen Nan. Hey, don't walk away, buddy. The national team's revival depends on you. Chen Nan firmly waved him off. Damn it, who the hell plays soccer these days? That's just asking for trouble. Hey, cutie, the anime club needs a beauty like you. And you handsome guy over there too. A petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, reached out with her small hands to grab an E in Chen Nan. Sorry, I'm not really interested. Wow, getting rejected like this is making me want to cry, the girl persisted, her voice full of hurt. She was actually pretty cute, and a few real tears did well up. Fine then, I can sign up. And E couldn't stand the cute girl's persistence any longer and said helplessly. She was actually quite interested in anime herself. Count me in too. Chen Nan compared the other clubs and decided the anime club seemed like the most fun place. Yay, made 2 new friends. Membership fees are paid over here $50 per person, but it's worth every penny. After paying, you'll get a personally signed autograph from our campus beauty, senior student Xia Luiying. The cute girl batted her eyes at Chen Nan and an E. Then, she personally handed each of them a postcard featuring a tall, short-haired beauty. That must be the so-called campus beauty, Xia Luiying. On the back of the postcard, there was indeed an autograph. But her handwriting looked like dung beetle tracks, not even as neat as Chen Nan's. It held no real collectible value. She's got decent looks, at least a proper nose and eyes. Sure enough, in college, the pretty girls tend to flock to the anime club. But after glancing at it a few times, Chen Nan found it utterly boring. So, when no one was looking, he quietly tossed the postcard into the trash. The Xia Luiying on that postcard only had the advantage of makeup. In Chen Nan's mind, if she were really compared to an E, this Xia Luiying probably fell short by 1,000,000,000 points. Yay! You're now officially members of the anime club, handsome guys and beautiful girls. Please join our QQ group now. Since it's not the school's official club recruitment period that happens after military training, many of the senior members from various clubs didn't show up. Poor Fufu, she was conscripted by the club president to do all the grunt work here. So, you'll sympathize with me, right? Chapter 82, Encountering a Disgusting Person. This petite girl named Wei Fufu also had short hair. Her overall looks were average, but her eyes were exceptionally large and watery, giving her an especially adorable appearance. Faced with such an adorable girl's plea, Chen Nan rejected her without mercy. Sorry, we've got things to do. We'll be heading out now. After saying that, Chen Nan grabbed an E and ran off. No way, if they didn't run now, they'd surely be conscripted too. Chen Nan had no interest in doing unpaid labor like this. Did they really think everyone was willing to work for love alone? Still, even though the people at universities seemed pretty interesting, you inevitably run into a few people with questionable personalities. Chen Nan had originally come here to ask when the entrepreneurship building would open so he could sign up. Compared to the idyllic college life, making money was clearly more appealing. But it seemed the doors were still locked, probably because classes hadn't officially started yet. And he ran into a couple of small-time punks right at the entrance. Hey, bro, you're from a small town, huh? Dressed like a hick, said a guy wearing sunglasses, a floral shirt, and flowery shorts. 2 buddies trailed behind him, both looking like they had a bit of cash. Their smiles carried a sleazy vibe. Chen Nan had seen plenty of these types back in the nightclub days. They had a bit of family money, used that to get a fancy degree, then went abroad for a degree to add a layer of gold. They thought they were something special. They loved hanging out in all kinds of entertainment venues, dressed in flashy clothes, thinking they were hot stuff whenever they saw someone. It was hard to believe anyone could be so foolish as to mock others so casually. But the truth is, life is full of idiots, far more than you'd ever see in movies or TV shows. What's the matter? Did people from small towns eat your family's rice? Chen Nan stood his ground before an E, not backing down an inch. He understood this type of person's mindset all too well. Disputes between men boil down to either pointless pride in face or money and interests. Ultimately, it's about women. In fact, every single dispute boils down to these 3 things. This flashy, show-off type clearly wanted to strut his stuff in front of an E, trying to flaunt his senior student charm. This wasn't Chen Nan's malicious speculation. Some people are just that shameless and vulgar. Even though they're seniors in school, some are even seniors in their final year, yet their eyes are still fixed on freshman girls. Fully aware it'll never work out, that graduation means breakup, they still shamelessly hit on those fresh-faced newcomers. People like that are disgusting. Hey, freshmen, don't be so harsh. How about hanging out with your seniors from now on? I'll get you into the student council. You seem pretty sharp. Maybe you could even snag the vice president spot. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting toward an E behind Chen Nan. His intentions were clearly malicious. Before Chen Nan could respond, Chen Zhu, Tangwen, and the others had already rushed over. The moment they met, they surrounded the 3 of them. What's going on? What do you think you're doing? We want to take you down. This is school property. Fighting will get you disciplined. You 3 freshmen want to get expelled right at the start of the semester? Usually, someone who says that is basically backing down, and it smacks of bluffing. Whoever believed that was the real coward. Then Chen Zhu burst out laughing. True, freshmen fighting would get punished, but they weren't freshmen. What could they possibly do to him? He adopted a menacing stance as he spoke. You guys, really want to start something? These 3 were real cowards. After being intimidated by Chen Zhu and his crew, they couldn't even utter a peep. Their bodies kept retreating backward. Chen Nan had thought something might actually happen today. But the moment these three saw Tangwon, the towering 6'3" giant, they turned tail and fled without even putting up a fight. Talking tough but acting like cowards. They looked tough, but turned out to be nothing but paper tigers. I'm Zhang Long, Dragon Brother. Civil engineering major. Come find me if you've got the guts. Chen Zhu stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at the three of them. Civil engineering major, Brother Long, huh? Wait, I'll remember you. The guy in the flowery shirt turned around and pointed at him threateningly. I'm your senior from the civil engineering department. Just you wait, freshman. You'll see what happens during military training. Another voice bellowed. Fine, I'll be waiting. Whoever backs down first is a coward. Tangwon chimed in immediately. This scene made Chen Nan burst out laughing. He hadn't expected Chen Zhu to be so clever, knowing that when you're out in the world, you need a cover story to protect yourself. There was no one like him among the civil engineering freshmen. Even if those three tried to cause trouble later, they probably wouldn't be able to find him. But trouble would come if they ran into someone with the same name. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Would the civil engineering bro back down from these three dimwits? If they dared show up, they'd probably get beaten up right away. Chen Nan, since the entrepreneurship building isn't open, let's head to the academic building first. And E was a bit shaken. The main concern was that they were strangers in this place, and she worried Chen Nan might get taken advantage of. And Chen Zhu and the others couldn't follow them around all the time. Brother Chen, you and an E be careful. Don't go taking on anyone alone. If those guys come looking for you again, just call the three of us. We'll show them what we're made of. Chen Zhu assured him. Tangwon and Zhang Wenjun also patted their chests in assurance. After all, back in high school, Chen Nan had protected the three of them this very way. He took the three of them under his wing as his younger brothers. Though he called them underlings, Chen Nan truly treated them like brothers. Now he was bringing them along to make money together. Such kindness deserved to be called godfather without exaggeration. Now that Chen Nan was in trouble, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. Those three look like total wimps. I can handle them all by myself. Chen Nan patted Chen Zhu on the shoulder to reassure them. You three go have fun at school. Play some basketball if you want. This place doesn't care about that. You're free to come and go as you please. Even though he was starting over in an unfamiliar place, having such a solid group of friends by his side gave Chen Nan a real sense of confidence. Besides, he genuinely wasn't afraid of anyone causing trouble. If anyone dared to mess with him, he'd definitely get his revenge. After all, those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. Just as Chen Nan and an E were about to leave, Chen Nan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the display. It was actually Zhang Yuyu calling him? Chapter 83, The Feeling of Clinging to a Big Shot. Hello, Mr. Chen. Following your advice, we closed the deal with the factory. The payment will be transferred immediately. Zhang Yuyu's excited voice came through the phone. After all, this was a major deal. And the other party was quick to transfer the funds. The advance payment had already landed in Chen Nan's account right after the contract was finalized. Got it, Chen Nan replied calmly. Mr. Chen, you don't seem surprised at all? Zhang Yuyu said, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Come on, this was a deal closed, money in the bank. Does Mr. Chen not even care about making money? Or does he think this amount is too small? Chen Nan smiled, letting out a slight sigh of relief, yet he felt no surprise whatsoever. Mainly, he'd negotiated so many deals in his previous life that it barely registered anymore. He'd even closed deals worth 30 million in a single go. So making such a small sum felt utterly ordinary to him. It's fine. Just what I expected. By the way, has anyone been causing trouble at the factory lately? Although he had secured the support of the factory workers by distributing equity shares, Chen Nan still harbored some concerns. Some people did come to cause trouble, but security handled them off. We owe that entirely to Mr. Chen's idea, getting the factory employees to voluntarily protect the factory. Now, I don't even need to supervise them, they're motivated to work hard on their own. Based on recent output, I've estimated that efficiency has increased by at least a quarter compared to before. Unlike Chen Nan, Zhang Yuyu was a complete novice, just starting out in business. So she was amazed by every new development. She occasionally reacted with startled exclamations. Zhang Yuyu felt this was precisely where the gap between him and Chen Nan lay. His lack of steadiness made it difficult to manage his team effectively. Otherwise, how could he be raking in such big profits? In Zhang Yuyu's eyes, Chen Nan was truly idol-worthy. Not only was he handsome, but he was also sharp-minded, had a great personality, and treated his employees well. He excelled in every aspect. Even if he went to a big city to do business, he'd likely quickly carve out a place for himself based on his own abilities. Work efficiency has improved this much? For Chen Nan, this was indeed an unexpected development. A quarter increase in output meant his overall income would soon rise by a quarter too. No wonder Zhang Yuyu felt that even supplying goods to contract manufacturers wouldn't affect his business. So that was it. Chen Nan hadn't anticipated that a small dilution of equity could motivate his employees so dramatically. Of course, the more motivated his employees were, the more money he made. For him, it was undoubtedly a positive development. After hanging up, Chen Nan's phone immediately received a text message. His bank account had received a total of 200,000 yuan. The partnership was a one-year arrangement, and this sum was merely an advance payment. Future payments would include progress installments and a final settlement. Though not a huge sum, it certainly eases the immediate pressure. Chen Nan's cash flow was probably even tighter than Chen Zhu's. The main reason was his recent spending spree. He'd bought a factory, purchased a car, and rented a place. But with that factory in operation, it should only take 6 months to a year to recoup the investment. The rest would be pure profit. From a long-term return perspective, Chen Nan, you've bought yourself a golden goose. And he naturally saw the information on Chen Nan's phone. She hadn't expected that the factory Chen Nan had impulsively bought would yield returns so quickly. But that was precisely Chen Nan's strength. That factory had been on the brink of collapse, plagued by internal sabotage. No one had high hopes for its future. To revive such a factory from the brink of death among all the people in Yi knew, Chen Nan was probably the only one capable of pulling it off. Hey, isn't that the teacher who rents us the house? Following Yi's voice, Chen Nan looked toward the sunshade umbrella by the roadside in the distance. The bespectacled, rather intellectual-looking female teacher was shielding her eyes with her hand, seemingly waiting for something. But after waiting a long time without getting what she wanted, her expression grew anxious. Sweat trickled down her face, pooling at her neck before continuing its descent. It was mid to late August, still quite warm, and the upper part of her blouse was damp with sweat. Through her white blouse, a dark green undershirt was clearly visible. Her lower half was clad in a black professional skirt that fell just below the knees. A breeze caused her clothes to sway gently, making her appear even more beautiful than the blossoming trees nearby. But Chen Nan only glanced briefly before looking down at his phone. Well, everyone has a love for beauty, right? Honestly, there wasn't much to see anyway, just the usual stuff. Didn't our own Yi have that? Not only does she have it, but it's even bigger. At all members. At all members. In the QQ group, the advisor notified all freshmen to head to room 102 in the new teaching building for a class meeting after completing registration. That's why Yi wanted to take a look around the teaching building earlier. After the orientation meeting and the announcement of upcoming arrangements for freshmen, their university life would officially begin. Honestly, Chen Nan was actually looking forward to meeting his classmates, curious to see who his future employees might be. After all, this was one of the nation's top universities. Surely there would be exceptionally talented individuals here? But wait, the classroom building for the orientation meeting was 3 kilometers away from where he was? But with a car at his disposal, did Chen Nan really fear the distance? 3 kilometers might seem far, but driving it would take no time at all. Just as Chen Nan lifted his head, intending to admire the female teacher's appearance one last time before heading to his car, a grating voice suddenly rang out beside him. Hold on, you there? Where's your buddy? Just as Chen Nan was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Chen Nan turned his head. Holy crap! It was that man in the flowery clothes, who had caught up again, and now he had 3 others with him. What's this? You called some backup to get revenge? Chen Nan wasn't afraid. After all, he did have that glorious record of taking on over a dozen guys by himself right outside his high school gates. Sure, he might not win, but he'd make sure none of them got off easy. They'd all end up in the hospital together. Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking where your buddy is, that civil engineering major, Brother Long, Zhang Long. The man in the flowery shirt had clearly remembered Chen Zhu's nickname, Brother Long. And it had left quite an impression on him. Freshman orientation meeting. He's gone to the civil engineering department. Go find him at the new teaching building. Surprisingly, Chen Nan spoke these words with remarkable gentleness. In truth, he was just toying with the fool. But these guys actually believed him, sending messages on their phones to find out where the new civil engineering students were having their orientation meeting. They decided to find someone to confront Dragon Brother right away. Fine, you know your place, but do you think I'll let you off the hook? Today, you must. Hey, young Master Zhai, a teacher is coming over. Ahem. Just as the guy in the flowery shirt was about to cause trouble for Chen Nan, the female teacher approached, wearing a pair of white dad sneakers. Chen Nan didn't know the teacher's identity, but these guys all recognized her. Teacher Yang. Hello, Professor Yang. What brings you here? Ignoring the greetings from her students, Teacher Yang walked straight over to Chen Nan. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he said, Hey, I remember you have a car, right? Chen Nan nodded. Yes. Do me a favor and give me a ride to the new teaching building? The school bus might have broken down on the way. On university campuses, whenever the semester begins or major events occur, small tour buses appear. They shuttle students between different locations. There's no way around it. University campuses are just too vast. During large events, this mode of transportation is essential for volunteers and teachers to assist students with tasks. But now, the shuttle bus is broken down, which is quite a hassle. Teacher, please wait here for me. My car is parked right in front of the residential complex. I'll go get it immediately. The moment Chen Nan heard how these people addressed this teacher Yang, something felt off. During his previous business ventures, he'd interacted with professors from independent colleges. He was fairly familiar with university faculty titles. They were divided into 4 levels: teaching assistant, lecturer, associate professor, and professor. This teacher Yang looked to be in his 30s, yet he was being addressed as a professor? Chen Nan knew exactly what that meant. Either he was a rare genius, or he was exceptionally capable, having published SCI papers, perhaps even 3 to 5 papers in Q2 journals or higher. The scariest part? She might be both. And why else would the landlords of the house he currently lived in, those 2 retired professors, entrust her with managing the property instead of hiring someone else? That alone spoke volumes. Chen Nan keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Professor Yang currently needed transportation, and he could offer her a small favor. And this favor was one most people couldn't provide. After all, not every student is like Chen Nan, buying a car right at the start of the semester. And those professors who do have cars are probably swamped with work right now. Chen Nan thought, maybe through this, he could latch onto a powerful connection? Honestly, as Chen Nan glanced at the female teacher's legs, wow, they were surprisingly fair and seemed quite plump. The feel of holding them might be quite nice? Even if it wasn't exactly climbing the ladder, building a good relationship with Professor Yang might not bring any tangible benefits. But it certainly wouldn't hurt. For instance, the moment Professor Yang arrived, she immediately intimidated those obnoxious individuals who had been looking for trouble with him. That alone was a benefit. Truth be told, if Professor Yang hadn't been here and those 6 had actually dared to lay a finger on him, Chen Nan would have made them pay dearly. Because that's just how human nature works. If someone picks a fight with you at the start of the semester and you don't retaliate promptly, from then on, endless trouble would come knocking. This principle holds true everywhere. From classrooms and schools to companies and workplaces, and even up to conflicts between nations. And it never goes out of style. Out of respect for Professor Yang, Chen Nan decided to swallow his pride for now. He couldn't very well punch each of those 3 loudmouths in front of a university professor, could he? Chapter 84. Oh no, civil engineering really does have a dragon brother. Wait, how does this freshman know Professor Yang? No idea. Probably got connections. Forget it then. We were just trying to scare this freshman to create an opening for you, young Master Jai, to poach him. Looks like that's not happening now. Seems like his family's pretty well off. Just now, I think I heard him say he was going to drive? The man in the colorful clothes, known as young Master Jai, folded his arms and curled his lip in the direction Chen Nan had left. He was indeed a native of the capital. And his family did have a bit of money. His upbringing and the influence of his parents had left him with a certain disdain for outsiders. Add to that the fact that the college entrance exam questions in the capital were relatively easy and the cutoff scores were low. He felt little competitive pressure and breezed into this university with ease. Though he never voiced it, he secretly looked down on those students who scored high marks. How could the educational resources in the provinces compare to those in the capital? While high schoolers elsewhere were still grinding away at their studies, he had already mastered the piano. He truly excelled in both academics and the arts. And even if Chen Nan had a car, what kind of car could it be? At best, it's a Wuling Hongwang driving that around the capital would be downright embarrassing. Hey, beautiful, let's get acquainted. He wanted to greet an proactively. After all, in this country, many people view the capital city through rose-colored glasses. They assume everyone living here is a big shot, loaded as hell. Plus, he was part of the student council. Thanks to these 2 layers of perception, young Master Jai certainly didn't lack female attention. Especially girls from small towns who hadn't seen much of the world, they were easily drawn to him. But what he regretted most was failing to win over campus beauty Xia Luiying during freshman orientation last year. He was ruthlessly labeled the ultimate suck-up. He topped the school forum's clown rankings, constantly bombarded by snarky comments from the forum's sharp-tongued veterans. His image was utterly ruined, and he felt he'd never have a chance with such a stunning girl again. So when this year's freshman arrived, Jai Xiaotian once again set his sights on attractive freshman girls, hoping to try his luck again. And Anyi's looks seemed to surpass even Xia Luiying's, mainly because she had more grace. She was the kind of girl who looked like the perfect model student. But teacher Yang couldn't stand students like this. You're a senior now, yet you still don't plan for your future, daydreaming about all sorts of nonsense. What good does that do? Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought help from Chen Nan even though she knew Jai Xiaotian had a car. In contrast, this freshman who had just enrolled made her feel an unusually warm sense of affinity. But just as this young Master Jai, brimming with confidence, had walked about 10 meters away from a car suddenly barreled straight toward him. Without slowing down, as if he didn't exist, the car was upon him in an instant. Holy, are you blind? How the hell are you driving? Jai Xiaotian leapt out of the way to avoid the car, landing flat on the ground. He narrowly avoided being hit. The car itself was terrifying. Logically, the driver should have spotted him long ago and either slowed down in advance or swerved to avoid him. But the outcome was completely unexpected. The driver acted as if he wasn't even human, barreling straight toward him within seconds. "Oh, so you're human after all. Sorry, didn't say anything, I thought you were a kappa." Chen Nan deliberately honked the horn, rolled down his window, and teased Jai Xiao. But just as Jai Xiaotian was about to point and curse at Chen Nan, he suddenly realized that Chen Nan's car was actually more expensive than his own. The sticker price must be around 400,000 yuan. A freshman driving such a high-end car? For a man, owning a fine car was like wielding a sharp weapon on the battlefield. Just seeing it could send the enemy reeling. Seeing this, Jai Xiaotian felt a pang of intimidation. He sensed that Chen Nan might truly be no ordinary person. Driving a luxury car, accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend, and acquainted with Professor Yang. Apart from his accent and clothing style, which marked him as a typical small-town guy, every other aspect seemed far superior to his own. Jai, this guy looks like trouble. Let's just drop it. I've got half a year left before my graduate school entrance exams. Let's not waste our breath on this nonsense. Exactly. Let's get out of here. Watching his dorm buddies abandon him, Jai Xiaotian felt like a complete fool. He glared at the car in the distance, grinding his teeth. No way. If I can't take him on, can't I at least take on Zhang Long from civil engineering? With that, he grabbed the remaining few buddies and sprinted toward the classroom where the civil engineering department was holding its orientation meeting. Little did he know, among the new civil engineering students, there really was someone named Zhang Long. Not only was this guy a towering 6 feet 1 inch, but he was also into working out, packing a solid build. He'd also just made a few close friends within the same major. Goodbye, Professor Yang. I'll park over there. Goodbye, Professor, and he said politely as he opened the door for Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian also thought Annie was a genuinely nice girl. She was smart, had a great personality, was gentle and well-behaved. She definitely had the potential to become a university professor someday. Annie, right? Here, add me on WeChat. If you ever run into trouble with your studies or life, feel free to message me directly on my phone. And if anyone gives you trouble, don't be afraid, just tell your teacher right away. The school has strict rules. Anyone who provokes trouble or gets into fights will receive a major disciplinary warning. These incidents will be documented in your records, affecting your future applications for graduate school or civil service exams. Yes, got it, teacher. And E obediently bid farewell. Unfortunately, shortly after the teacher left, Chen Nan and Annie arrived at the classroom to wait for the class meeting to begin. It seemed that outside a classroom on the second floor of the new teaching building, something unusual had occurred. What's going on? Heard it's a fight. Civil engineering majors. Who'd be so bold as to mess with those hot-headed civil engineering guys? Many people had already gathered to watch. Word spread that a senior had come to the freshman building to bully the new students. And they specifically called out Dragon Brother from the civil engineering department, a freshman named Zhang Long. That's how this whole fiasco started. Hundreds of students from different majors gathered around the building's railings to watch the spectacle. Some even clapped along while watching, reveling in the spectacle. Even under the gaze of nursing majors next door. Half the civil engineering freshmen were hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, throwing themselves into the fray without a care. This is quite unexpected, huh? Hearing the shouts and curses from above, Chen Nan and Annie exchanged a glance and shared a peculiar smile. You had to hand it to the civil engineering seniors, their tempers were explosive. Chen Nan frowned briefly before nearly bursting into laughter. Could it be there really is a freshman named Zhang Long in the civil engineering program? Chapter 85, The Well-Behaved Annie. Though that action scene upstairs might be thrilling, Chen Nan had no interest in rushing out to gawk. He and Annie sat in the middle of the classroom. As the instigators of the commotion outside, no one could tell. Whoa, look! There's actually a hottie in our major? Where? He really is handsome, but too bad he already has a girlfriend. A few girls murmured regretfully, their eyes darting toward Chen Nan. People were chatting at the front and back of the classroom. Some were discussing how handsome Chen Nan was, while others talked about how good-looking Annie was. Anyway, it was the start of the semester. With nothing else to do, gossip was flying around the classroom. At the next desk, a few boys were playing Gamoku. Hey, I've won 7 straight games. Wanna play? Someone extended an invitation to Chen Nan in a gentle tone. No thanks, you guys go ahead. Chen Nan politely declined. Soon after, another person approached the 7-game winner to challenge him. Since arriving here, Chen Nan had noticed that most people were normal, well-mannered individuals who never uttered a single swear word. Damn it, lost again. Of course, everyone spoke nicely except for the few who lost their cool playing Snake. Back then, smartphones were just taking off in China, and many mobile games hadn't been developed yet. Simple games like Snake were surprisingly popular. We're all roommates, how about we hit up the internet cafe for a 5-player session tonight, suggested a tall guy. But soon, some agreed, some declined, and some remained completely silent. That's just how college dorms are. If you're lucky enough to draw roommates whose personalities mesh well, they become lifelong friends. But if your luck is terrible, you might end up with someone who doesn't shower for half a year, loves smoking, and stays up all night gaming on a mechanical keyboard. If you encounter someone like that, it's a miracle you don't end up in a fight. I just went to check out the commotion. Holy crap, 3 seniors got beaten up by the civil engineering guys. What was it about? Heard these guys were just looking for trouble. They charged over looking for some freshman named Zhang Long. They dragged him out, gave him a good scolding, then claimed they'd mistaken him for someone else without even apologizing. Well, this Zhang Long's no pushover either. He saw trouble coming, didn't back down, and went straight for them. Then a bunch of civil engineering guys got involved. Several advisors tried to break it up but couldn't pull them apart. I think our department advisor went over too. Chen Nan kept his eyes downcast, his mind focused inward, listening quietly to the trouble he'd caused. But it seemed like things had gotten out of hand. To be fair, that guy in the flowery shirt deserved a beating. But if innocent people got dragged into it, he really felt bad about that. How did they handle it? Someone asked curiously. What else could we do? There were plenty of civil engineering majors involved. The law doesn't punish the masses. A stern lecture and a good scolding were all it took. Besides, they were in the right. The 4th floor has a monitoring room. The entire incident was clearly recorded. Those guys were the ones who started the trouble. Ha ha ha, I just saw it, those seniors were taken away by their department advisor for actively picking fights. They're definitely facing severe punishment. Hearing this, Chen Nan breathed a huge sigh of relief. It matched his initial expectations almost perfectly. That guy in the flowery clothes, who seemed a bit off his rocker, had stirred up such a big mess, punishment was inevitable. As for Zhang Long and the civil engineering students who got physical, they'd likely get off with a stern lecture, write a self-criticism letter, and that would be the end of it. The class meeting had likely been delayed because of this incident, and now the entire classroom was in complete chaos. Of course, some remained quiet, sitting in the classroom reading books or playing with their phones without uttering a word. Chen Nan, wanna play Gamoku? And he pulled out a scrap of paper from his backpack and prepared red and blue pens. It was a common pastime during our school days. What do you mean, Chen Nan? Call me boss. Chen Nan took the red pen and tapped an E lightly on the head with the tip. The latter obediently closed his eyes, waiting for Chen Nan to tease him. Ouch. Such a good girl. This girl is truly so good. Chen Nan gazed at Yi's downtrodden expression, itching to grab her in his hands and give her a good squeeze. She was simply irresistible. Soon, after several consecutive games of Gamoku, Chen Nan was defeated. I was letting you win. Chen Nan insisted stubbornly. Let's play again. Truthfully, it wasn't that he was outmatched, he'd simply been distracted. His mind had been preoccupied with an E. Today, the girl was dressed simply just a gray school skirt, white sneakers on her feet, and a pair of white socks peeking out. Yet she radiated an undeniable charm. Her pale calves pressed tightly against Chen Nan's, their bodies almost fused together. Anyone could tell at a glance that Chen Nan and an E were a couple. Forget it, I don't feel like playing anymore. Chen Nan. Boss, let's just chat. An E said with a yawn. After winning 10 consecutive games against Chen Nan, she graciously spared his pride and chose to call it quits. After all, a man's pride is incredibly important. But the yawn was real and E was genuinely feeling sleepy. Sleeping in the same bed as Chen Nan meant she was always kept up late, tossing and turning every night. How wonderful. The university classrooms are so spacious and roomy you can sit wherever you want. Plus 2 big air conditioners front and back blowing such a refreshing breeze. In Yi's perception, this place was filled with the essence of freedom. Nothing could ever restrict her freedom again. Life is like this sometimes, what seems like hitting rock bottom actually signals a new beginning. No wonder the ancients often said things like misfortune may be the foundation of good fortune, and good fortune may be the foundation of misfortune, or after the worst comes the best. To an E, this wisdom held undeniable truth. College life does seem pretty great. Chen Nan agreed with Yi's words. Everything here, from the natural surroundings to the cultural environment and the people by his side, satisfied him completely. It must be said that missing out on such an experience in college would be a tremendous regret. And now, he would spend at least 4 years in this comfortable environment. Just thinking about it felt blissful. Shoo, the advisor's coming. Where? I don't see them. Is our advisor male or female? Many guys were curious about this. Regardless of their grades, every guy had to deal with the old pervert. Definitely a woman. Is she pretty? Someone else asked. Damn it, you'll see for yourself when she gets here. Stop asking questions. The impatient guy couldn't stand being questioned. Just as the conversation ended, a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in Lolita fashion, walked from outside the classroom to the far end. She stopped right in front of the projector. Wearing a pair of purple rimless glasses, she opened her big eyes wide and looked curiously at everyone. Lolita style. What an adorable girl. Probably one of our classmates. She's gorgeous. Give me a minute and I want all her info. Wait, that's our homeroom teacher. Chen Nan. What kind of advisor dresses like this? But Chen Nan had no time to be surprised. Just as this stunning advisor walked into the classroom, Chen Zhu suddenly sent a QQ message. Bro Chen, the entrepreneurship building is open. When are you coming over? Seeing the message, Chen Nan paused slightly before picking up his phone to reply. Chapter 86, How could there be such an irresistible female advisor? Seeing Chen Zhu's message, Chen Nan typed back. No rush. I'm watching a beauty right now. I'll head over after I'm done. Chen Zhu. Brother Chen, doesn't E know you're doing this? Of course she does, we're watching together. That's sharing the good fortune watching the beauties together. Chen Zhu. He was utterly speechless. Chen Zhu, upon seeing this message, couldn't help but exclaim, Bro, you're awesome. Like most couples, if the guy gave a pretty girl a second glance on the street, he'd definitely get caught and scolded by his girlfriend. But Brother Chen was different. Not only did he openly admire her himself, but he brought his girlfriend along to join in. You gotta hand it to this couple, they know how to have fun. Chen Zhu couldn't help but express his genuine envy. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, it wasn't just Chen Nan and an E checking out the beauty. The entire class was staring at the beauty. You mean, that girl up there with the 2 ponytails, wearing Lolita fashion, standing over 5 feet tall, is she our advisor? Holy crap, she looks younger than any girl in our class. She must be a makeup artist, someone retorted. If makeup skills are that good, why don't you try it yourself? Honestly, I think our advisor looks better than most girls in our class. University advisors are a fascinating profession. If you have a master's degree, don't want to work in a company, don't want to teach students at a school, and don't want to coast along in the government system, and you come from a well-off family, then go for the university advisor position. Except for the start and end of the semester when things get busy, as long as no one in your department causes trouble, it's absolutely laid back the rest of the time. You could even play games in the office, and no one would bat an eye. The only downside is the pay is a bit low. So this female advisor in the Lolita outfit must be a recent grad herself? 25 years old. With Chen Nan's extensive experience with women, he could tell her real age at a glance. That outfit is pretty cute. And E, I've made up my mind, I'm buying you a set too. No refusing. Chen Nan declared decisively. However, an E was significantly taller than the female instructor, and wearing Lolita attire would look rather incongruous on her. It only works on shorter girls to capture that vibe. The girl from the anime club, for instance, would be perfect. Oof. The female instructor placed her hands on her chest and took a deep breath. Class, quiet down. Hello everyone, I'm your computer science advisor. My surname is Tu, as in two from Mutu 2. My given name is Inan, as in peace and prosperity. You can call me Advisor 2 from now on. Ugh, what a terrible name. Tuanan muttered to herself. The entire class couldn't help but smile. I think it's better if you just call me Teacher Tuesday. That's settled, then from now on, call me Teacher 2. However, as she introduced herself, many noticed something peculiar. Namely, Tuanan could actually do a nasal voice? She could effortlessly adjust her vocal tone? From a 7-year-old lowly voice to a 20-something mature woman's voice, she did it effortlessly. Holy crap, I declare myself Teacher 2's loyal dog from now on. Woof woof. Damn it, who's trying to steal my spot? Many might not realize the status of this petite, Lolita-clad, sweet-faced girl with twin ponytails and a lisp in the anime world. Just look at the reactions of some of Chen Nan's male classmates. These guys are seriously shameless. Teacher 2, I, Su Zihang, am publicly confessing my feelings for you. A chubby boy stood up and declared. Chen Nan had overheard it. Their dorm was playing Truth or Dare, and the loser ended up in this situation. But why did Chen Nan feel like this was intentional? The moment someone declared their feelings for the advisor, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. Tuanan's face flushed red as she crouched on the floor, seemingly facing this situation for the first time. Then, blushing, she awkwardly stood up and said, "That student must have been joking. Everyone here is such a sweetheart, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. If I accepted your confession, what would the other guys think? Su Zihang, don't you agree?" Though this sounded suspiciously like the words of a player, it felt incredibly satisfying to everyone else. Only Su Zihang shook his head like a rattle. But his lone objection was futile. I, Lu Zhe, officially oppose this confession. Me too. Ms. Tu belongs to all of us. No one person can claim her as their own. Starting now, I'm founding the Ms. Tu Protection Association to combat anyone trying to hog her all to themselves. Soon, many boys stood up in support. With more male students in the computer science program, the girls had no say whatsoever. In an instant, the class's discourse was swept up in this storm. Right, I have something else to say. Everyone, please quiet down. Thank you all for your support. You're all wonderful people, so I don't want to see any more incidents like the fight we just witnessed in our department. If you run into any trouble, remember to come talk to Teacher Tuesday. Professor Tu will handle it properly for you. I hear those 3 seniors caused major trouble. Creating such a negative impression on the first day of orientation will result in a campus-wide notification and a permanent record. It could genuinely impact your futures. Please, everyone. With that, Tuanan clasped her hands together and bowed deeply to all the students. Wow! So beautiful. Ms. Tu is so polite. Love it. Love it. This is pure anime heaven. I must have done something amazing in a past life to deserve this blessing. If not for experiencing it firsthand, Chen Nan would have thought such scenes only existed in anime. But it was happening right before his eyes. This college experience is totally worth it. Chen Nan savored the moment, joining an E in rating Teacher Tu's looks. Mr. Tu is so adorable, he totally deserves full marks. An E said, rolling her eyes at Chen Nan. She silently cursed the stinky man in her mind. Sure enough, men were visual creatures, they couldn't tear their eyes away from a beauty. Of course, she knew Chen Nan was merely looking nothing more. After all, there was a 7-year age gap between him and Teacher Tu. There was simply no possibility between them. He just liked looking at beautiful women. Alright, that concludes today's class meeting. Take the rest of the time to relax. You've worked hard on the college entrance exams, everyone. Military training should start the day after tomorrow. Get ready, but don't worry too much for the brave, it's just a little adventure. Hang in there. It must be said, Tuanan truly lived up to her reputation as a newly graduated counselor. She had minimal tasks and never dragged on with her words. With that, she wanted everyone to hurry back to their dorms. Also, does anyone have a vehicle? The lovely Ms. Tu just found out too. I got drafted by the leadership to lead a project and urgently need to head to the entrepreneurship building. But my car broke down today. But as soon as she finished, she realized the people before her were still just students. Students? How could they possibly have cars? Even if they did, it would only be a second-hand electric bike. How could that be acceptable? Could it be that a magical girl like her would have to ride a second-hand electric scooter? Just the thought of it made her feel miserable. Just as many people were saying they didn't have one. At that very moment, Chen Nan quietly raised her little hand. Chapter 87, Chen Nan's efforts weren't in vain. Ah, well. Young lady, thank you for your kindness, but if it's an electric bike, I'd rather pass. Tuanan sighed softly. She certainly didn't believe that the classmate raising their hand could possibly own a car as their ride. After all, as a college student, she was still at that age where she didn't know much about the world. How could they possibly drive a car to school? Most likely, it was just an ordinary vehicle. And she really didn't want to ride an electric scooter. Damn, she's being so pretentious. Chen Nan rolled her eyes at Tuanan in exasperation. This advisor was seriously hard to please, refusing to ride an electric bike and insisting on a car instead? What kind of body is so precious? Still, Chen Nan didn't lower his hand. He kept it raised. A man should stand tall. Dude, put it down. Ms. Tu won't ride an electric bike. Ah, persistence is useless anyway. Chen Nan's actions drew the attention of many classmates. Among them were those eager to be Tuanan's lapdog. It could only be said that these guys were a bit too sexually repressed. They couldn't walk past a woman. Chen Nan, however, felt nothing for Tuanan. At best, she was just a bit cute. She had no figure, her looks were average. If not for that Lolita outfit and twin ponytails, she'd just be an ordinary girl. Besides, an E isn't being pretentious. Why the hell are you? Ms. Tu, our vehicle isn't an electric bike, it's a car, an E interjected, standing up to defend Chen Nan. Really? Yes, Teacher Tuesday. You'll see when you go out with us, and he added. This guy not only brings his girlfriend to school, but he's got a car too? What a winner in life. I don't think that's possible. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out if we follow him outside. As the class meeting dispersed, Chen Nan took An Yi's hand and headed straight for the classroom exit. Behind them, naturally, a few nosy classmates followed. The campus was spacious, and the parking lot was just a short distance from the exit. An E, Teacher 2, hop in. Chen Nan pulled up his car, rolled down the window, and greeted his classmates. Holy crap, he really does have a car. Damn, this car looks expensive. Must be over 200 grand, right? 200 grand is low. I know this model, last year's edition. It cost at least 400 grand off the lot. Chen Nan paid no attention to their chatter. To him, this car wasn't some status symbol to show off. He bought it mainly for the convenience of commuting home and traveling for business meetings. Honestly, for getting around campus like commuting to and from class, a small electric scooter would be way more practical. Chen Nan, are you heading to the entrepreneurship building too? Tuanan asked curiously. Having just started working, she didn't carry the same air of authority as the teachers. Her tone felt more like a conversation between classmates. Yes, we're planning to check it out, Chen Nan replied, turning the bike around. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, maneuvering with fluid ease. His driving skills were even better than Tuanan's. He was clearly an experienced driver. Tuanan sensed that Chen Nan was no ordinary person. Oh, I see. Well, thanks again for your help this time. Since you're interested in this, why not join my team? Let's enter a startup innovation competition together? In universities, faculty and advisors are often assigned tasks by administrators, such as organizing school competitions. This year, the entrepreneurship and innovation competition fell to Tuanan to spearhead. Not only did she need to register herself, but she also had to find 4 students to form a team. The competition would start with an on-campus round, followed by city-level and provincial rounds. Teams advancing would receive an honorary certificate. An entrepreneurship competition? Team up with teacher 2? Chen Nan had never even considered such a possibility. But if he could collaborate with Tuanen, he should be able to access more school resources, right? It would definitely be worth it. I know you're all still young and probably don't even understand what innovation and entrepreneurship mean. Though this is my first time organizing such an event too, it shouldn't be too difficult. Worst case, we can just copy someone else's work. In Tuanen's view, Chen Nan might seem mature for his age, but he probably hadn't experienced the real world yet. After all, when Tuanen was Chen Nan's age, all she knew was to play around, travel, and skip classes to slack off. Who cares about these school activities? Hey, it's that building up ahead we're here. So, what do you think? Care to consider my suggestion, you two? Tuanen got out of the car and walked into the entrepreneurship building with Chen Nan. At that moment, Shenju and Tangwen were waiting at the entrance, while Zhang Wenjun had gone to the cafeteria to queue for drinks. The university cafeterias sold all kinds of things. Street snacks, freshly made beverages, and all kinds of meals, everything you could want. Plus, you didn't need a meal card, cash transactions were accepted. They were enjoying a taste of the freedom of college life alongside Chen Nan. Brother Chen's here. Brother Chen, is this your classmate? She's so cute. Spotting Chen Nan approaching, Zhang Wenjun hurriedly handed over the drinks he'd bought. But wait, he'd bought 1 less cup? The thing was, he hadn't known Chen Nan was bringing classmates, so he'd only bought 5. Then I'll offer mine to the teacher. And he, ever the considerate one, offered her drink to Tuanen. Chen Nan then smoothly offered his drink to an E. Thus, a delicate balance was achieved. Hey, you guys, cut the crap. This is our department advisor. Chen Nan jokingly warned Chenju and the other 2. Upon hearing it was a university professor, the 3 instinctively fell silent. They were still haunted by their high school teachers. They assumed university professors would be just as fierce, always ready to hit, yell, or make people stand as punishment. Chen Nan, you don't have to be so fierce. Hello, everyone. I'm the advisor for the computer science program. Which majors are you all in? Tuanen sipped her drink while carefully sizing out the 3 students before her. Though her memory was a bit unreliable, she was certain these 3 definitely weren't computer science students. Teacher, we aren't from this school. We were high school classmates with Brother Chen. Chenju meekly spilled the whole story. This, however, surprised Tuanen. So you're saying you gave up the chance to attend a vocational college to follow this Chen Nan fellow and start a business here? What kind of fairy tale was this? Tuanen felt her mind spinning. What kind of business could an 18-year-old student possibly start? So all 3 of you are. Oh, I get it. Chen Nan's family must be loaded. In her understanding, it was usually families already in business who would train their next generation to take over the family enterprise. In that case, it wouldn't be surprising. No, Brother Chen is a first-generation entrepreneur. Brother Chen's family isn't even as wealthy as ours. Brother Chen lost his father when he was young. Aunt Wang raised him. Chenju and Chen Nan were childhood friends who knew each other inside out. Back in the day, whenever Chen Nan ran out of money for internet time, he'd always borrow from him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they grew up practically sharing the same pants. Ha! So Chen Nan actually has quite a story behind him. Tuanen's eyes blazed with gossipy curiosity. Yeah, Brother Chen is seriously awesome. He was top of the school in his freshman year, but then some bad woman tricked him. She played him for a whole year and a half. In the end, he only had the 2nd semester of senior year to make up for it. He had an E tutor him, and he scored 685 points in one go. No wonder Brother Chen's brain is so sharp. The 3 of them instantly warmed up to Tuanen. They discovered that university professors were incredibly kind and approachable. And they were good-looking too. Unlike high school teachers, who were all middle-aged women and some weird old geezers. In high school, there were usually only 1 or 2 young, attractive female teachers per grade level. By the way, do you 3 have a place to stay? After chatting with them, Tuanen felt they'd built a reliable rapport. Sure. We've already rented a place with Brother Chen. It's in the staff housing nearby. Hearing this, Tuanen frowned and looked at Chen Nan. But generally speaking, school regulations don't allow college students to rent places off campus privately. That's usually the case, but Ms. Tu, there are exceptions to every rule. Chen Nan smiled as he spoke. Just looking at him made one sense his cunning nature. Then, he pulled 2 paper certificates from the hospital out of his pocket and placed them in front of Tuanen. Advisor, to be perfectly honest, both an E and I have illnesses. The kind that requires us to live off campus. Chapter 88, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Competition. The reason Chen Nan had been fawning over Tuanen during the class meeting was that he'd already planned to hand this over to her. If they hadn't interacted before and he suddenly brought up renting an apartment with the advisor, it would have seemed odd. But by offering her a small favor first, this minor request became much easier to handle. That's just how social etiquette works. Standing inside the entrepreneurship building, Nan immediately understood Chen Nan's intentions the moment he spoke. This was blackmail and negotiation. You have to hand it to this Chen Nan, he's a born businessman. Nan wanted to bring Chen Nan into her team. In exchange, she had to agree to let him and he live off campus. Of course, approving off-campus housing for a student was merely a formality for her. She'd just need to write a reasonable justification. You're quite the little schemer. I haven't even asked you for anything yet, and here you are making demands. Nan placed her hands on her hips and took the 2 sick notes from Chen Nan's hands. Thank you, teacher too. Chen Nan thanked her sweetly. Since she accepted the sick notes, it meant the matter was settled. Chen Nan had been worried about how to explain to his academic advisor that he was renting off campus. But unexpectedly, it had been settled with surprising ease. Of course, he wouldn't let teacher Nan down. Rest assured, teacher 2, I've got the entrepreneurship and innovation competition covered. Even if we don't make it to the provincial level, I'm confident we should at least secure a spot in the municipal competition. Chen Nan certainly had the confidence. Compared to competing with people in the business world, this was just child's play in the school setting. Hey, teacher 2, are you coaching the entrepreneurship and innovation competition again this year? Just as they approached the registration desk inside the entrepreneurship building, a bespectacled, very refined-looking man greeted Nan. Mr. Liu, you're here too. Nan responded with a smile. Both of them were new faculty advisors hired this year. They had met at a school meeting earlier. You're moving so fast, have you even found your students yet? Lu Jijie shifted his body slightly, glancing at Chen Nan and Chen Zhu. Not bad. Got lucky, a few students volunteered. Nan stood beside Chen Nan, her petite frame making her look like a freshman. This competition is pretty important, it affects our future promotions and administrative career paths. These students are all freshmen, right? They probably don't have much experience yet. How about I find you a few juniors instead? Lu Jijie wasn't looking down on Chen Nan, but reality was what it was. For major competitions like this, they usually didn't bring freshmen along, they'd pick from sophomores or juniors instead. Brother Chen, these university entrepreneurship competitions must be tough, right? Tang Wen asked worriedly in a low voice. You bet. It's definitely different from what we've done before. Probably more like what you see on TV dramas, right? Zhang Wenjun didn't really know anything, it was just his guess. But Chen Zhu felt the same way, what Chen Nan and the others were planning might be challenging. After all, this is college. How could such an innovation and entrepreneurship project be simple? It must be some super high-end, super challenging competition. Maybe they'd even have to compete against business elites from all over the country. Chen Nan, why am I feeling so nervous? And he overheard the 2 advisors whispering and began to doubt whether they could handle it. After all, doing business in a big city like this couldn't possibly be the same as in a small town. Don't worry. But based on his experience, Chen Nan thought it through carefully and made a very clear judgment. He suspected this entrepreneurship and innovation competition was just a joke. Back in the day, his company had taken on a few university interns who seemed to have participated in similar competitive business contests. When it came to real-world application, they were completely useless. Not only did they carry that studentish vibe, but their speech was stiff and awkward, they just weren't cut out for making money. They weren't even as strong as the female streamers he'd personally trained, who'd worked their way up from the bottom. Of course, Chen Nan wasn't saying they lacked ability, it was simply a matter of age. Having lived their entire lives within the confines of academia, their understanding of society was severely limited. They simply didn't grasp that making money is a cutthroat struggle. Every industry out there is like a slice of cake. The size of the cake is fixed. If your company takes a bigger slice, someone else's slice shrinks. If you earn an extra million, someone else earns a million less. Therefore, likening making money to a struggle is entirely appropriate. Thank you all for waiting. I'm in charge of this office, and you may enter now. Soon, the door to the office in the entrepreneurship building was opened by a female student. She appeared to be a sophomore or junior. At universities, many offices assign student duty shifts, with pay typically around 20 yuan a day. Hello, are you here to register for the entrepreneurship and innovation competition? If so, please fill in your names on this registration form. You two look like freshmen this year, don't you? Out in the hallway, Nan and that male teacher were still chatting. It seemed like there might be some secret romance between the two. So Nan directly brought Chen Nan inside to fill out the registration form. Is it okay to only list 2 members? Chen Nan asked, looking up. She seemed like the kind of person who marched to the beat of her own drum. There was actually a blue butterfly tattoo on her wrist. Generally, college-bound girls rarely got tattoos like that. Well, technically it's possible, but usually for this kind of competition, it's 1 teacher and 4 students. Oh, if it's allowed, then no problem. Chen Nan decisively filled in Nan's name in the team leader column. She wrote her own name in the captain field. For team members, only an E was listed. Chenju, Tangwon, and Zhang Wengjun weren't students of this school, so they couldn't register. Still, they could lend a hand when needed. Chen Nan's actions slightly surprised the senior student. Wasn't this junior a bit too confident? You still need to fill in the entrepreneurial project section. Oh, what kind of project are you working on? I can fill it out for you if you like. The tattooed senior held her pen, looking at Chen Nan with genuine kindness. Mainly because Chen Nan was handsome, had a great physique, and spoke so pleasantly. Naturally, she was more than happy to assist such a charming junior. Startup project? This. Thinking about the industry he was in, Chen Nan suddenly hesitated. Damn it! He couldn't very well let her write down that he was running some damn emotional clothing business project, could he? Chapter 89. Chen Nan isn't stubborn, he's confident. What's wrong, Chen Nan? Seeing Chen Nan hesitating in the office, Tuanan walked in. At the same time, the male instructor followed behind her and naturally caught sight of the contents of Chen Nan's application form. It seems you're not quite clear on the competition rules. Generally, it requires 14 members to collaborate. His name was Li Jiankong, and he looked quite fit at first glance. His calves were muscular, and his entire frame was large. Student, why not find 2 more teammates and register together? Teacher 2, I'd still suggest bringing in 2 juniors to lead your students in the competition. Chen Nan didn't detect any malice in Li Jiankong's words. Perhaps in their eyes, as a freshman, such behavior seemed incredibly naive. That's why he offered the advice. No need, teacher. 2 people are enough. Chen Nan confidently took back the registration form. He wrote clothing under the project category. Right, emotional clothing that counts as apparel too. It was just a tiny bit off topic. As for the teacher's advice? Chen Nan had no intention of listening. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? In Chen Nan's eyes, this person wasn't even as old as he was before his rebirth. Both in terms of life experience and social savvy, he was nowhere near her level. So what gave him the right to lecture me? Looks like you're a pretty stubborn freshman, Li Jiankong chuckled, not taking it to heart. Who hasn't been young once? Back when he entered this university as the county's 3rd-ranked student on the college entrance exam, he'd been utterly arrogant. He was convinced he was some kind of chosen one. But in reality, anyone who made it into this university had essentially the same academic credentials. So-called geniuses from small towns were a dime a dozen here. Chen Nan isn't stubborn, he's confident. And he stood beside him, speaking up in Chen Nan's defense. In Yi's eyes, Chen Nan was like a god. He seemed to possess foresight, making decisions that appeared incomprehensible at the time. Yet they always hit the mark of societal patterns. And since Chen Nan had declared they would win this competition, she naturally believed him. And he possessed a mysterious, unwavering faith in Chen Nan. Besides, although only the 2 of them had signed up for the competition, Chenju, Tangwon, and Zhang Wengjun were waiting outside. They could potentially serve as valuable allies. Wow, Chen Nan, you're so confident? Have you had experience in this kind of business before? Tuanan chuckled, glancing at Chen Nan's handwriting and noticing it wasn't like the typical students. His handwriting was slightly cursive. Viewed individually, each character might not look particularly attractive. But when a dozen or so characters were grouped together, they carried a unique momentum. Especially the characters for clothing, they looked intriguing, as if written thousands of times over. And then there was Chen Nan's own name. This was unmistakably the signature style of a business tycoon. Could it be, Chen Nan, that you're actually running your own business? Although Tuanan had heard Chenju and others mention Chen Nan's ventures, she still found it hard to believe. People tend to be skeptical about things they've never witnessed firsthand. Yeah, just lie back and relax, Teacher Tuesday. I'll carry you through the match. Chen Nan didn't mince words, grinning as he used a gaming term for carrying a female teammate. Though, why did that sound a bit ambiguous? Still, to his own ears, it sounded pretty cool. And indeed it was. The senior student on duty in the office beside them shot Chen Nan a surprised look. She played League of Legends herself and had occasionally heard that line from guys during chats. But rarely did the guys actually play well, most were just bragging. But looking at Chen Nan's expression, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He spoke without the slightest hint of exaggeration, his voice as calm as usual. This actually lent him a certain credibility. Too bad this freshman already had a girlfriend, otherwise, she might have actually considered pursuing him. Though she knew her chances of winning him over were slim. Still, the fact that Chen Nan had a girlfriend didn't stir any negative emotions in her. Instead, she found it somewhat amusing. Because now, not only did she have no chance with Chen Nan, but neither did those old perverts in her dorm. She guessed this freshman would surely become the target of many girls bringing him water during military training. Alright, once you're done filling it out, I can submit the application tomorrow. Freshman, you can start preparing during this period. The official university-level competition should begin in October. Based on past years, as long as your applications pass review, the school subsidy will be distributed to you on the day the competition starts. Let me let you in on a secret: the subsidy for participating in the university-level competition is 1,000 yuan. Advance to the city level competition and it jumps to 5,000. Make it to the provincial level and you'll get 15,000 yuan. This senior was quite talkative. Anyway, today was the first day of school for freshmen, so besides them, the office was empty. So Chen Nan and Annie sat on stools, quietly waiting while Tuanan and Li Jiankong filled out the application forms on the computer. The only problem was the school's network was a bit sluggish. 15,000 yuan is still too little? This senior's name was Wu Jiuqi. Jiuqi was a very common name. In this era, it wasn't uncommon to find people with the same name not just in the same school, but even in the same class. Sorry, I'm just used to it. Chen Nan had momentarily forgotten that he wasn't in some business setting, but rather in a poor university. It was like that popular internet joke. These days, even scam calls rarely target college students. Because they're just too damn poor. A month's allowance barely covered 2 weeks of splurging. The second half of the month meant literally eating dirt in the dorm. 15,000 yuan was mere pocket change to Chen Nan, but to them, it was a fortune. Mainly because Sun Nan usually dressed very modestly. That chopard watch he bought? He wore it for just 2 or 3 days before handing it over to an E for safekeeping. No choice, it was just too inconvenient to wear. Otherwise, if this senior classmate Wu Jiuqi had spotted that luxury timepiece on his wrist, she certainly wouldn't have asked those innocent questions just now. Chen Nan, I need to fill out some personal profiles for each team captain. Gender, age, previous positions held at school, experience in entrepreneurship or innovation competitions, and so on. Just tell me what to write, and I'll fill it out for you. Chapter 90, this kid's got it. Tuanan sat at another computer in the office, hands poised over the keyboard. She turned her head, looking expectantly at Chen Nan. She had only heard from Chen Zhu and others that Chen Nan had been involved in certain business ventures before. A faint doubt lingered in her mind. Now, she needed to hear it from Chen Nan himself to confirm those facts. As for Chen Nan, he didn't respond immediately. Mainly, he had too many past experiences to choose from, unsure which one to tell Tuanan. But to Li Jiankong, this hesitation in his movements and expression was a clear sign of cowardice. This was precisely why he insisted on using upperclassmen to organize the competition. On one hand, these seniors, having matured through their university years, were already familiar with certain rules. On the other hand, each of them held a corresponding position. For instance, their student council status, though utterly useless after graduation. It at least provided something to fill in on registration forms. This makes it easier to apply for funding from the school. Newcomers like these freshmen, however, look untrustworthy at first glance. When university administrators review the information, they might flag it and require the supervising teacher to find new participants. Not to mention their team only has 2 people. If you really have nothing to list, you could write that you served as a class representative or study group leader in high school. Worst case, if you really never held any student leadership roles, Chen Nan, we can just make one up. The school won't know anyway. Tuanan felt proud of her cleverness. Well, I don't think lying is necessary at all. Chen Nan truly hadn't held any student leadership positions. The only time he'd been somewhat prominent was during his freshman year when he served as the Chinese class representative. He also served as deputy class monitor. Later, his grades plummeted and he never got such opportunities in his sophomore or senior years. Instead, he thrived as a gang leader. He had not only 3 close friends under his wing but also a whole bunch of younger guys who followed him around. But these things aren't worth writing about. Beyond that, Chen Nan had once been a big boss himself, managing over 200 employees. Of course, he's still a boss now. I never held any leadership positions in my class, but I suppose I could be considered a factory director now. Chen Nan stated calmly. The factory doesn't have that many people under me either. I think there are over 50. The monthly profits are decent, just enough to support myself. Chen Nan walked over to the computer and typed on the keyboard himself. Name, Chen Nan. Gender, male. Age, 18. Previous class officer positions, none. Additional experience, founder of the Munin Zhou brand, currently owner of a small garment factory with extensive entrepreneurial experience. This supplementary experience section was written briefly by Chen Nan himself. If he included his entrepreneurial journey from his previous life, that would be truly remarkable. Still, for a university competition like this, such credentials should suffice. Chen Nan, right? If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. This way, it'll be easy to spot. Li Jiankong didn't believe for a second that what Chen Nan had just written was true. How could an ordinary freshman possibly have such extensive experience? This version is fine. Don't worry. If the school authorities discover it's fake, I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Also, I can provide a photo of the business license. I just got it recently and had someone take a picture of it. It's saved on my phone. Chen Nan pulled out his phone and added Tuanan's WeChat. This was another way to get someone's WeChat, I suppose. Except Chen Nan earned it through his own skills. Holy crap, Chen Nan, you really are the factory director. Tuanan stared at the image on her phone, completely stunned. She felt like she'd struck gold. While other teams entered this innovation and entrepreneurship competition as complete novices, their team was led by a boss right from the start. What kind of advantage was that? Earlier, Tuanen had thought Chen Nan was exaggerating, especially when he shockingly claimed that just the two of them, Chen Nan and an E, could win the provincial competition. Now it seemed his words might not have been bragging at all. He was simply stating a fact. So this student really is a boss? My apologies for not recognizing a mountain when I saw one. Li Jiankang took Tuanen's phone, glanced at the picture, and scratched his head awkwardly. It was clear he had a pretty good attitude. Even though he was stunned by the situation, there was no angry outburst or name-calling. Indeed, not everyone in this world is foolish, petty, and eager to cause trouble for others. This male university counselor seemed like a decent person. Alright, kid. I knew you had it in you. After the awkward moment passed, Li Jiankang patted Chen Nan on the shoulder and joked. Then, his eyes twinkled mischievously. How about joining my team? I promise I'll secure more school funding for you. Tuanen had initially thought Li Jiankang was a decent guy, but now that Chen Nan had revealed his identity, why was he trying to poach him? You jerk! Don't you dare steal our team member. Tuanen quickly filled out the registration form on the computer, added her name, and clicked submit. After finishing, he stood up and pulled Chen Nan toward the exit, afraid the villain Li Jiankang might lure him away. Brother Chen, did the registration go through? Chen Zhu approached them. The kid was sharp. While they were signing up, he'd instructed Zhang Wenjun to buy drinks from the school cafeteria. This time, he specifically asked for a few extra bottles. Just in case they ran into Brother Chen's classmates or teachers again, he could share them with everyone. No problem. Just wait for the competition to start. Chen Nan took the drinks and handed 2 cups to an E. An E then gave one of them to Tuanen. I knew Brother Chen would handle it perfectly, Tang Wen chimed in with a well-timed compliment. But he meant every word. They all saw Chen Nan's capabilities. He couldn't possibly be worse than others, only better. Thanks for the drinks, they're delicious. Once I get paid next month, I'll treat you all. Tuanen wasn't the type to take advantage of others. The main reason was that she had just started her job, and her first month's salary hadn't been paid yet. As a teacher, she was actually poorer than her students, a situation that left her feeling rather embarrassed. Alright then, you two should head back and get some rest. I need to find my bed too, I'm absolutely exhausted. Sigh, tomorrow I'll have to shell out more money to get my car fixed. Work is just so tough. Tuanen muttered under her breath. She seemed to live nearby too. Waving goodbye to Chen Nan and the others, she added. The night before military training starts, there'll be a class meeting. We might have to introduce ourselves or something. Anyway, make sure you're prepared. If possible, I'd like to ask you to be our class monitor. Chen Nan knew that maintaining a good relationship with the advisor was quite important in college. Though it wasn't a major position, it mattered for things like requesting leave, participating in school activities, and even scholarship evaluations. And now, through an incredibly fortuitous turn of events, Chen Nan had managed to connect with an. And now, the class monitor position had practically been handed to him. Just as Chen Nan and an E were about to head out for dinner, a call suddenly rang in. As soon as Chen Nan pulled out his phone, the caller hung up immediately. He checked again and saw 5 missed calls. The caller must be frantic. Chen Nan froze for a moment before immediately calling back. Mom. Chapter 91, a bit smug. You little rascal, why did it take you so long to answer? Is college keeping you super busy? Wang Yanen's voice boomed through the phone. Before, she'd been exhausted from working late every day. But now, under Chen Nan's arrangement, she had become the nominal factory director. Every month, she received a salary of over 10,000 yuan from Chen Nan. The saying that money can sustain a person was no joke. The Wang Yanen of today perfectly embodied the image of a happy mother that Chen Nan had once imagined. Because of her existence, Mom no longer had to work, never felt bored, and had plenty of money to spend freely. Food, clothing, daily necessities, nothing was lacking. Listening to her mother's voice, Chen Nan felt an inexplicable sense of ease wash over him. It felt like discovering the very source of life, a tiny, sheltered corner to weather the storms in this world so easily lost. This was something he hadn't experienced in his previous life, making up for a tremendous regret. College isn't busy at all, it's super easy. Mom, you sound full of energy. How's your appetite been lately? Is the food at the factory to your liking? If not, I'll have someone replace the cook there. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Wang Yanen pursed her lips. She wasn't the type to be so fussy. Besides, Wang Yanen had long since grown accustomed to a life of hardship. Even if the factory meals weren't always the best, she wouldn't complain. The key point was that her life now was exceptionally comfortable. Before, she worked for others, but now she was the factory manager herself, effortlessly earning a lot of money. It was impossible not to feel happy. Hey, Nan, do you remember Nan Yen? Wang Yanen suddenly asked. Sure, why? Chen Nan didn't seem particularly affected, likely viewing her as nothing more than a passing acquaintance. Hearing this, an E quietly leaned her ear closer. That Nan Yen, I heard from people in our neighborhood a few days ago that you went to Shanghai with a relative, right? But after she got there, I don't know if she couldn't handle the hardship or if the cost of living was too high, but she ended up coming back on her own. She's not hanging out on the streets anymore. She opened a bubble tea shop on the commercial street across from our community entrance. Last time I ran into her, she even treated me to a cup of milk tea. Oh, that's great. Chen Nan had probably guessed Nanyan's story. She probably broadened her horizons after going to the metropolis, so she came back to Jiliang City to start her own business. Her choice of business, though, wasn't half bad. The bubble tea and beverage business was definitely going to be huge in the future. She also asked me how you're doing and where you went to college. I didn't really answer her. Just said your college entrance exam scores were decent, so you went to the capital. Didn't tell her which university. Xiaonan, it's a good thing you didn't keep hanging out with her back then. Who knows where the two of you would be now. Wang Yanan spoke at length before sighing. Recalling those days when Chen Nan followed Nanyan around town, riding around on stolen bikes and hanging out with the wrong crowd, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Those days had been unbearably painful for her. Thankfully, Chen Nan managed to pull herself out of that quagmire. The way things turned out now was good for both of them. Yeah, it's all fate's doing. Chen Nan didn't want to dwell on the topic too long. After all, it was all in the past, no need to dwell on it. Besides, he had almost completely forgotten what Nanyan looked like. Son, how's college treating you? Wang Yanan asked softly, not dwelling on the subject either. Instead, she felt a deep sense of wonder at how Chen Nan had transformed. It truly felt like a miracle. Once upon a time, her greatest dream had been to see Chen Nan become a college student. Then find a stable job so he could support himself. That way, even if she were no longer in this world, Chen Nan could survive independently. But the boy had once lost his way, nearly ruining his life and destroying himself. Now, not only had Chen Nan gained admission to a prestigious domestic university, but he had also become a business owner. Even the distant relatives who once ignored Wang Yanan are now scrambling to get in touch. Even the neighbors in the neighborhood who used to be quiet would ask when they saw him, "Why aren't you living here anymore? We kinda miss you guys. So-and-so's son got into a university in the capital, and I hear he's even become a business owner." Though such remarks had long since become second nature to Wang Yanan, she still felt a surge of joy every time she heard them. All these changes stemmed from Chen Nan's transformation. In any case, whether it was life or the future, everything had started to look up. College life is great, of course. Right after I started college, I got close with our department advisor and even signed up for an entrepreneurship and innovation competition. I'll show you the award when I win. What about an E? After listening to Chen Nan's story, Wang Yanan chuckled a few times and praised her son, saying, "You're so talented." Then she wanted to say a few words to an E. After all, she couldn't really grasp what Chen Nan was describing. Expecting a woman who dropped out of middle school due to her family's poor circumstances to grasp the details of Chen Nan's college life was simply unrealistic. Praise was the way to go. But with an E, she had plenty to talk about. For instance, once late August passed, the weather would turn cold quickly. Should she buy some clothes and mail them to an E? After all, Wang Yanan was now a wealthy person. And she had no financial pressures whatsoever. Whatever she earned, she could save. She'd become one of those rich people with money to burn. "Mom, why didn't you ask me if I needed clothes?" Chen Nan interjected from the side. "If you need clothes, you can buy them yourself. You're far richer than your old mom here." Wang Yanan adopted a gentle, motherly demeanor while speaking to an E. But whenever she spoke to Chen Nan, she turned into a firecracker. To an E, Wang Yanan was indeed far kinder than her own biological mother, and genuinely cared for her. Her tone naturally carried an extra warmth when she spoke. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Wang Yanan deliberately asked an E to turn off the speakerphone. She wanted to speak to her privately, away from Chen Nan's ears. "An E, you really need to be careful. That kid Chen Nan never acts properly, and he's not bad looking either. Guys like him are easy targets for bad girls. Keep an eye on him in college, don't let him get tricked by some other woman. Besides, I really like the two of you together." Never mind. I'm just being nosy." "Alright then, Auntie's going to eat now. I'll hang up here." "Got it, Auntie. I understand." And he hummed a couple of times before the call ended. In truth, it wasn't just Wang Yanan who knew Chen Nan easily attracted girls, and he was well aware of it too. Back in high school, who knew how many girls secretly harbored crushes on him? Honestly, you couldn't count them all on two hands. Later, after graduating high school, he took driving lessons during summer break. Turns out, that female instructor seemed interested in him too. But he'd been completely flustered by her deliberate little maneuvers. Thinking of this, and he felt a little smug inside. Chapter 92, 2 tens of thousands to buy Chen Nan as a boyfriend. Then there was the top-selling car saleswoman. Her words seemed to hint at discussing something with Chen Nan. And it was only the beginning of the semester already. A senior working in the office was grilling him with questions. That curiosity, along with the intense scrutiny in her gaze, made it crystal clear to an E this was a full-on attempt to steal him away. But just like before, all an E needed to do was stand by Chen Nan's side. She didn't need to say a word or lift a finger, she'd already won. Chen Nan would politely decline the other's hints. What did my mom whisper to you? Chen Nan took the phone, slipped her hand into his, and led him toward the apartment they rented. Nothing much, just some casual chit-chat. I don't believe you. Fine, don't believe me. It's just a little thing anyway. Soon, night fell. The two worked alongside Chenju and the others for a while, maintaining the operations of Taobao and Taobao affiliates to stabilize the core business. Only then would Chen Nan have more room to maneuver. Moreover, since arriving in the capital, he felt his business opportunities had multiplied. Though for now, it felt like he was only glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. But perhaps, by turning the pages of life's book once more, Chen Nan would discover a new ending in the capital. Look, who's coming over there? It's Chen Nan. Wow, I just found out today that Chen Nan and don't live on campus. They rent apartments outside the school. Rent around here is crazy expensive. I tried to rent a single room in the university housing complex before, but even a 20 square meter place cost $1,800 a month. Chen Nan seems pretty loaded, huh? Maybe you should try your luck to see if you can snag a rich kid to bring home. Get lost. I'd never hook up with a rich kid. Though the girls seemed to be joking, some were genuinely tempted. But they couldn't show it outwardly. Instead, their eyes were fixed on Chen Nan's arrival. Hey, Shin Xiaoyu, are you running for class president, youth league secretary, cultural and sports committee member, or psychological committee member? What do you think? Class president, of course. The girl called Shin Xiaoyu wore a red short-sleeved shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her hair was pulled back into a sleek ponytail, yet it was exceptionally long, reaching all the way to her waist. She perfectly embodied the fantasy of some adolescent boys, the kind who dream of a girl with hair long enough to reach her waist, singing, "When my hair grows to my waist, will you marry me, young man?" She was quite attractive. She also knew how to style herself perfectly, frameless glasses, a hint of lipstick, and a subtle layer of skin-brightening moisturizer that was barely noticeable. Compared to the clueless girls in her class who were just learning to apply makeup and ended up looking like they'd plastered their faces with white paste, Shin Xiaoyu was absolutely top tier. Her personality was incredibly lively too. She got along not only with the girls in her dorm but also blended in seamlessly with the boys. It was likely that someone in the class had already developed romantic feelings for her. The theme of this class meeting was to elect class officers. Typically, such elections were held after military training concluded. But Tu Ainen figured they might as well make use of the downtime, so she decided to hold the selection the night before the next day's training. Within each university major, there are 7 positions available for selection. Among them, the class president and youth league branch secretary were the most important positions. They also provided the most direct access to the advisor and resources unavailable to ordinary students. Other positions include Academic Affairs Committee Member, Life Affairs Committee Member, Cultural and Sports Committee Member, Psychological Affairs Committee Member, and Employment Affairs Committee Member. Collectively, these student leaders are known as the class committee. Of course, the specific types of class committee members may vary from university to university. However, at this university, each major has only these 7 positions. Students can volunteer for these roles and compete for votes through public speeches in class. The candidate with the most votes wins the position. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Since we're all here, I'd like to invite any students interested in joining the class committee to come up and give their speeches. After the speeches, each student will have 1 vote. Tu Ainen glanced at the list and called Shin Xiaoyu up first. She herself sat in the front row of the classroom, quietly observing the students' naive performances. Hello everyone, I'm Shin Xiaoyu from. Today I'm running for the position of class president. First, as you all know, I have an outgoing personality. I can interact well with many classmates. As she spoke, many students began writing Shin Xiaoyu's name on their ballot papers. Each student had the opportunity to vote for 3 candidates, with no duplicate votes allowed. But in reality, the true deciding factor in this class committee election wasn't the speeches themselves, but what happened after them. By cultivating relationships with classmates beforehand and offering small favors, one could naturally secure votes. This principle seemed universally applicable. Chen Nan clearly lacked this advantage, as he didn't live in the school dorms. As a result, he was actually quite unfamiliar with these classmates. Moreover, he hadn't even signed up for the class committee speech competition. In this regard, it seemed he was about to disappoint Anne's sudden expectations. He wasn't interested in any position within the class. Besides, it wasn't worth it. Why let those petty college matters interfere with what he truly wanted to do? It simply wasn't worth it. In other words, the class committee positions that seemed so important to his classmates were worthless in Chen Nan's eyes. I am fully capable of shouldering the responsibilities of class president. That much is beyond doubt. I hope everyone will cast their vote for me. Furthermore, I believe I'm no less capable than any male student. Even Chen Nan, who arrived at the start of semester with a car, owes that to his family's wealth. I believe I can achieve success through my own efforts. That concludes my speech. Thank you, everyone. Shin Xiaoyu finished speaking, bowed, and the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. But Chen Nan was genuinely puzzled. Wait, what does your speech have to do with me? But her words were just so awkward. The kicker was that so many people actually bought into it. Many were writing her name on their ballots. All she could say was, these people were so immature and childish. But Chen Nan noticed that Shin Xiaoyu, who seemed intent on picking a fight with her, didn't return to her original seat after stepping down from the stage. Instead, she walked straight over to an E. Hello, an E? Can we talk about something? What is it? An E asked, turning her face slightly. Let me be Chen Nan's girlfriend. Then, Shin Xiaoyu whispered with a mischievous grin, I'll give you 20,000 yuan. How about you break up with Chen Nan? But judging by her designer clothes, she might actually have the means to back it up. Got it. Anything else? And he shot Chen Nan a sharp glance before replying in a flat tone. Chapter 93, Chen Nan, you're not good enough for me. Her response was that simple? Shouldn't she be furious, then berate me mercilessly? Sometimes, Shin Xiaoyu felt like she was being pathetic. She deliberately targeted girls with boyfriends, then paid them to leave those guys. That way, her prank succeeded mocking couples who betrayed each other for money. To tell them there was no such thing as true love in this world. That love and affection were nothing but lies. After all, that was the environment she'd grown up in. Shin Xiaoyu's parents were the result of a marriage alliance between two major corporations, and she served as the link between them. She never lacked for anything: food, drink, spending money. But everything felt so fake. Everyone's daily lives felt like they were acting in a play. Shin Xiaoyu even felt an urge to report her father for tax evasion. To report her mother for keeping a young lover, and for using ingredients in her cosmetics factory that were actually harmful to human skin. Not a single business run by her paternal grandparents or maternal grandparents was above board. She wanted to lock them all up in prison. But Shin Xiaoyu knew she couldn't actually do it, so she turned her energy toward tormenting her classmates at school instead. Arranged marriages between families seemed like something only found in classical tragic novels to ordinary people. Yet only a few understood that in today's society, marriages between young people from different families were still arranged for profit. The plots in those short dramas and novels about wealthy heiresses marrying poor boys were, in Shin Xiaoyu's eyes, nothing more than unrealistic fantasies of ordinary people. Conversely, the tropes of wealthy second-generation heirs marrying ordinary girls were equally fabricated. As her mother would say, it's perfectly acceptable to casually date men before marriage, both domestic and foreign. Preferably foreign, so she could leave no trace after the fling. After all, her family would never allow her to marry someone ordinary. She might as well enjoy herself while she was young. But Shin Xiaoyu didn't choose her mother's path. She enjoyed finding couples around campus and taking pleasure in breaking them up with money, a tactic that seemed to work every time. 20 grand, huh? Not even considering it? Shin Xiaoyu waved her phone at an E, displaying her bank balance. Chen Nan glanced at it. Holy crap, a full 6 figures. Had she actually stumbled upon a genuine rich kid? But then, Chen Nan actually laughed. Was he really only worth 20 grand? Damn it, not even as much as the chauffeured watch he bought himself. This Shin Xiaoyu really had no respect for anyone. And E, however, remained calm. She slowly pulled Chen Nan's chauffeured watch out of her backpack and slipped it onto her wrist. Then, looking at Shin Xiaoyu, who was slightly shorter and noticeably less well-dressed than her, she said, "Thanks for appreciating Chen Nan, and I admire your courage. But Chen Nan is off limits to me. Besides, he doesn't like recycling trash." It was a precise and effective blow. Fine. Chen Nan and an E, huh? I'll remember both of you. For the next period, Shin Xiaoyu was appointed class monitor by Tu Anan, gritting her teeth the entire time. In her view, Chen Nan should have been the strongest contender for the position. But who knew Chen Nan hadn't even signed up to give a speech? Moreover, when Chen Nan didn't sign up for the class committee speech, the instructor even directly asked him to give it a try on the spot. Chen Nan politely declined. His reason? He refused to be a lackey for his classmates, insisting he had his own matters to attend to. He made the class committee position sound utterly worthless. Shin Xiaoyu believed this was Chen Nan's revenge. And what a precise act of revenge it was. Just as devastating as in Yi's earlier words. So much so that even though she'd successfully become class president, she felt no joy whatsoever. Starting tomorrow, I'll be leading everyone through military training. Thank you all for your cooperation during this period. After delivering her victory speech from the podium, Shin Xiaoyu suddenly added, "And, Chen Nan, starting now, I'm going to pursue you until you become my boyfriend." And she said it in front of the entire class, including their advisor, Tu Anan. But everyone could see that Chen Nan already had a girlfriend. She was sitting right next to him. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? On her first day as class monitor, she's already trying to steal someone's boyfriend. The thing is, both girls are pretty cute. Yeah. It's like the dry die of thirst and the wet drown in water, right? Damn it, why the hell am I the only single guy here? Nah, I bet he'll just enjoy the best of both worlds, whispered a few guys sitting behind Chen Nan. But Chen Nan actually disliked the idea of being a jerk. Playing the field? That'll just capsize the boat. End up with nothing. Still, Chen Nan felt a certain pride about girls confessing their feelings and pursuing him. As a guy, who wouldn't want every girl on earth to like him? But what felt even better than having every girl in the world like him was rejecting them all. Then, from the vast waters, take just one ladleful playing the role of the deeply devoted lover. Is there anything more satisfying than that? But Chen Nan couldn't share these inner thoughts with anyone, they were his own little secret. So when Shen Xiaoyu boldly confessed her feelings, Chen Nan simply smiled and ignored her. He also guessed she was just playing a prank or perhaps venting her frustration. If he agreed to Shen Xiaoyu's proposal, wouldn't she just dump him in front of the entire class? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chen Nan wasn't about to fall for such a silly stunt. Chen Nan, military training starts tomorrow. I need your WeChat to add you as a friend. As the class meeting ended, Shen Xiaoyu approached him with an unyielding tone. She was clearly using her position as class monitor to abuse her authority. Would Chen Nan indulge her? You already have a WeChat account. Why do you need mine? Besides, if I just lend you my account, what if you forward some inappropriate videos and get me banned for violating the rules? Hearing Chen Nan's deliberately feigned ignorance, and Yi chuckled softly. She hadn't expected Chen Nan to be so humorous even when refusing others. Shen Xiaoyu, however, was left momentarily stunned. This was the first time she'd ever been repeatedly put in her place by a man. Did he really not care about her 6-figure savings? Fine, forget it. In front of some classmates in the hallway, Shen Xiaoyu didn't lose her temper. Instead, she retorted with a sarcastic tone. I know, Chen Nan, you're just insecure. You're afraid you're not good enough for me, that's why you're rejecting me. It's fine, I don't look down on you. But before Shen Xiaoyu could finish, Chen Nan raised his hand to interrupt. No, maybe I didn't express myself clearly just now. You misunderstood. What I meant was, Shen Xiaoyu, you're not good enough for me. Shen Xiaoyu? Chapter 94, Water Delivery. The intense, youthful summer was drawing to a close by early September. But for university students, youth might just be beginning. Military training at universities typically lasted 2 weeks, with only a few institutions extending it to a month. For Chen Nan and his classmates, the total duration was 15 days. The first 2 weeks were dedicated to training, with the final day reserved for the closing ceremony, a military formation march across the field. Heaven, Earth, and the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, manifest your divine power. Disciple Guo Jinyun, here praying for rain. Come rain, bring heavy rain, the kind that lasts through the second half of the month. On the drill field, students clad in blue-gray military uniforms sat cross-legged on the synthetic track, chanting their rain prayer under the blazing sun. In reality, forget about rain for the next half-month. Chen Nan had specifically checked the weather forecast. Not even a single cloudy day was predicted for the coming week. Nothing but bright, blazing sun day after day. With these thick military training pants, forget running, even just standing at attention made them sweat buckets. This is so annoying. When will it ever end? Is there anything more painful than military training in this world? My feet are killing me. Thank goodness I padded my shoes with sanitary pads, it actually feels pretty comfortable. Some guys had read online guides about college survival tips, which commonly mentioned padding shoes with sanitary pads to make military training more bearable. Chen Nan tried it with a pair of comfortable shoes and honestly, it worked. I think the drill instructor is so handsome. Where? That one, the young, handsome one. Annie, what do you think? I think he's okay. Annie glanced at Chen Nan resting among the boys and replied casually. Many girls fall for handsome male teachers during high school. Once they got to college, they'd crush on their drill instructors during military training. Once they start working, they'll go for their male boss. Honestly, it's pretty weird. Hey, I want to confess to that guy. Any suggestions? A girl suddenly asked. I suggest you go deliver water to him, said a girl with acne still on her face. She was clearly the strategist of the girls' dorm. During military training in college, the most precious things were undoubtedly all kinds of flavored drinks. So when many girls or boys confessed their feelings, they'd choose to bring a bottle of water. And he, of course, was different from them. After all, with Chen Nan by her side, she didn't need to engage in such trivial discussions. Moreover, she had become the envy of many girls. And he, how about you teach me how to give water to guys? Xue Qi approached, her face flushed as she pleaded. At the same time, she wouldn't let an Yi go empty-handed. She handed her 2 bottles of Mijia. One was for Chen Nan, and the other was for an Yi. Upon hearing this, an Yi didn't refuse. She figured Chen Nan had been out in the heat for so long, he was probably genuinely thirsty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Nan lay bored among a group of boys, pulling his camouflage cap down over his face. But he seemed to naturally attract male attention. Just sitting there, without saying a word, people would come over to hang out with him. Chen Nan concluded he truly possessed the playboy constitution. He attracted guys all day long. Hey! Look, a tiger tank is coming over. The tiger tank was their nickname for those overweight girls. Among the guys, these girls were the ones everyone politely avoided. It's no wonder no one liked the chubby girls. After all, looks are innate, but body shape is something you cultivate yourself. Poor figure has only one cause: self-indulgence and indifference. Think about it, if she doesn't care about herself, how could anyone else respect her? The tiger tank is great, but this is your wife. I only want Li Tingting. Li Tingting was a Chinese literature major, the type with a flat figure and average looks, but an exceptionally refined aura. In short, she was the quintessential artsy girl. Girls like this are the easiest targets for engineering nerds. The more outgoing girls in engineering, on the other hand, rarely had many suitors. But during a break in military training, a guy actually went up to confess his feelings to Li Tingting. But he failed. This incident dissuaded some from pursuing similar ideas. After all, with so many students from different majors on the field, a successful confession could be bragged about endlessly, but failure would make one the laughingstock of many. Hey, look! It seems like the senior sisters are here to welcome the freshmen. They seem to be carrying watermelons. Holy crap, they're not actually going to give us food, are they? Is there such a thing as free lunch? Chen Nan, however, held no such expectations. He didn't even bother opening his eyes. When seniors like these show up in this weather, it never means anything good. Sure enough, these seniors dressed in fancy clothes and meticulously made up weren't handing out watermelon for them to eat. Instead, they sliced it open and ate it right in front of them. As they ate, they called out to the students, "If you're handsome and willing to date a senior, you can get a watermelon as a reward." To be fair, they weren't bad looking. Especially with that senior aura surrounding them, plenty of guys actually ran over to claim their watermelon. Poor guys, they've been tricked. Some senior students who were training with them sighed helplessly. They're all from the same year. Who doesn't know who? These girls are all scumbags. Most of them already had boyfriends. In fact, they'd even attended last year's training camp and walked away with handsome boyfriends. But now, where are their boyfriends? The answer was obvious. Let me tell you, don't fall for it. You can't tame women like that. But tonight during downtime, I can have them show you a sexy dance. See those girls over there? Long, slender legs, tiny waists, they're all from our school's dance club. And that one over there, from the music club, grab her and have her sing us a few songs. Senior, you rock. Senior, could you guys dance for us freshmen too? Why do I feel like the senior guys are more appealing than the senior girls? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Holy crap, there's a couple. Honestly, the senior guys are really good looking. But why doesn't he have a girlfriend? Get lost, get lost. Whoever brings this up next is dead meat. Had enough rest, huh? You'll be standing at attention for 5 extra minutes later. Why don't you guys reflect on this? How come none of you computer science guys get girls bringing you water? A group of sophomore and junior seniors collectively retorted. For Chen Nan, the breaks during military training were actually quite enjoyable. Honestly, with so many people gathered together, it was hard not to be happy. But just as he closed his eyes for a quick nap, everything around him suddenly fell silent. Was training about to start again? Then, Chen Nan opened one eye slightly. He saw a girl wearing a camouflage cap walking past the resting areas of many boys, slowly approaching him. She extended a slender, delicate arm and said, "Hey there, little brother. Here, want some water?" In an instant, the surrounding area fell even more dead silent. Chapter 95, Two Girls Bringing Water. Chen Nan glanced at this senior girl, paid her no mind, and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. What the hell? Disturbing someone's peaceful sleep. After finishing work last night, he played a 2-player game with an E until the wee hours. He was absolutely exhausted. Who had the energy to deal with her now? From his observations and conversations with others, Chen Nan had some understanding of this water-delivering senior. Unlike those seniors who deliberately delivered watermelons to tease people, she and the other seniors assigned to these freshmen were here to accompany them through military training, officially called teaching assistants. They assisted the drill instructors with training and received a modest stipend. The girl before them happened to be a sophomore senior from their computer science department. During military posture drills and marching exercises, she would shout commands while correcting students' posture mistakes. She was fiercely assertive, and when she shouted commands, she bellowed louder than a damn whistle. Damn it, Chen Nan seriously suspected her throat was actually a megaphone. And she didn't hesitate to kick the freshman in the butt whenever she felt like it. Today, Chen Nan had just gotten kicked in the butt by her. But according to the law of action and reaction, Chen Nan's body bounced her right back onto the ground. It even sparked a bit of a joke. Huh? Did I see that right? Wait, Senior Zhao Minjia actually brought Chen Nan water? Holy, I'm freaking out. How could he not take it? Honestly, if he didn't take it, would Senior Zhao Minjia deliberately torment him during military training? Honestly, if it were me, I'd never dare refuse. The group of freshmen fell completely silent, staring at Chen Nan with uncontrollable laughter. Military training was grueling enough as it was, and with a rare break, everyone was happy to see such a hilarious spectacle. The thing was, this senior had a reputation that was second to none, even among the sophomores. Apparently due to her single-parent upbringing, she had some personality issues. She was usually brash and bold, even daring to throw sanitary pads at boys' faces. And no one dared to mess with her. "Senior, I'm not thirsty. You can take that bottle back." Chen Nan lay motionless on the ground, speaking softly. He showed absolutely no intention of taking the water. He was indeed a bit thirsty, but he wasn't about to drink water from a girl like her. Is this even water? This was bound to bring endless trouble later on. Besides, he wasn't really interested in girls with Zhao Minjia's personality. She was loud and boisterous day in and day out. If he dated her, would it even feel like dating? How would that be any different from dating a buddy? You don't want it? Hearing this, Zhao Minjia's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Nan to refuse so decisively. It was as if he didn't care at all about her offering to bring him water. Still, Zhao Minjia genuinely thought Chen Nan was impressive, especially his exceptional physical prowess. Even kicking him once could send her flying backward. This had made her feel a little addicted. Though it might have been because she hadn't been steady on her feet, there was no denying Chen Nan possessed tremendous strength. Having grown up without a father, Zhao Minjia might act like a tomboy, but deep down, she admired strength. The more Chen Nan resisted, the more intrigued she became. Fine, you've got some backbone. If it were me, I'd have surrendered to the senior already. Holy crap, you're actually driving Senior Zhao's car? Shoo, don't let her hear us, I'd be dead meat. Chen Nan's the real deal, just drives off without a care. The surrounding students, discovering just how bold Chen Nan was, all turned their gaze toward him. Mainly because during military training, this senior had intimidated so many people that they were both afraid and in awe of her. Zhao Minjia vaguely sensed that many harbored reservations about her. But she couldn't care less about such things. Little freshman, are you still holding a grudge about that kick I gave you today? I'm really sorry about that, Junior. But you were standing in the wrong position back then, so I had to kick you. Besides, I treat everyone equally. Here, little freshman, take this bottle of water. Consider it my apology. This senior Zhao Minjia never believed she was at fault. Even when she was clearly in the wrong, she wouldn't admit it. Her stubbornness was harder than the shield of the national team captain. Besides, she was in the right this time. And she didn't think Chen Nan would keep rejecting her forever. After all, when a woman pursues a man, it's just a thin veil away. If she just persisted a little longer, how could Chen Nan possibly let her lose face in front of all these people? 1 minute later. Zhao Minjia frowned, her arms aching from holding the water so long, and finally lowered it. Senior Zhao, Chen Nan has a girlfriend and she's totally my type. Just as Chen Nan was about to lose his temper, Shen Xiaoyu sauntered over, sleeves rolled up. This girl seemed to thrive on chaos. Having grown up with no worries about food or clothing, and being absurdly wealthy, she always felt she had seen through all the love in the world. She treated it like a game of worldly affairs. But in Chen Nan's eyes, this woman was no better than a fool. What the hell does she have to do with people? And she keeps handing out money to make people break up. What else could it be but having so much money it's messing with her head? Getting Zhao Minjia and Shen Xiaoyu to fight each other was actually a good thing. After all, it wouldn't harm Chen Nan in the slightest. It'd be best if the two women got into a fight now, that would be entertaining. Chen Nan, you mean he has a girlfriend now? Zhao Minjia heard the name and thought it sounded rather nice. Then disappointment washed over her. If Chen Nan had a girlfriend, she certainly wouldn't make a fool of herself anymore. But what did Shen Xiaoyu mean by her last remark? Chen Nan clearly had a girlfriend, yet she was still going to pursue him? What the hell? This seemed like some kind of inexplicable three-way game? If Shen Xiaoyu is the mistress, does that make her the fourth wheel? Ha! Upon learning this truth, Zhao Minjia felt her world crumbling inside. While she knew her mindset wasn't exactly conventional, this woman before her seemed to take things to a whole new level. So, if she could pursue Chen Nan, why couldn't she? Zhao Minjia had originally intended to give up, but Shen Xiaoyu's provocation only fueled her competitive spirit. And so, she locked horns with Shen Xiaoyu. Holy crap, these two women are seriously intense, one's a domineering senior, the other a crazy class monitor. Terrifying, it's practically the battle of the century. Even scarier is that they're actually facing off over Chen Nan? Holy crap, our class no, our entire computer science department is about to produce a god-tier heartthrob. Oh no, if this keeps up, Chen Nan will become the undisputed campus heartthrob on our school forum. If that happens, I won't stand a chance. Pfft, you never had a chance anyway. A wave of disdainful stares washed over him. But Chen Nan? He's got real ing talent, getting all these women wrapped around his finger. Zhao Minjia and Shen Xiaoyu were both above average in looks, easily drawing attention. So when the two of them faced off, many freshmen on the playground spontaneously gathered around. They gathered around the computer science major, laughing and enviously watching the guy playing dead. What kind of status did he have? Enjoying the best of both worlds, making two girls fight over him? Chapter 96, Chen Nan is a special talent student. Hey freshman, want some water? Your senior can get you a bottle too, Zhao Minjia said with a smile. Senior, you should keep it for yourself. Your skin looks pretty rough, you could probably use the hydration, Shen Xiaoyu shot back. Not thirsty? Then let me treat you to lunch today. You look starved, I can't even tell where your back is anymore. No thanks. I've got hundreds of thousands in my Apple wallet. I don't need your treat. Sometimes, Chen Nan thought women could be so childish when they talk to each other. Especially when two educated women get into it, they never use a single swear word. But their attacks were incredibly sharp. Shen Xiaoyu mocked Zhao Minjia's skin, implying she was looking her age. Zhao Minjia immediately shot back that Shen Xiaoyu had an average figure, flat as a board. Still, the two were evenly matched. In the end, they both handed the water bottles they were holding to Chen Nan, who had just gotten up from the floor, letting him decide. Chen Nan, you pick one. Zhao Minjia declared decisively. Right, choose me or choose her. Shen Xiaoyu asked Chen Nan with a confident smile. She was like a troublemaker, incredibly irritating. But Chen Nan hadn't gotten up for them. Instead, his gaze fell upon a girl in the distance. Chen Nan, thirsty? Here. And he walked over at that moment. She had been resting in the cool shade under a tree far away and had walked quite a distance to reach Chen Nan. Only to find someone had already offered Chen Nan water, and not just one person, but two. Is it good? It's sweet. Chen Nan took the water and gulped down several mouthfuls. It was indeed refreshing. And Yi's water tasted the best. Alright, glad you like it. I'll be heading out now. Enjoy yourselves. And Yi spoke, never once glancing at Shen Xiaoyu or Zhao Minjia. He came and went with the same quiet detachment. Even though everyone wore the same uniform during military training, and he still managed to stand out. Chen Nan felt it was like a poplar tree suddenly appearing in the Gobi Desert. And Yi was that kind of standout person. So much so that he held no interest whatsoever in these two women vying for his attention. Men, especially handsome and wealthy ones, inevitably face countless temptations. For Chen Nan, this was nothing new. And this situation? Piece of cake. Once, a pair of twin sisters showed up at his hotel room late at night, each wearing nothing but a nightgown, hoping to have some fun with him. He turned them both down flat. Now, this level of temptation held less appeal for Chen Nan than the bottle of water in his hand. Besides, he found it hard to accept a girl like Zhao Minjia so bold and tomboyish. As for Shen Xiaoyu, well, that goes without saying. This girl looked delicate and fragile, but she was actually a bit crazy and mentally unstable. Chen Nan genuinely believed she wasn't quite right in the head. What kind of sane person would pick a fight with him like this? After all that looking around, an E is still the best choice. To Chen Nan, an E was the kind of girl who seemed stunning at first glance, then gradually appeared ordinary. But in the end, she was the kind who looked stunning again. The kind you could look at forever without growing tired of her, but instead find her more and more captivating. This must be what they call the ideal type. Alright then, little brother, your girlfriend really is quite something. Zhao Minjia promptly took back the water, patted Chen Nan on the shoulder, and left. Though she was straightforward and uninhibited, she never forced herself on others. Since Chen Nan had a girlfriend, she simply let it go. That's how love works for adults. If you like someone, express your feelings. If both are willing to give it a shot, then try being together. If one party isn't interested, you can't force it. Just move on and find the next person meant for you. There's no need to drag things out. Shen Xiaoyu, however, felt a lingering sense of reluctance. She couldn't figure out why. Clearly, her background was far superior to An Yi's. She was talented, wealthy, and not bad-looking either. Yet, she still couldn't measure up. She'd already suffered several setbacks because of An Yi. Shen Xiaoyu was the one whose emotions were most affected by An Yi's gesture of bringing water. She'd intended to deliberately tease the couple, but alas, it hadn't worked. Now she felt a bit awkward herself. She could only leave the place in a huff. Father Chen, could you teach me the secrets of romance? Suddenly, a boy grabbed Chen Nan's sleeve and asked. Then, Chen Nan noticed many eyes turning toward him. Bro, you've got 3 women here. All into you? How'd you pull that off? Share a couple tricks with us? Damn, you even won over the senior. You brought one over from high school, hooked up with one in your class, and got another in your sophomore year? What kind of god-tier experience is that? Why is our youth so different? To many, Chen Nan had truly stolen the spotlight this time. Right in front of everyone, 3 girls came over to bring him water at the same time. And each one was prettier than the last. It's really no big deal. No secret formula, just normal interactions with people. That's all, Chen Nan said modestly to the crowd. But sometimes, modesty is just another way of putting on airs. It's practically the same as being a show-off. Then, someone thought they understood Chen Nan's meaning. They happily grabbed a bottle of water and went to give it to the girl they liked. But soon enough, he returned with the bottle still in hand. Good news, she said, she just wants to focus on her studies and isn't interested in dating. We'll talk after college. I still have a chance, right? Then, everyone's expressions turned a bit awkward. Chen Nan thought this excuse was pretty lame. It sounded just like the kind of line high school girls used to brush guys off. While it was true she said that, he suspected she'd probably have someone else in mind the moment she turned her back. Clearly, this was a polite rejection. This game requires either money or looks, and I happen to have both. Chen Nan mentally analyzed his advantages. He figured he hadn't done too badly in life. However, even though this person failed to learn from Chen Nan, almost everyone agreed it wasn't Chen Nan's fault, it was just that the other guy wasn't very good at it. Consequently, this only served to elevate Chen Nan's image. Little did anyone know that on the school's scumbag wall, Chen Nan's name had quietly appeared. Who posted it? Below it were a slew of vile insults. It detailed how Chen Nan had monopolized everyone's resources while simultaneously dating 3 girls at school. And these 3 girls? Each one a stunner. Then, the comments section below was instantly flooded. What the hell? 1 guy and 3 girls? Damn, this is like a soap opera. Yeah, the poster is totally jealous. Hell yeah, I'm jealous as hell too. But this guy's still in military training, obviously a freshman. Holy crap, he's just a freshman, how'd he get such a sweet deal? Could it be he's a special talent student? Damn it, you mean he's Ji Buchang, right? Chapter 97, Chen Nan joins the bad boy wall. The discussion about Chen Nan exploded in just 3 hours, skyrocketing from the first floor to over 600 posts. It went from envy and jealousy to begging for dating advice. Some were convinced Chen Nan must have a special talent, quietly inquiring about his major. They wanted to learn how he cultivated such a talent. Chen Nan, why does that name sound so familiar? Does anyone know what his major is? I know. He seems to be from Jiliang No. 1 High School. I'm from No. 2 High School and have heard his name. But how could he possibly attend this school? Found out he's a freshman in the computer science program. Got any pics? Soon, someone at the military training field managed to get first-hand information about Chen Nan. They secretly snapped a photo with their phone. Damn, this guy's actually pretty handsome. What's so handsome about him? Damn, how isn't he handsome? Are your eyes stuck up your ass? The guy above is just jealous. Damn it, this guy screwed me over a few days ago. I was just looking for him. Wow, hasn't he had enough punishment? He just had to do it again. After getting called out a few times, Zhai Xiaotian fell silent and kept scrolling through the comments. Suddenly, he spotted something intriguing. Within this school, someone actually knew Chen Nan inside and out. I'm certain this guy's from our city, Jiliang. He used to be a street thug, riding around on his ghost fire scooter hanging out with the wrong crowd. He even got into a fight right outside our No. 2 high school gate. I've seen him. A street thug? Then how did he get into our school? Who knows? Liang Ning felt a surge of irritation upon learning that Chen Nan had also enrolled at this school. After all, he had been the top student in the entire Jiliang No. 2 high school back then. And Chen Nan? Back then, he was just a low-level troublemaker. How could he possibly attend the same university as him? This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling for him. I heard he was a top student in his freshman year too, but then he stopped studying in his sophomore year and became a troublemaker mainly to chase after a girl. Back then, he was madly in love with her, the whole school knew about it. I think that story's fishy. There's no way 3 girls were chasing him. Plus, his family is really poor. Once when he got into a fight and hurt someone, he couldn't even scrape together 10,000 yuan at once. It made his mom cry. Holy crap, is that even real? If it's true, doesn't that make him a genius? Growing up poor, hanging out on the streets, studying on the side, and still getting into this school? That's seriously impressive. Photos aren't enough for me anymore. I want to see the real person. Anyone want to go together? Me. Liang Ning had intended to discredit Chen Nan, but unexpectedly, things backfired. His revelations only made more people curious about Chen Nan. As some people put it, this guy managed to get into their school while slacking off and studying at the same time. He's definitely no ordinary person. After all, Liang Ning had to study relentlessly for 3 years, burning the midnight oil, just to achieve that level of success. How could that be possible? Zhai Xiaotian had originally intended to seek out Chen Nan again for some payback. But after seeing Chen Nan's glorious deeds of taking on several opponents alone, he actually felt a bit scared. What if he went over and got taken down again? That would be disastrous. The original poster probably never imagined that such a simple rant would spark such a huge uproar. Over 500 people had already joined the discussion thread. And those lurking in the shadows to lurk were at least double that number. Even some girls had heard Chen Nan's name. Moreover, since Chen Nan actually looked pretty good in his photos, the gossip-loving girls started sharing them around, sparking even more buzz. Women's thought processes differ from men's. If 3 girls are chasing one guy, he must be super charming. From the photos, he looks like a little puppy. Nah, I think he's more like a little wolf pup. I'm so jealous of those 3 girls. What's there to envy? Why don't you go chase him yourself? Too bad those 3 girls are all pretty. I just can't compete with their looks. Many girls look in the mirror and feel disappointed with their looks. It's just that girls have this peculiar mindset. The less popular a guy is, the harder it is for him to get noticed. Conversely, the more girls chase after a jerk, the more likely he is to be liked by even more girls. Chen Nan was currently in this exact situation. But he himself is unaware that on the very first day of university military training, he's already garnered so much attention. Chen Nan, what are we grabbing for dinner tonight? After training ended, Annie approached him proactively to grab a bite. She was acting a bit out of character today. Usually shy, she'd never dare link arms with Chen Nan in front of so many people. But now it was different. It was as if she'd suddenly woken up. Not only did she link arms with Chen Nan, but she also insisted on taking him to the school's food street. It was different from the 5 cafeterias on campus. The food street was lined with small eateries. Stepping inside, ordering just one dish would set you back 30 or 40 yuan. That's nearly a day's worth of meals for a college student. Why did you suddenly want to eat there? Just wanted some peace and quiet, the cafeterias are too crowded. And Yi's face flushed slightly, beads of sweat forming on her neck. It must be said, girls are different from girls. Some girls, when tired, just want to shut down, no talking, no eating, just collapsing back in their dorm to rest. But Yi was different. She wanted to eat a lot of food. Owner, 1 cold lamb salad, 1 sweet and sour pork, 2 fried chicken legs, a large fruit platter, and 2 large cups of blueberry water. Annie stretched out her fingers, ordering everything the moment she walked in. Chen Nan's job was simply to eat. He settled into a comfortable spot, staking out a prime location. Quite a few freshmen had come to eat here too. So many, in fact, that almost everyone had to share a table to get a seat. Sharing tables was commonplace at small eateries like this. Chen Nan didn't mind it much, he actually found it quite lively. Across from him and Annie sat a couple. Chen Nan, is this enough food? Annie asked thoughtfully after washing her hands. In truth, this was a northeastern Chinese restaurant and the portion sizes were downright staggering. Just the 2 meat dishes alone were enough for 2 people. Should be fine. Chen Nan stood up and took the large platter handed over by the waiter. The cold lamb salad was loaded with cilantro, onions, and cumin powder. It looked delicious just to look at. Chen Nan couldn't help but start salivating. After a full day of military training, it was no wonder he was exhausted and craving some meat. Besides, Annie had a hearty appetite to begin with. The amount he could eat alone was enough for 2 of Chen Nan. These dishes wouldn't go to waste with him. Alright, if we need more, just order. It's on me today. Annie sat down and tied her hair back with her hand. Chapter 98, in Yi's slap. She was acting a bit out of character, even ordering a bottle of beer for Chen Nan. Why not skip that? We have soft drinks. If you won't drink it, I will. And he awkwardly opened the beer with a bottle opener, sending a gush of white foam spilling out. Ugh, this is bitter. I don't get why guys always like this stuff. It's not bad. Chen Nan took the beer, sipping a few mouthfuls while eating the cold lamb salad. Mainly because he was worried Yi would drink too much. Truth be told, everyone knew beer wasn't exactly palatable. But who drank it for the taste anyway? It was just a way to numb the nerves. Youth knows not sorrow's taste, yet climbs high towers to feign grief. Now that sorrow's taste is fully known, words falter on the tip of the tongue, tears spill before speech can form. Otherwise, why would the majority of alcohol consumers be middle-aged people? This stuff, once drunk, does let you escape troubles for a short while. It's the same with cigarettes. Men don't smoke cigarettes, they smoke loneliness as white as snow. Of course, Chen Nan no longer smokes. In this lifetime, he has no need for loneliness as white as snow. All he needed was to leverage the experience and knowledge from his past life to enjoy every moment to the fullest. Then, the two noticed the couple across from them kept glancing at Chen Nan's face. The girl even secretly snapped a photo of him with her phone. They kept whispering to each other. I'm not some big celebrity. Is it really necessary to take a sneaky photo of me? Chen Nan was a straightforward person who disliked beating around the bush. If someone was taking pictures of him, he'd ask them directly, not afraid to offend anyone. They were all students, better to speak up than keep things bottled up inside. Oh no, I got caught. The girl covered her flushed cheeks, looking embarrassed. No big deal, bro, lately, a lot of people have been asking who you are. Sorry about that, I'll delete it for you. The guy wore glasses and looked like the studious type, the kind of model student you'd expect in class. He then took his girlfriend's phone and deleted the photos right in front of Chen Nan. What, am I that famous? Chen Nan didn't seem upset with the pair, instead, he found their behavior intriguing. And he also slowed down his eating, quietly watching the pair. Dude, are you really clueless or just pretending? Check this out. The guy with glasses opened his phone and navigated to the school's jerk forum. Over 1,000 posts already, all about you. You, the girl next to you, and those other two, you're all now the school's top targets. No, who leaked it? Chen Nan asked softly. He also took the opportunity to send his regards to the other person's entire family. You'd have to ask the admin. But with these school confession walls, jerk walls, and rant walls, the people running them have to protect privacy. They usually won't reveal who's behind it. Despite that, Chen Nan had his own approach. He added the Scumbag wall administrator as a QQ friend, got straight to the point, and sent a message with a clear offer. $200 to reveal the identity of the person who posted it. After this minor hiccup, the two finished their meal, and the evening military training activities commenced as scheduled. Bright floodlights illuminated the field. Typically, each major formed a small squad, sitting together to play multiplayer games. Or they'd form a circle, finding people to sing, dance, or perform a crosstalk routine. These upperclassmen really delivered. True to their word, they actually invited several beautiful senior sisters from the dance club over to perform a freestyle dance that night. Holy crap, the seniors are so gorgeous. I can't take it anymore, I'm losing control. Damn, bro, don't be so pervy. The seniors are just dancing. What the hell are you doing with your hands? Pretty, huh? Suddenly, as Chen Nan watched with a critical eye, his thigh was twisted sharply. Ouch. Chen Nan pulled his gaze away to find Ani glaring at him, fuming. Alright, he admitted he'd gotten a bit lost in the moment. The atmosphere here was just so perfect, the lighting, the music, and all these people gathered around. Besides, wasn't this 20-year-old senior way prettier than those KTV princesses? Ahem, she's okay, I guess. But definitely not as pretty as our Ani. Chen Nan immediately flattered her. But soon, his defiance returned. What's wrong with me looking at a pretty girl? You're looking too. Ani had intended to assert her ownership, but before she could formulate her words, Chen Nan started arguing back. So she could only shut her mouth and swallow her frustration. Chen Nan chuckled smugly, took Ani's hand, and gave it a thorough feel. That was just how Ani was so easy for him to push around. Ah, that feels so good. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the senior dancing inside, so naturally, no one noticed them. However, the commotion over here drew quite a crowd. Among them was Liang Ning, Chen Nan's hometown friend. He was also a freshman, majoring in law within the liberal arts department. Hey, you're Chen Nan? Just as Chen Nan was about to give Ani a massage on her thigh, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. You need something? Chen Nan turned to see a dozen or so people standing nearby, grinning. They were all students from other majors. Already annoyed that this guy had interrupted his plans, seeing so many people approach made him even more uncomfortable. It felt like a gang was gathering for a fight. Nothing, just wanted to introduce myself. We're from the same hometown, I'm from Jiliang City too, but I went to number 2 high school while you went to number 1. You probably don't recognize me. Yeah, why would I say hello if I don't know you? If you're done, just leave. Chen Nan deliberately replaced the word get lost with leave, but even so, his tone remained unfriendly. Hearing this, Liang Ning froze, surprised by Chen Nan's sharpness. He'd originally intended to bring people over to laugh at Chen Nan's expense. Instead, this exchange left him feeling humiliated. Turning his head, he saw many people laughing and assumed they were mocking him. This only deepened his loathing for Chen Nan. Hey, didn't you used to chase after some troublemaker girl? That girl named Nan Yan, I remember seeing you two shopping together. But back then you were such a suck-up, always rushing to pay, carrying her stuff? Guess all that groveling paid off now that you've hooked up with 3 girls at once? Dude, wanna share your secrets? In Liang Ning's mind, even though his words were harsh and despicable, Chen Nan wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. In front of all these people, if he actually hit him, he'd get disciplined. He wasn't afraid of any danger coming his way. His actions stemmed purely from inner turmoil. He couldn't accept that a lowlife like Chen Nan attended the same school as him. The people trailing behind him were all there for the spectacle. Experience? Chen Nan's expression darkened instantly, his fist clenching tightly. But just then, a small hand tugged at Chen Nan's sleeve. And he gave Chen Nan a calm glance, signaling him not to act impulsively. But the next moment, Liang Ning felt a sudden chill sweep past his eyes as a slender palm met his cheek. A loud smack echoed through the air. The one who struck was none other than Ani, who had just stopped Chen Nan. Without a word, she had directly laid hands on Liang Ning. One slap, straight across his face. Instantly, everyone froze in shock. Chapter 99, Anyi's growing possessiveness. He just hit him? Good heavens, that slap must have hurt. No one present had expected that the one who struck Liang Ning wasn't Chen Nan, but Ani. Instantly, a wave of laughter erupted around them. Yet clearly, this girl looked like the type who was very well behaved at first glance. Many model students in school looked just like her. But after the laughter died down, people started noticing something was off. Holy crap, what just happened? Looks like Ani hit someone. Originally, many computer science majors were watching the senior girl dance. But Anyi's sudden move instantly drew everyone's attention. The senior computer science students, who had been busy clapping, turned around to see their juniors seemingly in conflict with students from another department. After turning off the speakers, they immediately jogged over and surrounded Liang Ning. Hey, what's your problem, dude? What department are you in? Who told you to come over to our side? With their own department holding the numerical advantage, these seniors spoke with confidence. They immediately shielded Chen Nan and Ani behind them. Chen Nan realized these seniors might seem a bit pretentious normally, but they really knew how to get things done. But they seemed to have misunderstood. The ones getting beaten up were the ones on the other side. As for him and Annie, they were the ones who had initiated the fight. But what could they do? Numbers made them right. Liang Ning had few allies on his side, and no one from his department spoke up for him. Naturally, he dared not utter a word. Among them, Zhao Minjia had followed over. With her tomboyish personality, seeing Chen Nan and Annie clash with others, she couldn't help but take sides. Law majors, huh? Coming over to bully people? Fine, I'll call your advisor right now and see what disciplinary action he takes against you. However, Zhao Minjia's impulsive actions were stopped by several upperclassmen. This sort of thing could be handled privately, no need to make a big deal out of it. I just came to look for a fellow hometown student. I didn't do anything. Liang Ning was completely flustered. You didn't do anything? Then how did you manage to piss off a freshman from our department? Damn it, if you ask me, just beat the crap out of him. Someone rolled up their sleeves, revealing a fist half the size of their face. No. I just mentioned a few things about Chen Nan from before. I didn't mean to provoke her. Liang Ning's speech was slightly slurred. As for the others who had followed him to watch the spectacle, they had long since fled to avoid trouble with this group. Left alone, Liang Ning was surrounded by computer science students. His face flushed crimson, sweat soaking through his black hair. His eyes darted nervously, his entire body feeling weak. Truthfully, he'd come looking for Chen Nan mainly to vent his pent-up frustration. But he never imagined it would lead to such a huge mess, one that was suddenly impossible to resolve. Moreover, almost no one was on his side. He was now completely isolated. Liang Ning had calculated every possible scenario, yet never imagined a girl would act with such decisive force. Only after suffering the consequences did fear set in. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. After being struck, he first touched his face, incredulous. His cheek was swollen and burning hot. Worst of all, everyone around him stared at him without blinking. But in Chen Nan's view, Liang Ning had it coming. Damn it, I didn't even provoke him. He came looking for trouble on his own. And he had the nerve to call himself a fellow countryman? Chen Nan hated people like this who had no sense of self-awareness. Besides dragging up his past humiliations and telling them to others like jokes, they brought him absolutely no benefits. What kind of fellow villager? I'd rather not have one. Chen Nan didn't know exactly how the matter was handled. After all, with several upperclassmen stepping in, such a minor issue didn't require his personal involvement. Anyway, when the evening military training activities ended, Liang Ning came over and apologized to Chen Nan and Annie. Then she burst into tears and ran frantically back to her dorm. She must have been utterly terrified it had become a lifelong shadow for Liang Ning. Serves her right. Chen Nan stretched lazily as he and Annie walked back, glancing up at the night sky. The moon tonight was truly beautiful. But even more beautiful than the moon was the girl beside him. Does your hand hurt? Chen Nan took Annie's hand and felt it carefully. It was soft and gentle, like placing his hand inside a cloud. Chen Nan had never actually touched a cloud, but he imagined that even dipping his hand into one wouldn't feel as good as holding Annie's hand. It doesn't hurt. It feels kinda nice. Annie shook her head, not resisting Chen Nan's touch, and leaned into him. The wind rustled on, leaves whispering softly. Occasionally, students zoomed past on bicycles along this road line with white streetlights on both sides. But they merely became part of the scenery. Chen Nan, I think I've caught a disease. After a pause, Annie suddenly murmured softly, yet with an unusual firmness in her voice. Every time I see you talking to other girls now, I feel this strange sensation in my heart. It wasn't like this before, but ever since that time when Zhao Minjia and Shen Xiaoyu confessed to you, I realized how intensely possessive I am of you. Tonight, I don't know what came over me. When someone suddenly mentioned Nan Yan and said bad things about you, it made me feel even worse. I wasn't like this before. But now, it's like I've caught some kind of disease. Chen Nan, do you find me disgusting like this? Annie lowered her head, staring at her toes as she confessed with a hint of self-reproach. In her eyes, a girl prone to violence and physical outbursts would struggle to find true love. He was terrified of being hated by Chen Nan. But in this state, Annie appeared utterly adorable to Chen Nan. Besides, Annie's worries were completely unnecessary. First, Annie's possessiveness toward him proved she genuinely loved him from the bottom of her heart. Second, her decisive slap tonight had genuinely made Chen Nan see him in a new light. But it wasn't dislike, it made him like her even more, right? Turns out eating more really does pay off. When she hits someone, it really stings. Chen Nan wrapped one arm around Annie, cradling her like a daughter and ruffling her hair affectionately. Some say that when you truly love a girl, you treat her like your own daughter. Before, Chen Nan thought that was utter nonsense. Now, however, with love running deep, he found himself understanding it. To him, Annie truly felt like the moonlight itself. Each time she came to his side, she bathed him in a unique warmth, gently illuminating his being. Making him feel, in this world, that he would never be alone. A gentle night, a gentle moon, a gentle person. It felt like a slow-paced lifestyle unique to college days. And it would last for 4 whole years. Didi, are you there? You said you'd tell me who posted that thread for 200 yuan? Is that true? At that moment, Chen Nan's mobile QQ pinged with a new message. He opened his phone and sent back 2 words, true. Chapter 100, a new business opportunity emerges. Alright, add me on Alipay. Transfer the money to me, and I'll send you a screenshot of their QQ number. By this time, with the widespread adoption of smartphones, Alipay had already gained a small user base. It was quite convenient for daily transfers and payments. Chen Nan added the person as a friend and discovered it was actually a woman. Her name was Sun. She even used a big-faced cat as her profile picture. Chen Nan, you want to know who posted that message, right? And he unlocked the door with her key, then fetched a pair of slippers for Chen Nan. Yeah, I want to see who has such a grudge against me. Chen Nan gently stroked Yi's cheek, feeling warmed by the girl's tenderness. He had a few suspects in mind, but couldn't be certain. The main issue was that he seemed to have too many people with whom he had conflicts. We've both been busy all day. Have a bottle of water first. And he pulled 2 bottles of drink from the fridge and handed one to Chen Nan. I'm not thirsty. You drink it. Chen Nan couldn't shake the feeling that Yi was trying to curry favor with him. It was as if she'd centered her entire life around him. She insisted on eating with him, ordered dishes he liked, and even bought drinks he preferred. As for the clothes she wore herself, needless to say, she would ask Chen Nan's opinion before every purchase. She only chose clothes for herself if Chen Nan thought they looked good. She really did care too much about him. Fine, I'll drink it. Seeing Yi's pitiful expression after her refusal, Chen Nan could only sigh and change his mind. This girl was simply too endearing. Chen Nan, are you tired? Chen Nan, do you think I look pretty today? Chen Nan, do you think I've gained weight? Chen Nan, do you know who that person slandering you is? And he dashed to the bathroom, quickly changed clothes, and took a shower. Then, wearing only a pair of black hot pants and an oversized white shirt, she came before Chen Nan. No good, they used a fake account. Chen Nan sent the other party 200 yuan, but to his surprise, the screenshot he received was just a QQ account with a half-star rating? The information was too limited to pinpoint the person's identity. However, judging by the sentence length, punctuation habits, and tone in the screenshot, it seemed the other party was a girl. But it couldn't be ruled out that some creepy guy was deliberately pretending to be a girl. In any case, there was no way to pursue this matter further for now. Just then, Chen Nan put down his phone and suddenly looked up, noticing something. And Yi had become increasingly less conservative in her appearance around him. Previously, after showering, she would still put on a little skirt. Now she simply wore a pair of shorts resembling underwear. Her top was even more outrageous. The white shirt Yi was wearing was the kind of one-piece lingerie-style nightgown he had bought for her. Which meant, Yi wasn't wearing anything underneath her clothes? Ahem, quite impressive, huh? Chen Nan didn't need to look deliberately, just raising his eyes, he could see something quite dazzling. Truly a sight never tires the eyes. You just love staring at that area of mine. How many times have you looked already? Still not satisfied? And he didn't stop him, sitting on the sofa with a straight face, stretching out a pair of white, jade-like feet. She then turned on the TV to watch the currently popular Qing Dynasty Palace drama. Unlike her attitude toward Liang Ning, Chen Nan could clearly sense that Yi was incredibly tolerant toward him. Lately, whenever they slept together, it felt like they were an old married couple. And Yi's entire body he could look wherever he wanted, touch wherever he pleased. Perhaps men always harbor a bit of rebelliousness. The more she forbade him to touch, the more he craved to touch. The more she forbade him to look, the more he yearned to peek. Conversely, things that come too easily aren't always cherished. Looks like we need to spice things up a bit in our life. Chen Nan finally understood why middle-aged couples became one of the primary consumer groups for sensual clothing. Second only to the younger generation. Life is just too dull, we need to spice things up. How old were he and Yi, really? Yet they already seemed to have this problem. Those in their 30s and beyond, with extra energy yet struggling to muster interest, they must be plagued by this problem all the time, right? Moreover, this kind of interest, like food, is something that can never be missing from life. From today's perspective, this niche market remains a blue ocean. Chen Nan could absolutely build it into a major enterprise. Chen Zhu, tomorrow you take Zhang Wenjun to scout around university areas. See if any storefronts are available for rent. Look for ones right next to hotels. The higher end the hotel, the better. The storefront doesn't need to be fancy, no renovations required. Just a room will do, even if it's a bit old. The space doesn't need to be huge, around 20 square meters is sufficient. After showering and changing, Chen Nan suddenly had a new idea pop into his head during his earlier musings. He acted on it immediately, sending a message to Chen Zhu. It had to be said, sometimes Chen Nan couldn't help but feel that Yi was his lucky charm. It was precisely because of her that he had the courage to pursue this business venture. Got it, brother Chen. I'll bring Zhang Wenjun over tomorrow morning. Tang Wen asked about himself. He said he can't sit still and wants something to do. Chen Zhu always worked efficiently and thought on her feet. Above all, he trusted Chen Nan completely. Whatever Chen Nan asked him to do, he'd get right to it without a second thought, never questioning it. Tang 1. Don't worry. He won't be idle. Who knew someone would actually volunteer to be exploited? How could Chen Nan possibly pass up this opportunity? I'll head to the entrepreneurship building tomorrow to rent a studio. Tang 1, you'll be in charge of cleaning it up. While you're at it, grab some flyers from the print shop and recruit 3 reliable customer service reps from campus to handle my online business. Don't worry, I have plans for all 3 of you. No one will be idle. Shinju, once you've rented the storefront, send me a message. I'll tell you what to do next. Got it, Brother Chen. Good night. After this period of observation, Chen Nan had a solid grasp of their respective capabilities. Shenju and Tangwen could handle administrative tasks. But Tangwen was relatively slow on the uptake, so he probably couldn't manage many people. He's better suited for simpler tasks. Therefore, Chen Nan planned to temporarily assign him to manage account operations and customer service. As for Zhang Wenjun, though timid, he's genuinely a talent in this line of work. Chen Nan meant no disrespect whatsoever. His eyes genuinely sparkled with admiration. Despite his youth, he'd seen countless designs. When it came to intuitive clothing concepts, he could instinctively spot flaws. Plus, he possessed sharp market insight. After all, only a seasoned pervert truly understands another seasoned pervert. That's precisely why Chen Nan had him tag along with Chen Zhu to scout out available storefronts. As for the purpose, simple enough. Chen Nan planned to open a 24-hour unmanned convenience store. For location selection, he could simply follow the pattern of where hotels were situated near these universities. After all, these areas were among the most economically developed and had the highest consumer activity. Essentially, locations where opening a shop guarantees profits. Chapter 101, Renting a Space. Opening an unmanned vending store wasn't a sudden whim for Chen Nan. In his previous life, he had also toyed with this idea. Unfortunately, by the time he entered the market, it was already too late. He encountered an era of highly developed e-commerce and live streaming. Even if he poured money into it, he'd only lose money while generating buzz. Meanwhile, some entrepreneurs had already milked every last drop of profit from offline unmanned retail stores before the online shopping wave took off. They cleaned out the market, made a fortune, and moved on to the next industry. But things are different now. After Chen Nan's rebirth, it was still early days, and many hadn't noticed this business opportunity yet. Now, it was his turn to harvest the profits from this sector. As for supply issues, with factories back home, Chen Nan faced absolutely no difficulties. Costs could be kept extremely low. The most important task now was for Chen Zhu and Zhang Wenjun to find a suitable location for a 1-month pilot project. If the profits proved satisfactory, they could expand operations on a larger scale. If the location near the school doesn't work out, they can consider another spot. But based on Chen Nan's understanding, whether it's a top-tier university or a lesser-known one, they all have strong purchasing power. Of course, business ventures like this sometimes really do depend on luck. Good luck can lead to huge profits. If luck is bad, you might lose everything. Therefore, it's wise to start cautiously, find a place to test the waters first. Chen Nan, I heard you and Annie got into trouble last night. How serious was it? Just as Chen Nan was about to sleep, a WeChat message from the advisor popped up. Tuanen's online name was Little Coward, with a cute bear as her profile picture. It's fine, it's been taken care of. Chen Nan replied casually. After all, in his eyes, the night's incident was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. He didn't even have to lift a finger. The seniors had already taken care of it for him. And that so-called fellow townsman? He was such a coward. All talk and no action. The moment he saw their numbers, he was ready to cry. If he'd known it would end like this, why bother in the first place? Well, that's a relief. I was worried for nothing. I thought you might end up in the hospital tonight. That would have been a huge hassle for me. Well then, good night. Tuanen's tone was adorably sweet. If he hadn't known she was already 25, Chen Nan would have easily mistaken her for a cute little girl. Of course, considering Chen Nan's own age, she really was a cute little girl. Good night. Chen Nan replied briefly before exiting the chat with Tuanen. Just then, a message from an unfamiliar contact popped up. Well, not exactly unfamiliar. This person had initiated a private chat from the computer science class group. Needless to say, it was Shin Xiaoyu. Hey, Chen Nan? I skipped class tonight and snuck out to go shopping. Heard you got beaten up. Did you die? If you're not dead, give me a shout. Put. The moment he saw the message, Chen Nan curled his lip and shut the chat window. This woman really can't spit out anything decent. What the hell? Does she actually want him dead? Chen Nan chose to ignore it, not replying to the message. Well, that's it then. Looks like you really are dead. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your girlfriend for you. If I can't have you, I'll go after your girlfriend. Anyway, this kind of love is pretty trendy these days. Chen Nan. Off. Chen Nan couldn't take it anymore and snapped back. Besides, he felt like Shin Xiaoyu was deliberately seeking thrills day after day. After all, her family was ridiculously wealthy. You couldn't judge a girl like that by ordinary standards. A girl from an average family would feel insulted and get angry if you cursed at her. But girls like her were different. Her life was too idle, too affluent, she'd never faced real hardship. Instead of being drawn to gentle boys, she craved excitement, even a few harsh words would thrill her. Knew you'd be fine, heh. Get lost. Hee hee, go ahead and yell at me some more. Chen Nan thought cursing was a sign of poor character. But some people just thrive on it. It was utterly baffling. Chen Nan closed the chat window with Shin Xiaoyu. Continuing the argument would only reward the other person. And he was sleeping beside Chen Nan at that moment, breathing evenly. She was curled up, both hands clutching the corner of Chen Nan's pajamas, as if afraid he might run away. So life isn't just about hardship, it can hold such beautiful moments too. Chen Nan gently stroked Yi's forehead. Like a clinging kitten, she slowly turned her body back toward him. Then, Chen Nan set down his phone and lay quietly in bed. Suddenly, in the darkened room, he reached out toward Yi. In the stillness, love filled the air. Military training days were anything but boring. Every day was exhausting as hell, from morning till noon, from noon till dusk, marching in step, running laps, standing at attention. The only things worth looking forward to were what we'd eat for lunch and dinner each day, and what kind of performance would be held in the evening. At 8:30 p.m. sharp, training ended, and everyone headed home to their moms. Bro Chen, you look sharp in that outfit. Chen Zhu and Zhang Wenjun had been waiting by the school's north gate on their electric scooters for ages. Though they claimed to be waiting, the truth was they'd found a spot and spent hours gaming in an internet cafe. If you think it's cool, I'll give it to you. You can take my place in training. Chen Nan's thighs still ached a bit. Running wasn't too bad, but marching in step required a distinct thud with every footfall, and each stomp made his soles ache. Forget it, Chen. I was just messing with you. This is the spot I picked out. It used to be a fried snacks place, but the owner said it wasn't profitable and shut it down. How big is the space? What's the monthly rent? Chen Nan cut straight to the chase. 23 square meters. The interior's cramped like a narrow alleyway. There's not even space for a sign. No wonder his business was doomed. Chen Zhu handed Chen Nan 2 bottles of water. And he trailed along listlessly, adding his analysis. It's right next to a big hotel, with an internet cafe next door, and a shopping mall further down. Location-wise, it's decent, just the storefront is too small. Chen Nan finally noticed it too. Wow, this store claims to be over 20 square meters, but in reality, the entrance is only 2 meters wide. It was literally a long, narrow tube. Still, he measured with his arms, fitting a row of cabinets inside would be no problem. So, how much is this storefront renting for per month? Chen Nan instantly fell for the location and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 102, A Powerful Tonic. Brother Chen, Zhang Wenjun and I found 3 places. Are you sure you want to stay here? Chen Zhu asked doubtfully. Yeah, Brother Chen, should we check out some other places? There's a small supermarket of over 30 square meters across from the south gate of the school. The lease expires this month, and I think that location is pretty good. Chen Nan, why not consider that place? And Yi gently urged from the side. Chen Zhu, just tell us how much is the monthly rent for this place? Chen Nan raised his hand gently, silencing everyone. Brother Chen, the price isn't bad, only 2,000 yuan. Alright, let's go with this one. Chen Nan made the decision immediately. He wasn't making a rash decision. His choice was based on very solid reasoning. First, the other 2 locations Chen Zhu mentioned were indeed excellent, both prime spots for making money. But they were also expensive. And price wasn't even the main issue. The main problem was that any self-respecting customer wouldn't dare enter this kind of unmanned store selling sensual clothing during the day. Forget daytime, even at night, people would look around to make sure no one was watching before stepping inside. If you make the storefront fancy and flashy, so conspicuous, who would dare go in? It takes a cramped, inconspicuous spot to suit this kind of business model. Enough said. Chen Zhu, tell the landlord tomorrow we're taking this place. Rent it first, then do some basic renovations over the next few days. After military training ends, we'll turn this into a 24-hour unmanned store. After that, Chen Nan shared his vision and explained the business model to the others. Got it, Brother Chen. I'll handle it tomorrow. Chen Zhu's greatest strength was his obedience. Moreover, he knew he'd never matched Chen Nan in intelligence or creativity, from childhood onward. So when it came to Chen Nan's decisions, his role was simply to execute them. After all, Brother Chen would never lead them astray. Alright, that's all for today. The group walked and talked, not wasting much time. Chen Nan glanced at his phone. It was only a little past 9 in the evening. The wonderful nightlife of college had just begun. Come on, everyone's worked hard all day. Call Tang when I'll treat you all to some grilled skewers. Chen Nan smacked his lips, genuinely craving some food. Back in the day, he'd grown tired of so many delicacies. Abalone, lobster, those were things he'd only eat once when he was broke, just for the novelty. Now that he had money, Chen Nan found these things weren't all that tasty after all. Nothing beats the aroma of street-side grilled skewers. September still clung to summer's tail, making it peak season for barbecue stalls. Chen Nan found a barbecue stall called Lucy, its entrance already packed with people. The crowd included upperclassmen from the university, locals from the neighborhood, and freshmen like Chen Nan, still clad in their military training uniforms. The place was bustling and lively. A pitcher of beer, a mixed platter of peanuts and edamame, lamb skewers, 5 people, let's start with 25 skewers. 10 beef skewers, and you guys pick the rest. Chen Nan wrote down his order on a piece of paper with a flourish. Then I handed the paper to an E. Whenever launching a new project, before making any profit, Chen Nan always treated his company's employees to a meal. This habit has stuck with him to this day. He was extremely confident in his vision for the unmanned convenience store. Barring any unforeseen issues, once the store was up and running, it should generate a substantial monthly income. So treating himself to a nice dinner that night felt like a well-deserved reward. 10 skewers of beef tendon, 10 skewers of grilled chicken feet, and 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, and he declared, his eyes fixed on the menu. Miss, would you like the outer kidney or the inner kidney? The owner asked with a forced smile. Is the inner kidney more nourishing, or the outer one? And he asked innocently. Then, Shinju, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun all let out a chorus of boos directed at Chen Nan. Bro Chen, and he really cares about you. Ouch, ouch. Is it an internal waste supplement or an external waste supplement? Zhang Wenjun mimicked Yi's voice with a wicked grin. Chen Nan promptly slapped each of them across the face. Damn it, these guys have nothing better to do than make fun of him. These 3 had no respect for their elders. But after eating barbecue for so many years, he really didn't know whether the inner loin or the outer loin was more tender. Hey, sweetheart, they're pretty much the same. How about I get you 2 skewers of each? No wonder the boss lady knows how to run a business. She deserves every penny she makes. She was so smooth with her words, she'd wrapped up the whole issue perfectly. And E nodded dumbly in agreement. Alright then, just get him a whole one. And Yi's face flushed as he pointed at Chen Nan. Then, the menu was handed to Chinju, who promptly ordered a skewer for himself. Damn, bro, you don't need it. Why are you ordering? Tangwen slapped his shoulder and teased. Don't need it? What the hell? Don't I have hands? Chenju shot him a glare. And don't think I don't know your hard drives are stuffed with this kind of stuff. Last night, you were even playing it out loud. Before Chenju could finish, Zhang Wenjun and Tangwen covered his mouth. Damn it, don't bring that up. So embarrassing. Fine then, get us each a skewer too. The meal didn't last long. The 5 of them devoured everything in under an hour and a half. The coming period was expected to be quite hectic. So before that, Chen Nan wanted to give everyone a chance to relax. Besides, as the business kept growing, he really did need to hire more people. Hey, want some balloons? Someone suddenly asked, running up to Chen Nan. After finishing their meal, Chenju and the others didn't head back to rest immediately. Instead, they went to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. On the way back to the school gate, only Chen Nan and an E remained. What kind of balloons? An E stopped and asked curiously. Chen Nan hadn't intended to engage, but since an E had stopped, he had no choice but to halt as well. Judging by his appearance, he was also a military training student, though an E couldn't tell which major he belonged to. But man, did he look rough? His eyebrows weren't quite eyebrows, his nose wasn't quite a nose, and his mouth wasn't quite a mouth. He looked 18 or 19, but his face made him appear 40 or 50. Upon closer inspection, he resembled a walking bitter melon. But this guy was clearly sharp as a tack. His eyes darted around restlessly, much like the businesspeople Chen Nan had dealt with before. He seemed to have nothing but schemes in his head. Hey buddy, can you inflate this balloon? Chen Nan asked, deliberately feigning innocence. Blow? This question genuinely caught him off guard. Of course it can. Not only can it inflate balloons, but it can also fill them with water. Hey, how about 2? The guy looked at Chen Nan expectantly, grinning. But the next moment, his smile vanished. No way. With that, Chen Nan grabbed an E and walked away. If Chen Nan had a system at that moment, it would probably display anger level +10 immediately. He really had a knack for messing with people's heads. No. If you don't want it, then why ask so many detailed questions? Are you messing with me? After a moment of stunned silence, the person gritted their teeth and persisted, jogging after Chen Nan. Chapter 103, The Little Balloon Business. Hey buddy, buy 2. With a build like yours, one's definitely not enough. You'll need 7 or 8 in one night. Don't take it the wrong way, bro, I'm complimenting you. The persistent vendor blocked Chen Nan and Yi's path back to school, pressing his arms against the wall. 6. Forcing a sale, huh? I'm calling the cops. Chen Nan pulled out his phone, pretending to dial the 3 numbers with convincing flair. And he thought to himself, Chen Nan was way too sneaky. Playing hard to get, she'd hooked this guy right in. Now he was so flustered he didn't know what to say. But hadn't she herself fallen victim to Chen Nan's own bait-and-switch tactic? The thought made an E grit her teeth and shoot Chen Nan a fierce glare. But clearly, this wasn't the time for tantrums or petty sulking. Chen Nan must have his reasons for engaging with the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered acknowledging her at all. As a good woman, she had to prioritize the bigger picture and let Chen Nan fully experience her tenderness. Hearing Chen Nan's words, Si Gong immediately grew flustered. Brother, no. I'm not forcing a sale, this is legitimate business. We're all freshmen, there's no need for this. My name is Si Gong. I'm from the civil engineering department next door. We're both in engineering. Brother, give me some face. He tried to grab Chen Nan's arm, but Chen Nan pulled away, continuing to play on his emotions. Besides, that name Si Gong Chen Nan couldn't help but think this guy was practically born to be in civil engineering. And judging by current trends, civil engineering truly held boundless prospects. The coming years would be the peak of the real estate boom. Compared to stock speculation, buying and flipping houses offered a far easier path for an ordinary family to rake in hundreds of thousands of extra dollars in a single year. But it was nothing more than a fleeting moment. The real estate bubble would soon burst. It was like a game of hot potato, whoever was left holding the bag would be the unlucky one. Chen Nan thought to himself, well, this guy seems pretty smart, he's already prepared his escape route. Besides, with his slight build, working as a plasterer on a construction site might be a real struggle. No wonder he wanted to start his own little business. Bro, take a good look, my little balloons aren't like the ones in pharmacies. In terms of quality, they absolutely hold their own against those from the land of cherry blossoms. Si Gong realized the man before him wasn't easily fooled. He'd sold quite a few that night already, earning enough for a day's meals. He planned to wrap up after selling a few more that night, but then he ran into this stubborn customer, Chen Nan. He was the one selling things, yet somehow it felt like he was the one chasing after this guy to give him stuff. He considered himself quite shrewd. But he hadn't expected Chen Nan to be even more seasoned, seemingly holding him completely in the palm of his hand. What brand are these little balloons? Chen Nan took one, examined it closely, and felt the packaging was rather cheap. It was different from the small balloons he'd used before, which were from Japan. This one must have been made in a domestic factory. At that time, many domestic factories were still in their infancy and growth stages. In terms of quality, they fell far short of foreign products. Still, they were more than sufficient for the domestic market. Money could still be made. Bro, this balloon doesn't have a brand name, but I personally tried it and it feels pretty good, Si Gong said with a sly grin. No need to guess he was lying through his teeth. Used it? Where would a single guy like him even use one? So how much are you selling them for? Chen Nan handed the item back, feigning casual interest in the price. Truth be told, he was actually quite interested in this product. His future business would be tied to sensual clothing anyway, so dealing in this sort of thing wouldn't hurt. Plus, the profit margins were truly substantial. Even a low-quality one could fetch a few bucks. A slightly better quality one could fetch over 10 yuan. Those that match the quality of the 001 model are even more profitable. A single one can fetch nearly 30 bucks. And these things are consumables. You can't exactly use one tonight and then decide you don't need it tomorrow, right? You use it tomorrow, then toss it the day after? When people buy, they buy dozens at a time, enough for a month or even half a year. With that kind of volume, how could it not be a huge profit margin? 2 yuan each. Si Gong held up his fingers. Prices were still relatively low in those days, and since his were unbranded little balloons, that price was actually quite reasonable. Anyone who needed them would pull out a 10 yuan bill and grab 5 right away. After all, when men are driven by their lower head, they'll justify spending whatever it takes in the heat of the moment. As for whether they regretted it afterward when they came to their senses? Well, there was definitely some regret. But next time? He'd fall for it again. That's just the nature of men, nothing surprising there. Looks decent quality. Give me 100 yuan worth. Chen Nan winked at an E. He rarely carried cash when going out. His pockets were as clean as his face. The latter understood perfectly and pulled out another red bill from his bag. But here's the deal, I'll buy it, but you have to tell me where this little balloons manufacturer is located. Only now did Chen Nan reveal his true purpose. When dealing with a sharp operator like Si Gong, asking outright where he sourced the goods would make him suspect a competitor was probing his supply chain. That would put him on guard, easily backfiring on the plan. But now, as a big customer, Chen Nan could naturally lower the other man's guard. In this world, nothing gets a man more hooked than money and women. Si Gong was no exception. Alright, buddy, I guess I can tell you, he said, scratching his head vigorously with his fingers. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. That factory back in our hometown, I paid to get it approved all at once before I came here to study. No choice. My family's poor, so I had to find ways to make money. Don't laugh at me, buddy. Poor kids grow up fast. These days, with the economy on the upswing, running small businesses on campus was indeed quite profitable. Similarly, some students acted as agents on campus, selling pen refills and pens. Yeah, I won't. If you don't mind, could you give me your contact info? I'm running a small business myself, and if the opportunity arises, we could collaborate. Chen Nan showed him his QQ and WeChat, telling him to pick whichever he preferred. They also added each other on Alipay. No problem. You really are surnamed C. Chen Nan briefly scanned the other person's profile before finally trusting him. Only then did Si Gong realize why Chen Nan had insisted on adding him on Alipay. It was for this very reason. Had he been suspicious of him from the start? It had to be said, beneath his carefree exterior, Chen Nan was quite cautious. Hey, bro, besides the little balloons, wanna get some toys too? Just as Chen Nan was about to leave, Si Gong's eyes darted around. Then he suddenly whispered the question. Hearing this, Chen Nan perked up, his eyes immediately lighting up as he fixed them on the other man. Chapter 104, A New Little Brother, Si Gong. What kind of toys? Tell me more. Staring at Si Gong, Chen Nan hadn't expected that just going out for a meal could bring him such an unexpected bonus. Sensual clothing, small balloons, and little toys, these three things always go hand in hand. In unmanned stores, they were typically sold in sets. Unlike bulk stockpiling through online shopping, unmanned stores primarily profit from one-time, short-term package purchases. Therefore, the more diverse the product categories, the higher the sales volume, and consequently, the greater the profit margin. Bro, let me show you a couple of pictures. I don't have that stuff in bulk. But after military training, there's a 7-day break, right? If you need some, I can bring you some back when I go home. But, are you really the boss? Si Gong also found it hard to believe Chen Nan's identity, fearing he might be deceived. First, Chen Nan looked far too young. Second, the other person exuded a maturity that surpassed his own. He didn't seem like a college student at all, more like a shrewd middle-aged businessman. Easy peasy. Grab my car keys and show him. Chen Nan snapped his fingers casually. An expensive car was a man's calling card. With this roughly 400,000 yuan car as collateral, Chen Nan didn't need to prove anything else. Si Gong believed him immediately. So, big brother, you bought all these little balloons, you're not planning to sell them too, are you? The mechanic pondered briefly before grasping Chen Nan's intent. He'd been played by Chen Nan. From the start, he'd deliberately teased him, piqued his interest, and tugged at his emotions. By the end, a few well-placed questions had extracted the location of his supplier's factory. He felt like a prisoner, easily interrogated by Chen Nan into spilling the truth. Chen Nan motioned for an E to put away the car keys and continued, alright, I've proven my capabilities to you. Now let's see your goods. Chen Nan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Soon, he saw the toy products from that factory on the mechanic's phone. Admittedly, the knockoffs looked surprisingly authentic. Both male and female versions were available. The only downside was the limited variety, a bit monotonous. They probably just looked at what was available overseas, figured out the basics, and tried to produce them. You know what? They're actually pretty good. From the moment Chen Nan laid eyes on these products, a plan had already formed in his mind. And they perfectly matched his expectations. Easy peasy. Give this guy another 100 yuan tip, consider it treating him to dinner. Chen Nan waved his hand generously, wielding his money power to win the guy over. This move worked better than any smooth talk. Damn, bro, you're generous. Bro, you're not like us freshmen. Can I tag along with you from now on? Si Gong stared at Chen Nan in shock. He never imagined he'd suddenly earn 200 bucks. Then he glanced at an E, feeling a pang of inferiority. Due to his appearance, Si Gong actually lacked confidence around women, especially the very pretty ones. But this guy? He was generous as hell, handing out 100 yuan like it was nothing. And he didn't keep the money for himself, he gave it to his girlfriend. What kind of big shot could pull that off? Want to tag along with me? Sure, no problem. It'll be perfect timing for the National Day holiday, I've been wanting to travel anyway. Then I'll bring a buddy along to check out the factory back in your hometown. What's this boss nonsense? It's all just empty titles. Just don't turn me down. Chen Nan said with great humility. Truthfully, he was quite surprised by Si Gong's reaction. He hadn't expected that a mere 200 yuan could win someone over so easily. To him, that 200 yuan wouldn't even cover a barbecue meal. But for Si Gong, that 200 yuan might be a week's worth of meals, maybe even 2 weeks worth. When people hit rock bottom, even the smallest kindness from others can feel like a huge favor. Alright, bro, haven't asked your name yet? Si Gong inquired. His name is Chen Nan. You can call him Brother Chen too. I see everyone else does. Chen with the ear radical. Nan with the wood radical. Before Chen Nan could speak, an E couldn't help but blurt out the explanation. This scene left Si Gong utterly dumbfounded with envy. Was this the domineering CEO from the novels and his devoted little bunny secretary girlfriend? Got it, Chen. Brother Chen. Then before National Day, you absolutely have to come find me. Promise me, don't forget. Si Gong backed into the school gate, his face aglow with excitement. It took a long while before his figure finally vanished into the distance. This scene suddenly reminded Chen Nan of the moment he closed his very first business deal. Anticipating his first big payday, he'd been just as excited, practically wanting to jump in place as he walked. That very day, he splurged 300 yuan on a lavish barbecue feast. But now, he no longer possessed the mindset of that first success. What remained was only the steady composure of a successful man. It was as if everything was under his control. including his plan to launch unmanned retail stores. Chen Nan had originally planned to start by sourcing products from factories on Alibaba to stock his unmanned store. But through a twist of fate, he encountered this intriguing individual. Now, he no longer settled for drop shipping. Instead, he was determined to seek out contract manufacturers himself or even establish his own factory to build a genuine brand presence. In this era of business pioneering, whoever seizes the initiative first essentially secures future success. Over the next few days, Chen Nan and An continued their relentless military training drills. The field was packed with people, and Chen Nan felt like his legs might fall off from marching in perfect step. However, the training did improve his physical fitness. Chen Nan, who was already lean and fit, gained an extra layer of muscle, making him look even more robust. During evening breaks, Chen Nan occasionally took An, Shenju, and a few others to the internet cafe for some gaming. This time, he brought Si Gong along too. "Hey, isn't that Jai Xiaotian, Mr. Jai?" Chen Nan walked over and suddenly spotted the three of them in the internet cafe, wielding AK-47s with skins, playing the demolition mode in New Year Square. He couldn't help but mock them. After all, Chen Nan held grudges and wasn't one to forgive easily. He remembered Jai Xiaotian's bullying and humiliating behavior toward him back then crystal clear. Then, he saw the other guy take off his headphones and turn his head in confusion. Chen Nan's laughter grew louder. "Hey, haven't seen you in a few days. How come you've gotten so pathetic?" Chapter 105, Mess with Chen Nan? Report immediately. The internet cafe was filled with noise, but Chen Nan's voice cut through it all. Everyone inside heard it. What was even more interesting was that at this moment, Jai Xiaotian, this guy actually had a cigarette clamped between his fingers. Wasn't that practically handing Chen Nan a smoking gun? "Manager, I'm reporting this guy for smoking in the internet cafe." Chen Nan grinned as he pointed at Jai Xiaotian and shouted to the owner. The person beside Chen Nan wore a knowing smile. Who would dare offend Brother Chen? As for Si Gong, encountering Qinzhu, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjin for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Of course, he couldn't quite grasp why Chen Nan had suddenly started an argument with the man before them. In short, everything about Chen Nan seemed shrouded in mystery. The more he learned, the more astonishing it all seemed. His experiences didn't seem like something someone his age could have achieved. Yet precisely because of this, Si Gong felt an increasing sense of trust toward Chen Nan. He felt that following him might truly lead to a promising future. "Brother Chen, I know this guy. He came looking for trouble with Brother Long in our department just a few days ago, but our department's crew took care of him. If you have beef with him, I'll take care of it for you." Unlike Chen Zhu and the other two, Si Gong radiated a shrewdness from head to toe. What do you call this kind of behavior? Put nicely, it's called currying favor with superiors. To put it bluntly, it's called sucking up. But you know what? Si Gong's flattery actually hit the spot with Chen Nan. But when it came to getting physical with someone, Chen Nan had long since given up on that. In this era of the rule of law, such outdated methods just seem way too lowbrow. Besides, he had no desire to be blackmailed by the other side. "Young Master Jai, go on. Take this kid on one-on-one. Young Master Jai, don't make me look down on you. Are you a man or not?" Jai Xiaotian usually acted all tough and intimidating, looking pretty formidable. So the two guys trailing behind him were eager to see him take on Chen Nan in a one-on-one showdown, a real man's battle. They didn't harbor any ill intentions, they simply believed with unwavering conviction that Jai Xiaotian could definitely take down Chen Nan. Where their confidence came from was anyone's guess. But right now, Jai Xiaotian felt like 10,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Me? Go one-on-one with him? Physically, Chen Nan was a bit leaner than Jai Xiaotian. But only those who'd fought him knew how ferocious such a lean physique could be in combat. Jai Xiaotian only occasionally hit the gym. Fitness was secondary, it was mainly a convenient way to pick up girls. In reality, he was as weak as a kitten. Seeing Chen Nan glaring at him, along with the few others beside him, and realizing he was outnumbered, he immediately chickened out. He'd learned his lesson the last time. He couldn't let himself get beaten up for nothing again, could he? Besides, this wasn't school, no one would take responsibility for him if something went wrong. Especially since the three guys beside him weren't wearing military training uniforms, they seemed to be outsiders. There'd be no way to hold them accountable later. He wouldn't even be able to extort money from them. Forget it. We're all brothers, right? You picked a fight with me, but I'll let it slide. No hard feelings. Jai Xiaotian's smooth talk sounded convincing. He was completely unaware that the person who truly intended to cause him trouble wasn't Chen Nan at all, but someone else entirely. The owner of this internet cafe, a woman in her 30s, was hunched over a computer playing a Hearthstone ladder match. The moment she heard someone smoking inside the shop, she sprang up, abandoning her game. Furious, she stormed over to Jai Xiaotian. She grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Damn it! Smoking? What kind of manners do you have?" People nearby laughed and egged her on. "This jerk, trying to make us breathe his secondhand smoke, huh? What a jerk! I don't even smoke. Hey, boss lady, just kick him off the computer." Internet cafes always attract those who love to join the commotion. For instance, if someone was streaming a steamy adult film online, a crowd would gather to watch it together. And when someone gets caught sneaking a smoke, and as everyone knows, at least half the people who frequent internet cafes are smokers. But the wall already had a huge red sign clearly stating no smoking. Everyone else is holding back, but you go ahead and smoke? Who the hell do you think you are? Naturally, many felt it unfair to those who followed the rules if the owner didn't punish the smoker. And while people sneaking cigarettes behind closed doors was one thing, this was blatant and reported. If she didn't handle it promptly, what if everyone started copying him? Would her internet cafe even stay open? Exactly, boss lady. I say he should kowtow to the brothers and apologize properly, Chen Nan said with a smirk. He wasn't seriously suggesting Zhai Xiaotian actually kowtow to everyone, he was just trying to provoke him. Sure enough, the moment Zhai Xiaotian heard Chen Nan's words, he exploded. What the hell? Looking for trouble, huh? Zhai Xiaotian was already in a foul mood after getting crushed in his game, and Chen Nan's quick-witted retort had just thrown him off balance. It took him a moment to snap out of it. He quickly stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. That's how it is with Crossfire, the more you smoke, the sharper your aim gets, and the more hyped you feel. But smoking in the public area of an internet cafe was simply wrong. Back in the day, people would turn a blind eye and let it slide, no one would actively report others. But things were different now. Someone had taken the initiative to report him. While it wasn't a major crime, being surrounded by a crowd staring like you were a monkey was genuinely embarrassing. Looking for trouble? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just protecting everyone's interests, Chen Nan said with a smirk. He felt he had the other guy right where he wanted him. No matter how he explained it, he couldn't escape the fact that he'd been smoking in the internet cafe. Chen Nan sent an E to buy a few bottles of water, prioritizing securing a row of connected seats inside the internet cafe first. He was calm as hell. You? Protecting everyone's interests? Hearing Chen Nan say this, Zhai Xiaotian was even more bewildered. He thought, do you really see yourself as some kind of saint? But now, no matter how much he hated Chen Nan, it was useless. After all, breaking the rules was breaking the rules. Besides, there was no need to throw a tantrum and act like a spoiled brat here that would be utterly beneath his station. After all, he was still a wealthy second-generation heir. He could only swallow his pride and take this huge loss. I'll refund your money. Get off the plane immediately, the owner's wife declared bluntly. Fine, I'll leave. I don't even care about coming here anyway. Zhai Xiaotian sneered arrogantly. Don't come back either. Our little internet cafe can't accommodate a big shot like you. Having spent years in the internet cafe, exposed to all kinds of people, the owner had developed a sharp tongue. Moreover, her actions were entirely justified, no personal feelings involved. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Even as the other walked away, she continued cursing loudly after him. Chapter 106, See Gon's Reflections. How many times have I told you? It's written in big letters on the wall, but you just won't listen, huh? You get your kicks smoking here, but when others breathe your secondhand smoke and get lung cancer, will you pay for their treatment? To put it bluntly, Zhai Xiaotian was that kind of person. He only ever considered himself when doing things, never worrying about the negative impact on others. While scolding Zhai Xiaotian, the boss lady shot Chen Nan an admiring glance. Unlike that Zhai Xiaotian. In today's society, good people like Chen Nan are few and far between. But bad apples like Zhai Xiaotian, who only think about their own interests and care nothing for others, are everywhere. There's no helping it, this is how a profit-driven society works. You can't blame every individual in it. Thanks for the drinks, ma'am. The owner waved her hand generously, handing each of the 6 of them a bottle of the internet cafe's most popular drink, iced black tea. It was an unexpected reward after their act of bravery. But Chen Nan never imagined the owner would actually think he was a good person. To put it nicely, that was utterly ridiculous. To put it bluntly, the owner probably spent too much time playing computer games and wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Truthfully, Chen Nan's original intention had been merely to teach Zhai Xiaotian a lesson he hadn't planned on helping anyone. After all, societal trust doesn't collapse overnight. Chen Nan still remembered how, when he was young, public service announcements at school and on TV taught them. Be kind to others and help one another. If you help others, they'll help you back. If you do good deeds, others will thank you. So many young people fresh out of school, unaware of society's treacherous nature, were immediately taught a harsh lesson by those elderly couples. They'd lie on the ground, and when you kindly tried to help them up, the old couple would extort tens of thousands of yuan from you. If you take them to court, the judge will ask, if you didn't touch them, why did you help them up? The implication is clear, if you help them up, you must have touched them. What else can you say? Just pay up quietly. Chen Nan has seen countless cases like this. Business scoundrels are everywhere. Not all 10 are scoundrels, but at least 9 are driven solely by greed. Patriotic sentiments? They couldn't care less. Truth be told, Chen Nan had come to realize that the principle of making money is both difficult and simple. The kind-hearted ones are the ones who get screwed out of everything in business. Those without a shred of conscience rake in the cash. It might sound harsh, but that's just how brutal the truth is. Take the lamb vendor on your street corner. One stuffs water into his meat, selling it for 25 yuan per pound. Another vendor sells honest, unadulterated meat for 40 yuan per pound. Which one do customers buy from? And which one goes out of business in the end? Need I say more? And honestly, being a good person just doesn't seem worth it. Buddhism teaches that laying down the slaughtering knife instantly makes one a Buddha. A ruthless killer who renounces violence becomes enlightened immediately. But a good person who does 99 good deeds, if they accidentally do one bad thing at the end, everyone will say they've turned bad. All those 99 good deeds are suddenly deemed wasted effort. People tend to hold honest and kind individuals to an extremely harsh moral standard. Yet toward those who act improperly, there exists a strange tolerance. That's precisely why Chen Nan refuses to play the role of a good person. It's nothing but a hollow reputation. If someone wronged him, he'd get his revenge no matter what. Holy crap, so that whole incident in our civil engineering department was actually caused by Brother Chen? While sitting in a row of 6 seats at the internet cafe, Gong gradually caught wind of their earlier incident. You gotta hand it to him, pretty gutsy. These guys weren't people you'd wanna mess with. And what a ing coincidence, just randomly made up a name, and there was actually someone else with the same name. The kicker is that Guy Xiaotian was a total moron for falling for it. He actually went to the freshman dorm building to cause trouble. Serves him right. At first, Gong had actually thought it was a bit unwise for them freshmen to cross the upperclassmen right off the bat. What if they made life miserable for them later? University is a student's first step into society. It's best to avoid making enemies whenever possible. Even among their civil engineering majors, rumors quickly spread after that incident that the senior who got beaten up came from a wealthy family. He was even running some small businesses on campus. And so on and so forth. It had left them shaken and uneasy. But now, ever since Gong saw Chen Nan, that perception has gradually shifted. Damn it, the other guy was clearly in the wrong. Why should they feel uneasy? The nicer you are, the more likely you are to get shot at, right? What made them uneasy was that the other party wasn't just a senior student, he was also wealthy. He'd held an important position in the student council. Such an unknown background still held an air of mystery for a freshman who had just enrolled. But compared to Chen Nan, he was nowhere near his level. A freshman who clashes with upperclassmen right from the start, makes his own money, built it from scratch, and has a crew of buddies by his side. Crucially, he seemed like a decent guy. Though he could be sharp-tongued at times, he never shortchanged his brothers. These traits were evident from the group admin's account. Plus, that night, Chen Nan had indeed tipped him an extra 100 yuan. In those days, for a student like him, 100 yuan was truly a substantial sum. What kind of person would give money away for no reason? Most likely only parents. Ever since joining this little group, Gong had been utterly astonished. These guys spent money like water. When they hit the internet cafe, they demanded the best computers and prime seats in the entire place. $5 an hour. Then, each person had several bottles of soda on their desk. They'd finish one bottle, then go buy another, as if the drinks were free. Only Chen Nan was different. He had just one bottle of Mijia. And he only ever buys that one brand. Well, Brother Chen's different from us, you know. Exactly. Our go-to is iced black tea, but Brother Chen's go-to has to be pulmo. Ha ha. You guys, get lost. Ignoring the banter, Chen Nan focused intently on his sniper rifle. Whenever someone appeared, he'd fire a single shot. It was as if he'd shot all the gossipers dead with a single bullet. Then, he died himself. Holy, he's cheating. 666, playing a game with a health lock cheat? Aren't you worried about your two at home? Come on, one-on-one. You're dead meat. In Gong's eyes, Chen Nan was probably just that kind of straightforward person. One way when doing business. In his daily life, he was another person entirely. But once he was in the game, he'd lose his mind, cursing both opponents and teammates over voice chat. But overall, it wasn't harmful. Hey, wanna get hacked? After finishing the game, a message suddenly popped up in Chen Nan's private chat. Seriously? Trying to mess with me? Chen Nan had just finished venting when it hit him. These cheaters probably knew a thing or two about the internet. He actually had something he might need their help with. So, he'd temporarily let them off the hook. Add me on QQ. Answer? I'm here. I'll give you someone else's secondary QQ account. Can you trace the real identity of the person behind it? Chapter 107, the cheat seller is actually a senior? Identify someone through a secondary QQ account? Come on, I'm just a cheat seller. How could I help you with something so unethical? How much are you offering? The other person replied quickly. Clearly a seasoned internet veteran. Moreover, between the lines, there were hints that they could pull this off. In short, it could be done, but it'd cost extra. I'll give you $300. Chen Nan tested the waters first. If the other party thought it was too low and wanted more, then they could negotiate. That's how business works. Whoever reveals their hand first loses the upper hand. In negotiations they lose. That's why testing the waters is essential. Deal. This guy's QQID was bring me a bowl of ant flow. Seems like a straightforward guy at first glance, even interested in this damn thing. Pretty damn perverted. Just wonder if it's a guy or a girl. If it's a woman, Chen Nan thought, that would be pretty ridiculous. Straightforward. I'll send you the details. Chen Nan's fingers flew across the keyboard. He hadn't expected this person to not even haggle over the price. Could it be that 300 yuan was actually too high? Well, it seemed most people in this era were still pretty straightforward. Or maybe the other person was young and hadn't experienced the harshness of society yet, so they weren't very sensitive about money. Hold on, let me handle this. This is my first time opening a box. This person seems to be local, their IP address is in the capital. No real name verification. I need a moment. Here's the deal, I'll let you know once I track this person down. Gotta go sell some hacks now. Oh, and these hacks are all my own creations: fly hacks, lockpicking hacks, rock solid stability. One-time purchase, free updates in the group. Seriously, you don't want it? Chen Nan typed a no. Cheats like these only give you a temporary thrill. And they only ruin the gaming experience. Chen Nan had indeed used hacks before, like the wall hacks and headhunts that popped up in that mobile MOBA game a few years back. But the thrill faded quickly. After a while, it just became boring. Chen Nan wasn't in a rush. There was no need to rush to expose that person. It was definitely someone from their department or the one next door. He might even recognize them from around campus. Ah, so you're Chen Nan. Suddenly, just as Chen Nan and a few buddies were about to jump into a game of League of Legends, the other party messaged him again. But the message wasn't about the person Chen Nan was trying to track down. Instead, the other person had just revealed their identity? Damn it! Was this person that good at their job? The message clearly listed Chen Nan's name, gender, and even his parents' identities. Every school he had ever graduated from. Plus a series of embarrassing photos he'd taken in the past. But the way he talks, you'd think he's some kind of celebrity. What? Even a cheat seller knows who I am? Wait. You're from our school, right? Chen Nan hesitated for a moment, then instantly guessed the other person's identity. Probably some senior who'd seen that post circulating on campus. Of course, it could also be someone from a neighboring school. After all, this was a university town, surrounded by colleges. The campuses weren't too far apart. On ordinary days, he could even drop by other universities. He'd go eat at the cafeterias of other schools. Yes, based on when we enrolled, you should actually call me senior. By the way, I opened your box. Why aren't you upset? Curiosity. Chen Nan rolled her eyes as she read the message. Damn, so she really is a woman. Damn, what kind of woman would choose a screen name like "drink this bowl of auntie's blood"? That's a bit too abstract, isn't it? But her skills were undeniable, pretty impressive, actually. She'd managed to dig up all my info in such a short time. She might be a real talent. What's so interesting about my info? I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to see it, go ahead. Oh my, you're no ordinary person. I see you actually own factories and companies under your name. You're only 18, not some rich kid's offspring. Achieving this level shows you're incredibly capable. How about I join your team after graduation, senior? So, was what happened earlier like my interview with you? Chen Nan typed. You can think of it that way. Anyway, whether it's digging up info, making hacks, or developing software, your senior here is skilled at all of it. We'll see if I need anything. Chen Nan didn't give a clear answer. But the thought had crossed his mind. After all, his motivation for aiming for a top university was precisely to tap into this pool of cheap labor. Got it. Deal. If you ever need anything, make sure to come find me. I'm really good at all sorts of things. Chen Nan, you're a rising star. Work hard and build your business, got it? I'll be keeping a close eye on you, Junior. Bye. I'll be watching your military training performance tomorrow. If you can spot me, then I'll give you credit for being sharp. After sending this string of messages, the other person went offline on QQ. Chen Nan sensed the other person had quite the inner monologue. And someone who could say so much was probably a pretty outgoing senior. But for now, his business hadn't reached the point where he needed to develop his own software. At most, he was using others' software to make his own money. Of course, if he grew his business large and strong enough, he would inevitably need to venture into that area. Then, who knows? He might actually need this person. But that's all in the future. Bro Chen, wanna play LOL? We're one short. Chen Zhu invited. Previously, they needed an E to make a full 5-man squad. And an E only knew how to play those super basic support roles. Now things were different. With a skilled player joining, their combat effectiveness was bound to reach new heights. Then, an E bought popcorn by herself and started watching a movie on the computer. There was nothing she could do about it, she just wasn't that into gaming. But as a good partner, she didn't want to be a burden to Chen Nan. So she wouldn't demand Chen Nan play games with her either. Come to think of it, watching a movie in an internet cafe was quite a unique experience. With so many people around, it was actually kind of fun. What's going on? Top lane got counter-killed, bottom lane's dead in feeding. Chen Nan was playing jungle this game, planning to carry the whole match with Master E. But things weren't going according to plan. After just over 10 minutes, he got ganked by the enemy's entire team. Great. 5 straight losses at the net cafe, never won a ranked match. Shenju, should you have gone in alone last time? Why didn't you wait for your teammates? Chapter 108, Game Time. Jiang Wenjun, you saw the enemy jungler coming, why didn't you take him down? Does your blind monk not have legs? Tangwan, you pick Ashe, yet you die every time you get ganked. The enemy ADC always outplays me. You're dead before I even get there, how am I supposed to jungle like this? And you, Sigong, mid laner not reporting vision, always a step behind in teamfights, what are you being so timid for? After the game ended, Chen Nan called out each player in turn. This 5-man squad was just infuriating. At the start, everyone was laughing and encouraging each other, convinced they'd win this game. But as soon as the fight started, they got completely crushed. The thing was, Chen Nan didn't think the enemy team's mechanics were that strong, they were probably just diamond at best. The problem was, they just couldn't beat them. That's the most infuriating kind of situation. If they were truly outclassed in skill, everyone would just laugh it off, joke about how the enemy team was seriously good, and admit they were pros. The problem was, the other 5 were complete idiots. Their gameplay was garbage, every single one of them was a hero spoon, couldn't even last hit properly, and yet they still managed to beat us. Bro Chen, chill out. Watch me carry you next game with Darius. Shenju grinned, not taking it seriously at all. Getting cursed at after a 5v5 loss is par for the course. But after the insults, everyone's still brothers. The thing is, you can't win carrying this game solo. But the next game sent Chen Nan into a rage. The enemy team's strength was completely different from the last game. The moment the enemy picked Nidalee, Chen Nan knew they were no ordinary foes. 9 out of 10 Nidalee players are smurfs, that saying isn't just for laughs. This champion excels at clearing the jungle efficiently, boasts high mobility, and can invade enemy camps to stifle their development. Within minutes, she could single-handedly dictate the game's pace. The real problem? This little bot's 4 teammates were complete idiots. They were clearly gold or silver tier players, just coasting off their carry skills. Chen Nan picked them off one by one. But there's nothing he can do, the enemy can invade his jungle, farm up quickly, and gank him fast. For every gank he pulled off, they counter-ganked twice. As their advantage grew and his dwindled, by the 15-minute mark, Chen Nan had become nothing more than a toy for the enemy. Not a word exchanged, just instant death upon sight. Damn it, I'm never playing this game again. You guys play without me. I'm off to catch pets in Kingdom of Lock. I'm seriously fed up. How could he get caught like that? You all knew he'd definitely capture people with this little proxy. Why didn't you just hide in the tower? Did he have to go out and show off? Is that soldier more important than his own life? Chen Nan was back in rant mode. But this time, his mood was much better than last game. After all, he'd finally met a true pro. That Nidalee's gameplay screamed out of towner. At the very least, she must be ranked in the challenger tier. With only 200 champion slots per region in LOL, its prestige speaks for itself. Alright, everyone take a break. Playing games is exhausting. Chen Nan felt competitive gaming was no longer suited for an old man like him. Originally, he'd even practiced the Master E champion specifically to enjoy some satisfaction in the game. But when he faced the enemy team, he was completely outmatched. The real problem was that his teammates were useless too, they were all terrible players, equally hopeless. Madam, 6 orders of late-night snacks, please. Chen Nan called out before switching over to play the simulation game Kingdom of Lock. Occasionally, he'd challenge someone to a duel at the Greenfield Arena, pulling out his 6-level 100 pets. First up was Gas Ding Dang, unleashing Life Flame before sacrificing itself. Then he pulled out the Ancient War Dragon, unleashing legendary power to wipe out the opposing team. Holy crap, 10 wins in a row. So satisfying. Exactly. This is the kind of game old folks should be playing. Soon, the boss lady served up instant noodles she'd personally torn open and scalded with hot water, each bowl containing a marinated egg. Take the internet cafe business, for instance. It's not just the computer usage fees that make money, things like drinks and instant noodles also account for a significant portion of the revenue. But Chen Nan had occasionally mentioned at drinking gatherings that if there were no customers, it would be best not to open an internet cafe at all. The sheer volume of monthly overhead fees alone could drive anyone to the brink. Plus, you have to deal with troublemakers from the streets. Without someone pulling strings for you, you'd go out of business in a matter of months. In other words, don't be fooled by the fact that this internet cafe's owner is a woman, she definitely has someone backing her up. Enjoy your meal and drinks, everyone. Come back again next time. Chen Nan and his friends finished their late-night snack quickly and headed out of the internet cafe. After all, they had to get up early tomorrow morning. Brother Chen, I gotta head back to the dorm now. My roommate texted that there's a dorm inspection tonight. Got it, Chen Nan nodded. Si Gong had experienced an extraordinary night. Ever since meeting Chen Nan, he felt like life had suddenly changed from what it used to be. It was fun and interesting. Most importantly, it broadened his horizons. Even Chen Nan's casual remarks seemed to conceal hidden business opportunities. For instance, he'd say that if one had the means now, they should buy property in the capital city. Property prices were bound to rise in the coming years. But after the peak, prices will inevitably start falling. That peak will likely occur around 2017 or 2018, presenting the perfect opportunity to sell at the market's zenith. Buying a property now would secure a comfortable life for the rest of one's days. At first, Si Gong thought Chen Nan was just bragging. Oh, who do you think you are? Just saying prices will go up makes them go up? What if prices drop after I buy? But soon, he realized how naive he'd been. Chen Nan wasn't trying to prove anything at all. After he finished speaking, the others didn't argue back, they were even considering following his advice. Now they'd get their parents back home to sell their house and take out a loan to buy property in the capital. Unfortunately, none of them had paid into the social security system for the required 2-3 years, meaning they could only afford housing outside the 5th Ring Road. Chen Nan truly had nothing to prove to them. His own success spoke volumes. Si Gong thought he might be taking himself too seriously. After returning, he persuaded his family to pool their money for a down payment on a house. Hey Chen, aren't you guys in a hurry to head back? In the university dorms, not only were there inspections, but the power also cut off at 11 p.m. sharp. Si Gong found this policy particularly irritating. Even in college, there was still no damn freedom. Oh, I rent a place off campus. I can head back whenever I want. Chen Nan and Annie walked quietly along the campus paths, radiating pure happiness. Hearing this, Si Gong felt even more certain that Chen Nan was no ordinary person. As he hurried back to the dorm, a wave of envy suddenly washed over him. Maybe this was what life was truly meant to be. Happiness, tranquility, not endless drudgery. Chapter 109, An Evening Encounter with a Youthful Beauty. Meanwhile, Chen Nan was strolling back to his rented place with Annie, Shinju, and a few others. Life outside the school dorms was truly blissful. Compared to the miserable dorm life of the engineering students, their days were spent in pure comfort. They could return whenever they pleased, with no one checking their rooms at night. They could sleep whenever they pleased. No power cuts in the dorms. Plus, Chen Nan bought a desktop computer and set it up in his room. It made it convenient for him to handle various business matters on a daily basis. Occasionally, he could even play some games. Shinju, how's the renovation of the unmanned store coming along? Chen Nan was quite invested in his unmanned store. This was his new venture. If it launched successfully, it would definitely turn a profit within a few years. And the profits would be substantial. Don't worry, brother Chen, it's all taken care of. Just like you said before, keep the decor as simple as possible and leave space for the display cabinets. Alright, the only thing left is sourcing the inventory. Chen Nan had always been very satisfied with Shinju's performance. This guy grew up alongside him since childhood, a true pal. Though his grades weren't great, he still possessed a certain sharpness. He was incredibly reliable. Tangwan, how's the studio setup coming along? How many people have we hired? Earlier, Chen Nan had asked Tangwan to secure space in the university's entrepreneurship building, which would become their daily workplace. The rent was low, and it was conveniently close to both the school and their living quarters. Plus, with restaurants and bubble tea shops nearby, meals and refreshments were easily accessible. No problem, brother Chen. I've hired 4 full-time staff members. Each will receive a monthly salary of 2,800 yuan. Also, I posted notices to hire students for part-time work at 8 yuan per hour. And guess what? A bunch of top students are lining up to apply. For the first time, Tangwan understood what cheap labor truly meant. 8 yuan an hour? Having students from top-tier universities work part-time? He'd never even dared imagine such a thing before. That's the advantage of big cities. Talent is everywhere. Chen Nan smiled, his shadow stretching diagonally across the ground. He was quite satisfied with his current business development. After grooming Chenju, Tangwan, and Zhang Wenjun, he no longer needed to handle everything personally. Now he had another engineer. The guy seemed pretty sharp. With some training, if he proved truly trustworthy, Chen Nan could eventually delegate some business responsibilities to him. That way, Chen Nan could make money while relaxing. Then he could fully enjoy this wonderful life. He remembered a saying deeply, your easy life is built on others carrying the weight for you. Looking back now, that saying makes damn good sense. Isn't that exactly what it means? Your comfortable life is built on others carrying the burden for you. Except in this case, it was his employees bearing the burden. Just as Chen Nan was nearing the bottom of the stairs, several girls on bicycles happened to pass by. Each of them carried a backpack, likely coming from the library. University libraries usually close at 10 o'clock. Except for special circumstances, the latest closing time is 10:30 p.m. Some students preparing for graduate school entrance exams, or those retaking them, would rent rooms on campus and spend entire days studying in the library. So Chen Nan wasn't surprised at all. Hey, are you freshmen this year? There were 5 girls in total, each with her own unique height, weight, and build. Chen Nan strongly suspected they were actually roommates who had moved out together. Yes, we just enrolled. We're still in military training. And you are? Unlike Chen Zhu and the others, who grew shy at the sight of women, Chen Nan responded boldly. Then, his gaze fell on one of the 5 girls. It wasn't that he found her exceptionally beautiful, but rather that she was somewhat unusual. Standing just over 5 feet tall, she possessed an exceptionally slender waist. Moreover, her entire white shirt seemed strained to the point of bulging. Keep in mind, this was college. Practically no girl would bother with body modification technology. Meaning this was the real deal? Wow, a slender frame bearing such fruit. That's rare. Chen Nan muttered to himself, feeling rather enlightened. And to top it off, this girl had an incredibly youthful face. Under the dim streetlight, her skin appeared exceptionally fair. She looked quite serene, almost as if she were at ease when she wasn't speaking. On top of that, she carried a designer laptop bag on her back. Chen Nan guessed this girl probably came from a fairly wealthy family. Hey, why are you staring at me? Are you planning to follow me home? If so, you'd better bring your own props. Just as Chen Nan assumed she was merely an extremely shy girl, this line suddenly popped out, startling him. Holy crap! The contrast between her appearance and what she said was striking. Before Chen Nan could respond, the other 4 girls dragged her away in silence. They turned to Chen Nan with apologetic expressions. Our 5th sister didn't mean it. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Yeah, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. We'll be off now, bye. Then, the sound of clattering footsteps echoed down the stairwell. Only then did Chen Nan realize that the 5 of them lived right above him. Still, it was just a minor incident. It didn't really affect his life. Nothing like those scenes from those movies would happen. But Chen Nan couldn't shake the feeling that the girl's gaze toward him was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was off though. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 5 girls had barely stepped through the door and closed it carefully when they all broke into delighted smiles. Ha! So this is Chen Nan. You know what? He's actually pretty handsome. Too bad he already has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I totally give it a shot. Shut up. I won't let you mess with such a young junior. If anyone's going to go for him, it's this big sister first. Can't we all 5 go together? Third sis, do you think this is some kind of movie? Those cherry blossom scenes in movies are all fake. Then, a slightly unhealthy grin spread across each of the girls' faces. Ugh, number 5 was way too impulsive just now. What if he figures out we're the ones who opened his box? That'd be so embarrassing. Yeah, thank goodness he didn't suspect a thing. The 5 of them did go to the library, but not to study. They were there to use the Wi-Fi to sell game hacks online. They formed a small clique, all seniors now. They were computer science majors. Having honed their skills, they practiced daily in real-world scenarios and were preparing to apply collectively to companies that suited them. But Chen Nan's appearance came as a pleasant surprise to them. After opening the box, they had essentially pieced together all of Chen Nan's information. They discovered that Chen Nan was indeed quite accomplished by her senior year of high school. She was already a factory owner. He also ran his own online store. The only peculiar thing was what he sold: sensual clothing? But in this day and age, it didn't really matter what you sold as long as it wasn't illegal. Making money was what counted. Chapter 110, Refusing to be Used as a Pawn. Combining multiple accounts and factoring in promotion fees, they estimated Chen Nan's monthly turnover exceeded hundreds of thousands. It might even be more than that. Far more lucrative than their daily grind of developing and selling cheats. Of course, making cheats was actually quite simple. Their real strength lay in software development. They were currently planning to develop one, but unfortunately, they weren't sure what to make. Hey, what do you think? Can this Chen Nan really help us? I think he can. Don't you think his ideas are remarkably forward-thinking? An 18-year-old high schooler with no money at home actually thinking about starting a business? Plus, he seems to be working on some offline store lately. Not sure what it's for, but it's definitely another money-making project. Yeah, following him will definitely make us money, Old Five said. She was the girl responsible for communicating with Chen Nan. QQ alternate ID down the bowl of ant flow. But contrary to Chen Nan's expectations, this woman wasn't outgoing at all. She was actually quite reserved. Oh, right. Tomorrow's the freshman military training showcase. Let's go check it out. Sure, we've got nothing better to do anyway. Yeah. Hope the weather's nice tomorrow. But somehow I feel like it'd be more fun if it rains? Lao Wu grinned, revealing a cute little fawn as he gazed out the window. Splash. When Chen Nan woke up early the next morning, he saw rain falling outside the window. He refreshed the weather forecast. Last night it had shown sunny skies for today, but suddenly it had changed. Seriously, these weather forecasts are so unreliable. Rain? And he climbed out of bed in her pajamas. It wasn't pouring, but anyone stepping outside would be soaked through within minutes. The problem was, today was the military training showcase. Once they got to the field, they couldn't use umbrellas or raincoats. They'd been praying for rain forever, and now look what happens. And now, on the very last day of training, it's pouring down. It was pretty frustrating. Assemble, assemble. On the field, the drill instructor blew his whistle and immediately ordered everyone to assemble. Close your umbrellas. Everyone's in the same boat, you're getting wet, and so am I. You stand up straight. You, do 10 squats. As everyone knows, no matter where you are, when a group can't pull together, someone always gets singled out as an example. Though this cliched tactic is commonplace, it does serve a purpose. After a few boys were punished, the rest immediately fell into line. Boys are easier to handle, though, since they're naturally more compliant. Usually, once the troublemakers are dealt with, that's the end of it. Even the usually hot-headed guys choose to comply. The rest are even easier to manage, they can be herded like cattle without a hint of resistance. But girls were a different story. If you make a guy do squats, he'll squat immediately. But if you try that with a girl, she'll just run off. You can't even stop them. Someone like Shin Xiaoyu, who'd never endured hardship growing up, certainly wouldn't stand in the rain. She'd already taken the lead in grabbing an umbrella and skipped the assembly altogether. And if you so much as touch her, she'll flop right down on the ground. This is school, and it's just military training. What can you do? The answer is nothing. The problem is, if just one person did this, it wouldn't be such a big deal. When a whole group does it, things get complicated. Woohoo, that feels so good. Let's just call it quits and head back. Why are those people up on stage while we're running around down here? Truth is, many people have reservations about these back-to-school activities. All day long, they're fussing over this and that it's pointless and just a waste of time. But some actually felt a sense of pride in standing there soaked in the rain, even enjoying wearing the uniform for the occasion. Students, you must learn to endure. Learning to face life's hardships with a smile in the rain is also a test for you. Don't think the life you have now came easily. It was fought for with the lives of those who came before. Rain poured down as the school leaders addressed the crowd from the stage. But soon, a student below shouted, "Get down there. Come down. Get down and get wet." When it comes to shouting slogans and telling students to smile in the face of life's difficulties, it's easy to look carefree. But when you're actually standing in the rain, it's a different story. Because this meant getting soaked for real. Haha, first time I've seen the principal look so miserable. Perfect. Love seeing the fun. Quick, snap a photo to remember this. At that moment, many upperclassmen also came to watch the military training showcase. So they shouted cheers from the stage. Some even took the lead in calling for the younger students to disband. This whole thing just got a lot more interesting. Phew, that brings back some not-so-great memories. Chen Nan stood on the field, neither caught as an example for running away nor standing obediently. Instead, he was goofing off right where he stood. A situation like this? You'd be lucky to see it once in a decade. Everyone was used to orderly performances, but when chaos broke out, it was truly chaotic. It reminded him of when his company faced bankruptcy. The internal chaos back then had been pretty much the same. Many felt there was no future left in staying with Chen Nan. So they began preparing to jump ship one after another. After all, when you're just an employee, working for someone else, doesn't it all come down to the same thing? But what was infuriating was that these people who were genuinely planning to quit didn't just leave quietly. Instead, they stirred up others to submit resignation letters to Chen Nan, testing his reaction. They hid in the background to reap the benefits. It just goes to show that some people really aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. The moment someone stirs them up, they blindly follow along, becoming pawns in someone else's game. Those on stage might not see clearly, but down below, Chen Nan knew exactly what was happening. Those shouting dissolve the group, back to the dorms, and insult the leaders stood straighter than anyone else. Ironically, it was those who listened to the incitement and were caught as examples. "Bro, it's pouring out there. Let's head back to the dorms," someone suddenly said to Chen Nan. This person stood behind him. He was also from their computer science department. He'd been grumbling and complaining earlier, which was pretty annoying. And Chen Nan had always found him a bit irritating. "Instructor, I'm reporting this guy. He's the one stirring up trouble, telling everyone to head back to the dorms." Chen Nan grinned, playing the petty card even before the other guy could. He wasn't about to be used as someone else's pawn. And just like how he dealt with troublemakers in his company back then, he cracked down with lightning speed. Back then, he reviewed surveillance footage and conducted thorough interviews, ultimately firing a group of them. Later, when the company stabilized, those individuals tried to return, but Chen Nan flatly refused. Now, he despised these cowards who hid behind others while inciting trouble. Soon enough, the troublemaker was dragged out and immediately ordered to do 100 squats. Facing the man's furious glare, Chen Nan felt no remorse whatsoever. While he wasn't particularly fond of military training either, he disliked backstabbing and instigating others far more than the drills. It was pure villainy, the kind of behavior that made one physically sick just to witness. Regardless of how much the students protested or shouted, the military training showcase proceeded as scheduled. The slogans were shouted with heart-wrenching intensity. Chen Nan thought that if this had been a normal military training session, he might have forgotten the experience quickly. But on this rainy September day, in this particular place, it might actually prove quite unforgettable. After all the formalities concluded, the closing ceremony marked the successful completion of the training. Just as he and E retrieved their phones, a message popped up on QQ. It was the message from down the bowl of Ant Flow. Bro, we tracked down the guy who got you posted on that Scumbag forum. Ha, that's pretty surprising. It's one of your freshmen from the computer science department. Chapter 111, The Rumor Monger's Message. It's actually someone from our department? While Chen Nan was resting, and E beside him also saw it. She paid close attention to everything concerning Chen Nan. Especially not something as major as landing on me. Now Chen Nan and E and the other two girls were practically the talk of the entire school. You guys are efficient. Alright, send me his full details. Yeah, sending it right now. Rain fell on the playground as an E held an umbrella over Chen Nan, waiting to receive the message. Just then, Si Gong walked over. Beside him was someone who made Chen Nan feel both amused and exasperated. This guy looks like Brother Long, Zhang Long. Back when they first entered university and offended someone, Chen Zhu had casually made up a name to fool Zhai Xiaotian. Little did they know it would lead to quite a bit of trouble later. Brother Chen, we're here. Brother Chen, chill out, have some water. Zhang Wenjun handed them the drinks he prepared in advance. Chen Zhu and the other two had been waiting here for quite some time. Since the gymnasium and the sports field were right next to each other and their dormitory was right beside the gymnasium. So they'd made a special trip to watch Chen Nan's military training performance. But then a downpour hit, turning everything into chaos and forcing a hasty end. Still, from an observer's perspective, it seemed pretty entertaining. Ahem. Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is a fellow townsman of mine, and this is our civil engineering major. Before Si Gong could finish, Chen Zhu had already casually slung his arm around the guy's shoulders. After all, he had used someone else's name back then, and he still felt a bit embarrassed about it. Hey buddy, wanna grab a drink? Tang Wen grinned as he pulled 2 bottles of Mijia out of Zhang Wenjun's backpack and handed them to Si Gong and Zhang Long. Thanks, bro. Zhang Long looked rough and tough on the outside, but he was actually a bit shy when talking to people. He was quite polite. Of course. Anyone who got into this school was at least among the top students in their high school class. They had some basic manners, after all. Chen Nan walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, no need to thank us, bro. We're all in this together. This time, the rest of us are heading back to our hometown with you too. We'll be counting on you to look out for us. Chen Nan grinned, looking like a genuinely nice guy at first glance. Truthfully, he thought Zhang Long was a decent guy, seemed like a straightforward sort. At the very least, he was the type who wouldn't be the first to kick someone when they were down, even if the company was on the brink of collapse. So Chen Nan didn't hold any grudges about Si Gong's introduction. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. At this rate, he'd soon be able to build a company staffed entirely by students from top-tier universities. Chen Nan recalled a joke he'd heard in his previous life. A boss claimed that not a single employee in his company held a bachelor's degree, yet they still raked in millions every year. He used this to argue that academic credentials were utterly irrelevant in society. Then someone shot back with a killer retort in a single sentence. So your company isn't even in the Fortune 500. Higher education among employees generally means stronger skills. Except for a few slackers coasting through college, this is pretty much undisputed. Chen Nan was confident that when these graduates eventually leave, he could offer them sufficiently generous terms to retain them. Thanks, Brother Chen. Thanks. Brother Chen. Zhang Long took a couple sips of water and called out to Chen Nan with a touch of shyness. Alright, since military training is over and everyone's gathered, let's grab a bite tonight. Chen Zhu, you pick the place. I'll cover it. Chen Nan always followed this ritual before diving into business deals. He absolutely had to treat these employees to a meal. Got it, Brother Chen. We're gonna make you pay dearly for this, Chen Zhu said cheerfully, holding an umbrella. There's a new seafood buffet near the south gate of campus. It's 199 yuan per person, and the ads look pretty good. How about we try it? Zhang Wenjun suggested. Buffets were still a rarity these days. First, the domestic food transportation and supply chain wasn't very well developed yet. Costs were higher than they would be a decade or so later. Second, those owners hadn't yet learned to cut corners by adding extra salt to the sesame sauce or mixing in crushed biscuits. So the quality of the food inside was actually pretty decent. Especially for a newly opened seafood buffet like this one. Alright, let's go with the buffet. That way, everyone can eat at their own pace. As the boss, Chen Nan only had to make the final decision. Just then, another message popped up on his mobile QQ. Computer science student Sun Zitao. Male. 18 years old. Parents. Place of origin. Photo, JPG. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Chen Zhu noticed Chen Nan's slightly furrowed brow. He was clearly annoyed. In the past, when Chen Nan wore this expression, it usually meant he was about to take action. But now, Chen Nan had made it clear, things absolutely couldn't go back to the way they were before. Back then, they'd been reckless youths who didn't know their limits. Now, they should earn money properly and live decent lives. But clearly, someone had crossed Brother Chen. It's nothing. Just someone I need to deal with. Damn it, messing with me behind my back. Chen Nan ran his fingers through his hair and looked off into the distance. That bastard Tao, the very guy who'd been standing behind him not long ago, constantly egging others on to make mistakes. He was clearly no good. Brother Chen, leave it to me. Chen Zhu rolled up his sleeves. Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun beside him had also gotten a clear look at the other guy's photo. They were ready to deal with him. Who did they think they were, messing with Brother Chen? Weren't they just asking for trouble? Who knew how arrogant they'd been back in school? Thinking of fighting again? Chen Nan slapped each of them across the face. What did I tell you? What kind of society is this? If you can avoid violence, avoid it. We're all civilized people now. We settle things with words. Then, Chen Nan forwarded this message to their advisor, Tu Anan. Let her handle this issue. As for how it would be resolved, that could be decided later. At the very least, she wouldn't let the other party off easy. Moreover, judging by the way this person looked at him, their attitude, and their actions, they were clearly the type who harbored inexplicable hostility toward him. Chen Nan was quite familiar with this kind of situation. If it wasn't about money or other interests, then it was either because of a woman or because she had stolen the spotlight from them in class. Either way, it usually boils down to one of those reasons. I strive not to vie for spring's favor, yet let all flowers envy me. Chen Nan thought this person was rather childish, resorting to such underhanded tactics behind his back. He'd never amount to much in the future. Brother Chen, you don't like that guy, right? I've got an idea. Suddenly, Si Gong's eyes twinkled as he whispered. Chapter 112, Calling Chen Nan Husband. Spit it out. Just make sure it's not illegal. The only thing Chen Nan demanded of these people now was that they stay within the law. If they did, no amount of money would matter. The rest of their lives would be spent behind bars. Si Gong and Zhang Long had finally figured it out. Despite all the loudmouths and bluster, none of these guys were truly bad people. Especially this Brother Chen. He actually possesses a fair bit of legal awareness. He understood that everything must be done within the bounds of the law. That's precisely why Si Gong wanted to offer Chen Nan some advice. He genuinely felt a sense of admiration for Chen Nan. That night, he specifically called home to arrange for funds to buy a house in the capital. He firmly believed Chen Nan's perspective was correct. Property prices in the capital were bound to skyrocket in the future. Buying a home early was better than studying for 10 years. Since the other party had done him a favor, Si Gong now wanted to offer Chen Nan a counter-strategy. If he can use such methods to ruin Brother Chen's reputation, then we'll fight fire with fire. I'll create a fake QQ account, confess my feelings to him on his wall, then leak the chat logs to expose him as a scumbag. Si Gong's idea was a bit twisted. After all, who in their right mind would think of something like that? Right. Playing the game by his rules to gain the upper hand, huh? Chen Nan couldn't help but laugh at the suggestion. But beyond being amusing, it was actually a pretty solid plan. And since the guy had crossed him, Chen Nan felt no need for sympathy whatsoever. Chen Nan could even picture the shock when this guy realized he'd been in an online romance with a girl, only to discover she was actually a guy. You guys figure this out yourselves. I'm out of it. Chen Nan stretched lazily, suddenly realizing he'd reached a point where not everything was worth his personal attention. Sun Zitao? What the hell? How dare he spread rumors about you guys? Don't worry, Chen Nan. I'll make sure he gets dealt with properly. Tu Anan, having learned the full story, received Chen Nan's message and vowed to severely punish the Sun Zitao. Truthfully, in college, ordinary rumors rarely cause much of a stir. But this rumor about Chen Nan didn't just involve him, it implicated 3 other girls as well. In fact, due to one of the girls involved, the matter had even reached the attention of the university leadership. Tu Anan recalled that during a meeting one day, a school official had indeed emphasized the need for strict investigation into such matters, warning against students spreading rumors recklessly. But Chen Nan could probably guess. If it were just an ordinary matter, no leader would have stepped forward to take responsibility. At most, they would have swept it under the rug. It was primarily because this incident involved Chen Xiaoyu that it had caught the attention of certain individuals. That guy named Sun Zitao was probably in for trouble. Alright, let's all go back and change clothes first, then head out for dinner around 6 o'clock. Chen Nan glanced at the time on his phone. It was still early, and with the heavy rain outside and the military training just finished, it would be good to rest first. With National Day approaching a 7-day holiday, Chen Nan planned to head to his aunt's hometown first to discuss a business deal. Then he'd head back to his own home from there. He wondered if his mom had missed him. Chen Nan, let's go buy a cat. As soon as he got home and changed his clothes, and he pleaded pitifully. Their rented apartment was quite spacious. With just the 2 of them living there, it felt too empty. So Annie had been thinking about adopting a cat for a while. Just outside the east gate of the university was a pet shop specializing in breeding. And E had already changed into her everyday clothes. On this rainy day, she wore blue jeans and a denim shirt. Then, grinning, she flopped onto Chen Nan's lap. She refused to get off until he agreed, clinging to him the whole time. What else could Chen Nan say? They might as well just go. After all, the east gate was right in front of the gymnasium. No need for a car, they could just walk there. Thanks, brother Chen. What did you just call me? Thank you, honey. And he whispered softly into Chen Nan's ear, her cheeks flushed. Wait, last night you were calling me daddy. Why not now? Chen Nan cheekily whispered back. Get lost. Hey, how much are these kittens? Chen Nan spotted several adorable, fluffy kittens the moment he stepped into the pet store. And he walked in, her cheeks flushed, and shot Chen Nan several sharp glances. Silver tabby, 500. Rag dolls are 1500. This Persian cat is 6000. Chen Nan glanced around and noticed that the tabby cats like the ones back home were the cheapest, only 100 yuan. The rest of the foreign breeds were all priced at over 1000 yuan. Clearly, keeping cats was quite an expensive endeavor. Fortunately, he was now well off. Even spending 10,000 yuan on a cat wouldn't make much of a dent in his finances. The main goal was to cheer up an E. After all, you can't put a price on happiness. Chen Nan, I think this one's pretty good. Who would have guessed that after all her pickiness, and he finally settled on a tabby cat? Tiger-striped cats, like tabby cats, are both common breeds. Their prices were also relatively low. If you're going to pick a common cat like that, you might as well not buy one at all. Just as Chen Nan reached over to pick up the kitten, a discordant voice suddenly piped up from the next stall. He couldn't imagine that in this day and age, there were still people dumb enough to say something so unwelcome. She's just a college student. Not having money is perfectly normal. No, dude, you think everyone lives as comfortably as you do? The speaker was a boy, around 15 or 16, dressed in a scruffy, streetwise style. He was the kind of ne'er-do-well you'd find hanging around big cities. The two guys beside him were about the same age. But judging by their accents, they weren't from the capital either, probably all outsiders. Oh, buddy, how many millions does your family have? Talking so cocky. Chen Nan chatted with the three of them with a smile. Billions? Ha ha. That's too low. You should be asking how many tens of billions we've got. Despite their youthful appearance, their tone was surprisingly bold. But Chen Nan sensed these guys weren't just spouting nonsense. They genuinely might have hundreds of millions at home. Still, Chen Nan wasn't about to let others' teasing or mockery stop him from choosing what he wanted. Besides, it wasn't their money to brag about. Every penny Chen Nan had was his own. Could these people even compare to him? They were just a bunch of kids not worth paying any attention to. Manager, please put this tabby cat in a carrier so I can carry it home easily, Chen Nan said as she paid without hesitation. Wow, she's so cute. And E exclaimed excitedly, peering into the cage. The little tabby seemed quite lively, constantly interacting with an E without any sense of shyness. It was as if this cat was destined to belong to Chen Nan and an E. But those punks, seeing Chen Nan speak up, weren't about to let him off the hook. Weren't you just about to get smart with us? Hey buddy, what are you really made of? Show us what you've got. Buying a cheap cat like that? What kind of person are you? Seeing the three young men wouldn't let it go, Chen Nan decided to give them a taste of his own medicine. He'd show them what a real beating in the streets felt like. Squeak! But just then, a familiar figure pushed open the glass door at the pet shop entrance. The three previously arrogant youths, who had been looking for trouble with Chen Nan, instantly fell silent upon seeing the newcomer. Hey, Chen Nan, what are you doing here? The pet shop door closed softly as a girl in a red hoodie walked in, none other than Shin Xiaoyu. She then shot the three boys beside her a fierce glare. Chapter 113, and E and Shin Xiaoyu's encounter. Sis, what took you so long? Dad told me to bring you something, it's already in the car. The one dressed most flamboyantly scratched his head as he spoke. Shenwen was Shin Xiaoyu's younger brother. But he was only half-related, born to Shin Xiaoyu's second aunt. This aunt wasn't his real aunt. In northern terms, she was a mistress. In certain southern regions, however, men's mistresses weren't called mistresses but concubines. Wealthy business owners often kept several women living together. The eldest son served as the company's legal representative and handled business operations. The second one handles the company's accounting. The third takes care of the household. The fourth takes care of all her husband's children. Their roles are clearly defined among themselves, a tradition among a small segment of people. But outside their region, most people didn't even know what the term concubine meant. As the eldest sister in the family, Shin Xiaoyu had despised this tradition since childhood. Especially her brothers and sisters, each one more detestable than the last. But there was nothing she could do about it. The elders insisted this was called a marriage alliance. This had been the custom in the south since ancient times. Besides, her father had several concubines, and her mother kept a string of young lovers. As long as everyone maintained appearances in public, it was fine. What they did behind closed doors was nobody's business. Didn't I tell you to wait in the car? What are you doing in the pet store? Shen Xiaoyu shot them all a look, and she really wanted to slap one of them across the face. She couldn't help it, she was used to hitting people. Can't I just come see the cats, the boy said timidly. Xinwen had been beaten by her since childhood at home. So he had a particular fear of Shen Xiaoyu. Seeing Shen Xiaoyu was like a mouse encountering a cat he couldn't hide fast enough. Besides, Dad sending me to deliver stuff to you is one thing, but having me handle some family business is another. Sis, I'm an adult now. I have rights. You can't beat me up like you used to. Xinwen didn't look much older than 16. What business could he possibly handle? Most likely, it was some branch office within the company sending him to scout the local market, or perhaps there was some nationwide business initiative they wanted to involve him in. Otherwise, keeping him at home wouldn't serve much purpose. What business? Why all the secrecy? Shen Xiaoyu, accustomed to being brash, stepped right up beside Shen Wen and gave him a kick. Sigh, you wouldn't understand. Last week at the company meeting, the market report showed a significant increase in domestic contraceptive consumption. So they want to get a head start on positioning themselves in this sector before others react. I came here to secure the capital market early. Dad said we'll start right around your school. These words were practically trade secrets. Yet Xinwen had blurted them out so casually. On one hand, this kid hadn't truly experienced the real world yet and was showing off a bit. On the other hand, Shen Xiaoyu had put too much pressure on him, causing him to blurt it out subconsciously. But Xinwen was certain that no one present understood what he meant. Laying the groundwork in advance? Interesting. Chen Nan exchanged a glance with an E after hearing this, his expression betraying nothing. Only they knew the truth. If the other side completed their preparations, all their groundwork would be wasted. After all, Shen Xiaoyu's family ran a genuine publicly traded conglomerate. Even if they competed head-to-head in a spending war, Chen Nan couldn't match their resources. His only advantage lay in information asymmetry. He could anticipate societal trends and demands ahead of time. This allowed him to strategically position his business in advance. Before the wealthy players entered the field, he could establish a foothold in the industry and be the first to take the plunge. When does it start? Shen Xiaoyu, who generally had little interest in such matters, asked. Still working on the research report, sis. You know how big companies are, coordinating across departments is a hassle, and we still need to make PowerPoint presentations. Uncle Joe said the earliest it could happen is next month. Sis, if I ever become CEO, I'll cut all this red tape right out. Their efficiency is abysmal. I heard some of the lower-level managers are even embezzling. I'll fire them all when I take over. Xinwen and Shen Xiaoyu sat before a lion cat. The latter smiled as she stroked its ears, glancing sideways to sneak a peek at Chen Nan's expression. Then she continued, if you're the boss, what am I supposed to be? Sis, you'd be the CEO's sister. Xinwen said innocently. And how much pocket money does the CEO's sister get per month? Shen Xiaoyu shot her silly little brother a look. Sis, I'll give you $1 million a month, no, $5 million. This offer satisfied Shen Xiaoyu. In her eyes, Xinwen was just a spoiled rich kid who spent all day daydreaming about such things. What CEO was he going to be? Streamline company processes? Fire those corrupt little managers? If he could actually pull that off, why hadn't his dad done it? Was it that he didn't want to? Fine, silly boy. I'll just wish you luck in becoming a CEO someday. And whatever you guys do is none of my business, but don't go messing with my classmates. Shen Xiaoyu pursed her lips. What she meant, of course, was for them to treat Chen Nan with a little more courtesy. Sis, they're your classmates? Yep. Bro, sorry about that. My bad. Shen Wenda apologized, and the others followed suit, bowing and scraping an apology. Chen Nan finished paying for the cat. He listened to their conversation while selecting cat food nearby. He acted like he couldn't care less about what just happened. Of course not. Of course he didn't care. You idiot, you just sold out your dad and his company plans, how could Chen Nan possibly be angry? But the conversation between the sister and brother that followed left Chen Nan feeling rather speechless. Sis, I can tell you've got a thing for him, but he has a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you. Xinwen stole a quick glance at Chen Nan and an E before whispering softly into Shen Xiaoyu's ear. Tisk, are you asking for a beating? The truth was just too painful. If even Xinwen could see it, how could Shen Xiaoyu not know? So she promptly kicked Xinwen out, telling him to go wait somewhere else. Chen Nan, what a coincidence you're buying a cat too. Shen Xiaoyu brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. Though she might not quite match an E in looks, she was still undeniably a beauty on campus. Yeah, she likes them, Chen Nan replied calmly, gesturing toward an E with a finger. And he smiled unhurriedly, politely greeting Shen Xiaoyu before approaching with the little tabby cat in her arms. Do you like lion cats? And he asked. But its fur is really short all over. And he preferred kittens with thicker coats, they looked so cute and cuddly. Short fur does make kittens look less appealing. I prefer long-haired cats too, but this one is better suited for indoor living. Chapter 114, Only those you love are suitable. Long-haired cats shed like crazy indoors. You have to brush them every day and vacuum the whole place afterward. It's such a hassle. So when I choose a cat, I don't pick the prettiest one, I pick the one best suited for indoor living. Suitability trumps preference. Shin Xiaoyu lectured in as they chatted. The latter gently teased the tabby cat with her finger, then glanced at the lion cat in Shin Xiaoyu's arms and retorted. I think suitability doesn't necessarily mean liking, but what you like will definitely be suitable. Feelings like affection can't be cultivated. If you start out together for compatibility rather than love, you'll eventually become incompatible. But if you start from love, you'll gradually become suited for each other over time. The two continued their conversation as they wandered through the pet store. Chen Nan was starting to get impatient. The two women stood together, whispering quietly. He couldn't shake the feeling they were gossiping about him behind his back. Only after another 10 minutes of their conversation did he finally approach Chen Nan and walk out with him. As Chen Nan walked out, he didn't even spare Shin Xiaoyu a glance. This left her feeling a bit disappointed. Is love something that can't be cultivated? Shin Xiaoyu stood inside the pet shop, gazing at the light rain outside the window and watching Chen Nan's retreating figure, feeling a touch of melancholy. Her thoughts drifted to her own parents. It seemed that at first, both families had thought their circumstances were a perfect match. Marriage would be a blessing for both individuals and their families. Feelings can be cultivated over time, the elders in the family often said. But only Shin Xiaoyu knew how many beatings and scoldings he endured as a child because of these two adults' constant quarrels. To everyone else, they seemed like the perfect match. One bought a villa to keep a mistress. The other bought a spacious apartment and kept several young lovers, living a life of debauchery. Shin Xiaoyu's logic simply didn't hold water at its core. She understood this herself. That's why, from childhood onward, she found pleasure in breaking up couples. This way, she could convince herself that no family in the world was built on true love. Just like her own family. Her parents had come together for convenience, without any genuine affection. She would do the same in the future. She'll marry another wealthy heir from a rich family. They'd meet a few times, have a child, and then go their separate ways. If Shin Xiaoyu knew that every family in the world was built on such self-interest, she wouldn't feel so hurt. She wouldn't grieve over not having a complete family either. But now, just as he was preparing to resume his pranks at university, he encountered the most troublesome couple. It left her momentarily bewildered. Those two seemed different from everyone else. In the end, Shin Xiaoyu didn't buy that lion cat. She didn't actually love cats that much, she just wanted one because she saw others keeping them. But after hearing Yi's words, the idea of owning a cat suddenly felt utterly pointless. Sis, what's wrong? Where's the cat? Shinwan did like cats, even his clothes had a little gray kitten drawn on them. I'm not buying it. I don't like it. Sis, didn't you say it doesn't matter if you like it or not, what suits you best is what matters? Shinwan was taken aback. Had his sister suddenly changed her mind? You don't understand. I was just fooling myself. Shin Xiaoyu smiled, a smile tinged with sadness. She also rented a place off campus. And hers was far more upscale than Chen Nan's. It was a spacious flat near the university campus, over 200 square meters, and she lived there alone. Shinwan had come to the capital to stay for a while, intending to seek refuge with her. Besides bringing gifts for Shin Xiaoyu, he'd also packed his own bedding. The other two guys were just there to drive him over and would head back that evening. Sis, are you out of your mind? What do you mean, deceiving yourself? I think you're right, what suits you best is truly the best choice. Don't you agree that whatever suits you is what you'll naturally love? Shinwan dropped out after high school because his grades were simply too poor. Plus, his homeroom teacher was constantly calling his parents, which had started to grate on his nerves. As his father put it, sending Shinwan to that elite school was pure money down the drain. There was absolutely no return on investment. But sometimes he could spout off a couple of pretty insightful life philosophies. Shinwan had only said it offhandedly, but Shin Xiaoyu froze upon hearing it. So what you're saying is, you're only suited for things you genuinely like. What does that even mean? Shin Xiaoyu sensed something stirring within her heart. After 2 weeks of military training, National Day arrived as scheduled. Chen Nan and Yi had packed their things ahead of time and stowed them in the trunk, preparing to leave early for Si Gong's hometown. This time, Chen Zhu was accompanying Chen Nan and Yi to see if she could lend a hand once they arrived. Tang Wen and Zhang Wenjun stayed behind to handle business matters. Thus, they did not accompany the group. Thanks for driving us home, Brother Chen, Si Gong said. He, Zhang Long, and Chen Zhu sat together in the back seat. As Chen Nan's girlfriend, Yi naturally took the front passenger seat. Want some? Yi pulled out a bag of candied sugar balls from her backpack. Chen Nan waved it off, and the others naturally didn't dare to accept either. The navigation showed it would take 3 hours to reach Si Gong's hometown. From Si Gong's hometown to Jiliang City would take another 4 hours. Has everyone who needs to use the restroom taken care of it? Chen Nan asked again before driving off, to avoid having them hold it in and force him to pull over on the road. Of course, pulling over wasn't impossible. He had only recently gotten his license, and without an experienced driver in the passenger seat, he couldn't take the expressway and had to stick to the provincial roads instead. Though slower, pulling over by the roadside was far more convenient. "Don't worry, Brother Chen. Holding it for 2 hours? No problem at all," Chen Zhu assured him. "You must be weak in the kidneys to only hold it for 2 hours. I can go 3 hours no problem." Sigong clearly got along well with Chen Zhu, even cracking jokes with him. "What are you talking about? My nickname is 7 times in one night." Chen Zhu retorted, refusing to be outdone. Chen Nan noticed that unlike the quick-witted driver, Zhang Long was genuinely a bit slow on the uptake. Despite his burly build, he was actually quite shy. This made him well suited for monotonous work that required no human interaction all day. With the three of them chatting in the back, Chen Nan didn't feel bored while driving. "Alright then," Chen Nan said expectantly as he pressed down on the accelerator, speeding towards Sigong's hometown. During the drive, "Sigong, tell us about the factory back in your hometown," Chen Nan said eagerly, pressing down on the accelerator as they sped toward the foreman's hometown. Chapter 115, The Factory Situation. Faced with Chen Nan's question, Sigong knew his chance to shine had arrived. Before, he'd often felt useless in the partnership, even growing anxious at times. He feared Chen Nan might kick him out one day if he displeased him. In ancient times, bandits joining a gang had to submit a pledge of loyalty. Joining Chen Nan's group midway was an entirely different matter. "Brother Chen, there's really nothing special about that factory. The owner is our village chief. Everyone working there is from nearby villages too. The factory covers about a dozen acres or so. Come to think of it, I actually call the village chief Uncle. Sigong recounted every detail. From the factory's establishment, when some people caused trouble. Later, as it began generating income for others, they invited all the idle villagers to come help. After 3 years of development, it reached its current scale. With the rural revitalization strategy in place, it was truly a fortunate time. With government support and the product's high profit margins, it took off quickly. Booming and thriving, this factory became quite famous locally. That kid Sigong sure has some nerve, he even spilled the beans about the village chief's affair. Alright, I understand. So this factory uses land from the village, and the workers are all villagers. Though seemingly ordinary information, Chen Nan understood its significance. This meant the factory's production costs were extremely low. It was safe to say this venture could actually turn a profit. "Oh, and Brother Chen, I heard something else, not sure if it'll be useful to you." After a moment's hesitation, the foreman continued. "In our village, this factory's pollution is severe. It's been investigated multiple times. Lots of factories in our area are getting investigated for pollution issues now. To be honest, Brother Chen, if it weren't for the village chief pulling some strings, this factory would have shut down long ago." When Sigong mentioned this, Chen Nan suddenly recalled something. In this era, many factories had actually begun a gradual transformation. Initially, they'd simply dump wastewater into the small river by the village, filling the air with a stench. Later, such practices were banned. Any factory caught doing it would be shut down immediately. Back then, quite a few factory owners saw their annual income plummet from millions to ordinary levels because of this. It seems this factory is facing the same predicament. "Oh, so your village chief is quite the force to be reckoned with." Chen Nan was unfazed by the idea of connections within the village chief's household. Anyone familiar with the reality knew this was practically universal. Even in movies and TV shows, village chiefs are usually portrayed as villains. And this particular village chief, according to Sigong, was also involved in extramarital affairs. He polluted the water source, refused to address the problem, and instead tried to cover it up through connections. Regardless of his business acumen, his character was clearly lacking. But then again, few who make big money in business truly have a conscience. It's precisely because they lack conscience that they can rake in even more. "Hey kid, didn't you just go to the bathroom? Why are you heading back down?" This was the second time Chen Nan had pulled over on the road. Last time, they stopped at a service area, and Chen Zhu dashed off to use the restroom. This time, barely half an hour into the trip, the kid was at it again. "What's up, bro? Feeling weak?" The driver beside him was laughing so hard he was doubled over. "What do you mean, feeling weak? I drank too much water earlier. Now I can't hold it in." Chen Zhu did have a penchant for drinking all kinds of beverages. Even before they set off, he'd downed a whole big bottle of mija. Luckily, Chen Nan was driving on a provincial highway. If they'd been on the expressway, that would have been a real hassle. "Alright, we can pull over here for a break. Anyone who wants a smoke, go ahead and have one." Chen Nan pulled the car over to the side of the road, with cornfields stretching out before them. In the distance, what appeared to be a village came into view. He himself didn't smoke anymore, but Chen Zhu had a serious habit. Coincidentally, Sigong also lit up occasionally. In that sense, the two of them really did get along well. Chen Nan glanced at the navigation map. They were actually not far from the construction site back home, just over 5,000 meters away. "Hey, buddy, got a light?" Suddenly, another car pulled up beside them. The license plate indicated it was from out of town. The one who spoke to Chen Nan was a tall, slender young man. He was dressed in a red shirt, red shorts, and a pair of red sneakers. Perhaps this year was his zodiac year. Sure. Although Chen Nan didn't smoke himself, he'd bought a diesel lighter back then just to look cool. He occasionally played with it when he had nothing else to do. Whoa, such an expensive lighter, you've got taste, buddy. Not bad, someone gave it to me. Chen Nan didn't mention he'd bought it himself. As he tucked the lighter away, he glanced at the people in the young man's car. There should be 2 more inside. In the passenger seat, just like in the back seat, sat a woman who looked to be around 30. Through the glass, she appeared quite attractive, vibrant red lips, subtle makeup, and her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She looked like she was in her prime. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man with the window rolled down, his arm resting outside to catch the breeze. They looked like a family of 3 out on a trip. Where are you headed for your trip? Chen Nan didn't smoke, but he never missed a chance to make conversation. Not for fun, just picking up some supplies. The young man had a blue tiger head tattooed on his arm. He held a cigarette between the fingers of that hand, occasionally flicking it with a casual flick that gave him an air of cool swagger. But in Chen Nan's eyes, this was just a young punk who hadn't even made it in the world yet. Thinking that getting a tattoo and smoking cigarettes made him some kind of big shot. They just wallow in their own self-importance all day. In reality, most people would avoid him like the plague. Business? That guy's pretty sharp. Chen Nan delivered his flattery at just the right moment. This guy probably didn't have much going on upstairs. The moment Chen Nan tossed him a couple compliments, he took a deep drag on his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and flashed a genuinely kind smile. Nah, no big deal. I'm just messing around with my dad. Over here and over there too, all factories. See that road over there? Drive to the end and there's a village full of timber businesses. Past that lumber village, keep going that way and you'll hit a condom factory. Condoms? Condoms. You know what I mean, bro? The guy flashed a lecherous grin, his eyes nearly disappearing. Chen Nan could tell now, despite the tattoos, the cigarette, and the laid-back attitude, this guy was actually pretty straightforward. He didn't hold anything back with him. What about you guys? What are you going there for? Suddenly, the other guy asked Chen Nan. Chapter 116, The Bully Factory Manager. Hearing the question, Chen Nan hesitated cautiously for a moment, though he didn't intend to hide much. He didn't want to tell the truth after all, secrecy was key. But outright lying felt wrong too. The most convincing lie, of course, was 3 parts falsehood and 7 parts truth. I'm heading back with my classmates to hang out. Their place is in that village you mentioned. Chen Nan pointed at Si Gong, indicating he was from that very village. What a coincidence. Whoa, you guys aren't college students, are you? The young man asked, clearly surprised. In their small circle, college students were rare, even junior college students were hard to come by. Yeah, Chen Nan nodded. College students are great. They're educated. Unlike me, I just follow my dad around the country, working my ass off. I'm starting to regret it. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have studied harder back then. School life is so much better. It's not tiring like my job, running all over the country. I'm bored out of my mind every day. From the sound of it, he seemed to envy the university student's life. But this guy probably doesn't know that in a decade or so, college grads will be ing chives. Junk majors would face near 100% unemployment rates. Even in fields that shouldn't be unemployed, pay is low, competition is fierce, and you have to fight tooth and nail just to get in. There's no way around it. That's just how the job market will be in the future. Sometimes, going to college and studying a field with poor job prospects really isn't as good as learning a practical skill. Alright, since we're all heading to the same place, buddy, why don't we go together? You guys lead the way, we'll follow behind. Chen Nan patted the other guy on the shoulder. To his surprise, the other guy seemed genuinely flattered. No way. Our car's not as nice as yours, and we can't drive as fast. You guys should lead. My name is Su Tian Ran. Here's my card. Take it, buddy. Call me if you ever need anything. Chen Nan didn't know what kind of need he'd have that would warrant calling him. Besides, they were mere strangers who'd crossed paths by chance. The other guy was being way too enthusiastic. People like this are the easiest to deceive in society. In business dealings, once you sit down at the table and down a few drinks, you're likely to get set up. Chen Nan had seen plenty of people like this. Except for the rare few who encountered good-hearted individuals, the outcomes were rarely favorable. There's no way around it in the business world, you rely on connections and exploit each other. On the other hand, you have to guard against others setting traps for you. Whoa, you're in family planning products. Chen Nan glanced at the business card and realized this man was actually in the same industry. Who would have thought that someone randomly encountered on the road would be heading to the same destination? With the same purpose? Such a coincidence was indeed rare. My name is Chen Nan. But I'm just a broke student, no business card to give you. Chen Nan carefully tucked the other man's card away. He didn't look down on Su Tian Ran because of his status, nor did he discard the card after receiving it. There's an unspoken rule among business people: when you receive someone's card, you generally keep it safely. What if this person becomes influential someday? If you look down on someone today, only to need their help tomorrow, wouldn't that be pure self-sabotage? Soon after resting, Chen Nan drove straight to a village called eerily. At the village entrance stood a stone stele. It stated that the villagers had migrated from a place with a large Chinese scholar tree during the Ming dynasty. It wasn't just this village, several neighboring villages had similar inscriptions. Brother Chen, our village used to have a stone tablet like this too. But during the shantytown redevelopment, they moved it away. Maybe we were all one family 500 years ago. Chen Nan joked as he parked the car not far from the village entrance. It was immediately apparent that the fields here differed from those Chen Nan had seen along the road. The fields along the road were all planted with corn. Here, however, the land was mostly bare, with large factories clearly visible standing side by side. Brother Chen, look at that factory over there, that's the one I was talking about. Si Gong pointed to the largest factory. 2 white cargo trucks were parked at its entrance, looking like they'd just finished loading. Hey, guys, let's go inside and talk business first. Su Tianran's car arrived shortly after. Coincidentally, the 2 vehicles ended up parked side by side. Good luck, guys. Chen Nanliang greeted them kindly, then watched as the trio walked inside. Brother Chen, when are we going in to talk business? Si Gong asked, sounding a bit impatient. Truth be told, this was his first time doing something like this. In the past, he'd simply call the village chief uncle and leverage that connection to buy small quantities of goods to resell elsewhere. But actually bringing in goods worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan? He'd never even imagined such a thing. No rush. Let's wait and see. Chen Nan's back ached from driving over 3 hours straight. Si Gong, find us a place to stay first. Are there any hotels or inns around here? Just as Chen Nan had expected, in an area densely packed with factories, taverns and inns were bound to exist. The only catch was that they were about 2 kilometers from the village. Brother Chen, that inn is also run by the village chief. Many business people go there for dinner at night. The driver took Chen Nan for a spin around the neighborhood. The first thing they noticed was one word: stench. There was indeed a river nearby, and it was wide at least 5 or 6 meters across. Looking in either direction, it stretched endlessly out of sight. Evidently, it was a flowing waterway. By all accounts, it should have been pristine. But now, due to factory pollution, the river reeked of foul odors. No wonder they're cracking down on it, it's truly polluting the environment. Is the groundwater here even drinkable? Annie gently covered her nose, surprisingly concerned about this issue. Si Gong scratched his head awkwardly and pointed toward a water dispenser at the village entrance. The village chief said villagers can get water from the dispenser for free. No matter how much they use, he'll cover the cost. But there's one rule: no one can speak ill of his factory. Otherwise, he'll turn his back on them. Hearing this, Chen Nan finally understood the village chief's true nature. Wow, this guy's a real bully. Honestly, these days, there are quite a few people like that. And ordinary folks really couldn't afford to cross them. The moment you report Uncle Hat to the authorities, word gets back to these streetwise types who know exactly who ratted them out. If you tried to do business with them, would you get a fair deal? As Chen Nan pondered this, he suddenly saw 2 men emerge from the factory and immediately slashed the tires of the family of 3's car. And they did it right in front of the victims. Chen Nan. I didn't see anything. Carry on. Chen Nan knew when to play dumb. He turned his head and pretended to admire the scenery. But what scenery was there to see? Nothing but pollution. And after slashing the tire, those 2 men headed straight for Chen Nan. Chapter 117, Moral Standards Are a Bit Low. Facing this situation, Chen Nan would be lying if he said he wasn't panicking inside. But after all, he had lived through it once before. So he remained surprisingly composed, stepping in front of Annie to shield her completely. Hey, isn't this De Gong? You got into college, didn't you go to study in the capital? Why are you back? Want a smoke? The 2 who punctured the tire weren't actually that old. They looked about the same age as Chen Nan. At most, there was a year or 2 difference. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, Chen Nan wouldn't be afraid of them. But this was their turf. If he dared to fight back, he wouldn't get away. Besides, he was here to discuss business. Acting impulsively wasn't the way to go. Still, from the looks of it, they seemed to know Si Gong. Cigarette? Si Gong gave Chen Nan a calm look, stepped forward, and joined them in smoking a cigarette. Who are these guys? My classmates. Since it's National Day, I brought them home to take a look, Si Gong said, taking a drag. Damn, this car's nice. Hey, bro, can you get one for around 300 grand? The 2 men fixed their gaze on Chen Nan. Chen Nan, unfazed, stepped forward and handed each of them a cigarette. Here, have a good one. This car's just okay, you know? It's second hand. Not worth that much. Chen Nan had dealt with plenty of people like this before. Back when he first started his business, a small portion of the people he dealt with were like this. Naturally, he knew how to handle them. Wow, a used car worth that much? Let me take it for a spin, huh? One guy had dyed yellow hair, wasn't very tall, but sure had a big mouth. He was also getting handsy with the mechanic, clearly used to bullying him, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Borrow the car? This thing's been acting up lately. It shakes like crazy whenever anyone else drives it. I'd hate to make you car sick, that'd be embarrassing. Here, have a smoke. Chen Nan diffused the tension with words first, then tossed each of them a pack of cigarettes. When running errands, cigarettes paved the way. It had become something of a habit for him. So before coming here, Chen Nan had Chenju stock up on plenty. Whoa, White Jack. I've tried these before, looks ordinary, but packs a punch. Damn satisfying. Perhaps Chen Nan's smoking preferences suited them both, so they didn't bother him with any more verbal harassment. After exchanging a few more words, he casually took the foreman's lighter and left. Brother Chen, it's fine. Don't let their intimidating looks fool you, they haven't done anything bad. The foreman sighed in relief as he explained to Chen Nan. Both were childhood friends of his who'd dropped out of middle school and been hanging around at home ever since. Later, when this factory opened nearby, they followed the village chief to work inside. They'd never been serious about learning anything, so doing this kind of work puncturing tires was second nature to them. Chen Nan thought to himself, if these two are doing this kind of work, how can you say they haven't done anything bad? Their moral standards were truly appalling. To be safe, Chen Nan parked his car farther away, near the entrance of a small supermarket. There was a security camera at the entrance, so he figured they wouldn't dare cause trouble. Even if it meant walking a few extra steps when leaving, it was far better than having his tires slashed. Brother Chen, what are you guys having for dinner tonight? Asked the driver. He unloaded the luggage and prepared to head home. Zhang Long, standing nearby, was quite enthusiastic about the idea. He was from the neighboring Big Zhang village, not far from here. Si Gong chimed in from the side, mentioning that Zhang Long's family had opened a restaurant by the roadside. Business had been quite brisk before. But now that the village chief opened his hotel, business had dropped by more than half. Zhang Long scratched his head. Brother Chen, if you don't mind, come over to our place for lunch. It may not be as fancy as those big restaurants in the city, but I can guarantee everything's fresh. If you're up for it, I can even show off my cooking skills. Chen Nan had no idea Zhang Long had this hidden talent for cooking. Still, growing up in a family that ran a restaurant in the countryside, he must have helped out around the place as a kid. So it made sense he could cook. Alright, then let's eat at your place. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay. Compared to an Chen Nan felt Zhang Long was the more dependable choice. Damn it, this foreman had mentioned before arriving that there was a factory like this in their village. Little did he expect the factory's background to be so complicated. It caught Chen Nan completely off guard. He needed to think carefully about whether to stay or leave. If he stayed, how should he approach negotiations with them? What if the talks succeeded? And what if they failed? Take, for instance, the family of three who just entered the factory to discuss business. Why did their car get slashed by those two? There must be reasons they don't know about. Alright then, Brother Chen, why don't you drive the car over to Zhang Long's place? Our village really isn't peaceful at night. Last year, I even heard that someone's sheep got stolen. The driver shared more stories he'd heard around the village. Anyway, nothing good, just a bunch of damn bad stuff. Hearing this, Chen Nan began to understand why Si Gong seemed so cunning and crafty. Living in an environment like this, if you weren't sharp and smooth enough, you'd definitely get screwed over by others. Besides, if Chen Nan had come here alone, that would be one thing. But now that he had an with him, he really didn't feel comfortable lingering too long in this village. I'll drive you there, Chen Nan told Zhang Long. It worked out well. Si Gong could drag his suitcase home for a visit. Chen Nan took another precaution. He felt even parking under surveillance cameras wasn't entirely safe. If someone really slashed the tires, he could threaten the shop owner directly. If you dare leak the surveillance footage, I'll make sure you regret it. The owner would definitely delete the footage. Besides, as an outsider, he'd never be as trusted as someone from the village itself. No matter how he looked at it, Chen Nan should park the car somewhere safe. Brother Chen, that's our family restaurant over there. Business is slow at home right now. Just drive it inside, there's parking available. If you park outside, it's easy for something to happen. At this point, Zhang Long gave Chen Nan a meaningful look. The implication was quite telling. So, Zhang Long might seem like a straightforward guy, but he was definitely no dummy. What do you mean? Chen Nan noticed the other man hesitating. So when he parked the car, he asked earnestly. Chapter 118, Meeting a Good Samaritan. As soon as Chen Nan asked, Zhang Long gave a sheepish grin and said, Brother Chen, it's really nothing much. It's just that our place, well, to put it in outside terms, it's a bit behind the times. No matter what you need to get done, you have to pull strings. Without connections, nothing gets done. Plus, it's incredibly xenophobic. When outsiders come to do business here, if they don't have local connections, a group will gang up and set them up, ripping off the out-of-town bosses until they're bankrupt. This isn't the first time it's happened. I've heard of over a dozen cases myself. After Zhang Long finished speaking, his gaze swept across the courtyard inside the restaurant. Chen Nan followed his gaze and saw that in the vast space, only 3 or 4 cars were parked. One of them belonged to his own family. In other words, business at Zhang Long's place wasn't exactly booming these days. Combined with what he'd mentioned earlier, it was clear that the Zhang family had no big shots to pull strings for them. His parents were probably just ordinary, somewhat savvy businesspeople. "Mom, my brother's back." A little girl of 4 or 5 was playing in the courtyard when she suddenly spotted a familiar figure stepping out of the car. She called out in surprise toward the house. "Oh dear, Xiaolong, why did you take a car back? That must have cost a fortune. A single ride must cost 100 or 2, right?" A middle-aged woman emerged from the house wearing an apron. She must be the owner and waitress at the restaurant. Needless to say, business must be so bad she can barely afford to hire help. As she spoke, she reached into her pocket to pull out the fare for Chen Nan. This made Chen Nan feel a bit awkward. Zhang Long's mother sounded rather stingy in her speech, but she wasn't stingy with her money. It showed she was a decent person at heart. "Mom, this is my classmate. He drove me here. It's free." "That won't do. He came all this way to give you a ride. You should at least buy him some gas." Just then, Zhang Long's father came out. He hurriedly invited Chen Nan and the others inside to rest, grabbing the remote control to turn on the air conditioner for them. "Uncle, we're not hot." "No need to trouble yourself," Chen Nan said politely. He finally understood why this restaurant's business was so poor. This couple was just too kind-hearted. Whether in the countryside or the city, being polite to others is never a problem. But if you run a business with such a genuinely kind heart, you're basically just waiting for it to go under. "Have you eaten lunch yet? I'll get you a few dishes." Zhang Long's father had a receding hairline, his hair now half black, half gray. Probably from business troubles. Zhang Long insisted on this and personally went to the kitchen to fetch a few dishes. Someone had reserved a table for lunch and paid a 100 yuan deposit. I'd already prepared everything, but then they called to cancel. "Why not eat it if it's free?" Chen Nan tried to pay, but the other party insisted on refusing. He said it was to help them out by taking care of the food, otherwise it would all go bad and be a waste. After hearing this, Chen Nan had nothing more to say. He had Chen Zhu grab a few packs of Zhenghua cigarettes and handed them to Zhang Long's father. Unlike the white cigarettes given earlier, which cost only about 10 yuan a pack and were considered commoners' smokes, these were reserved for Chen Nan's distinguished guests, a different class altogether. "Zhang Long, sit down and join us for dinner." Chen Nan didn't bother waiting for Sigong. The kid was too untrustworthy, and Chen Nan was actually a little annoyed. If they hadn't followed Zhang Long on this trip, they wouldn't have a single local acquaintance who could tell them the truth. They'd be completely screwed. They might not even realize they'd been scammed. Delicious. And E was the type of girl who spoke little but ate heartily. During business dealings, she'd trail behind Chen Nan, quietly offering suggestions. Or rather, she'd calculate potential profits. Only at mealtimes did her true nature show. "The skin on this pork hock is so delicious. And these fried prawns. The scallion top tofu is pretty good too. Honestly, these dishes taste even better than what we get at those little restaurants back in the capital." Chen Nan had tasted his fair share of food. Truthfully, the quality of many dishes hinges on the ingredients. As long as the ingredients are fresh enough, it's hard to mess up the dish no matter how you prepare it. The chefs in the countryside might not be the most skilled, but when it comes to ingredients, they're absolutely top-notch. A rooster that was running around outside just a moment ago might end up on the dinner table within an hour. "Brother Chen, fancy a drink?" Chen Zhu pointed to the baijiu in the corner, his eyes glistening with desire. But Chen Nan flatly refused. This kid never learns when he's out and about. Drinking carelessly could easily lead to trouble if he got drunk. Although Chen Nan trusted the young man Zhang Long, it was still safer to keep his guard up. Besides, they didn't even charge you for the meal, yet you still had the nerve to ask for their liquor? That's not quite right. "No worries, Brother Chen. This liquor is all locally produced, costs just over 10 bucks a bottle." Zhang Long seemed like a laid-back guy. He even took the initiative to open a bottle and poured Chen Zhu a glass. "Zhang Long, go on. Back in the car, you seemed like you wanted to say something?" Chen Nan took a few bites of food, but the weight on his mind wouldn't lift and he lost his appetite. Hearing this, Zhang Long set down his chopsticks and spoke cautiously. "Brother Chen, I've seen it all along, you're not a bad guy. Honestly, deep down, I'd rather you didn't do business with our people. You could say that none of the out-of-town business owners who've tried their luck here have ever made a real profit. Take that family of 3 we encountered today, they'll likely get caught in a scheme, forced into a purchase they don't want. If they refuse to buy their goods, they might not be able to return home." How bold. Chen Nan hadn't expected the locals here to be so straightforward. So does that mean Sigong actually knows about these things but deliberately kept it from me? "So, Zhang Long, what do you think of Sigong?" Chen Nan seized the moment and asked Zhang Long directly. After all, they were fellow villagers and former high school classmates, they must have some understanding of each other. Chen Nan's deliberate tone and posture instantly intimidated Zhang Long. Those in the know understood Chen Nan was his contemporary. Those unaware might mistake him for a middle-aged man of his father's generation. His words were gentle and measured, yet carried an undeniable authority that made refusal difficult. So, as if compelled by some unseen force, Zhang Long blurted out the truth. Brother Chen, to be honest, Si Gong's reputation in high school wasn't exactly stellar. Chapter 119, Arrangements. Over the next few days, while eating, Zhang Long recounted to Chen Nan and the others the incidents involving Si Gong during his middle and high school years. His experiences felt strangely familiar to Chen Nan. In junior high, Si Gong started out as a quiet kid, only to get bullied. So to avoid being picked on, he became just as much of a jerk as those bullies. Despite this change in character, his academic performance never suffered. Wait a minute. So, Si Gong must be pretty close with those two who just slashed the car tires, right? My guess is they were middle school classmates. Chen Zhu had downed a couple shots of liquor, feeling a bit tipsy. As he spoke, he draped one arm over Zhang Long's shoulder. Zhang Long strongly suspected Chen Zhu was trying to get cozy, so he decisively brushed his hand aside. Yeah, he knows pretty much every local troublemaker around here. After high school started, most of the people he used to hang out with dropped out. But he turned into one of those middle school types, always picking on kids in high school. Plus, he was good at his studies, so the teachers didn't pay much attention to him. That made him feel pretty much untouchable. Did he ever bully you? Chen Zhu asked. He did, but I took him down. Zhang Long sounded quite proud as he said this. That's just how he is. He picks on the weak and calls the strong bro, but after I beat him into submission, our relationship actually improved. Is that even possible? With Zhang Long laying it out like that, Chen Nan finally understood what kind of person Si Gong really was. So what's he thinking, bringing us here to do business? He can't possibly be planning to keep us here to harvest our kidneys for sale, Chen Zhu chuckled. But the joke wasn't funny at all. It felt downright terrifying. Still, Chen Nan had gained some insight into this man. He guessed that Si Gong genuinely wanted to help him close this deal, thereby boosting his standing with him. To gain more benefits. The reason he concealed the factory's true situation was likely fear that I wouldn't come here. This man was indeed quite knowledgeable and had his own hidden agenda. Still, when it came to hiring people, Chen Nan basically only used those with capability. As long as it didn't involve core positions, character and such could be set aside for the time being. After all, people naturally gravitate toward gain and avoid harm. Even the closest partners harbor their own agendas. It's unavoidable. Si Gong is usable, but only for minor tasks. Never entrust him with major responsibilities. That was Chen Nan's internal assessment of him. What if this guy, during a critical business negotiation, withheld key information from the company to protect his own interests? That would be a real headache. As for Zhang Long, he might seem simple-minded on the surface, but this guy might actually have some real substance. He'd casually shared Si Gong's information with Chen Nan. Regardless of his motives, Chen Nan owed him gratitude. Here, brother Zhang Long, let me toast you. Chen Nan raised a glass of Coke and clinked glasses with him, smiling broadly. So, would you be interested in doing me a favor? I plan to have Si Gong and you, the supervisor, source supplies from your place. Specifically, those family planning products and small toys. And sales in the capital will also be under your two responsibility. I'll give you a base salary of 6,000 yuan per month, plus a 10% sales commission. You can try building your own sales team and give them a cut from your commission. Don't try to handle everything yourself. Brother Chen, are you planning to? Zhang Long asked, sounding somewhat incredulous. I'm opening 24-hour unmanned stores in the capital. The first pilot will be right next to our school. If sales perform well in the first 2 weeks, we'll expand outward from our school as the hub. At that point, you'll oversee merchandise placement and figure out how to sell more of these items. As for Si Gong, his compensation will match yours. Base salary of 6,000 yuan, plus a 10% sales commission. A monthly salary of 6,000 yuan was truly no small sum in this era. Zhang Long knew all too well that his family's small restaurant was struggling. They weren't even making 6,000 yuan in net profit each month. Having a stable job would be a huge relief for his family. And with a base salary of 6,000 yuan plus monthly sales commissions, wouldn't it be possible to earn tens of thousands? The car Chen Nan drove was proof of his financial standing. Even his sidekicks Jinzhu, Tangwen, and Zhang Wenjun donned designer labels in their everyday attire. He had already confirmed that Chen Zhu and the others had consistently ranked near the bottom of their high school classes. By all accounts, they should never have amounted to much in life. But by following Chen Nan, they'd managed to get by quite well. And what about him? As a student at one of the nation's top 985 universities, Zhang Long was certain he'd surpass Chen Zhu and the others someday. Then I'll raise a toast to Brother Chen. Zhang Long wasn't actually much of a drinker, but since Brother Chen had gone out of his way for him like this, it would be unthinkable not to show his appreciation. After all, in this world, encountering someone who truly recognized his worth was incredibly rare. The key point was that he'd only met Chen Nan a few times, yet the other had treated him so generously. He couldn't help but feel profoundly grateful. As for why Chen Nan had paired Zhang Long with Si Gong, was primarily to have their personalities counterbalance each other. Si Gong was cunning and calculating, a consummate self-serving individual. But he certainly had his merits. He was undoubtedly skilled at handling people and would be a natural at business negotiations. Zhang Long, on the other hand, was a straightforward and trustworthy individual. He doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, and is generally quiet. When the company expands later, he won't be suited for the drinking scene, and we won't be able to rely on him for business negotiations then. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. In business and hiring, one must not fixate solely on flaws. Instead, one must seize their strengths, leverage them, and create value that benefits oneself. Chen Nan, guided by this philosophy, recruited numerous capable individuals within 6 months of launching the company. They earned him a fortune. Now, he was merely repeating the same process. Compared to his previous life, the individuals he encounters in this lifetime are undeniably more capable. Luzhou moonlight, spilling onto my heart. Just then, Chen Nan's phone rang. He glanced down at the screen, which showed it was Si Gong calling him. Hey, brother Chen, I'm already inside the factory. So, are you free tonight? Chapter 120, The Banquet of Hongmen. Yeah, okay. I'll be right over. Chen Nan hadn't expected Si Gong to be so quick on his feet. Before he could say anything else, Si Gong had already arrived at the factory and started making arrangements for him. After discussing the evening meal with Si Gong, Chen Nan repeated to him what he'd previously told Zhang Long. The other party's voice trembled with excitement. Since the man was a refined egoist, Chen Nan would give him benefits. He emphasized that this profit would gradually increase as his business expanded. In other words, Si Gong's ability to earn money depended entirely on making Chen Nan earn more. Brother Chen, rest assured I'll work my hardest. Everyone at the factory is my old classmate. I've already arranged to treat them to dinner tonight. Trust me, brother Chen. Once I help you build connections here, no one will dare touch you in this area. Also, when the village chief heard I'd be bringing in a large shipment, he offered me a special discount. But he insists on meeting you. He wants to have dinner together tonight. He said the more goods you bring in, the lower the factory price will be. Naive. Chen Nan's assessment of Si Gong boiled down to just those 2 words. Though he seemed sharp as a tack normally, he was no match for that village veteran. A few words were all it took to turn his brain to mush. What kind of honest deal is this, where a few words can lower the price? This was clearly a trap set for us. Brother Chen, should we go or not? Chen Zhu asked. Of course we're going. Chen Nan replied calmly. Now was the critical moment for launching the 24-hour unmanned store. If we can't secure this deal, other big players will swoop in, and we'll be left with nothing. Time waits for no one. So no matter what, Chen Nan had to give it his all. But in staying here, it'll be inconvenient to bring you along for dinner tonight. Chen Nan's main concern was that if a conflict did erupt, he might struggle to protect her if those people turned on her. These days, you encounter all sorts of scumbags. Many men brought their wives to business meetings only to lose them. Especially attractive young wives. If someone sets their sights on her, they'll find ways to get her drunk, strip her in the restaurant, and take advantage of her. He certainly didn't want to put an E in that kind of situation. The real problem was that when you went to someone else's turf to do business, if something went wrong, you'd be completely helpless. Chen Nan, is it really that serious? Annie frowned, lifting her eyes to look at him with concern. Annie, just listen to brother Chen. He's never been wrong about anything. Chen Shu sensed something in Chen Nan's tone. Back when they used to get into fights and encounter tough opponents, Chen Nan would always tell Chen Shu to hide behind him, probably with the same tone. But now was different. Chen Shu could now stand alongside Chen Nan to face whatever came. Brother Chen, how about I call a couple of friends to come with us? Zhang Long, having secured Chen Nan's promise, was loyal enough to call his former classmates. Zhang Long was tall and muscular, looking even more intimidating than Chen Nan. Plus, he was a local here. Having him along gave Chen Nan some peace of mind. Alright, I'll drive you to the hotel in the county town first. I'll book you a room, and you can wait for me there. Chen Nan ruffled Yi's hair. Rarely, he wore a solemn expression. Business people, especially those at the bottom of society, never lack for moments of risk. Chen Nan had heard a story from an old friend. In those days, driving a pickup truck like that was actually quite lucrative. A single cargo run could net you several thousand yuan. Over the course of a year, one could earn 1 million or so. But sometimes, to avoid highway tolls and save a little money, they had no choice but to take those back roads. On the road, especially through mountainous areas, they genuinely encounter violent robbers. And the drivers of these big trucks were almost always men, with their wives sitting in the passenger seat. When danger strikes, they must split up and flee in 2 directions. If one person gets captured, the other must immediately find a way to alert the authorities there's still a chance to rescue the other person. But at that moment, you can only pray the one captured isn't your wife, because those beasts are truly inhuman. Ordinary people can't imagine such things still happening in today's society, but this is the harsh reality lurking in hidden corners. People at the bottom want to make money. Especially when starting a business without taking risks, how could they ever make big money? They've all rolled through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Chen Nan, don't worry. I won't be a burden. Wherever you leave me, I'll wait for you there. But, could you buy me some snacks to take with me? I'll lock the door from the inside. If you don't come, I won't come out. A girl living alone in a hotel in an unfamiliar city saying she wasn't scared would be impossible. Still, and had mustered all her courage, trusting Chen Nan's judgment completely. Chen Nan chuckled. I thought it was going to be some kind of condition. Don't worry, I'll buy you a few hundred yuan worth. Eat your fill when you get there. With that, Chen Nan wasted no time. He drove an 10 kilometers to a 5-star hotel in the county seat and booked a room. Chen Nan, when you leave, can you kiss me? And he wrapped her arms around his waist and said coquettishly. Don't we kiss every night? Haven't you had enough? Chen Nan wrapped his arms around her from behind. Of course not. Because every night feels different. But before Chen Nan could move his lips, the next moment, an who had deliberately applied lipstick, tiptoed lightly and kissed Chen Nan on the forehead. No way, I need to kiss you back. Could Chen Nan possibly be the one to lose out? He immediately opened his gaping mouth. No kisses for you now. You'll have to wait until you come back to kiss me. And he dodged away like a little fox. Fine, then wait for me to come back and pick you up. They smiled at each other, every emotion unspoken yet understood. Chen Nan placed a large bag of snacks on the big bed, then backed out of the room step by step. Evening arrived as promised. Chen Nan didn't drive, afraid of getting stuck on the road and getting pricked by those BYDs. Instead, he parked his car in the small courtyard of Zhong Long's family restaurant. Brother Chen, why did you come on an electric bike? Where's your car? Si Gong waited at the hotel entrance. This was the hotel run by the village chief, specifically for entertaining business owners from outside the village. Business was usually quite good. Driving was tiring. Riding an e-bike is actually pretty nice. Chen Nan pulled the electric bike to the curb and glanced up just as a dozen people approached. Wow. Tattooed guys, bald heads, men in suits, and some even carrying sticks. None of them looked like pushovers. Local bullies, no doubt about it. But Chen Nan knew full well that despite their current arrogance, in 6 or 7 years, once the crackdown on organized crime kicks in, these guys will be finished. What's there to gloat about? Chen Zhu, who was no stranger to bullying himself, stood flanking Chen Nan on either side, his presence no less imposing. Which one is Chen Nan, Mr. Chen? Soon, introduced by the foreman, a man in his 50s stepped forward. He extended his hand, smiling as he reached out to shake Chen Nan's. Chapter 121, Cunning? Chen Nan is even more cunning. The moment Chen Nan saw the man before him, he knew this must be the village chief the foreman had mentioned. He didn't look as cunning as imagined. Instead, he appeared mild-mannered, smooth, and worldly wise. Please. Mr. C, please go first. Chen Nan politely exchanged courtesies with him. Mainly, this man reeked of sweat and cigarette smoke, making it hard for him to bear. Chen Nan wished he could be 2 miles away. What line of business are you in, Mr. Chen? To see such drive in someone so young, that's no small feat. The village chief's surname was Si, and his given name was Si Nome. His parents had probably intended for him to farm in the village his whole life, but he ended up making something of himself. Now he wasn't just the village chief, but also the owner of several factories. Just a bit of small-time speculation and trading to earn some pocket money, Chen Nan replied, offering him a cup of wine. He actually disliked this kind of drinking culture. After sitting down, they exchanged few words before several rounds of toasts began. After downing 3 shots 6 ounces of baijiu, most people would start slurring their words by then. Who could still think straight enough to discuss business? It was like being led by the nose. This was the famous notion that drinking facilitated business deals. From Chen Nan's perspective, it was pure nonsense. Still, Chen Nan held his liquor well. After 3 cups, his speech remained steady and measured. Wow, little worker, your classmate's something else. Half a liter down, and he's still acting like a normal person. Si Gong sipped his drink, looking quite at ease. Sitting beside Chen Nan as his second companion, he ate and drank alongside him. Brother Chen's stronger than me, smarter too, but he's no match for Uncle now. I heard Uncle could down 3 pounds of baijiu by himself when he was young and never get drunk. The foreman's face flushed from the alcohol, and his speech became slightly slurred. That's for sure. Your uncle became village chief back then because of his drinking. But your classmate is different from that family of 3 we saw earlier today. He really can hold his liquor. When someone at the table mentioned that family of 3, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Then the room suddenly fell silent. Chen Nan's heart skipped a beat. He suspected something had gone wrong with the other party. The young man encountered earlier that day had likely suffered a major loss in business negotiations. It might even be dangerous. Dig in, dig in. My chefs used to be top-tier cooks. The food here is truly delicious. Sinong grinned cheerfully, appearing at first glance to be a decent fellow. But the more two-faced someone like this is, the more devious their thoughts. All smiles on the surface, but inside, who knows what schemes they're cooking up to rip you off. Brother Chen, are you okay? Chen Zhu asked quietly after taking a few bites. The amount of liquor consumed earlier wasn't excessive, but it had been drunk too hastily. Drinking baijiu too quickly often leads to nausea. I'm fine, just a minor issue. Chen Nan also took a bite of the dish. It actually tasted pretty good. Damn, this guy really is a bully. This Sineo really has some skills. The chef hired by this restaurant must be at least 5-star hotel caliber. Chen Nan had even spotted Western dishes on the menu earlier. This further proved the other party's strength. How much merchandise are you planning to stock up on this time, Boss Chen? One of his henchmen suddenly asked. The guy had dyed his hair a bright yellow and didn't look too bright. Yeah. If we order too little, this meal won't be worth it. At the banquet table, one person usually plays the good cop while the other plays the bad cop. Since Sinong was playing the good cop, someone else would inevitably step in as the bad cop to stir trouble. To Chen Nan, these people's minds were actually quite simple, no hidden agendas or complications. He had quite a bit of experience dealing with this sort. Deciding how much to order isn't something that can be settled with a single sentence. Here's what we'll do, I'll place an initial order to test the market. If sales are strong, I'll naturally increase my purchases from you going forward. Chen Nan replied in a level tone. Oh, so you're saying if it doesn't sell well, you won't restock? Chen Nan seriously doubted this guy even thought before speaking. Who in their right mind would keep ordering more stock if sales were poor? That's just plain crazy. But then again, maybe these folks were so used to bullying people locally that they didn't need to think before speaking, just fill their mouths with muscle. Unless you've experienced this kind of environment firsthand, it's hard to imagine what kind of mental state these people are in. Besides, as an outsider, Chen Nan couldn't stand up to them. After all, they carried their umbrellas even on sunny days. In a place like this, Chen Nan managed to close the deal without getting screwed over. That alone was a huge win. If sales are poor, how are we supposed to restock? Chen Zhu retorted directly to the man. At this, the man stood up abruptly, his eyes bulging like bull's testicles. I'll get you. Come on then. Chen Zhu wasn't one to back down either, immediately sticking his head out. This kind of minor skirmish was actually within the bounds of normal interaction. Sinong gave the man a meaningful glance. Soon, after everyone drank another round, the conversation turned back to business. Alright, got spirit, I like that. Sinong offered a forced smile before asking. So how much do you want for your first batch? Don't tell me just a few thousand yuan. Then there'd be no point in us having this meal. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Nan understood exactly what the other man meant. Damn, he was trying to fleece him. So, Mr. C, how much do you think I should order? Chen Nan replied with a smile. When it comes to purchasing goods and doing business, naturally, the more you buy, the more you earn. Here's the deal, I'll give you our lowest wholesale price. Sign a contract and start with an initial order of 100,000 yuan. Then another 100,000 yuan worth in 6 months. Sinong grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close, his potbelly bulging slightly. The others all smiled at Chen Nan too. Brother Chen, this is blatant bullying. Chen Zhu whispered. Zhang Long, standing nearby, pursed his lips slightly, sensing something was off. Sinuo was puzzled too, because before this meal, he hadn't mentioned anything about forcing Chen Nan to sign a contract for 200,000 yuan worth of goods within a year. Clearly, they were forcing a sale. And judging by the atmosphere, if Chen Nan didn't sign this contract, he'd definitely not be leaving this room. Half a year, 100,000 yuan worth of goods? Chen Nan heard this and deliberately feigned drunkenness, rubbing his forehead and propping his elbows on the dining table. What's the matter, young man? Not keen on the deal? Sinong's expression hardened instantly, his tone laced with threat. Evidently, this was how he conducted business on a daily basis. But Chen Nan wasn't intimidated. Instead, he stood up, raised his glass to the man, and said, Half a year? 10,000 yuan worth of goods is too little. I think I could handle 400,000 yuan worth of goods in a year, maybe even more. Chen Nan finished speaking, his expression still calm. But Sinong's expression changed completely. Chapter 122, Riding the Momentum to Seal the Deal. After Chen Nan spoke, it wasn't just Sinong. In fact, every single person dining in that room froze for a moment. The reason was simple, nearly everyone present understood that tonight's dinner gathering was essentially a trap. The goal was to use the contract to lock Chen Nan into a financial commitment. But what they hadn't anticipated was that Chen Nan not only walked right into the trap, but also added more weight to it. Young man, what exactly does your family do for business? Sinong felt increasingly that Chen Nan was no ordinary person. This demeanor didn't seem like that of an inexperienced 18-year-old. The way he spoke, acted, and controlled the situation showed the poise of someone at least middle-aged. And a particularly formidable boss at that. He began to suspect Chen Nan might have some powerful connections. If that were the case, he wouldn't dare force a sale. If your family's business is big enough, we'll treat you both to a meal when the time comes. What's this condom business worth? Who knows? Maybe it could lead to something bigger? It's all about connections. Those with connections mingle with others who have connections. Those without connections just get screwed over by those with connections. The wealthy join forces, sign contracts, and rake in the cash from the poor. This had essentially become the accepted norm. Chen Nan knew the other party was already hesitating. At this moment, he wouldn't be foolish enough to claim his family was just an ordinary household with no money, and so on. Instead, he deliberately avoided answering, maintaining an air of mystery. Mr. C, you should be able to see that I'm genuinely interested in doing business with you. I've come all this way from the capital, and frankly, it's also to help someone behind me. His surname is Shin. He's not exactly wealthy, but he's been eyeing opening chain stores in the capital lately, so he's scouting suppliers nationwide. Chen Nan slowly revealed what he knew about Chen Xiaoyu's family, like fishing for information. This revelation stunned Chen Zhu. She thought to herself, Brother Chen, don't I know your family background? How did you suddenly get connected to a major corporation? In this remote backwater, Xinong naturally had no clue how deep Chen Xiaoyu's family connections ran. But that didn't stop him from speculating. Oh, I see. My apologies, my apologies. Xinong's expression softened slightly. Chen Nan's generous bid had implicitly confirmed his status. I hadn't finished my earlier point. For the annual supply, I could actually manage more, but it can't all be delivered at once. The goods need to be shipped in batches every 2 weeks or month from your location to the capital. As for the shipping costs, Chen Nan paused here, smiling slightly as he sensed the room's atmosphere had eased considerably. The other party seemed to have no intention of making things difficult for them anymore. It proved true that big trees provided shade even in this small town, mentioning a powerful figure carried weight. Still, Chen Nan was borrowing their reputation, and when the time came, he'd be the first to seize their market share. If it's truly as the young man says, bringing in hundreds of thousands worth of goods annually, then naturally, we'll cover the shipping costs. You can rest assured on that point. Sinuo raised his wine cup, urging everyone to drink again. Chen Nan took a couple sips, then raised his hand and said, Mr. C, since the company is still in its trial operation phase and just opened the store, the volume of goods we can procure in the coming month might be relatively small. Before Chen Nan could finish, the other man chuckled, I get it. Worried there won't be space to store it all once it arrives, right? Then here's what we'll do, for your first order, just start with a few thousand yuan worth to get you going. If sales are high enough, just give me a call, and I'll personally send someone to deliver the goods to the capital right away. Xinong spoke with a down-to-earth manner, his words as solid as nails. Once he spoke, no one else dared to interject. Chen Nan breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how smoothly things had gone. After all, given their aggressive stance, they clearly intended to corner him and force a contract. In other words, had he not heard about Chen Xiaoyu's family's plans in the capital earlier, things might have taken a turn for the worse today. But that's how things often turn out. What seemed impossibly difficult to achieve on one's own. Yet with just a word from someone else, a single mention of their name, the matter could be settled. Chen Nan found himself yearning for the day when he too could reach such lofty heights. Running a business is like living in a house. When you first start out, you're on the ground floor. Day and night, the noise from the street is unbearably annoying. Gradually, as the business grew larger, the floor you lived on rose higher and higher. The things that troubled you grew fewer and fewer. But the higher the floor, the greater the danger. Living on the first floor, if a fire breaks out, you can just open the door and run out. That was still relatively safe. But if you lived on the 20th floor or higher, a fire could easily become life-threatening. Barring any unforeseen circumstances. This village chief may be riding high now, but in a few years, he'll definitely be made an example of and taken down. Come on, young man, let's talk business. The subsequent business contracts were all negotiated between Chen Nan and Xinong. They finalized the terms on the spot, immediately dispatching someone to a print shop to get the contracts printed. Xinong feared Chen Nan might renege. Compared to just swindling a one-time payment and never doing business again, he had a broader perspective. If Chen Nan had substantial demand, ordering hundreds of thousands worth of goods annually, this single major client alone could make his factory rake in a fortune. This was a true god customer. Moreover, Chen Nan mentioned connections to a major corporation. A company capable of opening chain stores in the capital where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold must be incredibly powerful. This was no small village they could afford to provoke. Knowing all this, even Xinong had to treat Chen Nan with utmost courtesy. Alright then, you can stay at my hotel tonight. No need to rush back to the county seat. My place has 5-star amenities, bedding, linens, showers. And if you young men get hungry tonight, I can arrange for some girls to keep you company. Seeing Xinong's unscrupulous tone, Chen Nan firmly declined. With an E around, did she really need that? Alright then. Since you're all Siggy's classmates, why not stay here for a couple days? See that zoo over there? That's mine too. And that peach orchard over there, if you ever crave fruit, just go pick some. It's free, no charge. Si Gong puffed on his cigarette, speaking to Chen Nan with remarkable generosity. Chen Nan finally understood. Not just this factory, it seemed like nearly all the surrounding businesses had been cultivated by this Si Gong fellow. He was indeed quite powerful. Oh, and Mr. C, Chen Nan casually asked before leaving. Did you happen to see where that family of 3 went earlier today? The ones discussing business with you? Chapter 123, Chen Nan's little scheme making him pay the penalty. By all accounts, Chen Nan shouldn't have meddled in the affairs of that stranger he'd barely met. After all, the world was full of unfortunate souls. If he felt sympathy for every one of them, he'd surely make his own life miserable. But it was precisely this compassion in his heart that often earned him the unwavering loyalty of his employees. Take the female streamers he personally trained in his previous life, each one remained fiercely loyal to him, refusing to leave even when offered substantial sums to poach them. After all, Chen Nan was a special talent, he genuinely possessed real skills. Recalling these moments still moved him. If he hadn't promised to raise their salaries. What family of 3? A few people murmured. The family whose tires we slashed earlier today? I remember his wife was pretty attractive, though wearing stockings and high heels, she looked damn good. What's her name? Who else could it be? Enough! What nonsense are you all spouting? Sinong bellowed, silencing them all. Then he turned to Chen Nan and said with a smile, after we finish the deal and patch the tires, we'll be on our way. That guy's a jerk. He only wanted 5,000 worth of goods, yet he made me send a truck to deliver it. I lost more money than I made. Sinong pulled a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket, flicked it open with his thumb, and took one out with his teeth. Immediately, someone stepped forward to light it for him. Brother Chen Nan, you know I'm always easy to talk to. He's a shady character, but I've got nothing against him personally. Sinong chuckled, took a deep drag, then blew out a series of smoke rings. I just gave them a taste of their own medicine. Threw a little something into his tires to get him to contribute a bit to our local economy. Seeing how enthusiastic I was, he agreed and signed a 10,000 yuan contract with me. Of course, compared to someone like you, Brother Chen Nan, who's made it in the capital, his family's clout is nowhere near the same. By now, they should be hauling the goods away. What's up? Does Brother Chen Nan need something from them? Sinuo spoke with almost no emotion, clearly having done this sort of thing so often it was nothing out of the ordinary. So, if I hadn't acted on a sudden impulse, tonight's meal might not have been nearly as satisfying. I didn't have any business with them. I just happened to run into them on the road, and since they were all heading to Mr. C's factory for business, I thought I'd ask. Chen Nan didn't smoke. He thought to himself that the man before him, Sinom, was definitely a tough customer. Damn, he dared to inhale that first drag straight into his lungs. With guts like that, who knows what big things he's pulled off in the past. If Chen Nan weren't desperately needing a stable supplier to compete with others, he'd never want to partner with someone like Sinong. Fortunately, there was Si Gong, a fellow villager, who could act as a go-between. That saved him a lot of trouble. From now on, he'd leave this business to Si Gong and Zhang Long. He had no intention of getting involved himself. Once they weathered this storm, he could gradually seek out other manufacturers to replace them. After all, based on Chen Nan's understanding of social trends, this factory wouldn't last long anyway. Therefore, Chen Nan specifically stipulated in the contract. Once effective, the contract would run for 3 years. Should either party renege or terminate the agreement due to force majeure, they would be liable to pay the other party a penalty of 500,000 yuan. 3 years? It might not even take 3 years. This factory would be shut down due to environmental issues. Chen Nan was counting on collecting that penalty. Before long, even this Mr. Sinom might find himself spending the rest of his days in prison, enjoying a secure job behind bars. Goodbye, Boss C. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Chen Nan said politely. Keep in touch, brother. Sinom flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, his face beaming with a broad smile. All right, Mr. C. That's settled. I'll transfer the down payment to you within 3 days. Mr. C will handle all subsequent matters related to our partnership. Chen Nan and Sinom shook hands once more. Then, with Chen Zhu in tow, he vanished into the thick night on his electric scooter. You know what? He actually looked pretty dashing like that. Brother Chen, you're awesome. Chen Zhu had expected a beating this time and had even brought a small hammer in his pocket. But the other party hadn't given them any trouble at all. I never imagined things would turn out this easy, Chen Nan sighed in relief, glancing back. He spotted the foreman being dragged back into the restaurant probably for round 2. Brother Chen, let's head to my place first. The cars still parked in the courtyard. Zhang Long's heart was still pounding. As a local, he'd long heard of Sinong's reputation. Moreover, when Sinong's restaurant first opened, they'd sent people to his family specifically to warn them. They were warned to be sensible and keep their business closed for 7 consecutive days, or else they'd face serious consequences. When Zhang Long's father tried to argue back, he was slapped twice across the face. Zhang Long had witnessed their brutality firsthand. This time, coming along with Chen Nan, he sometimes secretly hoped for a fight just to return those 2 slaps. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Nan merely mentioned the people he'd been in contact with, and the other side stopped harassing them. This kind of behavior doesn't seem like something that old bastard Sinom would do. Zhang Long remarked with a sigh. Yeah, it is kinda weird. Chen Zhu chimed in from the side. Maybe he sensed something? Chen Nan thought to himself. By the way, does he have any children? Chen Nan suddenly asked. Yeah, he's got several. Don't let his position as village chief fool you, he's loaded. Besides his first wife, he's got 2 or 3 mistresses, all living in spacious apartments in the county seat. Each wife has his children. These things weren't just known to Zhanlong, even ordinary villagers in the area were aware of them. These days, people mock poverty but not prostitution. His behavior actually drew envy from many. Chen Nan began to ponder deeply. So, could it be that this Minister of Agriculture sensed the winds of change? Was he laying the groundwork for his sons ahead of time? Based on Chen Nan's past experience, this was indeed a distinct possibility. A tall tree catches the wind. Once the Minister of Agriculture fell, how much of his assets would remain under his control was no longer up to him. But such matters were none of Chen Nan's concern. He was merely seeking a short-term supplier to sustain his current operations. Once he had the time and had established a firm foothold, he would eventually abandon this sourcing channel. Naturally, that would also mean avoiding further contact with these people. The Brahmins in the county seat were too treacherous, getting involved with them only invited trouble. Brother Chen, you can come sleep at my place if you want. There's room, Zhang Long offered frankly. He told Chen Nan that his parents slept in a room at the restaurant every night. So there was plenty of room for him to sleep at their place. Hey, you just don't get it, do you? Chen Zhu chuckled unexpectedly. Our brother Chen has business to attend to tonight, he said, winking a couple of times. Get lost. Chen Nan tried to kick Chen Zhu, but the latter reacted instantly and dashed away. The two had been teasing each other like this since childhood. But Chen Nan really couldn't sleep at Zhang Long's place tonight after all, and he was still alone at the county hotel. He'd promised to go find her once he was done with his work. Brother Chen, aren't you driving? Chen Zhu asked with a smile. Don't you know the rules? Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. I'll just take a cab to the county seat. We're not pinching pennies over this. Chen Nan rubbed his slightly dizzy head, hailed a taxi from the roadside, and sped off. Meanwhile, in the room where Chen Nan had been drinking, Sinong was on the phone with someone, his expression respectful. Chapter 124, Want to meet? Sinong never imagined his fate would undergo such a drastic shift overnight. First, he was unexpectedly recruited by Chen Nan. Then, he brought the man back to his hometown to do business. Then, acting as an intermediary, he facilitated a deal worth hundreds of thousands. Chen Nan even said he and Zhan Long would be in charge of this venture. The monthly profits alone would easily reach tens of thousands, right? But crucially, it didn't end there. After dinner, Uncle Sinong pulled me aside, dismissing the others, saying he needed to discuss something privately. But something was off about his uncle's expression. In just over half an hour, he'd already made 3 or 4 phone calls. And the more calls came in, the more grim his expression grew. Damn it, something's definitely wrong. Can't count on a soul. Damn it. These people, when they need me, they treat me like their own father when it comes to making money. Now they're scrambling to avoid me. Si Gong was startled and stepped forward cautiously. Uncle, did something happen here? At Si Gong's question, Sinong set down his phone, smiled, and placed both hands on his shoulders, pressing him back into the chair. Nothing. Uncle here is just fine. I wanted to speak with you privately, mainly to discuss our relationship. How is that classmate of yours? Is he quite capable? From what I gather, he seems to have quite the network. Caught off guard by Sinong's question, Si Gong found himself at a loss for words. His knowledge of Chen Nan was limited. He couldn't tell if the claims about connections to some company were true or false. But at the very least, he could confirm that Chen Nan was exceptionally capable. He possessed extraordinary drive and courage, diving headfirst into any project or business opportunity he deemed worthwhile without the slightest hesitation. His vision was remarkably forward-thinking. Earlier, he predicted that housing prices across the country were about to skyrocket. Now, selling his hometown house to buy property in the capital meant he could live comfortably for at least half his life. Did he really say that? Sinong lit another cigarette. Yes, uncle. I believe him. When Sinong called home last time, his family was skeptical of his claims. His main purpose for returning home this National Day holiday was to convince his family to contribute money toward a down payment. To outsiders, this approach might seem downright crazy. Who buys property these days? As they say back home, we've got more houses than we can live in. Why buy one in the capital? What kind of lunatic would do that? But Si Gong trusted Chen Nan's judgment. Some things just couldn't be explained logically. Just like he couldn't understand why his uncle had suddenly changed his attitude toward Chen Nan during that dinner gathering. I see. Si Nong wore a pensive expression. Then he entered Chen Nan's number into his contacts. Si Gong, I've treated you well, haven't I? Absolutely, uncle. You've always been good to me. If you hadn't agreed to facilitate this deal today, I wouldn't even be here. Si Gong replied. Well then, I don't have anything else major to discuss with you. Just remember, when you make it big someday, don't forget the good we've done for you. I've seen all your childhood buddies good for nothings, not a single one with any promise. You're the only one I see with potential. Alright then, I'll give you an even lower wholesale price to help you build up your business. Just remember the favor your old uncle did for you. As he spoke, the elderly farmer's eyes welled up with tears, leaving the young laborer beside him utterly baffled. Late at night, Chen Nan stood alone in the evening breeze, having walked from the taxi to the hotel where Annie was staying. Want to hook up? A woman dressed rather provocatively, smoking a cigarette, approached Chen Nan with unabashed openness. How much? Chen Nan asked with a smile. One finger. Too expensive. Chen Nan had friends who ran foot massage parlors, so he knew the industry slang and their typical rates. Generally speaking, foot massage parlors serve as a barometer for a city's economy. When the economy is booming, foot massage parlors thrive. When the economy takes a downturn, some of the girls working there might turn to private work after their shifts. Pricing is usually based on looks and age. Occasionally, skill can also command a higher price. Take the one Chen Nan was looking at, she was at least 35. Forget 1,000 yuan, she wouldn't even take it for free. Too expensive? I can make it cheaper. No way. Chen Nan declared firmly. No? Then why ask the price? After Chen Nan walked away, a woman's angry muttering followed him. Chen Nan paid little heed to the incident, but his keen observation suggested that the economic climate in this small county might be heading for a downturn soon. Perhaps it would become a sign of some larger event. Knock, knock. Chen Nan first sent a QQ message to Annie. Only then did he knock on the door. A damp head of hair appeared at the doorway. Come in quickly, I just finished showering. Whoa. The warm scent of her body filled his nostrils. Chen Nan felt that sometimes Annie was just too considerate. When he was thirsty, she brought him water. When he was hungry, she bought him food. When he wanted to sleep, she handed him a pillow. Essentially, she could fulfill every single one of his needs. What did you guys talk about at dinner today? Annie stood before the vanity mirror, combing her hair neatly with a pink brush. Except she was losing hair. But it seemed like every girl shed hair after showering. You have to admit, girls really are the most amazing creatures in the world. Not only do they bleed so much every month, but they also lose so much hair and yet their bodies seem perfectly fine? Chen Nan wrapped his arms gently around her from behind. Nothing much, just closed the deal. Went pretty smoothly. Chen Nan didn't hold back, recounting the entire process to Annie. Her brows furrowed with concern at times. But upon hearing Shen Xiaoyu's name, she actually smiled. Who knew you'd actually leverage someone else's influence? Are you planning to thank them specially and treat them to a meal when you get back? Annie applied a little more pressure to the spot she was massaging on Chen Nan's back, her voice tight with amusement. Forget the dinner. Not only will I not treat her to a meal, but I'll take over their market share as quickly as possible. Chen Nan chuckled, his mind already forming a rough plan. Logically speaking, knowing the information gap meant he could always stay one step ahead of others. That was the reason for his success. But deep down, Chen Nan still felt uneasy. After all, his current financial resources were too thin. What if his competitors threw money at promotional campaigns, grinding him out of the market? How could he possibly counter that? Chen Nan pondered for a moment. There might be only one way to handle the impending business competition. Unless he could further reduce his costs, perhaps then he could endure it. Just then, Chen Nan's phone rang abruptly. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Who could it be? Chen Nan hesitated for 3 seconds in confusion before tapping to answer. Chapter 125, a money-making opportunity not to be missed. 3 seconds after the ring, Chen Nan pressed to answer. There was a moment of silence before a voice came through, one that surprised Chen Nan yet felt strangely familiar. Heh, little brother, are you asleep yet? Mr. C. The voice carried a hoarseness typical of middle-aged men. Startled, Chen Nan switched the phone to speaker mode. An E came over at that moment. It's me, old C. Sorry to bother you so late. But, little brother, I've got some good news to share with you. Chen Nan remained silent, listening calmly. Go ahead, boss C. Something was definitely up. C Non's reputation had never been stellar. Calling him at this hour meant something was definitely up. The question was whether this matter would be good or bad for him. Look, calling me brother like this makes it seem like we've grown distant, doesn't it? Brother, I've got some genuinely good news to share with you. We already discussed the price earlier, right? I'm willing to sell it to you and knock off another 2 cents off the agreed price. So, Chen, what do you think? Is this news good for you or not? Chen Nan was surprised to hear C Non call himself Old C. This guy must be in deep trouble. There's no such thing as free rice porridge in this world. Chen Nan certainly didn't believe the other party would offer him a free benefit. After all, even though it was just a 2-cent price cut, it seemed small. But for the goods he was selling, it was already a significant concession. Cutting the cost by 2 cents per unit meant a truckload of goods could net him tens of thousands more in profit. For Chen Nan, that extra profit could even cover his employees' monthly salaries. Mr. C, if you have something to discuss, just say it. If I can help, I will. If not, there's nothing I can do. Chen Nan expressed his sincerity. He had some idea of what Nong might be going through. Nothing major. I just wanted to have a chat with you, Brother Chen, and also arrange for one of our kids to come stay with you for a while. My child is just like you, a college student at a prestigious university, now in their senior year, majoring in accounting. As everyone knows, the best accountants are in prison. Chen Nan silently rolled his eyes at the thought, but he figured he could probably help with this request. But since the other party was begging him, coupled with his previous hostile attitude, Chen Nan really didn't want to agree too quickly. This seemingly casual conversation was actually a negotiation. Whoever showed weakness first would lose the upper hand. Now that Nong had laid his cards on the table, he had effectively become Chen Nan's plaything, to be manipulated at will. Mr. C, this is a bit tricky, Chen Nan sighed, then explained his current predicament. For instance, the company wasn't short on staff, and the candidates' expertise didn't align with their current needs. They weren't actively seeking accounting professionals at the moment. In truth, these were merely excuses. With Chen Nan's connections, securing a job for someone was practically a matter of a single word. Come on, Brother Chen, give me a break. You've got such a big operation and you're making it in the capital, you've got to have some real connections, right? Look, I'll knock off another 2 cents. You know, Brother Chen, this is a small operation. I barely make any money all year round. Doesn't that show my sincerity? Just do this older brother a favor. Later on, just find any position for my kid at your company, even if it's just fetching tea and water. Chen Nan thought to himself, I'm not exactly short on tea servers. There's one right here. And she's fair-skinned, beautiful, and thoughtful, brought all the way from my hometown. Isn't she far better than your kid? But since the other party had gone this far, Chen Nan naturally had to give him some face. After all, who turns down money? The other party had offered a total discount of 4 cents. That meant if business was good, the extra money Chen Nan earned in just over a year would be enough to pay his child's salary for a lifetime. A deal like this was too good to pass up. Moreover, Chen Nan could tell the other party was clearly at the end of their rope, which was why they called this newly acquainted stranger for help. He was trying to secure a future for his family. Well then, thank you, Brother Chen. In about half a year, my child will graduate. When that time comes, I'll send them straight to the capital to find you. Sounds good. After hanging up with Chen Nan, Nong proceeded to chat with some other old friends. It was all for the sake of his wives and children. But most of his efforts came to nothing. He now felt like he'd spent most of his life climbing from the first floor to the 20th floor, only to discover the loneliness at the top. Climbing up was easy enough, but descending was another matter entirely. Uncle, what's going on? Gong asked anxiously from the side. Nothing. Just calling an old friend for a chat, Nong replied with a forced smile. Then his expression darkened, as if clouds were gathering overhead. Things will be fine for the next year or so. But looking further ahead, who knows, he muttered, almost to himself. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Nong smiled again after a moment of silence. Gazing at his reflection in the wine, a lifetime of bloodshed and turmoil seemed to dissolve into that single glass. Gong couldn't fathom what Nong was thinking, but Chen Nan understood perfectly well. He must have sensed the storm clouds gathering. But what else could it be? Nong's umbrella was broken. He'd ruled this place for half a lifetime without anyone daring to challenge him. Could it really be because of those good-for-nothings under his command? There had to be another reason. Chen Nan saw through it but kept quiet, instead feeling pleased about the small fortune he was about to make. The cost price had already been slashed by 4 cents from the originally agreed-upon rate, reaching a point where further reduction was practically impossible. Unless Chen Nan owned his own factory. But nowadays, to keep pace with the prevailing trends of globalization, most businesses today prefer not to establish their own factories. Instead, they act as middlemen, assembling components to effortlessly build their own brands and profit from the markup. The idea of owning factories only gained traction a decade later. With the advent of the deglobalization era, everyone realized that only by owning their own processing plants could they avoid being held hostage by others. Only then did they rush to invest heavily in building their own facilities. But by then, it was already too late. Chen Nan intends to start building his own business ecosystem from now on. This is the true path to long-term business survival. Chapter 126, The Inevitable Destiny with an E. Still kinda sleepy. Early the next morning, Chen Nan was yanked out of bed by an E. What's there to be sleepy about? We're going home today. An E was already dressed, looking exceptionally refreshed and energetic. Chen Nan, however, was a different story. He looked utterly drained. Mainly because he'd been drinking last night, then kept busy with an E until the wee hours, and now had to get up at 6. No wonder he was exhausted. Let's leave in the afternoon. I haven't sobered up yet and might get caught. Chen Nan had been pulled over before while driving under the influence. Even if you drink at night, you can still be a bit tipsy when driving in the morning. Plus, it was a holiday period, so enforcement was tight. If he headed home in the afternoon, he could still make it in time for dinner. So why did you get up so early today? Chen Nan sat up briefly before flopping back down. It's National Day today. And he slipped on her shoes, the gray bear printed on her white socks peeking out. Come on, let's go shopping around here. Think of it as a little trip. And he was bursting with energy. She'd even gotten up extra early to apply makeup, lipstick, and nail polish. Unlike her high school days, there wasn't a single cheap item to be found on her. Except for the ordinary watch still on her wrist. It was the couple's watch Chen Nan had given her back then. You still wear it? I've kept everything you ever gave me. And E had finished getting ready. The traces of her former youthfulness had faded considerably, replaced by a new layer of maturity. Yet that unique aura of hers hadn't faded one bit. This showed that Chen Nan had protected her well, never letting her suffer any injustice. Looking back now, it all feels like a grand dream, and E murmured, sitting on the edge of the bed and glancing at Chen Nan, who had gained a bit of weight recently. Though they'd only known each other for half a year at most. Yet it felt like a lifetime had passed. Chen Nan, do you think people have past lives? I keep feeling like we've met before. And sometimes, I suddenly feel like I've experienced certain scenes before. Do you think parallel universes exist? Chen Nan dressed himself with remarkable efficiency, taking no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Guess that's just how fast guys are at waking up and getting dressed. But when it came to Anyi's questions, Chen Nan hesitated to answer. He didn't know if past lives existed or if parallel universes were real. But he knew this, as a reincarnated soul, he had indeed met Anyi long ago. Back then, they'd barely exchanged a few words before he discovered her dead in his own home. Looking back now, it all seemed destined by fate. And the tragedy that befell Anyi's life was undoubtedly intertwined with her adoptive father. Though Chen Nan had heard of such things before, he never truly grasped how utterly beastly such a person could be until he witnessed it with his own eyes. Want to go home? Chen Nan asked softly. Home? Anyi froze, speechless. Then, she suddenly laughed. Chen Nan, I still haven't paid back all my debts. What home could I possibly have? I'm destined to be different from normal people. It's fine. I have no father, and neither do you. We're the same. Chen Nan cracked a dark joke. But it was often these seemingly offhand jokes that struck the most sensitive chords deep within a person's heart. And he had never known his father. Neither did Chen Nan. Like two solitary sails adrift at sea, their lonely souls were destined to spark the moment they met. You really know how to talk. And he shot Chen Nan a look of both embarrassment and anger before gathering her belongings and stuffing them into her backpack. That morning, Chen Nan called over Sigong, Zhanglong, and Shenju to explore the local scenic area together. The area was mountainous, with peaks stretching endlessly. The scenic spots clung to the slopes, often soaring hundreds of meters high. Chen Nan was exhausted. Bro, I'm done for. Shenju, unable to walk any further himself, sat down on the stone steps and refused to budge. What do you mean exhausted? This is just work fatigue. Chen Nan wiped the sweat from his face. Sitting atop the mountain, a cool breeze blew. Truthfully, the scenic area below wasn't particularly impressive. Just the same old mountains, stone steps, forests, and a few scattered temples. Hey, Brother Chen, look who's over there. Zhang Long suddenly pointed into the distance. There was Su Tianran, washing his face in the public restroom, limping heavily as he walked. Damn, it's you guys. Su Tianran approached, followed by his father and that attractive young woman. According to Saneo, he hadn't really troubled this family of 3, he'd just used some tricks to scare them into signing a contract. It was essentially a forced sale, no lives were endangered, and at worst, they'd have to pay some compensation. Did you close the deal? Chen Nan patted the stone steps beside him, gesturing for him to sit. I guess it's done. Su Tianran had been smiling, but upon hearing Chen Nan's question, he immediately felt a bit awkward. We closed the deal, but it's not profitable. That factory director is a real crook, he squeezed every last penny of profit out of us. We tried to leave, but they blocked the door and sent a bunch of people rushing in. Su Tianyan recounted yesterday's harrowing ordeal, which had clearly left a shadow on his young mind. Just listening, Chen Nan could feel the tension of that day. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He had met Shen Xiaoyu and overheard her conversation with her brother that day. In the heat of the moment, he'd come up with a clever ruse, using a big name to intimidate the other side. Otherwise, who knows how this Minister of Agriculture might have made things difficult for him. Not to mention the subsequent concessions offered voluntarily. You guys came here to play, right? Su Tianran genuinely envied Chen Nan's life. After all, only now, after finishing school, did he realize that his momentary indulgence in play had made his life unbearably difficult for years. Now, traveling nationwide with his parents for business, he sometimes couldn't even get a hotel room and had to sleep in the car. He often regretted not studying harder back then. But then again, he wondered even if he had studied hard back then, would he have guaranteed good grades? Probably not. For him, life held no clear goals or plans, he simply took things one step at a time. Chen Nan still didn't give a direct answer to his question. Since the other person thought he was out to have fun, then so be it. Chen Nan didn't plan to say much more. But there was one thing that might actually require Su Tianran's help. Hey, bro, I've got something I want to ask you, Chen Nan said, handing Su Tianran 3 bottles of water he'd had someone buy. Then, he asked seriously, you travel all over the country, right? You know the locations of many factories like those related to family planning products? Chapter 127, Loathing Becoming This Kind of Person. Hearing Chen Nan's question, Su Tianran paused for a moment. Then he nodded. I guess so. My dad and I have been to quite a few places, so I know where a lot of factories are. Truthfully, we visited many factories before feeling dissatisfied. It was through my father's friend that we heard this factory produces relatively high-quality goods. Su Tianran was quite honest. He recounted his experiences after dropping out of high school in detail. The family of 3 had initially driven large trucks. Later, while passing through a remote mountainous area, they nearly lost their lives. That's when they switched to other businesses. They were quite interested in products like family planning supplies, thinking the profits were high and they'd definitely sell well. But his father's friend clearly wasn't very reliable, having recommended them to this place. Chen Nan couldn't help but think the guy was really unlucky. Alright, buddy, keep in touch. Chen Nan cleared his throat and pulled a pack of cigarettes straight from the pocket of Chen Zhu, who was sleeping on a rock. He tossed it to Su Tianran, saying, take it, buddy. Consider it my welcome gift to you. If you ever find a place cheaper and better than this factory, make sure to let me know. I'm pretty interested in this stuff too. If you ever find a better supplier, I'll pay you directly, no hard feelings. Chen Nan also explained the reasons behind his actions. But what surprised Su Tianran most was that even though they were both doing business with that crooked merchant surnamed C, their products were being squeezed on price, leaving them barely breaking even. Chen Nan, however, seemed completely unaffected. In fact, it looked like he was making a tidy profit. Brother, what exactly is your background? Su Tianran was actually a bit older than Chen Nan. But no matter how you looked at it, the latter seemed far more mature. I'm just a college student. What background could I possibly have? Chen Nan chuckled. After exchanging a few more words, the other man headed back down the mountain. Damn, that was exhausting. Chen Nan's legs were shaking as he descended. As the saying goes, climbing up is easy, but coming down is hard. That's exactly how it was. Brother Chen Nan, you're leaving already? Sineo learned from Sigao that Chen Nan would depart that afternoon. He made a special trip to Zhang Long's restaurant to see him off. I haven't properly fulfilled my duties as a host yet. I should treat you to a few more meals. How embarrassing. Stay a couple more days. Let's really get to know each other better. Chen Nan wasn't particularly fond of this kind of Sineo. This guy was clearly the sly, crafty type. Having stayed here for a day, he'd heard others talk about what kind of person Sineo really was. He was undoubtedly capable, otherwise he wouldn't have risen to this position. But everyone agreed on one thing: he was incredibly opportunistic. When he needed you, he'd be all smiles and bows, offering cigarettes and pouring drinks. But when he doesn't need you, he'll turn his back on you in an instant. Even if you initiated a greeting, he wouldn't acknowledge you. And the reason he's being so warm toward Chen Nan now isn't genuine either. He just has something he needs Chen Nan to do for him. Rest assured, Boss C. That matter you mentioned, though challenging, I'll do my utmost to handle it for you. I'm counting on you to handle the shipments from this end. Once our business expands, we'll have a proper chat. Chen Nan wasn't fooled by his superficial niceties. Instead, he offered him a tempting prospect. What kind of talk is this about having a proper chat once the business expands? By the time that happens, you'll be behind bars. What kind of talk is that? But Sineo did believe him a little. After all, in his view, young people were easy to manipulate. A few sweet words and some perks were enough to lower their guard. That was essentially his modus operandi when dealing with the young. Alright. Since that's the case, I won't try to keep Brother Chen here. Have a safe trip, and come visit us sometime. Sinong waved to his men, who promptly carried 4 or 5 bundles and loaded them into Chen Nan's trunk. These are all local specialties. They're not worth much, but please accept them as a token of my goodwill, Brother Chen. Chen Nan recalled how relatives visiting when he was a child would always bring piles of gifts. But when they left, his mother would insist on returning the gifts, urging them to take them back. After 10 minutes of back and forth, the gifts would inevitably end up in the house anyway. Back then, Chen Nan had found the whole thing rather pointless. Since this official had given him some local specialties, there was absolutely no need for him to refuse. Why pass up a free meal? His motto was simple: eat his food, drink his wine, but never fall for his tricks. Well then, thank you, Boss C. Chen Nan looked at Sinong, his face practically beaming with joy, before turning to Sigong and Zhanlong. I'll be heading out now. I'll leave matters here to the two of you. If you have any questions, feel free to call me directly. We'll see each other when school starts. Sigong nodded, nearly bursting with joy. He'd known all along that following Chen Nan wouldn't lead to a bad life. As for Zhanlong, he now truly looked at Chen Nan with newfound respect. Not only was the guy so young and already running his own business. Simply put, the attitude this Minister of Agriculture showed him was astonishing enough. Moreover, thanks to Chen Nan, the Minister of Agriculture had just been all smiles toward his parents. The official kept apologizing profusely, saying he'd done something wrong to them before and begging for their forgiveness. Who could possibly refuse to forgive him? Refusing forgiveness would only invite trouble upon oneself. And his apologies seemed genuinely sincere. Brother, sister-in-law, when the time comes, I'll have this road in front of your restaurant repaved. Not a single penny will come out of your pockets. Once the road's fixed, the money will come rolling in. Let's just turn the page on what happened before. What do you say? In front of Chen Nan, Long even put on a show of being a good guy. Evidently, this man possessed a strong desire to perform. But Chen Nan knew full well that despite such hypocrisy, high-ranking officials actually relished having sycophants like this fawning over them. During drinking sessions, letting such individuals warm up the crowd and spout empty boasts served its purpose. When opportunities arose, favors would naturally be extended to them. Chen Nan had never been one for such games. A touch of pride held him back. He couldn't bring himself to grovel or suck up. So, even though his business had grown quite large and he'd made a decent fortune, he had indeed hit a bottleneck. To expand his business further and make more money, he had to learn to read the room. During drinking sessions, he had to butter these people up to keep business flowing. Otherwise, opportunities would slip away to others. He'd suffered many setbacks because of this. Watching Sinong bow and scrape, his face plastered with flattery, Chen Nan felt a deep revulsion welling up inside him. He hated becoming that kind of person. Fortunately, this life was entirely different from his previous one. With the information gap in his mind, surely this life wouldn't require him to do things against his true nature anymore? Chapter 128, Returning Home, Contacting Nan Yen. Damn it, Brother Chen, my cigarettes seem to be gone. Returning to Jiliang City, Chen Zhu reached into his pocket as he got out of the car and suddenly found it completely empty. Even his lighter seemed to have vanished. He suspected it might have fallen out at Zhang Long's place. After all, he'd slept over there, so it could have slipped out onto the bed. In reality, while they were on the mountain, Chen Nan had slipped it out of his pocket when he wasn't looking and given it to Su Tianran. Though a pack of Yushi cigarettes was quite pricey, for Chen Nan, using them to curry favor with a friend who traveled all over the country was clearly well worth it. Who knows, maybe he'd get a pleasant surprise in return someday. Son, you're back? Earlier, Chen Nan had told his mom he'd be back this afternoon, arriving home before evening. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanan had rushed home early from the factory to prepare dumplings for him. Auntie, this is the gift I bought for you. And he stepped out of the car, holding a shopping bag. Oh, 2 roast ducks. They look delicious. Peking duck was a famous dish unique to the capital. And he bought vacuum-sealed ones. She had tried them a few times before and thought they tasted pretty good, so she brought them back. But for Chen Nan and Wang Yanan, roast duck held a special meaning. Growing up in poverty, Chen Nan always craved meat. It was also a crucial period for his growth. Wang Yanan worried that without meat and eggs, her son might not grow tall enough. So she found a job at a roast duck restaurant. Every night after work, she would bring home some leftover roast duck meat from the shop. At first, it tasted pretty good. But over time, Chen Nan grew tired of it. Still, he understood his mother was saving money for his tuition, for his future living expenses. These were all things she had to do out of necessity. So every single time, he devoured every last scrap of the roast duck she brought. Even now, Wang Yanan still believed Chen Nan particularly loved roast duck. She tore open a package with her hands and placed a whole roast duck on a plate. Auntie, these are all gifts from others, Chen Zhu chimed in, helping unload numerous items from the trunk. It must be said, although Sinong seemed rather slick, the gifts he gave were genuinely quite good. Each item was worth several hundred yuan or more. That old dang sure knows how to spend money. Chen Nan had Chen Zhu help arrange the gifts in the living room before inviting him to stay for dinner. Wow, these dumplings are seriously delicious. My mom just can't make them taste like this. Brother Chen, I'm so jealous. If I had a mom like yours, my grades would never have been so terrible. Chen Zhu complained bitterly. His own mother was lazy as hell. She never made him breakfast, just handed him money to buy something outside. And it wasn't just breakfast, sometimes lunch and dinner were gone too. He'd just have to boil a packet of instant noodles. Yeah, Chen Nan, I envy you too. And he felt a pang of sympathy at that moment. Her childhood experiences hadn't been all that pleasant either. Every morning, she too had to go out for breakfast. Why did she have such a huge appetite? A big part of the reason was that she hadn't eaten enough at home as a child, often going hungry. So whenever she saw food, she just wanted to devour it. She truly envied Chen Nan for having a mother who loved him so much and was such an exceptional cook. Whether it was dumplings, fried sauce noodles, dumpling soup, braised spare ribs, or braised beef and sauce, everything tasted exceptionally good. Honestly, I feel like such a slow learner. I picked up these dishes bit by bit from others. Are they really that good? Wang Yanan asked, genuinely surprised. Mom, you don't even have to ask, of course it is. Could Chen Nan possibly not know how delicious this meal was? You see? After Annie passed away, his mother suffered a heart attack. Through countless lonely nights, he'd longed for her cooking. Eat slowly, don't choke. Wang Yanan watched Chen Nan with a warm smile, noticing his skin had darkened a bit. That was a common side effect of military training. His face and neck were different shades. But as she ate, Wang Yanan casually mentioned someone who no longer held much significance for Chen Nan. That Nan Yan, I saw her again this morning on my way home. It was just after 6 in the morning. She was jogging alone on the road and waved at me from afar. Oh, and didn't she open a milk tea shop? She pulled me over to the storefront and personally made me a few cups. Honestly, it was pretty good. Wang Yanan pulled 3 cups of milk tea from the refrigerator and handed one to each of them. As for why there were 3 cups, it was obvious. Seeing Wang Yanan, who hadn't been home in ages, suddenly appear, she must have guessed that Chen Nan was probably coming home today. And he figured it out almost instantly. But he didn't say anything. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips as he casually observed Chen Nan's reaction. Chen Nan thought, Mom, you really know how to bring up the most sensitive topics. What era is she living in, bringing her up again? But regarding Nan Yan's morning runs, Chen Nan actually did recall something. Back then, before he bought the ghost train, he would run to the breakfast shop to buy a delicious meal. Then he'd sprint to the entrance of Nan Yan's residential complex to deliver the breakfast he'd bought to her. But that BYD girl actually complained that the breakfast he bought was too cheap. She ate steamed buns every single day, and her face had gotten chubby from it. So he decided to run to school every morning to start losing weight. It's all in the past now, but thinking back, I still feel like such a fool back then. Recalling these events, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. I wonder if Nan Yan feels even a hint of regret in her heart today? Judging by her current behavior, the answer was undoubtedly yes. But Chen Nan felt no need to pity her now she'd brought it all upon herself. The phrase Chen Nan detested most was lay down the butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. It was as if someone who had done nothing but evil their entire life could suddenly declare they were going to be good, and everyone was then obligated to forgive them. In Chen Nan's eyes, the evil deeds a person commits remain forever, and no amount of good deeds can ever make up for them. It was like that famous saying, a rotten orange is a rotten orange, forever and ever once an oxer, always an oxer. So, under Yi's gaze, Chen Nan's expression remained utterly unruffled. Completely unfazed, he sailed through unscathed. Just then, Chen Nan lowered his head and suddenly received a text message on his phone. It read, Chen Nan, are you okay? I'm back home. Can we meet up? Glancing at the sender, Chen Nan was slightly surprised it was an unfamiliar QQ account. But there was no doubt this person was Nan Yan. Chapter 129, no longer on the same page. After reading Nan Yan's message, Chen Nan ignored it. First, and Yi was right beside him, he absolutely couldn't reply to this message. Unless he was planning to stay up all night. Don't be fooled by Yi's calm exterior. Back when that couple's watch incident happened, she gave him no end of trouble. It wasn't that she was oblivious to his romantic advances, she was simply well-behaved and sensible, unwilling to stir up trouble for herself. Chen Nan naturally couldn't betray her goodwill. Second, since they'd already decided to part ways, why dwell on the past? A good horse doesn't eat the grass it has already grazed on. Chen Nan didn't want to get entangled with those from the past, those who loved him, those who hated him. In short, he was turning the page. He treated it like a nightmare from last night, no need to dwell on it now that he'd woken up. But just then, Nan Yan sent another message. Chen Nan, I know I owe you. But if you hadn't left me so ruthlessly, I wouldn't have built my business this big. I should actually thank you. I've already opened 5 branches in Jiliang City and plan to keep expanding. I estimate I'll have over 50 locations within a year. These bubble tea shops and cold drink stores are quite profitable these days. I want to see you one more time, not to bother you, but to ease the regret in my heart. You're starting a business now, right? It must be in its early stages. You probably need investors, right? If you're short on funds, I can't offer much, but lending you 100,000 or so is within my means. Man, these lines reek of pure bull. Chen Nan couldn't help but chuckle. But because of Chen Nan's rebirth, it seemed to have indirectly altered Nan Yan's fate as well. She'd transformed into a bubble tea shop owner. And Chen Nan knew full well that the domestic beverage market would become incredibly vast in the future. Who knows? Maybe Nan Yan could actually make a name for herself. But what did that have to do with him? Besides, did he really need her money? Chen Nan still didn't reply, wanting to see what new messages she might send next to make him laugh. Meanwhile, after dinner at home, Annie went to the kitchen to help wash the dishes. Chen Zhu sat nearby, playing Snake Battle on her phone. Chen Nan turned on the TV and flopped onto the couch. Sure enough, she soon had something new to share. Zhang Lin said he wants to take me out to dinner tonight. I didn't want to go at first, but since I know you're home now, I thought I'd invite you and Yi to join us for dinner. Let bygones be bygones. Let's have dinner together and smooth things over. What do you think? Chen Nan thought both of them were idiots. Even though Chen Nan had moved on from the past, that didn't mean he didn't despise those who had once disgusted him. Zhang Lin and Nan Yan, what had they done to him in his previous life? To avoid unnecessary complications in his life, Chen Nan hadn't sought revenge, a favor they should be grateful for. And now they were coming to him, asking to treat him to a meal? No way. Chen Nan still hadn't replied to her message. But just then, Annie handed over her phone, revealing a new message to Chen Nan. Chen Nan, our senior class is buzzing about another reunion. They say we can find a place to meet up during the National Day holiday. Should we go? Chen Nan looked down and opened the class group chat. Inside the original senior class group chat, it had been dead quiet for ages. Suddenly, someone posted a few messages. Then, one after another, the conversation started flowing. Looking back, high school was the best. College is so boring, every day is too easy, and I don't even know what to do with myself. When I have class, I show up just in time. When I don't, I sleep all afternoon. It really is way too easy. That's nothing. I've already started skipping classes. The start dates and military training schedules vary across universities. Some schools had already begun formal classes before National Day. Others started late with extended boot camp, which might have just wrapped up. Seriously, are you guys out of your minds? How about showing some consideration for us repeat students? Damn it, I'm still stuck studying in class every day from 6 a.m. till midnight. I should have studied harder back then. Not everyone in the class got into their dream university. Some underperformed on the college entrance exam, resulting in lower scores, so they chose to retake it. Others missed their safety school placements. Then there are those who got into university, enrolled, but then realized it wasn't what they expected, so they suddenly decided to drop out and go back to high school to retake the exams. The consequence of this is that they cannot reapply to the university they withdrew from the following year. Beyond that, there don't seem to be any other repercussions. Thus, some opt to study another year to gain admission to their dream university. Hey, with so many classmates in this group, why are only a dozen or so actually talking? Let's liven things up, liven things up. Probably most people are lurking. Chen Nan scanned the messages from top to bottom and realized how childish their conversations were. What on earth were they even talking about? And he also felt like she and those seniors were from different worlds now. Even their lives had changed. Hey, have any of you guys gotten girlfriends yet? Dating? Not a chance. Pfft, you just don't want to date. You're not even in the running. I noticed those pretty girls we met during military training? They all came with boyfriends from high school. Even if I wanted to date, it wouldn't happen. If only I'd started dating back in high school. Sigh, Chen from our class really has it made. Finally, these guys showed some progress, moving past their pointless chatter. Instead, they started discussing plans for finding partners. But finding a partner in college is pretty brutal. It's either about looks or money. Good-looking guys don't have to go looking for partners, partners come looking for them. If you have money, it's even simpler, just buy girls gifts. This isn't to say all women in the world are gold diggers, but there's always one who'll be swayed by money. Money isn't everything. But remember, nothing in this world is truly all-powerful. Having money means you can choose the life you want without being held back by others. At Chen Nan, Chen Go, wanna grab dinner tonight? Chen Nan hadn't responded yet. Suddenly, something unusual popped up in the class group chat. What's all this noise? You're ruining my date with my girlfriend, you know? Zhang Lin suddenly came back to life in the group chat. The moment he appeared, he radiated an unmistakable aura of dominance. After sending the message, he casually snapped a photo of his surroundings as usual. The first photo showed him and a girl holding hands, singing in a KTV room. The girl had a tattoo on her hand. She looked like the kind of girl who'd get pregnant easily. The other photo? His car, of course. Everyone was already familiar with Zhang Lin's routine, so naturally, no one batted an eye. Immediately following were a flurry of comments like 666, damn, and other expressions of admiration. Pfft, these are just small things. My dad gave me money to open a clothing store across from my university. Now I'm not just going to school, I'm running a business too. A month? Not much, I only make about 10,000 yuan or so. Zhang Lin's tone was dripping with swagger. The thing is, at their age, forget about making 10,000 a month. Even making a few hundred would make people think you're pretty impressive. Damn impressive. 666. At Zhang Lin, send us a red envelope. Bro, please, send us a red envelope. Hungry, hungry. Please send a big red envelope, brother Zhang. Chapter 130, Chen Nan chooses to leave the group chat. The next moment. Just as everyone was egging him on, Chen Nan never expected that stingy Zhang Lin would actually send a red envelope in the QQ group. And it was a hefty 200 yuan red envelope. However, it was a password-protected red packet, requiring recipients to send a specific phrase to claim it. As for the password, Chen Nan glanced at it and immediately felt a surge of anger. Chen Nan is treating everyone to dinner tonight. Chen Nan is treating everyone to dinner tonight. The entire class group chat was flooded with this phrase, repeating like a chain reaction. After all, some might have beef with Chen Nan, but no one turns down free food. Even our shameless homeroom teacher, old Joe, got in on the action. So teacher Joe was lurking too. I'm impressed. Damn it, I just snagged a penny. I got 2 cents. Where's the money? Who snatched it all? In the end, everyone saw the results of the red envelope grab. The lion's share went to Zhang Lin himself. Out of the 200 yuan red envelope, he snagged 50 for himself. Don't blame me for this, it's all luck. Alright, let Chen Nan send you one. Didn't he make money before? He should be a big shot now. Zhang Lin couldn't speak kindly. These words clearly weren't meant as compliments. Moreover, judging by the red packet password, he was clearly targeting Chen Nan. The group chat never lacked for brainless individuals. Chen Nan, send a red packet. Look, Zhang Lin already sent one. If you don't send one, how can you call yourself a friend? Brother Chen, write a password red packet and give Zhang Lin a piece of your mind. I'll be the first to support you. Though many were egging him on, Chen Nan felt only a slight ripple in his heart before returning to his usual calm. He'd weathered too many storms to care much about such trivial matters. Mainly, he just didn't feel like dealing with these people. It all seemed pretty pointless. Are you all beggars? Begging for handouts in the group? Chen Nan's tongue was notoriously sharp, and he wasn't about to indulge these red packet beggars. He fired back immediately. Red envelopes? Forget about it. If these folks hadn't already claimed Zhang Lin's password-protected red packet earlier, then considering how loyal these classmates were, he might have even sent out a few bigger ones. But now that they'd sided with Zhang Lin to badmouth him just for red envelopes, why should he give them any? Would he be asking for trouble? Oh, Chen Nan, so you're not dead after all? Zhang Lin spotted Chen Nan coming out and immediately came over to start the fight. Plus, since he just sent out red envelopes, most of the class was now on his side. Add to that Chen Nan's confrontations with some classmates. This led to people in the group chat starting to criticize Chen Nan. Of course, these were all minor matters. To Chen Nan, classmates and non-classmates alike were merely passers-by in the journey of life. There was a phrase whose meaning he found particularly profound. It was called ichi go ichi. Friends from each period are simply the result of spending time together during that specific phase. Once that phase passes, new friends will appear, and the old ones drift away like the wind. They might never cross paths again for the rest of their lives. For many, the senior year graduation, or rather, the class reunion after graduation, is the last time they'll ever see each other. Forget it, I'll just leave the group. There's no point in keeping it around. Chen Nan glanced at the criticism directed at him in the group chat and immediately chose the simplest, most effective solution. Chen Nan has left the group. NE left the group. Brother Chen, wanna hit up the amusement park tonight? Chen Zhu had somehow found an advertisement flyer. Clearly printed on it was the announcement that a large amusement park had opened inside a mall in Jiliang City. It featured various arcade games, bumper cars, balloon popping, and other attractions. It had just opened recently, offering a 20% discount for everyone. Sounds chill. Wanna go? After exiting the group chat, Chen Nan felt much more at ease, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. I'm in. And Yi's reply was simple. After all, no teenager would turn down a trip to the amusement park with their boyfriend. It was just that bringing Chen Zhu along was a bit of an eyesore. But the kid was so used to being the third wheel that Chen Nan simply ignored him. Oh, right. I remember someone in the group chat mentioned their dinner spot is in the same mall we're heading to. And he always had a sharp memory. Oh, no big deal. If we run into them, they're the ones who'll feel awkward. Chen Nan shrugged indifferently, flopped back on the couch, and went back to watching TV. Long drives were easy on the back. Chen Nan certainly didn't want to wear out his back at such a young age, so he needed to rest properly. It was the height of the Qing dynasty period drama craze, and the blend of time travel elements made them quite intriguing. Chen Nan mused that watching others time travel to the Qing dynasty was probably similar to others watching his own story of time traveling back 10 years. Pretty much the same thing, both were pretty satisfying. Night fell as expected. Chen Nan drove straight to the mall with an E and Chen Zhu in tow. Because it was National Day, the mall was packed with people. Groups of single guys hung out together, while couples strolled about in pairs. Then there were the married couples with children. It was rare to see couples on a date like Chen Nan's, especially with a third wheel tagging along. Damn, Chen, why are they staring at me? Do I have dust on my face? Chen Zhu felt no awkwardness whatsoever. Instead, he walked ahead of Chen Nan and an E, leading them into the amusement park and proactively buying tickets up front. Nah, probably just because you've gotten hotter lately. Chen Nan chuckled, feeling a second of sympathy for his buddy. Sir, after purchasing your tickets, please enter through the designated entrance. The attendant handed the tickets to Chen Nan. She gently guided the group inside. Is there anywhere to buy food in here? And he always seemed concerned about this question wherever they went. She glanced around and noticed there were indeed many attractions to enjoy. At 80 yuan per person for 3 hours of play, it wasn't too expensive. There were even claw machines inside. Each person received 100 free tokens with their ticket. Just those tokens alone were worth 50 yuan outside. But they dared to put claw machines inside and give out free tokens? They must have rigged the odds. But after scanning the place, she only spotted one ice cream and beverage stand, nothing else. What surprised Annie even more, though, She had already turned her head away when a very familiar figure suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her to whip her head back around. Then she stared intently at that familiar face. Holy crap, Chen Nan, guess who I just saw? An exclaimed, slapping Chen Nan's shoulder excitedly. It's Nan Yen. She opened a cold drink shop here. Chen Nan? Talk about a karmic connection, huh? You can't even escape it. Chapter 131, Reuniting with Nan Yen, each shines brightly. Chen Nan never imagined he'd suddenly run into someone he'd been trying to avoid. And she had spotted them approaching as well. Hey, isn't this Nan Yen? You're here to have fun too? Chen Zhu was her usual boisterous self, greeting her the moment she spotted her. Nan Yen looked quite different from before. She wore sharp, professional clothes, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, and even her gait seemed different from before. Hey, Chen Zhu. She smiled and greeted Chen Zhu, then shifted her gaze to an After taking him in from head to toe, she realized that it wasn't just her who had changed and matured, others had transformed too. And Yi's aura and outfit were beyond comparison. Just those Nike sneakers on Yi's feet must cost thousands, right? Nan Yen felt a pang of envy. She had believed that with her current achievements, she wouldn't feel inferior upon seeing Chen Nan and an again. But the reality was utterly staggering. It hadn't been that long since they last met, yet an had changed dramatically. She seemed to radiate an aura of brilliance. From the makeup on her face and the lipstick she wore to the handbag she carried, everything about her seemed like something only girls from big cities could afford. Undoubtedly, these were all gifts from Chen Nan. The only thing unchanged was her aura. Cool and timeless, as if keeping others at arm's length, yet radiating an extraordinary warmth reserved solely for Chen Nan. Hey there, An. Nan Yen greeted Ani with a half-smile. Hello, Nan Yen. Is the milk tea at your shop any good? An didn't display any overtly hostile gestures or words. Instead, she seemed genuinely curious about the shop Nan Yen had opened. Nan Yen froze, surprised that their reunion began with such simple, unassuming words. No heated arguments, no fury, no jealousy, none of the dramatic scenarios she'd imagined. An carried herself like a queen, radiating absolute confidence in what she possessed. For milk tea, I recommend this red bean flavor. I've personally tested it and it's delicious, Nan Yen said with a smile. Her gaze, however, drifted unconsciously to Chen Nan's face. He still wore that carefree expression, his posture commanding attention. Simply standing there, without saying or doing anything, Chen Nan could draw the attention of many. This stirred an unusual feeling within Nan Yen. She desperately wanted to approach him and strike up a conversation, a desire that had lingered within her for far too long. Yet she had no idea what to say. She couldn't just chat about trivial household matters, could she? That would be too mundane. And there wasn't much to say anyway. Bring up the past? Come on, their past held few pleasant memories. Better not to bring it up. If she did, Chen Nan would probably just turn and walk away. In the end, Nan Yen had the staff prepare 3 cups of milk tea, specifically making Chen Nan a regular large bubble milk tea. If it was too special, she feared others might notice her feelings and cause Chen Nan unnecessary trouble. But if it was too plain, she feared Chen Nan wouldn't notice her feelings. So she specifically asked them to pack it full of pearls. To the point where Chen Nan discovered that half the large bubble teacup was filled with black pearls? Every time he took a sip, half his mouth would be filled with pearls. It just felt off. What the hell? Is this woman trying to choke me? Chen Nan took a few sips and slowly chewed. He felt like Nan Yen was deliberately targeting him. Nan Yen, however, noticed Chen Nan's peculiar expression and the strange glances he kept shooting her way. She was certain he must have sensed her feelings. Neither of them said a word. Chen Zhu chattered away beside them. She remarked that Nan Yan's milk tea tasted pretty good, but the tapioca pearls were a bit sparse. But when she glanced at Chen Nan's cup, half filled with black tapioca pearls, she instantly grew annoyed. He suspected Nan Yen was deliberately targeting him. After all, back when she and Chen Nan were together, Chen Zhu had openly opposed their relationship. She hadn't held back from badmouthing her behind her back. And Nan Yen knew Chen Zhu actually disliked her a little. Hey Nan Yen, who taught you how to make bubble tea? Chen Zhu instructed the staff, make me a different one the same as Chen Nan's. He's got money to spare anyway. The staff member glanced at the owner Nan Yen with confusion. Only after Nan Yen nodded in approval did she dare to prepare it. What kind of saint drinks bubble tea with half the cup filled with black pearls? Does it even taste good with that much stuff in it? I went to Shanghai for a while before, Nan Yen recounted matter-of-factly. I worked at a bubble tea shop there. Then something happened at home and I had to close the shop. The owner was really nice. Before I left, she taught me all kinds of ways to make bubble tea. Occasionally, as she spoke, her gaze lingered on Chen Nan's face. Her luck wasn't too bad. Her first trip away from home hadn't brought hardship, but rather a stroke of luck and opportunity to start a business. And listened quietly. Then, silently, she positioned herself between Nan Yen and Chen Nan. Compared to that, An didn't have such exciting stories to tell. All she needed to do was hide behind Chen Nan, paying a small price to gain a huge reward. And Chen Nan still owed her 100 million. Compared to Nan Yen, what a plain and unadorned life experience this was. Ah, this is how it should be loaded up with pearls like this. Chen Shu took a few sips from her oversized bubble teacup, nodding repeatedly. This felt like the real deal. Hey, sweetie, wanna add AV? Chen Shu sipped her drink while chatting with the young girl. The girl looked like she'd just gotten off school, still quite young, wearing a mask, quiet and slender. Seeing someone ask for AV, she grew nervous and glanced silently at Nan Yen again. Hey, don't even think about hitting on our girls. Nan Yen playfully slapped Chen Shu's hand away. In the past, she would have kicked him instead. But now, Nan Yen had restrained herself considerably. Even Chen Shu could tell she wasn't the same person anymore. People always move forward. The saying 3 days apart and you should look at them with new eyes truly held some truth. Unexpectedly, you might discover that someone you once disliked actually has their own shining qualities. Whoa, isn't that Zhang Go over there? Just then, Chen Zhu, who had been reflecting on how things change, was about to launch into a philosophical lecture on life. But then, he spotted a familiar face in the distance. In his vocabulary, Zhang Lin's nickname was simply Zhang Dog. But beside him were many other classmates from Chen Nan's old class, all gathered there too. Coincidentally, they had arranged to meet for dinner at the buffet on the top floor of this very mall tonight. And the place where Chen Nan and his friends were playing was right across from the buffet. Later, Chen Nan recalled that this amusement park had closed down after only 3 years of operation. The space had since been converted into a movie theater. He had visited it once more. Nan Yan's shop was situated right between the two locations, making it the perfect spot for them to run into each other. Chapter 132, A Dog's Mouth Can't Spit Out Ivory. Holy crap, it's Chen Nan? And an E, someone exclaimed, spotting the two from afar. Not many classmates had come. There were about 15 or 16 of them, all boys. The thing was, after graduating senior year, most classmates had stopped keeping in touch. Each had embarked on their own new, exciting paths. Those who could gather for a meal were mostly locals from nearby towns. And their families were all fairly well off. That's why they had the time and money to hang out. Hey, Nan Yen, you're here too? Zhang Lin sported a slick-back pompadour and wore flashy, colorful clothes. He held hands with a girl whose arm bore a tattoo, undoubtedly the subject of that photo. But honestly, she couldn't hold a candle to an E, let alone compare to that female employee working under Nan Yen. Everyone was evolving for the better, but Zhang Lin's taste had taken a seriously twisted turn. Brother Chen, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Why are you here now? A former classmate asked with a laugh. The main reason was that so much time had passed and some had forgotten the pressure Chen Nan used to exert over them. Now, they seemed to be provoking him instead. Some of them felt they'd been too cowardly back then. Why should they be afraid of Chen Nan? They should have made Chen Nan fear them instead. Many people reminisce about the past in the present moment, rewriting history, altering memories, deceiving themselves. They tell themselves they could have done certain things back then, but failed to act. Then deep regret and remorse set in. In truth, they simply couldn't have done it back then. Only after that moment had passed did it create the illusion that it was possible. How could Chen Nan possibly give these people face? He sneered directly at them. Isn't this what young Master Zhang said he'd treat the whole class to dinner? So here I am. Chen Nan tossed the question back at them. He knew perfectly well that Zhang Lin had never said he'd treat everyone to dinner. But as long as the people who came along to eat heard those words, his goal was achieved. Young Master Zhang, is that true? Young Master Zhang is so generous. This buffet averages 120 per person. Young Master Zhang must be raking it in big time, so impressive. Amidst the chorus of praise, Zhang Lin began to believe he was some kind of successful figure himself. The crucial thing was, he couldn't back down in front of Chen Nan now. He'd already bragged in the group chat like water spilled on the floor, it couldn't be taken back. Treating people to a meal. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. At least I can afford it, unlike you who can't even send a red envelope. Only Zhang Lin knew that his family's business had hit rough waters lately. His father had indeed opened a clothing store near the university entrance for him, but the monthly profits barely covered the rent. When he did the math, they were actually losing money. Where was the monthly profit of over 10,000 he'd boasted about? But there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't that he liked to exaggerate, he just didn't want to lose face in front of others. He dreaded being looked down upon. Especially now, with Chen Nan goading him like this, and in front of an E and Nan Yen no less. How could he possibly contradict himself? Even if he had been lying before, he had to keep up the act. In reality, it's often the case that the poorer the family, the more these kids care about appearances. They desperately want to show their classmates in college that their families are actually quite wealthy. They spend money on things to prove they're truly well off, unwilling to be looked down upon. Zhang Lin was feeling exactly that way right now. Provoked by Chen Nan, he immediately declared with great generosity that he would treat everyone to dinner today. I told you Zhang Lin is generous, but you guys didn't believe me. That's Mr. Zhang for you, he's got money. What's a few bucks? 100 or so per person, maybe 1,000 total. That's nothing to Mr. Zhang. The few who came to dine with him certainly knew how to talk. This effectively put Zhang Lin on the spot. He couldn't back out now even if he wanted to. Nan Yan, what did you do after graduation? How come I never saw you around? Zhang Lin glanced at Nan Yan and noticed she was getting along quite well with Chen Nan and the others. A slight pang of discomfort tugged at his heart. Moreover, it seems Nan Yan was doing quite well for herself. I'm no match for Mr. Zhang. After graduation, I just opened a few bubble tea shops locally. Getting by, you know? Nan Yan didn't offer to treat them to bubble tea or anything, she just stared at him indifferently. If it weren't for Zhang Lin back then, how could she and Chen Nan have ended up where they were today? Some encounters, if you take one wrong step, can lead to lifelong regret. And because of this incident, Nan Yan had always harbored a sense of guilt toward Chen Nan. Back then, Chen Nan had been the top student in the entire school. Yet because of her own foolishness, she nearly ruined him. How could she have been so terrible back then? Fortunately, Chen Nan later met an E, who helped him make up for much of the academic ground he'd lost back then. So often, when Nan Yan thought of an E, a flicker of jealousy would first arise, but it would quickly dissipate. She was deeply grateful to him for saving Chen Nan and easing her guilt. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself. Come on, it's been ages. Let me treat you to dinner too? Zhang Lin released his girlfriend's hand and proactively invited her to join the gathering. Young Master Zhang, it's alright. They're all your classmates. I won't join you. Nan Yan didn't smile. She stood beside Annie, exchanging a few casual words. Nan Yan knew Zhang Lin quite well, both the man himself and his family's business dealings. This guy was truly despicable. Though clever, he harbored plenty of malicious schemes. He also suffered from persecution complex. He constantly felt like someone was out to get him. Like when he first approached Nan Yan to deliberately mess with Chen Nan, he was convinced Chen Nan was using his grades to intentionally suppress him. Every time, he'd outperform him by a wide margin, just to make him feel miserable. In reality, they weren't even close, were they? He probably still thinks that way now, convinced anyone more accomplished than him is out to get him. Nan Yan, come on. I'm way richer than Chen Nan now. Let's grab a meal together just to reminisce about our youth. Zhang Lin persisted in his invitation. But his words were a bit ambiguous. Why not just invite her without dragging in that better than Chen Nan comment? The real question is, in what way are you superior? Chen Zhu immediately bristled, ready to flaunt his wealth. But Nan Yan beat him to it. Zhang Lin, don't spout nonsense. What state is your family business in now that you're splurging on meals like this? Nan Yan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard her clearly. The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere froze. Zhang Lin, in particular, turned dark with anger.